Welcome to the National Fate survival game. From today, you will represent the Dragon Kingdom in a dangerous survival journey through the wildlands. The survival process will be live-streamed, but don't worry, your private areas won't be exposed. The resources you gain in this world may randomly be returned to your country, with the current lowest multiplier being 10,000 times. This multiplier can increase as the adventure progresses. When you perform well in this world, you may have the chance to earn national fate and intelligence rewards. Please note that each contestant is assigned to different islands and regions and will not have contact with others for a short time. Your fate is now completely tied to your country. If you are severely injured or face a crisis, your country may sacrifice 5 points of national fate to assist you, but only once per month. This can only be used by contestants who have survived for more than 3 days. At the same time, you can spend 1 point of national fate each day to communicate with a contestant, limited to once per day, with a call time of 30 seconds. If you die, 20 points of national fate will be deducted as punishment. When national fate drops below 10 points, you will immediately die, and your country will be completely wiped out. The current national fate of the Dragon Kingdom is 75 points. If all 3 contestants from a country die, and the national fate is above 10 points, 3 new contestants will be selected to fill the gap. Hint: the first week is the newbie phase, and wild beasts won't form groups. Hint: the wildlands are currently in autumn, and in 2 months, winter will arrive. Hint: each contestant will receive a newbie gift pack. The newbie gift pack contains 5 random items, along with a free 2-kilogram bag of salt, but no hot weapons. Finally, good luck. In the forest. After hearing the rules, Suhan laughed happily. Finally, I don't have to eat that disgusting mush anymore. 3 years. Exactly 3 years. Does anyone know how he spent it? 3 years ago, Suhan crossed over to this parallel universe. Before he even got his bearings, disaster and the apocalypse struck. At that time, a pitch-black storm covered the world. The entire land turned into frozen soil, plants withered, seeds lost vitality, and poultry and fish lost their ability to reproduce. The oceans were even sealed by ice. Although the Dragon Kingdom government tried its best to provide aid, still, 30% of the population died from accidents and famine. Suhan was lucky. Not long after the disaster broke out, a kind person led him into a shelter. He hid there for exactly 3 years. Although his life was worry-free, the food he ate every day could only be described as pig feed. So, being chosen as a contestant for the survival world, Suhan was not just happy, because at least he could eat fresh food. Moreover, staying in the shelter wasn't a good thing either. Before being sent to the survival world, Suhan heard a rumor: the official food reserves were running low. It was actually quite normal when you think about it. The Dragon Kingdom has a huge population, and for the food reserves to last until now was nothing short of a miracle. Just as Suhan was about to check his newbie supplies, a cold prompt suddenly sounded. Ding. The system has stored enough energy, loading now, please wait patiently. Suhan's eyes lit up when he heard it, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was almost impossible to contain. He had succeeded. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, the audience saw Suhan standing there, grinning foolishly, and their mood instantly plummeted. Our number 1 contestant is a fool. Bro, please stop laughing, the contestant from Iron Tower Country has already started building a shelter. Could he have been scared silly? Bro, don't give up, at least stay alive for a few days and pick some fruits. The Dragon Kingdom is relying on you and the other 2 contestants. Thank goodness every country has 3 contestants, otherwise, with a civ like this, the Dragon Kingdom would be doomed. How are the other contestants? Contestant 2 is a female doctor, contestant 3 is a fisherman. Alright. At least the luck isn't too bad. Hearing that one of the contestants was a fisherman, everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In this brutal survival world, having the skill to catch food is extremely important. With food, as long as you don't encounter large ferocious beasts, you can generally survive for a long time. As for doctors? The cruelty of the wild world isn't something that can be survived just by knowing medicine. It mainly depends on whether you can adapt to this world. Finding food. Building shelter. Defeating wild beasts. These are all the keys to survival. The number of viewers in Suhan's livestream dropped rapidly from millions to tens of thousands, while the female doctor's livestream immediately surpassed 10 million views. In the savage world. After reading the survival world's information, Lin Shui immediately opened the beginner's gift pack. Her luck was quite good. The 5 items were a solar-powered flashlight, a dagger, a tent, compressed biscuits, and a magnifying glass. Although there was no pot, nor a flintstone or something like that, these supplies were still quite abundant. In the live stream, fans had already started cheering. Wow. Miss, you're really beautiful and lucky. You have shelter, a fire source, and even a weapon. As long as you find a water source next, you can survive for many days. Well done, Lin Shui. What a perfect start. With a tent, at least she doesn't need to worry about shelter in the early stages. I told you, our dragon country's luck isn't that bad. Lin Shui looked at her beginner's equipment and smiled happily. But the next second, a noise came from the bushes behind her. Who's there? Roar! A shadow lunged at Lin Shui, knocking her to the ground. It was a starving lone wolf. The smile on Lin Shui's face instantly disappeared, and before she could retaliate, the wolf bit into her neck. The screen quickly turned to darkness. A line of blood-red text appeared in all the live streams. Hint: Dragon Country contestant Lin Shui was killed by a wolf. Dragon Country's luck decreased by 20%. At that moment, all the people from Dragon Country couldn't believe their eyes. In the official live stream, the host, Bing Bing, was cheering for Lin Shui, but she never expected that this contestant, who was full of hope, would die so carelessly. Why did this happen? Although Bing Bing was a famous host in the country, she was still at a loss when facing this unexpected event. Her partner quickly comforted her. This is the cruelty of national survival. Although Lin Shui's start was great, her spawn point was too unlucky. She happened to be near a lone wolf's den. If she had left earlier, she might have avoided it. Now, let us observe 3 minutes of silence for this female hero. Candles filled the livestream. Meanwhile, in a shelter somewhere, Lin Shui's parents were hugging each other and crying. At this moment, another announcement flashed on the screen. Beautiful country swimmer Phil was chased by a tiger, fell off a cliff, and died. Then another one followed. East Japan country contestant's sister Bodo, an expert in ivy, accidentally stepped on a poisonous snake and died from poisoning. Death messages kept coming one after another. Bing Bing sucked in a breath and exclaimed, "Is the savage world this dangerous?" The national survival game has just started for less than 5 minutes, and more than 10 people have already died. At this moment, in the 2 remaining Dragon Country live streams, Su-han was still standing there in a daze. While Fisher Gang, with his equipment, began searching for the perfect fishing spot. Although he didn't know survival skills, his many years of outdoor experience made him very aware of where wild beasts were likely to be, and where was relatively safer. A gang's beginner supplies were also quite good. Flint, sleeping bag, rope, sickle, and a full set of fishing gear, 30 meters of fishing line, 10 hooks. Without mentioning other things. This fishing set in the hands of a fisherman could not only be used for fishing but also used to weave a net from the fishing line to catch fish. At this point, some viewers noticed that Su-han, who had been in a daze, finally began to act. Savage world. After a long wait, the system Su-han had been waiting for finally finished loading. Ding! The system loading is complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the God-level master system. Reminder, all actions of the host can be regarded as passive skills. As long as the host works hard enough, all skills can be upgraded to the God level. Detected that the host is breathing. Congratulations, you have learned the passive skill breathing. Chapter 2, is breathing a skill? Breathing is a skill? This cheat is a bit too overpowered. Su-han chuckled and quickly checked his personal panel. A delicate light screen quickly appeared in front of him. Name, Su-han. Age, 24 years old. Skills owned. Breathing, current level LV1. Experience 0/20, next level can slightly improve lung capacity. Breathing experience +1. Breathing experience +1. With each breath Su-han took, the experience on the light screen increased. In just a short while, he received the skill upgrade notification. Your passive skill breathing has leveled up to LV2. You gain a buff, lung capacity slightly increased. It leveled up so quickly? Su-han was a bit surprised. Although the increased lung capacity was something he couldn't feel at all. But as the saying goes, little by little, one can accumulate much. Breathing is something that happens every minute and every second. From level 1 to God level. His lung capacity would probably be more terrifying than a beast's. Understanding the power of his golden finger, Su-han's confidence grew massively, and he raised his head to laugh loudly. From now on, I announce, this place is called Su-han's Entertainment World. I come. I see. I conquer. Survival? Sorry, master plans to conquer the entire world. Dragon Country official livestream. The host Bing Bing was dumbfounded. No, brother. You haven't even opened your beginner's package yet, why are you so arrogant? Could it be that our contestant's brain isn't working too well? Hearing Su-han's words, the other viewers also felt dizzy. In the bullet comments. Damn, bro, lower your voice, be low-key, we just lost a teammate. It's over, this guy's brain is definitely not right. Don't tell me we're going to lose 20% of our luck, please no. Someone, please piss on him to wake him up. Damn, we just lost dozens of contestants, he's not afraid of dying. At this moment, spies hiding in Dragon Country's live stream room quickly transmitted the news back to their home countries. Sakura Country. Tactical meeting room. Ha ha ha, well done. These Chinese people's luck is over, let the Yamamoto group sneak into the border at night. Lowering national luck will also lower their overall national attributes. This is a good opportunity to attack. Hey! Kimchi Country. Tactical room. Ha ha ha, the end of Dragon Country has come. Go seize their civilization. From now on, we will become the strongest race in Asia. Their history will become ours. Yes. Hearing this, everyone laughed loudly together. Their country is poor and has no history or language, so they have to steal to satisfy their lowly pride. Now, when faced with such a great opportunity, they naturally would not miss it. Other countries were also starting to stir. Wasteland. After finishing the cup, Suhan immediately opened his beginner's supplies. 5 items appeared on the ground, without any particular order. The first item, stainless steel pot. The second item, 50-meter fishing line. The third item, Encyclopedia of Wasteland Flora and Fauna. The fourth item, monocular telescope. The fifth item, a single axe. When the viewers saw the supplies Suhan received, their hearts sank halfway. No food, no water. This is a disaster of a start. Although there was an axe, no one believed that a university student who had never worked a day in his life would dare to use the axe for hunting. Compared to the viewers' lack of optimism, Suhan thought he had hit the jackpot. Leaving aside the other supplies, just this axe alone could help him craft many useful tools. Also, the axe was very functional. The sharp side could chop and split, while the back could be used as a hammer. In the wilderness, the axe was absolutely a divine tool. But what was this book? Suhan put the pot, salt, and other items into the provided backpack, placed the axe on his waist, and began flipping through the encyclopedia. The more he read, the more surprised he became. What kind of luck is this? The book in my hand actually records in detail all the animals and plants in the savage realm, with pictures and their effects. Toxic. Non-toxic. Medicinal. All of it is recorded here. With this book, there's no need to fear picking up something poisonous. At the same time, when facing venomous snakes, I won't be helpless anymore. I can even collect useful herbs when I go outside. But right now, the most important thing is to find a clean water source and a place to stay long-term. Just now, Suhan noticed that his starting point was in a subarctic coniferous forest climate, similar to the environment in Maple Leaf Country. Here, winters are long, and summers are short. If I don't build a shelter early, the cold will definitely freeze someone to death. After organizing the resources, Suhan picked up many small stones from the ground, filling 2 of his pockets before searching for the way down the mountain. Along the way, as soon as he made some movement, the system's prompt sound rang out repeatedly. You have learned the passive skill throwing stones, current level LV1. Upgrading can improve accuracy. You have learned the passive skill walking, current level LV1. Upgrading can slightly reduce stamina consumption. Suhan smiled knowingly, and his frequency of throwing stones increased. When the stones in both pockets were thrown out, he immediately picked up another batch and continued throwing stones down the mountain. Official live broadcast room. Watching the contestant continuously throw stones, Bing Bing was truly puzzled. She turned to the professor beside her and asked, "Professor Li, is there any skill to throwing stones?" One sentence directly put Li Chang in an awkward spot. Isn't this just throwing stones? How could there be a trick to it? But with countless viewers watching, it would be too cruel to tell the truth directly. So, he decided to make up a kind lie. Ahem. I believe the contestant, Su, is practicing his hand feel. Perhaps you don't know, but when out in the wild, having precise throwing skills can be incredibly important. Large animals might not be affected, but throwing stones is highly lethal to small animals. For example, rabbits, pheasants, squirrels, and so on. Bullet comments. Countless viewers suddenly understood. So he's practicing throwing stones. I thought this contestant was a fool. Me too, huh, who walks around with 2 pockets full of stones, right? So it's throwing skills, learn something new. But is he really practicing? Why does it feel like the contestant is just playing around? Mainly, Suhan's stone throwing movements were too casual. Sometimes toward the tree trunk, sometimes toward the ground. This didn't look like practice, it felt more like just playing around. Some doubted, some believed. An hour later, the entire live broadcast audience was divided into 2 groups, arguing loudly. Bing Bing naturally also saw the heated bullet comments. She looked at Su-han, who was still throwing stones, and quietly asked Professor Lee, "Professor, are you sure our contestant is practicing?" Of course, the contestant is adapting to the feel of the stones. Li Chang said calmly, but inside he was already anxious. He was just trying to stabilize the situation for now. Who could have guessed these bored viewers would argue over something like this? Damn. Could it be that today I'll be ruined? Just as Li Chang finished speaking, a small animal's scream came through the live broadcast room. Li Chang and Bing Bing both looked at the big screen and saw a black squirrel falling from the tree. Li Chang was directly stunned. No, buddy. I was just saying that offhand. You're taking it seriously? Chapter 3, Squirrel's food storage should not be wasted. In the savage realm. Seeing the black squirrel fall from the tree, Su-han quickly rushed forward, grabbed the squirrel's head, and twisted it hard. Crack! The black squirrel died on the spot. The first prey was caught. Feeling the heavy squirrel, which weighed about 1.5 pounds, Su-han grinned and said, "This is lunch sorted." It was worth it to throw stones for an hour. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed through all live streaming rooms across the globe. Detected that the Dragon Country contestant Su-han hunted a squirrel using a stone, triggering the material return mechanism. Congratulations to Dragon Country for receiving 10,000 recently dead squirrels. Reminder, the materials have been randomly distributed to various shelters. Official live streaming room. Bing Bing's eyes were wide open in shock. Lee? Professor Lee, did I hear that correctly? Did we just get a material return? It really returned. Just now, the director gave me the footage, and the Beijing shelter got 700 more squirrels. The live stream cut to the footage. On the ground of the Beijing shelter, many freshly dead squirrels were piled up. Although this thing doesn't have much meat on it, it still gave everyone an adrenaline shot. Dragon Country has hope now. As long as the contestants keep trying, the future will be full of hope. Nearby citizens rushed over to watch, and when they saw the fresh squirrels, they cheered excitedly. We have meat. We can eat meat now. I haven't eaten fresh meat in 2.5 years. Wasn't it that idiot who just said I'm Su God? Damn it, apologize to me. Yes. No one who slanders Su God is allowed to eat squirrel meat. I'll make your mouths shut. Inside the official live streaming room, Bing Bing was already in tears from excitement. Although she was an official staff member, her treatment was the same as everyone else's. Now that fresh meat had appeared, who wouldn't be excited? The bullet screen was also rapidly flooding the screen. Apologize. Holy shit, Professor Lee really lives up to his reputation. When most people were doubting Su God, only he calmly believed Su God was practicing his throw. Professor Lee is truly the guiding light of the industry, so professional. Professor Lee and Su God, they are simply the strongest duo. Li Chang looked at the pile of squirrels, his heart was also filled with confusion. Could it be that Su-han was really practicing his throw just now, or was it pure luck? Although he couldn't be sure in his heart, when Bing Bing asked him to speak, Li Chang quickly put on an expression as if he was completely confident. Even a survival expert with superb throwing skills wouldn't dare to guarantee that a stone's feel would be perfect for them, so while Su-han seemed to be casually tossing the stone, in reality, he was adapting to the stone. So I can confidently say, as long as he practices more, he'll definitely be able to hunt more prey. Anyway, no matter what Li Chang could do now was just to praise it to the sky. Forget about everything else, at least it would boost morale. Audiences from other countries, seeing that the Dragon Country contestant triggered the return mechanism with their hunted animals, all turned into sour pickles. Damn it! Using stones to hunt squirrels, the Dragon Country people are truly the most shameless. Shit! The damn Dragon Country people, they're so lucky. Bastards, it's just a squirrel, our contestants will hunt fierce beasts and all kinds of fish later. Chinese people, you can still immigrate and become our lowly slaves. Otherwise, when our contestants show their skills, even if you want to come over and be dogs, you'll have to wait in line. The immigration policy was forcibly implemented by the survival game. Its purpose was obvious. When a country's contestant performs brilliantly, it naturally attracts the citizens of other countries to come and support. But immigration also has restrictions. For example, in Sakura Country, the restriction was that no matter which country's people came to their country, they would automatically become third-class citizens. Simply put, they would be slaves. But other countries were pretty much the same. Only a few backward countries would use resources to attract foreign aid for construction. For example, in Africa. But even if they offered better conditions, no one would want to go. Because the food there was mostly frozen rats. Just as the audience was lost in their frenzy. Su-han had already put down his backpack, raised his axe, and struck hard at the tree in front of him. Since the squirrels were so fat, their nests must surely have a lot of food inside. Boom! The first axe strike landed, instantly triggering the woodcutting skill. Boom! Boom! The sharp axe swung in a full arc, striking the tree fiercely. After a moment, the tree, with a diameter of over 20 centimeters, crashed to the ground. Suhan walked up, found the squirrel's nest, and reached in to explore. Hey, got it! When his hand grabbed a large handful of nuts from the tree hole, the entire live stream room exploded once again. Ha! There's this move. Poor little squirrel, working so hard to store nuts, now the big bad boss has packed them all up. Right, it's autumn now, squirrels are storing food for the winter. Sugod is still so careful, I can't believe I didn't think of that earlier. I thought Sugod was going to build a house here, turns out he just wanted the squirrel's food. Wait a minute, these nuts are a lot, aren't they? One handful after another, this must be about 5 kilos. 5 kilos? No way. Holy shit, Sugod. The nut collection was finished. The total weight was about 6.5 kilograms, and if you remove the shells and skins, there'd probably be around 4 kilograms left. But Suhan didn't plan to eat them right away. Instead, he was storing them as emergency food. 2 months later, winter would arrive. If there were heavy snow days, it would be impossible to go out hunting, and these nuts would be life-saving food. Looking at the large amount of nuts in his backpack, Suhan stood up and started walking down the mountain. It was nearing noon. After several twists and turns, he finally arrived at a stream at the foot of the mountain. The area was full of pebbles, and the water was crystal clear, with the stream bed being very clean. Although it looked good, Suhan decided to go upstream to check for safety. Sometimes, water that looks clear may still be undrinkable. For example, if there's an animal carcass upstream. Drinking such water could be fatal. After resting for a moment, Suhan covered his backpack with rocks, then began walking upstream. This move earned him countless praises from the viewers. Sugod may be arrogant, but he's really detailed. Just now, a female contestant from Kangaroo Country lost her supplies because she didn't secure them properly when swimming. After getting out of the water, a monkey stole her stuff. Now she's on the shore, cursing, and completely naked. Which livestream? I want to check it out. The brother upstairs, are you looking to scout the route or find a mine? Don't go, there's nothing to see, they've censored everything. Details decide success or failure. This isn't a survival show where someone will come pick you up if you fail. If your supplies are truly gone, it means your life is too. As the crowd chatted idly, Suhan had already reached the end of the water source. Looking at the clear mountain spring water gushing out from the cracks in the rocks, he let out a sigh of relief. Looks like the water source is fine, the next step is to start a fire and boil the water. Suhan was a cautious person. Even though the mountain spring water was likely safe to drink, he still wanted to follow the traditional practice of Long Country, to boil it before drinking. Chapter 4, The Difference Between Squirrels and Snails. Since he didn't have fire starting tools, he had to resort to the ancient method of friction fire starting. Suhan had already anticipated this. Therefore, when he was coming down the mountain, he had already searched for many materials along the way, such as a large bunch of dry grass, a straight small branch, and a plank chopped from a dead tree. That's right. Suhan planned to use the bow drill method. Traditional friction fire starting was not only inefficient but also extremely tiring. But the bow drill method was different. It saved energy and was very simple to operate. Suhan took out the branch from his pocket, peeled it with his axe, then shaped one end into an oval and made a small concave pit at the center of the other end. Next, he drove a small wooden spike into the pit. The process of making the fire starting tool was, unsurprisingly, counted as a skill. Carpenter experience was increasing. The drill rod was done. Next, he needed to make the drill board. Suhan split the plank in half, then used his axe to carve out a series of small pits on one half. As for the bow drill, it is actually the simplest. You can complete it by casually finding a suitable branch with the right angle nearby. And the bowstring problem is the simplest. Suhan was wearing a gray hoodie, and the string on the hoodie was just perfect for the bowstring. Everything was ready. It was time to start the fire. He placed dry grass at the bottom, then put the drill board on top. Suhan held the bow in one hand and pressed down on the drill with the other, awkwardly beginning his first attempt to start a fire. Ding! Detection shows the host is drilling wood to create fire. Congratulations on learning the skill drill fire by wood. Shoo! Shoo! Next to the empty creek, the sound of the drill rubbing was loud and clear. Because the board was uneven, combined with rough tools, Suhan's movements were quite clumsy. But as his experience increased, he became more skilled in pulling the bow. In no time, the system's prompt sounded. The wood drilling skill leveled up. Your passive skill drill fire by wood has reached LV2. You have mastered some techniques, increasing the success rate of wood drilling by 5%. The first drill hole was a failure. Suhan stopped and moved the board slightly before starting the second attempt. This time, his movements were incredibly smooth, and he quickly found the rhythm. The edges of the drill hole gradually turned black due to friction. A few minutes later, the skill leveled up again, reaching LV3. Smoke started to rise from the drill hole. Seeing this, Suhan began to speed up, and the smoke grew thicker. When the dry grass became mostly black, he immediately stopped, quickly scooping it up, and began blowing on it gently. Hiss. Whoosh. As the airflow rushed in, the blackened dry grass became even hotter, and a cloud of smoke rose rapidly from it. Suhan carefully placed the ember onto the collected leaves and blew another breath. Boom. A burst of flame instantly rose. Got it. Suhan laughed heartily and quickly threw the branches he had gathered onto the fire. The flames raged when they met the dry branches, quickly growing larger and turning into a small bonfire. Official Dragon Kingdom livestream. Bing Bing couldn't believe her eyes. She said with a shocked face, "Oh my god. Suhan made fire so quickly, this efficiency is too high. Director, can we switch to see what Bea and Dea, the two celebrity contestants, are doing?" As everyone knows, England is currently the global leader. Because they have two masters of wilderness survival. If Suhan's progress could surpass these two, it would greatly boost morale. The director received the request and quickly switched to the two screens. The first one showed the wild lone wolf Dea, known for fasting for 3 days and 9 meals. In the footage, he was showing off the snail he had found. Hey, my viewers, did you see that? This is a snail, an edible snail. We couldn't find a drifting bottle at the beach this time, but these little creatures should not be missed. It's packed with protein. So, I'm going to eat it. Saying that, Dea smashed the shell of the snail and swallowed the meat raw. When the audience saw this, they all laughed hysterically. Where are the people who wanted to immigrate just now? Come forward. Sushin has already started a fire. Don't you think those who submitted immigration applications are regretting it now? I'm dying of laughter. I saw 30,000 people submit immigration applications just now, and now they have nowhere to go, right? Snails. I'm dying. Can these things be compared to squirrels? Those who want to immigrate are all fools. Bro, don't mind them. When Sushin caught the squirrel earlier, some people complained that the meat was too little. Now Dea can only eat raw snails. Why doesn't he eat squirrels? Oh, right, he doesn't want to. What? Are you jealous that we're immigrating? You're so proud of a mere squirrel. Our Bea is known as a wilderness expert. Wait until you see the difference. Exactly. Bea even brought a lighter. Are you jealous? Wild men who drill fire by wood. In the barrage, some sheepdogs started to argue back. But they didn't expect more angry retorts to come their way. If I remember correctly, although Master Bea is physically strong, isn't he always shooting survival series in the wild? Can you stop making us laugh? Master Bea is strong, not just himself, but his whole team behind him. When it comes to wilderness survival, he's no match for Master De. I don't know what you're bragging about. And by the way, do you feel proud of being a sheepdog? The Qing dynasty has fallen. Some people still can't stand up. How embarrassing. Official live stream. Bing Bing turned to Li Chang and asked, "Professor Li, can you give us your evaluation on our contestants' fire starting speed?" Very strong. I don't know if everyone has noticed, but our contestant, no matter what he does, is always prepared in advance. When he received the supplies, he had already thought about starting a fire with a bow drill. So, during the descent, not only was he practicing throwing, but he also prepared dry grass and suitable fire starting boards along the way. Now, I can't wait to see what else contestant Suhan will do next. Li Chang's face was filled with excitement. From the moment he saw Suhan making the bow drill, he knew this contestant was extraordinary. Although his fire starting method was a bit awkward and clumsy at first, he was able to get the fire going in just a few minutes. This was definitely a master among masters. And just this skill alone, even Master De or Master Bey would find it hard to achieve so quickly. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom might just be saved. On screen. After starting the fire, Suhan began preparing the food. Peeling. Taking the meat. He didn't waste the innards either, but planned to use them for fishing or as trap bait. Wild animal innards are different from poultry. They carry a lot of bacteria. Suhan didn't want to get sick over a bit of food. This was a big taboo in the wilderness. He chopped the squirrel meat into pieces with an axe and tossed it into the pot. Suhan placed a stone on the fire, then set the pot on top of the stone, so the fire wouldn't directly touch the pot, helping it last longer. Chapter 5, Squirrel Feast and Green Jellyfruit. The fierce flames passed through the stone and transferred heat to the pot. The clear water soon began to bubble, and then the water started boiling. Gurgle. Gurgle. The temperature quickly rose. The fat from the squirrel meat began to seep out, and the clear water gradually took on a faint meaty fragrance. A few minutes later, the meat fragrance became stronger and began to waft from the pot. He sprinkled a little salt. Suhan gently stirred with a small stick. The tender meat rolled in the broth, looking incredibly tempting. While waiting, Suhan kept picking up small stones from the ground and tossing them into the distance. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well practice his throwing. 20 minutes later, the meat was fully cooked. Suhan took the pot off the fire, and with the shaking of the broth, the rich aroma hit him. 2 years without meat. Now, just smelling it made him salivate. Using the chopsticks he had shaved down, he picked up the meat from the pot. He just blew on it, and then put it into his mouth. Hiss. So fragrant. So delicious. The moment it entered his mouth, the taste of pine nuts filled him, and the meat had a chewy texture. It was even more fragrant than beef. Suhan swallowed the meat, then scooped up another piece, his face full of satisfaction, making the viewers nearly drool. Wait, is this really a survival livestream? Not an eating show. Master Su, just eat already. Don't smack your lips, you're making me starve. Thank goodness I'm not watching this at night, or I wouldn't be able to sleep. Whoa, so jealous that he has meat to eat. Suddenly, I remember Master Su's earlier declaration, he really is here on vacation. For a moment, a squirrel entered his stomach. Suhan licked his lips, feeling like he hadn't had enough. This meat was so addictive. It wasn't fishy or tough. If only he could have a lot of salt, he would even consider making some squirrel jerky. But that thought was still too far off for now. Suhan picked up the pot and slowly drank the broth. It is now autumn. The weather is gradually getting cooler. Drinking this bowl of meat soup made the whole person feel much more energetic. Should I build a shelter here? Suhan looked around, then shook his head regretfully. No. Although it's easy to get water here, the food is too scarce. Once the heavy snow seals the mountain, I can't possibly rely on the squirrel's nuts to survive the winter. To survive long term, there must be a continuous source of food. A place near a lake or the coast would be best. I have a fishing line, so I can try fishing. If that doesn't work, I can also weave a net. A place near the sea would be best. I only have 1 bag of salt, and once it's used up, there will be no more. If there's the sea, I can extract salt. Full and satisfied, Suhan boiled another pot of water, then took the fire and water and headed back. Along the way, the chirping of insects and the calling of birds made it feel like returning to a rural home. On the way back, Suhan noticed many fresh animal droppings on the road. They were black, shaped like peanuts, and had a shiny surface. This is deer dung. Suhan was happy inside. There were deer around the creek, which was great news, meaning there would be deer to eat in the future. Deer skin could be used to make clothes, deer meat could be eaten. Deer antlers could enhance vitality. Deer tendons could be used to make bowstrings. If I can make a bow and arrow, Suhan couldn't even imagine how enjoyable life would be. With the system, my bow and arrow proficiency could increase endlessly. By then, not just deer, even a brown bear would have to salute me. Suhan suppressed his excitement and quickly walked toward the place where he had left his backpack. He couldn't wait to make hunting tools. Once he found a suitable place to live, he would set up his home as quickly as possible. Suhan didn't notice. As he left, the bushes in the distance were subtly shaking. After a moment, a streak of crimson blood flowed out from within. Getting the backpack, Suhan headed west. When he was on the mountain earlier, he had briefly looked at the environment below. The forest was dense in the east. To the west was a wide road. Before he had enough tools, exploring the forest wasn't a good idea. So, he had to start exploring from the west. Meanwhile, another contestant from Dragon Kingdom, a gang, also received good news. He had actually caught a bigmouth black bass weighing 3 pounds by the riverbank. Ha ha ha. I knew there was something here. After waiting for 4 full hours, his stomach was about to collapse from hunger. If no fish came soon, he'd have to find some wild fruits to fill his stomach. However, although a gang caught a big fish, unfortunately, the 10,000 times return mechanism was not triggered. The audience was very disappointed. What a pity. 10,000 bass, sob sob sob. Brother gang, so unfortunate. It's okay, as long as we're alive. And, once the fish are caught, there will be opportunities in the future. That's right, keep going. Brother gang, surviving is the most important thing. Start the fire. Cook the food. The entire process was smooth and seamless. Since he didn't have a pot, a gang could only cook by roasting over the fire. At this moment, in the Monkey Kingdom live broadcast room, one of their contestants had also died. Now, only 2 contestants remained, one was picking wild fruits, and the other was wading in the river to catch fish. Detected that Monkey Kingdom contestant Atai has picked wild fruit, triggering the 10,000 times return. Congratulations to Monkey Kingdom for receiving an unknown wild fruit, 10,000 pieces. In the shelter, the people of Monkey Kingdom saw the fruit appear and rushed forward to grab it. It's mine, don't grab it. I don't want to eat that mushy stuff anymore, let me have a bite. My child got stepped on by you, step aside. In the chaos, someone got 6 pieces of fruit. He didn't even wipe it off, just opened his mouth and bit into it. The bite was crisp, the juice sweet. Delicious. But before this monkey man could feel happy, his whole mouth went numb. Then, his entire body. A loud thud sounded. The man fell to the ground, his hands clutching his throat as he continued to let out hoarse screams. This scene scared the people nearby out of their wits. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Don't fight over it, this fruit is poisonous. In an instant, the entire square fell silent. And in the official live broadcast room of the Monkey Kingdom, the host, who had been boasting loudly, went completely silent. The fruit they had just gotten was actually poisonous. This was pure despair. Not good, our contestant doesn't know this fruit is poisonous. Damn it, quickly send a message. But, Your Majesty, sending a message costs 10% of the national fortune. That's still better than death. If they die, it directly deducts 20% of the national fortune. But sending a message only costs 10%. Even a child would know what to choose. When the Monkey Kingdom contestant heard the fruit was poisonous, his face turned pale with fear. He had just nearly died. That was close. At this moment, Suhan had already walked enough and was sitting on a large rock, resting. He was enjoying the cool breeze while flipping through the encyclopedia in his hands. The content displayed was exactly the fruit that the Monkey Kingdom contestant had just picked. Blue jelly fruit. The skin is highly toxic, touching it forces animals into heat. If they don't release within half an hour, men will wither, and women will experience daily stomach pain. If consumed directly, it causes nerve poisoning, ultimately leading to sudden death. If the skin is removed and washed with water, it can be consumed safely. Damn, what a twisted fruit. Chapter 6, 10 Skills a Day. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing looked at the content in the encyclopedia, her fair face turning bright red in an instant. This fruit's toxicity is too twisted. Touching it forces heat, consuming it leads to sudden death. This fruit is a nightmare, whoever touches it is doomed. And in the live broadcast room, other viewers also saw the content from the encyclopedia. Hey, wait, I just saw someone from the Monkey Kingdom come here to show off, saying their contestant picked a fruit. Could it be this one? Damn, it's real. Ha! A fruit this twisted? If they return 10,000, wouldn't the Monkey Kingdom explode? Ha ha, damn, brothers, the Monkey Kingdom has already lost so many people. Someone is in heat, and the people over there are starting to scratch their pants. Dying of laughter. Countless viewers from the Dragon Kingdom quickly switched to the Monkey Kingdom's official live broadcast room. And Bing Bing was also switched over by the director. At this moment, the square was in complete chaos. The blue jelly fruit had already been trampled into small pieces. But many of those who had touched it were now flushed with red faces, breathing heavily. In the distance, some people who had eaten the fruit were foaming at the mouth. Bing Bing said, shocked, oh my god, they must have all touched the blue jelly fruit. Li Chang, who had received an internal message, suppressed his laughter and said, Miss Bing Bing, you're right. 70% of them have touched it. You have to know that the Monkey Kingdom's resources are nowhere near ours. Their standards are just as bad. I heard from the tactics room that the blue jelly fruit has almost been destroyed. If we tell them now the proper way to consume it and its effects, it would be so much fun. The audience, upon hearing this, started spamming likes. Such a toxic plot. No wonder it's our Professor Lee. So disgusting. 3 minutes later, the Monkey Kingdom's official received a message. When their king saw the effects of the blue jelly fruit, his face turned as green as the fruit. Damn Dragon Kingdom, why didn't they tell us sooner? This. Your Majesty, the Dragon Kingdom just received this news too. The nearby tactical officer quickly reminded him. But the angry king of the Monkey Kingdom didn't care about this. Get lost. I don't want to hear this, hurry and cut off the live broadcast, don't let these people pollute our eyes and ears. But Your Majesty, we don't have that many women in Monkey Kingdom. What should we do? The Monkey Kingdom was weak, so many women had been sold as commodities. Now, there were so many men in the square. If there is no consolation, it will definitely cause a big mess. The Monkey Kingdom's ruler sneered and said, "Let them solve it among themselves. Sometimes, it's not always necessary to find the opposite sex. Dress those weak men in women's clothes, spray cheap perfume on them, and the rest they will naturally do." Yes. This was the method that had to be used. A few minutes later, the entire square was in chaos. Although the Monkey Kingdom had cut off the live stream, some people had bribed spies and managed to broadcast the footage. Dragon Kingdom's live stream room. Damn, my eyes, don't let me see this. Don't come over here. Incredible, as expected of the Monkey Kingdom. They truly have a unique way of handling problems. 666. After this event, other countries understood one thing. The wilderness world is not the same as Blue Star. If their players want to survive safely, the first rule is not to touch those unfamiliar fruits and plants, or they may encounter the same situation as the Monkey Kingdom. The rest period ended. Suhan put away his encyclopedia and stood up to continue. The time slowly passed, and dusk arrived. After a whole day's walk, his feet were already sore and aching. If he didn't find a suitable place after climbing this high slope, he would have no choice but to find a wind-sheltered spot to spend the night. Chirp, chirp. While climbing the slope, a squirrel's cry came from above. Suhan stopped, calmly took an oval stone out of his pocket. He looked up. He locked onto the target. On the dim yellow leaves, a cute red-bellied squirrel was crouching on a branch, looking at him. Its eyes were full of curiosity, as if it had never seen a human being before. Suhan tightened the stone in his hand and threw it hard at the squirrel. Whoosh! The stone cut through the air, making a sharp sound. The squirrel reacted quickly, but unfortunately, Suhan had already predicted its movement from the ground. Slap! With a sharp pain in his stomach, the cute squirrel went black in front of its eyes and instantly fell. Crack! Suhan picked up the squirrel, skillfully twisted its head off, then hung it on his waist and continued on his way. This was the third squirrel he had hunted today, with a success rate of 30%. The viewers were stunned. Has this guy turned on cheats? How is he so accurate? Catching squirrels with stones, the first one could still be said to be luck, but getting consecutive ones is pure skill. When he reached the top of the high slope, a bright golden ripple caught Suhan's attention. Is this a lake? Suhan squinted his eyes. He never thought he would find a suitable place to stay on the first day. But when luck comes, it's often unstoppable. After a whole day of trekking, he found a big lake just as he was preparing to rest. Who would believe this if it was told? From the hillside, the lake wasn't too big, at most about 10 square kilometers. Looking around, on the east side of the lake, there was a huge forest. Pines. Birch trees. Spruce trees. These trees were perfect for building shelters or crafting tools. At the far eastern end, he could vaguely see the shadow of a river. From his observation, there seemed to be a river flowing from the distant horizon to this area. To the west was a vast, flat meadow. There were fewer trees. This was simply the best place to build a home. Currently, there was no better place. Suhan showed a smile and, without even resting, headed straight for the flat grassland. Soon, he arrived at his destination. Because it was autumn, the grass here had turned golden, dry enough to be used for starting a fire. Suhan walked around a few times and was very satisfied with this grassland. Although it was near the lake, the terrain here was slightly higher than other places. Building a shelter here, there was almost no need to worry about drainage. After confirming the location, Suhan started clearing the weeds and set fire to the area he marked. This way, mosquitoes, rats, and ants would be kept away by the fire. The beast started to escape toward a nearby place. Otherwise, if it stayed directly in this place, it would be a joke if something bit it in the night. Night fell. Dinner was over. Suhan opened the system panel to check. He didn't expect it, but in just one day, the skills he had learned had reached as many as 10. Name, Suhan. Status, exhausted. Age, 24 years old. Skills, 10. Breathing, level 8, greatly improved lung capacity. Walking, level 10, greatly reduces stamina consumption while walking. Throwing stones, level 6, accuracy 30%, decreases with distance, accuracy drops after 15 meters. Lumberjack, level 2, slightly reduces stamina consumption and slightly improves efficiency of cutting trees. Fire starting by friction, level 3. Gathering, level 1. Butchering, level 2, slightly increases meat yield, improves the acquisition rate of meat, and increases fur integrity. Cooking, level 2, slightly improves food preparation efficiency and taste. Reading, level 2, slightly enhances memory. Carpentry, Level 2, slightly improves carpentry skills. Chapter 7, Discovery of Resources, Wild Ducks. Looking at the 10 skills on the system panel, Suhan felt full of confidence for the future. Although he started with nothing, one day he would create a paradise that belonged to him. As the sky gradually darkened, the campfire crackled. Suhan sat on the hay, drinking wild rose tea with one hand propping up his chin, reading an encyclopedia. The reading during the day made him realize one thing. The ecological environment of the barbaric world is different from that of Blue Star. Some plants that seem harmless are actually very dangerous. If you don't understand them early, there's a risk you might fall victim to them. The green jelly fruit is a perfect example. Time passed quickly. The moon rose to the top of the sky. By the empty lake, the only sound besides the pleasant chirping of insects was the sound of Suhan turning the pages of the book. He was a person who was used to being alone. As a child, during summer vacations, the best company at home was various comics and storybooks. Now, returning to his old ways, Suhan didn't feel lonely at all. Instead, he felt very comfortable. There was no pressure, no parents urging him to get married. And there were no gossiping people. This return to simplicity was something Suhan genuinely enjoyed. He didn't know how long it had been, but the campfire gradually dimmed. Sleepiness surged. Ha! Suhan yawned, adding more firewood to the pile, and turned to fall asleep. Detected that the host is falling asleep. Congratulations. You have learned the passive skill Sleep. Sleep experience +1. Tip: improving your sleep level will greatly enhance the quality of your sleep, allowing you to sleep anywhere, anytime. Suhan fell asleep. But the viewers in the live stream couldn't stay still. Sushin finally rested. It's not easy. He walked the whole day and still took the time to study while resting at night. Too strong. I totally underestimated Sushin. At first, I thought he was just a lazy university student, but it turns out he's more extreme than Master De. In the adjacent live stream, Master De took 2 full hours to get the fire going. What a difference, TSK. It seems that without toolkits, survival experts are nothing special. You have to learn. After the incident in Monkey Country, Clockwork Country encountered a similar situation. They thought they were picking berries, but it was actually a poisonous substance that caused an allergic reaction. When the contestant died, their body was covered in rashes. By the way, how's Brother Zhang? He fell asleep too, but not very soundly. There are frequent animal howls from the distance. At night, humans are tired, but for some animals, it's the best hunting time. They have night vision capabilities. Once these creatures find their target, even encountering a lynx could lead to life-threatening danger. As the night deepened, on the high slopes of the forest, a wild beast was staring at the sleeping Suhan. It wanted to approach, but the burning fire made it fearful. In the end, the beast turned and walked away. On the birch tree, the birds made strange cuckoo sounds. But none of this affected Suhan. In fact, as his sleep skill leveled up, the quality of his sleep became even better. A peaceful night passed. The next day, as the morning light shone on his face, Suhan woke up naturally. The campfire had gone out, but the embers were still smoldering. He started a fire. Cooked food. He gathered some nearby dry grass and threw it into the embers, and the flames quickly reignited. Breakfast was squirrel meat soup and nuts. After eating and drinking his fill, Suhan wiped his mouth and prepared to work on building a shelter. Although the campfire had accompanied him through the night, his body still felt a bit cold when he woke up in the morning. This meant the temperature at night was low. If he hadn't made a fire, he might have caught a cold after sleeping for a whole night. Walking east along the lakeside, Suhan had just taken a few steps when he heard the sound of ducks calling from the lake in the distance. He was startled. There were wild ducks here? Quack quack quack. Quack quack quack. Suhan hurriedly looked toward the sound and saw a large group of wild ducks happily playing on the shimmering lake. They had brown beaks, and their necks and heads were dark green. At first glance, the colorful display was very eye-catching. These were mallard ducks. Suhan had seen them on TV before. They were the most common wild ducks in the wild, found all over Dragon Country, and these ducks existed worldwide. Though he really wanted to catch one and roast it. But mallard ducks were very cautious, and their personalities were as timid as mice. Even the slightest noise would scare them into frantic quacking. The key point was that wild ducks could fly. Without a bow and arrow, it was nearly impossible to catch a live mallard duck. However, Suhan still wanted to give it a try. But not right now. He planned to wait until evening, when the ducks returned to their nests. This way, even if he couldn't catch a duck, he could still collect some duck eggs to eat. In the official live stream of Dragon Country, the host hadn't come yet, but the viewers were already in a frenzy. Holy crap, ducks! As expected of Su-God, the place he found is so rich in resources. Mom, I want to eat roast duck. I want to eat big pieces. Hiss, can we really eat roast duck? Wild ducks are so hard to catch. And they can fly. Brother upstairs, did you forget Su-God's super throw skill? Even if he only catches one, that's enough food for 2 days, and the duck fat can be used to cook too. Buddy, stop talking. I'm getting hungry. Hey, why is Su-God leaving? I remember wild ducks lay eggs in the fall. Why isn't he going over there to check? If he finds some duck eggs, that's a hard currency. On the screen. Su-Han just glanced at the general location from afar before diving into the forest to chop wood. No need to rush to collect duck eggs. With such a large group of ducks, as long as he spent a little time, he would definitely find some eggs. But building a shelter couldn't be delayed. Without a home, even if he hunted a deer, it wouldn't be safe. Because there were many thieves in the wild. Even if he hung the meat on a tree, those starving wild beasts would climb up and steal it. Such things happen frequently on survival shows in the wilderness. In the forest, a thick layer of fallen leaves covered the ground, making a rustling sound when stepped on. Su-Han scanned the area and finally chose the materials to build the shelter. A birch tree with a diameter of about 10 centimeters. A tree that was too thick would consume too much energy, while one that was too thin would easily break. A 10-centimeter birch tree was just right. He took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves. Su-Han spat into his palm, swung his arms, and got to work. Thud. 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 Crack. In less than a few minutes, a birch tree fell to the ground. Su-Han turned around and went to the next tree, his axe swift and steady, each swing landing in the same spot. This time, it only took 3 minutes for another birch tree to fall. Such smooth and effortless woodchopping skills left the viewers stunned. Is Su-Shan really a college student? His movements are so smooth, it's like he's a professional lumberjack. Holy crap, if Bald Strong had this level of skill, those two bears would have no place to live by now. Why is Su-Shan so professional at everything he does? 10 minutes, 3 trees. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, the workers at the lumberyard would definitely come to Su-Shan for advice. However, this was not Su-Han's limit. With the upgrade of his lumberjack skill, his speed became even faster. The entire morning, the sound of axes striking trees echoed through the forest. Chapter 8, News Trap for the Grouse, the Mongolian dog is jealous. Lumberjacking is an extremely physically demanding job. Even with a LV6 lumberjack skill, Su-Han still needed to stop and rest for more than half an hour before he could continue working. By the end of the morning, he had felled 36 trees. Such an impressive feat made the audience exclaim in awe. This efficiency would make Bald Strong shout "Ancestral Master" if he saw it. Glancing up at the sun, Su-Han estimated it was already noon, and he turned to head back to cook something to eat, planning to continue working after he was full. However, just as he stood up, he made eye contact with a grouse on a dirt slope in the distance. Ha! Wait, is it really this lucky for us today? Compared to the timid and quick wild ducks, this was practically a delicious feast delivered right to his doorstep. Su-Han licked his lips and whispered. Brothers, the heavens must have seen that I've worked hard today and sent me a delivery. Today, we're not eating squirrels. Let's improve our diet a bit. In the live stream, the audience also saw the grouse. But this thing can fly, is it really that easy to catch? Bing Bing, upon hearing Su-Han's words, immediately turned to ask the person next to her. Professor Lee, our contestant wants to catch a grouse to improve his food, but if I remember correctly, stones probably can't kill it easily, right? Squirrels can be caught with stones because of their small size. Even if the head isn't hit, a hit to the body can still catch them. But the grouse is several times bigger than a squirrel, and if it's missed, it will definitely get scared and fly away. Li Cheng nodded when he heard this. You're right. Trying to knock out a grouse with stones is simply unrealistic. But I believe Su must have another method, let's wait and see. He had learned by now. No matter what Su-Han was going to do, just start praising it, and that's it. Yesterday's live broadcast, Li Cheng gained 3 million followers. If it were before the apocalypse, he'd be a big internet celebrity for sure. As his voice fell, Su-Han on screen made a new move. He found a small birch tree about 4 meters long and 4 centimeters in diameter. After felling it, he began clearing off the branches until it was a straight pole, then he stopped. Although the grouse was cautious, it also had a huge weakness. That was, it moved clumsily. With this in mind, Su-Han's plan was to make a noose. In the beginner supplies, there was a tough fishing line, and with just a small section, he could make a simple noose. Su-Han took out the fishing line, tied one end to the stick, and made a loop the size of a palm on the other end. In less than 5 minutes, a simple noose was completed. Su-Han tested it. Just applying a little force, the loop quickly tightened. Done. Su-han smiled in satisfaction, picked up the noose, and walked towards the forest. To avoid alarming the prey, he purposely approached from the side of the dirt slope. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Detection, host is currently sneaking. Congratulations, you've learned the passive skill Sneak. Sneak slightly reduces your footsteps and the sound made while sneaking. The higher the skill level, the stronger the effect. Step by step. His experience was constantly improving. In just a few minutes, Sneak was upgraded. Suddenly, Su-han had an epiphany. His feet, which had been stepping on fallen leaves, became much lighter, and the sound they made was almost imperceptible. Suddenly, the pine hen stopped moving and looked up in this direction. But Su-han had already hidden his figure behind a large tree. Goo! The pine hen did not sense anything unusual and continued to look for insects. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. As the distance closed in, the heartbeats of the spectators were also racing. If the pine hen caught would trigger the return mechanism, then they too would have chicken meat. Come on, Su-god! Countless people shouted in their hearts. But the Japanese, spies, and foreigners were madly cursing. A broken stick wants to catch a chicken, don't dream. Fly away, brother chicken. Don't let the evil dragon country people catch you. In the picture, Su-han was only a little over 3 meters away from the pine hen. He stopped, hiding behind a tree, while the stick in his hand slowly reached out. The pine hen did not notice the impending danger, instead happily bending down to catch insects. At that moment, a strange branch reached out. The pine hen looked at the stick in confusion, not knowing where it had come from. Just as the pine hen prepared to wander elsewhere, the stick actually edged closer. Goo! Goo! The pine hen moved its body, clearly not liking this thing. But Su-han, hidden behind the tree, revealed an evil smile. Come on, brother chicken. He aimed the lasso at the chicken's head, yanked it down hard, and then pulled forcefully. Goo! The pine hen let out a tragic cry, its entire body being lifted by the stick. A one-hit kill. It's done. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing and Professor Lee exclaimed in unison. Caught it. What the heck, live capture. Though the pine hen was caught around the neck, it did not immediately lose its breath, instead, it kept flapping its wings and pushing with its feet. Live capture? The live broadcast audience was shocked again. Dead things and living things are not the same. Dead things can only be eaten as meat, but a living pine hen can be raised. Though the dragon country is currently short on supplies, it doesn't mean there's nothing to feed the chickens. As long as Su-han and a gang find some wild vegetables, they can absolutely raise poultry in the future. Sure enough, a prompt sound soon echoed in the live broadcast room. Detected: the Dragon Country contestant Su-han has captured one live pine hen, triggering the supply return mechanism. Congratulations to Dragon Country for obtaining 10,000 pine hens. Hint: supplies have been randomly distributed to various major shelters. At this moment, the audience nationwide fell into a frenzy. What the heck, Su-god, you are truly my idol. Live capture, we have 10,000 pine hens now. Although they are not high-yield white-feathered chickens, having live chickens to raise is really amazing. It's still Su-god, so strong. In various Dragon Country shelters, the lively pine hens caused quite a stir. But the people laughed happily. Quickly catch them, don't let them run around. Remember not to keep them hidden, these pine hens need to be cultivated and raised. Though the pine hens can fly, they are really quite silly. In the future, we can have chicken meat, how wonderful. At this time, someone raised a question. Since they could catch pine hens, could Su-god raise them too? To this, Li Chang gave an answer. Without a stable enough food supply, raising will be very difficult. Of course. I believe with Su-han's strength, as long as a shelter is established and he survives the harsh winter, raising will definitely not be a problem. Pine hens are omnivorous animals. Wild vegetables. Insects. They can eat all of it. But the problem is, Su-han is currently unstable for basic needs. How can he raise poultry? He can try once he is wealthy in the future. Even raising ducks won't be a problem. At this time, in England, in the slave area, they looked at the scenes of national celebration on the big screen, feeling incredibly bitter inside. There was also deep resentment. Since there is the ability to hunt, why didn't they show it earlier yesterday? This person must have done it on purpose. And on the other end of the screen, Dagu also had a nice development. He actually caught a fish in the river. Although it's only a small piece, it's better than eating snails. At this moment, Lord D also triggered the 10,000-fold return. The Western dogs fell into a frenzy. We have fish to eat, we have fish to eat. What broken chicken? I won't eat it, I prefer fish. Hey, why are you taking the fish away? In the square, a batch of fish suddenly appeared, but before the slaves could go forward, these supplies were taken away by the soldiers. They wanted to question, but in return, they received a whip. You mere slaves, want to eat fish? You don't even deserve fish bones. Hearing the soldiers' mockery, the slaves completely collapsed. But who let them choose this for themselves? Good people don't become slaves, they like to go and be slaves in other countries. This is called self-inflicted suffering. But some slaves were still comforting themselves. Don't worry, this is just temporary. Once the soldiers are full, they will naturally take care of us, and Lord Dit and Lord Bay haven't really started yet. Chapter 9, Chicken Stew with Mushrooms and Chicken Blood Tofu. Yes, that's right. Lord Det is the man who conquered the deserted island. What is this mere wildland? He even caught a goat before. As long as we persevere, we will soon have mutton to eat. The Western dogs thought of having mutton to eat in the future, each one excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. It doesn't matter if it's tough now. As long as we get through, with Lord Dit's skills, we will definitely have a good life. Although this sounds foolish, even children wouldn't believe it. Clearly, the foreigners won't even spare them bones to eat. Mutton? That's simply a dream. Even if there is, they will prioritize their own citizens. Who will care for someone who ran over to be a dog slave? But the Western dogs comforted themselves this way, as they had no other choice. Who told them to choose a road with no return? Every time they immigrate, there is a cooldown period of up to a year. Now even if they cry and shout to return to Dragon Country, they must wait until a year later to apply. This is a rule set by the nation's fate for survival. No one can violate it. Seeing the 10,000-fold return triggered, Suhan's face also showed a smile. He raised the plump pine chicken in his hand and said to the sky, according to the eating broadcast rule, I have to say one thing now, fans eat first. But since everyone has some, let's skip that. But how should we eat this chicken? Roasting it might make it a bit dry, and we don't have any seasoning. Why not let me look in the forest? If there are mushrooms, we can make a chicken stew with mushrooms. This is a classic dish from Dragon Country. Not only is it delicious, but it's also nutritious. Just when he was felling trees, Suhan noticed traces of mushrooms deep in the forest. If it were other contestants, they wouldn't dare pick mushrooms casually. But he is different, with an encyclopedia in hand, identifying mushrooms is very simple. With the pine chicken on his shoulder, he went deep into the woods. Not long after, Suhan saw a large brown mushroom appear before him. Luck is good, here comes a bull mushroom. He smiled and picked the mushroom. This is a mushroom similar to a brown mushroom, but it's larger, about the size of a bowl. Bull mushrooms are delicious and nutritious. They usually only appear 2 to 3 days before rain, and after the rain, they release spores and quickly decay. So, it looks like it will rain in the next 2 or 3 days. Suhan keenly caught this important information, and the smile on his face faded slightly. It seems he cannot stop in the next few days. Otherwise, heavy rain would be a deadly situation here. After that, Suhan found 7 or 8 mushrooms of different sizes. Seeing that he couldn't hold them all, he returned to the camp to cook. And just now, luck was quite good, as one of the mushrooms was successfully returned to Dragon Country. In just 2 days, Suhan had already returned 3 items, currently ranking first in the world. Cleaning the mushrooms. Killing the chicken. The chicken feathers must be carefully removed. This thing is a good treasure, essential for making bows and arrows and fishing. But next, Suhan's actions were hard to understand. He took out a small handful of salt and threw it into the pot, then added a little water, and surprisingly poured in all the chicken blood. In the official live stream room, Bing Bing stared in amazement, is our contestant so wild? And the audience was also bursting with question marks. At this moment, a fan with a background in cooking stepped forward. Wow, Su God is going to make chicken blood tofu. Awesome, really awesome, it's impressive he thought of this. Only those who don't usually cook would hardly know this. In fact, both chicken blood tofu and duck blood tofu are eaten in both the north and south. They are even quite common. But most people buy ready-made products, very few make it by hand. But it must be said that chicken blood tofu is nutritious and can be eaten as a dish. Hearing that Suhan was making duck blood tofu, the audience exclaimed awesome. I've watched wilderness survival shows for several years and have truly never seen someone make blood tofu. Today I really have gained knowledge. Then you must be watching shows by foreigners, although they eat raw meat, they actually don't really use ingredients. When it comes to foodies, our Dragon Country is their ancestor. Su God is indeed particular, not wasting any chicken blood. I see how Dagu and the others are no better, the real big shot still has to be our Su God. Although it was the first time making chicken blood tofu. But in the rural hometown, this thing is quite common. The ratio of chicken blood to water is 1 to 1. And for salt, it requires 5 grams of salt for every pound of chicken blood. While adding chicken blood, he stirred. After completely draining all the chicken blood, he placed the pot aside to sit still. After handling the chicken blood, it was time for the chicken. Although the feathers were mostly pulled off, some fine fluff was still hard to remove, so now it needed to be roasted over the fire. Suhan found a stick, stripped it of its bark, and began to pluck the feathers. The flames scorched the fluff, producing a burnt smell. After 10 minutes, the pine chicken was pitch black, but the fluff had disappeared without a trace. Suhan cleaned it and placed it on the wood, chopping it in half with an axe, saving all the edible parts to wash and throw into the pot later. Even the chicken but couldn't be spared. At this moment, Suhan glanced at the stainless steel pot, noticing the duck blood had turned dark red. With a gentle press of his finger, it felt very chewy. This meant the chicken blood tofu was ready. Suhan smiled as he used a stick to cut the chicken blood tofu into small pieces, then added more water, before throwing in the pine chicken and mushrooms all at once. As for stir-frying? He wished he could, but given the current conditions, he could, but with the time spent fussing, he might as well eat already. It was better to stew the chicken blood and chicken together. Let's just call it a chicken blood hot pot. Gurgle. Gurgle. Under the fierce flames, the stainless steel pot quickly boiled up through the stones. The chicken blood, in the boiling water, changed from dark red to dark gray. After chopping trees for half a morning, his stomach was already roaring. Suhan couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and grab a piece of chicken blood tofu. This time, he just blew on it and tossed it into his mouth. It was smooth and tender. The taste was salty and fragrant. Delicious. It was so damn fragrant. This is life. After finishing one bite, he took another immediately. In just a few minutes, the entire pot of chicken blood was gone, and at that moment, the mushrooms were also cooked. Although there was only salt, this wild mushroom was naturally a top-quality delicacy. Hiss. Munch. After having most of the mushrooms, the chicken was almost cooked. Suhan picked up a chicken wing to taste. The taste was delicious, but the meat was a bit tough. There was no way, these were free-range chickens, if he wanted them to boil tender, it would take at least 2 hours or more. He didn't have that much time. He still had to build a house after eating and drinking enough. This meal took Suhan a full hour. The audience watched for a full hour. Everyone looked at him with oil all over his mouth. You can't imagine how envious they were. Burp. I can't eat much more, I'll drink some chicken soup to help. Gulp. Gulp. Half a pot of soup went down. This time, Suhan was truly full. Chapter 10: The Pros and Cons of the Bunker-Style Shelter. After resting for less than 10 minutes, Suhan began to build the shelter. Considering the long winter ahead, he planned to build a very warm underground-style structure. Although he had no shovel to help dig, using a wooden spade was just as effective. Without hesitation, he got to work. Suhan returned to the birch forest. He found a thick birch tree, split it in half, and then continued to thin it out. Finally, the thickness of the spade head was set at 3 centimeters. At this point, Suhan stopped. Looking at the rudimentary wooden spade, he nodded in satisfaction. Next, it was time to carve the handle. This was a delicate task. The whole process saw Suhan working carefully, afraid that if he was not cautious, he might break the entire spade. But in reality, as his carpenter's skill improved, Suhan's speed also increased. A single axe in his hand turned out to be even more flexible than a carving knife. An hour and a half later, the audience witnessed the entire process of a half log evolving into a simple wooden spade. The live chat was filled with gasps. Wow, God, you are truly my god. I was just wondering, if we are building a shelter, why sit on the ground splitting wood? Turns out it's a handmade tool. Impressive, just this one skill is enough to surpass all the competitors. Isn't it amazing, using just an axe, he turned a half log into a wooden spade. I can sense that God is about to launch a dimensional strike. If it was just about building a simple shelter, he only needed to stack up the wood. Such a complicated tool-making process could only mean one thing. Suhan was not building a shabby shelter like those in wilderness survival shows. This was going to be something big. With the wooden spade completed, this meant he could start working. Suhan carried the wooden spade and began to build the shelter. First, he used the spade to draw a line on the ground, 4 meters wide and 5 meters long. Then he started digging with the spade. Detected that the host is digging. Congratulations, you have learned the passive skill digging. Digging, after leveling up, it can slightly reduce stamina consumption. One spade after another. Soon a shape of a home began to take form before the audience. Wait a minute, is God going to build a bunker-style shelter? 666. This is a huge project. But if we follow Professor Lee's analysis, Sugad's idea is actually correct. Right now, it's only autumn, and everyone can manage camping outdoors. But what about in winter? I'm afraid ordinary shelters wouldn't stand a chance against the severe cold. However, the bunker-style shelter is different. Only half of the house is exposed to the air, meaning that the loss of heat will also be reduced. If Sugad can build it, even when winter arrives, he won't be scared. But building a bunker-style shelter this early has one problem. What if it rains? As we all know, typical bunker-style buildings have a pit at the entrance. If it rains, it will be like raising fish inside. Hearing this, the audience began to worry. But their anxiety was useless, they could only hope that the weather wouldn't rain. In the wild world, Suhan was digging the foundation with his bare arms. He was already drenched in sweat. With every effort, a lot of sweat flowed down along his muscles. The ground, originally flat, gradually hollowed out into a big pit half a meter deep. But this was not enough, it was still too shallow compared to the depth Suhan wanted. He wanted the ideal depth to be 1.5 meters. While digging, the system was also increasing experience. 2 hours later, the digging skill reached level 6. The effects of the skill were already quite noticeable. Every time you dig, you can reduce 15% of your stamina consumption. The sky was already close to dusk. The sunlight had turned into a golden color. Suhan sat on a wooden stump, looking at the completed large pit, a satisfied smile on his face. The first step is done, next is to get the wood in, and then I can slowly build. But it's definitely not possible today, I'll have to wait until tomorrow. A whole day's intense work had pushed his body to the limit. Now, not to mention digging, even raising his hand made his arms ache. Suhan lay on the hay to rest. The audience, seeing that there was nothing more to watch, turned to the live streams of other contestants. At this moment, Dragon Country contestant A Gang was making a simple filter. Although he didn't have a pot, he found a bamboo forest nearby. He layered pebbles, charcoal, and fine sand into a bamboo tube, completing the simple filter. To ensure the safety of the water source, A Gang even went as far as to tear apart his socks. Li Chang watched the director's view and commented, "It seems our other contestant is not bad either. At least he's stable now. With clean water, surviving is definitely no problem. Let me see the other contestants." Just as the view switched, a strange sound suddenly echoed. "Oh, hiss. Oh." Li Chang and Bing Bing exchanged a glance. The director wouldn't have been watching a short video and missed the switch, right? But when they looked at the screen, it was a Sakura Country contestant, holding a fish, making strange sounds. S Country, 1. Fish girl. You are my salvation. Li Chang's jaw dropped straight to the ground. What's going on here? A Sakura Country contestant, acting so terrifying like this. No, buddy. You're supposed to be surviving. At this point, Li Chang looked at the Sakura Country comments, where there were words of abuse. Baka. Rimeo, stop doing those disgusting moves. You've ruined the face of our Sakura Country. You bastard, wake up, will you? This useless fool, actually seduced by a fish. Why would such a jerk be allowed to play a survival game and embarrass us all? I'll kill him. I'll kill him. Bing Bing, on the side, was blushing in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Dragon Country viewers were all laughing their heads off. The director understood well, and as soon as they saw this, they immediately switched to the next contestant's view. This time it was the star contestant, Bear. Compared to Suhan eating squirrels and pine grouse, his food was truly shocking. On that campfire, there were actually 2 fat rats. Ha! Am I seeing things right? The wild survival master, Bear, is eating this? Is this really the big shot I know? Does anyone have an explanation? What's there to explain? I've been watching here all day, Bear isn't as great as you think. What he got is similar to Suhan's, but his performance is way behind. At this moment, a longtime enthusiastic viewer, who had been lurking in the live stream for information, stood up. Through his explanation, everyone finally understood Bear's experience. Bear's items were a sharp pickaxe, a sleeping bag, a pair of hiking boots, a frying pan, and a bottle of soy sauce. After getting the resources, he immediately started setting up traps, just like when he filmed his shows before. But Bear forgot the most crucial thing. In the wilderness world, there were no support teams, and no props crew. Although he set up many traps, he didn't catch a single prey. In fact, when he ventured deeper into the forest, he was chased by a giant wild boar. If it weren't for Bear running fast, his life would probably be over. Now, being able to eat rats was already a gift from the heavens. Chapter 11, Caught a green-headed wild duck, triggering resource information. After watching Bear's experience, the audience finally understood Suhan's strength. In just 2 days, Not only did he have good food and drink, but he also dug a solid foundation and prepared the wood. Even crafted a wooden tool. Looking at all the contestants around the world, Suhan's progress is absolutely one of a kind. Of course, there are quite a few contestants who were lucky and found uninhabited caves as shelters. But any keen observer can see, caves may be okay for temporary stays, but they are not suitable for long-term living. Firstly, caves have no protection. Facing large wild beasts would be like being caught in a jar. Secondly, resources are not abundant. If the cave is on a mountain, one would have to climb up and down every day. That would be exhausting. At this moment, in the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing asked the director, did the rats captured by Bear have been returned? The director provided a series of subtitles. Both rats have been returned. There are now 100,000 live rats in the UK, scattering everywhere. Puff. Bing Bing couldn't hold it back upon seeing this. My goodness. 100,000 rats, that must be terrifying. Next to her, Professor Lee was squeezing his thigh hard, afraid he would laugh out loud too. But just thinking about the scene of rats running all over the UK made him want to laugh, and now his face turned red from holding it in. The director was very considerate. The live broadcast quickly switched to the UK. There were countless large rats running everywhere. Screams of pedestrians were heard all around. Those soldiers ignored it completely. After all, rats are not food. Anyone who wants to catch them can do so. Ultimately, the job of catching rats was completely handed over to those immigrant meat-chasing dogs. The Queen of England bluntly stated, "This is your food, catch if you want." The audience exclaimed deserved it. After that, the footage continued to switch. Today, everyone had been watching Suhan's live broadcast, so they did not notice what was happening outside. In some live streams, contestants were rolling on the ground, holding their bellies after drinking dirty water. Some contestants were injured all over from wild animal attacks. Others were surviving on unfamiliar wild fruits. Except for many unfortunate souls who died on the first day, the remaining contestants were still alive. However, their conditions were very poor. But there were also some contestants who were very lucky. For example, the contestant from Pakistan found a fruit tree. With the fruits on the tree, he could easily survive for half a month. Meanwhile, the contestant from the Clock Kingdom managed to fight wild dogs for half a lamb. Additionally, there were some contestants who were inherently powerful. Like the contestant from India. He directly gulped down raw water that most people wouldn't dare to drink. He would even gnaw on raw fish directly. Now, he was building a simple shelter in the woods using a steel saw and a hammer. The ruler of India immediately showcased their contestants' strength to audiences worldwide, promising that anyone who joined the Indian family could obtain civilian status. Just this alone attracted 60,000 immigrants. The audience from Longway gasped in amazement. Wow! India is so strong, this is way cooler than Bear's iron stomach, a true superhuman. Not to mention, that filthy Ganges river of theirs is probably 1,000 times dirtier than the wilderness. They must have developed virus immunity long ago, plus they wipe with their hands and eat with them, they're practically immunity to bacteria. It seems we underestimated India's foundation, they dare to flaunt even cow dung, they are somewhat fierce. I should go check on those duck eggs and burn my wood a bit. After resting for 2 hours, Suhan finally recovered. He stood up, his legs and arms still ached, but the tasks he had to do could not be skipped. If he could find the duck's nest, he could directly eat duck eggs tomorrow morning. And if he was to build a shelter for long-term living, those wooden sticks inserted into the ground must be burned. This was to prevent decay. Picking up a torch, Suhan put on his backpack and began to search for the location of the ducks. In the deep night, the insects by the lake are calling wildly. From time to time, one can hear the sound of fish jumping out of the water. Suhan gazes at the lake. Under the bright moonlight, a huge ripple is spreading. This fish must be very big. Unfortunately, there's no time to fish now. Otherwise, it would be nice to get a hook and fish at night. In this world without electricity, the night is not just for rest, one can only do some simple work. But fishing is different. All you have to do is put on bait and wait. Even if you only catch one fish in 3 days, it's still worth it. After walking for a while, Suhan finally arrives at the place where the ducks disappeared during the day. Looking at the numerous footprints on the riverbank, he is sure that there must be many wild duck nests nearby. Slowing down his pace, Suhan slowly explores in the direction where the footprints vanished. The system's voice suddenly rings out. This time, he learns 2 powerful skills. One is night vision, which enhances vision at night. The other is tracking, which improves hunting ability, and as levels increase, the clues that can be analyzed will become more numerous. On this silent night, Suhan occasionally crouches to search for traces left by the ducks. When he reaches a patch of grass, a shrill cry suddenly erupts from within. Quack! A green-headed duck, frightened, rushes out from inside. Su-han reacts quickly, pulling out the axe at his waist and striking once. Quack! The harsh cry startled the nearby ducks. They began to call out chaotically and crazily fled towards the lake. Seeing the duck lying on the ground, twitching continuously, Su-han picked it up, smiling. This catch is quite something, and it's pretty heavy. I just wanted to find some duck eggs, but I didn't expect to have such a surprise. Now dinner is sorted for tomorrow. At the moment he grabbed the duck, the alert sound of the National Luck Survival System suddenly blared. Detected that Dragon Country contestant Su-han captured a green-headed duck barehanded, triggering the resource return mechanism. Congratulations to Dragon Country for obtaining 10,000 green-headed ducks. Note, the resources have been randomly allocated to various shelters. Important note, in recognition of Dragon Country contestant Su-han's outstanding performance in the wild, a resource information report for the location is specially rewarded. An extra reward was triggered. Su-han mumbled to himself. After a moment, an email appeared on the National Luck Survival System panel. He clicked to view. It was a map filled with dark mist, but the place where Su-han was located was shown, and nearby, within a kilometer, a resource point was marked. Superior clay. Clay? Wait, there's actually clay here. When Su-han clearly saw the resource point's details, his eyes widened in surprise. Superior clay. He couldn't be mistaken, right? If bamboo is the hardware store of the wild, then possessing superior clay equals entering the pottery age. Clay pots. Clay bowls. As long as there's clay, anything can be molded. But just having clay is not enough. To make pottery, the temperature must reach 1,200 degrees. And this requires building a kiln in good quality charcoal. The former is simple, while the latter can also be made by hand. Thinking of this, Su-han felt incredibly delighted. Coming out tonight was truly the right decision. Not only did he catch a green-headed duck, but he also obtained information about superior clay. It was simply a double joy. Awesome! Chapter 12, Special Skill Danger Perception. In the live broadcast room, the audience had no way of seeing where the resource point was. This is the protection of the National Luck Survival game for the contestants. However, when they heard that Su-han got clay as a resource, they all fell silent. Wait, I can't be hearing this wrong, can I? Clay, wow, Su-god is about to take off. The brother upstairs, is clay really that amazing? Yeah, I'm curious too. Li Cheng saw most of the audience wearing puzzled expressions and began to explain. You may not know the value of clay in the wild. Having clay means being able to make pottery, such as water jars, pots, ceramic vessels. These can greatly enhance the quality of life for Su-han. Let's not mention the pots. There is only one Su-han. If anything gets damaged, eating becomes a problem. Having a water tank and a water jar means that there will be no need to go out for water every day. And clay items can also be used to store resources. For example, some wild fruits. If conditions allow, one can even make some jam. Without sufficient containers, these things are simply impossible to think about. After listening to Professor Li's analysis, the audience exclaimed, "Impressive." Actually, it makes sense when you think about it. The survival game of National Fortune has only provided 5 novice items total. But the daily necessities are way too many. With pottery, the quality of life will not just be about making some jam, but can also be used for cooking and doing more things. In this way, the importance of clay is self-evident. In the wild world, Su-han is searching for duck eggs. He carefully searched along the path where the duck had come out, and indeed found the coveted duck eggs, and there were as many as 8. So many? Su-han looked at the duck eggs in the grass pit and couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had stayed in the countryside for a long time, this was still his first time touching duck eggs. A nest actually had 8 eggs. He struck it rich. Su-han quickly took off his backpack, laid some dry grass inside, and carefully put the duck eggs in. Then, he continued searching for places where ducks had appeared nearby. Although the light from the torch was not very bright. Fortunately, his night vision skill had reached level 3, even with low visibility, he could see the situation in the bushes clearly. After a moment, another nest of duck eggs came into view. This time it was a bit less, only 5. The audience was extremely excited. The 8 duck eggs had triggered 2 returns. You know these duck eggs are fertilized. As long as Dragon Country hatches them, there will be many little ducks. If another 10,000 duck eggs come, I bet the audience in Dragon Country won't be able to sleep tonight. All the viewers in the live room focused on those duck eggs. The first egg did not trigger. The second egg still did not trigger. The third egg, the voice of the survival game of National Fortune, came. Detected that Dragon Country contestant Suhan can hatch a duck egg, triggering the resource return mechanism. Congratulations, Dragon Country has received hatchable duck eggs 100,000. Notice, the resources have been randomly allocated to various shelters. The bullet screen suddenly boiled over. Sue God. 30,000 duck eggs now, my god, the hard days have finally passed. So fierce, Sue God. Damn, triggered again. Who the hell would dare to black Sue God? I will fight him directly. +1. In the various shelters. Researchers were overwhelmed. Quick, more duck eggs have come, hurry and send them to the incubation room. What? Not enough incubators, then make them immediately. Once these wild ducks hatch, we will have plenty of duck meat and duck eggs. By the way, tell the superiors, request the restoration of the abandoned incubation facility. Professional matters should naturally be handled by professionals. With so many duck eggs, relying solely on shelters for hatching is surely very inefficient. The previously abandoned factory now comes into play. At this moment, the audience from the neighboring Kimchi country turned green with jealousy. Damn Dragon Country, why are they triggering so many returns? It's all ducks and duck eggs, can't we enjoy watching the live broadcast properly? Those duck eggs must be rotten, and the duck meat must be sour, they aren't as tasty as our country's kimchi. Damn it, why the fruits returned by our contestants taste like crap? This isn't fair. Maybe it's just luck. The scene switches. The contestants from Kimchi Country were left with only two, after being bitten to death by a poisonous snake. One is the superstar Park Dwanxiao. The other is Taekwondo master Li Jianjil. The former was a sissy, but he was very popular among female fans. However, after arriving in this world, he seemed weak and helpless. On the first day, he cried incessantly, even revealing his identity as a little wild dog from a certain financial group, hoping that this national fortune game would spare him. But unfortunately, it was of no use at all. However, his luck was not bad. He found 2 cans of resources for beginners, barely making it through the first day. But today was a different story. He couldn't find any prey, and when he went into the water, a stone cut his paw. As a result, he spent the entire day hungry. On the other hand, another contestant, Li Jianil, performed very well. He not only hunted a rabbit but also picked many fruits. They were gray fruits shaped like apples. Non-toxic. Juicy. But the taste was hard to swallow. Because they tasted like poop. He even returned with 30,000. The audience was initially very excited, even bragging about it everywhere, but when they actually ate it, one by one they spit it out with grimaces. At that moment, they finally realized. Why were these fruits lying on the ground without animals eating them? Because they were just too awful to eat. Suhan was busy for a full hour and finally harvested 28 duck eggs. If he ate only duck eggs for 3 meals a day, it could last at least more than 2 days. This was under the condition of being full, of course. With the duck eggs on his back and carrying a duck, Suhan headed towards the birch forest. While it wasn't too late, he needed to burn the trees to use as support. However, as soon as he stepped into the forest, he sensed something was off. The entire woods were oddly silent. The birds and insects that usually filled the air seemed to have all pressed the mute button. Suddenly, a wave of coldness crept into his heart. At that moment, the system's alert tone rang out. Danger detected. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Danger Perception. Danger Perception, when targeted by large beasts or enemies, you will easily notice their presence. Danger Perception Experience +1. Danger Perception Experience +1. Seeing the system notification, Suhan suddenly had an idea. If he just waited it out, wouldn't his experience keep increasing? This was a great opportunity to train his skills. Besides, with a torch and axe in hand, he wasn't afraid of ordinary beasts approaching him, as long as it wasn't a bear. Chapter 13 Global Announcement, National Fortune Elevation. Danger Perception Experience +1. Danger Perception Experience +1. Danger Perception upgraded to LV2. 3 whole minutes. Suhan stood still, not moving an inch. But the killing intent from the shadows did not dissipate. Watching the increasing experience points, he smiled slightly. Interesting. Want to outlast me? Let's see who has more patience. Suhan set his backpack and the duck down on the ground, to avoid hurting these supplies when a fight broke out. As soon as he moved, footsteps came from the forest. Rustle. Rustle. The sound was faint, but it couldn't escape his ears. In the blink of an eye, a lean beast slowly emerged from the shadows. 15 meters. 10 meters. Finally, it stopped 5 meters in front of Suhan. The man and the wolf locked eyes. Looks like winter gloves have come to me. When he saw a wolf standing before him, Suhan knew it was settled. In his eyes, there was no difference between a wolf and a dog when it came to attack modes. Typically, in front of small prey, they would leap and bite, directly going for the throat. This attacking method was efficient and deadly. When facing larger animals, they usually circled around their enemy, tearing and biting to continuously create wounds, waiting until the enemy became exhausted before launching a fatal attack. When he was a child, Suhan was once chased by the village dogs. At that time, they bit a hole in his pants. The more you ran, the more ferocious they became. The best way to deal with such creatures is just wait for the moment it attacks and strike it dead. The audience in the live streaming room was stunned. They thought Suhan would be afraid or try to scare the wolf away with a torch. Instead, he directly said, "Winter gloves delivered to your door." Wow! This is too fierce. The audience in the live room broke into a cold sweat, all trying to stop him. Don't, Sue God. Stay calm, we really need to calm down. If you get bitten, you won't have anywhere to get treated. Yeah, Sue God. Stop now. It's just a few dozen eggs and a duck. Let's give it up, and when we make bows and spears later, we can kill this beast. If it were a normal situation. Actually, the audience wouldn't be so scared. But unfortunately, Suhan had been working all day, and his body was already exhausted. The key point is that it is night now. In this situation, it was majorly at a disadvantage. Compared to the concerns of the Dragon Kingdom audience, foreigners were laughing with joy. Yoshi. Lord Grey Wolf, bite this Dragon Kingdom person to death. We will worship you in the divine toilet. Grey Wolf Appa, eat this detestable Dragon Kingdom person, let's all starve together. Good, good. The national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom is about to be ruined, Mr. Wolf, attack. We, the beautiful America, believe in your power. On sight. Suhan remained motionless, his breathing always steady. His body was indeed tired. But he still had the strength to kill a wolf. Woo! The Grey Wolf grew impatient seeing its target not react at all. It hadn't eaten for 2 days, and if it couldn't catch food this time, it would face the risk of death. Time passed second by second. Momentum experience +1. Momentum experience +1. Momentum skill leveled up to LV2. This was the skill Suhan learned during their standoff. Its effect was, when confronting an enemy, there's a chance to overpower them with aura, causing their combat power to decrease. After leveling up, it becomes more reliable to scare off enemies with one's own momentum. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from afar, and the torch in Suhan's hand was extinguished. Seeing the greatest threat vanish, the Grey Wolf flashed a fierce glint in its green eyes. The audience in the live room was scared senseless. This fire going out was so poorly timed. How could it go out now? Everyone's hearts were in their throats, with many too scared to open their eyes. They feared seeing Suhan in danger. Call your mom, die for me. Seeing the wolf charge at him, Suhan roared angrily. This roar, combined with the momentum skill, surprisingly slowed the wolf's speed by a beat. It was scared. It never expected that this two-legged beast could produce such a deafening sound. This was something it had never encountered before. A brave man wins when facing danger head-on. In this fleeting moment of flaw, Suhan seized the opportunity perfectly. Chance. Suhan drew in his energy, gripped the axe tightly, and swung at the side of the wolf's head. Thunk! Wolf blood splattered. Aroo! With a reluctant whimper, the Grey Wolf fell to the ground. Suhan didn't dare to be careless. Bending down, he pounded the wolf's head severely. Die! 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 In the blink of an eye, Suhan smashed the wolf's head to pieces. Looking at the enemy that was utterly still, he collapsed to the ground. This feeling was truly exhausting. Huff! Huff! Suhan lay on the fallen leaves, looking at the twinkling stars in the sky. He suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! I won! At the moment he killed the wolf, the entire live streaming room, as well as the competitors, were notified. Notice, Dragon Kingdom contestant successfully killed the large wild animal Grey Wolf. As the first contestant to kill a large wild animal, he will receive 10 points of national fortune rewards. Notice, Dragon Kingdom contestant successfully killed the large wild animal Grey Wolf. As the first contestant to kill a large wild animal, he will receive 10 points of national fortune rewards. The Dragon Country contestant successfully killed the large wild animal Grey Wolf. As the first contestant to kill a large wild animal, they will receive a national fortune reward of 10 points. The current national fortune of the Dragon Country is 65 points. Under the silent night sky, countless contestants were stunned. By the riverside, Dagus suddenly sat up on the stone. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Oh my god! The Dragon Country contestant is actually this powerful. All along, Dago had proclaimed himself the #1 in global wilderness survival. But he never expected someone could kill a wolf on the second day. In the forest, Bai, lying on the hay, also widened his eyes. A wolf? Is this real? How did he do it? The key is still at night, was it through a trap? Bai was puzzled. If it was daytime, it wouldn't be surprising. But now it's nighttime. If it wasn't a trap, then this person is too terrifying. The rest of the contestants felt similarly. They were very shocked that Su-han could kill a wolf. And in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, all the foreign ghosts fell silent. The entire barrage was filled with proud expressions wearing sunglasses. Blackie, say something. Calling? Why isn't anyone calling now? Talk to your dad. Who else? I just ask, who else? One hit kill, wilderness war god. Where are those foreign ghosts just now? Come out. Quoting those dumb remarks from earlier, come to the Dragon Country to be a dog, we can still feed you some dog food. If it's late, you'll have to line up even to be a dog. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing was so excited that tears flowed out. At the moment the wolf pounced, she was so scared that her legs went weak. Who knew, Su-han actually completed a counter kill. It was simply too thrilling. And Professor Li Chang was even more excited, jumping up. The savior of the Dragon Country has arrived, the Dragon Country is saved. Chapter 14, The Idea of Tanning Wolfskin and Making Oil Lamps. National fortune is intangible. But every time a contestant dies, it triggers huge disasters. For example, the female doctor who died from the Dragon Country caused a massive tsunami along the coast. This is the price of losing a large amount of national fortune. However, when Su-han earned national fortune for the Dragon Country, the effect was immediate. The storms that had been lingering on the Dragon Country's coast suddenly disappeared. People then realized the importance of national fortune. A nation with prosperous national fortune naturally sails smoothly, everything goes very well. And a nation with low national fortune will attract continuous disasters. For example, the beautiful country America. When their contestant swimmer died, it directly led to a heavy snowfall in the entire northern province. Originally resource scarce, they are now suffering greatly. That snowfall reached a person's height in just 2 days. In the wilderness, Su-han lay on the ground for a full hour before getting up. Although he wanted to just sleep it off. But in the wilderness, his torch had also gone out. If the bloody smell attracts other beasts, then he would be in danger, so no matter how tired he was, he had to bring the prey back to the base. Looking at the dead wolf on the ground, Su-han thought for a moment and decided to send the duck eggs and wild ducks back first, and then come back to drag the wolf away. This head weighs at least 70 to 80 pounds. In his current state, he definitely couldn't carry it, he could only drag it. As for why not disassemble it here and bring it back? The reason is quite simple. Su-han couldn't bear to part with this wolf skin. Now, there are only 2 months left until winter, his current clothes can still hold up, but come winter, without warm clothing, let alone hunting, venturing outdoors carries the risk of frostbite. With this wolf skin, he could at least make half a pair of pants. Su-han returned to the base with his supplies. He placed the eggs in a grassy pit, and pressed the ducks into the earth with stones. Only then did he leave with peace of mind. Su-han walked quickly until he saw the wolf's body again, and only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no thieves. If this wolf he hunted with so much effort had been stolen, he would definitely curse a lot. He tucked the axe at his waist. With a torch in one hand and pulling the wolf's tail with the other, he walked slowly towards his base, stopping and going. The entire process lasted an hour and a half. He finally dragged the wolf from the birch forest back home. At the moment he truly returned home, Su-han felt as if he was about to collapse. His legs were sore and numb, and his arms were too tired to lift. His entire outfit was drenched with sweat. Although he was exhausted, tonight's harvest was definitely worth it. To prevent animals from stealing things at night, Su-han specially lit 3 bonfires nearby, with the wolf positioned between the 3 fires. His request was not high, he only wanted to rest quietly for a night. With the 3 bonfires ready, Su-han finally lay down on the hay and slept. He was simply too tired. Almost as soon as he closed his eyes, he was already snoring. The viewers in the live stream watched with great heartache. Sleep well, Su-god. We will keep watch for you, although we can't do anything, we are with you. Tomorrow will be fine, tomorrow we can use the national fortune for emergency notifications. Thank you for your hard work, Su-god. The next day, in the morning, as the sky began to brighten, Su-han crawled up from the hay, cooking breakfast while chopping firewood. There were many things to do today. Build houses. Skinning. None could be left out. After a simple meal of a few duck eggs and 2 duck legs, Su-han began to skin the wolf. This was a delicate task. If he wanted to use the wild animal's skin to make clothes, he needed to tan it. The first step was to remove the whole skin intact. He must not pierce the skin, and all the meat must be removed. If the skin was damaged, the pants made would leak air. Su-han picked up the axe and carefully separated the flesh from the skin. With the help of his slaughtering skill, his speed was astonishingly fast. In less than half an hour, a complete wolf skin was removed. The audience watching this scene gasped in astonishment. Ha! He just removed a piece of skin. Wow, this is simply art. It's no less than ancient butcher cutting beef. Half an hour for a wolf skin, this speed is too exaggerated, and Su-god only has an axe. My family raises pigs in the village. My dad was stunned for 10 full minutes watching Su-god's technique. After removing the skin, next came tanning. This was the most important step. Tanning can make the animal skin soft and prevent it from rotting. There are 3 methods for tanning in the wild. The first is the plant tanning method. This involves taking nuts, mashing high-fat fruits into a paste, and combining the fats through rubbing into every part of the skin. Su-han had some nuts, but not enough to tan a whole skin. Moreover, just mashing the nuts was a big task. So he directly discarded this option. The second method is to use the fat from animal brains. This requires a lot of animal brains. You need to completely mash the brains, then boil them with water into a kind of paste-like soup. When the temperature cools down, the wolf skin can be soaked in it. Next comes the rubbing. Until the entire wolf skin is thoroughly soaked with the brain grease. This process is to ensure the fat penetrates the fibers. It can be said to be a very important step. But how could Su-han have that many animal brains? So the method he could use was actually a combination of the second and third methods. That is to blend the wolf's brain, wolf fat, and duck fat together. In autumn, a wolf of this size would likely yield 4 to 10 kilograms of wolf fat. Once refined, it would be enough to tan a whole skin. Let's get started. Su-han looked around and finally decided to use the half piece of wood left from yesterday as a container. He first used an axe to create a huge hollow in the wood. Then, he completely smashed the wolf's skull, tossing the brain matter into the hollow. After that, Su-han turned to disassemble the wolf. He didn't need the meat for now. He only wanted the wolf oil inside. Don't be fooled by how thin this wolf looked, there was still a good amount of oil inside. Su-han dug around in the wolf's belly and surprisingly extracted about 7 pounds of wolf oil. Now I don't have to worry about tanning materials. A whole 7 pounds of wolf oil. Half of it would be used for tanning, while the other half, Su-han planned to save for making an oil lamp once the house was finished. With an oil lamp, doing crafts or reading at night would be much more convenient. After all, burning a bonfire all day wastes too much wood. And burning indoors could lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. Su-han didn't want to die from something like that. Chapter 15, Roast Duck and Concerns of the Beautiful Country Lord. Because there was only one stainless steel pot, the oil refining process was very time-consuming. Taking advantage of the time while the wolf oil was simmering, Su-han picked up his axe and walked towards the birch forest. Time was tight and the task heavy. To finish building the house before the autumn rain arrived, he had to cherish every moment. Arriving at the birch forest, Su-han carefully looked around until he found no traces left by other wild beasts, then he felt relieved and got to work. He chopped the birch into 2.5 meters, which was the height of the house. Too high would affect warmth, too low would make people feel oppressed. 2.5 meters was just right. After chopping out 10 logs, Su-han prepared to head back home. Hee brothers, today we officially start building the shelter, and I hope to have it topped by evening. In less than 10 minutes. Su-han returned to the shelter carrying the birch trees. He first checked the wolf oil and, finding it completely melted, poured the entire pot of contents into the wooden trough. Then, he tossed a big chunk of wolf oil into the pot. The stainless steel pot sizzled as it made contact with the raw oil. While refining the oil, Su-han hurriedly rekindled the fire pit that had been extinguished yesterday, as he would need the bonfire for wood preservation. Wood would need some time to burn thoroughly. So at this time, he could return to the birch forest to carry more wood. Logging. Transporting. Refining oil. Preserving. All morning, Su-han was like a spinning top, hardly stopping his feet. Around noon, the wolf oil was all refined, and he had brought back all the wood. His intense work had already made his stomach growl with hunger. He had to treat himself well. Su-han decided to roast the duck he caught yesterday. Plucking feathers. Removing the entrails. After that, he took a tree fork to skewer the duck, using the bonfire to burn off the down feathers. Once this step was done, Su-han stuffed all the remaining mushrooms into the duck's belly, otherwise, it would taste too bland when roasted. When the entire duck's belly was filled with mushrooms, Suhan took clean plant leaves, wrapped the duck layer by layer with dry grass, and finally used mud to wrap it a second time. The rest is up to time. He buried the duck in the glowing embers, and now all that was left was to leave it to time. During his break, Suhan brewed himself a cup of rose tea. The faint fragrance could disperse his bodily fatigue. After about half an hour, Suhan estimated the duck should be done, so he stood up to pull it out from beneath the glowing embers. The outer clay shell was very hard, he couldn't break it off and had to use the axe to knock it. Crack! With one blow of the axe, the clay shell split in half. A rich meaty aroma surged forth. Hiss, it smells so good. As he smelled the delicious scent of the duck, Suhan couldn't help but quicken his pace. After peeling off the last few layers of leaves, a steaming duck, filled with rich aromas, appeared before everyone. Its skin was tender and white, bursting with fragrance. Suhan merely twisted with his hand, and a duck leg fell right off. Ah woo! He bit down hard, and oily juice splattered all over his hand. The viewers in the livestream were just having their meals. God, you are torturing us again. How good must this duck taste? Can you all see? The juice is splattering out. Why did I click into the livestream at this time? Mom, next time, please get a phone that can smell the food. Damn, so much juice. Just looking at it makes me hungry. The livestream was bustling with activity. But Suhan didn't care about that, he was about to starve after a busy morning. A single duck was simply not enough to eat. In just under 5 minutes, the duck was completely devoured. Suhan wiped his mouth and picked up a boiled duck egg to continue showing off, eating a total of 7 before finally feeling satisfied. He let out a loud burp. Burp, that's it for now. Wait until tonight to eat wolf meat. After eating and drinking his fill, it was time to move on to the next task. Suhan looked up at the sky and said, well, fans, the next scenes might be a bit bloody or even disgusting, so I suggest that kids don't watch. With that, he walked over to the wooden trough. Preparing to tan the wolf skin. He tossed the wolf skin into the wooden trough and began to knead it. The wolf brain mixed with wolf fat was squeezed into mush, alongside the wolf fat clinging to the wolf skin. Wash wash, wash wash. Oh oh. Suhan hummed a little tune while tanning the wolf skin. And the system appeared immediately, teaching him the tanning skill. Tanning, the higher the level, the easier and more efficient it becomes to process animal skins. Knead. Soak. Stretch. Under Suhan's tanning, a large amount of fat seeped into every corner of the wolf skin. The skin, which had gradually become stiff, slowly softened. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. The whole process lasted a full half hour before the wolf skin absorbed all the wolf fat. The second step of tanning the fur was complete. Next was softening and drying. This step was much easier, hanging it in a ventilated place, allowing the fur to gradually become semi-dry. Every day, spend some time kneading and rubbing. In no more than 3 weeks, this wolf skin would be usable. In the live stream room, the viewers were discussing the tanning of animal skins. Many of them hadn't even heard of it, let alone seen it. If it weren't for Professor Li Chang's live commentary, they wouldn't believe that tanning animal skins was so complicated. I really want to ask our contestant, is there anything he doesn't know how to do? The audience might not understand the importance of tanning animal skins. It's autumn now, and the temperature is still within a range acceptable to the contestants. But when winter comes and there are no warm clothes, forget about going out hunting, even gathering daily supplies would be a challenge. Although Suhan only obtained 1 wolf skin, he could use this skin to make half a pair of pants or a pair of shoes with wolf fur gloves. Just think. When the cold winds blow outside, our contestant will be wearing a pair of wolf fur boots. How comfortable would that be? But if he didn't know how to process the skin, TSK. Even if you hunt wild beasts, you wouldn't know how to use it. This speech got the audience all hyped up. Winter will come eventually. But if you could prepare a set of animal skin warm clothing in advance, that would be unbeatable just to think about. Meanwhile, tactical departments from other countries were also amazed by Suhan's skills. Beautiful country. Is there a way to let our contestants take down this guy? If we let him continue to develop, Eastern Great will become the strongest nation in the New World. I'm sorry, great leader, our contestants cannot locate him, and we also cannot know where this contestant from Dragon Country is. The head of the intelligence department shook his head and sighed. Now that the survival game had just started, the contestants were scattered widely. Killing? Don't dream about it. So far, not a single contestant has run into each other. Chapter 16, The Shelter in the Bunker nears completion. After finishing the tanning of the wolf skin, Suhan did not immediately look for something to hang it up. Instead, he stood up and began to carry the burned wood to build the house. He inserted the wood into the foundation and firmly secured it with an axe, then moved on to the second piece. Before Su-han could make a move, the system's prompt came again. He learned a new construction. Construction skill effect: when building any structure, it reduces stamina and error rate by 5% and improves construction efficiency. Su-han smiled at the skill effect. The system is really impressive. It reduces stamina at level 1, looks like I can save some energy today. In less than half an hour, a simple wooden wall was completed. It was embedded in the pit for more than half, with only 1 meter above ground. Su-han nodded in satisfaction and continued to build the other 3 walls. By 3 in the afternoon, all 4 walls were completed. The construction skill level reached LV5. Now, it reduces stamina by 10% and increases work efficiency by 20% during construction. But the current work efficiency had already amazed the viewers in the live stream. Ha! Building the shelter is this easy. Damn, a bunker-shaped outline is already here. Su-God really never lies. 666, the others are still looking for caves, and we are almost settled into a bunker. The gap is just huge. Caves? Laughing to death, even if they find one, can it compare to our mansion? Suddenly I have a feeling that I could do this too. After a short break, Su-han began to build the roof. Considering rainy and snowy weather, the best roof was naturally a triangular frame. But right now, he didn't have that many tools. Therefore, the most suitable one for him was actually a single sloped roof. First, the single sloped roof was simple to craft. It only needed a row of wood arranged from east to west. The slope was even simpler. From the sunny side of the wall, gradually lower it down to form a small slope. Secondly, a single sloped roof could save a lot of waterproof materials. If it were a gable roof, not only would it consume more materials, but installing it would also be a big project. Su-han determined the plan in his heart and began to carry the wood for planning. He first placed the wood outside the wall, then used charcoal to draw a diagonal line on the wall. Next, Su-han picked up the axe to repair the wall. To ensure stability, the entire roof used a mortise and tenon structure. In this way, even in strong winds, he wouldn't have to worry about the roof blowing away. Su-han stood at the edge of the wall, holding the axe as he worked, with the aid of his high-level carpenter skill, in less than half an hour. The first beam's position was ready. He lifted the wood and slowly pressed it down to the protruding place. Crack! The beam was securely fastened to the wall. It's done! Su-han tried to shake it, and the fastened beam didn't budge at all. With this experience, he basically knew what to do next. As one beam after another was secured to the wall, the outline of the roof slowly began to emerge. When the last beam was secured, the entire live stream room erupted in cheers. Wow, it really is done in one day. So strong, Su-God. I want to have your baby. The carpentry skills just now left me speechless. I can't understand how with just one axe, Su-God can do everything. Where are the foreign fans? Come out, don't you like to praise foreigners? Where are you? Yeah, look at this luxurious shelter, why aren't you cheering? Under the sunset. Su-han stood with his hands on his hips, facing the wind. Looking at the shelter he built by hand, a sense of pride surged within him. Look! The man has only one axe, yet he managed to build such a nice house. This will be my home in the future. Su-han grinned foolishly for a while, then remembered that the floor hadn't been laid yet. But this was not urgent. Because next, he planned to build a northern heated bed inside the house. Yes. You heard it right, a heated bed. This is a very common heating facility in rural northern areas. Otherwise, when the long winter comes, relying solely on this simple bunker won't hold up. But with a heated bed, the pressure is gone. Since there's no need to consider the floor, what about the entrance? Su-han stared at the big door, lost in thought. The urgent thing is to make a step, which would prevent water from entering and make it easier to come and go. Otherwise, when it rains, the entrance is full of mud, making it hard to step outside. It can even easily lead water inside the house. So, what should he use to pad the entrance? Wood. Although it's possible, it can get slippery when it rains. Why not make a stone step instead? Su-han suddenly remembered that there was a river to the west of the lakeshore. Since there is a river, in this mountainous forest area, there must be plenty of stones and pebbles. Both of these things would be useful for him. The stones can be used to pad the ground or as steps. The pebbles can be spread around. Looking at the dimming sky and the distant roars, Su-han finally gave up the thought of going out. After 3 days of high-intensity work, his body could no longer take it. Forget it, a little rain doesn't matter. I'll rest early today. Su-han picked up the axe, gestured at the entrance, and began to finish up the work. He built a door and a simple ladder. The sun gradually set. Su-han sat by the campfire, fiddling with the ladder in his hands. Although there were no nails, the mortise and tenon structure was even stronger than nails. At that moment, a breeze blew by. Suhan felt the coolness in the air and realized it was already dark all around. It gets dark so quickly. He stood up with the ladder and placed it inside the house. Next was to assemble the big door. For a level 10 carpenter, this was a trivial task. A few pieces of wood plus a mortise and tenon structure. A simple wooden door was completed. With that, the bunker shelter was finally completed. Suhan took the torch inside the house, then moved the hay and supplies in too. Of course, this also included the leftover wolf meat. As for the wolf skin, it was hung from the beam with fishing line. Dinner was some duck eggs and a wolf leg. This was his first time eating wolf meat. How to describe the taste? A bit gamey, a bit chewy. But it was edible. After he was full and satisfied, Suhan moved the fire pit inside the shelter. This was to prevent getting rained on at night. As for ventilation, he didn't close the door, so the airflow was great, no need to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning. Suhan had originally wanted to read a bit more, but as soon as he lay down, his eyelids began to fight. In less than a minute, he quickly fell asleep. That night, Suhan slept very soundly. But other contestants were not so lucky. Because a strong wind began to blow in the middle of the night. For contestants without shelters, this was a disaster. But those hiding in caves had no problem at all. Chapter 17, System Task Requiring Continuous Check-ins. At this moment, from the perspective of contestant Park Dewan Diao from the pickled vegetable country. Days of torment had completely shattered his spirit. Now he was cursing loudly. Why the hell did they make me participate in this trash national luck game? I don't want to participate. Mom. Wah wah wah. Hunger, cold, along with no one to take care of or flatter him. If he had a chance to escape this hell. Park Dewan Dio vowed never to hunt chickens again. Yes. Although he only had 3 seconds. But 3 seconds felt incredibly long, alright? From the perspective of Cherry Blossom Country. Contestant Lu Mao Tu had barely collected enough branches and fallen leaves today to build a doghouse-like small shelter. Initially, he thought he would rest peacefully for a night relying on this thing. But the strong wind destroyed all his efforts. The fallen leaves were blown far away, and the branches shook for a moment, then all of them crashed down on him. Ouch! Accompanied by a faint scream. Lu Mao's temporary shelter announced its closure. And he was hit in the face by the wood. From the perspective of the Maple Leaf Country contestant. Contestant Carey was fast asleep, but he didn't notice that the strong wind had spread the campfire he had painstakingly lit everywhere. When he woke up, not only was the tent on fire, but all his survival supplies were also ruined. Oh, shit. God, don't do this to me. Carey woke up in shock, looking at the raging flames in front of him, filled with despair. It was over. All of it was over. The tent. The lighter. The blanket. Damn it. He had such a great start. Why did this happen? Carey went forward trying to save something, but the wind fueled the fire, and the ground was covered with fallen leaves. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as everything burned to the ground. In the Maple Leaf Country live streaming room, countless viewers shed tears of despair. At this moment, in the official live stream, the host, Susan, learned some good news from the director. Dear viewers, please don't be too sad. The Lord just decided to use National Fortune to help the contestant through the crisis. At this moment, people suddenly remembered. It turned out that today was already the 4th day, and they could use National Fortune to assist the contestant. Although this would cost 5 points of National Fortune. But if Carey died directly, it would deduct a whole 20 points of National Fortune. Originally, Maple Leaf Country only had 70 points of National Fortune left, and after losing one contestant yesterday, there were only 50 points left. If they deducted 20 points again, the entire country would be in danger. Because the arrival of National Fortune would lead to harsh conditions domestically. Just as Carey was on the verge of tears, the prompt for survival from National Fortune rang in his ears. Ding. Contestant Carey, your country sacrifices 5 points of National Fortune to restore your lost beginner items. Notice, Maple Leaf Country's current National Fortune is 45 points. With a flash of light, all the items that Carey lost came back. Looking at the familiar items in front of him, Carey jumped up excitedly. Yes. Thank you so much. I swear, this time I will definitely live well in this world. In the live streaming room, the audience couldn't help but complain. You better learn a lesson. How can you screw up such a good start? Use your brain. When starting a campfire, not clearing the fallen leaves around in advance, even without the strong wind, there's a chance of causing a forest fire. This idiot doesn't even know this basic knowledge. Compared to the contestants from Dragon Country, our contestant looks like an idiot. What can be done? Go be a slave in Dragon Country. That's not impossible to consider. The contestant from Dragon Country is way too strong, you may not know, but he built a very luxurious wooden shelter in just 2 days and even hunted a wolf. Bro, if you don't go now, you'll have to wait in line to go later. I've already discussed with my family, we'll move tomorrow. This is not a matter of exaggeration. The strength shown by the contestant from Dragon Country is overwhelming. Hunting. Carpentry. Building shelters. Having such a strong contestant, the prosperity of Dragon Country is almost visible to the naked eye. Although now moving there can only be at the bottom, that's still better than staying in the hopeless Maple Leaf Country. Until dawn, the wild wind that had raged all night gradually stopped. After this night of trampling, the contestants reached a consensus they must build a warm shelter as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they encounter similar weather again, they might be in life-threatening danger. As for Su-han, he had it much easier, without the pressure of building a shelter and didn't have to worry about food. He slept until 9 in the morning before waking up. Su-han stood up from the haystack, stretching his body vigorously before looking outside. The morning light was exceptionally bright, showing no sign of the heavy rain that was about to fall. But the habits of plants do not lie. Even though it was a clear day now, a rainstorm would soon arrive. So, today's task was to ensure the roof was waterproof. This was a top priority. Stepping out of the shelter, he washed away his drowsiness with lake water. Su-han began to exercise his body. He chanted the rhythm while doing stretching exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. That's right. He was doing morning exercises. The well-known 8 set that everyone was familiar with. Since the system could classify any action as a skill, what effect would doing morning exercises have? Su-han was very much looking forward to it. Soon, the system responded. Ding. Detected that the host is exercising for warm-up. Congratulations, you have learned the skill exercise. Exercise can enhance muscle strength, improve cardiovascular function, and increase joint flexibility. The higher the skill level, the stronger the host's physicality. Note, continuous exercise will additionally increase experience points, and if persisted for a week, will slightly enhance physicality, if persisted for a month, will greatly enhance physicality. Please note, daily exercise duration must not be less than half an hour, or the log will be invalid. I actually triggered a task? And continuous logging can further enhance physicality. Su-han was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the skills to have so many surprises. But thinking it through, it made sense. Consistent exercise would indeed yield the effects described by the system, only his skills did not have an upper limit. Speaking of which, if his physical condition kept improving, could he punch a cow to death? Su-han couldn't help but become excited. But then again, I really underestimated my lucky charm. I must develop its features more in the future. Since exercising could enhance his physical condition, what would happen if he learned martial arts? Su-han naturally didn't understand martial arts. But he remembered that as long as he survived in the wilderness realm for 3 days, he could spend national luck to have brief communication with the high-ups of the Dragon Kingdom. Did this mean he could obtain the secrets of martial arts from the national system? This world didn't really have any martial arts techniques. But techniques like Wing Chun or Jeet Kune Do should exist. Su-han didn't need to learn everything, just learning a few moves would allow the system to default that he learned the skill of martial arts. At that time, as long as he practiced diligently, common wild beasts would be easy to handle, and even if he encountered other contestants, he could easily defeat them. Chapter 18, Continuously find 2 types of supplies. In the live studio, the viewers watched Su-han's actions, laughing heartily. The 8th set of exercises? God Su. Are you trying to remind us of our school days? But when it comes to having fun, it has to be God Su. You do without music, is that comfortable? 666. That damn memory surged up in my heart. Don't say, God Su was actually quite standard in his movements. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. After seeing the log completion prompt, Su-han stopped his movements and turned to cook. Breakfast was wolf leg meat plus duck eggs. To say people are hard to please is quite true. When they couldn't have meat in the past, they would crave it every day. Now, having eaten meat for 3 consecutive days, Su-han found it a bit hard to swallow looking at the wolf meat in the pot. It would be great to have some pickled vegetables or chili right now. His eating habits were quite ordinary. Breakfast would usually be 2 baked flatbread or a bowl of rice noodles, with some pickles being enough. Though it looked greasy. Thinking about how he still needed to waterproof the roof today, Suhan forcibly swallowed the meat. Wiping his mouth with his hand, he tended to the campfire. Suhan prepared to waterproof the roof. There were no tarpaulins, and even less cement and bricks here, so the best waterproofing tool was tree bark. They look like bricks and tiles, as long as they are paired with enough mud and some other techniques. As long as it is not a heavy rain, they should be able to withstand it. Suhan picked up a wooden shovel and dug a hole in the ground, then mixed straw into it to enhance the solidifying effect. After mixing the mud, the next step was to apply the first layer. Otherwise, the bark would easily fall off when attached. Suhan took the mixed mud and threw it directly onto the roof with the wooden shovel, then slowly scraped it from top to bottom with a wooden board. The first layer of mud was already applied. The viewers in the live broadcast were stunned. Ah! There's this operation. Sugod, what kind of work do you do? How can you be so skilled at masonry? This skill has left me dumbfounded. Just now, I wondered if applying it shovel by shovel would be uneven, but it can be done like this. Sugod showed us the importance of tools. Taking advantage of the wet mud, Suhan hurriedly hung the shaved birch bark onto it. Thanks to his choice of wood being roughly the same thickness. The size of the bark was also basically uniform. If there were big and small pieces of bark, it would affect the aesthetics when laid out. It might even create large gaps. If a strong wind came, it could easily overturn the entire roof, but with uniform size, there's no such risk. One can refer to the brick houses in rural areas. Suhan took an axe and cut the birch bark into lengths of 30 centimeters wide, then started from the bottom, layering it on the roof until the entire roof was covered with gray-white birch bark. This waterproofing step was considered complete. But just like this, it wasn't enough. After all, bark is still bark, and with wind and sun, it will inevitably develop cracks. So Suhan applied another layer of mud, followed by a second layer of bark. This was his double insurance for the roof. In this way, even if the upper layer of bark cracks, it won't affect the waterproofing effect below. With the 2 layers of waterproofing done, Suhan took a few sips of cool tea and turned to start wrapping up. Bark is different from bricks, and being lightweight, it can creak with the slightest wind. Even with the mud bonding, it still needed secondary reinforcement before use. This time he chose to lay the bark horizontally in a row, then seal it with mud, finally covering it with a layer of weight. This was actually more reliable. He could also use wooden sticks along with hemp rope to reinforce it layer by layer. But he didn't have so much time to gather materials, so these things would have to be left to do later when he had time. Thinking about it this way, there's still a lot to do. Suhan couldn't help but say. Hemp rope is very versatile. Sewing clothes. Making storage tools. Fixing furniture. Replacing fishing lines for fishing. The oil lamp mentioned earlier could use hemp rope as a wick. It could also make stone spears and hunting traps. The only difference is the thickness of the hemp rope. With the waterproofing of the roof complete, the time had just turned to the afternoon. Suhan quickly ate a little something and then picked up his backpack, hurrying towards the beach on the west side of the lake. Since noon, the sky had gradually been covered by clouds. He wanted to bring back some stones or resources before it rained. He also wanted to explore the area to see what useful resources were available. As he walked along, Suhan looked around, afraid of missing any available materials. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to some plants that resembled wild grass. It was about 20 centimeters tall, with countless stems like wild grass, and in the center of the root stems, countless nearly wilted small flowers bloomed. Wild leeks? Suhan exclaimed and rushed forward. He wouldn't mistake it. This large patch of plants in front of him was wild leeks. The viewers in the live stream showed expressions of shock upon hearing this. As a person from Dragon Country, leeks are incredibly important. They can not only remove odors, even more important, spices. What? Just stepped out and found such a large patch of wild onions, wow. Sugod, are you for real? Wow, finally a brand new spice. Oh my, such a big patch of wild onions. If we make some poached chicken and dip it in onion sauce, it would be delicious. Congratulations, Sugod, congratulations. Inside the screen, Suhan carefully picked the flower buds from the wild onions. The seeds inside these flowers can grow new onions. And he didn't waste the wild onions on the ground, he directly used the wooden shovel to collect them with soil and put them into his backpack. Later, he would transplant them at his doorstep. In the future, it would be easy to get onions. During the picking process, Suhan triggered the national fortune return, and a total of 100,000 wild onions all returned to the Dragon Country. The audience in the live broadcast room went completely crazy. Here we go again. We will have onions to eat in the future. Thank you, Sugod. Ha, awesome, 100,000 wild onions, plus a lot of wild onion seeds, love you. Su God, wah wah wah. Amazing, triggered the return again. At this rate, within a year, our dragon country will become the strongest country in the new era, feeling great. I said, as long as Su God steps out, there will definitely be a surprise. Although I don't like eating onions, I feel happy. Suhan moved the wild onions to the shelter 6 times, planning to plant them later when he had time in the evening. Then he set off on his journey again. But he hadn't gone far when he found another usable resource. This time it was wild mint growing near the lakeside. Damn, if I had known there were so many resources in the West, I would have come here on the first day. Suhan picked up the wooden shovel, ready to recreate his previous work. But as soon as he started, a cool breeze rushed in from afar. Oh no, it's going to rain. Suhan suddenly had an epiphany, so he hurried to speed up his digging, but before he could run back to the shelter, heavy raindrops began to fall from the sky. The rain was urgent, pouring heavily in the blink of an eye. Splashing. The heavy rain fell from the sky. Suhan finally made it home before his clothes were soaked through. Chapter 19, Making an 8 Immortals Table. The rain kept pouring heavier. The British player, Bay, huddled in a tree hole, watching the torrential rain with a look of helplessness in his eyes. Originally, he planned to use a day to build a simple shelter for warmth. Instead, after gathering a pile of branches, he encountered the sudden downpour. What a rough day. Now, he just hoped this rain would pass quickly. Otherwise, he would go hungry again. All morning, Bay had eaten only a little wild fruit. Though it could barely satisfy his hunger, it provided almost no energy. From the perspective of the cherry blossom country player, Liu Maotu stared at the pouring rain, unable to hold back, and started cursing. Baka! Why are you torturing me, a descendant of the Amaterasu Okami? I want to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck a nearby forest. The once arrogant little devil immediately assumed a prostrate position on the ground, frantically bowing. Suma Mason. Heavenly Father, I shouldn't have cursed you. Please forgive my stupid mistake. I beg you. Bang. 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 In the small cave. The little devil, scared, continued to bow, fearing that heaven would aim at him next. Inside the live broadcast room, countless viewers from the Dragon Country were laughing hard. Ha 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 ha, I told you, coming here would definitely be fun. Look at this green hat guy's sudden change in attitude, it's too funny. If you want to watch a lively live broadcast, you really should come here. Su God's live room is way too stable. Watching Su God is only about learning skills. If you want some fun, you need to watch other players. However, in contrast to Liu Maoto's good luck in finding a cave, another player from the Cherry Blossom Country was in disaster. He initially planned to use tree bark to shield from the rain. But then a strong wind blew, and not only did the bark fly away, but the matches he had placed on his head also got soaked. Facing this complete failure, this player completely broke down. Losing the matches meant he had completely lost the ability to start a fire. How would he survive now? The Dragon Kingdom's netizens saw this and sighed, shaking their heads. It seems this is his limit. Yeah, what can you expect from a comic reading otaku? But we can't just leave him to die, right? After all, losing him would cost us 20 points of national fortune. That's true, but we can't sacrifice national fortune for just a box of matches. Inside the Sakura Kingdom's conference room, the king saw this scene and slammed his fist on the table in anger. Baka! This fool can't even think of a better way to stay dry. Now that the matches are gone, how will he survive? The responsible official quickly knelt down to apologize. But one elder spoke up, "This is not the time to be angry, Your Majesty. We should help the contestant through this crisis. If the rain lasts for an hour, it's fine, but if it lasts over 3 hours? Then there's a risk of hypothermia. I think we should sacrifice national fortune to assist him, right? You're right, this is not the time to be angry. That useless Bodo is gone. If we lose another contestant, our Sakura Kingdom will be in great danger. Fine, let's sacrifice national fortune." The king of the Sakura Kingdom actually didn't have high hopes for this contestant. But if he didn't help, they would lose 20 points of national fortune directly. That was something he couldn't accept. However, it wouldn't be right to waste national fortune without getting something in return. They must find a way to ensure this contestant would work hard for the country. A few minutes later, the Sakura Kingdom's contestant, Chai Yi, who was standing in the rain, received help from national fortune. He was teleported to a nearby cave, and the matches he had lost returned to his hands. Buzz. Your country sacrifices national fortune to assist you and opens a limited time call. Moments later, an old ghost appeared before Chai Yi. The two locked eyes. The king of the Sakura Kingdom cleared his throat and said, "Chai Yi, we are sacrificing national fortune to help you through this difficult time. I hope you can use this cave as a stronghold to bring contributions to our great Sakura kingdom. Hi. Your Majesty, I understand. Chai Yi bowed excitedly. The king of the Sakura kingdom nodded with satisfaction and continued, this month's support opportunity has already been wasted, so I hope you don't let us down. By the way, your sister has already arrived at the shelter in Kyoto. You wouldn't want to disappoint her, right? Upon hearing this, Chai Yi was momentarily stunned, then his expression changed dramatically. He understood what the king meant. If he didn't work hard to survive, his sister would definitely suffer inhuman torment. So, Chai Yi quickly made a guarantee. But once the call ended, a strange, intriguing smile flashed across Chai Yi's face. The Dragon Kingdom's audience felt confused. Did he just smile? His own sister is being threatened, and he can still laugh. You must be mistaken, bro. No, I took a screenshot, he really smiled. Then I guess he must be smiling out of relief, right? People debated wildly, but couldn't come to any conclusion. However, what these people didn't know was Chai Yi was deliberately wasting the Sakura Kingdom's national fortune. Because he was brewing a huge conspiracy. At this moment, on Su Han's side, it was raining outside. And he was comfortably sitting by the campfire, using an axe to craft. In such weather, it was definitely impossible to go outside. So, Su Han thought about creating a set of tables and chairs. Luckily, there were still some birch trees around, and piecing them together should make a table. He split the birch wood down the middle, then split half of it again into 2 pieces. This way, he obtained 4 wooden boards. 2 pieces of wood fit together perfectly to create a tabletop. Then, Su Han began to groove the sides and back of the wooden boards. The viewers squatting in the live stream gradually began to see clues. Is Su God making an 8 Immortals table? Sort of, but the materials are simple, it should be a simplified version of the 8 Immortals table. Every time I see Su God doing carpentry work, I couldn't help but marvel, his hands are so skillful, the slots he carved are perfectly precise. After finishing the slots in the 4 wooden boards, Su Han put them together. I have to say, the LV-12 carpenter skill is truly powerful. The mortise and tenon slots he created fit together tightly. Except for the gaps in the birchwood itself, they are already firmly joined together. The tabletop is done, the rest is simple. Su Han smiled faintly, picked up 4 pieces of wood, and chopped them into 60-centimeter lengths with an axe. These will be the table legs. However, just inserting them into the ground won't work, I need to add 4 fixed wooden boards to make it stable. An hour later. After Su Han's exquisite craftsmanship, a birch square table appeared in front of the audience. And his carpentry skill has also reached LV-13. Its effect greatly increases woodworking proficiency. Efficiency will increase by 20% when entering a focused state. Chapter 20, without comparison, there is no difference. The table was finished, and Su Han hurriedly used the leftover wood to make himself a chair. Compared to the wide wooden table, he only took 20 minutes to make a chair. Such astonishing efficiency left everyone almost speechless. What? Our country's players are still avoiding the rain, and they've already finished the furniture here? Is this really a game? Oh, damn. Is the Dragon Kingdom player cheating? God, can we get this player to help our team? Wait. This place is a shelter. Huh? Did I just see that correctly? It's only the 4th day, when did he build a shelter? It wouldn't be that the survival game refreshed for him, right? Faced with the confusion of foreigners, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom laughed hilariously. Are you scared? We have a saying, sometimes the difference between people is even greater than that between a person and a dog. Help you? Get lost, have you looked at yourselves? Back when we were fighting, it was you foreign devils who robbed the most, and now you haven't returned the artifacts. What's wrong with the 4th day? Our players are just that impressive. While you are still starving, we are already eating pine chickens, isn't the difference normal? At this moment, more and more foreigners were broadcasting the scene of Su Han to their home countries. Thus, the number of people in the live broadcast room experienced a terrifying surge. From 300 million to suddenly skyrocketing to 1 billion. And this number keeps rising. In the picture. After Su Han made the table and chair, he couldn't help but sit down to experience it. Although the backrest and seat are still a bit rough. But the feeling of sitting on it is still very comfortable. Not bad, just a bit hard on the butt. When I get some animal skin to cushion it, it'll be much better. Foreigners couldn't help but want to mock a few words upon hearing Su Han's mutterings. But when they saw the wolf skin hanging nearby, they instantly shut their mouths. This guy has actually hunted wolves, so is it really that troublesome to get another piece of animal skin? At this time, the flower tea was also ready. This is the last serving. If I want to drink it again, I can only go out and pick it. Suhan placed the boiling tea on the table, sipping wild rose tea while learning from the encyclopedia. This relaxed and calm demeanor had a huge impact on people. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no difference. Other players either starved for 3 days or had nowhere to take shelter, looking as messy as wild men. I originally thought that Mr. Bay was already trying hard, but compared to this player, he is simply a clown. Yes, Dagu is my idol. In these 4 days, he has done many things, including hunting, making fire by drilling wood, and filtering fresh water, but compared to this player, the difference is just too great. This is simply humanity living in 2 different eras. No wonder Suhan was able to hunt a wolf. He is really too strong. I heard that many people from the Dragon Country have immigrated to the British Isles. I wonder if they regret it now, #, nervous face #. At this moment, in the British Isles. In the slave area. Countless immigrants, who came over as wannabe Westerners, are crowded in a dirty corner watching a livestream. The last line of bullet chat was not obvious at first. But the director intentionally amplified it and replaced it with a golden effect. The wannabe Westerners, who had regretted deeply, suddenly barked like a dog stepped on its tail upon seeing this bullet chat. F***K, why magnify it? I can see clearly, regret? I wouldn't regret coming to the British Isles even if I had to eat *T, damn it. The air in foreign countries is fresh, you backward idiots, how dare you act so arrogant. But before they could curse a few more times, others surrounded them. Damn it, Juan Cohen. It's all your fault saying how great the British contestants are. That's why I brought my whole family over, and this is how it turns out. 4 days, and we can't even build a damn house. Yeah, if it wasn't for listening to this bullshit tea from Juan Cohen, I could not only be eating pine chicken but also roast duck. Facing the accusations from the crowd, Wang Cohen was also cursing in his heart. Clearly, it was agreed that after immigrating, these foreign devils would promote him to an official, but now there's not even a bit of news. F***K, what a scam. An autumn rain brings a chill. This rain marks the beginning of the approaching winter. Those contestants who haven't built shelters yet swore in their hearts after enduring this autumn rain that they would definitely build shelters as soon as the rain stopped. The next day, the weather was clear. Suhan stepped out of the shelter and carefully checked every corner of the roof. Although there was occasional seepage on the first layer due to water, the second layer of tree bark perfectly solved this issue. It seems like the waterproofing issue has been solved. Next, I just need to reinforce it again to be completely at ease. Suhan returned inside the shelter and transplanted all the wild onions harvested yesterday to the entrance. As for mint, he decided against it. It withers when it gets cold, so he planted it in a corner of the shelter. It's just right for making tea when needed. After this flurry of activity, the wolf meat inside was almost ready to stew. Suhan lifted the lid, and a wave of rich onion fragrance hit him. Hiss, delicious, it's really too fragrant. Adding spices makes a difference. He felt it was a bit greasy yesterday morning. But today, adding a handful of wild onions changed the flavor completely. Suhan picked a piece of meat from the pot to show. The wolf meat was wrapped in a layer of onion shreds, making one's mouth water. The soup in the pot had turned white from long simmering. In the live stream room, the audience was drooling. And Bing Bing quietly asked, "Professor, did you notice that our contestants seem to have gained weight?" Li Chang was taken aback. Really? He then looked towards Suhan. Hiss, it's true. This young man does seem a bit rounder. Cough, cough. They are living well, served with wolf meat every meal, gaining some weight is normal. The audience all laughed at this. How can it not be so? Ever since Suhan entered the wild realm, he basically hadn't stopped eating meat. And when he wasn't eating meat, he was eating duck eggs. What a rich life this is. You know, there are still people inside the shelter who are eating porridge. With the addition of wild onions, Suhan found this meal more and more delicious. He had already planned that after filling his stomach, he would go out to collect supplies. The food at home was running low. Though there was a lot of wolf meat, it couldn't be preserved for long. As for the duck eggs, he had already eaten them all clean. Now that winter had not yet arrived, he thought he could still find something in the grass. Suhan was calculating his schedule for today. In the morning, he planned to go east to look for duck eggs and mushrooms. After this rain, many fungi would break through the soil, and not going to collect them now would be a waste. When the ground dried a bit in the afternoon, he continued to explore the west bank of the lake. Yesterday, Suhan learned about many plants from the encyclopedia again. Many plants, although looking strange, could actually be used as spices in medicine. Chapter 21 What Big Spicy Strips? Clearly, it's a big supplement. Quack quack. Quack quack. Arriving by the lake. In the distance, the ducks made cheerful sounds, probably foraging for food. It's great that they all left, now no one will disturb me while I steal eggs. Suhan smiled as he withdrew his gaze, turning to search in the grass. He hadn't walked far when he locked eyes with a mother duck that was nesting. A person and a duck, staring fiercely at each other. The brown mother duck reacted quickly, spreading its wings and making a piercing noise. Quack quack. It was so scared that it abandoned the egg and turned to run. But Suhan was already prepared. How could he let the duck escape? Want to run? It's too late. Smack. A stone the size of a chicken egg accurately hit the mother duck's head, instantly giving it a fatal blow. The mother duck, struck hard, fell dead at the scene. Suhan stepped forward and picked up the duck, grinning proudly. Level 16 throwing skill, who do you think you're messing with? Last night, he came up with a great way to exploit a bug to gain experience. That was to sit in a corner, read a book, and practice throwing stones simultaneously. This way, he wouldn't waste time frequently picking up stones and could enjoy the best of both worlds. For half the night, the throwing skill successfully broke through to level 16. Now, the skill effect was a 45% hit rate within 15 meters, a 70% hit rate within 10 meters, and a 90% critical rate within 7 meters. In the live stream, fans had long been accustomed to Suhan's amazing throwing skill. But the foreigners had never seen it. Today was the first time they saw it, and they were all shocked. What? Is this cheating? What did this person do? I should be seeing a stone, not a revolver. Did I see wrong? A stone just headshot a duck, oh my god. At the scene, the mother duck's scream before death startled other mother ducks in the nearby bushes that were nesting. They began to quack loudly, fleeing into the distance. Suhan was quick, pulling out a second stone, accurately headshotting another mother duck 7 meters away. This scene left all the foreigners stunned. What could once be said to be luck, the second headshot could only mean one thing. This was a sharpshooter. But Suhan didn't want to let this group of mother ducks go. Winter was approaching. These ducks would soon migrate to other areas. If he didn't catch a few, he might not get to eat them in a few days. Suhan threw his backpack on the ground and suddenly charged towards the flock of ducks. The ducks were fast. But he was equally swift. Quack quack quack. On the grass, the mother ducks let out heart-rending screams. Some faster ones had already dived into the lake. But those that were slower became Suhan's prey. Whoosh. Smack. Another headshot. The third mother duck was in hand. Suhan, panting, picked up the duck, watching helplessly as the mother ducks continued to disappear into the water. Being able to catch 3 ducks, he was already very satisfied. Suhan bent down to pick up the duck. The survival prompt sound suddenly rang out. He triggered the 10,000-fold return again. But since the ducks were dead, the returned ducks were also recently deceased mother ducks. The foreigners who had come to watch were filled with envy. It was only the 4th day, and Long Country had already obtained 10,000 ducks. Who wouldn't be envious? Suhan placed the mother ducks together and began to look for duck eggs. In just a short while, his backpack was completely filled. And the 10,000-fold return had triggered 3 times in a row. These 30,000 duck eggs utterly silenced the foreigners. They couldn't help but wonder. What exactly were the contestants from their own country doing? The Long Country contestants had collected dozens of duck eggs, but what had they done? Suhan delivered the supplies to the shelter and then turned back. Those wild ducks were indeed as timid as he expected. Even after just seeing the egg thief leave, they still dared not return. Forget it, catching 3 ducks today is enough for us. If we can't find duck eggs later, we'll go into the woods to pick mushrooms. Suhan withdrew his gaze and continued to explore the grass with a stick. The grass after the rain was still soaked with a lot of water. With a gentle poke of the stick, many drops fell to the ground. Actually, he wasn't afraid of the rain soaking his clothes. Instead, he was worried that there were other uninvited guests hiding in the grass. Just as he was thinking about this, a colorful silk-like object flashed under the grass he just flipped. Wow, I won the treasure from the blind box, a super big spicy strip. Wait a minute, this is actually a 5-pattern flower viper, a huge supplement. Brothers, we really struck gold this time. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing looked at the 1-meter-long spicy strip, her little face turned pale with fear. Beside her, Li Cheng gasped in shock. Fortunately, their player was steady. If it were a reckless foreigner, he would have exploded the moment he reached out to touch it. Just when Li Cheng thought Suhan would retreat, he heard him excitedly shout something about a huge supplement. No, buddy. You really don't care about your life, do you? This is a venomous snake. Suhan was extremely excited, and his mind floated with details about this snake. 5-patterned flower viper. A rare species in the wilderness realm, named for the 5 patterns on its back: red, green, black, pink, and purple. Its snake gall has the effect of enhancing physical fitness and improving vision. Moreover, the snake meat is tender and is considered a top delicacy. To encounter such a great supplement here, his luck was amazing. Su-han took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. Although the 5-pattern flower viper was a great supplement, its venom was extremely dangerous. Just 3 milligrams could kill a cow. Therefore, capturing this spicy strip required some preparation. He slowly backed away, and when he retreated to the lakeside, he immediately sharpened the stick in his hand with an axe. To catch the 5-pattern flower viper later, he would rely entirely on this stick. However, to be safe, Su-han found another stick by the lakeside as a backup, in case he missed and didn't have the ability to counterattack. With everything ready, he walked towards that patch of grass again. This time, he moved much more slowly. Step by step, Su-han gradually approached the venomous snake, and soon he arrived at the previous spot, but the 5-pattern flower viper had surprisingly not moved. This was good news. It would save him the trouble of searching. Let's go. Su-han gently lifted the dry grass near the venomous snake with his left hand. He wanted to see where the snake's head was, otherwise, if he accidentally pierced the gallbladder, it would be a huge disaster. The stick lifted the dry grass, revealing more area slowly. At that moment, a chunky snake belly appeared in Su-han's eyes. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he immediately realized why the snake had been so still. It was digesting the food it had just eaten. It was very likely the wild ducks nearby that were incubating eggs. Su-han continued to lift the other dry grass, and when he saw the snake's head, his right hand's wooden spear instantly jabbed forward. Chapter 22: The effect of the snake gall explodes. Puff! The wooden spear shot like lightning, pinning the snake head firmly to the ground. One hit, a perfect strike. Su-han immediately retreated. The seriously wounded 5-pattern flower viper, although its head had been pierced, its reflexes drove it to retaliate against everything around it. Its colorful body twisted wildly, ultimately wrapping around the wooden stick. But no matter how hard it tried, the wooden spear that was pinned to the ground remained completely unmoved. Gradually, the resistance of this venomous snake weakened. Su-han then confirmed that the strike had shattered its brain. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. A full 15 minutes passed before the 5-colored venomous snake was completely still. Su-han cautiously walked forward, then gently poked the snake's body with another wooden spear. The 5-colored venomous snake still did not move. It seems this time it is truly dead. But for safety's sake, Su-han did not touch the wooden spear that pinned the snake's head. Instead, he used an axe to cut off the section just below the snake's head. With one swing of the axe, the 5-colored venomous snake showed no response. Su-han looked at the treasure in his hands, feeling very pleased as he picked it up. Brothers, the plan has changed. Today at noon we eat snake meat. At the moment he picked up the snake, the National Luck Survival prompt sounded successively. Prompt: congratulations to the contestant from the Dragon Nation for successfully killing the super rare species 5-colored venomous snake. As the first contestant to kill a super rare species, you will receive a 10-point National Luck reward. Prompt: congratulations to the contestant from the Dragon Nation for successfully killing the super rare species 5-colored venomous snake. As the first contestant to kill a super rare species, you will receive a 10-point National Luck reward. Prompt: congratulations to the contestant from the Dragon Nation for successfully killing the super rare species 5-colored venomous snake. As the first contestant to kill a super rare species, you will receive a 10-point National Luck reward. Detected that contestant Su-han from the Dragon Nation hunted the super rare species 5-colored venomous snake, triggering the resource return mechanism. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation for receiving 10,000 5-colored venomous snake corpses. The announcement in front was global, and the latter was the reward for this event. Su-han noticed that the 5-colored venomous snake triggered the return mechanism and began to explain the effects of this toxic snake to everyone. You may not know why I was so happy when I encountered this snake, right? Actually, the answer is very simple. The 5-colored venomous snake contains 5 gallbladders. As long as you swallow them, you can enhance your physical condition and also improve your vision. As soon as these words came out, all the viewers were stunned. No wonder Su-han was so excited. This was not just a venomous snake, it was simply a super health tonic. In the Dragon Nation's tactical research room. When everyone heard about the effect of the gallbladders, the leader immediately issued a lockdown order. Come here, pass down the order. Keep a close watch on all gallbladders. Yes. In various shelters. All the 5-colored venomous snakes were locked up. These were strategic resources. If given to the soldiers, it would greatly enhance their combat capabilities. Arriving at the shelter entrance, Su-han tossed the 5-colored venomous snake onto the wooden board, gently cutting open its skin with the axe, slowly peeling it away like taking off a sock. In the wilderness world, snake skin is a multifunctional material. As long as it is processed, it can be turned into a simple water bottle, belt, and storage bag. Although the processing is a bit troublesome, for Su-han, who is at slaughtering level LV8, it is not difficult at all. After about 20 minutes, a perfect piece of snakeskin was taken off. In the sunlight, this colorful snakeskin captivated countless foreigners. At the same time, it left many domestic viewers in awe. So strong, Su-han. If Su-han dares to say he is the second strongest in the wilderness, who would dare to claim to be the first? These hands are truly steady, just a single axe can peel the snakeskin so completely. It's simply amazing. I'm wondering, what exactly are the effects of the gallbladders? Will I become a superhuman? Hey buddy upstairs, wake up. National luck survival won't give you such great benefits, at most, you'll just get a bit stronger. After finishing the skinning, the next step was to remove the internal organs and look for the precious gallbladders. The tender snake meat was quickly sliced open by the sharp axe blade and rolled to the sides. As for the snake blood, actually, Su-han had already drained it before bringing it back. This thing has no container for storage at the moment, and even if brought back, it would be a waste. Moments later, the first gallbladder came into view. It was about the size of a longan, overall showing a dark red color, beautifully tempting like a gem. Su-han cut it off and threw his head back to swallow it whole. Not bad, no taste. The freshly killed snake was really fresh, eating it raw was fine. But normally, it wasn't recommended to do so, because snake gall contained many parasites. However, the 5th-generation flower poison snake was different. This snake had a special toxin in its body that was harmless to humans but could effectively kill all parasites. Therefore, consuming it directly was safe. Next were the second and third galls. I must say, this snake was really fat, even without the internal organs, it must have had at least 2 pounds of meat. Slowly, the last 2 snake galls were found. While breaking down the snake meat, Su-han discovered a duck that had not been fully digested in the snake's belly. It was covered in slime and looked disgusting. He decisively threw it away. All 5 snake galls were consumed. Su-han felt nothing, he frowned slightly. What about the promised enhancement to his physique? Could it be a scam? But then he thought, this wasn't a game, even if the snake gall had effects, there had to be a digestion process. No need to rush, anyway, he had eaten it. Let it digest by itself. Su-han simply stopped thinking about it and got up to clean the area. He tossed the snake meat into the pot and covered it, hanging the snake skin in the shelter. He didn't have time to deal with the snake entrails for now, he could only toss them into the lake to feed the fish. Besides, using them as bait might fish something big. After finishing his tasks, he glanced at the system bar. It was only 10:30. At this hour, lunch was still far away. Forget it, let's search for duck eggs again. Su-han set off again. But this time, he wasn't so lucky. For a whole hour, the grass was turned upside down, yet he didn't find any duck eggs. From what Su-han understood, female ducks did not move eggs like birds do, carrying them in their beaks. The only possibility was that they were overly startled and abandoned their nests completely. This was a very frustrating situation. Su-han wasn't angry, since he couldn't find them, he simply gave up the search and turned to move into the nearby woods. This was his lumbering spot. After a heavy rain, many mushrooms grew here. There were delicious ginger mushrooms, large oyster mushrooms the size of bowls, and some mushrooms as big as clams. All of these were edible mushrooms. Su-han collected them in the woods, and in just half an hour, his backpack was full. This time the harvest was rich, but he felt a bit disappointed that the 10,000-fold return didn't trigger. Back at the base, he unloaded the mushrooms. Su-han went out again. He wanted to harvest as many mushrooms in the woods as possible, otherwise, these mushrooms would quickly grow to an uneatable state under the nourishment of moisture. As the saying goes, after rain, bamboo shoots spring up. Actually, this applies very well to mushrooms too. If he didn't collect them now, they would rot in no more than 3 days. Before lunch, Su-han returned 3 times before finishing picking all the mushrooms in the woods. He tossed some mushrooms that couldn't be stored into the pot to stew with the snake meat. Those that could be air-dried were laid out on the rooftop. Though it was a bit dim in the morning, now it felt like summer, the sunlight was abundant, perfect for drying mushrooms. At 12:40 p.m., Su-han was just about to eat when a hot current surged rapidly from his lower abdomen. Su-han let out a muffled grunt. Countless beads of sweat quickly appeared on his body. In just a few breaths, he was drenched in sweat. At this moment, he realized. The effect of the snake gall has erupted. Chapter 23, Unexpected Discovery of Wild Rose Hips. His body became increasingly hot, and the surface temperature rose rapidly. Su-han sensed that something was wrong. If the effect was allowed to run wild, if something happened to his brain, it would be hilarious. So, he took off his clothes and dashed toward the lake. With a splash, Suhan jumped directly into the lake from the high slope. The lake water was unusually cold after the rain, but to him at this moment, it felt as refreshing as a blessing from the heavens. It really feels much better. Suhan surfaced from the water. The power of the medicine was still lasting, though it had shifted from his lower abdomen to his limbs. Hot. It was painfully hot. Suhan felt his entire face should now be red. And he wasn't wrong. From the viewer's perspective, his cheeks were burning hot, like he had spent an hour in a sauna. Burning hot. Flushed. What the effect of the 5 generations flower poison snake's bile is so overbearing. I guess Sugad's face temperature must be over 38 degrees Celsius, maybe even 39 degrees Celsius. Is he really okay? Don't be scared, brothers upstairs, even if it's a true high fever, as long as it doesn't last long, it's completely fine. Besides, Sugad has consumed the snake bile from an encyclopedia, no worries. Sugad is always cautious, so I think he's really fine. Suhan stayed in the lake for a full half hour before he felt the heat in his body gradually dissipating. He slowly swam to the shallows, just as his body rose above the surface. The watching citizens in the livestream had their eyes wide open. Originally, Suhan had some muscles, but he wasn't the skinny type. And now, his muscles were well-defined, especially under the sunlight, giving off a unique beauty. The female fans couldn't sit still upon seeing this. Wow, those muscles. Sugad, can I touch them? They are so beautiful. Sugad, I can knit yarn in my mouth, can I touch them? Sugad, I am a strong electric but please let me touch your abs. A strong electric but is amazing? Sister, I am super thunder, I can directly smother someone, let me do it. In the official livestream. The host, Bing Bing, was wide-eyed. She never expected the muscles under Suhan's clothes to be so enticing. She wanted to touch them so badly. Bing Bing, did you notice that Suhan's muscle lines have changed? Professor Lee, what do you mean? Look, this is a picture of Suhan shirtless from that day, and this is his current state. You see, the muscles have obviously increased, but it's not that forced protein powder kind of shape. Bing Bing snapped back to reality and quickly looked at the tablet in Li Cheng's hands. Indeed, just as he said. Suhan's muscles had really changed. Originally, he still had a bit of a belly, and now it had magically turned into six-pack abs. It's true. Professor, is this the effect of the 5 generations flower snake bile? Bing Bing looked more and more shocked. If the effect of the snake bile is this powerful, then wouldn't the soldiers of the dragon country become 10,000 super special soldiers if they consume snake bile? Li Cheng nodded. I think so. Suhan's body heat just now should be the effect of the snake bile burning fat, no wonder it's called a super rare species. A snake bile with such miraculous effects is indeed extraordinary. Suhan left the water's surface, and after just a few steps, he noticed a change in his body. He looked down at his lower abdomen. What was once a small belly had magically transformed into six-pack abs. Suhan was momentarily stunned, then laughed as he teased himself. Ah! The snake bile has this effect. Goodness, I can't help but exclaim. With this figure, wouldn't rich women be crazy for me? Unbeknownst to him, the female fans in the livestream were practically dying of envy. When he reached the shore, Suhan picked up a hard clump of soil from the ground. It shattered into pieces in his grip, even though he hadn't used much strength. Judging solely from his grip strength, his power had at least increased by about 30%. This feeling was too exhilarating. Just as Suhan was about to test how strong he really was, a tantalizing meat scent wafted over from afar. Oh no, not good. My snake meat. Suhan was momentarily stunned, then remembered that he had meat stewing at home, so he yelled and sprinted towards the shelter. By the time he ran back to the shelter, the broth in the pot was nearly dry. Although it was a false alarm, it still scared him half to death. Suhan wasn't really worried about the snake meat, mainly afraid of burning the pot. After all, this was the only pot he had right now. If it broke, he'd be troubled just to boil some hot water later. Suhan used a stick to move the pot onto the table. Then, he tossed in a handful of chopped green onions and a little salt, stirring it a few times before it was ready to eat. Who? Suhan picked up a piece of snake meat, blew on it, and then carefully placed it in his mouth. If it tasted bad, he could always feed it to the fish later. Who says he can't be confident? After chewing a couple of times, Suhan's eyes lit up. This snake meat is excellent. The texture is chewy, somewhat like chicken but not as dry as chicken. As for the taste, it is sweet and fresh, with a hint of aroma. Delicious, really delicious. It's so fragrant. Suhan was eating with grease dripping from his mouth. He had often heard people say that eating snake meat can be addictive. And the more poisonous the snake, the more fragrant it is. At that time, he thought it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be true. He gobbled down a whole 1.5 pounds of snake meat. When Suhan finished eating, he still felt a bit unsatisfied. However, with the addition of duck eggs and mushrooms, he certainly had a full meal. In the live broadcast room, the female fans watched Suhan walk out of the shelter, putting his clothes back on, feeling a deep sense of regret. The only pity was that the important parts were blurred out. Not sure if it was the effect of the snake gall or just being full and satisfied. Suhan felt an immense burst of energy. Taking advantage of the nice weather, he decisively picked up his backpack and headed out. This time, his goal was still to reach the riverbank west of the lake. Yesterday, it rained midway, so he couldn't make it. Starting on the road again, the cool autumn breeze tousled his hair, and the grass had gradually dried, making walking incredibly easy. Crossing the grassy area where he had searched for supplies yesterday, he arrived at a sparse forest. As usual, he looked for usable materials. Suhan surveyed the area and surprisingly found a patch of wild rose hips at the edge of the woods. At this time, the shrubs had already turned a bit yellow, and the rose flowers had completely withered. However, the rose hips were just ripe, making it a perfect time for picking. Looking at the bright red rose hips, Suhan couldn't help but smile widely. What a good find! With these, I won't lack vitamins all winter. Unlike the wild roses he found before. This place had ample sunlight, and the wild roses had already borne fruit. And these little things are a natural vitamin C treasure trove in the wild. According to the scientific reports he had seen in his previous life, the vitamin C content in rose hips is between 6,800 to 800 milligrams per 100 grams of fresh fruit. What an astonishing number! And these little fruits can not only be eaten directly but can also be used to brew tea and make jams. At this moment, the foreigners in the live broadcast room were getting a bit jealous again. Why do the contestants from the Dragon Kingdom always find good stuff? It's so unfair. God is too biased towards him. I want to draw a cursed circle around him. Sheesh, another rare species, and now rose hips, he's basically on vacation in the wild. God, why does he favor someone from the Dragon Kingdom? Can't we sincere Brits get some luck? Can a wolf or a bear come to teach this arrogant guy a lesson? Seeing their contestant betrayed, the Dragon Kingdom keyboard warriors officially made their presence felt. What's wrong? Did we make you jealous again, huh? Why don't you say our contestant always finds good stuff, but not your contestant is useless? The map is randomly generated, right? If you want them, let your contestant go pick them. Oh wait, I almost forgot. Your contestant hasn't even filled their belly, how can they even do anything? Exactly, the supplies are everywhere, but you don't even have time to search for monsters. If you don't have the skills, just stop barking. I remember on the first day you were talking about how great your contestant was. If you want to eat rose hips, let them go pick them. Don't tell me you don't know where to look. God? Foreign devils, stop barking. We believe in Taoism. This is the cycle of heaven and earth, you know nothing. Wolf? That kind of creature is just a mattress for Su. Just as he was speaking, Suhan had just stepped out of the forest when he collided with a wolf. This time, the situation was different from last. Not only was he well fed, but his physical condition had also improved by 30%, in short, he was ready for action. Looking at the grey wolf a few meters ahead, Suhan was filled with fighting spirit. He was just worried about where to vent his energy, and now he ran into a wolf, isn't that a coincidence? Finally, he could complete his wolfskin pants at home. Chapter 24, This Wolf is Too Cowardly. In the live broadcast, seeing Suhan encounter another wolf, the audience went wild. Damn, brothers, wolfskin pants are delivered to the door. Just guessing, with Suhan's current state, he could probably deal with this guy using just his fists. Thanks to the prayers of the foreign friends, haha. It's not even winter yet, and wolfskin pants are knocking at the door, thank you. Hello, pants. On the scene, Suhan locked eyes with the grey wolf. He quietly pulled out the axe at his waist, ready for battle. As long as this wolf dared to charge, it would be a one-hit kill. But to Suhan's surprise, the wolf just took a glance at him and then howled, tucking its tail and running away. What a wolf without ambition. What a useless piece of trash. Damn. My pants, don't run away. Suhan chased after it desperately. Meanwhile, the fleeing wolf heard the sound of the Grim Reaper coming from behind and ran even faster. At this moment, the wolf felt quite depressed. It had only stepped outside for some fresh air and to catch a rabbit for a meal. Who would have thought it would run into a monster that completely overpowered it? Looking at the human-like expression of the creature, it chose to run without any hesitation. Little did it know, the monster wouldn't let it off so easily. In the live broadcast room, the audience was amused by Suhan's "My pants, don't run away." Family, I can't stop laughing. Suhan's pants ran away. Wolf, I know you really want a pair of pants, but I don't want to be that pant leg. Wolf, you give me a path. Other competitors, oh no, it's a wolf, it's our turn, wolf, oh no. It's for making pants. In the woods. The wolf was running, Suhan was chasing. The distance between them was getting shorter. Seeing that things weren't right, the gray wolf suddenly made a sharp turn and jumped into the river. It knew very well that if it kept running, it would definitely be caught, so it was better to escape by crossing the river. This left Suhan dumbfounded. What's going on? This wolf was clever, even knowing to cross the river to escape. The audience in the live room laughed out loud at this scene. You can tell, Wolf Brothers' will to survive is very strong. Duh, if it weren't strong, it would have already become wolfskin. Wolf, we just want to ask, is this hand turn and jump into the river cool? Wolf, who can't accelerate in a straight line? Turning fast is what really matters. Watching the gray wolf escape by crossing the river, Suhan had no choice but to give up. Now, taking off his clothes and jumping into the water would be too late. The wolf swam very quickly, now reaching the center of the river. By the time he took off his clothes and pants, the wolf would probably have already escaped to shore. But if he didn't take off his clothes and just jumped in, the weather would be ridiculous. Sigh, forget it, I'll let you go this time. Suhan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Running into such a cowardly wolf was his bad luck. It seemed he would have to wait some more days to wear a wolfskin pants after all. When the gray wolf reached the shore and found that the terrifying bipedal beast was no longer chasing it, it let out a sigh of relief. That was really close just now. It almost got taken down. Although it survived the ordeal, what should it do if it couldn't find food? Remembering the mother wolf back home, a trace of fear flashed in the gray wolf's eyes. Back at the entrance of the woods, Suhan picked up the backpack he had dropped on the ground and continued exploring nearby. There were very few mushrooms in the forest. However, there were many valuable plants. Not long after walking, several tall plants came into view. They were about 2 meters tall, with elongated oval-shaped leaves. But it seemed like the season had come. The branches had already turned yellow and withered. Suhan rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, Jerusalem artichoke? This is a plant that thrives in the region of maple leaf country, scientifically known as Helianthus tuberosus. It was introduced to the dragon country in the 17th century, later made into delicious cold dishes by the locals. This is a wonderful thing. Not only is it high yield, but it's also tasty. The only pity is that he has too little salt in his hands, otherwise, he could make some pickles. Suhan hurriedly stepped forward and took out a small shovel from his backpack to dig. As soon as he started digging, the artichokes emerged from the soil as if copied. 1, 2, 5, 10. He actually dug up a full 30 pieces of Jerusalem artichokes from the ground. The total weight reached 12 pounds. Just the tenfold return triggered 4 times. This means the dragon country obtained 40,000 Jerusalem artichokes. 12 pounds of Jerusalem artichokes. 2 pounds of rose hips. The backpack began to fill up gradually. Suhan continued to search for supplies in the woods. After a while, he found some dandelions and bracken. The former is a common product, and with decent luck, one can find it almost anywhere. But bracken is different, its crunchy texture is slightly bitter, a special vegetable known as the king of mountain vegetables. It is also called dragon claw vegetable. Looks like I don't have to eat meat today. Suhan murmured softly while picking tender dragon claw vegetables. The only regret is that the season is not right. In autumn, about 80% of the dragon claw vegetables have withered and entered a dormant state, leaving only a small portion edible. But these dragon claw vegetables in front of him are enough for him to eat for 2 days. Harvest completed. Heading back home. Then continuing the search. For a full 3 hours, the resources in this mountain forest were finally collected by Suhan. The reason for spending so much time is that he discovered a whole patch of blueberry bushes in the western part of the forest, covering an area of several dozen meters. Just the blueberries alone were picked up in over a dozen pounds. In the evening, Suhan sat by the river, eating a boiled duck egg while checking his system panel. Now his skills had reached a total of 19. Name, Suhan. Status, energetic. Age, 24 years old. Skills owned, 19. Breathing, level LV33, greatly improves lung capacity, even when injured will not be greatly affected. Sleep, level LV27, as long as you want to sleep, you can enter deep sleep, but if there is a loud noise, you will wake up immediately. Walking, level LV26, greatly reduces stamina consumption while walking. Throwing stones, level LV16, hit rate of 45% within 15 meters, 70% within 10 meters, and 90% headshot rate within 7 meters. Logging, level LV10, during logging, reduce stamina consumption by 25% and improve work efficiency. Fire by friction, level LV7, high efficiency fire starting probability. Gathering, level LV15, no matter what materials you gather, it will improve gathering efficiency and increase the probability of perfect gathering. Butchering, level LV8, efficiently increases meat yield, and can effectively divide meat and skin, while disassembling living creatures, it won't harm the internal organs. Cooking, level LV10, efficiently enhances the efficiency and taste of food preparation. Learning, level LV8, efficiently improves your memory, allowing you to remember what you've seen effortlessly. Carpentry, level LV12, skilled in using nearby tools to process wood, and improves accuracy. Momentum, level LV7, your aura resembles that of a beast, with a 30% chance to scare away wolves, while reducing the combat spirit and strength of creatures below wolf level, but has no effect on bears and tigers. Stealth, level LV6, officially reduces your footstep sound and the noise made while sneaking. The higher the skill, the stronger the effect. Danger perception, level LV4, within 50 meters, when targeted by large beasts or enemies, can easily detect their presence, within 30 meters can sense the enemy's direction. Digging, level LV10, reduces stamina consumption while digging the ground. Construction, level LV12, when building, reduces stamina consumption by 15%. Even without blueprints, one can construct the desired structure. Exercise, level LV7, can enhance muscle strength, improve cardiovascular function, and increase joint flexibility. The higher the skill level, the stronger the physical fitness becomes. Current sign-in days, 2 days. Tanning, level LV4, can slightly increase the efficiency and success rate of tanning leather. Night vision, level LV12, enhances your night vision ability. Even in pitch darkness, you can see things within 4 meters around you. The vision capability improves with upgrades, and after reaching level 26, you'll gain animals' night vision. Chapter 25, the lower substitute for bamboo, reed. Looking at the skill panel, Suhan finally understood why the wolf had turned and fled upon seeing him. Everything is due to the aura skill being too powerful. Animals are inherently very sensitive to danger. Encountering such a formidable creature as himself is naturally frightening to them. But the problem is, how to hunt in the future. Suhan recalled how the animals had scattered and fled before he even got close, and felt a terrible headache. He never imagined that a high skill proficiency could bring about such troubles. This problem must be solved. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hunt at all in the future. System, come out for a moment. Ding. Host, I am here. Can passive skills be actively turned off? In response to Suhan's inquiry, the system quickly provided an explanation. Replying to the host, for your safety, all passive skills are actively turned on. If you need to, you can silently think XX skill to turn off the passive skill. I see. Suhan smiled slightly. This is how it should be. Otherwise, the aura and stealth skills would conflict with each other. The break time ended. Suhan stood up and dusted himself off, then began to patrol by the river. The river is very wide, about 20 meters or so. Both sides of the riverbank are filled with stones, and the water is crystal clear. Looking west from the woods, what catches the eye first is a vast plain, and further away is a valley, lively with the sounds of insects and birds. If only I could make a raft, it would be much easier to search for supplies. Looking at the broad river surface, Suhan couldn't help but mumble to himself. Why not explore to the east? The reason is simple, the eastern side of the lake is a high mountain. In such an environment, there are many wild animals but few resources, making it far less cost-effective than the plain and the valley. If he makes a raft, Suhan could travel farther and collect more useful materials. Otherwise, relying solely on running back and forth would surely exhaust him. Suhan kept this thought in mind, but he estimated that if he were to do it, it would probably have to wait until next spring. After all, winter is about to arrive. Even if he made a raft, it wouldn't be useful in winter. However, speaking of winter, can he not gather some reeds to use? Suhan remembered that in his childhood in the countryside, many families used reeds in roofing and as windbreaks when building houses. But as time changed, reeds gradually disappeared from the environment. Of course, reeds can do much more than just reinforce buildings. They can be woven into fish baskets to catch fish by the lake, which just so happens to fit for some inedible guts. He could try it out today when he gets back. At the same time, reeds can also be woven into baskets. Looking at it this way, reeds are simply the low-cost version of bamboo. Suhan rolled up his sleeves, preparing to collect as many reeds as he could before dark. Arriving at the riverbank, he used one hand to hold the reeds and the other with an axe for cutting. With just a light effort, a bundle of reeds came easily to hand. The sun gradually sank in the west. When Suhan returned carrying a large bundle of reeds, it was already dark. With night vision capabilities, darkness was no concern. In fact, it helped train his skill level. Back home, he started a fire. Tonight's dinner was roasted duck with dragon claw veggies. while the duck was tossed into the charcoal pit. Suhan picked up the reeds and started to weave a fishing basket. Detected that the host is engaging in craftsmanship. Congratulations on learning a brand new passive skill, craftsmanship. Skill effect: while engaging in craftsmanship, your hands will become incredibly nimble, and as the skill proficiency improves, both work efficiency and output will increase. Craftsmanship experience +1. Craftsmanship experience +1. Suhan took 30 reeds, completely flattened them, and arranged them evenly on the ground, leaving gaps in between. Then, he took one reed and flattened it. This time he needed to insert it horizontally, and keep one reed above and one below. Then, he repeated the previous action, but offset it from the reeds in front. He had to keep the first one below and the second one above. Next, he repeated this once more. All the reeds had to be tightly arranged, with no gaps at all, otherwise, they would completely fall apart before he finished weaving. Under the campfire. Suhan's hands didn't stop moving. From the clumsy beginning, his speed slowly became astonishingly fast. Once the bottom of the fishing basket was completed, he bent the reeds into an arc. Next, it was time to weave around the sides of the fishing basket. The overall process was no different from before, he just needed to narrow the inner diameter of the reeds at the closing part. In the Dragon Country livestream, the viewers were stunned. Wait, I just went to drink some water, how did the reeds turn into a fishing basket? Are these still the reeds I know? My eyes have seen it, but my hands, can I really do this? This hand speed is faster than my great-great-grandfather's. I'm stunned. I thought Sugod was going to use these reeds as a windbreak by the wall, didn't expect he could make a fishing basket. And those foreigners fell into silence. So powerful. It was simply miraculous. These were just reeds by the river, but in this master's hands, they turned into a fishing tool. Compared to the act of staying by the river to fish, a fishing basket was undoubtedly more advanced. At least, it didn't require someone to watch it. In less than 40 minutes, the first fishing basket was completed. Its shape was a rolled-up cylinder, about 1 meter long, and 30 centimeters in diameter. Done. Just need to stuff in some duck bones and it can go into the water. Suhan placed the fishing basket aside and then began to eat. He ate a duck, along with half a gene of dragon claw vegetable. Compared to the last roast duck, this time with the addition of Jerusalem artichoke and wild onion, the taste skyrocketed several levels, even suppressing the fishy smell. It's a pity I'm missing garlic. With a bite of duck meat and a bite of dragon claw vegetable, he was enjoying it to the fullest. Countless viewers chuckled in agreement. Eating meat without garlic, the flavor is halved. Of course, the same goes for noodles. Feeling full and satisfied, Suhan collected the duck bones and inedible lymph meat, tossing everything into the fishing basket. These items, while inedible for humans, were a gourmet feast for the fish in the lake. Everything was ready. Suhan brought the fishing basket to the lakeshore, looking for a suitable spot to drop the basket. He wandered around and finally found a patch full of waterweeds. This is it. More waterweeds meant more fish. In his country days, such places were hard to come by. He placed the fishing basket in the water, then secured it with 4 wooden sticks at the corners. This was to prevent large fish or currents from sweeping the fishing basket away. Next, I just need to check it once in the morning and evening, and occasionally add some bones and scraps of meat. But first, let's take a bath before heading back. Suhan smiled as he dove into the water. Unsurprisingly, he triggered the swimming skill. Even though the lake water was cold, for someone with enhanced physical constitution like him, it was nothing. Instead, after swimming a lap, he was left wanting more. He felt a surge of energy that couldn't be fully released. Of course, that was just a thought. If he really had to swim across the lake, Suhan didn't want to go. With this time, wouldn't it be more pleasant to brew a cup of rosehip tea and read a book while eating blueberries? Even just weaving a fish basket or a small basket with reeds would be fine. Swimming on the lake? Let's wait until there's more time to talk. The next day, in the morning, the thick mist over the lake had not yet cleared. Suhan had already arrived at the spot where he placed the fish basket yesterday. He lifted the fish basket, and the sounds inside were particularly lively. Hearing the fish jumping, Suhan laughed happily and said, "Brothers, today we have fish to eat." Chapter 26, Preparations for Making a Fire Pit. Those who often drop nets in fish baskets know that the denser the sound, the more fish there are inside. This sound, like rain, probably weighed around 5 or 6 pounds. Suhan carried the fish basket ashore and dumped everything into the big flower basket he brought. Splashing sounds echoed. Countless palm-sized crucian carp and tilapia poured out. Among them, there were also a dozen freshwater shrimp bouncing around. Such a luxurious catch left the foreigners dumbfounded. "Oh my god, our German friend caught a 2-pound fish with a spear yesterday. I thought he was amazing, but compared to Suhan, he's really far behind. These fish together must weigh about 5 pounds, right? A total of 5 pounds of fish and over 10 big shrimp. Heavens, this is simply a luxurious feast." Weaving fish baskets is a skill passed down for a long time in our country. We strongly demand the Dragon Country pay us a copyright fee, Samita. To catch so many fish with just some reeds, can we also let our own contestants do the same? One statement woke people from their dreams. Nowadays, many contestants have found water sources. But most contestants only know how to fish with rods or catch fish by hand. Even when they see reeds, no one thinks of using them to weave fish baskets. Suhan has pioneered a path. At this moment, in the Asan country. In the meeting room. An elder proposed using national luck to notify the contestants because there were reeds near their country's contestants too. I refuse this proposal. The premise of notification is that they can do handicrafts, not whether they understand it. As far as I know, the Amy contestant can't even sew at home. How can you expect him to weave a fish basket with reeds? In the end, this proposal was completely rejected. Reeds are everywhere, but not everyone knows handicrafts. From the perspective of the German friend. After a few days of settling, he had gradually adapted to this wild world. Gathering resources. Building shelters. Catching prey. Under the stimulation from Suhan, he finally showed his true wild master level. In these days, he not only used bark and stones to create a spear but also hunted 3 prey. Now he was finally not starving to death. The reason he had so much motivation was mainly because the British had used national luck to let him see his family for a brief moment. Encouraged by his family, he was willing to burn everything. Today, my goal is to gather wild fruits and make useful tools. Ailey trusts Daddy, I will definitely live strong. The first thing the German friend did after waking up was to cheer himself up. But the next second, global notifications sounded one after another. This time, without a doubt, it was that powerful contestant from the Dragon Country, Suhan. This time, the opponent triggered a total of 5 times the 10,000-fold return. Among them were 2 times for tilapia, 2 times for crucian carp, and 1 for freshwater shrimp. The German friend was initially shocked, then analyzed from the news that Suhan must have used a tool to catch so many fish and shrimp at once. No wonder he's my rival, you really are incredible. It's only dawn, and he can catch so much at once, let me think. I've been to the Dragon Country, and if I'm not mistaken, he should be using that tool called a fish basket. How enviable. As soon as I find a suitable tool, I must try to make one. Fishing efficiency is too low. Once you can't catch fish, it means you will waste a lot of time. The tools are different. They not only free up labor but also do not need constant attention. Technology is always the first productive force. Seeing how much fish the fish basket can provide at once, Suhan's first reaction was that he could free up time to build a heated bed. In this increasingly cold autumn, having a continuously heated bed would be the happiest thing. But before getting to work, he planned to make some extra fish baskets to catch more fish and shrimp. Only with abundant resources could he free up time to work. If even basic needs can't be met, who would have the leisure to do other things? Suhan removed the fish gills, scales, and internal organs one by one, then threw them into the pot to boil. When the pot boiled, he added some wild onions and salt. Thus, a pot of fresh fish soup was ready. The tender fish meat was incredibly tempting, and just smelling it opened up his appetite. Suhan picked up a piece of fish and slowly tasted it. So fresh. This fish is so fresh, and it has no earthy taste. Although it was crucian carp, it gave him the feeling of eating base. It seems that the fish in this world is different from those on Blue Planet. Of course, it could also be an ecological issue. Blue Planet is filled with industrial waste, the environment has long been ruined, while here it is pure and natural. One fish after another, Suhan devoured 2 pounds of fish before putting down his chopsticks. He picked up the pot and took a sip of fish soup. His whole stomach felt warm and cozy. This breakfast made him incredibly comfortable, even the last trace of sleepiness was completely dispelled. After organizing the fish bones, he threw them onto the ground outside to bury them, then began doing calisthenics. No matter how busy he was, he must not skip this. Until he heard the system's prompt sound. Only then did Suhan wipe his sweat and head out with his equipment and roast duck. The whole morning, he was collecting reeds. Gathering. Organizing. Bundling them into a large bundle. Then, it was repeating this work. When tired, he would sit by the river, enjoy the breeze, and eat blueberries. When hungry, he would finish the roast duck he brought along and the dragon claw vegetable he prepared earlier. Though cold and a bit greasy, outdoor work wasn't particular, as long as it filled his stomach, it was fine. In the afternoon, Suhan carried the bundled reeds back home. One trip after another. A total of 10 bundles of reeds. In the meantime, he also bundled some spruce branches suitable for making hemp rope and brought them back. In the evening, Suhan sat at his door, using an axe to peel the branches one by one, then place them in the lake to soak. This step is called softening the fibers. The entire process lasts 1 to 2 weeks, so after soaking them in water and securing them, he can leave it be. In the future, whenever he has time and comes across suitable branches, he needs to bring them back for this treatment. Rope is still important in the wild. Whether reinforcing houses, setting traps, or even making clothes, rope is essential. However, there is another method that is quicker than soaking, which is to boil the stripped bark in a pot for several hours. The effect is actually the same. But the problem is, he doesn't have such a big pot. So he can only give up boiling and go with the oldest method. Sigh. Next, I need to enter the pottery age as soon as possible. Otherwise, everything will be done slowly. Suhan complained, yet the work in his hands did not stop, as he skillfully wove the fish baskets. This time, he completed a fish basket in just 20 minutes. Then came the second one. After making 3 in a row, the sky was completely dark. Goo goo. His stomach nonchalantly communicated its need for food. Suhan stood up and laughed. Alright, let's call it a day. I should check the fish baskets. After working all day, it's about mealtime. He pulled a torch out of the bonfire, took the 3 fish baskets he just made, and briskly headed for the lakeside. As soon as the fish baskets were lifted, a familiar crackling sound echoed again. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Wait, are there really that many fish in this lake? Wow, just listening to it makes me feel like there are tons of fish. So strong. With these fish traps, Godsu will never run out of food. Wait, I have a question. If one fish trap can catch so many fish, why does Godsu need to make several? What if he can't finish them? The guy upstairs is so smart. As long as the fish trap stays underwater, it's like those fish are raised inside the trap, you get it? While everyone was chatting, Suhan spotted a surprise inside the fish trap. Brothers, today we have something new to eat, take a look at this. He reached into the fish trap, and a wriggling creature, nearly 40 centimeters long, appeared before all the viewers. A yellow eel, oh my. What? The fish trap can catch this too? I thought it was a big spicy strip. 666. Yellow eel is great, very nourishing. This must be over 40 centimeters, so impressive. As the yellow eel appeared, the audience erupted with excitement. The only pity was that it didn't trigger a 10,000-fold return. But nobody cared about that little thing, everyone was just concerned about whether Suhan was eating well and drinking well. As long as he was alive, the supplies would keep coming back. Suhan showed off a bit and then poured all the fish out of the trap. There was about 3 pounds this time. Although it was a little less than in the morning, he couldn't finish all this by himself. Back at home, Suhan began cooking the eel. To prevent the eel from struggling, after the water boiled, he used a stick to put this little guy to rest. He bled it out. Hot water removed the slime. He opened it up and removed the innards. After the series of actions, the audience could still understand, but Suhan's next move shocked everyone. He took a small piece of yellow substance from the nearby table and tossed it into the pot. Then he added wild onion and ginger. Sizzle. A rush of steam instantly surged up. Suhan leaned in to smell. The aroma of the hot oil was truly unbeatable. So fragrant. At this moment, some viewers guessed what he was about to do. Oh my. Is Godsu going to stir-fry the eel? How to stir-fry in the wild? I get it now, what Godsu tossed into the pot is duck oil. Ah. There's this trick too. Hearing this, everyone peered into the pot. They saw the wild onion and ginger slowly changing color in the hot oil. It really could be used to cook. Seeing the right moment, Suhan immediately added the processed eel into the pot, then added a bit of fish soup and began to stir-fry. Sizzle. Sizzle. The tender eel, under the intense heat, quickly curled and cooked. At this time, Suhan added a little bit of dragon claw vegetable and mushrooms into the mix. Then, he added some salt for seasoning. After a few minutes, the soup gradually dried up. Suhan happily brought the pot to the table. Family, the flavor of stir-frying is just different, I crave this taste so much. In the frame, the eel displayed a charred yellow color after frying, covered in bits of wild onion and ginger. Just looking at it made one's appetite grow. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing looked at her mushy food and sighed, I'd better avoid eating during mealtimes, otherwise the contrast will be too great. Beside her, Li Cheng felt the same way. Looking at the fried yellow eel on screen and then at his mushy porridge, it was just impossible to swallow. After enjoying a wonderful dinner, Suhan began to weave reeds. This was to provide warmth and wind protection for the walls. He planned to use reeds for the inner layer, mud for the outer layer, and finally seal it with red bricks. This way, the shelter would have 4 layers of protection, and even with the upcoming fire Kong, he wouldn't fear the outside temperature dropping to minus 30 degrees. Of course, to make red bricks, a large amount of high-quality clay and a brick kiln would be needed. But Suhan had investigated the clay by the lake and found it unsuitable for making pottery and red bricks. It can only be used to make some earth bricks. Therefore, he plans to first make a batch of earth bricks to practice. First, it can improve his skill. Second, although the quality of earth bricks is poor, they are sufficient for building chimneys and kangs. Thinking about how he is about to enter the pottery age, Suhan's heart is burning with excitement. The next day, Suhan got up very early, had a simple breakfast, and completed his check-in before starting to make earth bricks. He walked to the lakeside to find a spot rich in clay and dug a pit with a wooden shovel. Then he added straw and water to the pit for mixing and stirring to prevent cracking. Once the mixture was ready, Suhan placed the clay into a wooden mold measuring 20 by 10 by 3 centimeters for shaping. If the earth brick is too thick, it won't dry easily. If it's too thin, it won't be useful. Therefore, this size is carefully designed by him. At this moment, in the official livestream room, Bing Bing watched as Suhan shaped the mud and quickly asked Li Chang, "Professor, look, what is our contestant doing?" If I'm not mistaken, contestant Suhan is going to make earth bricks. Earth bricks? Bing Bing, being a child of a big city, was not very familiar with these. Li Chang nodded and started to explain to the audience. Earth bricks, they are a low-cost, yet very practical product, requiring very low-quality clay. As long as it's not too poor, it can be used. In the past, in the 1970s, families could not afford red bricks, and earth bricks were the best alternative. People in rural areas often used them for making kangs and building chimneys. Also, our contestant hasn't organized the ground of the shelter yet. I think he wants to make an earthen Kong. I didn't expect contestant Suhan could handle something like this. He's simply brilliant. As far as I know, the tactics room was discussing whether to provide some off-field guidance yesterday. With our contestant's speed of learning, if he rapidly advances in technology, he will definitely lead all contestants. I can't believe it, it's really unexpected. Contestant Suhan had already thought of this. Within the Dragon Country tactics room, a group of bespectacled experts stared, dumbfounded. At this moment, one of the experts suddenly laughed. All right, we can relax a bit. He's already figured it all out. This must be a genius. The others also started laughing. At this time, Suhan's first earth brick was already detached from the mold. When the number of earth bricks reached 8, he returned to the shelter to get a torch and built a small fire in the center of these bricks. This was done to speed up the drying process. If left to air dry, it would take at least 1 to 2 weeks. He didn't have that much time to wait around. While the first batch of earth bricks was drying, Suhan started making the second batch. Of course, as expected, he triggered the skill pottery making. Oh well. It turns out that earth bricks can be counted as pottery. The system is quite considerate. All morning, Suhan didn't stop, making a total of 100 earth bricks before finally taking a break. Lunch was still fish. It was a simple meal to fill his stomach, and Suhan hurried out to make a brick kiln. This was simpler than building a house. Because a large number of earth bricks had to be fired, the diameter of the kiln could not be less than 40 centimeters. First, Suhan dug a long pit near the clay pit, then made a tray to hold the earth bricks. The tray couldn't be too thin, otherwise, it would crack after prolonged burning. Therefore, the thickness had to be over 5 centimeters, and the diameter was set at 40 centimeters. Suhan used clay to make a tray, drilled holes with a thick wooden stick, and placed it above the long pit. Then, he took more clay to start building the walls of the kiln, making the entire thickness about 15 centimeters. Layer after layer of clay was piled onto the walls. When the height reached 1 meter, the kiln was initially completed. At this point, Suhan used clay to seal the long pit and then brought dry wood to start a fire. This process was to remove the moisture from the walls and the tray inside. Therefore, the firepower could only slowly increase. As time passed, Suhan gradually increased the firepower. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the flames inside the earthen kiln had become very fierce, and tongues of fire pierced through the smoke, making an ear-piercing sound. Buzz. 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 The walls of the kiln had also turned a grayish-white. This state was already suitable for firing bricks. Suhan stepped forward to remove the firewood, and when the temperature dropped, he placed the baked bricks inside one by one. Next was the official firing. He added firewood and preheated with a low flame. This process lasted for 6 hours, and except for adding firewood, there was no need to keep an eye on it anymore. After adding the firewood, Suhan turned to do windproof and heat-retaining treatment for the walls. He took the woven reeds outside, then bound them to the wood with dry grass, and finally sealed it with clay. It wasn't difficult, it was just a bit troublesome to fetch water back and forth. This made him even more eager to make a pottery pot. At 10 o'clock at night, Suhan arrived at the earthen kiln on time to check the firing status of the bricks. At this time, the bricks had turned a bright red. The entire kiln was releasing immense heat. Suhan smiled slightly, covered the top of the kiln with a stick, and said to himself, "Alright, the rest is up to time. Brothers, see you tomorrow." Suhan yawned and went to sleep. Today he was busy making bricks and sealing walls, and was very tired, so he needed to rest early. However, the viewers in the live stream room were chatting passionately, showing no signs of sleepiness at all. Sugod's progress is really fast. While other contestants are starving, he has already moved into a bunker shelter. By the time other contestants have a temporary shelter, Sugod has already fired bricks and is about to make pottery. TSK. Compared to this, other contestants are like cavemen. No way, who told Sugod to be so strong? Bricks, how nostalgic. The earthen kangs in my hometown were made from this, but those bricks back then were even more criticized. They weren't even fired, they were just dried in the sun. If you don't pursue efficiency, drying is indeed possible, but Sugod emphasizes doing things smoothly and reliably. If it rains during the drying period, how could one person manage so many bricks? I'm already looking forward to Sugod making pottery. His hands are too skillful. I'm afraid what he makes will be at the level of crafts. Me too. It's a pity that Sugod didn't take a shower today. I'm so sad not seeing his abs. Pervert, get lost. Chapter 28, National Survival Announcement released. The next day, in the early morning, Suhan came to the earthen kiln to check the situation without even eating breakfast. He opened the top cover, and blocks of gray-orange bricks came into view. I didn't expect to succeed in one go. He happily took the bricks out of the kiln and knocked them together. Clang. Clang. Two crisp sounds echoed from the bricks. The hardness of these bricks could not only be used for beds but could even serve as weapons. They were really solid. After taking out all the bricks, he started to fire the second batch. Once Suhan fired up the kiln, he took the bricks back to eat. Today was destined to be another busy day. After a simple breakfast and checking in, Suhan picked up the wooden shovel and started his construction. He planned to make a return dragon Kong. As the name suggests, this type of fire Kong has a winding internal shape, capable of efficiently absorbing and storing heat. He drew the smoke walking route on the ground, and what followed was digging, then laying the bricks on the ground. This would not only store more heat but also ensure that the ground wouldn't easily sink. Suhan held the wooden shovel, digging the ground once and again. The fire Kong he designed is basically at the back of the house, with the Kong fitting snugly against three walls. The left and right sides were sealed with bricks and clay, while the back had a chimney opening. In front of the Kong, a stove could be built. From now on, when boiling water or cooking, you can use this stove to operate. However, the ground has not been paved yet, and Suhan quickly realized that there weren't enough clay bricks. There was no choice but to add more clay kilns and burn more bricks. So, the outside clay kiln went from 1 to 4. For the next 3 days, Suhan was busy making clay bricks, firing them, and laying the stove. Since the number of clay kilns increased to 4, the efficiency of making clay bricks became much faster, producing 120 bricks a day. With enough bricks, the construction of the fire stove progressed rapidly. On the evening of the third day, Suhan laid the last brick on the back dragon stove, then covered the entire stove with clay, about 3 centimeters thick. If the clay was not applied, the stove would definitely burn so hot you couldn't sleep at all. Don't ask, just take it from personal experience. Next, it's time to build the chimney. Suhan wiped the sweat off his forehead and took his tools to the back of the shelter. The earth pit had already been dug, directly leading to the smoke outlet of the stove. What he needed to do was seal the gaps in the house with clay and build a chimney using clay bricks. Fortunately, the house is only 1 meter high, so a chimney 1.5 meters tall is enough. Suhan laid bricks at the bottom of the large pit, arranging them in a mouth shape and slowly building upwards, ensuring each layer's gaps were staggered. This method is called staggered brick laying, which greatly increases the chimney's overall stability. Otherwise, a strong wind could cause it to collapse. At 7 p.m., Suhan finished the work, looking proudly at the chimney he had built with his own hands. The heating problem was solved, and the next step was to live a better life. However, Suhan didn't plan to make pottery tomorrow. Eating fish every day was starting to make his mouth feel bland. So tomorrow, he planned to go around the lake to the foot of the eastern mountain and maybe catch some prey to improve his meals. Sigh. If that wolf hadn't been so cowardly, I wouldn't be eating fish every day. Suhan muttered as he went inside to cook. Little did he know, a wolf deep in the valley suddenly shivered. It lifted its head, looking around until it no longer sensed any enemy scent, then it showed a suspicious expression. Inside the shelter, as the firewood was added to the stove, the temperature inside began to rise. Meanwhile, the fire stove began to emit small wisps of white steam. This was the clay expelling moisture. To sleep on a warm stove tonight, the clay on the stove had to be fully dried first. While tending the fire, Suhan grabbed a handful of rose hips from the basket and threw them into the gray clay pot. This was the water drinking tool he had made 2 days ago. Though it was a bit ugly, it definitely worked for boiling water. In a moment, the water began to bubble. A pot of fragrant rosehip tea was completed. Suhan took a sip of the tea and picked up the encyclopedia to read. He had already read about 70% of the book, and its contents were already memorized. He estimated that in a few days, he would finish reading it all. Just as Suhan was immersed in the book, a notice was released by the National Survival Game. Notice, today is the last day of the beginner stage. Starting tomorrow, the wilderness survival game will enter normal difficulty. In normal difficulty, the frequency of large wild animals appearing will increase, and the bear tribe will officially join the wild world. Notice, starting tomorrow, there will be different tasks released every week, and players who complete the tasks will receive rewards such as random information, food, seasonings, small basic resources, and national survival points. Notice, each task will have a points leaderboard, and the first place will receive an extra reward. If the task is not completed within the given time, 3 national survival points will be deducted as a penalty. Notice, tasks will only be released after midnight. Notice, wild animals will still not appear in groups. Finally, good luck to all of you. Oh. The beginner stage is over so soon. I didn't expect that the National Survival Game also arranged tasks. It looks like the rewards are pretty good. Suhan clicked on the bulletin board, where the task rewards were described in detail. The random intel, like the high-quality clay he had once obtained, would mark a resource point directly on the map and light up a small area of the map. As for the food, it was a reward for 1 day's meals, with no expiration date. It could be stored in the system's space and taken out at any time. Not only was it convenient, but it was also very practical. If he could get it, going out would be much easier in the future. As for the seasonings, they included basic items like white sugar, salt, pepper, soy sauce, etc. Regarding the small amount of resource rewards, Suhan also took a careful look. He could only say it was a pure luck pool. For example, when you receive a resource reward, you might get a piece of rope or a candle. Of course, if you are unlucky enough, getting a bunch of hay is very possible. The scariest part was that Suhan also saw a pile of cow dung in the reward pool. Whoever draws this, their mindset is probably going to break. However, the people from A3 might go crazy with joy. Suhan shook his head and smiled. At this moment, in beautiful America. Damn, our contestant just settled down. They immediately increased the difficulty. I strongly suspect the National Survival Game wants to kill us. Why is the newbie phase ending so quickly? Shouldn't we have more time to develop? This isn't fair, I want to protest. Can you stop arguing? This might be a turning point. Look, every week, there will be tasks. As long as we complete them, our contestant can get rewards. Even getting food is pretty good, right? Turning point, my ass. Elder Susan, have you ever thought about what if the task is to kill a bear? Ah. In kimchi country. What the hell, the bear tribe joined, please don't let my appa encounter them. Quick, look at Park Dwangyo appa's livestream, it's bad, he encountered a bear. Run. No, we can't run. Bears will chase you. Boo-hoo, appa just caught a fat grouse. Could it be the smell of blood attracted the bear? Please don't let anything happen to you, Park Dwangyo appa. Chapter 29, First Week Task Released. At this moment, from the perspective of contestant Park Dwangyo from Kimchi Country. A moment ago, he had spent quite a while battling wits and courage with the grouse under the cover of darkness, finally capturing it. But just as he was happily preparing to head home, he suddenly slammed into a wall. Already exhausted, Park Dwangyo instinctively began to curse. Who's hiding behind me, damn it? Do you believe I can call 500 bodyguards to take you down in no time? Damn. You. Suddenly, Park Dwangyo felt something was wrong, and his voice began to weaken. It seemed he had entered a wild world, and the contestants were scattered around. Who was standing behind him? He reached out and touched it. It was furry and quite warm. Wait. The earlier National Survival Game announcement seemed to say the bear tribe had joined this world. So? Park Dwangyo didn't dare think too much, but his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He slowly raised his head. Under the moonlight, a giant bear, over 2 meters tall, was staring at him blankly. It's over. My life is going to end. In that moment, Park Dwangyo lost control, and both his bladder and bowels released. His entire body collapsed onto the ground, and the grouse he had caught, now free, hopped away slowly. Roar! The massive brown bear turned to look at the fleeing grouse, bent down, and grabbed it in its paw. Cluck! The grouse struggled desperately. It didn't want to end its 2.5-year life so easily. But how could the strength of a chicken match that of a bear? With a harsh, pitiful scream, it ended its life. The brown bear licked its lips, then lowered its head to look at the lump of something on the ground with a confused expression. Is this food? It sniffed it, then quickly pulled back. Damn. So, is this the place where it pooped? The brown bear looked like it was thinking deeply. In the astonished gaze of Park Duanjiao, he turned around and presented his backside to his face. Since it's feces, this might be a good place to go to the bathroom. The clever bear thought to itself. Ploop. A stinky mass completely covered Park Duanjiao's face. In the live stream room he occupied, the viewer count soared. From the original 10 million, it skyrocketed to 300 million, and the numbers kept climbing. At this moment, inside the Dragon Country livestream, an enthusiastic audience member sent a bullet screen message. Extra, extra, the kimchi contestant encountered a bear, go watch. The viewers originally in Suhan's livestream, ignoring the facts, suddenly became interested. As everyone switched to the neighboring kimchi contestant stream, everyone froze in shock. A bear is actually using the contestant as a bathroom. What the heck? This is too terrifying. No, it's too funny. Ha ha ha. On the bullet screen, all the Dragon Country people burst into laughter. 666, the kimchi contestant is indeed unique, always able to come up with something new. Could he be the first contestant to get suffocated by poop? People always said that this sissy kimchi guy can't do anything. Today I want to support him. Who can survive under a brown bear? Hasn't it been a minute? Such restraint, that brown bear is already going, yet he remains motionless. Wait, his fingers moved, and he pressed forcefully against the ground. On the screen, the brown bear finally left. Before leaving, it even pawed at the dirt to bury its excrement. Anyway, that's more civilized than the people from India. As the footsteps gradually faded away, Park Duanjiao finally flipped over and got rid of the bear poop. However, every time he breathed in fresh air, the bear stopped and seemed to want to turn back. Not good. Park Duanjiao immediately lay down and played dead. Ahead. The brown bear tilted its head in confusion. Was that an illusion? Just now, it seemed to hear something moving. Forget it, I'll just find a den to sleep in. The brown bear shook its head and completely disappeared into the forest. Once Park Duanjiao confirmed that the bear left, he immediately started to vomit, almost bringing up his bile. Today has been so unlucky. Not only did he lose his dinner, but he was also humiliated by a bear. Damn it. If I had a hunting rifle, no, better yet, a tank. Actually, that's not right, we kimchi people don't have our own tanks. In any case, it would be great if there was a way to kill this damn bear. Park Duanjiao cursed quietly. He didn't dare to shout loudly, fearing that it would attract the brown bear back. Right now, the most important thing was to go home, to quickly move away from this forest, otherwise, running into the brown bear again would be dangerous. Seeing that the fun was over, the onlookers scattered. But the famous scene of the kimchi contestant eating poop exploded globally, becoming something everyone talked about with delight. As the clock struck 12. When the midnight bell rang, the National Luck Survival announced the first week's task. Ding, this week's task is hunting. Please have all contestants gather 32 hunting points within 4 days. Please note, any prey can accumulate points. Hunting small animals will earn 1 point, hunting fish and birds will earn 2 points, hunting large animals will earn 20 points, hunting large beasts will earn 40 points, and hunting ferocious beasts will earn 100 points. Special, a single type of prey can only earn up to 16 points. Hint, killing ferocious beasts can earn special titles. Hint, the points leaderboard has been released, the top 15 contestants can receive rewards, and the first place will have extra rewards. Note, contestants who do not gather enough points by the end of the task will have 3 points deducted as punishment. The task announcement caused an uproar worldwide. This first week's task is too harsh. Gathering 32 points in just 4 days. Is there really someone who can do it? Moreover, it's not allowed to rely on a single kind of prey to earn points. The scariest part is, hunting large animals only gives 20 points. This means that even if you kill a deer, it wouldn't be enough to complete the task. Longgua's official live broadcast room. Bing Bing and Li Cheng had not slept, waiting for the moment the task would be released. When Bing Bing saw the task, she frowned instantly and said, the difficulty level of this task is so high, and a single prey can only earn a maximum of 16 points, which means relying on fishing alone will not fulfill this task at all. This is a test of all contestants' abilities. Although the difficulty is high, the rewards are also very rich. Li Cheng was not worried about Su Han at all. For this wilderness king, even 32 points, or even 80 points, he believed that the other party could handle it easily. In fact, Li Cheng was somewhat looking forward to what shocking performances Su Han would deliver in these 4 days. At this time, in Grandpa Di's perspective, he had not slept, to be precise, he was too nervous to sleep. But after reading the tasks for the first week, Grandpa finally let out a sigh of relief. 32 points? That might not be difficult for me. I can catch fish in the river to accumulate 16 points, and I just need to plan well for the remaining 16 points. The easiest targets are squirrels and rabbits. Although they provide few points, I can easily catch them with some traps. Then there are also grouse, badgers, and others. After making a plan, Grandpa went to sleep with ease. Similarly, a gang from Longwa and other contestants felt the same. They believed that tomorrow's competition would be very interesting. Because everyone's hunting methods were all different. Chapter 30, The Hunt begins. The next day, in the morning, Su-han woke up from his sleep. Unlike before, he had been woken up several times by the cold in the past few days. But today, he felt warm all over. To be honest, he was a bit reluctant to get out of bed. However, this thought only flashed by. It was not the time to lie down flat, and he must not skip any tasks that needed to be done. Get out of bed. Wash up. During breakfast, Su-han seriously checked this week's task. Hunting? It's not really difficult, but the key is that I don't have a bow and arrow. It might be a bit tricky to hunt wild beasts. But catching a few wolves should be fine. I just don't know what the extra reward for the first place is. In the announcement board, there are many types of large prey. For example, deer, sheep, and horses that are herbivores, as well as small carnivores like foxes are one category. And large wild beasts refer to badgers, wolves, and leopards. Moose are also categorized in this group. Because the moose is very large and has a strong killing power. As for wild beasts, there is currently only one type, bears. For this week's activities, Su-han had only one idea: to become the champion of this points leaderboard. Therefore, small animals could be ruled out directly. In this way, the target is very clear. I will make some weapons later and then go into the mountains to scout. However, since fish also count as prey, the fish in my basket should provide some points, right? Forget it, let's go take a look. Su-han went to the lake and pulled up the fish basket from the water. The reminder sound of National Luck Survival appeared as expected. Reminder, you have hunted a palm-sized little fish. Because the prey is too small, it can only count for 0.5 points. Reminder, you have hunted an adult yellow eel. Congratulations, you have earned 1 point. Reminder, you have hunted a small fish, which cannot be counted for points. Damn, there's still 0.5 points. Damn, I really can't take any advantage. Su-han couldn't help but raise his middle finger to the sky. That said, 3 fish baskets still added up to 16 points, making him leap to the top of the leaderboard. Other contestants looked at the changes in the leaderboard, feeling very heavy-hearted. This Longboy contestant is too strong. It was only 7 in the morning, and his base points had already been maxed out, leaving others with no way to catch up. Meanwhile, Grandpa was crafting traps with grass ropes. His plan was to set up a large number of traps on the first day while scouting to observe if there were any moose or similar nearby. Then, on the second day, he would ambush them. Without a bow and arrow as long-range weapons, ambush is the most effective hunting method. As long as you squat on the path where the prey feeds, there is a great chance of a one-hit kill. Another contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, a gang, got up early to prepare bait, ready to fish for a whole day to earn the easily obtainable 16 points. As for the rest, he would think of other ways himself. If all else fails, sneaking up on birds at midnight is also a good tactic. At this moment, other contestants had basically started to take action. Currently, the contestant from the Monkey Nation has gone into the water to catch fish. But what he is trying to catch are not ordinary fish, but eels and loaches trapped in the mud. In the past, when this contestant stayed in his hometown, he would catch fish by the riverside every day. Compared to catching normal fish, eels are easier to catch. As long as you find their holes, it's quite easy to grab them. Got it. The contestant from the Monkey Nation caught a wriggling object in the mud and excitedly pulled it out. Unexpectedly, it was a big spicy strip. What the? Seeing the spicy strip, the contestant from the Monkey Nation turned pale with fright and quickly threw it away. But it still earned him 2 points. On the other hand, Bai had also made a catch. Since a few days ago, he had been habitually setting small traps, and today right after he went out, he caught 2 fat mice and a rabbit. Earning a nice 4 points. Hey, look, I have a catch right after getting up. This time, I am going to compete with that contestant from the Dragon Kingdom for the championship. I want him to understand who the true wilderness master is. Bai said excitedly while holding the prey. But any discerning person knows this is a pipe dream. The contestant from the Dragon Kingdom not only has abundant resources but is also a master in combat and hunting skills. To compete for the championship against such a wilderness king, Bai would only have a chance if he cheated. Otherwise, forget it. So, let me see how the current leaderboard looks. Bai excitedly opened the leaderboard, only to find his face growing darker the more he looked. He thought getting up early would place him in the top 50 with 4 points. Instead, he was ranked 126th. Meanwhile, the first-place contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, Suhan, was forcefully pushed to second place by a contestant from the White Bear Nation. This White Bear contestant currently had 20 points. It was evident he had hunted a large prey. Many viewers from the Dragon Kingdom also noticed this situation, flooding into the White Bear contestant's livestream. In the video, a Russian dude was seen using a dagger to butcher a goat. Next to him was a campfire rising. Phew. I guess a lot of people must have come to my livestream now, haha. And surely, you are all very curious about how I did it. It's simple, I left my house at 3 a.m. last night and hid in the bushes where the goats appeared, waiting for 4 hours to succeed. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of fresh goat meat with his dagger and put it on the fire to roast. The fat quickly melted into oil under the flames. And the slices of meat curled up quickly. At this moment, the Russian dude put the meat into his mouth and chewed it heartily. Praise the wilderness world, goat meat is really so delicious. By the way, let me tell you, this time the championship belongs to me, Ivanov. Yura. In the official live stream of the Dragon Kingdom. Ding Ding said in surprise, so this contestant did not rest at all during the night, his willpower is really strong. The autumn night is very cold, but the Russian dude has been lurking for 4 hours. That's just too intense. At this moment, Li Chang received a report from a staff member inside. It's not just this contestant from the White Bear Nation who didn't sleep. Many contestants got up in the middle of the night to save time. However, currently only the contestant Ivanov has caught a sheep. The harvest of other contestants is quite average. Among them, the contestant from Maple Leaf Nation shows night fishing, from 2 o'clock until now, has only earned 8 points. Now he is tired and going to sleep. Working at night has its pros and cons. If you crouch down to catch prey, it's a sure win, but if you encounter a bear like yesterday's scenario with Pu Duan Diao, it might just end very badly right then and there. Therefore, for safety's sake, it's best to hunt during the day. At this moment, Su Han also stepped out. He carried 3 wooden spears, each 1.5 meters long, plus an axe at his waist. As long as he doesn't run into a bear, he should be able to fight back. Compared to other competitors, Su Han had one thing they didn't: a single-tube telescope from the beginner's gift package. Usually, this telescope has little use. But while hunting, it can help glimpse animals from afar. Chapter 31, Hunting the Spotted Deer. Not long after stepping out, Su Han found a sturdy birch tree by the lake. About half a meter thick, with lush branches, it was a great place to climb and scout. This is it. Su Han threw his backpack on the ground, picked up his axe, and carved out 2 footholds in the tree, slowly climbing up. At this moment, the system voice sounded. He learned a new skill: climb. In just 7 minutes, Su Han had already reached 10 meters high. From here, he could overlook the entire lake and easily see the situation on the mountain. Using the telescope, Su Han first observed the situation in the lake. He saw a large group of wild ducks playing in groups, and occasionally big fish surfacing only to quickly disappear. Many beautiful birds swam in the center of the lake. The opposite bank was an endless plain, and it was hard to see what resources lay there. The distance was just too far. So, Su Han withdrew his gaze and turned to look at today's destination, the big mountain to the east. The mountain scenery was lovely, filled with golden woods everywhere. Then, he spotted an adult spotted deer leisurely eating grass in the woods. Great, I found the first prey. Su Han looked around and quickly spotted a second deer at a small creek below. This time, it was a stag, much larger than the previous deer, also covered in white spots. After noting the deer's position, Su Han began searching for traces of other creatures. Soon he made a new discovery. On the southern mountain, there were 2 lone wolves. One was gnawing on a rabbit, while the other was napping. Beneath them, a white fox swiftly flashed by. To the north, many places were blocked by trees, making it hard to see. Let's target these 2 deer for now. Su Han put the telescope away and quickly climbed down the tree. He reached the ground, picked up his backpack, and headed straight toward the deer's location. Half an hour later, Su Han arrived at the area where the 2 deer appeared. At this point, the stag was nowhere to be seen at the creek, likely having gone home. To avoid making noise with his backpack, he decided to hide it under a tree, covering it with stones, and then cautiously made his way toward the upper woods. Spotted deer are highly alert creatures, and any slight noise can catch their attention. But with the help of the stealth skill, Su Han could approach silently, without being easily noticed. 5 meters. 10 meters. 15 meters. After passing through a patch of woods, Su Han finally spotted the spotted deer, and there was a small group of them. There were a total of 10 of them. Among them were 2 stags, the rest were dozen fawns. Su Han observed their positions. There was a clear distance of 20 meters between them, with dense bushes and weeds in between. To hit accurately, he needed to close the distance. At this moment, Su-han looked at the system panel. His stealth skill had already been trained to level 9. The skill's effect was to greatly reduce footstep noise and any commotion made while sneaking, as long as he didn't create a big stir from 3 meters away. It is hard to attract the target's attention. If there is cover, the effect will be even stronger, and the higher the level, the stronger the effect. 3 meters? This distance is still a bit short, but if there is cover, maybe we can give it a try. Su-han took a deep breath, using the grass and trees as cover, slowly moving closer to the deer herd. His footsteps were very light and slow, making almost no sound at all. In the entire forest, besides the calls of the birds, there was no other sound. In the live broadcast room, the audience keenly noticed this and began to exclaim. Wait, why does Su-god walk without making any sound? I turned up the volume on my phone, and I still can't hear his footsteps. What the hell, is he a cat? I was wondering how he could hunt deer in broad daylight. These creatures are very alert. Just a little distance away, they bolt, and you can't catch up. I guess Su-god walks silently. Before, when watching dramas, I questioned how ancient assassins could easily kill people. Now, after seeing Su-god's method of walking, I realize I was shallow. I strongly suspect Su-god has learned the stealth of assassins. As the audience chatted, Su-han's distance from the deer herd kept closing in. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Suddenly, a doe that was grazing seemed to sense something. It abruptly raised its head and looked toward Su-han. Little did it know, at the moment the doe lifted its head, Su-han had already changed direction and continued to stealthily approach using the trees as cover. The doe did not see the enemy and continued to lower its head to eat. Now, Su-han was only 5 meters away from the closest deer. At this moment, he slowed down again. He even changed from walking to moving slowly. 4 meters. The trees ahead gradually became sparser. Su-han moved to a bush, crouched down, and continued to shift. 3 meters. He could already see a spotted deer munching on mushrooms under a tree through the gaps in the bush. At this moment, Su-han became still. 3 meters was the safe range for stealth skills. Continuing forward would run the risk of exposure. So, he waited for a chance to act or get closer. Time passed second by second. Su-han lay on the ground, completely blending in with the grass. And the deer herd was not far away, some lying down, others wandering around. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. The temperature gradually rose, and the grazing spotted deer had eaten enough. When it turned around, Su-han immediately seized the opportunity and crawled forward, closing the distance to 1 meter. And the doe had not yet left. Now is the time. Su-han roared in his heart, raising his long spear and striking suddenly. Poof! The wooden spear accurately pierced the neck of the doe. Ugh! The severely injured doe let out a tragic cry. The surrounding deer all looked over. When they saw Su-han jumping out from the grass, they were immediately frightened and scattered in all directions. However, being able to catch a deer so quickly made Su-han very satisfied. Not bad, the first prey of the day is in hand. Everyone, we can improve our meal for noon. The doe lay on the ground, twitching continuously, and soon fell into peace. At this time, the National Survival System's prompt sound rang out. Congratulations, you have hunted a doe, triggering a 10,000 times return. The Dragon Nation will receive 10,000 does. Notice, you have gained 20 hunting points. Notice, the leaderboard has refreshed. You are now in first place with current points, 36 points. Notice, you have completed this week's hunting task and will not trigger punishment. In the live broadcast room, the audience cheered excitedly upon seeing Su-han hunt a deer. Now he had obtained 36 points. Even if he no longer hunted, the task was completed. But just when everyone thought Su-han would take the prey back, he instead carried the doe and walked in another direction. Encountered the old 6. What is Su-god trying to do? Wandering around with a prey easily attracts the attention of large wild beasts. We should go home first, Su-god. Yeah, let's store this deer at home before we come out again. Do you think it's possible that Su-god is intentionally attracting the beasts from the mountain? He's usually so careful, he shouldn't be unaware of the risks of wandering around with prey. Ha! That's a bit risky, isn't it? What if we run into a bear? Wouldn't we lose both our lives and our prey? No, Su-god just observed from the tree. If there really were a bear, he wouldn't dare to be so bold. The only possibility is that there are no bears in this area. In the wild world. As the audience guessed, Su-han was intentionally taking the freshly caught deer to lure prey. System, disable the skills stealth and momentum. Yes, host. After walking for a while, as he was about to enter the territory of the first wolf, Su-han decisively turned off the skills. At that moment, the sound of his footsteps on the ground was noticeably much louder than before. At the same time, the ominous aura around him vanished without a trace. After being stimulated, the deer herd could hardly be hunted again. But the two wolves were different. They were large wild beasts that would chase and seize prey. However, just turning off the skills was not enough. To lure them, he needed some disguise. Su-Han dipped his fingers in the deer's blood and smeared it across various parts of his body to create the illusion of being injured. At that moment, a system prompt rang out. Detected that the host is disguising. Congratulations, you've learned the passive skill disguise. Effect: the higher the skill proficiency, the stronger the disguise effect you create. You will also be better at using the surroundings to disguise. Great, he learned a new skill. Su-Han felt delighted in his heart. With this skill, it would be easier to ambush large animals like elk in the future. Just as he was about to hoist the female deer and continue searching for a lone wolf, a chill suddenly rose in his heart. The system prompt rang out again. You have been targeted by an unknown creature. Danger perception experience +1. Danger perception experience +1. That was quick. Su-Han's mouth curled into a sly smile. He had long understood the trigger conditions for the danger perception skill. First, small animals don't count. Secondly, animals that pose no threat to him don't count. Right now, triggering the system means that the wolves had already set their sights on him or were preparing to launch a sneak attack. However, Su-Han was well prepared today. He quickly sat on the ground, pretending to want to move but unable to do so. The first trick to attracting prey: pretend to be injured. Wolves are cunning, so he needed to be even craftier than them. With the freshly killed deer and himself appearing injured, he didn't believe the wolf wouldn't fall for it. 5 minutes passed. Su-Han had moved 6 meters on the ground, and the wolf hadn't left but also hadn't launched an attack. It was still observing. However, the distance between them was closing. Su-Han had already pinpointed the wolf's position. It was hidden in the grass to his left, observing him. Danger perception experience +1. Danger perception experience +1. Danger perception has leveled up, now at LV6. Just then, sounds came from the grass. Upon hearing the noise, Su-Han quickly showed a terrified expression and looked in that direction. Before him appeared a well-proportioned gray wolf. Don't come over, don't come over. Su-Han cried out in fear and threw a stone at the wolf. Due to the weak force, the stone fell to the ground mid-flight. Seeing this, the gray wolf bared its sharp fangs. It had confirmed that the prey before it was injured. This was the best time to attack. Ah whoa! The gray wolf howled and pounced towards Su-Han. It was confident. Such an injured prey could be taken down in just 2 rounds, first tearing the arm, then biting the throat. In the instant of its attack, the attack target was determined. Its speed was fast. In just a few breaths, it covered the 20-meter distance. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. The gray wolf pounced. Come on! Su-Han let out a roar. At the same time, he activated the momentum skill. The sudden burst of anger scared the gray wolf quite a bit. What was happening? This prey is not only injured and immobile but also appears very afraid of itself? Could it be pretending for itself? Damn, I've encountered a tricky one. If the gray wolf could speak, it would definitely be cursing right now. Unfortunately, it couldn't. Hint: the gray wolf is intimidated by your momentum, its combat power sharply reduced. Su-Han ignored the system's announcement, gripping the wooden spear tightly, and thrust it toward the gray wolf's throat. Detected that the host is using a wooden spear to kill. Congratulations. You have learned the passive skill wood spear technique. Ah whoa. Accompanied by a short, pitiful scream, the gray wolf was instantly severely injured, its body pinned to the ground. But it wasn't dead, it still wanted to escape. However, Su-Han would not give it this chance. With a gentle flick of his toes, he grasped the second long spear. PFF. This time, it pierced through its head. The gray wolf was dead, unable to die any further. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the audience was completely conquered by Su-Han. From the disguise to the acting, to the final kill, it was simply amazing. Wow, Su-God has put on a great show for us. The wolf is cunning? Sorry, but this guy is even more cunning. Gray wolf, why isn't this guy following the rules? It was supposed to be injured and weak? Just now, Su-God was sitting on the ground. I thought he was tired, but it turns out he already noticed the wolf lurking in the shadows. Wow. I can only say, what a performer. This morning, a Russian hunted a deer, and it's been praised to the skies by foreigners. Now that Su-God has taken down 2 prey consecutively, how will they talk about it? Come out and call, little Blackie. This is the essence of stealth and hunting. Foreigners, watch closely and learn. Congratulations! You have hunted a gray wolf and triggered a 10,000-fold return. Dragon Country will receive 10,000 gray wolf corpses. Hint, you have gained 40 hunting points. Hint, the leaderboard has refreshed, you are still in first place, current point 76. The second place ranking remains unchanged at 20 points. Hey, today's harvest is good. Time to go home. Suhan glanced at the leaderboard and prepared to head back. He had initially prepared to fight all day, but he didn't expect hunting to go so smoothly. Looking at the deer and wolf on the ground, Suhan worried about how to carry them back. The female deer weighed about 70 pounds. And the gray wolf he had just killed, although a bit small, must weigh at least 90 pounds. It was very unrealistic to haul them both back at once, he could only carry one at a time. But this way, there was a risk of them being stolen or eaten. Suhan looked around and decided to bury the wolf on the spot, covering it with rocks and leaves. As long as he was quick, there shouldn't be any major issues. After digging a small pit with an axe, he buried the wolf, then covered it with leaves and stones. Seeing that there were no significant problems, Suhan immediately carried the deer down the mountain. He nearly jogged his way home. After placing the deer in the shelter, he turned back to the mountain. Suhan was quite lucky, the wolf had indeed not been stolen, and there were no animal footprints nearby. He pulled the wolf out of the pit and hoisted it onto his shoulders to head back down. Just as he was nearing the foot of the mountain, a deafening roar came from the forest to the north. Countless birds were startled and flew into the sky. At this stage, the only one with that kind of momentum must be a bear. Suhan stopped in his tracks and murmured. Chapter 33, The Ferocious Beast, the Grizzly Bear. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room. The audience also heard the sound, and there was no doubt it was a bear. Just when everyone thought Suhan was going to leave, he actually tossed aside the wolf and walked towards the direction of the bear. This instantly scared everyone. Damn, bro, no, God, calm down, this is a bear, your wooden spear will work. Let's explore ahead later, God. God, come back quickly. God. Compared to the worries of the Dragon Country audience, the foreigners became excited. Yes, that's it. Papa Bear, take down this bastard, show him your power. Haha, Amaterasu is furious, this idiot is overestimating himself, does he really think he can kill a bear with a stick? Great Bear Brother, take down the Dragon Country people. I'll offer you prayers every day, Simmy D. In the wild world. Suhan activated stealth and turned off momentum. He moved like a ghost, walking through the dense forest. Roar! The angry roar grew louder. At the same time, there were some low growls. The bear seemed to be fighting with some creature. Suhan stopped and observed for a while, then found a suitable tree and quickly climbed up. He was like a nimble monkey, reaching the treetop in just a few breaths. Gently moving aside the branches, he saw not far away on the grass, a gray bear was battling two wolves. One of the wolves was clearly injured and couldn't escape but showed no intention of retreating. What's going on? Wolves are cunning and smart beasts, they shouldn't be fighting in broad daylight. Unless something special forced them to stay put. Suhan took out his binoculars and began searching nearby. When his gaze pierced through the trees and landed on a low cave, two adorable wolf cubs caught his eye. Their bodies were gray and white, curled up on the ground, estimated to be no more than 2 months old. So it's for the kids, no wonder these two wolves are standing their ground. Suhan suddenly realized and guessed how the fight started. The gray bear spawned at midnight last night. And the wolves already lived in the cave. When the gray bear wandered over here looking for a den, these two wolves had to attack early to protect their cubs. To swoop in and take advantage? Suhan quickly dismissed that thought. Not because he felt that the wolves shouldn't be killed for protecting their pups, but mainly because he didn't have a suitable weapon. Once he acted, the gray bear might easily mistake him for an enemy, making escape difficult. Although the gray bear isn't as fierce as the brown bear, it is known for its agility. Forget it, better not to get involved. At least, before I have a suitable weapon, fighting a bear is too dangerous. Suhan quietly climbed down the tree and turned to leave. At that moment, a wolf let out a tragic howl. Clearly, they were no match for this bear. The gray bear may derive 60 to 90% of its food from plants, but when facing an attacking enemy, it would not hold back. Before leaving, Suhan noted the nearby terrain. He wanted to prepare to see if there was a way to take down this gray bear when he returned. The weather was getting colder. If he could wear a bearskin coat before winter, that would be quite comfortable. Moreover, from his observation, this gray bear weighed at least 300 pounds. If he took it down, there would be about 150 pounds of bear meat, not including the bear's internal organs. For example, bear kidneys. For example, bear intestines. For example, bear penis. These parts are both nutritious and delicious. Suhan picked up the wolf again and quickly headed home. He had a lot to do next. Today he had both gray wolves and spotted deer. Just the slaughtering and skinning alone would be a big project. And with so much meat, if not preserved, it would likely spoil within 2 days. Back at the shelter, Suhan placed the gray wolf on the board and took out an axe to skin it. This was a detailed job, but thanks to the slaughtering skill that had been honed to level 8, he was quite efficient. In just under 30 minutes, a complete wolf skin was stripped off. Next was the deer skin. This time, Suhan's speed was even faster, it took only 20 minutes to strip it off. Then came tanning. The method was similar to last time, using the brains of the spotted deer and gray wolf, along with wolf fat for production. As for why deer fat was not used, Suhan planned to use deer fat as cooking oil. Although animal fat can have a fishy smell, he remembered he had wild garlic and Chinese artichoke as seasonings. He just needed to use these ingredients to remove the fishy taste and heat it daily for preservation. In the future, he would have fat to replenish at any time. Skinning, tanning, disassembly. After the whole process, Suhan was quite exhausted. He raised his arm and wiped the sweat with his sleeve, murmuring to himself, finally done. In the afternoon, I'll see if there are any fruit trees in the mountain. If I smoke it directly, the taste probably won't be good. Lunch was stewed deer meat. Before starting work, Suhan had put it in the pot to stew. Now it had been stewing for an hour and a half, so it should be ready to eat. After washing the blood off his hands, Suhan walked to the earthen pot to begin his meal. He lifted the pot lid, and a rich aroma wafted over him. He picked up a piece of rib meat and put it into his mouth. The texture was somewhat like beef, but the fibers were more delicate. It wasn't tough, very fragrant. After chewing for a while, he even detected a hint of nutty sweetness. Suhan's eyes lit up, and he smiled, saying, "This meat is delicious, I like it, much better than wolf meat." He then picked up a second piece. The meat had a nice balance of fat and lean, rich and tempting. During the meal, Suhan began to think about how to kill that gray bear. He only had an axe, and facing it head-on surely wouldn't work, so setting traps was the only way. What if he dug a pit in advance and lured the gray bear to fall into it? Thinking of the bear's huge body, Suhan shook his head with a bitter smile. This bear stood over 2 meters tall. Then how big would his pit need to be? 3 meters? Or 4 meters? Even if it fell in, some wooden spikes would probably not be able to kill this fierce beast. Unless he could stab from above. As long as he could pierce the brain with a wooden spear from the eye socket, perhaps there would be a chance to kill it. Although the risk was still very high. Thinking of this, Suhan glanced at the leaderboard. With his 76 points, he was still proudly at the top. The second place had changed from the Russian guy to the British wilderness master, derivative. But the points surpassed him by only 2 points, he didn't know what he had hunted. At this moment, in the British region, the Muyang dogs saw that Ter had successfully hunted a goat and were excitedly celebrating. The good days they had been waiting for had finally come. Although it was not as good as the dragon country, at least they should be able to fill their stomachs. But when the food was delivered, everyone was stunned. They had not received goat meat at all but some stinky sheep entrails, lymph nodes, and sheep intestines. The foul smell that came rushing over nearly knocked them out. The person standing in front even saw some black particles inside the sheep intestines. These offal were supposed to be good things. Unfortunately, the British didn't eat them and just briefly boiled them in water before hurriedly delivering them over. They hadn't even cleaned the sheep dung properly. The Muyang dogs looked uncomfortable. How could they eat this? It wasn't food for humans at all. Eat up, you lowly scum. I heard you liked eating these when you were in the dragon country. This is a gift from Her Majesty the Queen, so quickly kneel and thank her. The soldier in charge of delivering the meal sneered. He had eaten authentic sheep offal before. Unfortunately, in this day and age, where could he find that many spices? Even if he found them, no one would be willing to serve these lowly wall-sitters. At this moment, a Muyang dog stepped forward. Mr. Richard, these smell so bad. We can't eat them, I was a chef before, can I handle this? The surrounding sycophants showed eager expressions upon hearing this. Although these sheep were stinking, if a professional chef handled them, the taste would be different. Richard's face changed, and with one kick, he sent the sycophant to the ground. What are you? A mere slave dares to eat and drink, do you want to eat? If you don't, I'll feed it to the dogs. Eat, we will eat, Lord Richard. Everyone's face changed, and they hurriedly knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. Eat it. Although it smelled terrible, it was better than being hungry. Meanwhile, in the dragon country, the government had begun supplying meat to the people. Now, they used a lottery system. That is, a daily draw. If family A draws 1 pound of meat, they won't receive meat again this month, and they will draw again next month. This system is fair and open. If the meat supply is insufficient, it will be postponed. Anyway, they will eventually let you eat meat. Time arrived in the afternoon. Suhan took an axe and went out. This time the target was the forest to the south. To make the smoked meat taste good, fruitwood was naturally indispensable. The east and west had been explored, but only the due south had not been visited. After crossing 3 high hills, a plain came into view, surrounded by 3 patches of forest, where foxes could occasionally be seen playing. Suhan took out his binoculars to observe. His requirement was not high, he just needed to find a suitable fruit tree for smoking meat so that he could process the meat at home. Actually, smoking meat is not difficult. You just need to cut the meat well, without blood vessels and fat, which helps in drying out moisture. Secondly, the wood used for smoking cannot contain a lot of resin and sap. Otherwise, once it burns, a large amount of black smoke will emerge, making it unsuitable for smoking meat. Suhan was in a coniferous forest area, where trees suitable for smoking meat were not uncommon. For example, oak was a good choice. Of course, finding a hickory tree would also be a great choice. The fruits of these 2 trees are edible. So when he went out today, he specifically took his backpack. Gently sweeping the binoculars, the forest on the left was a massive spruce, covered with spruce autumn fruits. This is a medicine for cough and phlegm, just pick it and dry it, then boil it in water to take. Suhan turned to look at the forest directly opposite him. This was a large mixed area of pine and maple trees. Now, the maple leaves were fiery red, the scenery beautiful like a dream. If I really can't find an oak tree, using a maple tree will work just as well. Suhan muttered to himself, then looked to the far right forest. This direction was roughly where the clay was located, and it was also the closest to him. When Suhan looked over, a peculiar tree caught his eye. He froze for a moment, repeatedly confirming, then exclaimed. Wait a minute, could this be? Wow, brothers, we struck gold. I found treasure. The viewers in the live stream felt confused. Weren't they supposed to be looking for trees for smoking meat? What did finding treasure mean? Could it be that he found a fruit tree? If so, that would indeed be exciting. Suhan ran down the hillside, then crossed the plain, taking a full 30 minutes to arrive at the tree. It was a tall tree, straight and upright, with grayish-brown bark. Approaching, a faint fragrance could still be smelled. In the official live stream, Li Cheng saw the tree in front of Suhan, stood up, his eyes wide, and trembled as he said, "Is this cinnamon?" Cinnamon? Bing Bing was first delighted, then asked in confusion, "Professor, but isn't cinnamon an evergreen? In such a cold place, there can't be any cinnamon trees." She had been brushing up on a lot of knowledge these past few days and naturally understood the importance of cinnamon to survival contestants. Cinnamon, the most valuable spice in the plant kingdom, no exceptions. Finding a cinnamon tree means you can use it for a long, long time. The bark of the cinnamon tree is, in fact, cinnamon. When stewing meat, it can remove the fishy smell and add fragrance. The leaves can also be used as seasoning. If you dry the bark and grind it into powder, that's cinnamon powder. Li Cheng naturally understood this, but this was a wild place where even fruit could smell like dung. What else was impossible? At that moment, in the live broadcast, Suhan picked a leaf, gently crushed it, and brought it to his nose, and a rich fragrance rushed to meet him. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. This can't be wrong, this is the frost cinnamon tree. Frost cinnamon. A type of cinnamon tree that, after long exposure to cold regions, gradually became a new species. It always looks evergreen, blooming only in winter, and growing rapidly only when it snows. Compared to regular cinnamon, frost cinnamon has a much higher nutritional value, not only rich in various elements. Long-term consumption can also reduce the risk of frostbite. When Li Cheng heard Suhan's explanation, he became excited all over. It really is a cinnamon tree. This time, our dragon country has hit the jackpot. Though the growing conditions for frost cinnamon are harsh, our dragon country has long winters, lasting up to 5 months a year. If we have cinnamon trees, the vast population will have another spice. This is truly a cause for celebration. Dragon country is a major consumer of spices. Currently, all spices are bought from a sandside. But those bastards always raise prices unfairly. Finally, we don't have to suffer under those damn guys anymore. After confirming the tree before him was frost cinnamon, Suhan immediately began to collect the bark and prepare to move the small tree to near his home. Frost cinnamon does not have high requirements for growing conditions. Therefore, if the frost cinnamon seedlings are transplanted back, it can grow into a large tree in just 3 years. However, just having frost cinnamon is not enough. The smell of this tree is too strong. It can only be used for the final processing of smoked meat, so he still needs to find some other fruit woods. Chapter 35, another new discovery. Brothers, we're going to get rich again. If he really can't find fruitwood, he can make do with the maple trees he just saw. Cinnamon bark collection cannot damage the trunk, so girdling cannot be used. Otherwise, even frost-resistant frost cinnamon would die from the low temperatures. Thus, the correct collection method is partial peeling and collecting side branches. Suhan slowly peeled the bark off with an axe and put it into his backpack. There are a total of 12 frost cinnamon trees nearby, so collecting side branches is enough for him to eat. As soon as the backpack was nearly full of cinnamon bark, he stopped his actions. Next, he began to collect dry leaves. The leaves of the cinnamon tree also have a fragrance, but the taste is not as good as the bark, though it is just right for smoking meat. Suhan gathered the dry leaves from the ground, stuffing them into his backpack until it was full, then putting some into his pockets. In any case, he would take as much as he could carry. After all, there was plenty of meat at home. When he could no longer fit leaves in his pockets, Suhan began to look for fruit wood nearby. He wandered around the woods and found that this area was quite rich in resources. Along the way, he not only discovered many mushrooms but also some herbs. While walking, a cluster of blue-purple flowers caught his eye. Suhan's eyes lit up, and he hurried over. He was somewhat familiar with this flower. If he guessed correctly, he might strike it rich again. Walking through the sparse woods, a cluster of fading blue-purple flowers climbed all over the branches, with scaly round petals appearing very beautiful. It really is kudzu. Brothers, we've struck gold again. Suhan picked a flower and studied it carefully, then nodded. No doubt about it, this flower is kudzu. So that means tonight, I will have kudzu to eat. This luck has come, and it can't be stopped. In the live stream room, some viewers didn't understand what kudzu is. Li Cheng saw this and quickly explained. Kudzu, in short, is a kind of leguminous plant. It is both a traditional medicine and can be eaten. But kudzu is very hard, it can't be eaten directly like sweet potatoes, but can be boiled or steamed. Because it is a coarse grain, it is not easy to digest. However, kudzu can be stored for a long time. If freshly dug, it can last a whole month without spoiling in a cool, ventilated place. If sliced and dried, it can even last a year. Of course, relying on kudzu as a meal is not realistic. It is not like sweet potatoes, although the texture is soft and powdery, it still has a fibrous feel. However, kudzu has a high starch content. I believe with Sushin's speed of development, once winter passes, he will definitely explore around, and at that time, easily carried, starch-rich kudzu slices will be the best temporary food. Now I, oldly, even admire Suhan's luck. The place he chose is very rich in resources. If he continues to explore, he will surely make more discoveries. Some people think Suhan is lucky. But you're wrong, any place near a water source will definitely have abundant resources. And there is a lake here, isn't it normal to find kudzu in these things? Li Cheng almost spoke Suhan's thoughts aloud. On the first day, he didn't do anything, spending all his time looking for a place suitable for long-term living, which was exactly about finding rich resources. On site, Suhan began to dig with a small wooden shovel he carried. When he dug 30 centimeters down, a yellow-brown kudzu root emerged into the air. Sure enough, it's kudzu. It looks pretty big. But my backpack is already full, I'll dig it up later. First, let's smoke the meat. Once he confirmed it was kudzu, Suhan felt at ease. This thing is not afraid of being stolen, so he can safely go home to smoke the meat first and then come back with his big shovel to dig. After finding kudzu, Suhan didn't look for fruit trees. On the way back, he headed straight for the maple forest. This time, he would use maple wood to smoke the meat. As for later, that could be discussed later. He couldn't wait to smoke the meat before digging for kudzu. Upon returning home, he threw the maple firewood on the ground. Suhan poured all the frost cinnamon bark out of his backpack. These things are not afraid of dirt, just place them on the wooden board outside the door to dry. Next, Suhan officially prepared to smoke the meat. Considering that he would eat meat every day, he didn't need to refine the fatty pieces. Because in just a few days, he would eat it all. He cut the beast meat into strips, about 4 centimeters thick. If too thin, Suhan feared it would shrink and lose texture, and if too thick, it wouldn't smoke well, so 4 centimeters was just right. Once he finished cutting all the meat into strips, it was time to marinate it. At this point, the freshly picked cinnamon and frost cinnamon leaves came in handy. Suhan placed the leaves in a wooden trough, then added wild scallions and cinnamon, and finally added the meat to gently massage it in. This would help it absorb the flavors better. But Suhan didn't add salt, although adding salt would make it tastier. He had too little salt, and with this much meat, even if he dumped all the salt in, it wouldn't be enough. So he decided not to add salt at all. While marinating the meat, Suhan began to dig the pit for smoking the meat. Although using a brick kiln is more convenient, the internal capacity of the brick kiln is too small. Even with 4 kilns firing at the same time, it wouldn't be enough to smoke all this meat. But a earth pit is different. Just dig a pit half a meter deep on the ground, put charcoal and spices at the bottom, and then build a platform 1.5 meters high with mud bricks above the ground, and it can be put to use. Simply put, this is an easy version of a non-pit. Moreover, once the barbecue pit is built, it can be reused repeatedly, and rain won't be a worry. Suhan picked up a wooden shovel, glanced around, and finally decided to dig the pit around the shelter. If he finds vegetables in the future, he can also store them inside during winter. Damn, I really am a genius. Suhan praised himself fiercely, then rolled up his sleeves and started digging. Hey, ho! Hey, ho! As each shovel of soil was moved aside, the outline of a non-pit began to take shape. The pit Suhan dug was long and narrow, making it easier to cook and arrange. Once the pit was finished, the next step was to use a wooden mallet to compact the soil on both sides. Then, Suhan took wooden boards to press down on both sides and used clay to seal the gaps. Next, he used mud bricks to close in from the sides, leaving a gap that would be better sealed with a piece of brick on top. Alright, next is to burn some wood. Suhan returned to the shelter, took a sip of flower tea, and began to prepare the wood for heating. Once the wood was lit, he started hanging the meat on a branch. There was one very important step: he had to remove the bark from the tree, or else the resin would seep out when heated, ruining the meat. Once the meat was ready, Suhan hung it up in neat rows. Next, he threw in maple and laurel leaves. The damp would melt the charcoal, instantly producing a lot of smoke. Now's the time. Suhan was quick, hurriedly covering the top with chunks of mud brick but leaving a small gap. The flames inside the barbecue pit were very low in temperature. So, it would take 6 hours for this batch of meat to be cooked through. Thinking about going out to dig out kudzu root soon, even Suhan, this tough guy, felt tired. Every day is so exhausting. No wonder ancient people liked to domesticate animals for transportation; not having to run around is much more comfortable. Complaining aside, Suhan didn't neglect any of his tasks. But he was thinking about one thing: catching a horse might be difficult, but could he tame other animals? For example, getting a bear to use for transportation. Chapter 36: The Amazing Performances of Other Contestants. What am I thinking? Suhan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Without even a proper weapon, he wanted to conquer a bear. It was simply a dream. However, to be fair, while bears couldn't be tamed for now, he could raise some wolf cubs to guard the house. According to the system's nature, as long as he raised them, he would definitely trigger the taming skill. At that moment, Suhan thought of the 2 wolf cubs from the morning. He didn't know if they were eaten by that bear. If not, he could take them back and raise them. But first, let's dig for the kudzu root. I'll check later tonight. Suhan quickened his pace and soon arrived under a tree. There were some tracks of small animals nearby, but they were not interested in the kudzu root. Suhan took out his wooden shovel and dug hard until he reached half a meter deep, finally pulling the kudzu root out of the ground. This piece of kudzu root was about 40 centimeters long, covered with roots. Not bad, the first piece of kudzu root is in hand. Suhan set the kudzu root aside, picked up the wooden shovel, and continued digging. There surely wouldn't be just one piece of kudzu root under the whole tree. Following the root system, he kept digging deeper and unearthed one piece after another of kudzu root. 2 hours later. Suhan stared blankly at the thick kudzu root, larger than his thigh, beneath the ground. I can't take it anymore, family. Who understands? The more I dig, the more kudzu root there is. Now I've even unearthed the ancient kudzu root ancestor. I really can't dig anymore today, this is it. Even if I dig it out, I can't carry it. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the audience burst into laughter. People began to tease him. At first, Sushin was so excited, so lively and cheerful, until those pieces of kudzu root were dug out, he became completely desperate, unable to dig at all. It was endless. The nearby area almost turned into a circular construction site. You're really something, Sushin. The independent regiment fought against Yamazaki. It's such a pity you weren't cast as an actor. Sushin's lifelong enemy, kudzu root. Countless years later, Sushin stands proudly between heaven and earth, yet still hasn't forgotten that afternoon, dominated by kudzu root. Of course, teasing aside. For these 2 hours of hard work, Suhan managed to return 3 full batches of kudzu root. This stuff is very resilient, so it can be grown in many regions. After a half-hour break, Suhan got up to begin the sorting process. He didn't want kudzu root that was too old. This kind of kudzu root has a lot of starch, but also a lot of residue. So, he only wanted the tender kudzu root, and left the old ones behind. Even so, Suhan still had to make 6 trips to bring all the kudzu root back home. He went to the lakeside, cleaned the kudzu root thoroughly. Then, he sliced it thin and spread it out on the roof to dry. By the time everything was finished, the sky had completely darkened. Suhan took a moment to add some firewood to the meat pit before going to cook. Tonight's dinner was stewed venison and boiled kudzu root. Suhan picked out a piece of kudzu root about 2 pounds, peeled and cleaned it, then placed it together with the venison to stew. This time, he added a little bit of cinnamon. In about 20 minutes, the kudzu root would be ready to eat. Time passed. The venison slowly released its aroma, and the kudzu root also softened and cooked. Raw kudzu root, when peeled, has a wood-like texture, with a slight sweetness when chewed. If you taste it carefully, there's even a hint of bitterness in the end. However, this kudzu root, stewed with the meat broth, was incredibly delicious. Suhan lifted the lid of the pot, and a rich fragrance wafted up to meet him. Goo! Goo! The kudzu root slices rolled in the broth. But perhaps because the heat was too high, some of the edges of the kudzu root had melted away. Suhan quickly picked up a slice of kudzu root while it was still hot. The soft, sticky texture was like eating potatoes, and the flavor didn't disappoint him. Delicious! Brothers, kudzu root is really tasty. Our meals are getting more and more varied. One bite of kudzu root, one bite of venison. The flavor was absolutely perfect. Especially with the addition of cinnamon, which added a touch of flavor to the already rich taste, while also reducing the gamey smell in the meat. In the Dragon Country livestream, foreign viewers, seeing how delicious Suhan was eating, couldn't help but feel envious. Wolf meat. Venison. Duck eggs. Now even high-starch food had appeared. What a life like a god. At this moment, the Russian contestant also woke up. Originally, he thought he was still in first place on the leaderboard, but when he opened it, he felt like the sky had fallen. What's going on? Why did I drop to 5th place? Ivanov was shocked, and he quickly looked at the top few rankings. First place, Dragon Country contestant, Suhan, 76 points. Captured prey, 1 deer, 1 wolf, and a large number of fish. Second place, Indian contestant, Sandy, 28 points. Captured prey, 1 calf, and a large number of fish. Third place, British contestant, Lord D, 27 points. Captured prey, 1 goat, 3 rabbits, and squirrels. Fourth place, Kimchi contestant, Park Dwandiao, 21 points. Captured prey, 1 wild boar, and 1 grouse. After reading the rankings, Ivanov was completely shaken. He hadn't slept all night, and the prey he caught was quickly overtaken. He knew that Suhan and Lord D were strong. But what were the other 2 contestants? Especially the Kimchi contestant, the Korean, could hunt wild boars too? At this moment, Ivanov noticed that there were battle recordings attached behind the leaderboard. Let me see, what exactly is it that makes you all stronger than me? Ivanov began to watch the recordings. The first one he watched was Suhan's perspective. From identifying the prey to formulating the strategy. From lurking to ambush, from baiting to acting. Ivanov watched and his mouth dropped wide open. He is simply a Superman. Without a doubt, this week's champion will definitely be this man. Such terrifying hunting skills, I fear that even that deer can hardly compare. Then, Ivanov checked the battle footage of the second contestant. He originally thought he could learn some techniques from the opponent, but after watching for a long time, he didn't see the person at all. At that moment, a calf came to the manure pit to relieve itself. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the pit, and with a wooden spear, he stabbed it straight into the calf's heart. Ivanov was stunned. No, dude. How did you hide? Ivanov slowed it down, and then he discovered that the contestant from India had been hiding in the cow dung, with cow dung smeared on his head and face. It was precisely because of this that the calf did not notice. Alright, this is something he really cannot imitate. But how did the stick from Pickled Vegetable Country hunt? Ivanov absolutely did not believe that a country as weak as Pickled Vegetable could hunt a wild boar. He clicked on the video. In the footage, the contestant was covered in excrement, and by chance, he encountered a family of wild boars. For some reason, the wild boars became extremely panicked when they saw him. And the young wild boar fell off the cliff and died while running. Ha! This is possible too. Ivanov was completely taken aback. Is this really hunting? He was unconvinced. Chapter 37 2 Wolf Cubs. In the Dragon Country livestream, the viewers were confused about how the stick contestant could hunt wild boars. According to the information collected in the previous days, Park Dwandiao should be a useless coward. How could such a guy hunt wild boars? In response, a helpful viewer provided the complete recording. In the footage, after Park Dwandiao played dead to fool the brown bear, he actually encountered a wolf on his way home. He thought he was done for. But the wolf thought he was a brown bear and was so scared that it ran away with a howl. This incident left a deep impression on Park Dwandiao. So, brown bear dung is that intimidating. Thus, the brown bear dung he initially wanted to wash off, he managed to endure. After resting for a night, Park Dwandiao, emboldened by the bear dung, began searching for prey everywhere. The wolves he encountered were indeed frightened away, but he still couldn't catch any prey. This made him very uncomfortable. Especially in the afternoon when the temperature rose, the smell of bear dung decreased. A wolf almost pounced on him. If it had been anyone else, they would have long given up. But Park Dwandiao's thinking was different. When the bear dung dried, couldn't he just steal some to use? This would perfectly solve the issue. So, he searched for the brown bear, and he really ended up stealing some. This is the entire process of how the stick contestant hunted the wild boar. After watching the video, the audience in Dragon Country burst into laughter. Damn, this stick really goes all out, sleeping with dung all over, that's impressive. No wonder those who survive in the wilderness have some unique skills. I saw an African contestant yesterday who survived by eating rats, just asking if that's cool. No wonder today the stick regained its confidence, it actually has it now. Don't worry, bear dung isn't a cure-all. Can he catch a little wild boar every day? Within days, this coward will starve. Surviving in the wilderness isn't an easy task. Even strong contestants like Su-han are busy every day. Now, everyone has just entered the wilderness for a week. As long as no major problems arise, they can barely make it. But without enough food, malnutrition will slowly appear. Especially now that it's autumn. If one accidentally falls ill, they are basically close to death. Even if the rulers of pickled vegetable country were willing to use their resources for treatment, it would just be a slow death. This is the gap. And at this moment, on the other side, Su-han, having eaten and drunk enough, headed straight to the mountain in the east with his axe. He didn't carry a torch, but walked quickly by the lakeside. With the help of his level 13 night vision skill, the difference between night and day was not much, it was just the loss of color. Especially within a 6-meter radius. Su-han could see more clearly. 20 minutes later, he arrived near the place where the wolves fought the bear during the day. Turning off momentum and activating stealth. After a set of processes, Su-han transformed into a ghost in the night. Not even the crickets in the grass noticed someone passing by. Slowly approaching, the battlefield gradually came into view. The ground was covered in blood, and a wolf, with only half a body left, lay there all alone. It was very likely eaten by a grizzly bear. This should be the one that died when I left during the day. But where's the other one? Su-han looked around, but he could not find any trace of the other wolf. He slowly searched the vicinity, yet still could not find the shadow of that wolf. Could it have run away, leaving its cubs behind? It certainly felt like that was a possibility. Seeing this, Su-han stopped searching and slowly moved towards the cave. He observed the surroundings while walking. If he saw the grizzly bear, he would retreat immediately. But until he reached the cave entrance, he hadn't seen any sign of the grizzly bear. This suggested that the grizzly bear might be sleeping inside the cave. This was the last thing Su-han wanted to see. If the grizzly bear had entered the cave, it would mean it had killed the cubs, making his journey pointless. Su-han peered into the cave and then froze slightly. The grizzly bear was not there, but the other wolf lay dead inside the cave. So, it drove the grizzly bear away but died from its injuries? The cave was very low, he had to bend down to get inside. Su-han, thinking about not wasting resources, planned to take the wolf back to make a blanket. But just as he was pulling the wolf out, 2 furry little cubs ran out from behind the wolf's body. They looked very small, probably only a little over a month old, and upon seeing the intruder, they immediately huddled together in fear, trembling non-stop. Oh. I really stumbled upon something. Alright, you two will guard my door from now on. Su-han chuckled as he lifted the little cubs, one on the left and one on the right. The little wolf cub on the left was a bit timid, curling up into a ball with its little tail tucked in. The one on the right stared at him with wide eyes. Very good, quite spirited. Su-han took off his backpack and, regardless of the cubs' struggles, tossed them inside. As for their parents, he thought seriously for a moment but ultimately abandoned the idea of making a blanket. People should have some bottom line. Moreover, he didn't like these 2 wolves, so there was no need to do something immoral just for 2 hides. After leaving the cave, Su-han found a place to bury the male wolf with dirt. As for the female wolf that was left with only half a body, he buried her too, even pressing stones on top of the 2 graves. Otherwise, if he left, someone would come to steal the corpses. After doing all this, Su-han finally headed home with the 2 cubs on his back. On the way, they kept making whimpering sounds in the backpack. At that moment, the survival system sent a notification sound. Su-han glanced over and found he had earned 16 hunting points. TSK. Looks like my trip today wasn't in vain. Not only did I pick up 2 guard pets, but I also gained points. In the Dragon Country livestream room, the audience was dumbfounded. They had just thought Su-han was going to ambush the grizzly bear, but instead, he had managed to rescue 2 wolf cubs from the cave. Other contestants were struggling to secure long-term food, while Godsu actually had pets now. It was simply amazing. Returning home, Su-han placed the 2 little cubs inside the shelter. But as soon as they landed, the 2 little guys were scared and burrowed into the firewood. Su-han smiled slightly, took some meat soup and deer meat out of the pot, and put them into an earthen bowl, then he went outside to check the cured meat. When he returned, the two little ones were tearing at the deer meat, separated from each other. But thinking about it, it was understandable. If their mother died in the morning, there would be no milk to feed them. These two were probably starving all day long. Hearing the footsteps, the two little ones wanted to flee, but hunger kept them from abandoning the food before them. Thus, the gray little wolf instinctively began to whimper toward Suhan. "Heh, so tiny and still want to challenge me, you really have guts." Suhan walked over and gave it a whack on the head. Smack! The little wolf felt pain and let out a loud wail, then tried to escape. But Suhan wouldn't give it that chance. In fact, taming wolves is the same as taming dogs. If it dares to show its teeth at you, it must understand the consequences of such actions. In the pack, this is called the alpha wolf effect. Only when it truly fears you will it obediently listen in the future. Smack! Smack! One more hit on the head, then another. The system timely chimed a prompt sound, and Suhan glanced over, discovering he had indeed learned a new skill, taming. The skill effect is, the higher the skill proficiency, the easier it is to tame animals. Of course, there is a premise: you must completely defeat the opponent, otherwise, taming will not take effect. And Suhan received an interesting message. When taming a pet, combining it with the momentum skill will provide a special bonus, accelerating animal taming. After 3 consecutive hits, the little wolf changed from struggling to begging for mercy. Seeing this, Suhan finally placed it on the ground. Woo woo! The little wolf ran into the pile of firewood in fear, watching the tall figure in the distance with fearful eyes. Although it had wild instincts, something deep inside told it that if it dared to disrespect this existence again, it would end up in a worse situation. Chapter 38, Taming Pets and Digging Fish Ponds. The first day of hunting week passed like this. Some were joyful, some were sorrowful. Some participants worked hard all day but caught no game, wasting an entire day for nothing. While others, however, feasted on beast meat. This is the law of the jungle. The weak have no meaning of existence. And the strong can obtain everything. The next morning, Suhan woke up naturally, planning to continue curing meat today. Once all the meat was cured, he would go out to find that bear. As the weather grew colder, having a bearskin blanket would indeed be delightful to think about. Getting out of bed, it was time to eat. Suhan sat up and prepared to cross over, but when he stretched his feet down, he stepped on 2 fleshy meat pads. What is this? Still warm. Woo woo! A low whimper came from under the bed. Suhan suddenly remembered that he had adopted 2 wolf cubs at home. Hey, I almost forgot about you guys. He looked down and picked up the still sleeping little cubs. The 2 little ones stared at him blankly, clearly much quieter than yesterday. Suhan checked the system panel and found there was actually a taming progress bar. Wolf Cub 1, not yet named, taming in progress, current progress 12%. Wolf Cub 2, not yet named, taming in progress, current progress 28%. Almost forgot, I haven't named you yet. What name should I give? This one, a bit rebellious and gray, I'll call you Big Gray. And you, a bit white, looks a little silly, I'll call you Erha then. The 2 little ones looked confused, not understanding the meaning of the names at all. Suhan tossed them on the ground and went outdoors to empty the fish baskets. He hadn't emptied them for 2 days, so there should be quite a bit inside. Arriving at the lakeside, he took off his top clothing. Suhan pulled the first fish basket out of the water, countless fish splashing and jumping inside. So many? He was somewhat surprised. He had only not emptied the fish baskets for 2 days, yet so many fish had gotten in, it was truly exaggerated. Just one fish basket had almost 5 pounds of fish. So many fish, how should I eat them? Suhan felt a bit troubled for a moment. Actually, he thought about smoking all the fish. This way, not only could he increase the variety of food, but he could also extend its shelf life. But one fish basket had 5 pounds, and with the other 2 baskets left, there must be over 10 pounds of fish. Smoking fish was obviously not a long-term solution. Because the fish baskets were catching fish every day, he couldn't just smoke all the fish in the future. What if he raised the fish instead? A sudden idea struck Suhan. Since wolf cubs can be trained, why couldn't he raise these fish? If he dug a pond, he could keep the fish he couldn't eat in it. Then when winter came, and food was hard to find, he could catch some fish from there. If it developed even better, the fish could reproduce freely, making it even easier to eat fish. This idea is really good. The more Suhan thought about it, the more he believed it would work. He took the remaining 2 fish baskets to the shore one by one to check, and sure enough, there were many fish inside. In fact, he even found a turtle in the largest fish basket. Nice, an unexpected harvest today. I haven't had this in a long time. Once I'm done, I'll come back in the evening to stew it. Suhan looked at the turtle with a big smile. Breakfast was boiled fish with kudzu root. To consume some fish meat, he mashed some cooked fish with a stick and fed it to the wolf cubs. It was the first time these two little ones ate fish. They first sniffed gently with their noses and then gobbled it up when they smelled the fish's meaty aroma. Woo woo! The wolf cubs made delighted sounds while eating. But at that moment, Suhan reached out to take the wooden bowl away. Big Gray instinctively growled at the sight, but the next second, he was slapped to the ground by Suhan. When raising canines, you must not let them guard their food. At the same time, they must understand one principle. You can eat food only if the master gives it to you. If the master doesn't let you eat, then you can only watch. This is a very crucial step in the taming process. In fact, among wolves, the alpha does the same thing. When the alpha wolf is eating, the other wolves can only watch. Anyone who dares to approach would be bitten to death. At this moment, Suhan offered the food again. Once Big Gray started eating, he would take the food away. If it growled, he would give another slap. After repeating this a few times, Big Gray learned. Whether eating or not, as long as Suhan reached out, it would fearfully shrink back. In contrast, the second husky wasn't so troublesome. It behaved very well the whole time. In the Dragon Country live streaming room, the audience watched Suhan training his pet and started to tease him. At this pace, if he keeps training like this, in 2 months, this pet will be even more obedient than a dog. Big Gray, I admit I'm wild. Until I met my master, he is truly cunning. Wow, I really like the obedient husky, even its paws are white. Do you think it has husky blood? Maybe, look at its eyes, which are unusually clear. Is this a wolf? It's obviously a dog. Husky, born like this, can't help it. My mother told me when I was born that my personality would never change. Husky, be obedient and you won't get beaten, plus you get meat to eat. Being clear-eyed doesn't mean I'm dumb. Suhan was very satisfied with the progress of training the pets. The recent stage of training brought Big Gray's progress to 22%. As for the husky, this guy wasn't that troublesome. All it needed was a little head pat now and then, and some food, and the progress bar would shoot up. In just one night, the progress bar increased from 28 to 32. You really are a born pet wolf, husky. Suhan reached out to pat the husky's head. Feeling the owner's affection, the little guy happily wagged its tail. Alright, let's play again when I have time. I have things to do today. Suhan stood up to wash his hands and turned to check the smoked meat at the stove. After a night of smoking, the deer meat was completely done, its surface shriveled and hardened. He tore off a piece and put it in his mouth, the rich meat aroma bursting together with the scent of spices on his tongue. Although it lacks salt, the flavor is fantastic. From now on, I'll smoke meat like this. Suhan was very satisfied with the quality of the smoked meat. After putting away all the dried deer meat, he hung the wolf meat on a branch to continue smoking. At 9 in the morning, the exercise check-in was over. Suhan washed his face by the lake, preparing to head out. Today is the 6th day. By tomorrow, my physical condition will improve. I wonder what effects it will have. With food and water packed, Suhan walked along the lakeside, looking for a suitable spot to raise fish. Half an hour passed. He didn't find a place suitable for digging a fish pond but instead picked up some duck eggs. Chapter 39, Suhan prepares to dig the riverbed. Official live stream of Dragon Country. Bing Bing, keeping her good habit of asking when she doesn't understand, asked Li Chang, Professor Li, do you think it's feasible for Sue to dig a pond for fish farming? Not only is it feasible, but the idea is also very clear. Li Chang pushed up his glasses and said with admiration, digging a pond for fish farming is not as difficult as you might think, even the pond doesn't need to be particularly large. The key is the location. There are 2 challenges in digging a fish pond in the wild. First, choosing the site. Due to the lack of modern tools, site selection is crucial. Whether it's a large pond or a small one, the foremost requirement is that the water source must be flowing water. Stagnant water can be polluted and deplete oxygen when it comes into contact with leaves and other materials. But flowing water doesn't have this problem. If Suhan can utilize a creek, spring, or river, he can indeed dig a suitable pond. Second, the ecological environment of the pond. A good fish pond requires a reasonable ecological environment, which involves a lot of specialized knowledge. But I believe with Suhan's knowledge, since he has the idea of digging a pond, he must have absolute confidence. Li Chang truly admired Suhan. If it were a foreign contestant, catching so many fish every day, they would definitely be thrilled. But Suhan immediately thought of digging a pond for fish farming. Though it's troublesome, if the pond is really done, he probably wouldn't lack food in the future. At this time, in the wilderness world, Suhan had already walked to the riverbank, where he used to pick blueberries, but he still hadn't found a suitable spot to dig a fish pond. A flash of unwillingness crossed his eyes. Could he just give up like this? But if he continued to walk further, the shelter was just too far away. Even if he could dig a pond, he wouldn't have time to frequently run back and forth to check on it. After hesitating for a while, Suhan decided to take a look around first. The shelter was only a 35-minute journey from here, which was neither far nor close. Since he was already out, he might as well search for supplies. Suhan comforted himself and began to wander casually nearby. It turned out, this casual stroll led to an unexpected discovery. As he walked, he actually found a small river channel that had been dried up for a long time nearby. It originally branched off from the river around the corner ahead. But for some unknown reason, it had now completely dried up, leading to the riverbed being overgrown with wild grass. There's a river here? Where does it flow? Suhan sensed that this might be an opportunity. So he hurriedly walked along the riverbed towards the distance. This walk was not in vain. It turned out to be the way home, except the river didn't lead to the shelter but to the south of the hillside. So that's how it is? Suhan suddenly remembered that there was indeed a ditch on the south side of the high slope. Could it be that this river is the one? If that's the case, then as long as he opens up the flowing water, he could completely dig a fish pond right at his doorstep in the future. A glint of excitement flashed in Suhan's eyes as his speed increased beneath him. He crossed through the forest and arrived at the southern side of the dirt slope. From here, he looked into the distance, where the river meandered below the dirt slope, disappearing on the other side in a semicircle. It seems that the final destination of this small river is that lake. Now Suhan was completely at ease. Having walked all this way, he had a profound understanding of this little river. The widest part of the river was only 4 meters, while the narrowest was about 1 meter and 80. A river like this was simply a treasure gifted by heaven. If he could find some plant seeds before winter, he could easily cultivate a good piece of land near the river. By next year, he could raise fish while farming. He could take leisurely walks with his dog and hunt in the mountains. Just thinking about this simple life was so delightful. Suhan turned and walked toward the source of the river, wanting to see what blocked the water's flow. When he arrived at the river's fork, the truth was clear. A landslide had once occurred here, and some rocks and trees blocked the entrance, causing the already high branch of the river to completely lose its water source. Dealing with this was quite simple, he just needed to clear away the piled-up rubble and wood. But speaking of it being simple, the blockage stretched a full 6 meters. If he wanted to clear it, it would definitely be a big project. Pa. For the sake of farming and raising fish, I'll do this. Suhan spat into his palm and rolled up his sleeves to start working. The foreign audience and the livestream exclaimed in confusion. Clearly, there was plenty of food available, with no need to do such foolish things. The people of the Dragon Country really are a race we cannot understand. If I were him, I would have already gone into the valley to search for supplies. What a stupid guy, he's just wasting effort. The fish in the lake are endless, yet, he's choosing to waste time here, huh? Foolish competitor, keep exhausting yourself. By the time you're worn out, Bear Lord will definitely eat you from behind. Oh, Amaterasu, please curse this guy to die and go to hell. I really don't understand this competitor. He has 50 meters of fishing line and incredible skills. Why not try to catch big fish instead of wasting time on this boring stuff? Even if he could dig out a fish pond, it wouldn't bring immediate profits. Reading the foolish comments from the foreigners made the Dragon Country audience laugh. Ah, yes, our competitor is foolish, but how many points do your country's competitors have right now? What kind of place are they living in? They can't even be in the top 3 and are hiding in caves, right? I just want to say, some people from certain countries claim to be modern civilized individuals, yet still eat raw meat. Why is that? It's confusing. Wasting effort? Ah, only a fool would think that. But it makes sense, a person who only knows 0 yuan purchases wouldn't understand the importance of long-term development. Although Su God is suffering now. But in terms of long-term development, once this river is opened up, it can not only be used for farming and fishing but also develop even more things. Now, let me pose a question to everyone. Do you think that with Su God's powerful strength, once this river is opened up, he will only use it for farming and fishing? Shallow, truly too shallow. Let me remind you, Su God possesses an incredibly powerful carpentry ability. Do you know what that means? It means Su God can completely use river water as a power source to make large wooden devices. Water-powered blowers. Water-powered stone mills. Water-powered hammers. Even a water-powered spinning wheel. This statement gave people goosebumps. At this moment, even the foreigners with concerning intelligence. A cold breath was involuntarily taken in. Just now, they had only seen a superficial side, believing that Suhan's effort to dig the river channel was just a waste of effort. After all, there were plenty of fish in the lake. But after hearing the man's explanation, they finally realized how foolish their thoughts were. Thanks to the big shots for the rewards, I have to go out for something today. There will be one more update for the evening. Chapter 40, The River Channel Flows, Digging the Fish Pond. At this moment, in the wild world, Suhan was slowly digging along the dry riverbed. His efficiency wasn't slow, but after a whole hour, he had only dug a 1-meter-long waterway. But this was unavoidable. The underground in this blocked area was very complicated. Although the surface had a thick layer of soil, digging deeper revealed nothing but stones and tree roots, greatly increasing the difficulty of excavation. While digging, Suhan also moved the stones. During this time, he would use a wooden stump to tamp down the waterway, fixing the stones and wooden stakes on both sides. This way, even if the rainy season came, he wouldn't have to worry about the river water washing away the channel. After all, he wanted to plant crops by the riverside next year. After a whole morning, the waterway slowly extended to 3 meters, but there was still some distance from the main river channel. Suhan sat on a stone by the riverbank, chewing on jerky while thinking about the planning of the tributary. A workshop had to be established. Such convenient river water would be a waste not to utilize it. Then there was the problem of farming. Taking advantage of the autumn, he needed to search for resources outside. Judging by the geographical environment, his area should have wheat, rapeseed, oats, and soybeans. Among them, wheat and oats could be used as staples. Rapeseed could be pressed for oil. While soybeans had even more uses, they could be considered a universal seasoning. With soybeans, he could make soy sauce. At the same time, he could also make bean paste and tofu. By then, he could build a mill by the riverside, occasionally grinding tofu and boiling soy milk to drink. Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. But to live a good life, I can't rest now. Suhan stuffed the last piece of venison jerky into his mouth, got up, brushed off the dirt on his clothes, and picked up the wooden shovel to work hard. At 4 in the afternoon, the dug waterway was only 1 meter away from the main river channel. But this short distance stopped Suhan's steps. Because in front of him, there were 2 huge blue stones, which were the main reason blocking this tributary. The part of the blue stones that protruded above the water was half a meter tall, not counting what was buried deep underground, and their width exceeded 80 centimeters. Such massive rocks were incredibly difficult to move. However, Suhan had no intention of moving them anyway. First, he didn't have that much strength. Though the system enhanced his physique, it hadn't turned him into a superhuman. Second, these 2 stones were quite fitting in their place. In the future, if a mountain flood occurred, they could block it a bit. So what he needed to do now was to clear all the stones and silt between the 2 rocks. This way, the river water could flow into the tributary without washing away the riverbank. It was truly the best of both worlds. Suhan walked around the 2 rocks and came to the riverside, using the wooden shovel to clear the silt and sand onto the shore. The river water was cold, but he stood motionless in the water. After half an hour, the silt was cleared away, and the river water gradually flowed in through the gap. Suhan picked up a wooden stick and pried the last stone away. Let's go! Whoosh! Clear river water, having lost its obstacles, surged wildly into the waterway. The flow was not large, but it was full of power. Suhan stood on the stone, witnessing the rise of the river water. As the incoming river water gradually increased, the dry grass in the distance was submerged, and then it spread outward. It's finally done! Suhan joyfully wiped the sweat from his face. After the river opened, further channel adjustments were needed to prevent the water from wandering everywhere. But these things are not urgent, there is plenty of time later. After a busy day, my body was already exhausted. Suhan glanced at the worn wooden shovel and stuck it in the ground. It was a tool he had made by hand, and now it had reached the end of its life. It would be a landmark from now on. Under the setting sun. Suhan hummed a little tune as he walked home. As soon as he pushed open the door, 2 little pups rushed forward one after the other. Woo woo! The husky excitedly ran from the darkness to greet its master. And Dehui was also shaking its tail vigorously. Actually, it didn't want to be so enthusiastic, however, it was hungry. When Suhan left in the morning, he had only given them a little bit of food, which was nowhere near enough for the wolf cubs that were in urgent need of nutrition to grow. So by the afternoon, Dehui was starving. Suhan reached out to pet the 2 wolf cubs and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I'll feed you soon." He picked out a few fish from the pot, mashed them with a wooden stick, and poured them into a small bowl. The 2 pups started devouring their meal. At this moment, Suhan lifted the food again, wanting to see if Dehui had learned a lesson. As a result, this little guy hesitated for a moment and obediently squatted in place. "Not bad, good wolf. Go ahead and eat." Suhan patted Dehui's head and then added a piece of deer meat to the small bowl. Of course, the husky didn't forget either. In the evening, Suhan made a special trip to the foot of the hill. At this time, the river water had already flowed in, and the depth was about half a meter. This amount of water was completely sufficient for irrigation and fish farming. Not bad. Suhan tested the depth and returned home satisfied to rest. When he took off his shoes and went to bed, the two little wolf cubs immediately scampered over and lay on his shoes. This is an animal instinct. Scenting their master will give them enough sense of security. Of course, lying on the shoes is warm, which is also an important factor. The next morning, Suhan took the two little wolf cubs outside to use the toilet. After they finished, he tossed them into the shelter. Speaking of which, they were quite easy to manage. Just after 2 simple attempts, they learned to go outside to poop. During mealtime, Suhan glanced at the points leaderboard. He was still in first place. And Deyi was in second, currently with 42 points, which was still quite fast. But it wasn't much of a threat to him. Suhan thought for a moment and decided to continue digging the fish pond today, planning to go hunting tomorrow. Because after the pond was excavated, it still needed to sit for 2 days. The sooner it was dug, the sooner it could be put to use. At 9 a.m., Suhan went out with a brand new wooden shovel. After crossing the dirt slope, he reached the riverbed. This was much easier than going to the main river channel. Suhan found a place with more clay near the river and began to dig. He was building a stepped fish pond. That is, the fish pond would have shallow and deep water areas. The overall area was 4 by 4 meters. Among them, the shallow water area was half a meter deep, while the deep water area was 2 meters. This way, when the temperature dropped too low, the fish could go to the deep water area to spend the winter. Of course, the reason for not digging too deep was that Suhan was worried about not finding food in winter and could break the ice to catch fish directly. As for the edges of the fish pond, Suhan also specially made a step. This made it easier to go up and down. The east and west sides of the fish pond were the places for inflow and outflow. With an LV-18 digging skill, Suhan was able to dig the fish pond in just 2.5 hours. The efficiency startled the onlookers. Chapter 41, Suhan's Whimsical Ideas. Wow, Su-God, are you a human digger? You're so fast. Incredible, such a big hole was dug in just over 2 hours. This stamina is too strong. The key is that Su-God didn't stop at all today. The effect of the 5 generations of flower snake gall, dug out in one breath, is so strong? I envy you. If I had half of Su's strength, my partner at home wouldn't dislike me. Scene. After digging the fish pond, Suhan showed no signs of fatigue, his face only slightly glistening with sweat. In this situation, even he was quite surprised. Just a week of clocking in, and there's such a noticeable effect? No, it must be that the enhancement of my physique has activated the effect of the 5 generations of flower snake gall, making my body so powerful. Since the system informed him that continuous clocking for 7 days would only slightly enhance his physique, the effect couldn't be so extreme. And with such a clear change in his body, there could only be one reason. The 5 generations of flower snake gall he took earlier had perhaps not fully exerted its medicinal effect at the time, and some residues still lingered in his body. Today, as his physique was enhanced, the snake gall must have exerted all its medicinal effects. This is the only possibility. After realizing this, Suhan turned to begin modifying the fish pond. He had just dug, now he needed to compact the pond's bottom to prevent a lot of water seepage. The roots and stones at the bottom of the pond had already been cleared away. What he had to do was use tools to hammer down, which was a tedious and boring job. Suhan grasped a wooden tool and pounded the ground with all his might again and again, the whole process lasting a full hour, until it was very hard to dig with the wooden shovel, before he finally stopped with satisfaction. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Next, he had to reinforce the surroundings of the fish pond, which could effectively prevent problems of water increase in summer. Suhan used a wooden shovel to keep reinforcing the edges of the fish pond, mixing in straw with the soil to enhance resilience. Slowly, soil slopes formed around the fish pond. After completing this step, the next was to install inlets and outlets. Here, Suhan chose to use wooden stakes to block them, then added wooden strips on both sides to create a grid, making it difficult for the fish inside to escape. There happened to be woods nearby. Suhan simply used materials from the spot, cutting birch trees into 1 meter lengths, then stripping the bark for burning. Even though it was submerged in water, the anti-corrosion process could not be omitted. Next, as long as I dig a water diversion channel, the fish pond can be filled with water. Suhan glanced at the time, it was just 11 in the morning. He estimated that he could finish before 12. He did not expect that digging the fish pond would only take him a morning after his physique was enhanced. If he said this, probably no one would believe him. Digging the water diversion channel was very simple, he only needed to dig a shallow pit 40 centimeters deep and make the sides waterproof. The key point was how to safely divert the river water. For this, Suhan was well prepared. Once the 2 water diversion channels were dug, he hurried to the earthen kiln by the lake, wrapping wooden sticks with clay, preparing to make a clay water pipe. If he dug open the river channel to divert water, the risk would be too high. But if he inserted a pipe inside the river channel, he could perfectly avoid these problems. Watching Suhan making the water pipe, the audience was amazed. Sue is so meticulous, wow. I was just thinking, if he opens a hole in the river channel, wouldn't that be risky? I didn't expect he has this trick. You can't deny, a semi-ceramic water pipe is indeed useful, and the water flow is stable. The only worry is the blockage problem, but this small issue can be perfectly solved with a stone blocking the front. Professor Lee guessed right again. Sue really brought us a surprise. We said, it's just that Sue's home is too far from the riverbank, otherwise, I believe he could even make cement right now. Mainly, that area is resource poor, the riverbank is full of gravel, and without any shelter, who could live there? Brothers upstairs, don't worry. Sue will definitely have arrangements in the future. For now, it's all about enriching supplies. At 4 in the afternoon, the water pipe was finished. It was 40 centimeters long, 3 centimeters thick, and 10 centimeters in diameter. Although not large, it was enough to draw water. Suhan rushed to the river with the water pipe, first using a wooden shovel to dig a hole, then burying the pipe inside, quickly sealing the opening. Wood stakes. Soil. Mud bricks. Layer by layer, it was reinforced. In just a short while, the open gap was sealed. But Suhan still felt a bit uneasy, so he crazily reinforced the entire river channel until it formed a high earth slope of 8 meters before stopping. Now, it's time to see how the pond is doing. Suhan walked towards the pond along the water channel, carefully observing the flow of the water, and only felt at ease after confirming there were no problems. When he arrived at the fish pond, it was already filled with murky river water. But this was normal. After the silt settled, the pond would naturally become clear. Suhan walked around the pond several times, becoming more and more satisfied. The next step is to transplant some water plants and snails to enrich the ecological environment of the pond. When the fish increase, we can even catch some bass to raise. Those are tasty and have few bones, just right since the little carp can't finish eating. As the sky darkened, Suhan continuously planned the future of the pond on the way back. At that moment, a breeze blew, and the coolness instantly woke him from his thoughts. He glanced at the sky. The sun had already set. It was only 4:30 now, and if this continued for a few more days, it would probably be completely dark by 4. This would be very disadvantageous for other contestants. The reduction of daylight would severely impact the efficiency of gathering resources and hunting. However, for himself, it had no impact at all. On the way back, Suhan picked up a lot of twigs on the high slope, which were used for making hemp rope. Relying solely on lake water took too long, so he thought about making a clay pot to boil bark while sleeping in the future. This wouldn't waste time, and once he had ropes, there would be even more things he could do. When he pushed open the door, Suhan heard a noisy commotion inside. He focused his gaze and was shocked. The ground was a mess, and the husky was running around with a twig in its mouth while the big gray chased after it. Seeing the scattered twigs, Suhan angrily lifted the husky. Are you going crazy? Whoa. The husky showed no signs of fear at all, thinking its owner wanted to play with it, and happily wagged its tail. In contrast, the big gray felt the atmosphere was not right and had long hidden among the firewood, peeking out with its small eyes to secretly observe the owner's reaction. Is this guy really a wolf? Suhan looked at the silly husky in his hands and felt deep suspicion. Could this husky really have some husky blood? Full of energy. Likes to destroy the house. Friendly to strangers. All the traits were all there. Chapter 42, The Pursuit of the Grizzly Bear. At this moment, the audience watched the messy shelter and laughed uncontrollably. Husky, you truly live up to your domineering name. Husky, the initial understanding was all just my disguise. Husky, what a happy day. Husky, too bad there's no sofa. I said a wolf with such clear eyes would never be simple, turns out it really has husky blood. It only took a few days to start destroying the house. At first, I thought the husky wouldn't guard its food, it turns out it just lacks that train of thought. Looking at the confused husky, Suhan ultimately couldn't bear to punish it. In fact, having such an energetic pet is quite nice. Although the destruction of the house is annoying now. But once it grows up, it will be different. For example, it can be used as a donkey, to pull a mill. And for example, it can be made into a sled, to carry goods after it snows. Such good labor, who would want to punish it? Suhan put the husky down, smiling with ill intent. Good, let's play well. If you grow up quickly, our sled and grinding work will depend on you in the future. Whoa. The little husky wagged its tail happily. If it could understand its owner's words, it probably wouldn't be so happy. Light the stove and start cooking. Dinner was wolf meat ribs, along with some duck eggs and Jerusalem artichokes. While Suhan was cooking, the two little guys ran around in the room, having a great time. Watching the energetic little wolf pups made him feel that in the future, the training progress of his pets would increase. He could take them out to play. First, to train the wolves' hunting instincts. Second, to train their ability to work together in battle. Wolves are very smart animals. If trained properly, when they encounter small animals like rabbits in the future, he could let them chase after them. Thinking of this, it seemed like he hadn't eaten rabbit heads for 2 years. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Ding! British player successfully hunted a wolf, ranking first with 82 hunting points. While adding firewood, Suhan's hand paused slightly, a look of surprise flashed across his face. It must be said, the star players really have some skills. Those who could click to kill wolves at this time were not simple characters. Suhan opened the leaderboard. Just the day before yesterday, many players hadn't even scored 20 points. But in just one day today, the top 10 players surprisingly all scored over 40 hunting points. This indicated that they had hunted quite a lot of prey. Since that's the case, he also needed to work hard tomorrow. He really didn't want to let this ranking reward slip away. At this time, in the British live stream room, De stood by the edge of the trap, holding a wooden gun and shouting excitedly. I did it! Yes! I am the first! In the trap in front of him, a mature female wolf lay inside. This hunting trip was undoubtedly a success. Although De accidentally scratched his thigh during the baiting process, it made him understand a principle. To survive in this world, you cannot give in, and you must use everything you can. Yesterday, De understood this after watching Suhan's video. It turned out that wolves could also be baited. In the live stream room, British viewers were shouting De's name. King of hunting, king of hunting. Hey! De, let that Eastern kid see who the real king of this wilderness is. We are the first, ha ha ha, the guy from the Dragon Country has given up. Looking at the points leaderboard, the kid from the Dragon Country hasn't moved for 2 days, could he be scared? Just as the British citizens mocked, some of Suhan's die-hard fans stood up. Scared? Are you talking about our God Su? Brother, are you still asleep? God Su hasn't hunted these 2 days, but he not only dug a river, he also successfully built a pond. In 2 days, God Su will be raising fish. And the Wilderness King, don't make me laugh. God Su sleeps on a warm Kong every day, strong as a bear, while on the other hand, De doesn't even have a decent shelter. Do you understand what the gap means? God Su kills a wolf like killing a chicken, not like some players who were scratched by the wolf while trying to lure it. Hilarious. Both sides quickly started cursing at each other in the live stream room. According to records provided by later spies, the Brits couldn't even curse effectively. That night, 2 people got cerebral hemorrhages from anger. The next morning, thick fog enveloped the area by the lake, with visibility less than 5 meters. But Suhan had already gone up the mountain early, looking for the tracks of the gray bear. In fact, all he needed was to kill one more wolf to surpass D again. However, this kind of first place was not stable, and moreover, this week's task included a hidden reward. That was to kill a fierce beast, which would grant a special title. Although he didn't know what it was good for. But the reward for survival in the nation's fortune may not be so simple. Therefore, he must fight for it. What if the title adds attributes? Suhan held a wooden spear and searched in places where grizzly bears might appear. After about half an hour of walking, he finally discovered grizzly bear droppings in a patch of grass. So it turns out, it's nearby? Suhan's eyes brightened, and he quickly intensified his search. Then, a complete bear paw print appeared in his view. It seemed to be heading toward the northern woods. Suhan easily grasped the bear's direction through his tracking skill. The bear droppings were very fresh, likely dropped last night, so it could be inferred that its den was nearby. Confirming this, Suhan searched deeper into the mountains while observing the surrounding environment. That grizzly bear was huge, direct confrontation was impossible. So Suhan planned to dig a large trap nearby. Only by luring the bear into the trap would he have a chance to kill it. Though the difficulty was high, how would he know if he didn't give it a try? The fog was getting thicker and thicker. Even Suhan lost his sense of direction now. As he walked, a touch of green appeared before his eyes. Is this bamboo? Suhan could hardly believe his eyes. The bamboo he had been searching for had appeared here. This was simply fate. At this moment, Suhan paid no mind to where the bear was and directly swung his axe to chop. As long as he had bamboo, he could make a bow and arrow. Right now, even if he startled the bear, he didn't care. Thud. 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 In the fog, the sound of Suhan chopping bamboo was heavy and dull. Crack. In less than a minute, the bamboo was finally cut down. Suhan took the straight part to make the bow body. To ensure he wouldn't fail in making it, he deliberately cut 2 additional pieces. Just as he finished cutting, he heard heavy footsteps behind him. Not good, the noise just now startled the bear. Suhan reacted instantly, grabbing the bamboo and running downhill without looking back. As he ran, he shouted in his heart. Don't rush, bear brother. I will come back. You must wait for me. Chapter 43, Quick Making a Bamboo Bow. Su-han sprinted with the bamboo all the way down the mountain, and only when he reached the foot of the mountain did he dare to look back. Seeing that the bear hadn't followed him, he let out a breath of relief. Since the bear didn't come, the next part depended on his performance. The fog at the foot of the mountain was still thick, unchanged from when he had just ascended. Fortunately, Su-han had memorized the nearby terrain long ago. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, he just needed to go straight ahead to find the lake. Then, a left turn would take him home. Sure enough, after less than 10 minutes of walking down the mountain, Su-han saw the aquatic plants by the lake. But at this moment, he didn't take the main road. Instead, he searched along the lake for suitable stones to make arrowheads. Without metallic arrowheads, stone arrowheads were undoubtedly the best choice. However, not all stones could be used for arrowheads, they had to be sharp and hard enough. Among them, the best choice was obsidian. Its sharpness even surpassed that of a specialized surgical knife, but this stone was very hard to find, it only appeared near volcanoes. Next best were some riverbeds. This was completely a gamble. If a heavy rain hadn't washed obsidian from its original site, even searching in riverbeds wouldn't yield results. Thus, Su-han could only settle for a substitute and choose flint to make arrowheads. This stone was very common and also sharp enough, a replacement for obsidian. In less than 5 minutes of walking by the lake, Su-han found the first stone that resembled flint. It was a deep gray stone, with rough shells on its surface. Found the first stone. Su-han observed it and revealed a joyful expression. Indeed, flint is still easy to find. Next, as long as I go back and process it a bit, the arrowhead will be ready. Then, he continued searching and soon found 3 more pieces by the lake. At that moment, without realizing it, Su-han also found the entrance to his home. The water plants here had long been cleared by him, so the recognition was quite high. Back home, Su-han placed the bamboo on the ground and then used an axe to split the bamboo in half. Next comes the trimming. The bow he wanted to make was a total length of 1.2 meters and about 4 centimeters in diameter. Such a bow would not only be easy to use but also convenient to carry. Su-han slowly cut out the first bamboo piece with the axe, and at that moment, the effect of his advanced carpenter skill became apparent. Without any tools, relying solely on an axe, he completed the cutting. Although the speed was slow, as long as the bamboo piece did not break, it was fine. Su-han cut a total of 6 pieces. Anyway, whether he made one bow or several bows, it didn't matter. If he made a mistake, he would have a backup. After finishing cutting the bamboo pieces, it was time for shaping and baking. Su-han fetched a large amount of wet mud from the lakeside, then lit the charcoal and heated the bamboo pieces with the charcoal fire. This was a delicate task. He had to ensure the bamboo pieces wouldn't catch fire while also shaping them while they were hot, and he couldn't use too much force, or he might accidentally break the bamboo pieces. Sizzle. Sizzle. Under the roasting of the charcoal fire, the moisture inside the bamboo pieces kept bubbling out. When the entire bamboo piece became somewhat hot to the touch, Su-han decisively pulled it back and quickly started shaping it. He sat on the ground, holding one end of the bamboo piece with each hand, then bent it with force. The bamboo piece slowly curved, eventually forming an arc. Some unnatural areas needed to be adjusted slowly with his feet. 10 minutes later, the bamboo piece cooled. Su-han loosened his grip and picked up the axe beside him to correct the shape of the bamboo piece. The grip remained unchanged, while the bow tip needed to gradually narrow down. It was important to note that he couldn't damage the outer side, he could only slowly fix it from the inner side. Once the adjustments were finished, it was time for the initial hardening. This required repeated heating until the bamboo piece turned brown. However, Su-han had prepared moist mud, which could help the bow body cool down quickly. In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Country. Watching Su-han busy at work, Bing Bing asked Li Chang, "Professor, if I remember correctly, making a bamboo bow takes at least 1 to 2 months, but it seems Su-god wants to use it today. Can a bow made this quickly be used?" "You're asking the right question." Li Chang pushed up his glasses and explained seriously, "A quick-made bow can not only be used but also has great killing power. Don't underestimate this type of bow and arrow, they are very powerful in the wild. Although there are many flaws with a quick-made bow. For example, short lifespan. For example, performance is somewhat unstable. For example, it's easy to fail during the production process. Let's not mention the latter 2 points for now. Mainly, our contestant is eager to hunt the gray bear. Even if it can be used for only 20 minutes, this bow is enough. As for whether the production process will fail, I think that's even less to discuss. What kind of strength does contestant Su-han have? He is a divine-level craftsman, a super carpenter. With his strength, making a bow is a piece of cake. Li Chang habitually praised, but a flicker of worry crossed his eyes. In fact, with Su-han's strength, making bows and arrows is no difficulty at all. The only thing that makes me uneasy is hunting that bear. I really hope contestant Su-han doesn't rush directly at it. Instead, he should adopt a guerrilla strategy, setting up a lot of traps and slowly hunting it down. Bears are different from wolves, their skin is very thick, and even taking a few arrows won't kill them immediately. So even if he has a bow and arrow, figuring out how to hunt it is still a question. Bing Bing was stunned when she heard this, her originally cheerful face tightened up with anxiety. If she could make a video call, she would definitely want to advise her idol not to take such risks. Since there are bows and arrows, can't I just kill a few wolves to become a champion? Why bother fighting a bear brother? Wilderness World. After 3 hours of repeated roasting and cooling, the bamboo sliver in Su-han's hand finally hardened before noon. At this time, the entire bow body turned deep brown, not only hard but also elastic. Next, it was time to make the bow tip and string it. He had no hemp rope in hand, but the tree bark from a few days ago was boiled yesterday, so it could be used now. Su-han couldn't be bothered to eat. He took out the tough fiber he had made and started twisting it. He tied a knot at one end of the tree bark, then pressed his hands together and twisted the bark in one direction. Slowly, under this force, the bark fibers began to wrap around and twist into a rope. The rope made from the bark was very thin, so he needed to combine 2 ropes to make the bowstring. In less than 10 minutes, Su-han produced 7 hemp ropes. Next came the making of the bow tip and string adjustment. Su-han took the bow body he just made and carved a groove about 7 centimeters from both ends. Then he tangled the 2 recently twisted hemp ropes at one end and placed them on the ground, then bent it forcefully and quickly tied the other end. Phew! Finally done, now for tuning and reinforcement. Su-han touched the bow in his hand, although it had some burrs, it was still usable. The tuning process was simple, he pulled on the bowstring to see if it would break. Next, when fully drawn, he checked if the curve of the bow arms was smooth and symmetrical. If there was a sharp bend in some places, it meant the bow body had issues, and it couldn't be used. Otherwise, if you pull the string, the bow would definitely break. Su-han picked up the bow for testing. Pulling the bowstring, the bow body curved smoothly without a hitch. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected that the host is shooting arrows. Congratulations, you have learned the passive skill archery. Tip: the higher the archery level, the higher the hit rate. Su-han remained unfazed, holding the bow body in one hand and pulling with force in the other. Buzz! The bow body was almost a full moon, perfectly symmetrical. This bow was made exceptionally well. Good, next is to make some arrows. Bear brother, don't worry, this afternoon I'll send you to the heavens. By the way, we can also take revenge for the parents of the 2 hounds and the big gray. Su-han put away the bow and arrows, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Chapter 44, Li Chang, what are you panicking for? That's Su Shin. With the bamboo bow completed, making the arrows was actually much simpler. For the arrow shafts, choose straight and sturdy dry branches, as wet ones can easily deform and are difficult to work with. Su-han was well prepared for this, he even intentionally left suitable birch branches for making arrows the night before setting up the shelter. He took the birch branches, used an axe to create a groove at the bottom to make the arrow string notch. Then, he bound the feathers of the grouse with hemp rope. Alright. Next, it's the arrowhead. Su-han pulled out the flint, placed another stone underneath, and began to strike with the axe. Crack! Crack! The stone skin shattered. Detected that the host is making stone tools. Congratulations, you have learned the skill stone tool making. Tip: the higher the proficiency of this skill, the faster the efficiency of making stone tools. Su-han raised the axe and struck the flint again. Crack! The stone instantly shattered into pieces. But this wasn't enough, the arrowheads for bows and arrows must be triangular and diamond-shaped to possess enough lethality. Therefore, what Su-han needed to do next was to beat the edges of the broken stone fragments again to shape them into what he wanted. Crack! Crack! Su-han gently tapped, with the edges of the stone continuously shattering. At this moment, a 4-centimeter-long fragment fell to the ground. This fragment seems quite good. Su-han picked it up to examine. He saw that this piece of flint was thin on both sides and thick in the middle, with one end exactly triangular. The first arrow appeared, giving him great motivation. Su-han mimicked the previous movements and quickly struck out the second sharp flint arrowhead. Gradually finding his rhythm, one by one, sharp flint arrowheads continued to appear. Half an hour later. Using the picked-up flint, Su-han had made a total of 12 rough arrowheads. This greatly increased his confidence in killing the gray bear. 12 arrowheads meant 12 wooden arrows. Even with only a 50% chance, it was enough to take down the gray bear. Su-han smiled slightly and lowered his head to continue the secondary processing. This time he wanted to sharpen the arrowheads even more, and ideally make some barbs. That way, when shot at the gray bear, it would cause even greater damage. Scrape! 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 The arrowheads were being ground against the stone, making a piercing sound. While grinding, Su-han used water to cool them down. Once the arrowheads were sharp enough, he would switch to the next one. An hour later, all the arrowheads were polished, and Su-han was extremely hungry. He glanced at the system time and then widened his eyes. Damn, how is it already 1:30? No wonder I'm so hungry, it turns out I haven't eaten for 10 hours. Crap, I was too engrossed just now. Su-han quickly got up to wash his hands and let the two little wolf cubs out for some fresh air. Lunch was wolf meat, small fish, and duck eggs. The deer jerky had to be saved for emergencies or for when he went out, he generally wouldn't touch it. After eating and drinking enough, Su-han used an axe to make a groove at the front of the arrow shaft to fit the flint arrowhead, then tightly bound it with hemp rope. A complete arrow was made this way. If worried about the arrowhead falling off, he could also use some resin to smear it on. But Su-han's time was a bit tight, so he didn't go into the woods to gather some. In fact, there was some right on the dirt slope in front of his house. Once all 12 arrows were made, Su-han picked one up and balanced it on his finger for a test. This step was very necessary. Because if the arrowhead was too heavy, it would cause the arrow to drop during flight. And if the arrow's tail was too heavy, it would wobble wildly in the air. Only arrows that met the balance requirements would be easier to use, and their lethality would be even more terrifying. After careful testing, among the 12 arrows just made, one arrowhead was a bit heavier, and one arrow's tail was heavier. The quality is still pretty good. Su-han was extremely satisfied with his craftsmanship. Out of the 12 arrows, only 2 had slight quality issues. This level was quite impressive. After adjustments were made, all the arrows were completed. At this time, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room. After word spread about Su-han making bows and arrows, it attracted countless foreigners to watch. Just one bamboo, and in 6 hours handcrafting a bow and arrows. This efficiency is terrifying. And as he finished making the arrows, the Dragon Country audience had already started to celebrate. Is he going to kill a bear? So excited. Last time he was the first to kill a wolf and triggered a reward. This time, if he single-handedly kills a gray bear, the national survival game won't be stingy, right? I hope they can give Su-god more supplies. We can suffer a little, it's no big deal. Bear brother, waking you up this morning was my fault, but now it's time you kneel and apologize. The bearskin quilt is waving at Su-god. Come on. Su-god is about to challenge the gray bear one-on-one, who is the true king of the wild. Those who praise Yi, come out. Su-god, from today on, this territory is under the surname Su. Whether it's the dragon or the tiger, you all better lie down. Compared to the excitement of the Dragon Country people, the foreigners began to ridicule. But surely no one really thinks something made of bamboo can kill a bear, right? Be careful, if you don't kill the bear, it might end up as the bear's dinner. I admit the Dragon Country kid has some skills, his craftsmanship is very impressive, but I remember he is just a college student with no experience in archery or hunting. He doesn't really think just having a bow and arrow means he can hit the target perfectly, right? I bet a leg from Cohen brother, he can't do it. To skillfully use a bow and arrow requires a lot of practice. Besides, the bear won't stupidly stand there. Even if you hit the first arrow, it will only anger Mr. Grizzly. I say, go hunt some wolves instead. Challenging a grizzly bear, huh? This isn't something you should do, kid. The audience from Dragon Country saw the sour radish jump out to seek a scolding, and immediately began to retaliate. In the official live broadcast room of Dragon Country, Bing Bing looked at the foreign comments and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Archery is different from other things, it really requires hard practice. Most people practice archery starting with stationary targets. Once they improve their hit rate, they then move to moving targets, and finally go out for wilderness hunting. Is Sushin really going to face a grizzly bear without any hunting experience? Are you scared? Li Cheng noticed Bing Bing's tension and suddenly laughed as he asked. Bing Bing clutched her clothes, and after hearing Li Cheng's question, she couldn't help but gently nod. Just thinking about Su-han about to challenge the grizzly bear made her body tense and tremble. Hey, don't be afraid. But, Professor, Sushin has never touched a bow before. The official notification just came through. So what? At first, the official said Sushin was an unmotivated person, and look what happened, he can hunt even with stones. Look. Sushin has started practicing. Bing Bing hurriedly looked at the big screen, only to see Su-han using an extremely rudimentary bow, simulating archery. This counts as practice? Besides, that's not even a real bow. At best, it's just a rope tied to a bamboo stick, shooting with a small wooden stick. What kind of archery practice is this? Bing Bing felt a black line on her forehead and gritted her teeth, saying, Professor, you can't be saying that Sushin is just practicing feel, right? Why not? The thoughts of a genius aren't something we ordinary people can understand. Trust me, what you see now is just an illusion. In Sushin's eyes, he might be simulating his battle with the grizzly bear in his mind. Li Cheng had a calm expression, leaving Bing Bing bewildered. Simulated practice? Really? Bing Bing blinked, feeling that this eloquently dressed professor seemed a bit like the enthusiastic believers she saw on TV. Chapter 45, The Completely Crazy Grizzly Bear. In the wild world. Outside the shelter's wall. Su-han was honing his archery skills. He sat 30 centimeters away from the wall, grabbing dozens of small wooden sticks. Once he shot them all, he would collect the sticks from the ground and continue shooting. In just 1 minute, he could gain about 40 experience points. So in 1 hour, that's 240 points. In 2 hours, it adds up to 480 skill experience. Time flew by. After 2 hours, his archery skill level reached LV10. The skill effect was greatly increased accuracy in archery, as well as the probability of hitting weak points. Within 50 meters, the hit rate was 65%, with a deviation of no more than 30 centimeters, and weak point accuracy was 30%. If within 30 meters, the hit rate would increase to 90%, with a deviation of no more than 10 centimeters, and weak point accuracy was 70%. This hit rate was incredibly impressive. What is the concept of 50 meters? To know that a basketball court is only 28 meters, and 50 meters is equivalent to the attack range of 2 basketball courts. Even with a deviation of 30 centimeters, attacking a grizzly bear wouldn't miss because its size is just too massive. But Su-han felt that this hit rate wasn't enough. His arrows were too few. Hunting a grizzly bear meant losing an arrow with every shot. So he preferred to practice until his hands were sore rather than waste arrows. At 4 in the afternoon, his archery skill surged to a terrifying LV15. The current skill effect was greatly increased accuracy in archery, as well as the probability of hitting weak points. Within 50 meters, the hit rate was 95%, with a deviation of no more than 7 centimeters. Weakness precision is at 85%. If within 30 meters, the hit rate will increase to 100%, weakness precision 98%. Moving shots will not affect your accuracy. Looking at the level 15 archery skill, Su-han finally revealed a satisfied smile. 95% hit rate at 50 meters, and the deviation is very small. This is the effect he wanted. Time to go out. Su-han rubbed his sore wrist, stood up, and organized his expedition gear. An axe is essential, needed for skinning and disassembling. 2 wooden spears for close combat defense. A wooden shovel can be used to dig traps. Finally, there's his bow and arrows. Su-han strapped the bow to his back, and the quiver made of snakeskin and hemp rope was very convenient to carry. Arriving at the bamboo collection area, a pile of fresh bear dung came into view. This indicates that it was just nearby. Interesting, this saves me the trouble of finding it. Su-han observed the surroundings, then at a platform, dug a 2-meter deep pit with the wooden shovel. It is about 2 meters wide and almost the same length. After digging, he covered it with the dry grass and sticks on the ground. Detected that the host is making a trap. Congratulations, you have learned a new passive skill trap. The first trap was set. Next, he needs to dig subsequent traps at intervals of 30 meters. This time, Su-han dug similarly sized pits in the left, front, and right directions. Bears and wolves are very smart animals. After being tricked once, they will likely change direction to hunt him down. Therefore, setting up more traps is safer. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky darkened. With the 3 traps completed, Su-han's hunt was finally about to begin. He turned off the momentum skill and activated the stealth skill. He began to search for bear tracks. Arriving at the freshly dropped bear dung, Su-han quickly followed the bear's footprints to find the direction it left. It was on the slope to the left front. After confirming this information, Su-han took a deep breath, picked up his bow and arrows, and slowly walked forward. Navigating through the forest path, the footprints on the ground gradually increased. In less than a few minutes, Su-han spotted the gray bear. At this moment, it was sitting on the ground, its huge paw grasping a rabbit, fattening up for winter. What a good opportunity! Su-han drew an arrow from behind, aiming at the gray bear's eye at the hole. Aim. Release the finger. Whoosh! The wooden arrow sliced through the air, arcing beautifully before hitting the gray bear's eye. Thud! The eyeball burst, and the gray bear suffered a severe blow. But it also enraged it. Roar! The gray bear was filled with rage, even angry enough to forget about the rabbit, yanking the thing off its eye and turning to search for the enemy's position. But at this moment, a second arrow came flying in. This time it hit its mouth. Thud! The arrow flew into its throat, abruptly stopping its earth-shattering roar. The flint arrowhead is very brittle. The damage from the bamboo bow is far weaker than that of the compound bow. Thus, choosing the point of attack is crucial. The gray bear is huge. Even if Su-han shot all the arrows, it would be hard to kill this creature. So, the first arrow targeted the eye. This would limit the bear's vision while enraging it. Then, the second arrow was aimed at the bear's mouth. This was one of its two weaknesses on its entire body. Crack! The gray bear tore apart the object in its mouth, the wound bursting open, filling its mouth with blood. Injured once again, this ignited the bear's fury completely. It locked onto Su-han's direction and charged over like a madman. The earth trembled. But Su-han, seeing the bear charging, took off running towards the trap ahead. To lure the bear closer, he even shouted towards it. "Ergo, I'm over here." Roar! Mixed with hoarseness and low tones. This made Su-han more certain that his arrow had likely injured the throat of this gray bear. He stood firm in front of the trap, waiting until the bear was still 10 meters away. Su-han then made his move. Splash! As expected, the gray bear fell into the trap. "Oh, ergo, not very bright, huh? Sorry, my man really lacks a bearskin quilt." Su-han seized the opportunity and quickly knocked an arrow. Relying solely on this trap could not contain the bear. So, he had to seize this chance to wound it again. This time, it was still the mouth. The furious bear, even when injured, couldn't help but roar. Waiting for the moment its mouth opened, another arrow flew out. "Hit it for me," Su-han shouted in his heart. Whoosh! The arrow shot out. Just as the gray bear was climbing out of the pit, it unexpectedly got hit by another arrow as its mouth opened. The intense pain turned its eyes completely blood red. It vowed to bite to death this bastard in front of it today. Roar! As the gray bear crawled out of the big pit, it charged out again. However, the narrow path in the woods had many obstacles, and after charging a distance, it found it couldn't locate the person from earlier. Where is the person? The gray bear's sense of smell was very sharp, it just sniffed and confirmed the enemy was ahead. Roar! After finding the enemy's location, the gray bear suddenly burst out from the bushes. Whoosh! A cold arrow shot out from the trees behind the gray bear, accurately hitting its weak spot. A piercing pain shot from its rear. This made the gray bear, which was pursuing its enemy, quickly hit the brakes. Now it was somewhat confused, the enemy should be in front, so why did the attack come from behind? The gray bear firmly believed its sense of smell was not lying. This is not scientific. Chapter 46, Slaying the Gray Bear, Courageously Winning the Hunting Championship. Time rewinds 30 seconds. Su-han raced to the area near the bushes. The loud noise coming from behind indicated that his last 3 arrows were not fatal, at most, they only made the gray bear bleed heavily. The power of the bamboo bow is still too weak, given the current situation, even luring it to the second trap can't guarantee a kill. It seems I need to find a way to further weaken this bear's combat ability. Almost instantly, Su-han thought of a good method. He quickly took off his outer clothing, wrapped it with stones, and threw it hard into the distance. Then, he quickly climbed up a tree. Just as Su-han got up the tree, the gray bear chased after him from behind. As expected. Losing its target, the gray bear was immediately attracted by the smell of the clothing. As it ran out, an arrow came in an instant. Bastard! Grandpa is here! Su-han taunted the gray bear, then immediately jumped down from the tree and ran towards the second trap. Hearing the voice of its enemy, the gray bear realized it had been tricked. It roared angrily, charging forward with an incredibly violent stance once again. However, in its fury, the gray bear didn't notice that its throat had been injured twice, causing its breathing to become increasingly difficult. Thus, its speed was no longer as swift as it had been at the start. In the woods. Su-han cancelled stealth and ran wildly in front, while the gray bear crazily pursued behind. A person and a bear were only 20 meters apart. Logically, the gray bear should have caught up by now. But right in front of it was not only thickets but also a large number of trees blocking the way, so it had to take a detour. But this delay allowed Su-han to once again widen the gap. In the Long Kingdom live broadcast room, the viewers were sweating profusely. Some people, unable to bear the thrilling scene, had already put on oxygen masks. This is not a gray bear. It's simply a heavy armored battle tank. Host Bing Bing's nervous little face turned pale. And Li Chang was no longer calm as usual, staring intently at the big screen. The chase in the mountains lasted a full 5 minutes. The gray bear's speed gradually decreased, even feeling the thought of giving up. Its throat was injured, making its breathing extremely difficult. 3 blood vessels had burst, causing massive internal and external bleeding. On top of that, its eyes had been blind from the very beginning. If the chase continued, it could die. But just as the gray bear stopped, a cold arrow shot right into its face. It looked up ahead. That cunning thief stood in the distance, waiting for it. Such blatant mockery was unbearable. Furious, the gray bear launched a final dash. 20 meters. 10 meters. 8 meters. The enemy stood still, unmoving. Now, just one leap was all it needed to kill this treacherous little man. But when the gray bear was 3 meters away from Su-han, its foot suddenly slipped, and its whole body fell uncontrollably. Splash! The gray bear fell into a trap. Opportunity! Su-han dropped his bow and arrow, quickly picked up the wooden spear he had prepared on the ground, and rushed up. His target was the gray bear's bell. You die for me! With this strike, Su-han gathered all of his strength. Thud! Blood splattered. The sharp wooden spear easily pierced between the gray bear's legs. Roar! Inside the trap, the gray bear let out a heart-wrenching howl. Pain! So much pain. It had never encountered such a despicable and shameless enemy in its life. The gray bear struggled to get out, but its body did not obey. The wooden spear in its lower abdomen made it roar continuously. One strike succeeded. Su-han quickly withdrew the wooden spear and returned to his original spot. As the saying goes, do not chase the desperate. When fighting beasts in the wild, never underestimate their counterattacks before death. One must be extremely careful. Su-han looked down at the wooden spear in his hand. The spear tip was shattered, covered in blood. The previous attack was definitely very effective against this gray bear. But to kill it, it probably wasn't enough. Su-han threw the wooden spear aside and picked up his bow and arrow. If the gray bear could climb back up, then this time he would attack the other eye. Unless necessary, he would not approach easily next. The gray bear in the trap continued to howl. After 5 minutes of struggle, the gray bear finally crawled out of the trap. Too bad, as soon as its body touched the ground, that one uninjured eye was struck by an arrow. This time, it was completely blind. The intense pain and sense of helplessness made the gray bear want to leave this dangerous place. But its limbs would not obey, and it fell directly to the ground. Hiss, roar. Hiss, roar. The gray bear knew it was doomed, only able to keep roaring. Su-han stood still, quietly observing its condition. 10 minutes later. The gray bear's voice grew weaker, its body gradually stopped struggling. 3 minutes later. A special notification sound echoed through all live streams worldwide. Important notice: Dragon Kingdom contestant Su-han successfully killed the beast gray bear. As the first contestant to kill a beast, he will receive a resource information reward, a national attribute reward, and a national luck reward. Important notice: Dragon Kingdom contestant Su-han successfully killed the beast gray bear. As the first contestant to kill a beast, he will receive a resource information reward, a national attribute reward, and a national luck reward. Important notice: Dragon Kingdom contestant Su-han successfully killed the beast gray bear. As the first contestant to kill a beast, he will receive a resource information reward, a national attribute reward, and a national luck reward. The national luck survival notification echoed a total of 9 times. The Dragon Kingdom livestream was completely immersed in a sea of joy. Bing Bing was slumped all over the chair, while Li Cheng covered his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. They won. They won. In this hunting task, the Dragon Kingdom was undoubtedly in first place. At this moment, in the live perspective of Dagu, he had lured and killed another wolf. With the last experience behind him, Dagu didn't get hurt this time. He only wasted a lot of time lurking and trying to lure. Yay! I'm the champion. I have surpassed my idol. I did it again. Next, even if the Dragon Kingdom player also hunts a wolf, they cannot surpass me. British audience, please cheer for me. Dagu held up his wooden gun, raising both hands, showing a proud expression. But the sound he anticipated did not come. Instead, he heard the news that Dragon Kingdom player Su-han had killed the fierce beast, the gray bear. At that moment, Dagu doubted if he was hallucinating. What? Wait a minute. Gray bear? Oh my god, is this a creature that humans can challenge? Dagu quickly opened the leaderboard. He saw that Su-han's score had become 176 points. This 3-digit score made him feel despair just by looking at it. He lost. He had completely lost. However, Dagu didn't understand how the other side had hunted the gray bear. Such a terrifying monster, how could it be defeated? So, he opened the leaderboard, using the recording function to take a look. Oh my god, challenging such a monster, he must be insane. Wait. What kind of archery is this? Did he cheat? How could he shoot the eye with one arrow? Oh my, he even hit the mouth. Dagu was increasingly shocked. Everyone started at the same starting line. But why was Su-han's archery so terrifying? Is he really from Blue Star? By the time he finished watching the entire video, Dagu's confidence was crushed. Competing for the championship against such a person was truly a foolish fantasy. At this moment, Su-han was receiving the rewards that belonged to him. Thank you, big shots, for your rewards. As the weather gets colder, please pay attention to keep warm. Chapter 47, multiple rewards arrive, predators appear. Reminder, as you are the first player to kill the fierce beast Grey Bear, you will receive the following rewards. You have received a resource intelligence. In your country, all citizens, adults, will receive plus 3 points in strength and stamina. The strength of a normal adult is around 20 points, while physique is about 30 points. Note, traders, spies, and lower-class residents will not receive attribute bonuses. Your country receives a reward of 15 points in national luck. The first wave of rewards arrived. When the national luck survival prompt sounded, Suhan immediately felt his exhausted body significantly relieved. There is actually an attribute boost, that's great. Seems like this bear was killed for a good reason. At this moment, all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom received attribute boosts. Some elderly people, who could barely walk, surprisingly regained their energy. Those patients lying in bed for recovery also miraculously healed. In a hospital operating room, a doctor was treating a patient, but unfortunately, it had failed. However, just as he was about to give up, the patient, who had stopped breathing, suddenly regained vitality. Doctor, a miracle happened, the patient's heartbeat has returned. What? Quickly, continue the rescue. Yes, Dr. Lee. When they finished the surgery and walked out, they learned from other colleagues that the recent miracle was actually caused by Suhan. Dr. Lee was filled with surprise, saying, "So that's how it is, we really have to thank the savior. If it weren't for him, the patient wouldn't have been saved." Indeed, it's amazing. You didn't see it, that huge grey bear was easily toyed with and killed by Suhan, it's hard to believe. At this time, in the British doghouse, people gathered together, looking at the rewards on the big screen, each regretting to the point of almost biting their teeth off. Hunting the grey bear. Stamina increase. Strength increase. These should have been their rewards, but now they could only watch helplessly. The feelings were indescribably difficult. If only I hadn't left back then. It's all that guy Lai's fault. Damn it, national luck increased again. If the bear triggered 1,000-fold, many people could have shared a piece of meat. In the Muyang dog community, there are those who harbor hatred, those who feel regret, and also those who are envious. But now, apart from envy, they can't do anything else. At this moment, the second wave of rewards appeared on the big screen. Tip: congratulations to the Long Kingdom contestant for killing the ferocious beast Grey Bear, triggering a 20,000-fold reward, and all the shelters in Long Kingdom will share the corpses of these 20,000 Grey Bears. 20. It's actually 20,000 Grey Bears. Wasn't it said to be 10,000? Damn it. The mindset of the Muyang dogs completely exploded. Yet the people of Long Kingdom were immersed in a sea of joy. 20,000 Grey Bears, just how much meat would that be? Plus, bear bile is still a medicinal material. God Su, you are just too strong, simply the savior of our Long Kingdom. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing looked at the rewards, her expression extremely shocked, her little mouth slightly agape. Professor, I can't be mistaken, right? 20,000 Grey Bears. Yes. Wasn't it just 10,000? You, recently too busy to remember. The Survival of the Nation announcement said that 10,000 times is the basic return rate, and it will increase over time based on the contestant's personal performance. I think 20,000 times means that God Su's performance has earned the respect of the national survival game. So, the multiplier was specially raised. Wow. This is truly incredible. A 20,000-fold return rate. If God Su collects wild vegetables in the future, that would be 20,000 plants. Just thinking about it is thrilling. However, I think those who migrated early are probably regretting deeply right now. He. After boasting a bit, Li Cheng did not forget to sprinkle salt on the wounds of the Muyang dogs. Those people were really detestable back then. They abandoned their dignity to become dogs for foreign devils, and even spread rumors domestically. It's simply a grave sin. Saying that traders are cheaper to them, these people are just a bunch of ungrateful beasts. Bing Bing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh upon hearing this, then added, "We don't know if they regret now, but today I heard that people from various shelters got some unfertilized duck eggs. I had one today, it was especially delicious." As she spoke, Bing Bing even showcased the cafeteria's meals on the big screen. During this special time, even hosts and high-ranking officials didn't receive special treatment. Everyone's food was the same. But today, everyone in the cafeteria received a duck egg. And seeing this scene, the Muyang dogs could only stomp their feet in anger. They could do nothing but squat in their shelters and endure the humiliation. Just as Su Han was about to check what the reward for intelligence was, the second wave of rewards in the national survival game hit. Congratulations for killing a ferocious beast, you will receive a special title, King of the Hunt. King of the Hunt, after wearing it, all attributes increase by 2 points. As expected, there's an attribute bonus, awesome. Su Han smiled widely, quickly putting on the title. An all attribute increase is great, everything will improve. By the way, will my invincible little brother grow too? Curious, Suhan pulled open his pants pocket, and indeed, his brother grew 2 centimeters. Ha! It really grew. Wow, this title is amazing. Suhan felt shocked. His brother was already impressive, and now it could continue to grow. This is simply outrageous. Forget it, no need to look anymore. There are no women in this place, being strong is useless. Let's see what the intelligence is. Suhan tied his pants back up and quickly opened the resource intelligence panel in the national survival game. Swipe. In the map, a cluster of plants was highlighted. He focused and saw that it was high-quality wild oats, located just 3 kilometers south of the shelter. Hiss, it's actually oats. Brothers, tomorrow I really have to start farming. We have oats now. Suhan was extremely excited. Oats. This is oats. Although it's not as good as wheat, at this time, who would be picky? Just having something to plant is great. In the Long Kingdom live broadcast room, the audience, who had just calmed down, erupted again upon hearing that the resource was oats. Wow, God Su has really established his position this time. Incredible, it's actually oats. So strong, God Su. From now on, we can eat oatmeal, boo-hoo, just bear with it a little longer, we won't have to eat mush anymore. Congratulations, God Su. Oatmeal? Awesome, God Su. The barrage completely flooded the screen. But at this moment, Suhan on the live broadcast took back his smile, swiftly knocking an arrow and turning to shoot behind him. Whoosh! In the darkness, the arrow hit something. A low growl echoed throughout the live studio. The audience was stunned. What's going on? A bear just died here, and there really is something bold coming over. Oh no, I almost forgot we're not in a shelter with all this excitement. God Su, quickly retrieve the clothes and disassemble them, or there might be more enemies arriving if the bear isn't moved. Huh? How did that even hit? Wait. If I remember correctly, God Su seemed to be facing away from the enemy. This level of insight is too strong. It's night, yet still able to accurately hit the enemy, amazing. Chapter 48, Suhan's Victory, Terrifying Extra Punishment. In the official broadcasting hall of Dragon Country. Bing Bing heard the roar of the beast, paused for a moment, then asked, Professor, did you see what that was just now? The screen was pitch black, though there was some moonlight. Yet in this forest, the light source was still too weak. Li Cheng shook his head and replied quietly, I didn't see clearly what it was, but I can guess what it is. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a wolverine. Wolverine. Commonly known as, Wild Flathead. Its motto is, life and death are indifferent, if you disagree, let's fight. As long as it targets a prey, even if a tiger is in front, it dares to charge forward and try. Wolverine? The image of this creature suddenly appeared in Bing Bing's mind. It is small in stature, an adult wolverine is about the size of a medium dog, resembling a bear and a dog. But in reality, wolverines aren't as large as wolves. Though small, a wolverine's reckless nature makes other creatures somewhat fearful. There's a saying in Dragon Country, the foolish fear the brave, and the brave fear those who have nothing to lose. Wolverines play for keeps, who can compete with them? Roar! The sound of invaders echoed once more in the live room. At this moment, in the wild realm, when Suhan saw the creature attacking him was a wolverine, he decisively switched his weapon to an axe. Against such tough-skinned, fast creatures, a bow is the least useful. Because it can't kite effectively, and one hit can't be guaranteed. Thus, he had to engage in close combat. Just as Suhan took a fighting stance, the wolverine became a black shadow and pounced over. Come on! Suhan shouted, channeling all his strength into his right arm. In the instant the wolverine leaped, the axe came crashing down. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled through the air. The axe struck the wolverine's neck accurately, slamming it hard into the ground. Bang! The wolverine was badly injured, blood splattering everywhere. It tried to struggle, but its limbs wouldn't cooperate at all. Because that blow had severed its nervous system, paralyzing its whole body. A single deadly strike. The entire live room went silent. From the moment of attack to the counterattack and eventually taking down the enemy, it took less than 5 seconds. To be precise, it was 4.36 seconds. Want to steal my prey? You're not worthy. Suhan coldly snorted, pulled out the axe, and effortlessly chopped off the wolverine's head. As expected, he gained another 40 points. After taking down the wolverine, Suhan realized he couldn't linger here and needed to move the bear back quickly. So, he got up to find his shirt, preparing to move the wolverine back first. Although he had night vision capability. If he encountered other beasts trying to steal during the transport, that would be quite annoying. Thus, it was urgent to get a fire started first. Suhan carried the wolverine back to the shelter, throwing it on the ground before returning with a torch. Fortunately, he didn't encounter another flathead throughout the whole process. The fire was lit, and the slaughter began. First was the skinning, which was the most time-consuming task. The skin of an adult male gray bear fluctuates between 45 to 90 kilograms, and Su-han estimated that the skin of the bear he killed weighed at least 70 kilograms. Its size was so large, it looked just like a small mountain. Su-han picked up the axe and cut a circle around the bear's neck, then sliced down along the spine. Some might wonder why he didn't cut open the belly instead. The answer was simple: the bear was lying on its belly. How could such a heavy thing be turned over? Although the slaughtering level has risen to level 12, using an axe to skin is still too exhausting. Next time, when I have some free time, I need to sharpen a short knife. Su-han wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to work hard. His movements were precise and powerful. In just a short moment, half of the skin was peeled off, leaving the other half on the bear's front half. But at this point, it was impossible to turn it over, so the next step was to begin cutting. This process was simple but extremely laborious. The bones of the gray bear were very hard. If it weren't for the axe in Su-han's hand, the slaughter alone would have given him a headache. 2 hours passed, and the ground was covered with bear meat. Su-han took a little break before hoisting the bear's hind leg for transport. I must say, even just one leg was almost as heavy as the gray wolf he had hunted before. Su-han tested it with his shoulder, feeling that the hind leg weighed around 65 pounds. Sigh. I've got so much meat, how will I store it all? Hunting a gray bear was supposed to be a happy thing. But thinking of the deer and wolf meat still left at home, Su-han couldn't help but worry. So much meat, how long would it take for him to eat it all? After thinking it over, he realized he had to smoke it. Su-han thought about making the gray bear into cured meat, but the problem was he didn't have enough salt, let alone high-proof liquor. In the absence of various conditions, smoking was the only option. Even though he was a bit tired of it now. But with so much meat, it couldn't just be thrown away. Su-han didn't stop the whole night, repeatedly slaughtering and transporting. During this time, he encountered a second individual trying to steal food. At that moment, he had just returned to the shelter. Even though there were campfires all around the bear meat, a wolf still overcame its fear and was gnawing at the bear's hindquarters. Seeing this, Su-han's anger flared. What he risked his life to hunt was something you could touch. He immediately took out his bow and arrow, drawing back the string. Whoosh! As he released his fingers, the arrow shot through the darkness like a shooting star, accurately hitting the wolf's neck. A whoa! The gray wolf, enjoying its meal, let out a terrible howl, but before it could react, a second arrow pierced its neck again. It staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Su-han walked expressionlessly to the wolf, pulled out the arrow, and delivered a fatal blow with his axe. Another 40 hunting points were now his. In the live broadcast room, the audience from Longwei gasped in amazement. From the gray bear to the bald-headed brother and now the gray wolf. Su-han's arrows had never missed, he was simply a sharpshooter. Wow! Is it now so easy to earn points? 2 arrows and another 40 points. Suddenly remembered something, it seems some country's player said they were going to take first place? Which one is it? Can you come out and say something? Where are you, funny face? I think Su-god is truly invincible now. As long as he has a bow in hand, it doesn't matter who comes. It's a pity the mission is about to end, otherwise, Su-god's points would crush others by over 200 points. At midnight, the hunting mission officially ended. Su-han sat by the campfire, ready to rest a bit before continuing to disassemble. He had now transported half of the bear meat back, with only the bear's entire belly and its skin left. In no more than 2 hours, he could take a break. At that moment, the survival prompt sound from the national event sounded. This week's hunting event has concluded, and the hunting champion is from the Dragon Kingdom, Su-han, with a hunting score of 256 points. Let us congratulate the birth of the champion. Special notice, in this hunting event, some contestants deliberately gave up, and thus, penalties will be imposed on them and their respective countries. Notice, the number of lychees for all male citizens of the Pickle Nation -1. Notice, the size of the intimate part for all male citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation -3 centimeters. Notice, the intelligence of the entire population of the Asan Nation -3 points. Notice, all contestants from the Clock Nation have displayed terrible conduct, an additional 5 national luck points will be deducted, and they will lose their sense of smell and reproductive function until next time they perform excellently to lift the punishment. This news caused a global sensation. Because, among the punished countries, every contestant who participated chose to give up. They believed hunting was too dangerous, and it was better to not try than to get hurt. As for the deduction of 3 national luck points, they thought they could make up for it later, but they never expected it would lead to punishment. Chapter 49, a resource point worth its weight in gold. At this moment, in the Pickle Nation, When the citizens heard the announcement of national luck survival, each face was filled with terror. No, why, after the car accident, I only have one left. Is this really necessary? Quantity -1? Why do this to us, the Pickle Nation? Mom, save me. Darling, let's play around now, I won't be able to later. But honey, the punishment is coming soon. It's okay, 3 seconds is still a long time. The entire Pickle Nation was in total chaos. Some wanted to immigrate to escape, while others wished to jump into the sea to leave the Pickle Nation's borders. Of course, there were also those who wanted to feel the power of the moment while they still had it. Even if he only had 3 seconds of time. After several breaths, a golden light appeared in the sky of the Pickle Nation. All citizens of the Pickle Nation immediately felt they had lost something important. Hate. Anger. Despair. The citizens broke down. Originally, their country could have easily survived this crisis. Unfortunately, the pickle leader thought that Park Dwan was stable, so he contacted another contestant to let him give up. Anyway, losing a few national luck points was fine as long as no one got hurt. At that time, the citizens of the Pickle Nation thought their leader was incredibly smart. Other national leaders also followed suit. But no one expected national luck survival did not allow for giving up. It's all that leader's fault. Let's take him down. Since he made me unable to be a man, I'll make sure he can't live. Angry citizens stormed into the leader's residence overnight, and the soldiers chose to remain silent. They were angry too. Losing something important as a man was simply unbearable. In less than 10 minutes, a global announcement resounded once again. Because the leader of the Pickle Nation sparked public outrage, leading to his own downfall, please quickly select a new leader for the Pickle Nation. Note, if no new leader appears within a day, the Pickle Nation will be considered extinct. Current countdown, 23.59.59. Seeing this situation, the Elder Council of the Pickle Nation rushed to let the second elder take the stage. Although he was unwilling. At this moment, in the Cherry Blossom Nation, they were also in great despair. What does it mean for the most important organ to decrease by 3 centimeters? If the original length was decent, then it wouldn't matter. But unfortunately, Cherry Blossom men were already short, and now this reduction was nearly like losing it all. Countless citizens were completely broken down. And on the Cherry Blossom Forum, it was filled with their cries. Stupid leader, I hate you. We could have made it through this, now I can't be a man, and I want to castrate you. I only had a bit, and now it's taken away, great Amaterasu, please save us, you foolish deer. To the brother above, you're still okay. I've become negative, what should I do? Despair. The originally sad citizens, upon hearing someone had become negative too, suddenly felt a bit better. And the leader of the Cherry Blossom Nation was also very clever. After hearing the news of the neighboring country's demise, he immediately knelt down to apologize. This can be considered a traditional performance. As for how to seek forgiveness from the citizens, this ruler's method was that he was deceived by pickles and did not truly wish for this. Looking at the snotty, teary-eyed ruler, the angry citizens could only turn their gaze towards the pickles. Thus, netizens from the two countries began to angrily insult each other on the forum. Cherry Blossom netizens mocked the pickle netizens as lonely warriors. And the pickle netizens retaliated with cut cucumbers. Anyway, they would use whatever sly means they could. Meanwhile, on the side of Asan, the effect of -3 intelligence was truly terrifying. Originally, their IQ was low, and now with the deduction of 3 points, many even forgot how to speak. Some 20-year-olds even started showing signs of forgetfulness. In this regard, the ruler of Asan was filled with regret. Unfortunately, there are no medicines for regret in this world, who told him to contact the competitors to slack off. At this time, in the Clockwork Country, here, it was actually the most miserable. Originally, their national fortune was low, but now with 5 points deducted, other competitors faced further deductions. The whole nation experienced continuous disasters due to the lack of national fortune. First, they suffered from an earthquake. Then came heavy rain. This small country, surrounded by other nations, had extremely scarce resources. Now facing these disasters, they were virtually on the brink of destruction. The ruler desperately begged the citizens not to leave, they would surely get through this difficult time. Unfortunately, the people of the Clockwork Country would rather go to other countries as slaves than stay here. That night, 200,000 citizens from the Clockwork Country fled. If it weren't for the limit of only so many people being able to immigrate in a week, even more citizens would escape. In the savage realm, Suhan looked at the score leaderboard. First place, Dragon Kingdom competitor Suhan, hunting points 256. Second place, British Kingdom competitor De Yi, hunting points 135. Third place, White Bear Country competitor Ivanov, hunting points 82. 4th place, ASEAN country competitor Sanders, hunting points 68. 5th place, Southern Africa country competitor Ayaladen, hunting points 67. 6th place, British Kingdom competitor Bayi, hunting points 62. With about 7 others having over 50 hunting points after that. After this, there was not much to look at. Suhan closed the leaderboard and claimed his hunting reward. You have successfully claimed the hunting reward. As the champion competitor, you will receive a precious resource information. You have received item reward, a sharp razor and a matching small mirror. You have received item reward, a bag of white sugar, 2 pounds. Your country has received a 10-point national fortune blessing. Reward collection complete. Looking at the razor in hand, Suhan happily laughed. What great luck, brothers. I thought I would have to use an axe to shave. Although using an axe for shaving was fine, he was doing just that a few days prior. But the axe was too heavy and very troublesome to use. Now with a razor, it would be much easier to clean up his face in the future. After storing the items, Suhan opened the map to see what the precious resource was. He opened the map. The resource point was 10 kilometers away in the mountains, with an icon of some white particles. When he saw the name of the resource, Suhan's voice trembled. This is actually high-purity rock salt. Once this was said, the viewers in the livestream were stunned. They could hardly believe their ears. Godsu actually obtained information about salt resources. This hunting champion was immensely valuable. Truly, it was precious information. Suhan was extremely excited. High-purity rock salt would greatly help him. With salt, he wouldn't have to worry about his bear meat spoiling regardless of how much he had. If it weren't too late and if he hadn't finished processing the bear meat in bear skins, he would definitely go gather salt overnight. With salt, he could make pickles and a series of preserved goods. Although these days Suhan had been economizing on salt, with the high-intensity labor, how could he do without it? Now, there was less than half of the salt left. Today's intelligence was nearly worth its weight in gold. However, I must speed up. Tomorrow, not only do I have to collect salt, but I also need to tan the bear skins and smoke the bear meat. I can't afford to waste any more time. After calming down, Suhan quickly buried himself in hard work. Once he finished disassembling the last part of the grizzly bear, he still had to transport everything back. Chapter 50, The Oddity of Big Gray and the Harvest of Rock Salt. It took Suhan a full hour and a half to disassemble the grizzly's abdomen. Its organs, except for a few parts that could be discarded, were mostly edible and rich in nutrients. Like the bear's heart, which was delicious and chewy. Like the bear's liver, a natural storehouse of vitamin A. He planned to pickle it and turn it into a long-lasting snack. As for the bear's kidneys, he could slice them up and feed them to the pets at home. The bear's lungs were high in protein. The texture was a bit soft, but sliced thin, they were slightly crispy. It made for a nice cold dish. Of course, if he could add some chili, it would be even better. As for the bear's stomach and intestines, with so much meat available, they weren't necessary to bring back. Firstly, the processing was too troublesome. Any large intestines needed a complicated procedure to remove the awful smell. Secondly, all the waste inside had to be completely cleaned out. These two issues made them unsuitable for consumption. Because he didn't have enough time to deal with them. After thinking for a moment, Suhan decided to take the bear's intestines back. Although he didn't have time to process them, they could be made into intestines for fishing lines or used as bait to catch large fish. As for the rest of the organs, Suhan decisively chose to abandon them. At 3 a.m., Suhan finally returned to the shelter, carrying the heavy bear skin. This day had exhausted him, and as soon as he climbed onto the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. Under the bed, the husky sniffed the smell of the grizzly on its owner. Terrified, it shrank into the corner of the wall, not daring to get close. That smell was very familiar to it. It was the scent of the parents being killed. In contrast, Big Gray hesitated for a moment, but bravely used the firewood pile to climb onto the bed. It came in front of its owner and sniffed with its nose. The strong smell of blood was incredibly sharp. Woo! Big Gray immediately let out a fearful whine. Just like a few days ago, its mother had collapsed on the ground and never moved again. Could it be that the owner was attacked too? Big Gray quickly licked its owner's face, again and again, with a tender look that broke the hearts of countless viewers. Although animals couldn't speak, that didn't mean they couldn't express themselves. They could be sad, they could feel sorrow, they could feel happiness. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, Big Gray may be a rebellious child, but you can tell it really cares about Suhan's safety. It must have thought about its dead parents. That day, its mother collapsed in front of them and never got up again. I really like Big Gray, even though it's usually so aloof. I didn't expect this side of it. This is the bond of emotions. Suhan slept soundly until 10 a.m. I slept so well. Get up, time to collect salt. Big Gray, how did you end up on the bed? Suhan sat up and found that Big Gray was lying beside him. When did it come over? After hearing Suhan's voice, Big Gray excitedly stood up, affectionately rubbing its head against his hand. Suhan was filled with confusion. Big Gray was usually very aloof, why was it so close to him today? With confusion, he opened the pet training interface. To his surprise, Big Gray's progress bar had shot up to 72%. What happened? Yesterday, the training progress was only around 40%. Could it be that it knew he had avenged its parents? Open the pet training log. Here Suhan can check various changes in his pet. Hint: your pet Divwee has sensed a lot of bloody smell on you and is very worried about your safety. Training progress has greatly increased. Hint: your pet Divwee remembers its deceased parents and is very afraid that you will leave it too. Training progress has greatly increased. So you are worried about me. Suhan's gaze softened, and he subconsciously rubbed Dihui's head. In the past, Divwee disliked this action the most, but today it not only did not resist but even took the initiative to nuzzle its head against his hand. What a proud little guy. After a simple breakfast, Suhan grabbed his backpack and walked out of the shelter. A cold wind blew, causing him to frown slightly. Today was cloudy, and the temperature was only 3 degrees Celsius. Actually, it had already cooled down last night, but Suhan was busy and naturally didn't pay attention to it. However, the cooling was a good thing for him. If it were continuously hot weather, even if it was just a bit over 10 degrees, that bear meat would spoil easily. Looks like heaven is helping me. Suhan tightened his collar, quickened his pace, but his mind was thinking about the rock salt. When he dug up the salt, the pickled vegetables had to be arranged promptly. This required making pottery. At that time, he could make a bit more, not to mention pots and bowls. He definitely had to have a large vat for himself. Thinking about this, the brick kiln couldn't be too small, it had to be bigger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fit in something like a water tank. The 10-kilometer journey was extremely short. With the boost from the level 30 walking skill, Suhan reached his destination in just 45 minutes. He opened the map and took a glance. The rock salt was deep in the cave ahead. To be safe, Suhan pulled out his axe. The cave was very spacious. After just 5 minutes, he arrived at the coordinates. Looking down at the surroundings, there were indeed many stones. Is this rock salt? Suhan picked up a transparent stone and licked it with his tongue. It tasted very salty, extremely salty. But it had no sour or astringent taste at all. This indicated that the purity of the rock salt was very high, with very few impurities. It really is high-purity salt. Suhan placed his backpack on the ground and attempted to pick up some fist-sized pieces of rock salt. Pieces that were too big wouldn't fit in the bag, and those that were too small were hard to find. Even fist-sized rock salt had to be crushed to be refined when he got back. After filling his entire bag, Suhan finally left with satisfaction. This bag had at least dozens of pounds of salt, enough for him to use for a long time. Back at the shelter, Suhan took out the rock salt and placed it on a clean wooden board. Under the sunlight, these rock salts looked as beautiful as crystals. Alright, let's start cleaning up next. Suhan picked up the axe and with the hammer side, he smashed these rock salts into shapes the size of red dates. Crack! With one swing, the rock salt shattered. Countless tiny grass roots and small stones were easily removed from the crushed salt. Then, it was time to crush further. When the rock salt changed from red date size to soybean size, it could be boiled. Boiling allowed the salt to dissolve, and only then could it be filtered. During the boiling process, Suhan worked on making the filter. Perfectly, there was still some bamboo left from making the bow yesterday, just enough to use as the filtering container. Suhan opened a hole at the bottom of the bamboo tube and sequentially added clean stones, fine sand, charcoal particles, stones, fine sand, and plant ash inside. This made a total of 5 layers of filtration. In fact, it would be best to lay something with stronger adsorption like cotton at the bottom. Unfortunately, he didn't have any on hand, so he can only do it this way for now. The first filter was completed, next was to make the second one. With so much rock salt, one bamboo tube was definitely not efficient enough, he would need at least 5 or more. Suhan's movements were quick. Basically, when the salt water was boiling, the 5 filters were already done. Good, the next step is filtering. Once the first batch of salt water is ready, we can smoke the bear meat. Chapter 51, The Necessity of Refining Edible Salt and Making Soap. At this moment, the salt water in the pot had completely dissolved. And the water quality was only slightly murky, which proved the purity was very high. Because the more impurities the salt has, the murkier the boiled salt water will be. Conversely, it will be as clear as it is now. Looking at the melted salt water, Suhan took the pot down and placed it aside, then took a wooden board to work with an axe. He intended to make a frame to support the filtering bamboo tube. This would not only save time and effort, but also allow him not to always watch it during filtering. The wooden board had grooves joined together, with 3 holes on each side for placing the filtering bamboo tubes. And below was a small earthen basin. Once the frame was finished, Suhan poured the cooked salt water into the grooves so that it would flow down the slope to the filter, ultimately dripping into the basin below after several layers of filtration. Alright, the next step is to build a brand new barbecue stove. Suhan rolled up his sleeves. Since the filtering issue was resolved, the next step was to build a brand new grill. He destroyed the original barbecue pit and then began digging a pit in the same spot. The new barbecue stove was a large grill, 1.5 meters deep, 1 meter wide, and 4 meters long. This time, the top was closed with wooden boards. Suhan swung his shoulders, and the wooden shovel he held dug the ground as easily as an ordinary person digging tofu. He just used a little strength to toss a large chunk of dirt to the ground. Such powerful strength made the spectators extremely envious. In just half an hour, the barbecue pit was completed. Suhan took dried branches and arranged them one by one above the meat pit, then used earthen bricks to build a slope on both sides. Thus, a large barbecue pit was made. Lunch was boiled bear heart, with a little roasted bear liver and a salad of dandelion. The combination of meat and vegetables made for a satisfying meal. Especially after being free with salt, the aroma of the food was elevated by more than one level. This bear heart is really delicious. It has no fishy taste and a nice chew. The only pity is that there's no 2 liang of white wine. Suhan chewed on the bear heart and said somewhat displeased. Such good dishes would have been better with white wine, which was still a little lacking. If he could find some sweet potatoes in the days to come, that would be great. Not only are they good for brewing wine, but they taste much better than kudzu root, and the vines can be used as vegetables. It's a pity that without any resource information, trying to find a sweet potato in the wild is like looking for a needle in a haystack. After lunch, the second pot of salt water finished filtering as well. For safety reasons, Suhan poured the filtered salt water into the grooves for a second filtration. Watching the salt water dripping from the bamboo tube, Suhan dipped his finger in and tasted it, then brightened up. The taste is very pure, it can already be used to marinate bear meat. He took the earthen pot from the shelter. He poured a bowl of concentrated salt water into it, then added a large piece of cinnamon, a handful of wild onions, and cinnamon leaves. After a little stirring, a pot of seasoned water was ready. Next was marinating the bear meat. Suhan cut the bear meat into long strips and kneaded them into the earthen pot until the juices melded with the meat strips, making it ready to be roasted. In fact, marinating for a few more hours would yield better results. But the problem was that the gray bear was hunted yesterday, and sitting overnight was no longer fresh. So, if it could be smoked early, it was best to choose to smoke it in advance. After repeating this several times, the roasting rack was already filled with bear meat. The expanded barbecue stove could roast dozens of pounds of meat at once, and adding that the temperature dropped today, it was estimated that not much bear meat would go to waste. Added firewood. Lit the fire. Added spices. Capped it. For a moment, thick smoke continuously poured out through the gaps. All afternoon, Suhan spent his time boiling brine and smoking meat, and he also pickled a small jar of shallots. The ingredients were very simple. Just half a bowl of brine, 3 bowls of cool boiled water, and a little bit of cinnamon will do. In the evening, the wind that had blown all day finally stopped. But the temperature got even colder, dropping to 0 degrees. At this time, Suhan sat by the 8 immortals table, sipping rose tea and enjoying a hearty dinner. But the other contestants were in trouble. The sudden drop in temperature had a huge impact on them, especially for those who had built wind shelters, now shivering from the cold. For example, the monkey contestant. He had originally hunted a goat, but because he didn't take care of it, it was stolen by a wolf during the day. Facing an adult wolf, this contestant even knelt on the ground to plead. But the wolf merely glanced at him, wagged its tail, and swaggered away. And contestant Asan Sangde was also encountering a similar situation. He was preparing to cook when, just as the fire was starting, the meat beside him suddenly vanished. This left Sangde very puzzled. He quickly stepped out of the shelter and saw a badger carrying his meat and quickly disappearing into the darkness. Despicable guy, how dare you steal my meat? Aren't you ashamed? Actually, he couldn't really blame the badger, because Sangde's shelter didn't have a door. It thought it was a buffet when it came over. On the other hand, Odd Gang was gradually stabilizing. The shelter built by Odd Gang was a semi-subterranean structure. The bottom was a dug pit, and the walls were made of a mixture of wood, stone, and mud. He also dug a clay kong to build a stove, but it was a simple long strip type. Although it couldn't compare to Suhan's luxurious villa, being able to stabilize was very good for him. Next, he just needed to keep working hard. Survival was basically not a problem. That night, Suhan did not choose to rest. After dinner, he began preparing to tan the bear skin. Bear skin is warm and comfortable, but tanning it is quite a troublesome task. The bear skin is thick and huge, weighing 140 pounds, and ordinary methods simply won't work. But thankfully, while eating, Suhan thought of another method. That is to hang the bear skin on a tree. In this way, as long as he applied the boiled bear oil onto it, he could cover it all over and freely massage and stretch it. Suhan shouldered the bear skin and climbed up the tree, then crossed and tied his arms. Then he gave it a hard shake. Whoosh! The entire bear skin instantly spread out in the air. Perfect! Suhan snapped his fingers, jumped down from the tree, and brought over the already boiled bear brain and fat for tanning. Actually, tanning bear skin is not much different from tanning wolf skin. It's just that the brain matter is a bit more pungent and the skin is a bit larger. The entire tanning process lasted 2 hours before it was finally completed. Returning to the shelter. Suhan, exhausted, took off his coat, only to be met by a strong and unpleasant odor that almost knocked him out. Upon closer inspection, his coat was already covered in grease and bear blood. No wonder it was both pungent and stinky. Ugh, so disgusting. Looks like I need to get some soap to wash it tomorrow. Suhan disdainfully tossed the coat far away. If he slept under it, he might be awakened by the smell in the middle of the night. As for why he didn't notice it during the day, it was naturally because the wind had been blowing outside. However, he indeed needed to make some soap. With soap, he could not only wash his clothes but also use it for daily cleaning. Chapter 52, The Tragic Encounter of the Husky, beginning to expand the house. In the morning, Suhan was awakened by the husky's barking. Opening his eyes, this energetic little guy. A stick was held in its mouth, performing lion dance everywhere. Looking at the time, it was only 6 in the morning. Suhan was furious, directly picking it up and throwing it outside. Are you sick, you husky? I finally get a chance to relax today, can't you let me sleep a bit longer? If you like to play, then go play outside as much as you want. Bang! He closed the wooden door. Suhan returned to bed and fell asleep immediately. When he woke up again, 2 hours had already passed. Ha, slept really well. Suhan stretched lazily, got up, and prepared to cook. But at that moment, a miserable howl came from outside the door. Not good, something is wrong. Suhan's face changed drastically, only then did he remember he threw the husky outside in the morning. The little brat wouldn't have run into other wild beasts, right? He couldn't care less about putting on a coat and grabbed the bow and arrow from the wall and rushed outside. When he got outside, Suhan couldn't help but laugh. It turned out the husky wasn't attacked by a beast but was being bitten by a turtle on the tip of its tail. Now it couldn't shake it off and was running around in panic. You really are something, husky. Suppressing his laughter, Suhan went over to separate them. Fortunately, it only bit the fur on the tip of the tail. If it had bitten a paw, the husky might have only been able to limp around in the future. Woo! Hearing the master's scolding, the husky lay on the ground feeling aggrieved. Its little eyes were filled with fear. From now on, it wouldn't dare to mess with Brother Turtle again. The farce came to an end. Suhan also started a busy day. After a simple breakfast, it was time to check in for exercise. After everything was done, he moved the cured bear meat to the wooden box outside. The indoor temperature was too high, not suitable for storing food, so he built a wooden box. However, the last batch of cured meat hadn't been finished, and now he cured over 100 pounds of bear meat again. One wooden box clearly couldn't hold it all. Because there were still 4 bear legs, a wolf, and a badger left. It seems it's time to expand. Suhan didn't expect that his food would grow so quickly to an unmanageable amount. Since it's like this, he'd better wait until the soap is done before starting the construction. This time, he decided to expand to 2 rooms. One for storing food and the other for storing miscellaneous items. It sounds really good just to think about it. After curing the new bear meat, he took his tools and returned to the shelter. To make soap, he couldn't do without one thing, which was lye. Its role was to allow fats to undergo saponification. Fortunately, the birch ash he had been using to fuel the stove hadn't been thrown away. Don't underestimate these ashes, they are the core tool for making lye. If it were some softwood ashes, while it could also make lye, compared to birch ash, the effect would be much worse. Birch ash is rich in potassium carbonate, which is a strong alkali substance. Using it to make soap is simply the most suitable. Suhan made a rake out of wood to dig out all the ash from the stove bit by bit. Next, he brought over the wooden box he had made a few nights ago. He made some small holes in the bottom, then covered the holes with reeds and dry grass. This would prevent the birch ash from leaking out through the holes. Once the holes were sealed, he could put in the birch ash. Suhan placed a large amount of ashes into the wooden box, then put a slightly smaller wooden board on top to compress it, and finally added clean lake water, waiting for the lye to filter out from the holes below. A bowl of water was poured into the box. A few minutes later, Drop by drop, brown-gray lye dripped down from the hole into the earthen pot. This was the lye filtered out for the first time. Suhan took a drop with his finger, rubbing it. A slippery feeling surged up in his heart. This feeling even became more pronounced. The purity of the lye is fine. Next is to boil the fats. Most of the bear oil from yesterday had been used for tanning, so now to make soap, he could only boil it on site. Suhan simply skinned and butchered the wolf he had brought back. The smell of bear oil is too strong, it's simply not suitable for making soap. Wolf oil is somewhat acceptable. As for deer oil, this thing is very precious, he can't bear to use it for washing hands. An hour later, pure wolf oil was extracted. And the lye was refined into a big bowl. Next, it's time to synthesize. Suhan slowly poured the lye into the fat and stirred it with a wooden stick in one direction. He remembered the ratio for making soap was about 2 pounds of fat for 130 grams of lye. But the lye purity in the wild isn't an accurate number. So, Suhan could only rely on his feelings. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out. Detected that the host is making soap, congratulations. You have learned a new skill, natural alchemy. Tip, the higher the proficiency of this skill, the higher the success rate. He learned a new skill again. Suhan smiled slightly, but his hands did not stop moving. With each stir, he would gain skill experience. After more than 10 minutes, the fat in the clay pot gradually became thick. This was a sign that the saponification reaction had reached its critical point. Seeing this, Suhan immediately stopped and hurriedly poured the soap liquid into another clean wooden box he had prepared. Next, it needed to sit still and keep warm. However, this stage of the soap liquid could already be used for washing clothes. Although it was a bit harsh on the hands, if the coat was not washed clean, it meant he couldn't go far. He scraped a little soap liquid with a wooden piece and tossed it into warm water. Suhan then began to clean his coat. After a period of scrubbing, the smell was completely gone, but the bloodstains still couldn't be cleaned up. This was inevitable. Even in modern society, clothes stained with blood for a long time are very hard to regain their whiteness. So from the beginning, Suhan never expected it to wash too well. As long as the fishy smell was gone, that was enough. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Wait, making soap is actually this simple? It's not hard at all, we have fat at home, and hardwood ash too, the rest is just synthesis. That's true, but you have to compare with other contestants. Who else in the world is as carefree as our Sioux god? To live comfortably, you first have to solve the problems of food and shelter. Just look at Gur, he's strong during hunting missions, right? But isn't he busy reinforcing his shelter today? Doesn't Gur know how to make simple soap? It's mainly because he doesn't have the time. Look at Sioux god now, when he's free, he either reads or makes daily necessities. There are 8 wooden boxes alone. Whatever he wants to do, he just takes it and uses it. How can other contestants compare? Sioux god is strong not only because he's skillful but also because he's exceptionally hardworking, which other contestants can't match. Hearing this, everyone felt a deep respect. And the foreigners in the live room also felt the terrifying gap between Suhan and other contestants for the first time. He wasn't just strong in hunting ability, he crushed others in every aspect. After washing the clothes clean and hanging them up, Suhan took a wooden shovel and went outside. I have to say, it's really cold not wearing a coat. Even for someone with his unusual physique, stepping outside the warm shelter gave him goosebumps. Hiss. This weather is really frightening. If it goes on for another 20 days, won't it snow? Suhan rubbed his palms and started digging the foundation. The rooms he wanted to expand were located on the left and right sides of the shelter. The benefits of doing this were very clear. First, it could act as insulation. Second, it could save building one wall. The storage room would be about the same size as the master bedroom, since it was going to be expanded anyway, why not make it bigger? Suhan rolled up his sleeves and kept his hands moving. By 2 p.m., the foundations for the 2 storage rooms were completely finished. Today's work efficiency was about 20% faster than the first time building the shelter. And the stamina consumed was negligible. The foundation was completed. Next comes the building. Suhan shouldered the axe and carried the bow and arrows, striding boldly into the forest. With such a domineering demeanor, even the wolves passing by would probably get a kick or two. Thanks to the big guys for the donations. Chapter 53 Special Skill Focus, Creating a Learning Plan. Dong. 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 Ka-cha. It only took 3 swings for Suhan to easily bring down a stout birch tree. This efficiency would make Bald Chang shout ancestor if he showed up. The viewers in the live stream had their mouths agape in shock. In just half an hour, Suhan actually managed to cut down 40 birch trees in one go. What terrifying efficiency is this? Not even a logging machine could be that fast, right? Hiss, why do I feel like Su God has become stronger than before? 40 trees, he doesn't even need a break? This physical strength is pure wilderness Tyrannosaurus. I dare say if he encounters a wolf again, he could really kick it flying, do you believe it? Kicking it flying? Bro, how much do you look down on Su God? I think he could kick a wolf to death. I feel like Su God is scarier than the war gods in novels. There's still a gap, at least Su God's mouth won't get crooked, doghead funny. In the woods. Suhan finally stopped to choose a rest. Looking at the felled trees around, a smile crept onto his face. The newly comprehended focus skill is so powerful. The same work and efficiency has improved by 30%. Before coming to cut wood, Suhan had comprehended a special skill. Focus. Why is this skill special? Because it has a prerequisite trigger condition. Only by completing these conditions can one comprehend this skill. The trigger condition for the focus skill is to raise 5 passive skills to level 20 or above, and you will automatically comprehend it. Skill effect: when you focus on any task, you can enter a focus state, which increases work efficiency by 30% and grants an extra 1 skill experience point. Current level LV1, the next level requires 2000 skill experience points. Currently, the skills Suhan has mastered at level 20 or above are breathing, walking, sleeping, night vision, and gathering. The only regret is that yesterday, tanning the bear hide did not trigger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. Looking at the skill list, Suhan couldn't help but think of one thing. If 10 skills break through to level 20 or above, would there be surprises waiting for him? Sitting down to rest for a moment, Suhan began to get busy again. After all, the sooner the storage room is built, the sooner the bear hides and wolf pelts can be hung inside to dry. And with this batch of wood, he could make more tools. As dusk fell, a cold wind blew gently. When Suhan brought the wood back for the 15th time, he didn't go out again but picked up the axe to start processing. It was only 4:30, it was a bit early for dinner. While there was time, it was best to outline the house first. Otherwise, if it suddenly rains at night, the foundation he had worked on would go to waste. Suhan activated the focus skill, blocking out extra thoughts, leaving only the processing of wood and building the house in his mind. Chop. Groove. Bury. Suhan's actions had no unnecessary movements. Once one task was completed, he would immediately execute the next. From processing the wood to building the walls, then using the wood to roof, the whole process only took an hour. Efficient and precise. This is how Suhan felt now. He was not being manipulated by the system, instead, his eyes only had the things to do and those not to do. Although it sounds very simple, most people find it hard to enter such a focused state. Even playing games, one can easily get distracted due to external environmental influences. Suhan crawled into the house, took a sip of water, and started to roof the storage room. The layout here is the same as the master bedroom, using the same craftsmanship, so it didn't take much effort. At 7 o'clock in the evening. The temperature was getting colder, but Suhan seemed to feel nothing, still working passionately on building his house. Even the onlookers began to doubt if he was made of iron. The answer, of course, he wasn't. When the storage room was finally topped off, Suhan woke up from his focused state. Fatigue. Hunger. Cold. Muscle soreness. Various sensations surged together, almost causing Suhan to fall to the ground. Hiss, so this is the side effect of focus, almost got into trouble. Suhan leaned against the wall, smiling wryly as he spoke. This was a lesson, he wouldn't dare do this again. After all, excessive focus can easily lead to accidents. So he planned to balance focus with time and stages in the future, completely avoiding today's situation. Suhan supported himself against the wall and slowly moved into the master bedroom. When going down the stairs, he was very careful, afraid of falling if he wasn't mindful. Finally reaching the ground, his body gradually felt a bit better. Suhan then strode over to the bed to rest. He ate dried deer meat while drinking tea. As for moving things, he would wait until he fully recovered, he could even do it tomorrow. During his rest, Suhan didn't remain idle, instead thinking about tomorrow's plans. Today was supposed to be a break, but in the end, he had still been busy all day, so he must relax tomorrow. How about going to the fish pond tomorrow to feed the fish? Calculating the time, it has already been 3 days, the pond's water should be clear by now. Just right, there's still plenty of fish in the fish basket, it's settled then. Suhan rested in bed for half an hour and then massaged himself with his hands for another half hour. As expected, he learned a new skill, massage. Skill effect: the higher the skill level, the stronger the relaxing effect of the massage. If one understands the human body, the skill effect becomes even stronger. Speaking of massage, I don't know anything about it at all. However, if I have time at night in the future, I should connect with the tactical department to have them arrange for a professional to teach me some practical skills. For example, professional massage can help the body relax more. Traditional Chinese medicine can cure ailments. And martial arts can boost combat power. Although Su Han had a system, he wasn't all-powerful after all. There were things he didn't know how to do. At this moment, connecting with experts came in handy. The Dragon Country had profound roots, and there was no telling how many great masters were hidden among the people. If he could gather together what they knew, that would be true strength. Su Han made up his mind, starting tomorrow night, he would learn a new skill every week. Too much knowledge influences the national fortune, and once a week would be just right. Thinking of this, he looked up at the ceiling and spoke to the people in the tactical department. Is anyone from the Dragon Country official present? Tomorrow night, I want to learn a martial art, please arrange personnel to connect with me. At this moment, in the Dragon Country Tactical Research Room, the staff responsible for monitoring immediately relayed Su Han's request to the leader. He wants to learn martial arts? But at his age, can he really do it? The leader of the Dragon Country said with surprise. At this time, an old man with white hair laughed and said, age isn't a problem, besides he took 5-generation flower snake gallbladder, this stuff would be a treasure in ancient times. Besides, this kid learns quickly, he might grasp it rapidly. In my opinion, let's go with him. Then Elder Bai, who do you think we should ask to teach Mr. Su? The leader of the Dragon Country respectfully asked. Dragon Country's martial arts are vast and profound, with many schools and weapons as numerous as stars. Which martial art is suitable for Su Han is a question worth pondering. Elder Bai thought for a moment and recommended, what about Thunder Palm? This kung fu integrates internal and external training, and the energy can make fists hard as steel, practical and easy to learn. Thunder Palm, this kung fu is indeed good, then let's go with your suggestion, Elder Bai. Chapter 54 New Skill, Fish Pond Breeding. Outside, the wind howled wildly, with leaves and dust occasionally striking the roof, making a whooshing sound. It can't possibly rain again tonight, can it? Su Han put down the axe in his hand, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Originally, he planned to do some handiwork today and then rest. But if it rains, he would have to move everything outside into the storage room, no matter how tired he was. Forget it, I'll go take a look outside. The wind outside showed no signs of stopping for a moment. Su Han took off his dried coat and opened the door of the shelter. Whoosh! A sharp, cold wind swept in, and icy droplets hit his face. It really was raining. Frowning, Su Han braved the wind and began to move supplies. Smoked bear meat, skinned wolf, and the flat-headed brother that hadn't been processed yet. Lastly, some dried kudzu root slices. Once everything was done, Su Han hurried back to the warm master bedroom. This damn weather is too cold. Glancing at the system panel, it was already down to -2 degrees. Hiss, it's already below zero? The wilderness world is really outrageous. Back at the stove, Su Han rubbed his hands vigorously. If things continued like this, it wouldn't be long before he would have to keep the stove burning all day to ensure the shelter's temperature. But if that's the case, he'd have to make more charcoal in his spare time. Compared to wood, charcoal burns longer, and the key is it doesn't take up much space. The next day, the sun was bright, and the air was fresh. Su Han clocked in early and headed to the lake to get the fish baskets. Starting today, he would begin to raise fish. Just thinking about it was exciting. The 2 fish baskets were full, and carrying one with just one hand was a bit of a strain. Holding the fish baskets, Su Han climbed over the dirt slope and reached the pond. The previously murky water was now clear enough to see the mud at the bottom, he could even crouch down and see himself. Awesome! Su Han praised, then poured the fish from the baskets onto the ground. The fish immediately started flopping around wildly. They were quite lively. Su Han tossed the energetic fish into the pond, while the limp and dead ones were thrown aside. Lake shrimp, crucian carp, pike, tilapia. With more and more fish flowing into the pond, the previously quiet pond water began to liven up. They started out a bit panicked, but once they adapted, they began exploring their brand new home. The first fish basket was emptied, totaling about 5 pounds of fish. Next came the second fish basket. The fish species inside was no different from the first. Once both fish baskets had been released, Su Han returned to the lake's edge to gather the water plants needed for the fish pond. With encyclopedia knowledge, he easily filtered out a batch of hardy and favored water plants for the fish. The first one was ice lantern grass. It not only produces a lot of oxygen and absorbs harmful algae in the water but also purifies the water quality. This water plant looks a bit like a lantern blooming in the water, which is why it is named ice lantern grass. At the same time, ice lantern grass is extremely frost resistant, it can survive even at -30 degrees. It is simply the king of hardiness in the wilderness. The second one was moonlight duckweed. A floating plant, it is the main food source for the fish in this lake, reproducing very rapidly, particularly under the moonlight, or it can grow a large expanse overnight. As for other water plants, Su-han did not transplant too many. As the saying goes, greed leads to overreach. Only when this batch of water plants has adapted to the environment could he proceed with the second batch of transplantation. Moreover, his fish pond wasn't very big, 4 types of water plants were already enough. After Su-han transplanted the 2 types of water plants into the pond, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Detected that the host is breeding fish. Congratulations on learning a new skill, fish pond breeding, and opening the fish pond breeding interface. Note, the higher the skill proficiency, the healthier the fish you raise. It's easier to breed offspring, and after reaching level 10, the fish you raise will gain a special effect for accelerated growth. Hint, breeding skill experience is calculated by days. Currently, the skill level is LV1, and 30 breeding experience points are needed for the next level. Wait a minute. Accelerated growth? There's such an effect. System, you're impressive. Su-han looked at the introduction of the new skill effects and realized he had underestimated his own system a bit. The fish pond breeding interface can show the real-time status of the pond. For example, whether the fish are hungry. For example, the water quality. For example, whether the pond is safe. With this feature, Su-han no longer needs to check every day, he just needs to come by occasionally to throw in food and clean up leaves and other debris. This saves a lot of time. And accelerated growth is even more amazing, it can speed up the growth rate of the fish. For example, a carp takes 10 months to grow from an egg to a big carp. With acceleration, this time will be shortened. The effect at level 10 is 10%. From then on, every time it levels up, this effect will increase by 5%, up to a maximum of 30%. Although gaining breeding experience is very slow, Su-han is already very satisfied. Especially not having to watch over them every day. Su-han opened the breeding panel, and all the data inside looked good. Pond number 1 can be renamed. Water quality, excellent. Safety, excellent. Ecological environment, average, needs improvement. Fish condition, disturbed, recovering calm. Need to feed, no need for now. The ecological environment is average. It seems to lack creatures like snails to purify the algae. Also, just having small fish is not enough, I need to add some larger fish. Su-han returned to the lakeside and put some snails that had crawled onto the shore back into the pond. The effect was immediate. The ecological environment was just average, but now it had a small plus sign behind it. This means that putting in the snails was useful. As for the larger fish, he can only wait until he had time to go catch them in the lake. Cultivating plankton requires feeding with fermented animal dung, small amounts often will allow the plankton to grow quickly. But too much would be harmful, it could contaminate the water and even lead to oxygen depletion. Seeing there wasn't much to do, Su-han went home to reinforce the outer wall. Last night's rain wasn't heavy, and it lasted a short time, but this morning he still found some leaks. Though the leaks were small, there was still a need for reinforcement. Otherwise, if it rains again tonight, the meat he cured would get wet and moldy, resulting in a huge loss. In the morning, Su-han used mud to reinforce the walls, and in the afternoon, he butchered the pig and tanned the hide. He even took some time to dig a pit to make charcoal. Compared to yesterday's heavy work, by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su-han found himself without anything to do. This made him feel a bit unaccustomed. Why not take advantage of this free time to connect? Since I'm idle anyway, it's just right for me to see what martial arts the country has prepared. In Su-han's mind. Famous martial arts of Dragon Country include Taijiquan, Bajiquan, Wing Chun, Xingyi, Taizhan Qua, and 12 Paths of Lake Strikes. These are all things he saw in movies, and it's hard to say if they are real in life. But Wing Chun, Tai Chi, and Taizhan Qua definitely exist. Don't get it wrong, Taizhan Qua is a hard skill, not the one where someone in overalls sings and dances. At this moment, in the Dragon Country Tactical Research Room. When the staff heard Su-han's request, they immediately reported it to their superiors. After a moment, a man in black clothing, around 40 years old, arrived at the research room, led by another staff member. He walked steadily, his eyes clear and bright, carrying the sharpness of a martial artist all over him. Chapter 55, Learning Pilai Poem. Hello, Chief. My name is Xia Kuan. Hello, Mr. Xie. I believe Little Lee has informed you of the purpose for inviting you this time? How is it going? Is it difficult? Facing the leader's friendly inquiry. Xia Kuan bitterly smiled and sighed. The difficulty is not ordinary, but, for the safety of the country, don't mention just handing over the technique of the Thunder Palm, even if it costs me my life, it's no problem. But learning martial arts is not something you can master in one day. Especially to teach a person who has no martial arts foundation. The method of circulating energy. The meridians through which the energy must flow. The precautions for the thunder palm. If you let me guide closely, that would be no problem. But there's only a 30-second call. This won't allow for real learning, please don't blame me. Recalling his childhood, Sia Cohen was forced by his father to learn the thunder palm, and just memorizing the body's meridians took him 2 months. During that time, he had rebelled and even run away. In the end, he was persuaded back by 7 wolves. Once he understood the meridians inside his body, Sia Cohen began to practice energy cultivation, a process that took him 2 years. After that, it took another 4 months to enter the basics. It took a full 2.5 years for Sia Cohen to initially master the thunder palm. Now, the leader wanted him to teach Suhan martial arts, but there was only a brief 30 seconds. In such little time, he couldn't even pull up his pants. How could he teach martial arts? Sia Cohen's mind was in a frenzy, not knowing how to pass on his knowledge. Don't be anxious, our contestant has always been exceptionally clever, maybe he has some way. As soon as the leader's words fell, Suhan's voice came from the live broadcast. Excuse me, is the master prepared to teach martial arts? If you are ready, please do not worry about time, and do not worry about whether I can learn, just do as I say. Sia Cohen and everyone looked toward the large screen in unison. They couldn't help but wonder, what method could possibly lead to quickly learning a martial art? Suhan paused, then spoke of his method. First of all, if you find a master to teach martial arts, please don't rush him. Have him write down all the related questions and precautions about the martial arts on paper as completely as possible. That way, during the video call, I can remember these contents. Sia Cohen's eyes brightened at this. He felt this method was quite good. If communicating verbally, there surely wouldn't be enough time. But writing everything down on paper allows the other party to see all the content. What a clever person. Secondly, please have the master demonstrate so I can see the way to exert force and the results of the strikes. That way, 30 seconds should be enough. If feeling nervous, the master can also record a video in advance, and just let me watch it later. Suhan's method was very comprehensive. Next, it was up to Sia Cohen. In the wild world. Suhan quietly waited for feedback. About 40 minutes later, he received a call request from Long Nation. Notice, the leader of Long Nation has used national resources and wishes to speak to you. Notice, agreeing will immediately enter a call state. Please note, your call time is only 30 seconds, please cherish this opportunity. Agree. At the moment Suhan agreed, a huge light screen appeared in front of him. On the screen, a large white paper came into view. First was a diagram of the human meridians, marking the route and precautions for energy circulation. For example, the correct circulation for the thunder palm will show certain states, while incorrect routes will yield different outcomes. This diagram was very clearly written. 5 minutes later, the staff switched to the next sheet. This time it detailed the process of energy cultivation and circulation. Looking at their explanation, Suhan finally understood the meaning of the rich study martial arts and the poor study literature. To learn a martial art that combines both internal and external practice, cultivating energy is the most critical step. Every sect has its own method of energy cultivation. But without exception, learning martial arts requires a long time to temper the body before the energy and blood can flourish. And to temper the body, naturally, one needs meat and medicinal herbs to nourish oneself. Otherwise, if the martial arts aren't practiced well, one could end up damaging their own body instead. Suhan wasn't worried about this because his body had become very strong with the support of the 5th-generation flower snake gall in the system, probably allowing him to skip the hard training process. Another point was that the martial arts learning system would likely enhance his physique. Once again, a mere 5 seconds passed. The white paper turned to its last page. The first line of the text read, "Luck fist is like a hammer, swinging it can shatter stone." This describes the effect after mastering the thunder palm. The following sections detail some combat experiences and the various stages of the thunder palm. Suhan scanned it rapidly, memorizing all the content in just 3 seconds. The call time reached 15 seconds, and the scene quickly switched. A man in black appeared on screen, and one could see him concentrating his energy, his left hand swiftly turning red and swelling. Ha! Sia Cohen slapped down on a 5 centimeter thick blue brick. With a loud crack, the hard blue brick shattered instantly. Young friend, did you see clearly? This is the thunder palm. The way it exerts force emphasizes the unity of energy, which means breathing, the energy cultivated within, and body coordination. Still as a maiden, quick as thunder. This is the martial art I am passing on to you, the thunder palm. In just 15 short seconds, Sia Cohen conveyed the essence of the thunder palm completely. Just as he finished speaking, the call got cut off. Sia Cohen stood in his office, worry filling his eyes. In such a short time, how much could he learn? If he could learn to cultivate energy within a month, that would make him a genius among geniuses. Although he was a bit older, his thunder palm was well-rounded. Even if he couldn't reach a high level, he believed it would still give him a better chance of survival. But if he couldn't learn it, Xia Kuan hoped that Su Han would give up early. Since ancient times, many have struggled to practice martial arts. If one lacks the talent and forces themselves to practice martial arts, the consequences can be very serious. Light injuries could lead to energy loss, and serious cases might even lead to sudden death. At that moment, in the live stream room, the audience was discussing this matter. Do you think Su God can do it? Only 30 seconds, that's not even enough time for me to take a sip of water. It's a bit suspicious. Although Su God has always been terrifyingly strong, martial arts are hard to predict. Who dares to question Su God? Are you guys so full that you've forgotten Su God's title? Let's just say, from arriving in the barbaric realm until now, has anything ever stumped Su God? Wow, saying that does make sense. From initially hitting squirrels with stones to now hitting the target every time, Su God indeed seems a bit abnormal. Sorry. I need to apologize to Su God. I wasn't devout enough. No one should doubt Su God. Brothers, I'm thinking of another thing. What if, let's say, if Su God could easily master this martial art and reach a high level, do you think he could take down a tiger with bare hands? Su God fighting a tiger? Hiss, that sounds a bit thrilling. In ancient times, there was Wusong fighting a tiger. If Su God could also take down a tiger, he might really be deified. The terror of the tiger is well known to everyone. Its slash can be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Many people doubted how such a fierce beast could be defeated by Wusong. But now it was different. Based on everyone's understanding of Su Han, if he mastered martial arts, he might really find a tiger to test his strength. Foreign viewers in the livestream, upon seeing the comments from Dragon Country viewers, felt it was all absurd. What? Practicing boxing to single-handedly challenge a tiger, are you all dreaming? Ha, quick look, these idiots actually imagine their contestant can kill a tiger barehanded. God, if this contestant can really do it, I'm willing to donate all my assets to Dragon Country, even clean public toilets with my tongue. I admit that the kid from Dragon Country is strong, but challenging a tiger? TSK, that's just too naive. Double the bet. I bet that the Dragon Kingdom contestant wouldn't dare to challenge the tiger, and without weapons. Unless he's Superman, he'll just become the tiger's meal. Here's the deal, if the Dragon Kid can pull it off, I'm willing to brush my teeth with toilet water and bow 3,000 times to him. I want to raise the stakes too. If I lose, I'll go to the Dragon Kingdom and be the lowest slave. I'm from the Cherry Blossom Country, and I want to place a bet as well. If I lose, I'm willing to drink turkey noodle sauce with my nose. I'm from the Kimchi Country, and I'm betting my last ball. The voices of quarrels filled the live broadcast room. Yet, in the wild realm, Su Han had his eyes closed, experiencing the so-called life force. Chapter 56, the demonic contestant who reaches entry level in just one day. Detected that the host is practicing martial arts. Congratulations. You have learned a new skill: martial arts. Martial arts, the higher the skill proficiency, the deeper the understanding of martial arts, greatly enhancing your physical qualities, agility, and reaction speed. Note, practicing martial arts requires persistence. If you check in for a week, you'll gain a chance for enlightenment. Check in for a month, and you'll gain a chance to improve martial arts talent. Please note, each check-in time must be no less than 1 hour. This was the second check-in task. But Su Han didn't respond. At this moment, he was fully focused on searching for the existence of Qi. Qi? It's not just breathing, but a flowing life force that lies hidden within humans. So rather than searching for Qi, it is better to guide through intention, allowing the body to sense the existence of Qi. Su Han closed his eyes and focused, blocking external senses. This was very simple for him, he just needed to activate the focus skill to achieve this effect. Vision. Smell. Hearing. Touch. As perception slowly shrank to the body, Su Han precisely sensed a hidden force within. It is everywhere. When the body breathes, Qi flows from the dantian to the limbs. Martial arts experience +2. Martial arts experience +2. Martial arts experience +2. Hint, your martial arts level has increased, current level, 2. In less than 10 minutes. Su Han found the presence of Qi, and martial arts welcomed an upgrade. He opened his eyes and smiled faintly. So this is Qi. This very simple sentence shocked Xia Kuan, who was drinking water in the tactical research room of the Dragon Kingdom. Cough, cough. What? He found Qi just like that. Xia Kuan awkwardly wiped his mouth with his sleeve, his eyes filled with disbelief. This person must be a genius. From the time he taught martial arts to now, only 10 minutes had passed. What can you do in 10 minutes? Even cooking takes struggle in 10 minutes. Xia Kuan quickly looked at the big screen, only to see Su Han slowly adopting a stance, his palm gently striking a clay brick. Then he lifted his hand and applied force again. This is the basic practice of the thunder palm. As long as one finds the sensation of chi, they can use this method to familiarize themselves with the process of channeling energy. After repeated practice, as the arm meridians expand, the power slowly increases. At this moment, one can then use other techniques of the thunder palm. In the wild realm, Su Han was concentrated on practicing channeling energy, striking, lifting up, coming down. His posture was meticulous, like a robot. After 30 minutes, Su Han exited the focused state to check his body's condition. Now he could directly feel a warm current flowing from his dantian to his arms. This is the route of channeling energy. After resting for a moment, Su Han continued practicing. This time for another half hour. Through continuous practice, he gradually corrected the deviations in channeling energy, and when his palm came down, the energy flow became smoother. After 3 hours, his martial arts skill level increased to level 7. At the moment of the skill breakthrough, Su Han gained a deeper understanding of the thunder palm. He felt chi sink to his dantian, and a powerful force quickly surged into his palm. His originally fair fingers, under the support of chi, gradually expanding. Drink! A hand slapped down. The earthen brick instantly shattered. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room was silent. After just a few hours of practice, Su Han could actually break a piece of earthen brick with his bare hands. If he kept practicing, wouldn't he be able to crush a beast's skull with one slap? In a moment, the barrage completely exploded. Wow! Su God, you really learned it, oh my god. I'm completely stunned. If I hadn't seen Su God practicing bit by bit, I would have thought he was a martial arts master. That slap was too damn strong. To be honest, I secretly practiced the thunder palm method too, but until now, I still don't understand what it means to feel energy. Just now, one of Master Xie Kuan's disciples provided the answer. A normal person understands energy in half a year, and it takes 3 years to get started. But Su God only took a few hours to cover years of others' paths. Isn't that a bit too fierce? Wait. Is the brother who just wanted to use his tongue to clean the toilet still here? Yeah, and that guy who bet with his own Dan, come out. Let's see who's got the guts today. Whoever is cowardly is a grandson. In the Dragon Country Tactical Research Room, Xie Kuan's jaw dropped in shock. What did he see? In just a few hours, this person could already break a brick. The issue is, this is not sheer strength, but the use of internal energy. Looking at the shattered brick, Su Han finally showed a satisfied smile. Not bad, let's call it a day. Although he wanted to continue practicing, his body was very hungry. He needed to eat well before he could train. This dinner was the most Su Han has ever eaten in his life. 2 pounds of bear meat. 2 pounds of fish meat. A total of 4 pounds of meat went down, but he still felt a bit unsatisfied. TSK, practicing martial arts really consumes food. I barely feel full after 4 pounds of meat. I can't even imagine how much pure carbs I would need. Meat can stave off hunger, and he could still eat 4 pounds. If it were steamed buns, it would probably be a shocking number. After dinner, Su Han began weaving a bamboo backpack. Tomorrow he planned to go out and collect oats. The weather has been changeable lately. If it keeps raining, it's hard to guarantee there won't be issues with the oats. The bamboo backpack is actually not much different from a fish basket made of reeds. It's just that the backpack has 2 more straps and a reinforced bottom. As for why he didn't use a backpack, Su Han really wanted to use one, but after using it every day for half a month, many parts showed wear and tear. To avoid damaging the backpack, he would temporarily stop using it for collecting supplies, saving it for long trips later. The night was very quiet. Da He had been messing around outside all afternoon and was now tired and going to sleep. In contrast, Daha stood quietly beside him, accompanying him. Weaving. Shaping. Intertwining bamboo pieces. Soon, a farmhouse backpack was completed under Su Han's skillful hands. Not bad. If this were in the countryside, it would be worth at least $20. Su Han tried on the bamboo backpack. It felt practical and good-looking. The only uncomfortable part was that the 2 straps rubbed a bit. But if he wrapped it with wolf skin later, it probably wouldn't feel that way. Since he planned to go out tomorrow, Su Han went to bed early that night. The next day, morning. Thick fog hung in the air. Su Han got up early. Washing up. Eating. Warming up. Practicing martial arts. By the time he finished checking in, the sky was completely bright. Su Han put on the bamboo backpack, prepared to head out with supplies, but didn't expect Da He and Daha to follow him closely. You guys want to come with me? Alright, it's time to take you guys out for a stroll. Ever since they followed him, these 2 wolf pups have had good food and drink, and their bodies have grown quite a bit. Rather than staying in the shelter and tearing things apart, it's better to go out and see the world with him. After all, Suhan expected them to catch some wild rabbits for a treat in the future. Chapter 57, Collecting Wild Oats, Dahe and Daha's Performance in the Wild. Crossing the dirt slope, Suhan headed straight for the fish pond. Compared to yesterday's liveliness, today the fish pond is exceptionally calm, and the fish have completely adapted to this place. Seeing that there were no issues, Suhan continued his journey. On the road, the husky was fully unleashed. Sometimes it ran around with a stick in its mouth, and other times it chased butterflies, as happy as a child. In contrast, Big Gray kept a close watch behind its master, alert and observing the surroundings, looking just like a guard. Suhan did not interfere much with his two pets, only occasionally calling out if the husky fell behind. As they walked, a thicket filled with red rose hips came into view. What a great start! In less than 10 minutes from stepping outside, he found useful resources. Suhan really liked rose hips, using them to brew tea was simply outstanding. Now he was addicted to it, needing a cup every night before bed or while reading. At the same time, if he added rose hips to soap, he would get a bar of soap with a rose fragrance. This time he planned to try it when he got back. The soap at home was usable, but its strong oily smell was still a bit off-putting. So now, besides doing laundry, he rarely used the soap. Just as Suhan was about to pick some, Big Gray suddenly bit his pant leg. What's wrong? Woof! Big Gray tugged at the pant leg, making a low warning growl. Suhan instantly understood its meaning, fearing there was danger in the thicket ahead. Since his sense of danger was not triggered, it meant whatever was in the thicket posed no threat to him. It appeared to be something not animal, but rather a type of reptile. Suhan crouched down to calm Big Gray and then took out his wooden spear, slowly pushing aside the bushes, revealing a snake as thick as a coin, slowly slithering inside. Information about this snake immediately popped into his mind. The green bamboo snake resembles the bamboo leaf green, but it is a non-venomous snake. The green bamboo snake is very helpful to the natural environment. It loves hunting various rodent species and some harmful insects. Therefore, in times of food abundance, he would not hunt this snake. In the live stream, fans exclaimed in surprise. Wow! Big Gray is so small but already knows how to give a warning to Sue God, such a good dog, no, a good wolf. 666, I was just saying that Big Gray suddenly biting Sue God's pant leg meant there was something ahead. This wolf is worth raising. Big Gray is so cool. On the importance of keeping pets. After watching the green bamboo snake leave, Suhan took out a meat strip the size of a matchstick from his pocket, tossed it to Big Gray, and praised, "Good job, keep it up next time." Looking at the meat on the ground, a flicker of surprise crossed Big Gray's eyes, and then it quickly swallowed it whole. This was deer meat. Although the amount was small, the taste was incredible. As for the husky, it was still frolicking behind, completely unaware of what had just happened. After picking the rose hips clean from the thicket, Suhan continued on his way. Compared to the area near the lakeside, the resources to the south were a bit more barren. He hardly saw any edible food. But he still discovered several useful resources. For instance, lemon balm. A very famous plant that emits a lemon fragrance. Its leaves cannot be used for tea but can relieve stress and improve sleep. At the same time, if he brewed this herb in water, he could produce a simple version of floral water. In addition, Suhan also found purple root and gold oak. The former, when crushed into a paste, can quickly heal wounds. The latter is excellent for reducing swelling and treating mosquito bites. Unknowingly, Suhan had reached his destination. This was a meadow filled with oats, with vast golden oats intertwining with withered wild grass, making it quite difficult to pick. It seems I won't be able to head back by noon. Suhan helplessly shook his head, shouldering the bamboo basket and began to work hard. The wild oats stand about 80 to 120 centimeters tall. Unlike the cultivated varieties, they automatically shed their seeds when they mature to compete for water and nutrients with wild grasses. Suhan was lucky. The recent big temperature differences between day and night meant that most of the oats had not fallen from the ears. Among them, one ear was plump. He only picked the ears that had not fallen off. First, it was easier and more convenient, no need to sift through wild grass to search. Second, the oats that easily fell off were not suitable for artificial cultivation. The oats that people commonly eat are products refined over many generations. Not only are they resistant to cold and disease, but they also have plump grains and astonishing yields. Suhan came here to harvest oats, not for eating, but for his own cultivation. Once he selects high-quality seeds for large-scale planting, that will be the time to truly enjoy the benefits. The weeds in the field were nearly as numerous as the oats. Suhan proceeded leisurely, clearing the weeds while placing the oat ears into his basket. The foreigners in the livestream felt a deep sense of reflection upon seeing this scene. Now I finally understand why the poor don't become rich. They start slacking off as soon as they have enough to eat. No wonder they are enslaved their whole lives. I see the outstanding qualities of the people from Dragon Country in this contestant. A hard-working and diligent person deserves a good life. What the person above said is right, those who are currently slacking off have completely forgotten the dire conditions they faced a few days ago during the rain. Among all the contestants in the world, this contestant has been working hard from the very beginning. He never complains about anything, just focuses seriously on his effort. I admire such a person, he is the true light of humanity. At noon, Suhan found a shady spot under a tree to sit and rest. Big Gray followed closely and found a place to lie down. Wait, where's Ha? Suhan paused, wondering where this silly dog had run off to. Could it be lost? Ha, come here. Suhan cupped his hands around his mouth and began to call this silly creature. Though Ha was foolish, he would still feel sad if it had truly gotten lost. Swish. Swish. A sound came from the grass nearby. Suhan turned to look, then slightly froze. He saw Ha running out of the grass with a little rabbit in its mouth. Is that right? My silly wolf can hunt too? Suhan was stunned. But Ha was running wildly, placing the little rabbit in front of him, wagging his tail excitedly. This was clearly a display of achievement. Alright, I misjudged you. Ha, you actually have some skills. Suhan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He originally thought Ha was just being silly, but it turned out he knew how to hunt. Not bad. Very good. Suhan collected the little rabbit and rewarded Ha with a piece of deer meat. No matter what, this was Ha's first hunt. He definitely shouldn't miss out on the reward, this would help Ha develop the good habit of hunting. After the break, Suhan continued to work hard. With his relentless effort, the wild oats in this area were finally all harvested before nightfall. Next, he needed to preserve the seeds to plant and cultivate in the coming spring. Chapter 58, the second week task release trek. When he returned to the shelter, the sky was already pitch black. Suhan set down his basket and lit the stove. While heating up the food, he began to sort the supplies he had collected today. Oat seeds do not need to be hulled, but when planting, he needed to pick out the shriveled and small ones. So Suhan put all the oats in a wooden box to deal with in the spring of the following year. The remaining supplies, medicine goes with medicine, drinks go with drinks. In just a few minutes, everything in the basket was sorted out. The meat in the pot was just cooked. Suhan divided the meat into 3 parts, eating the tender pieces himself, while the tougher parts were given to Ha and Dehui. During dinner, he suddenly thought of something. Today is the weekend, which means that at midnight the weekly tasks will refresh. Last week was hunting, I wonder what this week will be. But no matter what the task is, Suhan wants to compete for the championship this time. No, it should be the weekly championship. In the resource-scarce wilderness, the reward for information is truly amazing. Even just some herb information can save time in searching. After all, no one can ensure they won't get sick. After eating and drinking enough, Suhan began to prepare for battle, so no matter what the task is tomorrow, he can respond calmly. Learning from the experience of hunting the grizzly bear, he prioritized sharpening his axe and making a batch of new arrows. As for food, Suhan had more options. Dried deer meat, dried bear meat, 2 cans of drinking water, and cooked kudzu root chunks. In the live stream, viewers watched as Suhan suddenly became busy, feeling incredibly puzzled. What is Sugod going to do? Why is he suddenly busy in the middle of the night? He can't be thinking of hunting, right? Who goes hunting at night? No, wait, that bear was what Sugod took down at night. Are you guys confused? Today is the weekend, and at midnight the tasks will update. Clearly, Sugod is preparing for battle. 666, Sugod is really planning ahead. Let me see what other competitors are doing. One by one, the viewers jumped between live streams. They found that the top 30 competitors from the last task were all preparing. Some were making weapons. Some were setting traps. And some competitors were even poisoning their weapons. From this, it was clear that when food is plentiful, as long as competitors are not too lazy, there will be obvious improvements. On the other hand, the star competitor, Deyi, not only made a hammer from stone, but also created several lightweight spears during these days. These weapons are highly lethal. If they hit, even a wolf will suffer severe damage in an instant. Deyi is a notorious chatterbox, so even while making tools, he didn't forget to chat with the viewers. Hey, did you know? Although I have a feeling this task won't be hunting, we should still be prepared for the unknown. During these days, I've had a serious reflection. I realized the gap between me and my idol isn't due to extraordinary archery skills, but because he doesn't waste time, practically improving every day. For example, during the rookie safety phase, he built a solid shelter, while I fell behind by a whole week. See, that's the gap. But this week is different. I have eaten enough meat, my body is gradually getting stronger and I've regained plenty of energy. So, no matter what the task is this time, I will definitely challenge for the championship. And on the side of another star competitor, Bai Yi, he was also stocking up on food. Upon realizing that he could never return, Bai Yi had a serious reflection, finally coming to terms with reality. In 3 days, he made many practical tools and reinforced his shelter. Although it can't compare to Su Han's villa, he at least managed to stand firm. This time, I want everyone to see my strength. By the campfire, Bai Yi said with a firm tone. From the perspective of Korean competitor, Park Duan Diao, he had been living quite comfortably these days, not only finding a dead capercaillie at his doorstep but also learning to catch fish in the river. The only regret was that he couldn't taste hometown kimchi. If he could have a bite of kimchi, that would be true happiness. However, Park Duan Diao didn't realize that tomorrow was the day for the new task release. Right now, he not only has no stored food. Even the drinking water had been used up. This scene had the pickle-like audience extremely anxious. While the other country's competitors were trying their best, this idiot had eaten everything edible. If tomorrow's task required going far away, wouldn't he fall behind others by a huge margin? But the problem was they couldn't bear to waste national luck on a direct connection, so even though they were angry, they had to hold it in. At this moment, the live stream's comments flooded in. What the hell is this guy doing? The other competitors are working hard, why hasn't he made any progress? Please, Park Dwan-Deoapa, even though you have only 1-0, we won't turn our backs on you, get up and work hard. He's really lost it, he dares to eat a dead chicken, doesn't he fear it being poisonous? Who cares about poison? Starving to death is the most painful, the dead chicken might be heaven's gift. If connecting wouldn't waste national luck, this idiot would definitely be cursed to death. Time quickly ticked to midnight 12 o'clock. When the bell tolled, the National Luck Survival finally announced the task for the second week. Ding! A new week has arrived, this week's task is Trek. All competitors will be randomly teleported to a place 100 kilometers away at 8 in the morning. Please return to your shelter within 4 days. Tip: the first competitor to return to the shelter will become this task's champion. Tip: rankings are based on the order competitors return to the shelter. The first 15 competitors will receive a random reward, and the champion will receive the special title Wolf of the Wilderness. Wolf of the Wilderness, endurance increased by 3 points, and does not conflict with other titles. Note: competitors unable to return to the shelter within the task time will suffer random penalties and lose 3 points of national luck. Note: competitors need not worry about food, resources, and pets in the shelter being affected, everything in the shelter will be safely protected during the competition. Once the task was announced, the audience let out a sigh of relief. Trek. Isn't that just walking? This task is too easy. Walking 100 kilometers in 4 days, as long as you're not physically disabled, anyone should be able to complete it. But various research institutes and competitors did not think so. If it were in the environment of Blue Star, then 100 kilometers is indeed nothing, because many places have roads. But the location where the competitors found themselves was the wilderness. What if they were stopped by lakes and rivers, or even teleported to the top of a mountain? In a day, don't even mention walking 25 kilometers, just finding a way around and down would give you a headache. This doesn't even account for encounters with beasts, sudden rain, and other unexpected situations. The most critical point is that it was autumn. The daytime was short to begin with. Traveling at night is extremely dangerous. This essentially compresses the traveling time further. Overall, this task was no easier than the last one. In fact, in some aspects, it might even be more difficult. Because the competitors had to race against time. In the Long Country's official live broadcast room, Bing Bing looked at the announced task and asked Li Chang, "Professor, what do you think of this task? Can Sushin sweep through and claim the championship?" "I think he should have no pressure. With Sushin's monstrous stamina, walking 35 kilometers a day should be no problem. This task to him might not be any different from taking a trip. Maybe Sushin can collect some supplies along the way." The audience burst into laughter upon hearing Li Chang's words. Not to mention, it truly seemed that way. For Sushin, 100 kilometers was indeed not a challenge. It seemed this task was really a sure win. Chapter 59. What happens if the task is completed in 1 day? The next morning at 6 o'clock. Outside was pitch dark, but Suhan had already woken up early to warm up and check in. Half an hour of gymnastics. An hour of martial arts practice. The final half hour was for eating, washing up, and adjusting before the task. Though Suhan had only chosen to rest after looking at the task at midnight, a solid 6 hours of deep sleep. For him, it was already enough. For breakfast, Suhan chose high-calorie rib meat, boiled duck eggs, and a large bowl of sugar rose tea. Long-distance travel requires a lot of physical strength, and if he ate fish or meat, he would quickly end up feeling hungry. Duck eggs are also high in protein and fat. With these two items combined, Suhan wouldn't feel hungry for a while. As for what supplies to carry, Suhan hesitated a little. Normally, long-distance travel would require fire starters, tents, water filters, and so on. But what if he chose to speed through it? A bold idea flashed through Su-han's mind. What if he could complete the task in one day? Wouldn't that mean he didn't need to carry a lot of supplies? The less supplies he carried, the faster he could walk. When encountering obstacles, he would also be able to cross them easily. But when a person carries a heavy backpack, not only does their speed slow down, but even shortcuts become unattainable. Su-han thought seriously for a moment and quickly took out his drinking water and deer meat from the backpack. This time, he would only bring 3 things: food, water, and an axe. Everything else was discarded. In the Dragon Kingdom live stream room, the audience gasped when they saw Su-han discarding all his supplies, planning to only take deer meat and water. What? Going out like this? Wait. Su-god, where's your bow and arrow, your wooden spear? What if you encounter a beast? I mean, 100 kilometers. Are you really just taking this little? Is that reasonable? That's longer than 2 marathons, Su-god. Wouldn't you be better off taking more stuff? Oh my gosh, you even threw your jacket aside. Calm down, Su-god. I have a terrifying thought. Do you think Su-god is trying to complete the task in just one day? One day? Are you crazy? Who can walk 100 kilometers in a day? Can your stamina keep up? What if you encounter mountains, rivers, or lakes? Su-god's choices truly are different every time. This is what genius means. I can only say that Su-god is really fierce. While other competitors are thinking of bringing shelters, he only takes some deer meat and a bit of water, and that's it. In the official live stream room, Bing Bing's eyes widened again, and she trembled as she said, "Professor, do you think this is right? To try to complete 100 kilometers in one day, isn't that a bit too crazy?" There's a bit, but... Li Cheng's tone changed, then he confidently said, "Su-god must have his own ideas. Sometimes, the more supplies you carry, the heavier your load becomes, and you use more stamina walking. On the contrary, you can use the saved stamina to cover more distance. Even if Su-god can't finish in a day, do you think he can't catch any game? Don't forget, Su-god is the man who took down a grizzly bear. Whoever consumes less time to reach the destination will be the champion. The first day is when stamina is at its peak. Whoever can walk further will have a bigger advantage." Everyone nodded in agreement. Though carrying more supplies may be safer, it also slows you down and consumes more energy. This is something very unwise. Time quickly reached 8 o'clock in the morning. All competitors were engulfed in a flash of white light and quickly disappeared from their spots, while the shelters were shrouded in a strange glow. Shwa! The first contestant landed, finding himself on a mountaintop, and in front of him was a bottomless abyss. To descend, he must gradually go down the back of the mountain. But doing so would undoubtedly take a long detour. Oh, damn it, why is my luck so poor? The kangaroo contestant cursed and hurriedly turned to find a way down. At this time, Su-han also landed. His starting point was at the top of a large tree. He opened the map and confirmed the direction. Su-han quickly descended the tree. He started jogging straight towards the shelter. Along the way, he encountered bushes. For the low ones, he simply jumped over, while for the taller ones, he went around. When he reached a more open area, Su-han quickened his pace. At this moment, his walking skill had already reached level 34, reducing stamina loss by 50% and lowering the risk of muscle strain and falling. In just 1 hour, Su-han had covered 8 kilometers. This number was incredibly impressive, placing him at the top of the leaderboard. The second place was held by De Yi, who had just walked 3 kilometers. At this moment, from De Yi's perspective, he looked at the numbers on the leaderboard, showing a puzzled expression. What the heck? What am I seeing? It's only 9 o'clock, how did he manage to cover 8 kilometers in just 1 hour? Did my idol not bring any supplies? Suddenly, De Yi realized. If a person carries no supplies, even if wearing just a base layer, it is indeed possible to achieve a speed of 8 kilometers in an hour. As long as the path is a bit flatter and there are fewer obstacles, it can be done. Professional marathon runners can easily maintain a pace of 4 to 6 minutes per kilometer. Why couldn't his idol do it? De Yi instantly regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have carried so many supplies. On the other hand, Bei Yi held the second place on the leaderboard. He had covered 4 kilometers and carried only 2 items, food and fire starters. As for why he didn't bring water, Bei Yi had his own intentions. Looking at the first place on the leaderboard, Bei Yi murmured, "Don't rush, being first now is just luck. Only those who can laugh at the end are the winners." At 10 o'clock in the morning, Su-han began to climb uphill, gradually slowing down. But he had already covered 15 kilometers, with 85 kilometers left to the finish. Throughout the journey, Su-han had hardly stopped, maintaining a light jog at the very least. Crossing the hillside, a rugged mountain path came into view. Now Su-han had 2 options to go downhill. First, he could take the right path down, which required many turns and wasted a lot of time. Second, he could jump down directly from here, but the mountain was steep. Although there were many stones to land on, it was still incredibly dangerous. Su-han's choice was to slightly step back. Accelerate. Run. Amidst the gasps of countless spectators, Su-han entered a focus state and leaped. Almost 3 meters high, he easily landed on a dirt slope. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Detected that the host is parkour. Congratulations, you have learned a new skill, parkour. Effect: the higher the skill level, the stronger your balance and explosiveness. You can also handle danger more calmly and reduce stamina consumption. At this time, the audience in the live stream was horrified. Wow. I thought Su-God would go crazy for the race, but he risked his life. This mountain is at least hundreds of meters high, though it's not very steep, it still looks frightening. Bro, my legs are going weak. Other contestants, I'm walking slowly. Su-God, I'm doing parkour. Jumping down from such a height? Su-God, are you trying to scare me? My pants are wet now. I have to admit, Su-God is just going for the shortest path. As long as there's a way, he doesn't avoid cliffs. He emphasizes never taking the long way around. Su-God, who can be faster than you? Now, not just the Dragon Kingdom audience, but all the foreigners were also stunned. Isn't this supposed to be a long journey? Why are you doing mountain parkour and rapid descent? Chapter 60, Terrifying Mountain Descent and the Unlucky Kimchi Contestant. Su-han landed on the dirt slope and immediately, without stopping, used his momentum to jump to the left front. Below was another dirt slope. But the landing point was pitifully small, only 30 centimeters wide. As he landed, inertia pulled his body forward. The audience watched with their hearts in their throats. Below was a height of 10 meters, falling down could cause trouble. But Su-han was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he jumped again after landing. Slap. His hands gripped the tree trunk firmly below. Although his body was scratched by the branches, he was overall unharmed. Su-han steadied himself and quickly took out an axe to come down from the tree. At this moment, he saw ahead a 45-degree slope that was 100 meters long, covered with various thorns and a lot of vegetation. This is a great opportunity to speed up. Su-han quickly memorized the location of every thorn bush, then took a deep breath and burst forth like a sharp arrow. Leap. Turn left. Use the protruding rocks to leap over again. Su-han ran wildly down the slope, not a single unnecessary movement throughout. He was like a swimming dragon. The audience was stunned. There were clearly many obstacles on this slope, but Su-han seemed to have X-ray vision, not only accurately avoiding them in advance but also maintaining his speed without a hint of slowing down. Every time I watch Su-God's livestream, I feel my heart racing. Oxygen mask, where's my oxygen mask? Hurry, bring it up. Oxygen mask is useless. At this time, you need a heart-saving pill. It's so thrilling. Those foreign parkour masters are simply overshadowed by Su-God. This is the real mountain descent. The 100-meter sprint was about to reach the end. Su-han immediately halted his run, quickly transitioning into a slide. Whoosh! He slid a full 10 meters before finally stopping his body. Su-han stood at the edge of the slope and looked down. Here was another height of over 10 meters, but there was no platform ahead, making it almost impossible to proceed. Su-han quickly looked to the left, where there was a winding mountain path that stretched far away, safe but would waste a lot of time. What about the right? He turned to the other side, where the mountain presented a narrow concave shape but had a 90-degree angle. Not bad, it can work. Su-han observed that the concave shape of the mountain was about a meter deep, just enough for him to support himself with both hands while descending. So, he slowly leaned over. One hand propped on the right, then he placed his right foot against the mountain wall. Go! Su-han shouted furiously, and in the moment his body pressed against the wall, his left hand and left foot immediately supported the mountain wall. Crack! Crack! Gravel and dirt slid down from both sides of the mountain wall. The audience's hearts felt like they were in their throats. But Su-han had already steadied himself and began to drop down quickly. He moved fast, and though he occasionally encountered falling rocks, he managed to deal with each one effortlessly. 8 minutes. Su-han successfully landed on a platform, and the next part became much easier. The highest point of the platform ahead was only 2 meters. So he only needed to accelerate and jump to easily get down the mountain. 10 minutes later. Su-han successfully arrived at the foot of the mountain. He took a piece of deer meat and put it into his mouth, but his speed on the ground began to increase once again. Ahead was a plain, and this stage had no difficulty. But on DGE's side, trouble had struck. He had just come down from the mountain, but the trail was blocked by a mudslide. Damn it, this path is impassable. It seems like heaven is against me. Dago anxiously scratched his head. If he went back up the mountain to change directions, it would undoubtedly greatly increase the time taken. But the road ahead was impassable. If he continued to procrastinate, he would only widen the gap between himself and his idol. At this moment, De Gus suddenly looked toward the landslide area. If I can go down from here, perhaps I wouldn't need to take a detour. This decision was extremely risky, because a single mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. But De Gus felt he couldn't back down. For his family, for his country. He had to fight for a chance. If he really encountered danger, he would call for help. De Gus took a deep breath, hugged his backpack, and jumped down. The slope showed no signs of collapsing. He had essentially gambled right, but the slope was steep, and he couldn't stop. Because if he stopped, he would roll straight down. His heart raced wildly. This was the craziest thing he had ever done in his life. If he tripped over a stone or slipped underfoot, he would be completely finished. Fortunately, his luck was good. He encountered no major risks during the descent. It was only when he reached the foot of the mountain that he accidentally fell and scraped his cheek. He turned over, looked at the sky, and cried out in excitement. Oh my God, I almost thought I was done for. But I won. If I had taken a detour, I might not have made it down the mountain tonight. So, I can't rest, I need to keep going while there's still light. He set off on his journey again. On the other side, the pickled vegetable contestant Park Dwandio was facing a crisis. Don't chase me, you bastard. Help me, wolf brother. Wolf dad. You are my ancestor, okay? Please spare me. In the woods. Park Dwandio was being chased by an injured wolf. He swore he only urinated on the grass. Who knew a wolf was hiding inside? If he got another chance, Park Dwandio vowed he would rather wet his pants than provoke this guy. Ah! Behind him. The chasing wolf, its head wet and eyes blood red, had just fought with a badger in the morning, and was now resting in the grass, only to get urinated on. No one could tolerate such a thing. You bastard, spare me. Guliolu. Wait, why is my stomach hurting? Something's not right, it's that pine chicken. While running, Park Dwandio turned pale. He never expected that the pine chicken he ate yesterday was poisonous. Now there was a wolf chasing him, and if he stopped, he would definitely get bitten to death. He had to hold it in. Really had to hold it in. Park Dwandio clenched his buttocks and ran wildly. But the more he tried to hold it, the more it hurt. No. Spare me. Please, spare me. No, I really don't want to. In his desperate prayers, suddenly he slipped and fell to the ground. Coincidentally, as he fell, his pants were pulled down by a branch. With a thud. Park Dwandio lay on the ground, knowing he was done for, his mind blank. The wolf would pounce, and he would die. Ah! The angry wolf looked at the two-legged animal that dared to provoke it now fallen, and immediately let out an excited howl. But at that moment, a wave of intensely foul liquid sprayed towards it. In that instant, the wolf was stunned. What is this? It was even more terrifying than a skunk spray. The strong stench made the wolf suffer greatly, but the enemy was right in front of it, it couldn't retreat. Snap! Although its eyes were blocked by the liquid, the wolf still bit its target. Park Dwandio's scream echoed at the scene. You bastard, my precious egg! And the wolf wasn't better off, the liquid burned its eyes, causing it to turn and run away. All the pickled vegetable citizens gaped in silence. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Because the pine chicken had issues, but their contestant deterred the wolf using an unfortunate aftermath. Though injured, it was certainly better than being dead. But Park Dwandio didn't think so, his last egg was gone. Chapter 61, Wolf? Sorry, I thought it was a speed bump. My lychee. My lychee. That was my last lychee. Park Dwandio cried, heartbroken. His eyes lost their brilliance, and his fighting spirit completely vanished. If he couldn't even be a man, what was the point of living? The king of the pickled vegetable nation saw his contestant so dejected, helplessly sacrificing 5 points of national fortune to heal his injuries. Whoosh! A flash of light surged. Park Dwandio's stomach stopped hurting, and his lost egg returned. Huh, what's this? Live well, and... Mr. Park. I hope you will not eat recklessly in the future. If you don't treat this survival game seriously, we will freeze all your assets and condemn your family to a lower slave status. I understand. Park Dwandio was scared, his face turning pale. That money was earned by him while serving big tycoons in the past few years. If it all gets confiscated, it would be better for him to die. So, Park Dwandio finally ignited his fighting spirit and set off on the road home again. Noon, 12 o'clock. Suhan had run 38 kilometers without stopping to rest. He hadn't felt hungry until now because he occasionally shoved some deer meat into his mouth. Crossing the plains, a vast maple forest lay ahead. In autumn, the underbrush in the forest was sparse, most of it had already withered, which was good for Su-han. Otherwise, thick underbrush would greatly affect his running efficiency. In the woods, a wolf was gnawing on a mouse. Suddenly, a figure ran in from a distance, the scent on their body smelled very sweet. What luck! Food delivered right to the door. The wolf glanced at the mouse in its mouth and contemptuously dropped it on the ground. With something tasty around, who would eat this? Put! The wolf flung the mouse away, then took a fighting stance, waiting for its prey to come close so it could strike hard. The target was getting closer, and when it was just 4 meters away, it launched its attack. Ah! The wolf excitedly pounced toward Su-han, but as it leapt into the air, a palm the size of a large pot came slapping down. Smack! This hit was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The wolf's eyes went black and it was directly slapped away. Just now, I seemed to run into something. Su-han, focused on running, didn't pay much attention to this. In his view, as long as something didn't pose a threat to him, it was like a speed bump. If he encountered a bear, he could only deal with it when the time came. The viewers in the live stream were all dumbfounded. What just happened? Su-god slapped a wolf away. No way, is it that ridiculous? Wolf, hey, what are you doing? Wolf, can you respect me? Don't hit my face when you hit a wolf, it hurts. Su-god, no matter what I encounter, I can't stop. Wolf? Sorry, I thought it was just a speed bump. Behind him, the wolf was completely stunned. It took several minutes to shake its head and regain consciousness. Watching the figure disappear, it hesitated for a moment, then went back to retrieve the mouse it had dropped. Actually, this thing isn't inedible. At least it won't bite me. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Su-han successfully crossed the maple forest, now only 52 kilometers remained to the finish line. Half the distance remained to reach the destination. There were still obstacles. If it were the plains ahead, Su-han could run even faster. At the same time, thanks to the berries he picked along the way. Su-han's body had not lost much moisture, so he temporarily didn't need to replenish. But soon he encountered a new problem. Su-han was blocked by a lake. This lake was vast, not inferior to the one at his doorstep. If he took a detour, it would take a huge roundabout way, at least an additional hour and a half, or even more. But directly swimming across was a serious challenge to his stamina. The autumn lake water was very cold, and swimming consumed about twice the energy of normal running. Rationally analyzing, it would be best to take a detour. Safe and reliable. But Su-han had to race, so he had no choice. He tied all his clothes, shoes, and food together with a rope. This way, he could prevent losing anything while swimming and avoid getting completely soaked. Then, holding up his clothes, Su-han plunged into the lake. Although he was swimming with one hand, his speed was still not slow at all. On the calm lake surface, Su-han created ripples, quickly swimming towards the distance. In less than 40 minutes, he has already reached the shore. At this moment, 48 kilometers remained to the finish line. Quickly drying off his body, he stuffed a meat stick in his mouth. Su-han then dressed himself and continued to run. At this time, the spectators finally realized the horror of this week's task. Wow! Please forgive my naive thoughts from before. I really thought this task would be easy, but now seeing Sushin's 2-point running style, I understand how twisted this week's task is. Encountering mountains means taking detours, encountering lakes means taking detours. It seems to be only 100 kilometers, but in reality, it's probably over 110 kilometers. Only Sushin dares to play like this with a light load. If he carried even one more backpack, he would have to take a detour. If that's the case, many contestants may not be able to complete this week's task. Actually, that's not entirely true. If you bring enough supplies, you can completely resupply on the way, so it ultimately depends on personal choice. After reaching the shore, there was another stretch of flat road. Su-han began to speed up again. Now, the hiking skill has reached level 40 and has a whole new effect. The current skill effect is, reduces 55% stamina consumption while hiking, greatly decreases the risk of muscle damage and falling, and reduces resistance while accelerating. Ha! Ha! Su-han runs across the field, sweat flowing down continuously. He finished the 20 kilometers of plains in just 50 minutes. Now only 28 kilometers remain to the shelter. And the time has just reached 2:30. What an astonishing achievement! At this moment, Daegu had just stopped to take a break. When he opened the leaderboard, he thought he was seeing things. Only 28 kilometers left to the finish line? 28? Daeji's face was filled with disbelief. It was only 2:30 in the afternoon, and everyone, including himself, hadn't even walked a quarter of the distance, yet his idol, Dragon Country contestant Su-han, was already close to the finish line. How on earth did he do it? Daegu was puzzled. At this moment, the Australian contestant had already protested to the national survival game. Cheating. This contestant must be cheating. National survival game, you must be helping him cheat. I protest, I represent my country in making this protest to you. In the face of the Australian contestant's protest, the national survival game provided an impressive clip. It was a segment of Sue Han speeding down from the mountain peak. The Australian contestant was completely silent. This was something he simply couldn't do. Even in a movie, it would seem absurd. At this moment, a cold notification sound rang out. Due to the Australian contestant's unreasonable troublemaking, even questioning the fairness of the national survival game, he will receive a penalty of returning to the starting point. If he fails to complete the game within the designated time, he will face a second punishment. Please note, the national survival game is fair and just. Don't doubt others when you can't do it yourself. Ha? No, please, I was wrong. I won't talk big anymore. Upon hearing he would be sent back to the starting point, the Australian contestant immediately regretted it. But before he could finish his words, he was already sent back to the starting point. Not only that, if he cannot complete this week's task within 4 days, in addition to the original punishment, he will face a second punishment. Chapter 62 Frost Leaves, Red Jade Sour Dates and Title Upgrade. Other contestants laughed wildly upon hearing about the Australian contestant's plight. How dare someone question the fairness of the national survival game? They really weren't afraid of dying. However, this incident also served as a warning to everyone. If you're unhappy, you can curse the sky and the earth, but don't provoke the national survival game. It's really stubborn. On Sue Han's side, he had already finished the last bag of water, and all the deer meat he brought had been consumed. But his pace never stopped. Even while eating and drinking, his feet were always moving. However, compared to the acceleration in the plain area. Once back in the mountain forest, Sue Han chose to walk slowly this time. First, he could recover the consumed stamina, and to facilitate the final sprint. Secondly, the distance between myself and the second place contestant is too great. Even if I run again tomorrow, I don't have to worry about being caught up by others. At the same time, taking the opportunity to walk slowly, Sue Han can also look at what supplies there are in the mountain forest. After all, it's still a long journey away from home. The slope of the mountain is gentle, so the consumption of physical strength is almost negligible. Not long after Sue Han climbed the mountain, he suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself, so he squatted down beside a tree. But before he could finish, his gaze was drawn to a patch of green grass nearby. Its leaves were split into many tiny leaflets, and at the top, there were many small white flowers, resembling a white lace umbrella. Coriander? No, it should be frostleaf coriander. Sue Han exclaimed, so surprised that he actually held back the urge to go. Of course, he could relieve himself any time. But coriander is an important spice. Moreover, this is frostleaf coriander, a specialty of the wildlands. Its flavor is similar to regular coriander, but its height is far lower than the coriander from Blue Star, and it is extremely frost-resistant. If it really is coriander, then I will have one more spice. Sue Han quickly put on his pants and hurried over to the frostleaf coriander, plucking a stem and crushing it at the tip of his nose. A unique and rich aroma flooded into his nostrils. It really is frostleaf coriander. Wow. Great, today really wasn't in vain. Sue Han squatted down and began to collect. First were the coriander seeds, which he could plant when he got home. They only need plenty of sunlight and can sprout in as little as 7 days. Of course, to plant quickly, he would need to do some preparation work. Sue Han had already learned all this through the encyclopedia. Just as Sue Han was collecting the coriander seeds, the national survival prompt sounded continuously. Overall, Long Country obtained 200,000 frostleaf coriander seeds. All major shelters almost immediately received notification. These coriander seeds must be planted as soon as possible. Before long, Long Country can regain the freedom of coriander. In the strategy research room of Long Country, the leaders sighed with satisfaction. To harvest so many coriander seeds, it seems the people are blessed. Although some people like coriander while others do not. But having an extra spice is certainly great news. And this time there are a full 200,000 seeds, which will definitely be quickly spread to all the people. After collecting everything, Sue Han used the restroom and continued on his way. It's hard to say whether this mountainous area is rich in resources or if the path he chose is good. Just after walking for less than 10 minutes, he stumbled upon a small grove of sour jujube trees. Sue Han's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over. It was autumn, and the sour jujubes hung bright red on the branches, which was simply delightful to behold. Sour jujubes. When luck comes, it's unstoppable. Sue Han stepped forward to begin collecting. These jujube trees were very low, they could almost be called shrubs. The only problem was that the branches were covered in sharp thorns, so he had to be very careful while picking. Normally, sour jujubes are slightly sweet but have a strong sour taste. However, the sour jujubes in front of Su-Han were different. Their scientific name is red jade sour jujube, with acidity only 1/10 of regular sour jujubes, but sweetness comparable to cane sugar. Therefore, if red jade sour jujubes are dried and ground, they can actually be used as brown sugar. This is also why Su-Han chose to stop. If they were just regular sour jujubes, he could come back to pick them later or even choose to give up. After all, that acidity is too frightening. But red jade sour jujubes were different. Their maturity period is only a brief month, and once this stage passes, they will quickly turn sour. 20 minutes later, the picking was done. Su-Han harvested a full 5 pounds of sour jujubes, while Long Country received back 230,000. Glancing at the time, it was just 3:10 in the afternoon. During the subsequent climb, Su-Han did not find any more supplies, but for him, it was already enough. When it was time to descend, Su-Han accelerated again. The supplies were stored in his sleeves, tied with hemp rope, so the impact on his running was minimal. At this point, Su-Han was only 22 kilometers away from the finish line. After coming down the mountain, he entered a small forest path. There were no obstacles along the way. Su-Han ran comfortably on this stretch, but the only regret was that he didn't find any other supplies on the way. At 4:30 p.m., there were 10 kilometers left to the finish line. Su-Han's stamina was gradually being drained, and his legs were getting numb, but he still insisted on jogging, refusing to stop and rest. At this moment, if he stopped, he wouldn't want to move again at all. Meanwhile, the sky was gradually darkening, and the temperature was dropping. With the sweat all over his body, if he rested without any cover, he could easily catch a cold. At 5:30 p.m., it was completely dark, and many competitors had chosen to set up camp and rest 40 minutes ago. Only Su-Han was still on the road. However, he had changed from jogging to walking slowly. At this point, there was only 1 kilometer left to the shelter. Su-Han kept adjusting his breathing. Although his body was completely exhausted, he could still hold on. He climbed over a dirt slope and crossed through the woods. The sound of flowing water reached his ears. "Have I arrived at the fish pond?" Su-Han revealed a happy smile. He had run wildly from the south, and now hearing the sound of water meant he had reached the fish pond he built. Arriving here was like coming home. Sure enough, after walking a few steps, Su-Han saw his little fish pond. The audience and the live stream gasped. He really made it home in a day, oh my. Su-God's willpower is terrifying. If I were him, after securing enough advantage, I would have probably chosen to rest long ago. Yeah, 100 kilometers a day, just thinking about it is admirable. After climbing over the last dirt slope, Su-Han finally returned to his warm home. And at this moment, the notification sound for National Luck Survival echoed. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country contestant Su-Han for completing the second week task hiking and winning the championship with an amazing performance. In light of the outstanding performance of Dragon Country contestant Su-Han, the special title reward he originally obtained has now been replaced with a more powerful title reward. Notification: congratulations to the Dragon Country contestant for obtaining the title of King of Wilderness Hunters. Notification: congratulations to contest winner Su-Han for winning the championship and receiving 10 points of National Luck Value Reward. Notification: congratulations to contest winner Su-Han for winning the championship and receiving a valuable resource intelligence reward. Su-Han sat on the Kong to rest, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Title upgrade? Such good fortune. He really didn't expect to complete the task in one day and receive such a special reward. Let me see, what attributes does the King of Wilderness Hunters have? Su-Han opened the system panel and couldn't help but inhale sharply. The attributes of this title were simply overpowered. If he missed out, he would absolutely regret it for a lifetime. Chapter 63, Terrifying Title of King of Wilderness Hunters. Title: King of Wilderness Hunters. Attributes: all resistances increased by 3 points. Blood Feast: for each large beast killed, increase 1 point of constitution, up to a maximum of 5 points. What is resistance? It refers to toxins, cold, heat, diseases. All negative effects can take effect. So if he got poisoned, normally, the poison would take effect in 3 minutes, having 3 points of resistance would delay this time. If it's a weak toxin, he could be completely immune. As for cold and heat, his endurance would be stronger than normal. And as for getting sick, it would be even easier, with boosted resistance. The key part isn't over yet. Blood Feast can also increase his constitution by a full 5 points. Thank goodness I held on, otherwise, if I missed this title, I would feel like dying. As Su-Han massaged his legs, he murmured to himself. This title did not affect the previous title of Hunting King. Now he can wear 2 titles. When Su-Han put on the title of King of the Wild Hunts, he immediately felt a significant relief in his aching legs. Does this really work? Wait, could it be that fatigue counts as a negative effect? Thinking of this, Su-Han couldn't help but gasp. It seems he had underestimated the effect of the title. What does all resistance mean? It means it includes every negative effect. However, he wondered if the sage time could be shortened after the reproductive exercise. An idea suddenly sparked in Su-han's mind. As the soreness in his legs eased, what followed was a wave of fatigue, and the sleepiness surged uncontrollably. He fed his pets and let them out to relieve themselves. After everything was taken care of, Su-han lit the heated bed before sinking into a deep sleep. That night, he slept soundly and only woke up at 7 the next morning. Although he still felt a bit uncomfortable all over, it was much better than the previous night. Today, Su-han planned to breed, specifically to cultivate young coriander seedlings. Coriander seeds have a hard outer shell, so to breed quickly, he must first crush this layer. The key is to apply gentle force, and he definitely cannot use a hard object. Otherwise, if the coriander seeds break, it would be completely over. Therefore, Su-han's method was to place the coriander seeds inside a sock and gently knead them. Once the shell cracked, he could put them into a soil bowl and soak them in water at 30 to 45 degrees. There was no thermometer in the wilderness. So, Su-han used a simple method to measure the temperature. He gently touched the surface of the water with the back of his hand, and when it felt warm but bearable, the water temperature was about 40 to 45 degrees. Of course, when testing the water temperature, he had to take off the title. Otherwise, the temperature would be recorded incorrectly. As the seeds were being cultivated, the next step was to prepare the land. Su-han got out of bed, took an axe and wooden board, and began making tools for plowing the soil. Coriander as a spice requires very little space. So, he planned to make a small wooden rake. The rake for plowing and the rake for flipping grains are two different things. The plowing rake has short teeth, while the rake for gathering leaves has long teeth. Su-han carved a tooth shape at one end of the wooden board with the axe, with a gap of about 3 centimeters between each tooth. Then, he found the center of the rake, marked a point above it. This is where the stick will be installed. He needed to burn a small hole with charcoal fire and then slowly polish it into a socket. Finally, he attached the handle to the wooden rake and tied it securely with hemp rope. A new farming tool was born. Su-han picked up the wooden shovel and rake, walked out of the shelter, and began to dig in a nearby open space. No matter what you want to plant, the first step is always turning the soil. The purpose of turning the soil is to remove the grass roots and stones from the ground. The area he planned to plant coriander was small, 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. Don't underestimate this little area. If it were fully planted, he could eat coriander for every meal and still have leftovers. After turning the soil, Su-han used the wooden rake to plow. This was to loosen the soil, making it finer. This step is crucial when planting small seeds like coriander. Once the soil was loosened, the next step was to fertilize. Human waste is not suitable, so Su-han chose to dig up some natural potting soil from the woods, which is that black soil. Next, he added some fish soup. Fish soup is rich in phosphorus, which coriander loves the most. But the water for irrigating the soil must be diluted, at a ratio of 1 to 20. Su-han had all that, so it wasn't a hassle. Finally, he shaped the edges of the plot into a soil slope for easier management and watering in the future. Phew! Done. Next is to wait for the coriander seeds to germinate and then transplant them into the vegetable beds. Looking at his masterpiece in front of him, Su-han laughed happily. This is his first vegetable garden, and it will grow even more in the future. But, shouldn't there be a wall? Otherwise, if wild beasts come at night to steal vegetables, wouldn't his hard work be in vain? No, I cannot let these beasts benefit. Su-han made up his mind. After he ate and drank enough and clocked out, he would start building the wall. To effectively stop wild animals, ordinary branches definitely won't work. At worst, he would use wooden stakes. But wooden walls are not sturdy, they can easily be gnawed through by rats and are prone to catching fire in thunderstorms. So, instead of doing it half-heartedly, he might as well build a mud brick wall. Anyway, in the next 6 days, he had nothing much to do, so he would just dismantle the earthen kiln for expansion and mass-produce mud bricks. No matter what, having a wall around the shelter meant he wouldn't have to worry about wild animals breaking in anymore. For breakfast, Su-han had Krushenkarp and wolf meat, and his drink was a cup of red jade sour jujube rose tea. The rich aroma of jujube, paired with the sweet flavor, truly made him feel like he was back in modern society. The only pity is that these sour jujubes weren't roasted. If they were roasted into charred jujubes, the tea would taste even better. Right, I haven't checked that precious information from yesterday. I wonder what it is this time. Su-han put down his teacup and quickly opened the map. This time, the resources were located north of the lakeside, about 10 kilometers from his shelter. It was the farthest resource he had found so far. Its icon looked like a kind of radish. When Su-han saw the name of the resource, he suddenly gasped, "There's actually white broad beans here?" Although he didn't find soybeans, broad beans were enough to excite him. This is a kind of bean that can improve soil quality and grows remarkably fast. White broad beans are different from the varieties in Blue Star, they are similar to purple broad beans. They are not only large but also have a plump texture when cooked, making them one of the tastiest vegetables. What's most amazing is that white broad beans take only 60 days from planting to harvest. Thinking about the freedom of growing beans in the future, Suhan cheered with excitement. Awesome! I can have vegetarian dishes every meal now. Ha ha ha. Cilantro plus broad beans, I really need to hurry up and build that wall. Once the broad beans grow, good days will come. There is a fish pond on the hillside, and at home, he has cilantro and broad beans. Suhan could hardly imagine how wonderful his little life would be next year. Chapter 64, Expanding Production and Making Earthen Pots. After clocking in for his daily tasks, Suhan began making mud bricks. The number of bricks needed for the wall was enormous. If he simply built walls on all four sides with bricks, he would practically dig up all the nearby clay without being able to accomplish it. So, Suhan's idea was to use bricks for the foundation and part of the wall above ground, while temporarily filling the rest with birch wood. This would save mud bricks and also prevent small animals from burrowing through the walls. Mixing mud. Stirring. Making mud bricks. Building fire to dry. In the entire morning, Suhan produced 800 mud bricks. The work efficiency was simply astonishing. It feels like if I have time in the future, I can make more mud bricks in advance, so I won't have to keep making them every time I need them. Suhan straightened up and wiped the sweat off his forehead, mumbling to himself. He had been busy for a while, to the point where he didn't even have time to make mud bricks. But things would be different moving forward. As resources gradually became abundant, his time would also slowly grow more ample. Many things could finally be scheduled. For example, making pottery. For example, searching for nearby resources. Although Suhan had been in the lakeside area for half a month, there were still many places he hadn't explored in detail. At noon, Suhan went to the storage room and instinctively reached for a piece of wolf meat to cook, but reached into emptiness. He looked down and found that he had eaten that wolf completely. It's gone so soon. I remember there were still 20 pounds of meat 2 days ago. Suhan displayed shock, but quickly realized that the wolf meat had indeed been eaten by himself. Because of practicing martial arts, his appetite had far exceeded before. In the past, half a pound of meat and 2 duck eggs would fill him up for breakfast. Now, for a single breakfast, he needed 2 pounds of wolf meat, plus a bowl of kudzu root. As for lunch, it was even more exaggerated, at least 4 pounds of meat were needed to fill his stomach. So, while 20 pounds of wolf meat seemed like a lot, in reality, Suhan had finished it in just 2 days. Indeed, the poor in literature but the rich in martial arts, it seems I have to continue hunting tomorrow. Otherwise, the supplies at home won't be enough for me. Suhan picked out a 4-pound piece of bear meat and walked outside. In the afternoon, Suhan began to build a brand new earth kiln. The process was much the same as the last time, but the internal volume had expanded 5 times. Not only that, the fuel was changed from wood to charcoal. Half an hour later, the first earth kiln was completed. Suhan lit the firewood to start roasting, then got to work on the second one. If he relied solely on one earth kiln to fire bricks, it would probably take until next week to finish 800 clay bricks, so this time he planned to build 4 large earth kilns. Assuming each earth kiln could fire 25 bricks at a time, then 4 earth kilns could fire 100 clay bricks in one round. As for what to do if the charcoal was not enough? Actually, there was no need to worry because Suhan would use it while also firing his bricks. Seeing that all the earth kilns had entered the drying stage, Suhan picked up a wooden shovel and began to outline the walls in front of the shelter. He had 2 requirements for the yard. First, to prevent wild beasts from invading. Second, to be able to plant some crops. Based on these 2 points, the yard couldn't be too large. After all, the number of bricks was limited. Suhan thought for a moment and decided to build a 12 square meter small yard. The northern side would rely on the wall, saving some materials. For a 10 square meter yard, after excluding the shelter, it would still have 8 square meters of space, which was enough for him to grow cilantro and white peas. Alright, let's settle on this. Suhan drew lines on the ground with the wooden shovel. After confirming the position of the walls, he began to dig. He was very skilled at this task. Within just 30 minutes, he completed the excavation of the foundation, comparable to a human excavator. With the preparations ready, the earth kiln also completed its initial roasting. Suhan placed the clay bricks into it to start the official firing. At this moment, the power of increased production capacity was evident. The 4 earth kilns surprisingly accommodated 150 clay bricks, equivalent to nearly a week's worth of work for the previous small kilns. Hiss. It can actually hold so many clay bricks at once? Then it seems the walls can be finished in no more than 3 days. Great, really great. Oh, right, should I take this opportunity to fire some pots and pans? The tools Suhan made last time were all small-sized. After all, the capacity of the earth kiln was restrictive. Even if Suhan wanted to make a wash basin, it simply couldn't fit. But now it was different. The newly constructed earth kiln could fit not only a basin but even a low water tank. Since I need to fire some, why not make them a bit better? Suhan slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder, preparing to go dig up some high-quality clay to bring back. Although the clay at the door was usable, it was somewhat unsuitable for making everyday items. The pots and pans he made last time were usable, but the quality was too rough, the surface had a sandy texture, and they were very easy to crack. At that time, Suhan made 4 clay pots, but only 2 were usable. This showed the difference in clay quality. High-quality clay was not only highly plastic but also had a very fine texture. Crucially, it was less likely to crack during firing. That was the key point. Suhan brought the clay back to the lakeside and added water, gently kneading it, but just as he started, he discovered something different. The high-quality clay, just by adding a little lake water, surprisingly became resilient instantly. With just a gentle knead and a slow stretch, the clay transformed into a little mud figure. No wonder many people like to go to pottery shops to make things by hand, it is quite fun. Suhan looked at the little toy he made and finally experienced the joy of crafting. Next, he planned to make a clay pot. The pots at home were simply too small, every time he stewed meat, he had to chop it small with an axe, which was very inconvenient. Making a clay pot wasn't difficult. First, he still needed to knead the clay. Basically, it was no different from kneading dough, as long as the clay didn't stick to his hands and bent without cracking, it was fine. Once the clay was ready, the next step was to remove the air bubbles to prevent it from exploding during firing. After completing this step, the rest was shaping it. Suhan took a piece of clay, pressed it flat on a wooden board, making it 3 centimeters thick and with a round edge. This was the making of the pot bottom. Then, Suhan took a clay strip about the thickness of a finger, applied clay slip on the edge of the pot bottom, and slowly wrapped the clay strip around it, using his fingers to stick the strip to the bottom. During this process, all the gaps had to be smoothed and pressed flat with his fingers. Then, he repeated this process. Layer by layer, the clay strips kept winding upward. About every 5 layers, he would stop to let the clay set, and then continue winding up. Eventually, this clay pot reached a height of 25 centimeters and a diameter of 30 centimeters. But this was not the end of the making, it was just shaping. At this moment, Suhan grabbed a rectangular wooden strip from the side. While one hand turned the wooden board, the other hand dipped the wooden strip in water to polish the outer wall of the clay pot. Until the surface was smooth, he then switched to the inner wall. 10 minutes later, the inner and outer walls of the clay pot were finished, not only smooth but also evenly thick. This pot could be sold without any problem. Today the writing is a bit stuck, so the update is slow, sorry. QAQ. Chapter 65, The Poison Little Devil and the Unlucky Monkey Country Contestant. After finishing the large clay pot, Suhan started to make a basin. The process was the same as before. Only, the basin was a bit flatter than the pot. With the experience from earlier, Suhan's speed improved significantly this time. In less than 10 minutes, the clay basin was complete. Considering the limited clay he had, after finishing the basin, Suhan began to make smaller items. For example, clay bowls and teacups. As for the last bit of clay, Suhan made a large teapot. That way, he wouldn't have to use the cooking pot every time he boiled water. While Suhan was drying the pottery, the other contestants were busy hustling for their tasks. For instance, the second-ranked contestant, Dagu. He still had 55 kilometers to go to the finish line. Although it seemed fine, in reality, he was already exhausted and about to collapse. Huff. Huff. Climbing mountains is really painful, I hate climbing. But, I have no choice. I really don't want to take any more detours. Yesterday's detour made me walk an extra 5 kilometers, oh my. On the slope. Dagu panted heavily but couldn't help but crack jokes. That was his personality. Because being alone in the wild world, if he didn't find some fun, over time, he would definitely go crazy. However, to be fair, ever since he dropped most of his load, Dagu's speed had improved significantly. In the live stream, the audience from Dragon Country was chatting. It turns out that comparisons yield surprises. The second day is about to end, and the fastest second place hasn't even completed half the journey, TSK. Our Sioux god is truly amazing. There's no way, Dagu only realized today that carrying more supplies affects traveling. The key is once you choose to take a detour, you can't stop. I feel like this round will trip many contestants. I wonder what the penalty will be. Could it be something like castrating the balls? Damn, you're so evil upstairs. I think reducing height and IQ is fine. How about reducing IQ by 20 points, funny dog? Reduce 20 points of IQ? If it were a little brat, I wouldn't mind. At this moment, the Sakura country contestant, Ryumuto, was wearing his perspective. He really couldn't run anymore. After a whole day, he had only moved 15 kilometers. In normal circumstances, this distance is quite short. But unfortunately, Ryumuto was very unlucky. Not only did a badger steal his carefully prepared food at midnight, but even his drinking water was not spared. Without any supplies, walking 15 kilometers was really not easy. Great Amaterasu, please grant me some food. Otherwise, I'll definitely starve to death or die of thirst. I beg you to bless me. Ryumuto couldn't move anymore, but he still stubbornly walked forward. He believed that good things were waiting for him ahead. After walking for about 5 minutes, Ryumuto, nearly starving and dizzy, noticed a low fruit tree. This is fruit? Great Amaterasu answered my prayer. Ha ha ha. Ryumuto excitedly rushed to the fruit tree, picked a yellow fruit, and stuffed it in his mouth. With one bite, the juice burst forth. Delicious. It's really too delicious. With these fruits, I can conquer this week's task. After eating the fruit, Ryumuto danced with joy. But he didn't notice that there were no animal droppings near the fruit tree, not even bird droppings. When he picked the fruit, the sound of a 1,000-fold return echoed continuously. A full 100,000 chessboard-sized fruits completely straightened the spines of the little brats. And nearby the major shelters, chaos ensued. Although the little brat soldiers tried to stop them, faced with the boiling public opinion, they had no way to intervene. Baka, this is mine. Wow, it's so sweet. Ryukuin, the fruit you brought is really too delicious. Ha ha ha. Yes, the fruit is delicious. So good. Just when the little brats were immersed in joy, the scene's Ryumuto suddenly pointed ahead and said, Baka, what are you doing? Why are you wearing blue clothes? Are you a Smurf? The Dragon Kingdom audience in the live broadcast room was suddenly brightened. Smurf? Oh no. Could this fruit be hallucinogenic? Ha ha ha. Maybe, look at this little brat, he's about to climb a tree. Oh my, there's a caterpillar on the tree, is he really okay? 666. I feel he's stronger than Ning Kaichin, what do you all think? I told you, Ryumuto always manages to come up with something new. Inside the Sakura country's tactical research room, the monarch's face was dark, and he immediately ordered to the people below, quick, tell the citizens to stop eating. This kind of fruit is toxic and hallucinogenic. Your Majesty, you are too late, they have already started babbling. Baka. Ryumuto, you little nuisance, are you sent by heaven to torture our Sakura country? Last time, this brat's live stream of a fish made their country suffer ridicule. Although he forcefully explained that Ryumuto had an excessive love for animals and acted uncontrollably. But this kind of nonsense can only deceive children. Today, this fool actually returned 100,000 toxic hallucinogenic fruits. Simply inhuman. But it was not only Sakura country having fun, the contestant from the neighboring monkey country, Rwandan, was having the most fun. His progress was decent, ranking 36th among all contestants. In the afternoon, however, Rwandan accidentally entered a forest, drawing the attention of some macaques inside. At first, Rwandan didn't pay much attention, but as he walked, he felt that something was following him. When he suddenly turned around, he discovered it was that group of long-haired monkeys trailing him. Why are you following me? Get lost. Rwandan was afraid they would attack him. So he picked up the stones on the ground, wanting to drive them away. At first, he indeed drove away the gibbons. But after walking for a while, suddenly a wind howled above his head. When he woke up, he found his clothes had been stripped off, and a large female monkey was baring her teeth at him. Rwandan was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He wanted to get up from the ground, but his body wouldn't move at all. Upon closer inspection, he realized that other monkeys were holding him down. What do you want? Hoo-hoo. The gibbon's eyes revealed a hint of wild excitement. Soon, Rwandan's voice filled with despair echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, the number of viewers from various countries was rapidly increasing. The viewers from Dragon Country were dumbfounded. Oh my, monkeys bullying humans, this is truly a reversal of fate. I've realized that although Sushin's livestream is hardcore, the real fun is still abroad. Today is truly an eye-opener. Speaking of which, isn't the Monkey Kingdom leader going to offer support? Just watching like this. Rumor has it this contestant was bitten by a snake a few days ago, they've previously offered support. But well, there's nothing to be done now, since he can't resist, he might as well close his eyes and enjoy it. I have a question. If this group of female monkeys carries this contestant away, what will happen? The entire barrage suddenly paused for 2 seconds. Countless viewers began to let their imaginations run wild. Being carried off by female monkeys would definitely be a nightmare. But, what if he could become the beloved pet of the group? Although this monkey boy named Juan Dan didn't look very good and even resembled a monkey, he would definitely be among the more handsome ones among the gibbons. If he could win the favor of these monkeys, he would never have to worry about food, drinks, or shelter in the future. Thinking of this, it actually sounded pretty impressive. Chapter 66, The Abundant North Bank of the Lake. Whoa whoa. Lord, save me, Lord, please save me. In the forest. The Monkey Kingdom contestant's voice grew weaker until he completely fell unconscious. Seeing that there was no movement, the gibbons began to chatter and argue. Although the audience couldn't understand, the meaning was still clear. They didn't want such a handsome male to die. Thus, the gibbons carried contestant Juan Dan back to their home. They not only gave him water to drink but also fed him fruit. At that moment, a global alert for survival echoed. Detected Monkey Kingdom contestant Juan Dan received a green fruit, triggering 10,000 times return. Congratulations Monkey Kingdom for obtaining 10,000 green fruits. Once filled with self-doubt and unable to lift his head, the people of the Monkey Kingdom could hardly believe their ears. Ha! No way, man. Is this considered gaining? In the next moment, everyone in the Monkey Kingdom fell into a frenzy. Although they didn't know what the green fruit was, since these long-haired monkeys could eat it, it must have no toxins. Soon, the first Monkey Kingdom citizen tasted the green fruit. His eyes lit up. What can I say about the taste? It's a bit like an apple, but the flavor isn't that intense. Edible, but not particularly good or bad. But as long as it's edible, this thing is a top resource. News quickly reached the Monkey Kingdom leader. Edible? Ah, good, good. I will pass the message to our contestant shortly. No more trekking, we won't run. As long as we serve these monkeys well, won't food come in endless supply every day? I never expected that our Monkey Kingdom would find its own path. Although there were punishments for losing 5 points of national luck and not completing tasks. But a long-term source of food is more valuable than these things. Half an hour later, contestant Juan Dan woke up. The surrounding smell was extremely pungent, making him feel a bit nauseous. At that moment, he even thought about ending it all. Just then, a communication came in. Seeing the face of the kingdom leader, Juan Dan immediately burst into tears. I'm sorry, my lord. Whoa, I'm so ashamed. I actually. Alright, Mr. Juan, don't cry, you are our nation's great hero. Great hero? Juan Dan stood there, unable to understand how he had become a great hero. At this moment, the king smiled and recounted what had just happened. So, do not resist. Instead, serve these benefactors well, and our kingdom will have a continuous supply of fruits to eat. But, your majesty. Seeing that Juan Dan showed signs of reluctance, the Monkey King immediately changed to a serious expression and reminded him, what do you mean, Can you compare to the contestants from the Dragon Kingdom? Think of your family, think of your sister. This type of thing can get through if you grit your teeth. But you will have a long-term food ticket in the future. When Juan Dan heard sister, his initially resistant heart was instantly extinguished. However, he quickly regained his spirits. Because Juan Dan was not good at hunting, and he certainly did not have Su Han's skillful hands. If it really was as the king said, it was actually quite good for him, he could eat and drink every day without fear. This life was indeed not bad. That evening, Juan Dan unexpectedly returned with 2 types of fruit. This further strengthened his determination to stay. The viewers from other countries looked at this scene with envy in their hearts. Although this situation was unfair to the contestants, the whole kingdom benefited. The next day, in the morning, the thick fog hung in the air, and the world was a blank white. Su Han got up early and opened the earthen kiln to check the condition. He saw rows of red bricks coming into view. Su Han took out a brick and smiled. Indeed, bricks made from charcoal are better than those made from wood. Last time, he was in a hurry to build the Kong and used only hardwood. Although the bricks made could be used, the color and hardness were nowhere near what he had on hand. Su Han took the brick out and continued to pack clay to burn. Breakfast was bear ribs plus a bowl of fish meat. After a hearty meal, it was time for daily routines. After completing a series of tasks, Su Han picked up the backpack and shouted at the shelter, "Da hui, er ha! Let's go!" As soon as the 2 little creatures heard they could go out, they rushed out from home in excitement. Woo! Ah woo! Er ha happily jumped around while Da hui remained as steady as usual. Su Han locked the door and set off with them. This time, he was heading to the north of the lake, picking white flat beans while also collecting resources along the way. As he passed by the wild duck's nest, Su Han noticed that it was very quiet, there was neither duck droppings nor fresh footprints. Could it be that all the wild ducks left? No, bro. I just want to take some eggs and see you all excited. If you all leave, what about my down jacket? Suhan took out his binoculars and quickly searched the lake. At this moment, the sun had just risen, and the thick fog was gradually dissipating, revealing the entire lake surface. Nearby, aside from some birds, there were no other creatures. What about far away? Suhan looked towards the opposite shore and saw a group of wild ducks slowly swimming out from the water plants. So they went over there. No wonder I haven't heard ducks quacking when I got up recently. But thank goodness they didn't leave. Then my down jacket might have a chance. Even though it was now autumn, the temperature was gradually approaching freezing. But just having animal skins didn't seem safe enough to Suhan. So he had been wanting to hunt some wild ducks recently to use their down to make a simple down coat. After glancing at the wild ducks playing in the water, Suhan quickened his pace and headed north. Compared to the southern bank of the lake, the north was not filled with dirt slopes, but rather composed of stretches of forests and plains filled with weeds. As soon as he arrived on this side, he spotted some tracks of small foxes and rabbits. Looking far away at the foot of the mountains, he could even see the shadows of elk. What a natural hunting ground! Suhan restrained his desire to hunt. Today's task was to search for supplies and scout the conditions here. Even if he wanted to hunt, it would have to wait until he finished picking the white flat beans. Suhan continued to explore this area, marking on the map. This way, when I come back next time, I can easily find the corresponding prey. As I walked, a faint yet clear cry came from afar. Meh. Suhan shivered and hurried toward the sound. The two little guys saw their master running and immediately followed him. Through the dense forest, I saw several black goats leisurely roaming. There are still goats here? My luck is too amazing. Excitement filled Suhan's eyes. He wasn't looking for the goats to eat, rather, he wanted to train them as transport tools. Although goats are not as useful as cattle or horses, under the current conditions, having any transport tool is good enough. Who would still be picky? Suhan observed that there were a total of 14 goats. Among them, there were 8 adult goats, 2 young goats, and the rest were 4 little goatlings. Not bad, really not bad. Even catching some little goatlings to raise would be great. Suhan rubbed the bow and arrow in his hand, suppressing the greed in his heart as he slowly disappeared into the jungle. He didn't want to wait even a moment. As long as he found the white broad beans, he would come back and catch this group of goats. If possible, he wanted to catch a few more to raise. At the very least, he wanted to take all the little goatlings with him. Chapter 67, Wood-Ear, people participate in the treasure hunt for the holy body of Erha. After leaving, Suhan headed straight for the location of the white broad beans. Although he was eager to catch the goats, he didn't miss any resources to collect on the way. For example, the fallen leaf mushrooms. This is a type of mushroom that only grows in autumn under fallen leaves. They are excellent for stews, just a few can bring a wonderful fresh flavor to the soup, making them a very important spice in the wilderness. And Suhan found a large patch of them in the woods. Then, before leaving the woods, he found another treasure. A type of black flower that grows on decaying wood, wood-ear. Am I dreaming? There are actually wood-ears here. Right, it rained a couple of days ago. Suhan suddenly remembered that wood-ears also like rain. Maybe it was because of that rain that they thrived. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the audience cheered excitedly upon seeing the wood-ears. Look, what did Su-God discover? Wood-ears, wow, we will have wood-ears to eat in the future. 666, this is too amazing. Wood-ears can be cultivated in large quantities. Su-God, we really love you. By the way, since they can be artificially cultivated, I wonder if Su-God can grow some wood-ears. In the official studio of the Dragon Country, Bing Bing asked the same question. Li Cheng murmured, answering, we can try to cultivate them, but due to a lack of modern technology, there might be issues like impure strains. Also, even if we start cultivating today, it will take at least 2 to 3 months to eat the wood-ears we cultivated ourselves. Anyway, the technology itself is not hard, it just depends on what Su-God chooses. Wood-ears are very easy to store. If they can be cultivated successfully, it means there will always be mushrooms available to eat. This is very important for long-term survival. Since he discovered wood-ears, Suhan would naturally not miss this important resource. However, there was no rush about cultivation, the most urgent thing now was to bring the goats home. He collected a total of 23 wood-ears, triggering the tenfold return 3 times. Luck could only be described as average. But for the Dragon Country, even triggering it just once would be enough. Because as long as there are fresh wood-ears, researchers can cultivate them in large quantities. After leaving the woods, Suhan continued to move north. After walking for about an hour, he finally reached the white broad beans. Although it only had a few vines, it covered the entire big tree. Even if he ate beans every meal, he probably wouldn't finish them in 3 to 5 days. This is it, I'm really about to become rich this time. Suhan placed the backpack on the ground and forcefully pulled the vines down from the tree. Swish! A large number of flat beans with vines fell to the ground. Then came the second, the third. Before long, all the white flat beans had been pulled down. Su-han stepped forward to pick them. Among these flat beans, some had clearly aged, and although the shells could not be eaten, the beans inside were good stuff. They could be used for planting, stir-frying, or stewing. Slowly, the basket began to fill up, but there were still many flat beans left. Su-han thought for a moment and decisively took off his coat, tying the two sleeves tightly to serve as a container. After a while, all the flat beans had been stored away. "Dahui, erha, we are going home." "Ah. Why is there one less sound?" Su-han turned to look for Erha, only to find that the little guy had disappeared somewhere. This was a mountain forest, and if Erha was taken away by wild animals, he had no place to search for him. "Awu." Just as Su-han was about to ask Dahui, Erha came running down from the mountain behind him, holding a purple grass in his mouth. "Where have you been, you little rascal?" "Ha? This grass, where did you get it?" Su-han was just about to lecture this little guy who ran around everywhere because if he let him run freely every day, he might really get lost one day. But when he saw the grass in Erha's mouth, he froze in place. "No way. It can't be. Really can't be. Is the material on the north shore of this lake so rich?" Su-han could hardly believe what Erha had found. To confirm its authenticity, he directly snatched the grass from Erha's mouth. The stem was reddish-purple, with palmate compound leaves, and the edges had fine serrations. In the center of the leaf, there hung a small cluster of beautiful little berries like rubies. "It can't be wrong, this is ginseng. Erha, where did you find this? Hurry and tell me." Su-han could not have dreamed that Erha's luck would be this good. He went out for a run and brought back a ginseng, and it looked very likely to be over 20 years old. Facing his owner's inquiry, Erha tilted his head in a cute way, clearly not understanding what that meant. Seeing Erha's silly look made Su-han very angry. "A 20-year wild ginseng, this thing is worth a fortune on Blue Star, yet this silly wolf doesn't understand human speech." Dahui glanced at his owner and then at the grass in his hand, as if understanding something. Then, he lowered his head and began to search for the place where his little brother had been. "Speak, Erha, where did you pick it up? Just tell me, and your master will give you extra food." "Awu." Looking at his excited owner, Erha fearfully tucked his tail down. Seeing the little critter like this, Su-han was completely at a loss. After all, Erha was just a wolf, a silly wolf. If it really doesn't work, then let's search slowly. Su-han prepared to go up the mountain to search for it himself, but he found that Dahui had climbed the mountain without him noticing, and was sniffing the ground while lowering his head. Could it be that he understood what his master meant? Truly a good son. "As long as we can find ginseng, I will give you extra food tonight." Su-han quickly followed up with an axe in hand. And Dahui noticeably quickened his pace after seeing his master catch up. 10 minutes later, a man and a wolf arrived under a tree. On the left was the poop left by Erha, while on the right was the broken stem of the ginseng. "We really found it. Dahui, well done." Su-han skillfully took out a meat strip from his pocket and tossed it out. Snap. Dahui jumped in midair and beautifully caught the snack, happily starting to eat. Meanwhile, Su-han squatted down and began to slowly dig with his axe. The roots of ginseng are also treasures, so they must be dug out as completely as possible. At this moment, the live streaming room was boiling. No one expected that this silly wolf, Erha, would actually find ginseng. The key was still a 20-year wild ginseng. This dog's luck is simply unmatched. Damn. I won't mock Erha anymore. If you tell me it's a treasure hunting dog, I will believe you. Even when I go out to poop, I can find ginseng. Awesome, Erha, from now on, feel free to break anything at home, at least for a month, Sushin won't dare to hit you. Erha, no one really thinks I'm stupid, right? My wisdom is unmatched. Erha, born with a treasure-seeking body, my achievements can be checked. After slow digging, Su-han finally obtained a wild ginseng that was 47 centimeters tall. This scene deeply shocked everyone. At the same time, the survival prompt for the national luck sounded out appropriately. Ding. Detected that the Dragon Kingdom contestant Su-han has collected a precious herbal medicine, a 20-year-old wild ginseng. Triggered 30,000 times return. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for receiving 30,000 20-year wild ginseng. Important reminder, in light of contestant Su-han from the Dragon Kingdom's outstanding performance in the wilderness, a special reward of Rain of Blessing is granted. Notice, wherever the Rain of Blessing passes, the land will be improved and nourished, enhancing the quality of the crops planted. The continuous 3 reminder sounds shattered the spirits of the contestants still running for tasks. Is there any justice in this world? They haven't even finished their tasks, and the contestant from the Dragon Kingdom unexpectedly found precious ginseng and triggered a special reward mechanism. Is this contestant really human? Could he be an alien? Chapter 68, Stir-fried musu meat, successfully capturing the goat. In the tactics research room of the Dragon Kingdom. When the leader heard that 30,000 ginseng had arrived, he immediately issued orders. Someone. Take these ginseng to hospitals and all major shelters and supply them as needed. Yes. At the resource refresh point of the capital shelter, over 1,000 ginseng appeared out of nowhere. Then, they were escorted to the hospital by brave warriors. This scene infuriated the foreign sycophants. They lived like dogs now, while the Dragon Kingdom not only had eaten bear meat but now also had ginseng. In the British hovel area. The Emperor Professional gritted his teeth in hatred. Damn it, I was obviously a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, but because I applied for British nationality, I was expelled. What's wrong with me eating something? You all used to love watching the dramas I acted in. The surrounding sycophants revealed expressions of rage. When immigrating, this guy was the loudest. With a mouthful of nonsense, he said we left to continue the Dragon Kingdom's fire and promote Dragon Kingdom's culture. Later, when they arrived here and became slaves, they finally realized that this so-called superstar was actually just a traitor. The reason he said that was purely to drag more people down with him. Of course, the British had a hand in it. If it weren't for the foreign devils protecting him, he probably would have been beaten to death a week ago. In the wilderness. Suhan carefully placed the ginseng on top of the bamboo basket, then tossed Erha a piece of deer meat. Since it found the ginseng, it certainly couldn't be treated unfairly. The little guy didn't expect a reward and happily started eating the deer meat. Returning home, it was already 12:30 in the afternoon. Suhan hung the ginseng on the wall, then took some wood ear mushrooms, treasured duck eggs, and the deer rib meat he was reluctant to eat. Today, he planned to stir-fry a hot dish to reward himself. He poured water into the pot and blanched the wood ear mushrooms. Fresh wood ear mushrooms contain a substance called porphyrin. If humans eat them and then bask in the sun, they can get dermatitis. So to eat them, they have to be washed clean and blanched. And the dried wood ear mushrooms have their porphyrin broken down during the sun-drying process. Thus, they can be consumed simply by soaking in water. With the wood ear ready, Suhan took 2 duck eggs, added a little salt, and scrambled them, then sliced the deer meat thinly and stir-fried it with wild onion. As soon as the oil began to release, he added the wood ear and duck eggs. Finally, he sprinkled in a little bit of chopped fallen leaf mushrooms. This simple plate of musu meat was ready. Suhan leaned his nose close to the surface of the pot. A rich aroma of meat mixed with eggs and mushrooms wafted through the air, especially the zest from the hot pot. It smelled absolutely delicious. Fried dishes are still the best. Suhan picked up a piece of dish with his chopsticks and sent it to his mouth. Although it lacked cucumber, almost missing the flavor, he was already very content. The only drawback, perhaps, was the lack of rice. With this musus meat, he could easily flaunt 3 bowls of rice on Blue Star. After lunch, Suhan went to the adjacent utility room and took out a batch of medicine from a wooden box. It was entirely black, with sawtooth leaves and colorful petals. Black Tian Luo. A toxic medication, its juice had the effect of briefly paralyzing living beings. The toxin was mild, not deadly, and it was best used for catching goats. Suhan slowly ground the black Tian Luo into mush with a wooden stick, then applied it to the arrows until it dried and was ready for use. If it weren't for wanting to catch alive, he wouldn't even want to use black Tian Luo. Because he only had this one plant in his hand. Once it was used up, it would be gone. However, it was also worth it to catch the transport. After soaking the poison, Suhan rushed toward the gathering place of the goats with his bow and arrows. At this time, the big goats were basking in the sun, while the little lambs were eating tender grass by the bushes. What a great opportunity! Suhan activated stealth and slowly approached, while the little lambs had no idea that someone on the other side of the bushes had already set their sights on them. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. Suhan pushed aside the bushes and slowly reached toward the little lamb. In the instant his arm could reach the little lamb, he covered its mouth with one hand and pulled hard with the other. Whoosh! The little lamb didn't even know what happened, its body had already left the ground. It kept wriggling, but this little strength was like a tickle to Suhan. In the distance. The goats did not notice the disappearance of the little lamb and continued to bask in the sun. But Suhan was already holding the lamb and making his way to the shelter. 20 minutes later. Suhan settled the little lamb and returned yet again. He quietly poked his head out to observe. As a result, this group of silly sheep still hadn't realized their companion was missing. But the remaining sheep were too far away for Suhan to replicate the previous method and could only catch them with arrows. He bent his bow. Set up. Aim. This time, Suhan's target was a ewe. The mating and breeding time for goats is from September to December, so the ewe was very likely already pregnant. Now catching an ewe had a high probability of bringing along a little one. Whoosh! In the woods, a cluster of arrows flew out, hitting the ew's backside accurately. Bah! The ewe cried out in panic after being attacked. And the other goats immediately showed a vigilant expression, but they did not expect that the second arrow would fly in right away. Crack! Another goat was hit. This time it was still the ewe. The screams immediately rang out. The flock suddenly panicked and prepared to scatter. But Suhan didn't give them time to react, shooting 2 more arrows directly into a strong ram. At this point, the other goats were already terrified. They crazily fled into the distance, while Suhan immediately followed. Then, the first ewe hit appeared to show signs of poisoning, suddenly collapsing to the ground while running. Seeing this, Suhan immediately rushed over to take out a hemp rope and tied its 4 hooves together. This way, after the toxin subsided, it wouldn't be able to escape. Next, the second ewe fell. It ran out more than 20 meters before being unable to hold on. Suhan used the same method to tie it up as well. Though it couldn't move, the ew's cries did not stop for even a moment. As for the last ram, it ran a full 200 meters before collapsing uncontrollably. Looking at the sheep flock that had already run far away, Suhan said regretfully, "What a pity, these guys ran too fast. Otherwise, I could have caught a couple more." He bent down and began to bind the twitching ram. With both hands, he strained to carry it on his shoulders. I have to say, the male goat is really heavy. This mountain goat conservatively weighs over 160 pounds, for anyone else, even lifting it would be a challenge. But Suhan was able to jog with it, his strength truly resembling a human monster. After repeated transportation, there were now 4 goats at home. 1 male, 2 females, and 1 little kid. They were temporarily locked up in the storage room, and as the toxins gradually subsided, they slowly stood up. Bah! 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 The goats surveyed the unfamiliar environment, feeling extremely nervous. Standing outside and observing, Suhan thought the storage room was a bit small, and he should quickly build a larger goat pen. Chapter 69, a violent but effective method of domestication. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Ding! Detected that the host is currently raising goats. Congratulations, you have learned a new skill: animal husbandry, raising, gaining the animal husbandry interface. Tip: the higher your skill proficiency, the easier it is for you to domesticate and raise animals, while reducing the risk of disease. After surpassing level 10, the animals you raise will gain accelerated growth effects. Tip: all experience for husbandry skills is calculated based on days. Current skill level LV1, you need 30 points of husbandry experience to reach the next level. Tip: your domestication skill will accelerate the domestication process of animals. This was the second type of raising skill. Last time it was fish, this time it was livestock. Really not bad. Suhan opened the husbandry interface to check, and the content was actually quite similar to the fish interface. At that moment, several striking red texts caught his attention. Tip: the goats you are raising are currently frightened and their emotions are very unstable. Tip: the goats you are raising are very dissatisfied with the current environment. Please quickly expand the goat pen and build exercise areas to help improve the healthy growth of the goats. Tip: the goats you are raising are in a mild state of poisoning. Overall, it seemed fine, but he needed to establish the goat pen as soon as possible. Goats are different from sheep, they are naturally lively and active, with abundant energy. So not only do they need a place to live, but also a spacious activity area. Suhan walked to the west side of the wall, looking at the large area of land in front of him, starting to plan for the future livestock farm. The goat pen doesn't need to be too big for now, a basic size of 4 by 4 meters should suffice. As for the activity area, it can initially be the same size as my yard. Later, if the goat herd expands, we can do a secondary expansion. Regarding the height of the wall, it must be at least 2.5 meters, preferably 3 meters. Suhan had seen related reports before. An adult goat can jump about 1.5 meters high. If scared or overly hungry, even a 2-meter fence could barely be jumped over. Based on these numbers, a 2.5-meter wall is still dangerous. So he set the wall height to 3 meters. Calculating this way, the wood at home would be of no use, he would have to cut down new trees. Because the wall height is 3 meters, the wood buried underground needs to be at least half a meter deep, making the total length of each piece of wood at least 3.5 meters. It's getting late today, let's dig the foundation first. Cutting wood can wait until tomorrow. Suhan rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a shovel, and started to work hard along the drawn dotted line. In the live broadcast room, fans watched the hard-working figure and couldn't help but chat. I admire Sugod for this, he never procrastinates. Yeah, if it were me working at such a high intensity every day, I would probably be bored by now. Raising goats, training wolves. Sugod really never jokes, he is truly about to conquer this world. I have a question, can truly wild goats really be completely domesticated? In response, Li Chang in the studio gave an explanation. It's very hard to domesticate. I know saying this is hard for everyone to accept, and some might even compare the Siberian husky and the wolf. But you have to understand one thing, the two wolves, Erha and Dehui, are pups, while among the goats that Sushin captured, 3 are adult goats. To tame adult wild animals, the difficulty is not ordinary high. First, you must make the goats not fear you. Secondly, you must make them obedient. Goats are originally lively, active, and timid in nature. Therefore, to completely tame them, it is estimated that it will take a long time. But we should not be overly pessimistic, because even if we can't tame them, these goats can still be used for eating goat meat. Moreover, Sushin has also captured some kids. Taming them is much easier than taming adult goats. The audience suddenly realized upon hearing this. And Suhan actually thought the same way. Catch adult goats, if they can be tamed, tame them, if they really can't be tamed. Then just kill them for meat. Anyway, no matter what, he won't lose out. The whole afternoon, Suhan spent busying himself. Digging the foundation. Making earthen bricks. Building walls. He was simply busy and happy. In the evening, Suhan sat in front of the stove, washing the green beans while opening the points leaderboard. At this time, the second-ranked Dagu had already reached 80 kilometers. He may be able to return home very early tomorrow. The third-ranked Baigui, however, was overtaken by 2 athletes from small tropical countries. But this is normal. Countries over there live in harsh environments all year round, often producing some running geniuses, which is a gift of talent. Putting the snapped green beans into the pot, adding 2 pounds of bear meat. This is his dinner. After eating and drinking, Suhan took off his coat and went to the woods to practice his martial arts. He now practices basically twice a day. Once in the morning and once in the evening, each lasting an hour. This way, it won't affect his daily work, and he can significantly improve his skill proficiency. Currently, Suhan's martial arts skill has reached LV6, only 1 step away from LV7. Closing his eyes. Adjusting his breath. Circulating energy. A warm current flowed from his dantian to his palm. Suhan opened his eyes and shouted low while his palm struck the birch tree in front of him like lightning. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. A birch tree as thick as a wrist was easily snapped off at the same level. This astonishing scene made the audience in the live broadcast exclaim in surprise. What the? Sushin's thunder palm is so terrifying now? This is no longer just an entry, it seems to have reached a minor achievement. Minor achievement? It's only been a few days. Are you questioning Sushin's talent? With a palm as big as a sandpot, if a wolf comes, it can probably be smashed in one blow. Suhan's practice is not just the thunder palm, he also practices steady stances to strengthen his base. An hour quickly passed. But he still felt a bit unsatisfied. It's really getting more and more addictive to practice. On such a cold day, I'm burning up in just a single coat. But let's call it a day, I still need to get up early to work tomorrow. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Suhan put down his work and took a timely break. That night, the goats next door occasionally made some noises. They even bleated chaotically from time to time. But none of these affected Suhan, as he had long blocked out these sounds. The next morning at 5 a.m., Suhan got up to check on the 4 goats next door. He opened the door. The goats were huddled in the corner, looking at him with fearful eyes. And that ram shook its hooves, seemingly wanting to attack. Suhan grinned and said, "Interesting, you want to attack me? Come on, just right for me to teach you a lesson." Bah! The goat stomped on the ground and rushed straight at him. But to its surprise, the person in front not only didn't dodge but also grabbed its horn, making the goat unable to move at all. At this moment, it started to panic. While Suhan smiled wickedly and smashed down a punch. "Good, don't be afraid, feeling dizzy is normal. Since you dare to provoke me, then be prepared to be taught a lesson. Since there is wildness, Suhan will see how wild it really is." He did not believe that this goat could withstand more punishment than a wolf. Ula! Ula! Ula Allah Allah! Suhan gripped the goat's horns with one hand and struck its body fiercely with the other. This torrential assault made the goat cry out endlessly. Ma! 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 The goat was thoroughly frightened. It regretted attacking the human in front of it, but unfortunately, this world had no medicine for regret. 2 minutes later, Suhan stopped the assault, lifted the goat's horns, and forced its gaze to meet his. "Do you dare to provoke me again?" The goat, in fear, lowered its head, its legs trembling constantly. "Tch, useless." Suhan tossed the goat aside, and it quickly shrank back into the corner in fear. This time, it didn't even dare to make a sound. In the live broadcast room, the night owl audience was dumbfounded, they had never seen such a violent taming method. But Suhan didn't let the goat go, instead, he stepped forward and reached out to stroke its head. "Ma! The goat did not want to be touched, so it posed itself for another attack. But it had forgotten what just happened. Seeing this, Su-han smiled. Interesting. Since you want to resist, you should know what your fate will be. Su-han raised his fist and delivered another beating. Then, he repeated the action from before. This time, the goat dared not resist and allowed Su-han to touch it freely. It vaguely sensed that any sign of rebellion would result in a fierce beating. Seeing the goat no longer resisting, Su-han was satisfied and reached for the two remaining female goats nearby, but they showed no sign of resistance other than trembling. This surprised him greatly. I didn't expect you to be quite clever. Good, very good. Obedient ones are good children. A chapter added as a reward for the big shots who gave tips, hee hee. Chapter 70, The Cunning de Gu, a Gang's Desperate Carrot. Seeing the goat tamed so obediently, Su-han opened the farming panel and took a look at the real-time data. Among them, the taming progress bar for the male goat jumped from 0% to 10% in an instant. The taming progress for the two female goats surged from 0% to 15% and 14%, respectively. Not bad. At this rate, it won't be long before I can collect goods. Su-han was very satisfied with the response from the goats. Taming wild animals is a difficult task. But for someone like him with a level 15 taming skill, it wasn't that hard. Although the goats were stubborn, every living being fears death. If they don't obey, then beat them until they do. If they still refuse, then just kill and eat them. Su-han placed the grass and water outside the door against the wall, then went out to build a fence. Today was destined to be another busy day. He had no time to stay here all the time. At this time, another contestant from Dragon Country, a gang, had 30 kilometers left to the finish line. He had been working hard these past few days. First, there was significant improvement in terms of food. He prepared baked fish, roasted rabbit, and clean drinking water in advance. During the day, he would travel in the morning and afternoon. As for noon, he would search for supplies near his stopping place, and at night he would light a bonfire to rest in place. But due to crossing mountains and avoiding wild beasts, he had only covered 60 kilometers in 3 days. The remaining 10 kilometers were what he made up for last night while holding a torch. So today, no matter what, he had to complete the final stretch. A gang did not want to be a burden to Dragon Country. Since he was on this stage, he had to stand tall. At this moment, the contestant from Sakura Country, Lunyato, had already regained consciousness and was desperately on the road. But because he had consumed the hallucinogenic fruit, his progress lagged far behind the other contestants. If possible, Lunyato would have long wanted to give up. However, last week's task punishment was too scary, so even though he couldn't complete the task, he didn't dare to choose to slack off. Meanwhile, de Gu. At this moment, he reached the finish line. He was very cunning. After seeing someone overtake him, he decisively chose to rest in place, then wait for the opponent to let down their guard at night before charging forward with a torch. After a night of rushing, he finally overtook his opponent on a curve and became the runner-up. When he stepped into the shelter, a trademark smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, I won. They are definitely still sleeping soundly, but I am already home. I wonder what reward this time will be. He sat tiredly on the bed, gulping down water. Soon, the reward for the National Luck Survival arrived. First, the country he belonged to received a reward of 5 points of national luck value. Second, the random reward turned out to be the coordinates of a fruit tree. This made him very happy. Hey, look! I have non-toxic fruit to eat. So awesome. Even though it's not seeds, as long as it's food, I'm really happy. He smiled at the camera and soon fell asleep. And the news of his reaching the finish line successfully woke up 2 contestants from small countries in the rainforest. The 2 stood up and cursed. Shameless Brit, actually choosing to sleep during the game, really too cunning. Damn it, he stayed still yesterday, actually trying to confuse us, how shameless. But the audience looked down on this. Clearly with a talent advantage, yet choosing to rest early, showing no sense of crisis, how can they blame others for being cunning? At 12:30 noon. Currently, 10 contestants had completed the challenge and successfully returned to the shelter. Meanwhile, a gang had finally arrived at the top of the last mountain after a long journey. At this moment, only 15 kilometers remained to the finish line. But now, he faced a choice. First, he could rush down the dangerous slope all the way. This way, he could quickly reach the foot of the mountain, and just need to run a short distance to go home. But this slope was very steep and 3,000 meters long. If he accidentally fell halfway, he would certainly meet his end here. Second, he could choose to walk slowly down the safe mountain road. But doing so would take a long time, and although there was little risk, the reward would be minimal. A gang closed his eyes, recalling Su-han's efforts and strength. Could it be that he wanted to be a coward in the wilderness his whole life? No. I can do it. A gang raised his head to the sky and shouted loudly, "Is there staff here? Please help me notify the king. In 10 minutes I will charge down from here. If anything goes wrong, please help me in time." He wanted to take a gamble. If successful, even if he finished the race in 15th place, he would still receive a random reward along with the national luck value reward. And the rewards after 15 meters were really useless. Since he had come this far, it would be a pity not to take a chance. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, some fans had come to see, with Suhan in the live room. Actually very few people paid attention to a gang. But today was different. This contestant actually wanted to dive down the mountain from the top. This sounded very dangerous. Ha! When did a gang rank 11th? Could the fishing man have a running bonus? I just saw it. Remember last night he was still in 28th place. You guys look down on us fishermen. A mature fisherman not only stays up late but also has plenty of stamina and sun endurance, able to cope with all kinds of dangerous environments. Otherwise, finding a good fishing spot would be difficult. Additionally, we fishermen brave the wind and rain, often battling with giant creatures. Giant creatures? Dude, are you serious? I looked at your profile. It's either a shoe or a tree branch you caught. Is that what you call a giant creature? But the audience below all burst into laughter. But it must be said, this audience hit the nail on the head. A gang could possess such abundant stamina. In fact, it was closely related to his daily fishing. 10 minutes later, a gang took a deep breath, rubbed his slightly sore legs, and muttered to himself, "Success or failure depends on this wave, I must hold on." Then, he walked towards the hillside, rushing down at full speed. The wild wind howled in his ears. Hiss. Who? A gang struggled to control his body, sprinting while diving forward. He didn't even dare to think too much. His mind was filled with just one thought. Run. Absolutely cannot stop, otherwise, he would fall because of inertia. 100 meters. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. A gang's legs were already numb, and long-standing fatigue hit him all at once, but he gritted his teeth and sprinted forward desperately. Just hold on a little longer. Just a bit more. However, just when he was about to reach the foot of the mountain, his left foot suddenly bumped into a rock, sending him tumbling forward. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers gasped in shock. Oh no, it's over. Don't. He's almost at the foot of the mountain. Why like this? Brother gang, no. At that moment, even a gang thought he was doomed. Suddenly, a white light accurately landed on him. Instead of crashing to the ground and rolling down the hill, a gang landed smoothly on the ground. He blinked and suddenly realized it was aid from the country. Phew, that really scared me. A gang stood still, letting out a sigh of relief. This wave of aid was indeed just in time. But he didn't dare to rest, because during the descent, another contestant reached the finish line. 2 hours later, a gang, dragging his exhausted body, finally stepped into the shelter. By now, he became the 14th contestant to reach the finish line. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, viewers raised their thumbs in praise. Well done, brother gang. 14th place, amazing. Incredible, brother gang. He really did it, impressive. A gang lay on the bed, a happy smile appearing on his face. Then, he received the reward for this round. Hint, you have received an information reward. Hint, your country has gained 5 points of national luck value. It's actually information? Finally, it's my turn this time. A gang hurriedly opened the map and saw a white dot shining 8 kilometers away from the shelter. It was actually a carrot. This time, the hard work really paid off. He actually found a carrot. Chapter 71, A Shocking and Severe Punishment Worldwide. Carrots are a very high-yield vegetable. Not only can the carrots be dried and stored for a long time, but the leaves can also be eaten as vegetables. This is considered very precious information. A gang suddenly realized why Godsu could advance rapidly. Because the more resources one gains, the faster the development speed. Facing tasks will also be incredibly calm. On the contrary, it will only get worse. It seems I also need to adjust my mindset. Only by working hard can life be comfortable. A gang finally found his direction in life. Meanwhile, in the Monkey Kingdom, contestant Ruan Dan looked pale at the sky. His stomach was full, but his kidneys felt weak. He was seriously doubting whether he could really hold on. However, today, the tufted capuchin monkey did not disturb him, which was quite nice. At this time, Suhan had completed 2 sides of the wall. The side connected to the sheep pen needed height enhancement. He hadn't had time to transport wood yet, so it had to be put on hold for now. During work, he would occasionally visit the goats to strengthen their bond. Currently, they were doing quite well. They had eaten some grass, and there were signs of drinking water. Although the 3 adult goats were still very afraid of his approach, they were slowly getting used to being petted. In the afternoon, Suhan took an axe and went straight to the woods, turning into a logging maniac once again. But this time, he chose another area of the forest. Because the trees in the eastern woods were nearly all cut down. Continuing to chop down trees may affect the ecological environment. However, the woods to the south are also quite nice, and the path is not difficult to walk on. Basically, if you walk fast, you can reach home in 5 minutes. With each piece of wood being buried underground, the shape of the sheep pen began to emerge. Suhan only had one requirement for the sheep pen: it must be sturdy. As for other issues, they can be fixed slowly later. At 9 o'clock in the evening, when the last piece of wood was buried in the ground, the sheep raising area was finally completed. And next, it was time to build the sheep shelter. But that would have to wait until tomorrow. Before going to bed, Suhan went to check the storage room. The goats were lying on the ground sleeping, but when they heard the door open, they woke up immediately and looked at the door with caution. When they discovered that the visitor was that terrible person, the goats visibly shrank back. Suhan walked over and patted each one. When it was the male goat's turn, it didn't know if it was full or if it had forgotten the pain from the morning, but it actually tried to stand up and resist. Suhan snorted unhappily, raising his fist as big as a sandpot, and then clenched it tightly. But the male goat was undaunted. It kicked its hind legs, quickly readying itself to attack. However, soon the storage room was filled with tragic bleats. The 2 female goats, seeing this, quickly lowered their heads, afraid that watching too much would give them nightmares. 1 minute later, the male goat lay on the ground with its eyes rolled back. And Suhan showed a look of disdain, saying, useless. Remember to provoke me again tomorrow, my fists are itching for action. He turned and left, and the door closed behind him. In the dark, the male goat slept very peacefully, but its face was a bit red and swollen. Back in his room, Suhan checked the white kidney beans in the water bowl. After a whole day of soaking in warm water, the outer hard shell had obviously softened, and the beans had swelled up. This state was ready for planting. Suhan picked up the beans, took a wooden stick, and went to the vegetable patch to start planting. Planting white kidney beans was very simple. Just prepare the fertilizer in advance, sort out the vegetable patch, then use the wooden stick to make holes in the soil, and throw the beans inside. Normally, you should stuff 2 to 3 seeds into each hole. After the seedlings sprout, remove the poor quality and unhealthy ones. But since the seeds in his hand were limited, putting 1 seed in each hole would be enough. Suhan buried the seeds one by one in the soil, then smoothed it over with his hands. In less than 10 minutes, all the beans had been planted. Returning to the house, Suhan added some charcoal to the bedstove and quickly fell asleep. While the contestants were still working hard. When the clock struck midnight, the survival alert sounded. Alert, this week's journey event has ended. All contestants who completed the task are worthy of respect. But contestants who did not complete the task will soon face punishment. Alert, contestant Lu Mao from Sakura country, due to not completing the task, received a punishment, height reduced by 5 centimeters. Alert, contestant Enigo from America, due to not completing the task, received a punishment, intelligence -3. Alert, contestant Lila from India, due to not completing the task, received a punishment, diarrhea Saint body. Countless contestants began to suffer punishment. As they did not intentionally slack off, the punishment was only for the contestants themselves, and if they performed excellently in the next task, they could erase this punishment effect. But there was an exception for contestant Ruan Dan from Monkey Country. He was the only contestant who chose to slack off in this task, so the punishment he received was unprecedented. Important alert, contestant Ruan Dan from Monkey Country deliberately gave up the competition and voluntarily became a subordinate of the Monkey Clan, resulting in a regression of civilization. The survival of the nation will not tolerate this. Alert, all male citizens of Monkey Country will regress to inferior baboons and lose 10 intelligence points. Cumulatively gain 30 national fortune points. The punishment will only disappear if they succeed, otherwise, they will permanently become apes. Once the news was made public, the entire nation of monkeys was in an uproar. They had thought that the punishment for intentionally giving up the competition would be severe, but they never expected that being punished would actually turn them into monkeys. In no time, the streets were filled with panic and wails of sorrow. No. I don't want this, I don't want to eat fruit anymore. Mom, save me, my body feels like it's melting. Hair is growing on my hands, and hair is growing on my face too. Ah. Gore. The monkeys, who could still speak moments ago, suddenly lost their ability to talk. This scared the global audience and contestants to death. Who could have thought that humans could turn into monkeys? I fear that from today on, no one will dare to challenge the rules of survival. After the punishment ended, a new announcement was released by the survival program. Notice, considering most contestants worked very hard during the tasks, next week's task will be changed to a rest period. Notice, from now on, there will be a week of rest after each task week. Notice, contestants are encouraged to develop themselves during the rest period to avoid failing tasks and suffering punishment again. This was huge good news. If they had to use 4 days each week to complete tasks, there would hardly be any time left for development. The next morning, Suhan enjoyed his breakfast while checking the punishment records from yesterday. When he saw the monkeys turning into apes, he was completely shocked. Ha! So the fruit that contestant gave back was actually exchanged with their bodies. 666. Suhan couldn't help but laugh. He had never thought that someone would be willing to be a toy for monkeys. One could only say he underestimated the diversity of humanity. Chapter 72, Why is Sugad's sheep pen more luxurious than other contestants' homes? After enjoying some gossip, Suhan was almost full. Half an hour of exercise. An hour of martial arts training. His real day began after his check-in. Today, Suhan will build a sheep pen and also fire the dried pottery. These two tasks were quite troublesome. First, let's talk about the sheep pen. A qualified sheep pen not only needs to be warm enough but also clean and hygienic. This way, the goats wouldn't get sick easily. After all, Suhan doesn't know much about medicine. If the environment of the sheep pen is too poor, it's very detrimental to raising sheep. Since he was going to do it, he might as well do it well. Moreover, the ground of the sheep pen must be higher than other places, so that it can avoid flooding during rainy days and facilitate cleaning up waste. But in reality, the issue of flooding doesn't need to be worried about. Because the sheep pen Suhan built is actually similar to a shelter, as long as the big door is closed, rainwater cannot seep in. So the only thing to consider is the goats' waste disposal. This is the most important part. Goats are not like cats and dogs, which have fixed spots for relieving themselves. They are more like certain people, going wherever they feel like it, completely carefree. If a place for handling goat droppings is not reserved, they would be in trouble later. Therefore, Suhan planned to tile the ground of the sheep pen. This way, no matter if they poop or pee, it only needs a broom to sweep lightly, and then a wash with water will make it clean. Suhan first cleared out a flat area of 6 meters long and 4 meters wide with a wooden shovel. Then he used soil to raise and compact the foundation, and fixed it with wooden stakes all around, so even in heavy rain, the foundation wouldn't collapse. Once the foundation was done, Suhan began laying bricks. Red bricks were neatly laid on the ground by him. The entire floor of the sheep pen gradually formed a small slope, and the last layer of bricks was laid 5 centimeters lower, forming a waste disposal trench. This will make cleaning goat droppings much easier in the future. And flushing will also be much more convenient. With the ground completed, the next step was to build the walls and roof. As winter approaches, Suhan plans to build 3 layers of protective walls for the sheepfold. The first inner layer is a wooden wall, which serves as the main support for the entire sheepfold. The second layer consists of reeds, used to block the wind and keep warm. The last layer is sealed with mud and wooden boards. As for why the reeds are not placed on the innermost side. Actually, Suhan is worried that the goats will get bored and eat the reeds as food. Don't find this strange. Goats really do that, they mostly eat hay during the winter to fill their stomachs. Reeds and hay are not much different. The design of the roof is actually similar to that of a shelter, it just needs to be solid and leak-proof. Suhan rolled up his sleeves and quickly built the sheepfold. From the enclosing wall to the roof, from tenon and mortise structure to laying tiles. Only 2 hours had passed, and a wooden sheepfold was completed. It stands about 2.2 meters high, 4 meters wide, and 6 meters long. Under the eaves at the front, there is an adjustable ventilation hole. Right below it is a removable wooden window. On the left side, there is a large door for entry and exit. Such a sheepfold would be considered a luxury villa in the wilderness. The foreign viewers in the livestream were deeply moved. Why is he so skilled? This sheep pen is at least 10 times better than our competitors' doghouses. *T. Can our country's competitors come over and learn? This is real architecture, that shelter of theirs is too small even for a toilet. Oh my god, this is so cool. If I could go to the wild world, I think I would definitely become Sugad's apprentice, seriously, he's like a god. I see the beauty of architecture in Sugad, while the other competitors' shelters are just doghouses. After finishing the sheepfold, Suhan opened the storage room and drove 4 goats over. The male goat, seeing it didn't have to stay in the cramped storage room, was very happy and quickly began to frolic and run in the activity area. The 2 female goats were relatively more settled. They cautiously looked around, and after discovering there was no threat, turned to look at the bully behind them. They were very careful, fearing they might encounter a law enforcement sting. Suhan patted the female goat's rear and said with a smile, "Go ahead, this is your home now." With his permission, the two female goats finally relaxed and began to explore their new home. The little lamb followed closely behind. Although the sheepfold is not large, it is already very nice for them. The male goat walked over to the nearby enclosure. It tried to butt against the wooden wall, but the wall didn't budge. Then, it stepped back, wanting to crash through this cage and escape completely. But at that moment, a cold laugh came from behind. "Ergo, are you mischief again?" The male goat trembled all over, feeling something was wrong. Moments later, a familiar cry echoed again. The two female goats, who were grazing, quickly lowered their heads to eat, fearing this bully would strike them too. A few minutes later, the male goat lay on the ground with its eyes rolled back, peacefully falling asleep. And the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Before, when people said goats have tough heads, I didn't believe it, but this ergo is truly tough. After being beaten so many times, it still doesn't learn. One can only say, as it gets older, it sleeps well. Look at it, sleeping right away. Ergo, Simi Masai, I didn't know I couldn't bump into this wall. Ergo, family, if this continues, I'm going to become a unicorn. The bump on my head is about to turn into a horn. Legendary tough king Ergo. After taking care of the male goat, Suhan felt completely relaxed. Although to the average person, he seemed a bit violent. The taming progress bar, however, was truly increasing. Suhan even doubted if Ergo had some masochistic tendency, otherwise, why would the taming progress rise so much after every beating? Now the progress bar had reached 35%. Just when he had managed to capture only 10%. He estimated that in a few days, he would be able to take Ergo out to transport goods. The work at the sheep pen was done, but Suhan had no time to rest. He needed to quickly make a bellows to raise the temperature inside the clay kiln. Previously, using charcoal instead of firewood greatly increased the temperature in the furnace, but to fire good pottery, he had to raise the temperature in the clay kiln again. At this moment, a bellows was essential. Fortunately, Suhan had dismantled one when he was a child in the countryside, so he knew the internal structure very well. A bellows consists of a sealed box, a piston board, an air inlet valve, an air duct, and a handle, among other components. For Suhan, with a woodworking skill level of 21, this was just a small toy, and he could finish it in less than half an hour. But since it would be used for firing pottery, an ordinary bellows might not be sufficient. Therefore, Suhan planned to make a large bellows, 1 meter tall. Since I still have some time in the morning, I'd better finish this quickly before lunch. Suhan picked up his axe and started processing the wood. Chapter 73, The Making of the Double Action Bellows, The Crazy Foreigners. Making the bellows definitely started with cutting wood boards. But the wood at home was too narrow, so it wasn't suitable for making the bellows, so Suhan could only carry his axe to the forest. In less than 10 minutes, Suhan returned with a piece of wood about 20 centimeters thick. It's all about efficiency. Peeling it. Thinning it. Just making the wood boards took Suhan a full hour. There was no way around it, after all, he only had the axe as a tool. If he had a saw, his efficiency would be greatly improved. With the wood boards processed, Suhan began to make the bellows. First was the bottom board, which was 1 meter long and about 30 centimeters wide. The height of the front and back boards was 60 centimeters. He had to leave 2 air inlets. Suhan marked the 2 boards, then chiseled out a small square for the air inlets. That's right, he wasn't making an ordinary bellows. He was making a double-action hand-pulled bellows. Compared to a single-action bellows, it was not only more efficient but also had a much smoother feel. After finishing the front and back boards, next were the side boards. Suhan used the axe to make mortise and tenon joints, layer by layer, then he made a round hole on the right side, which was the air outlet, blowing air into the clay kiln. He couldn't use bamboo here but had to use ceramic tubes. Otherwise, they would frequently break due to the high temperature. Fortunately, he had prepared for this 2 days ago, and now he just needed to cut it out for installation. The top board was smaller than the bottom board, so when it was placed on top, assembly would be complete. Thus, the box part was finished. This was the easiest part. The difficulty of the double-action bellows actually lay in the internal assembly. The wooden handle for pushing and pulling was directly replaced with a birch stick. And the piston board needed to be sealed with animal skin. Luckily, Suhan had plenty of animal skins on hand. He cut the skin of a flat-headed brother, using hemp rope to tie the skin to the wooden board, thus completing the piston board. Actually, up to this point, the double-action bellows was already 90% complete. The remaining 10% consisted of the wind shields for the front and back air inlets. Their purpose was that when one inlet received air, the other would be blocked. Another part was the wind deflector for the air outlet, working on the same principle. Finally, there was the wind separating shield. It was made up of 2 small boards, one part hanging over the wooden board to block the wind from the front and back air inlets. The lower small board had a notch on each side to allow the wind to pass through to the air outlet. Although it sounded complicated, it was actually very simple. Su-han assembled as he processed the materials. In a moment, a double-action bellows was born. He tried to pull. The wind at the back entrance opened, and a gust of wind quickly blew out from the vent. Then with a gentle push, another gust of wind blew out. Su-han tried several times, and the push-pull feeling was very smooth. This state was already usable. Lunch was green beans stewed with bear meat. It is worth mentioning that as Big Gray and Air Ha grew larger, the two little guys increasingly disliked staying inside the shelter, and their appetites were gradually increasing. Before, 2 fish could fill them up, but now they needed 5. However, this is a good thing, as eating more helps them grow faster. In the future, if there is heavy snow, Su-han hopes they will pull him outside. After lunch, Su-han carried the air pump to a warm earthen kiln. Big Gray and Air Ha were playing and frolicking nearby. He picked up a ceramic tube and began to assemble it. Su-han buried the air pump in the ground, connecting the air outlet to the inside of the kiln. He tried pushing and pulling, and soon a sound of wind came from inside. Done, let's start the fire for firing. Su-han brought over the dried ceramic pots and bowls from home and placed them inside the kiln. Then he added a large amount of charcoal. With the pushing and pulling of the air pump, the kiln quickly began to burn fiercely. Buzzing. 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 Inside the kiln, due to the support of the air pump, the flames became extremely fierce. In a short time, the temperature rose. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, the number of viewers was rapidly increasing. When everyone saw that Su-han was using a double-action air pump, the bullet screen was filled with exclamations. Ah! Such fast progress. Wow, luckily this player didn't find iron or, otherwise, they could be smelting iron now. Wow, the double-action air pump has been made. Incredible. Oh my god, the Dragon Kingdom players have entered the pottery era, while our players are still like savages, damn. I can barely imagine, when this player enters the Iron Age, what could possibly stop him? Once he fires pottery, he will no longer lack for pots and bowls, and if he dares to dream a little bigger, he might even make a hot water bath. I can hardly imagine, in the cold winter, when others freeze like little kids, this player could be soaking in a hot bath. I'm really not joking. This player can definitely do it. May I ask if it's still too late to immigrate now? I heard that the Dragon Kingdom just harvested 30,000 goats. I'm a professor from America specializing in livestock research, with rich work experience. I can do it for free as long as I get a little fish to eat every day. The audience was stunned to see this message. What does this mean? Even the professor is starting to run away? Little did they know, smart people had already started immigrating. Not to mention the livestock professor, on the very day Su-han captured the goats, he received immigration applications from 6 special experts, including 1 Nobel Prize winner. And now, with Su-han successfully entering the pottery era, those professors who were watching couldn't sit still anymore. They were afraid of being too late, missing even the chance to eat steaming hot food. At this moment, in the Dragon Kingdom Immigration Bureau, in just 10 minutes, they received 38 immigration applications from highly educated individuals. As for ordinary people, it exceeded 320,000. What an astonishing number this is. Director, what do we do? There are too many immigration applications, with over 90% willing to voluntarily give up their citizenship, even willing to come as slaves. In response to the staff's report, the director scoffed, these worthless people are just this way, they will follow whoever is capable. But we are not a dumpster for foreign rubbish. Tell those immigrants that if they want to come to the Dragon Kingdom as slaves, they must show their value. Either bring stolen Dragon Kingdom artifacts, or bring the technology we need. Otherwise, they will be rejected. Now, the Dragon Kingdom is a unique powerful country in Blue Star. The resources alone can't be compared to other countries. 5 generations of flower snake gall. Goat. Gray bear. Gray wolf. Now there are still a lot of lentils and coriander. If you want to come over as a slave to get free food and drink, it's not that simple. Without paying enough tribute, no one is allowed to come to Long Country. The message was just sent out, and the staff immediately received a reply. Director, someone is willing to return the golden sword of the Ming Dynasty Emperor and claims they can also steal the Queen's crown. They want to know if they can exchange it for a commoner's identity? The director was stunned when he heard this. This person clearly sounds like the curator from England. But he really did commit a crime, daring to steal the Queen's crown. Suddenly, the director's face changed, and he sneered, "What do you mean by stealing? This is compensation. We've had our golden sword taken for so many years, do you understand compensation?" The staff quickly gave a thumbs up. No wonder he can only be an ordinary employee while the director is so quick-witted. Chapter 74, Encounter with the Cougar. Buzz. 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 Inside the mud kiln. The clear orange-red flames, fueled by the bellows, grew even fiercer. After the preheating stage passed, the next stage was oxidation. This process would take a long time until all the impurities in the pottery were fully oxidized, and the surface color changed from gray to red before entering the final refining stage. Suhan held the bellows with one hand and a complete encyclopedia with the other. Next to him was a pot of sour jujube tea. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was relaxing on vacation. But compared to the hard work of building sheep pens, simply pulling the bellows was much easier. Besides, pulling the bellows also increased his pottery-making experience. 4 hours later. The oxidation stage was over. It's time to start refining. Suhan carefully placed the encyclopedia down, got up, and added charcoal to the mud kiln, then vigorously pulled the bellows. The fierce wind caused the temperature inside the mud kiln to rise rapidly. The originally orange-red flames quickly turned orange, then into bright yellow. And the temperature soared from 1,000 degrees to 1,200 degrees. Boom! 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 The fierce flames were scorching the pottery. Suhan kept pulling and pushing for a full hour before sealing the kiln. The pottery was considered complete at this stage. Next, he would wait for the mud kiln to slowly cool down, a process that would take up to 24 hours. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Suhan returned to the shelter and started making hemp ropes. Now, he took some time each day to make these little items. That way, when they were needed, he could directly use them. Time quickly passed to the 6th day of the 3rd week. After 2 brutal tasks, almost all the contestants had realized the harsh reality, and everyone was busy as soon as dawn broke. Some were reinforcing shelters. Some were building clay beds. Some were out hunting. Some were making traps and fishing. Some were collecting supplies. But one person was different. He was woken up early and even beaten up. This person was Ruan Dan, the one who lived off the white-cheeked gibbons. In the past, he was fair and clean, and the female gibbons were willing to take care of him. But now, Ruan Dan had become like the gibbons, his looks greatly diminished, and naturally, he lost favor. Thus, the scene before them occurred. "Don't hit me, what are you doing? Ow, why are you throwing stones at me? The day before yesterday, you wouldn't let me go, and today you're driving me away. You guys are so heartless. Even the buzzing sticks have feelings, damn it." Ruan Dan wanted to struggle, but the white-cheeked gibbons ignored him, just driving him away with wooden sticks and stones. In the live broadcast room, the viewers watching the drama all burst out laughing. So the white-cheeked gibbons also know how to be fickle. What fickle? It's clearly because his looks declined. Who would want someone who turned into a cow's wife? Ruan Dan, a bunch of heartless female gibbons, I hate you. What a poor guy, now even living off others is no longer allowed. But serves you right for wanting to rely on animals, now you're getting what you deserve. As the saying goes, heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman should continuously strive for self-improvement. Brothers, have you seen? Eating soft rice leads to this kind of end. On the other side, Suhan had also gotten up early and set out. The meat at home had almost been consumed, and he was preparing to go out to hunt some prey. Especially wild ducks. If he didn't catch them this time, it would be tough to catch them in a few weeks. Because there was only 1 month left until winter arrived. Carrying a bamboo basket, Suhan headed straight to the wild ducks nesting area. After a round of observation, he found that the traces of wild ducks left on the north bank of the lake were much more than he had seen before. Unfortunately, as the weather grew colder, many ducks had already migrated. There were not many wild ducks left. Sigh, I have to scout the environment more. If I had come last week to hunt, I definitely could have caught many ducks. Suhan sighed slightly and began to explore nearby. Soon, the first wild duck came into view. His eyes brightened, and he quickly took out his bow and arrow. At that moment, the wild duck was leisurely resting, completely unaware of Suhan's approach. This was a good opportunity. Aim. Shoot. A distance of 10 meters was a guaranteed hit for Suhan. Whoosh. With one arrow to the head, the wild duck lay quietly on the ground without making a sound. Suhan quickly walked over and picked up the duck, only to find a nest of eggs in front of him. I didn't expect an unexpected gain. Suhan transferred the straw and eggs into the bamboo basket to avoid injuring the duck eggs while moving. Then he continued searching nearby. As he walked along, luck seemed on his side. He not only caught 6 wild ducks but also collected as many as 30 duck eggs. This was thanks to the effect of the stealth skill. With it, Suhan could easily approach the wild ducks without being discovered. Otherwise, once the wild ducks let out a cry, they would alarm the other ducks, making it difficult to catch them later. Suhan brought the wild ducks and duck eggs back to the shelter, then returned to the north bank to continue searching. Wild ducks were treasures, he wouldn't mind having more. Duck meat could be eaten. Duck eggs could be pickled into salted duck eggs. Duck feathers could be made into down jackets and feather dusters. Duck oil could be used for cooking. Duck intestines and duck gizzards were great materials for hot pot. Most importantly, the more he caught, the more he got in return. The 6 ducks he just caught returned a whopping 40,000. What a staggering number! Afterward, Suhan caught 2 more wild ducks, but then he found nothing else. Although he could still see wild ducks playing on the surface of the lake, he couldn't just shoot arrows into the lake. Even if he was lucky enough to catch one, he would have to swim over to collect it, which was too exhausting and not worth it at all. Forget it, let's go see other prey. Suhan decisively left the lakeside area, searching further north. As he passed by the goat gathering place, he deliberately approached to observe, but unfortunately, all the goats had already run away, leaving none behind. What a shame, I thought I could find some friends for Ergo and the others. Looks like I can only try again next time. Suhan turned and disappeared into the forest, heading further away. However, this time his direction was different from where he picked white lentils, it was more to the west. Just after walking less than 1,000 meters, a chill came from his left rear. Warning, danger perception triggered. Warning, danger perception experience +1. Warning, danger perception experience +1. Seeing this, Suhan stopped and smiled, saying, looks like there's big game coming my way. In the Dragon Country live stream room, the audience was puzzled until they switched perspectives and saw that there was actually a cougar creeping up from the left rear. From its size, it was a male lion. Yet Suhan had not brought any melee weapons like axes. Wait, how did Sugad sense the approaching cougar? Are his ears that sharp? It should be intuition, like a sixth sense. I heard that long-term hunters can easily sense danger. Let's not discuss that for now. Didn't you notice that Sushin isn't carrying any melee weapons today? Damn, the cougar is known as the expert in dueling, a master hunter. In terms of speed, it far surpasses gray wolves, and in strength, it's no slouch either. Is a bow and arrow really useful against such a creature? I remember that climbing trees seems useless against big cats. Are we really left with hand-to-hand combat? No way, that's too dangerous. On the screen, the cougar is still crawling forward, showing no signs of attacking. It is waiting for a suitable distance to charge. For the cougar, it prefers a swift kill rather than a prolonged struggle. Chapter 75, Suhan's terrifying transformation after enlightenment in martial arts. The cougar is continually approaching. It is almost within striking range. At this moment, Suhan makes a surprising move that no one expected. He actually places the bow and arrows, along with his backpack, on the ground. He even walks a few meters to the left. This action undoubtedly communicates to everyone that Suhan intends to engage in hand-to-hand combat. To duel the cougar. This title, not to mention in the wilderness, even during the safe period on Blue Star, is frightening enough. An adult cougar, a male weighing about 53 to 100 kilograms, has a body length from nose to tail of about 1.5 to 2.8 meters. Its perfect body structure allows it to leap over 5 meters high from a standstill, and in a direct pounce, it can cover a terrifying 12 meters. Any human encountering a cougar in the wild, unarmed, would be doomed. Though Suhan has practiced martial arts and is exceptionally talented, everyone doesn't believe he can take down a cougar with just his bare hands. However, no one knows that Suhan had just completed a week of martial arts training that morning and gained a precious enlightenment opportunity. That feeling was indescribably wonderful, as if his mind had been enlightened. In the moment of enlightenment, his body and mind entered a deeper state. Though only 10 minutes passed inside, he lost track of how long it had been. When the moment of enlightenment ended, Suhan's entire demeanor underwent a tremendous change. He not only gained a deep understanding of the thunder palm technique but also learned other applications of qi. If Suhan now faced Xia Kuan, it wouldn't be bragging, one round would be enough. This shows the immense enhancement brought by skill proficiency and enlightenment. On the dry grass, Suhan turned his back to the cougar and closed his eyes, deeply inhaling. His dantian stirred slightly, and countless currents flowed toward his limbs. Whoosh! When Suhan opened his eyes again, that bright and cold gaze shocked the viewers in the live stream. That look is so sharp. It's almost intimidating to make eye contact. Is this really Sushin? It's as if he has become a different person. Some timid viewers even feared and instinctively leaned back. As if coming too close would mean certain death. But Suhan hasn't activated the aura skill yet, he's merely circulating his qi. At this moment, inside a building, Xia Kuan looked at Suhan's transformation and couldn't help but exclaim. The divine Ing is restrained. This. How did he do it? In just 1 week of practicing the thunder palm, why is there such rapid progress? A genius, truly too much of a genius. He never dreamed that someone in modern times could reach this level. You know, even in the era when martial arts flourished, very few people could achieve this. Those who can perfectly restrain their aura will eventually become masters of martial arts. Could it be that Su Shin will become a powerful master? Beside him, Xia Kuan's daughter, Xia Lighting, looked at her father losing composure and couldn't help but ask, "Dad, aren't you worried about Su Shin's hand-to-hand combat with the cougar? And what does divining restraint mean? Worried? He. Xia Kuan looked at the poised cougar and sneered, "Just watch, daughter, the upcoming scene will shock you for a lifetime. A martial arts genius who has mastered divining restraint will have no problem dealing with an ordinary cougar. As for Xin Ying's restraint, it's the change of Su Shin. Look, clearly possessing such strong power, yet behaving just like an ordinary person. This is true skill." Before seeing Su Han's change, Xia Kuan actually thought Xin Ying's restraint was just a story made up by ancient people. In the end, he realized he had been naive. This is the gap between people. At this moment, the audience in the Dragon Nation's livestream room was rapidly increasing at a terrifying number. One-on-one hand-to-hand combat with a cougar. And it's a two-time champion of the weekly challenges. The hype had completely filled the air. The bullet comments quickly filled the entire screen. What the heck, is this person crazy? He can't think that taking down a bear means he can challenge a cougar barehanded. That's the king of one-on-one fights in the wild. Ha, go die, take down this arrogant dragon person, oh great cougar. I, little coward, am willing to sacrifice 30 years of my life for you to take down this guy. It's all because of him that our Sakura country has become a laughingstock. Boiling. Roar. This was the voice of a man from Monkey Country. In order to prevent normal people from not understanding what's going on, I will translate. Take down the dragon person, take him down, let Dragon Nation fall into disgrace, our Monkey Country is the strongest power in the East. He is so full of himself, he really thinks he's something. Finally, we immigrants can laugh at them, just because he's strong for a moment doesn't mean he'll be strong forever. Arrogance and pride are this contestant's flaws. Just wait and see. Perhaps it had been too repressed. Those immigrants who long for Western culture started to mock as well. But the keyboard warriors from Dragon Nation wouldn't let them off easily. Oh. Did you all not get any bones to chew on today? Sounds like there's a lot of grievances, I'm sorry. I had mutton soup and lamb for dinner today. Strongest in the East? I see you acting like a monkey king in the woods, can't even talk properly and you come out to insult others, can you even learn? Useless. Those little devils really love to bark, you've become a laughingstock all because of your contestants' brain-dead behavior, a bunch of 3-inch tall people. Just as everyone was exchanging barbs, the cougar finally launched an attack. It stood up from the ground, instantly switching to running mode, then its whole body turned into a shadow leaping toward Su Han's back. Sensing the cougar's intentions, Su Han almost instantly unleashed his own momentum. He charged forward like a raging beast, quickly turning around and running toward the cougar. Roar! In midair, the cougar let out a fierce roar. As long as it hit the neck of the biped, it could use a chokehold to render the target incapable of fighting. But the cougar never expected Su Han to charge right at it. The audience was shocked, their scalps tingling. They didn't understand why Su Han would charge forward. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Su Han actually caught the cougar's claws that were lunging at him in midair. He was as steady as a javelin, holding himself firm, then pulling the cougar down hard with both hands, followed by a brutal knee strike to its chin with his right leg. Bang! The cougar's chin took a heavy blow, causing a pause in its thought process. Its eyes turned completely black. Su Han didn't let the cougar off this time, instead, he dragged its claws hard and slammed it to the ground, then threw it away with force. At the moment of landing, the cougar let out a miserable howl, its whole body in pain. It never dreamed that this seemingly weak prey would possess such terrifying speed and strength. And the viewers in the livestream room fell into a daze. Originally, everyone thought it would be a thrilling fierce battle, but didn't expect it to turn into a one-sided crushing. This was too scary. What just happened? Damn! Is Su Shin really that fierce? What terrifying reaction speed! I had to slow it down 32 times just to see clearly. Melee? This is a quick kill. God Su, I heard you are the cougar? Doesn't seem that impressive. Where is that barking dog from just now? Come out. Keep barking, where are you? Chapter 76, Kill the Cougar, Obtain the Black Gold Tactical Dagger. At the scene, the cougar climbed up from the ground. It shook its head, then glared at its enemy not far away with a fierce look. The previous strike had completely angered it. So this battle would be to the death. The cougar started circling around, looking for an opportunity to sneak attack. While Su Han stood still, responding to chaos with calmness. This cougar, today, he was determined to kill. First, the title required hunting wild beasts. Second, Su Han needed beast meat and skins. If this guy dared to run away, then don't blame him for using his bow and arrows. The cougar circled twice, its cold eyes constantly scanning the area below, now feeling very uncomfortable because of the earlier loss, so it absolutely could not make any mistakes this time. The two sides held each other for a full 5 minutes. But neither side showed any intention of taking action. Gradually, the cougar grew a bit impatient. It had to gain enough fat facing the coming winter. Otherwise, it risked freezing to death. It slowly began to retreat, then suddenly sprinted forward. Considering the failure of the first attack, this time the cougar was much more cunning. It not only changed its direction while running but also used the momentum to increase its jumping distance. If it failed again this time, it would have to consider fleeing. With a whoosh, the cougar began its leap from a distance. Suhan heard the sound and quickly turned around, but the cougar's figure had vanished before him. At this moment, a fierce whistle came from the right. The cougar had sneakily executed a double jump. It guessed that Suhan would counterattack the moment it launched its attack. So, when the cougar landed, it changed direction directly and launched a real attack from the side. Roar! The cougar roared and pounced forward. But a trace of disdain flashed in Suhan's eyes. Do you really think my danger sensing is a joke? Although you changed your attack route, but, in front of me, it's just a small trick. In the moment he turned around, Suhan immediately took a step back. Just as he moved, the cougar pounced into thin air. Facing such a wonderful opportunity to attack, Suhan wouldn't waste it. Chi from his dantian surged wildly into his right arm, causing his palm to swell to twice its size. Breaking the air style. Boom! This palm struck heavily on the cougar's back. In an instant, the beast lost its balance and fell to the ground. The spine suffered a serious injury, which is a fatal damage for a feline. It was finished. Suhan didn't give the cougar any chance to react. He grabbed its hind legs and began to swing it left and right. Bang! 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 100-kilogram cougar was like a blanket in Suhan's hands, being wildly slammed onto the ground. Left once. Right once. Left once. And again right once. The viewers in the live broadcast were horrified by this bloody, violent scene. This is not human. It was simply a human Tyrannosaurus Rex. So brutal. At first, the cougar could still struggle and let out a few painful cries. But seconds later, it completely lost its voice. Suhan stopped his movements, looking down at the cougar, only to find its neck had completely snapped. "Heh! I haven't had enough fun yet, this is really boring." He let go, and the cougar smoothly collapsed on the ground. The battle was over. The survival prompt sound of national fortune rang out continuously. Congratulations, you killed a large wild beast, gaining 1 point of stamina boost. Notice, you killed the ferocious cougar with bare hands, showcasing extremely terrifying personal strength. Special reward, a random item. Notice, congratulations, you have obtained a random item, black gold tactical dagger. Then, the voice of 10,000 times return rang out. The dragon country obtained 20,000 cougar corpses. The originally slightly tired body, after receiving the physical boost, immediately dissipated. I didn't expect to get a dagger, it seems my luck is good. Suhan's eyes lit up, thinking that finally he wouldn't have to use an axe to cut meat and vegetables anymore. Especially for some handmade tasks. Using an axe for processing was simply torturous. But now with the dagger, he could greatly shorten the production process. In a joyful mood, Suhan threw the cougar over his shoulder, then picked up the backpack and bowed to prepare to go home. Originally, he set out to catch a wolf or a deer or something. Since he got a cougar, he would temporarily let them go. At this moment, all the contestants and the live viewers were shocked by the continuous reminder sounds. Killing a cougar barehanded. This was simply outrageous. To know that it was a swift cougar. How could a human possibly take it down barehanded? But after everyone watched the recorded video, an absurd thought arose in their hearts. Is this contestant a reincarnated god? Otherwise, how could they be so fierce? Returning home, Suhan put the wild duck on the ground, placed the duck eggs in the wooden basin, and then began to process the cougar he had just taken down. Compared to wolves, cougars are short-haired animals. But the hide is still very useful. Even if it is not suitable for making clothes, making a pair of shoes is no problem. According to the survival task progress, the shoes on his feet would be worn out in just a few months. If it were spring or summer, he could make straw sandals to replace them. He could walk long distances and then use the shoes on his feet. But winter is no joke. Without a warm enough pair of shoes, one could definitely get frostbite. And if frostbite occurs, at best that's fine. At most, his toes would itch and crack. If it were severe frostbite, amputation would be necessary. This is the importance of shoes. Of course, Suhan wasn't worried about this, he had plenty of animal hides at home. He was preparing to make a pair of winter boots recently. Now having the cougar's hide, it could fully make 2 pairs of shoes. One pair thick and warm, one pair light and breathable. Just thinking about it is great. Suhan took out the dagger from the system space and carefully examined it. The dagger is entirely pure black, with a total length of 18 centimeters, just looking at it makes one like it. Gently sliding it over the animal hide, a line of blood quickly appeared. This dagger is quite nice, very sharp. Skinning. Taking meat. With the dagger, butchering became much easier. Especially skinning, it was simply too easy. Suhan only took 8 minutes to completely remove the cougar's hide. This was something unimaginable before. As for the internal organs, except for the heart and stomach, the rest were all left for the little wolf cubs to eat. Their appetites have also been quite large lately. With these internal organs, they should be able to eat for a few days. As for processing the animal meat, this time, Suhan did not plan to smoke it. Eating smoked meat every day was making him a little queasy. So for this cougar, Suhan planned to wait until the clay pot was ready. 1 part to stew, 1 part to stir fry. Don't look at the cougar being heavy, but in fact, excluding the bones, head, and internal organs, the pure meat weighs only around 70 pounds at most. Calculating with a daily consumption of 10 pounds of meat, this cougar, at best, would only be enough for him to eat for a week. So later, he would have to go out hunting again. This is a small downside of practicing martial arts, but it's no big deal. Once next year comes with abundance, there won't be a need to go hunting every day. After processing the cougar, Suhan began to handle the wild duck. Since he wanted to make a down jacket, then the duck down needed to be processed well. To make a down jacket, the first step is to collect duck down. Not every part of the wild duck's fluff can be used to fill the down jacket. Only the duck down from these 3 areas, the chest, the thigh root, and below the wings can be used. Before collecting the duck down, Suhan found a basin and let the duck blood flow out first. With so many ducks, it is estimated that a lot of duck blood tofu can be made. Tonight is truly a blessing. Suhan drained the duck blood and then started collecting the duck down. This process needs to be very careful, otherwise, if the skin connecting the duck down is torn, the subsequent processing will be very troublesome. But for someone like me, with a level 23 collecting skill, collecting duck down is actually very simple. I opened the wings and plucked the duck down. Next, it's the chest and thigh root. In less than 10 minutes, the duck down from a wild duck was completely collected. The viewers in the live room glanced at each other while looking at a small handful of duck down on the table. Ha! Is this all the down from one duck? How many ducks does it take to make a down jacket? I remember seeing some information before. A down jacket typically requires between 100 to 300 grams of filling, and if we estimate 5 grams from one wild duck, then at least 20 wild ducks are needed. 20 wild ducks are needed to make a down jacket. Oh my god, that's just too difficult. It's difficult, but down jackets are really lightweight and warm. Yes, if Sugod can really make a down jacket, then going out in winter would be no problem at all. And with this huge lake, I should be able to find enough down in the next few days. After collecting the first duck, Suhan immediately switched to the next one. Before 10 in the morning, 8 ducks were already processed. Washing his hands with water, Suhan was ready to make duck blood tofu. Otherwise, if left for too long, the duck blood will spoil and easily breed bacteria. He took some salt and clean water and quickly stirred them according to the ratio from the last chicken blood tofu. Then, he set it aside to wait for it to solidify. This process takes about an hour. Taking advantage of this time, Suhan started to process the duck down further. After collecting it, the next step was to wash it to remove the peculiar smell and grease. For other contestants, this would be very difficult. But Suhan was different, he had made soap long ago. This is the result of hard work from before. It seems that soap can only wash hands and face, but in fact, it can do many things. He placed the duck down into warm water, adding a bit of soap. Then, he began to stir slowly. The originally clear warm water quickly turned murky. Washing duck down needs to be done gently, pressing with the hands. It cannot be wrung out or rubbed vigorously, as that would damage the fiber structure of the duck down. Again and again. Until the water was changed 12 times, the duck down was finally clean. Suhan squeezed the water out of the duck down with his hands and then evenly placed them in a bamboo sieve, laying it on the fire bed to dry. It is now autumn. It often blows wind outside, and the sunlight indoors is not strong enough. So the best method is to use the low temperature of the fire bed for quick drying. Suhan turned the duck down every 15 minutes to prevent uneven heating. By the afternoon, as the duck down gradually dried, the interval was extended to half an hour. By 3 in the afternoon, the duck down from 8 ducks was completely dry. Gently touching with his hand, each piece of duck down was fluffy and dry. Suhan placed the duck down into a wooden box for storage. As long as he has animal skins to use, he can start making the down coat. At this time, there is still some time before the pottery is finished. Since it's also idle time, Suhan took his bow and arrows and backpack and went to patrol along the lakeside. If he could catch some wild ducks, that would be great. If not, checking the resource situation is also good. Suhan followed the northern shore of the lake all the way west, returning to the shelter only at 6 in the evening. This trip yielded quite good results. Not only did he catch 6 wild ducks, but he also caught 2 grouse. This shows how rich the resources are on the North Shore. For dinner, there was duck blood tofu stir-fried with broad beans, along with stir-fried cougar hearts and a big bowl of stewed meat. Suhan picked up a chopstick of duck blood. Its smooth texture made him unable to stop eating. The only pity was that there were no chili peppers. If there were some chili peppers, it would be a perfect match. However, when Suhan tasted the cougar meat, he was shocked by its texture and flavor. Oh my, this tastes so good. Wolf meat and bear meat are simply weak in comparison. It's really fragrant. Suhan gnawed fiercely on the leg meat of the cougar. He realized for the first time that cougar could be this delicious. Not only was the meat tender, but the distribution of fat was also very even. It felt like eating tender beef or pork. Delicious. Really too delicious. If he encounters a cougar in the future, Suhan vowed he would absolutely not let any escape. The foreigners in the live stream watched his face of enjoyment and began to swallow their saliva. Is cougar really this tasty? I don't know, I've never had it, but looking at this contestant's expression, it probably isn't worse than beef. Ugh, I really want to try the taste of cougar, but sadly our country's contestants are too weak, they can't even catch a sheep. Damn, why is it that every time I open the live stream, he's eating something good? Boo-hoo, please don't tempt me. Seeing the foreigners' reactions, the viewers from Dragon Country began to comment. Cougar meat is really delicious, our lunch at the shelter today was this, I can only say it's not inferior to pork, thank you Sue God for letting us eat such good meat. When I first tasted it, I was really stunned for a while, I thought the fishy taste would be very strong, but it was actually super delicious. Click my avatar, there's a more detailed review inside, heh, you foreigners must be envying, but too bad, you can't taste it. The foreigners were so frustrated they were about to burst. In comparison to the Dragon Country's meat feast, they could only eat canned pig food. The gap was just too big. If they continued watching, they feared they wouldn't be able to sleep all night. In the future, they would have to exit early at mealtime. Dinner ended. Suhan checked the situation in the sheep pen. The 2 ewes with their lambs had returned to the sheepfold to rest. And the ram Ergo was butting his head against the wooden wall. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he quickly straightened up and turned around, pretending to be nonchalant. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson, Ergo. Suhan clenched his fists and grinned fiercely. Moments later, Ergo's cries echoed again. Bah! Bah! If someone understood the language of animals, they would definitely know what Ergo was saying. He was saying, I'm scared now, I won't dare again. But unfortunately, Suhan couldn't understand. However, even if he could understand, he wouldn't let Ergo off. This soft, squishy sandbag was so comforting to hit, he found it hard to feel good without a day's worth of beating. 5 minutes later. Ergo lay on the ground, his large sheep eyes showing not only numbness but also a hint of delight. Meanwhile, the taming progress reached an astonishing 47%. Generally speaking, as long as it exceeds 50%, there won't be any escape behavior. This indicated that preliminary taming was successful. And if the progress bar exceeds 70%, that means deep taming, and even in danger, it won't escape. Thus, Suhan was very certain that Ergo was a born masochist. If you don't hit him, he might even be unhappy. 10 minutes later. Ergo got up from the ground. Suhan waved at him and said, "Come here, let me pet you." Ergo hesitated for a moment, then obediently extended his head. This was now completely confirmed. No washing whatsoever. Suhan patted Ergo's head, fed him a handful of grass, and turned to head towards the earthen kiln. After more than 20 hours of cooling, the pottery has surely cooled enough to be taken out. Third update, asking for a gift. Chapter 78, Cooling Down in Suhan's Premonition. In front of the clay kiln, Suhan reached out to touch the surface, there was no feeling of heat here. Then he opened the door of the kiln. The inner layer had also cooled down. Looks like I can take the items now. Suhan reached inside and quickly pulled out a pottery pot. With a light tap of his finger, a clear tinkling sound rang out. The hardness seemed fine. Next, it was time to check for any defects. Suhan lifted the pottery pot and examined it closely, the entire surface was very smooth. Not only was there almost no graininess, but there weren't even any cracks. Looks like it burned well, I can try glazing next. If I master the glazing technique, the things I create will be even better. Suhan happily set down the pottery pot and began to take out the pottery basin, bowls, and other items one by one to check. The results were extremely satisfying. All the fired pottery had no defects. He carried the items back home. Suhan dismantled the old stove and placed the pottery pot on it, ready to set it up. The old small pot could be temporarily discarded. Now there was a kettle for boiling water. And for cooking, there was a large pot. The stainless steel pot and small clay pot were now useless. Having the pot, Suhan did not rush to cook meat. Instead, he boiled a large pot of water to prepare for a good bath. Although he occasionally went to the lake for a wash, the morning lake water was simply too cold, and he had been busy with various things at noon, leaving him without the chance to take a proper bath. But from today onwards, everything would be different. The appearance of a large pottery pot represented that daily water use would become increasingly convenient. He added water. He lit the fire. Suhan tossed his clothes aside. Under the dim light, his perfect, muscular physique was exposed to the air. The female fans in the live stream all widened their eyes. They never expected such a benefit. Wow, such perfect muscles. Oh my, if only I could touch it, it would be worth a lifetime. Those abs, that chest, that butt, damn, don't put a mosaic on it, I just arrived and feel. Damn it, can we see this uncensored? No wonder he can tear apart a puma, that physique is simply perfect. Countless women were captivated by Suhan's body. And he began to clean himself. I love taking baths, my skin feels so good. Suhan hummed a tune while scrubbing his body with hot water. Though he didn't have a scrub towel, he was very content with the rose-scented soap. The hot water washed over his body, and the feeling of fatigue gradually faded away. Though he couldn't soak in a bath for now, this way of living already felt very luxurious. Because many contestants couldn't even freely use hot water. Yet he could already use it directly for bathing. After rinsing his body for a while, he could begin to scrub off the dirt. Having engaged in high-intensity work for a long time, there was quite a bit of grime built up on the surface of his skin, and now it gently came off in large amounts with a light scrub. After cleaning his body, the next step was to wash his hair and face. Once the cleaning was complete, Suhan took out the razor from the previous reward and started to busy himself in front of the mirror. Moments later, his chin became clean and smooth. Suhan grinned. If survival in the country had a happiness index, he would bet he was definitely the happiest contestant. At this moment, Suhan checked the time. It was just past 8 in the evening. It was too early to sleep at this hour. So, he poured out the dirty water and began to process the wild ducks and wood grouse he had caught in the afternoon. Outside, the wind howled, while inside it felt warm like spring. Under the dim light, Suhan's muscular physique had captivated who knows how many fans. At night, the wind gradually died down. But the temperature was dropping rapidly, waking many contestants from the cold. Only those contestants enjoying the heated beds could sleep peacefully until dawn. The fans of Long Country, who were staying up late. Seeing such a scene, everyone began to discuss. The wildland realm has cooled down again. It seems that the true winter will be more terrifying than we imagined. At this rate, the poorly dressed contestants are going to have bad luck, especially those from tropical regions. It's practically hellish difficulty. Hey, who can we blame? They've hunted but don't know how to process animal skins. Freezing to death is just their fate. Sometimes luck is also part of strength. We are used to this cold and dressed warm, while some contestants from tropical countries came in just wearing shorts, without any prior preparation. Who can we blame? Many contestants from tropical regions caught goats and other prey. But very few, like Suhan, tan animal skins early and built safe, reliable shelters. Most people just get by. This is a lack of crisis awareness. Right now, they can barely hold on, but when true winter arrives, they won't be able to make up for it. In ordinary northern areas, the temperature is around -15 degrees Celsius. But in the wildland realm where the contestants are, if this trend continues, it is estimated to be around -20 degrees Celsius. Basically, those contestants who don't understand the need to work hard are heading toward their doom. At this moment, on the scene, dozens of contestants were all frozen awake. Those doghouses made of leaves and branches could barely block the cold wind, but they cannot withstand the invasion of low temperatures. Now everyone looked the same. They hugged their knees, shivering and trembling. The next day, the sun was shining, but the temperature was shockingly low. Suhan frowned as soon as he stepped outside. Hiss. So cold. He glanced at the system calendar and found that the temperature had dropped to -3 degrees Celsius. This is deadly. If winter comes, who knows how cold it will be? Suhan thought for a moment and decided to burn the pottery later and then head out to hunt. He aimed to make a down jacket as soon as possible. Mainly because his own clothes were thin. If he didn't solve the problem of keeping warm, he might not be able to go out in the mornings in the future. At the same time, Suhan had a premonition. If this trend continues, then next week's tasks in the wildland realm will definitely have even lower temperatures. Whoever can get enough warm clothing will have a significant advantage. Looking at it this way, making a down jacket is urgent. Sorting out his thoughts, Suhan felt that it would be best to hunt more whenever he had the chance in the future. Although the current shelter looked alright, it actually wasn't warm enough. If there were a sustained heavy snowfall or terrifying low temperatures, reeds and wood weren't warm enough. But if he covered the walls with animal skins, it would make a huge difference. This is similar to a yurt. With a heated floor and walls covered in animal skins, the sense of security would be maximized. While cooking breakfast, Suhan checked in for his daily tasks. After breakfast, he went to the sheep pen to check the situation and cultivate some feelings. He routinely petted the two ewes, and this time he didn't forget the lambs. When it was the turn of Ergo, he delivered 2 punches. You wouldn't believe it, the taming progress improved by 1% again. Suhan estimated that it wouldn't be long before he could take Ergo out to collect resources. Having a beast of burden would definitely improve efficiency significantly. Chapter 79, Starting to make wolfskin pants. Today, Suhan was going to fire pottery, including water jars, clay pots, and a spinning wheel. The water jar is for storing drinking water. The clay pot is for storing more animal fat. And the spinning wheel can weave plant fibers into thread. All of these are essential tools for daily life. Fill them up. Add charcoal. Light the fire. Preheat. The whole morning, Suhan stayed by the clay kiln without leaving. And Dehui and Erha, because of the cold weather, didn't run around like they usually did. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the clay kiln was sealed on time. Suhan could finally leave with his bow and arrow. This time his target was still the north shore of the lake. Traveling through places explored yesterday, continuing westward. Suddenly, a gray shadow flashed ahead. Suhan looked very carefully. It was a fat rabbit. It seems there are many animals on the north shore of the lake. He hurried forward to chase it. In fact, rabbit meat was optional for Suhan, but the fur could be used to make gloves and scarves. This alone could not be missed. Parting the thick bushes, a plump rabbit came into view. Suhan drew his bow and aimed. Whoosh! An arrow hit the ear precisely, bursting its head. Well done. Suhan walked over, retrieved the arrow, and tossed the rabbit into his backpack. Since there was one rabbit, there must be others nearby. Thinking this, Suhan pulled out some hemp rope from his pocket and bent down to make a lasso trap. This is the simplest trap. It only requires a piece of hemp rope and a low branch. If there's no branch, burying a piece of wood deep into the ground works too. The only difficulty is placing the trap where rabbits often pass by. This way, when the rabbit passes, it will poke its head into the rope, and the more it struggles, the tighter it gets, until it suffocates and dies. Suhan was not lacking food, so he only made 3 nooses. With the help of the tracking skill, he easily found 3 places where rabbits often passed. 2 had nearby branches, while the last used a stake as a substitute. After setting up the traps, Suhan continued to explore forward. Throughout the afternoon, he captured a total of 8 wild ducks and gathered 27 duck eggs. If it wasn't for the temperature rapidly dropping after dark, Suhan really didn't want to go home. But with this batch of ducks, his down jacket was now promising. On the way back, Suhan checked the lasso traps, and unexpectedly, he caught 2 big rabbits after a whole afternoon's effort. Looks like I have to eat rabbit tonight. Removing the rabbits from the ropes, the system triggered a tenfold return. For those who love rabbit heads, this time is a blessing. Because these 2 rabbits are very fat. One weighs about 5 pounds, and the other is 4 pounds. Such plump rabbits can surely relieve some food pressure. The key point is that these 40,000 rabbits are still alive. If raised well, many rabbits can be bred. Returning to the shelter, Gray and the husky had already circled around eagerly. Suhan thought for a moment, feeling they must be hungry. If he remembered correctly, the last meal was fed at 12, and now it was already 7 in the evening. Don't worry, I'll get you food right away. Suhan chopped up the cougar's innards and placed them in a bowl on the ground. Seeing their owner offering food, both little guys rushed over, then began to gobble it up. They looked quite hungry. Suhan chuckled and turned to prepare the rabbits. It was his first time eating wild rabbit, not knowing how it would taste. Domesticated rabbits had a strong earthy flavor. Skinning. Removing the innards. Retaining the heart and other parts. Then chopping into small pieces. Just in time, the clay pot had heated up. Suhan scooped a spoonful of duck fat and poured it into the pot, then added sugar to caramelize it. Once the sugar melted in the pot, bubbling, he quickly added cinnamon and wild onions. Sizzle. The hot oil and spices released a strong fragrance. At this moment, Suhan quickly added the 3 rabbits into the pot and stir-fried them rapidly with a wooden spatula. Then he added a generous amount of hot water to stew. After an hour of simmering on low heat, the rabbit meat was finally cooked. At this point, Suhan began to raise the heat to reduce the sauce, while adding salt and mushroom powder for flavor. Bubble. Bubble. The soup kept thickening. Another 20 minutes passed, and Suhan finally served the rabbit meat. Although there was no soy sauce, with the help of the caramel, it still presented an enticing reddish-brown color. Suhan tentatively took a bite. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Wild rabbit meat is indeed delicious. It not only lacks the earthy taste of domestic rabbits but also has a unique flavor. Looks like I can often go catch rabbits there, this taste is quite good. Suhan ate the rabbit meat in big bites. Meanwhile, the foreigners in the live broadcast room quickly disappeared. After dinner, Suhan continued to process duck down, and once he finished his tasks, he stood up and went to the storage room next door to check the wolf skin. The wolf skin, tanned with brain and fat, had now become very soft. It could basically be used to make down jackets or down pants. Suhan considered for a moment and ultimately decided to make a pair of pants first. But not down pants, rather a regular leather pants. The reason was very simple, the temperature had not yet reached the point of freezing to death, and a pair of leather pants would suffice for now. Secondly, he did not know how to make clothes. And the duck down could only be used to make one item, if he wasted it, he would have no place to cry. Therefore, making a pair of pants first was not only a transition but also a way to improve his skills. Suhan moved the leather to the shelter and then spoke towards the roof. Is anyone there? Please find someone skilled in making leather garments. I want to learn about making clothes. Like last time, please compile the detailed production process. I will learn. The learning content should be as comprehensive as possible. Because later, I need to make not only clothes but also pants, neck gaiters, gloves, and so on. In the Dragon Country's tactical research room, the staff member, Xiao Wang, responsible for surveillance, conveyed Suhan's request to his superiors. He quickly received orders. Go all out to cooperate, check the materials before connecting the call and ensure there are no mistakes. Yes. Since the last time Suhan learned martial arts, the Dragon Country official side had prepared a wealth of knowledge. Textiles, traditional Chinese medicine, smelting, and so on. Basically, all the skills Suhan needed in the wild had been prepared in advance. Moreover, they would adjust the materials in real time according to his current progress. But they did not expect Suhan to learn about garment making so quickly. 20 minutes later, the call was connected. Countless pieces of information about garment making appeared on the large screen in front of Suhan. First, there was detailed data about his personal body measurements. Second, there were the size specifications for making clothes. The viewers watching the data were all praising in excitement. Wow, so detailed, the measurement data even includes what I was wearing yesterday, amazing. Looks like the staff has been working hard every day. It seems to save Su God a lot of time, he just needs to follow the sizes to make them. Give a thumbs up to the officials, this is incredible. Chapter 80, the warm wolfskin pants are released, third update. Suhan finished looking at the personal data. Next up was the making of bone needles and various sewing techniques. This is a very important step. Though he knew some stitching skills, it was still incomparable to expert-level techniques. Moreover, excellent sewing skills could create many practical items. If clothes or pants got damaged in the future, they could be repaired well. These are essential skills for survival in the wild. The screen quickly moved to the third page. This time it was about making leather boots. Suhan scanned through all the information and noted everything down. Next was the production of clothes and pants. Finally, it was gloves. After a moment, the communication time ended, and the screen disappeared. Suhan reflected on all the content inside. I have really learned a lot. Making clothes seems simple, but it involves a lot of knowledge. If made carelessly, it would not keep warm and could easily damage the leather. Well then, let's start by polishing the bone needle. Suhan walked to the storage room, took out a wolf leg bone, and smashed it directly with an axe. Then, he selected a 10-centimeter long bone segment. Polishing with stones. At that moment, the system's alert sounded. Detected that the host is processing bones. Congratulations, you have learned a new skill, bone tool processing. Skill effect, the higher the level, the faster the work efficiency, and it is less likely to damage the bones used. Suhan picked up a bone segment and rubbed it against the stone used for daily axe polishing. Bone tool processing experience +2. Bone tool processing experience +2. Entering focus mode greatly increased work efficiency. Half an hour later, the bone segment gradually became thinner, eventually turning into a bone needle that is wide at one end and narrow at the other. After finishing the polishing, it was time to drill the hole. Suhan placed the bone needle on the table and slowly rotated it with a dagger to drill a hole. Every little while he drilled, he dripped some water as an abrasive. Moments later, a small round groove appeared on the front of the bone needle. At this time, Suhan flipped the bone needle over and drilled a hole at the same position on the back. Fortunately, he had this dagger. Otherwise, trying to make a hole in the bone needle would have been exhausting work. In less than 10 minutes, a bone needle was completed. Next was to make the second bone needle. This was prepared for a special sewing technique later. Once the 2 bone needles were done, he could start sewing. Suhan took the animal skin and spread it out on the table, sketching a pants outline with charcoal. The crotch and buttocks needed extra room for comfort. Meanwhile, he needed to leave a 1 centimeter allowance at the sewing points. Considering daily life and the need to go out for gathering, Suhan also needed to cut out the positions for pockets and the crotch. The pockets were straightforward, while the crotch required a reinforcement patch. This way, the pants would be more comfortable, preventing them from splitting during struggles with wild beasts. Regarding the dimensions of the animal skin, the documents provided by the nation had clear explanations. Through research, the staff determined that the first joint of Suhan's right index finger was a standard 1 centimeter. Thus, using this as a measure, a simple ruler could be made. Suhan took a wooden board from the shelf and used an axe to cut it into a long strip, then placed his index finger on it and marked a scratch with the dagger. Next, he held the finger still and continued to make a second mark with the dagger on the other side. Repeating this dozens of times. A 30 centimeter measuring ruler was thus created. In the live stream room, the audience gasped in amazement. Ah! There's such a method. I really underestimated the staff this time, they even considered the measurement issue. That's impressive. 666. I was just wondering, even if we knew the body dimensions, we couldn't make clothes without a ruler, yet the official team solved that too. Official, don't underestimate the bond between us and Sue God. Staff, we don't just watch the live stream, we're working hard. At this moment, the foreigners were dumbfounded. They never expected there could be such a method. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were really powerful. Oh my god. The progress of the Dragon Kingdom contestant is too amazing. They can not only make clothes independently but also solve measurement issues. Are our tactical departments just loafing around? Can't they learn from the people of the Dragon Kingdom? This group of idiots just knows how to fool us. The longer this drags on, the greater the gap between our contestants and those from the Dragon Kingdom. They're already in the pottery age and can soon wear animal skin clothes, while our contestants are still in a primitive state. Damn. That night, the immigration office received applications exceeding 1 million. But the director still did not approve them. The reason was as usual, absolutely no foreign garbage. Now, it was not enough to just have abilities, there were also character assessments and background investigations. Whether personal or ancestral, as long as there was anything that dishonored the Dragon Kingdom, they could expect to be rejected. Inside the shelter, Suhan held the ruler in one hand for comparison, while modifying the outline of the pants. Dimensions. Allowance. Once all conditions are fine, it's time to start cutting. Suhan took the dagger and cut the beast hide along the dashed line. Unexpectedly, the system reappeared. This time, the skill he learned was clothing making. Its effect: the higher the skill level, the less time consumed in making, while the quality gets better. 2 pieces of beast hide were cut. Suhan picked up a bone needle, threaded it with hemp rope, and prepared to sew. Although it was his first time making, his technique amazed the onlookers. The dagger made holes, and the bone needle stitched them together. Suhan held a needle in each hand, using the double needle method. The leather sewn this way is not only extremely durable, but even if the thread breaks, each footstep stands on its own. However, the pants crotch needed to use the backstitch method. Under the dim light, Suhan held the bone needle, moving more nimbly, so much so that by the end the onlookers' eyes could hardly keep up. This is the power of the focus skill. It not only greatly increases experience but also enhances work efficiency. With the 2 pant legs sewn, the crotch was also completed. Next was to add pockets and straps, the place where the waistband goes. When the last stitch was finished, Suhan happily shook the pants in the air. The gray wolf hide pants look appealing just by sight. I wonder how it will feel when wearing it. Suhan took off the outer pants, then put on the wolf hide pants. Aside from being a little loose at the waist, everywhere else fit perfectly. But the looseness at the waist was not a mistake, but intentional. Because this way he could wear another pair of pants underneath. Also, after putting on the wolf hide pants, his lower body no longer felt chilly. Suhan even felt like he might start to sweat. This way, I won't suffer from the cold when heading out tomorrow. Suhan folded the pants and prepared to rest. After several hours of making, it finally came to an end. The entire livestream room erupted with excitement. Wow, these gray wolf hide pants are so cool. Sue God, cold? Sorry, we've changed to wolf hide pants. So strong, Sue God, let's make a coat later, then we won't be afraid in winter. This skill is really amazing, it's almost like it was made by a machine. No wonder ancient artisans were sought after, they are impressive. I'm already looking forward to the moment Sugod wears the down jacket. Sugod didn't lie to us, he is really conquering this world. Just now I saw a competitor from a tropical country, and that guy was still wearing shorts. During the afternoon when it got warmer, not even thinking about hunting, then at night he's freezing. It's really laughable. Thanks a lot for the rewards, more updates coming today. Chapter 81, Using Bare Paw Pads for Shoe Soles, who can do it? The next morning at 6:30. Before dawn, Suhan was already up on time, clocking in. But as soon as he stepped outside, a cold wave hit him. Though his upper body and feet felt a bit chilly, his lower half wearing the wolf hide pants was unaffected. The effect is really good. Suhan felt the warmth from the wolf hide pants and decided to take some time today to make shoes too. Otherwise, when clocking in later, he could only hide inside the shelter. Jumping to warm up. Practicing martial arts. No matter how Suhan moved, the wolf hide pants fit closely and were comfortable. Other competitors, while eager to get up early to work. But the freezing temperature discouraged them. At 8:15 in the morning. The sun just peeked out. Suhan, having eaten well, set out hunting with his backpack and bow and arrows. At this moment, other competitors also sensed the disadvantages brought by the sudden drop in temperature. From the perspective of Dagu, he was binding tan sheepskins to his legs with hemp rope. Hey guys, look. Although the weather is very cold, I have 2 sheepskins to use. As long as they are tied around the legs like this, they can provide great warmth. Phew. So comfortable. Dayi felt the warmth in his legs, happy like a child. But the viewers in the live stream were not happy at all. As the saying goes, people die from comparing with others. Yesterday, the animal skin pants made by Long Country were comparable to those made by machines. Yet Dayi just used a rope to tie them up. This gap is not just ordinary. Because while tied sheepskin can also keep warm, it restricts movement, and every time you wear it, you have to tie it again. Even so, Dayi's performance was already among the top of all contestants. Many contestants had made it this far without even a decent piece of animal skin. Even if they obtained animal skin, they never considered tanning it. Because they didn't understand what tanning meant, plus the weather was warm at that time, they didn't think too much about it. But this was still considered good. A vegetarian contestant from the Gaul country, due to long-term malnutrition and lack of fat, was shockingly frozen to death in the shelter last night. When the ruler of his country received the news, he broke down on the spot. At this time, another contestant from Long Country, a gang, was here. Feeling the temperature in the air, he sighed sadly. It seems catching fish will become harder and harder. I need to think of ways to find other food. His best skill was being restricted. If a gang wanted to eat enough in the future, he had to learn adequate hunting skills. Setting traps. Making weapons. Observing animal habits. In short, the road ahead for him would be long. And on the side of the rainforest country, a superstar had recently emerged. He wasn't a long-distance running champion, nor a sports star. Before entering the wilderness realm, he was just a worker who transported bananas. He is Ode Biao. Although he didn't have any special skills, Ode Biao's greatest strength was his capacity to endure hardship. Because of his poor family background, he was forced to learn many skills from a young age, including hunting and tanning animal skins. And today, aside from Suhan and Dayi wearing animal skins, Ode Biao is the third person. During last week's trekking task, Ode Biao ranked 7th. Now many people were watching his livestream. Some even jokingly said he could surpass Bai Yi. At this moment, Ode Biao was collecting resources at the foot of the mountain. He was not picky about food. Snails. Rats. Bats. As long as it was edible, Ode Biao would bring it home. As for parasites and such, he said he didn't need to worry at all, because when he stayed at home, he couldn't even get a rat to eat. Now being able to have a meal of rat meat would be a bonus. Therefore, Ode Biao's life in the wilderness realm was still very good overall. At 11 in the morning, the sun finally dispelled the cold. And Suhan returned from outside with a backpack. Today's harvest was quite good. He had caught 2 rabbits in the traps and then caught 7 wild ducks in the grass. They were male ducks, resting inside due to the cold weather. As a result, he benefited from it. Rabbits were skinned, tanned, and butchered. Wild ducks were plucked, cleaned, and dried. Lunch was a stew of rabbit and duck. After eating and drinking enough, Suhan couldn't wait to start making wolfskin boots. Whether making boots or shoes, the most important thing was actually the choice of shoe sole. Especially for someone like Suhan, who went out frequently and often trekked long distances, a pair of durable shoe soles was very important. And the soles Suhan was going to use were things that other contestants didn't even dare to imagine. A pair of adult gray bear pads. When Suhan took out the pads, the entire live stream room erupted. Wow! Bear pads for shoe soles, you are really amazing. 666, I was just thinking if I should use bear skin, but it turned out to be pads. Once these shoes are made, the durability is probably maxed out. You don't say. You really don't say. A pair of bear fur shoes can scare a pack of wild beasts when you go out. Sushin is really clever, bear fur shoes. The paw pads were tanned together with the bear skin. At that time, Suhan almost wanted to give up, but fortunately, he persisted. Otherwise, such good leather would be wasted. He placed the paw pad on the ground and compared it, discovering his feet were just a size smaller than the paw pad. Now, he had no more concerns. Normally, a gray bear's paw pad is about 25 centimeters. And the one Suhan hunted was 28 centimeters. Therefore, even if he left some margin for stitching, it would be enough for him to use. This is luck. Suhan smiled, then used a dagger to draw the outline along his foot, leaving a margin for stitching. Next came the cutting. Making the shoe sole is really not much different from making wolfskin pants. Both require using a dagger to punch holes. To be precise, this is an essential step for processing leather. Firstly, it makes sewing easier. Secondly, it reduces the wear and tear on the bone needle. After punching the holes, it's time to sew. Unlike the wolfskin pants, shoes need to be sewn with animal sinew due to frequent walking. Suhan took out his treasured sinew, threaded it through the bone needle, and began to sew. The sewing method was still the double needle technique. For the comfort of the boots, Suhan specially used soft deer skin for the upper. As for the bottom, he added birch bark and double-layered deer skin, creating a composite sole. Birch bark is rich in waterproof oils, while deer skin enhances comfort. Both are indispensable. One stitch after another. Suhan held the boots, slowly sewing them together. His expression was extremely focused, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. Soon, the surroundings of the boots were tightly sewn, leaving only the upper to be aligned and sewn. At this moment, Suhan turned the shoe inside out, hiding all the stitches inside the boot. In professional terms, this is called the reverse stitching method. It's commonly used in making boots and can enhance durability and waterproofness. After finishing the stitching around, flipping it was done. Next came the final step, stitching the upper. Chapter 82, Exploring the Valley with Ergo. Before stitching the final upper, Suhan stretched his foot inside to try it on. The overall structure was completely fine. The touch was soft, and his entire foot was wrapped in leather, feeling very warm. Then, Suhan simply tied it with hemp rope, stood up, and tried walking. This was to test the overall integrity of the shoes. After walking a lap, he even felt it was more comfortable than his original shoes. This is really impressive. Suhan sat down, took off the shoes, and started on the final stitching. 20 minutes later, the 2 pairs of boots were completed. Suhan put on the boots and walked around the shelter twice. The overall feeling was very good. Next was to test running and see if there would be any ill-fitting. He went outside and ran towards the distance. Along the way, he even deliberately stepped on some hard objects. After finishing a run, Suhan was even more satisfied with the boots he made. He even didn't want to take them off. But the making of the boots was still lacking the final step, smoking. This effectively prevents water and corrosion. Even if they get soaked, the smoked boots would still remain soft after drying. Suhan reluctantly took off the boots and then took them to a clay kiln for smoking. This process needs to continue for several hours. By tomorrow morning at the latest, he would be able to wear them. After smoking the boots, Suhan sat beside and looked at the shimmering lake, thinking about what to do next. Meat was not lacking for now. But mushrooms and vegetables were almost gone. How about taking Ergo to the valley tomorrow to have a look? Suhan glanced at the taming progress. At present, the progress bar for the domestication of the goat has reached 55%, taking it out is no problem at all. Next, there's the issue of fishing. I'm completely tired of small fish. But big fish, Suhan has never caught before. Winter is approaching, and if he can catch some big fish to raise in the pond, it's definitely a good idea. Just right, the fishing line he drew hasn't been used yet. This lake is so large that there must be plenty of fish inside. If he can catch some big fish, he can smoke and store them, so he doesn't have to gnaw on deer meat every time he goes out. But since he has to take Ergo out and catch big fish, he can't skip the preparation. For example, bamboo baskets for transporting goods, ropes to tie Ergo, and fishing hooks needed for catching fish. All of these need to be prepared in advance. What a naturally exhausting life, can't even take a day off. Suhan shook his head, turned around, and began to busy himself in the shelter. In the evening, the second batch of pottery was completed. Suhan moved the water tank into the house and stored the other jars and bottles. Then he added filtered lake water into it. This tank of water, if used sparingly, could last about a week without needing to go out. From now on, this also counts as solving the water problem. The next morning, Suhan didn't even check in, he went straight to the adobe kiln and took out his beloved boots. His feet, which were still a bit cold, instantly warmed up upon wearing the leather boots. TSK. New shoes are really different, warm, comfortable. Suhan's face was filled with pride. Now, just missing the last coat, he will be fearless of the harsh cold. So refreshing. After putting on his new shoes, he did his daily check-in. Once he was full and satisfied, Suhan took his gear and rope and headed to Ergo. Come here. Ergo didn't move a muscle and instead disdainfully tilted his head. Suhan was already used to its behavior, so he put down his things and gave it a couple of punches. Come closer. After getting the reward, Ergo really listened more. He put on the rope and secured the basket. Suhan then pulled it out the door. Today he planned to explore the distant valley well, so the basket was packed not only with drinking water but also 2 roasted ducks and a big chunk of bear meat. The first time taking Ergo out, it wasn't very accustomed to carrying things. It occasionally tried to shake off the basket. But with Suhan's reassuring punches, Ergo quickly adapted. Crossing the river, they headed straight for the valley. The route they chose was to go around the north bank of the lake. Mainly because Suhan was worried there might be river water blocking the way in front of the valley. If that were the case, even if they got there, they wouldn't be able to explore inside. The morning temperature was still very cold, but with the help of the deerskin boots and wolfskin pants, Suhan felt nothing at all. In fact, he even felt a bit hot. They walked for a long time, about an hour and a half, before reaching the entrance of the valley. At this moment, a fruit tree caught Suhan's attention. Isn't this a dragon snake fruit? Suhan walked over and carefully observed the fruit tree. Its trunk wasn't tall, about 3 meters high, and the fruit resembled apples. After picking one, the fruity aroma was strong. That's right, this is the dragon snake fruit. Suhan's eyes lit up, he wiped it with his hand, and took a bite. Crunch! The skin cracked, and juice splattered everywhere. Although it's a wild species, the taste of the dragon snake fruit is incredibly sweet. A fruit the size of a palm was finished by Suhan in 2 or 3 bites. At the same time, the survival hint from the country rang out. Detected that Dragon Country contestant Suhan has picked dragon snake fruit, triggering a 20,000 times return. Congratulations to Dragon Country for obtaining 20,000 dragon snake fruits. Suhan, fearing everyone might not understand, cheerfully said, "You can eat these fruits with confidence, just treat them like apples, but make sure to pay attention to storage." Dragon snake fruits are cold climate fruits, and after picking, the temperature must not exceed 18 degrees. Instead, it's fine below 0. As he spoke, he picked another fruit and began to eat it. At this moment, Ergo also smelled the fragrance of the fruit. It walked up to Suhan and affectionately rubbed its head against his hand. "Do you also want to eat? Then I'll give it to you." Suhan never mistreated his hard-working pets. Since Ergo wanted to eat, giving it some was no problem. After all, he would need it to carry things back later. Suhan tossed the dragon snake fruit on the ground, and Ergo eagerly began to enjoy it. Only then did he remember that goats love eating fruits. Especially apples, they were simply their favorites. After feeding 3, Suhan finally chose to stop. Then he began to collect the fruits from the tree. The national fortune survival was constantly triggering. In the end, Suhan harvested 26 dragon snake fruits from the tree. And the Dragon Nation obtained 200,000. After picking the fruits, Suhan pulled Ergo and walked into the valley. The plants here were very dense. There were even many areas with abundant grass. As they walked, Suhan suddenly stopped, thrusting his wooden spear fiercely into the grass in front of him. Swish! A snake, identical in color to the dry grass, immediately revealed itself. This scene startled the audience greatly. At the same time, it also frightened Ergo. With one strike, he killed it. Suhan then flung the snake away and continued forward with Ergo. This valley was rich in resources. Just within 100 meters of the entrance, he found many useful resources. For example, he discovered 2 trees with the poison that could incapacitate goats. He also found a lot of delicious mushrooms. He even harvested a bunch of fresh fungus. It was truly a bountiful harvest. But as Suhan turned a corner, he saw a very precious spice. Its bright red color was incredibly tempting under the sunlight. This is... Suhan's voice stammered due to his excitement. In the broadcasting room, Bing Bing and Li Cheng gasped in shock. They never dreamed such a thing would exist in this valley. Chapter 83, Precious Sichuan Pepper and Mountain Radish. Third update. In the live broadcast room, fans' eyes widened. They were equally startled. Wow, wow. We struck gold, we struck gold. I never expected such a thing would be in the valley, awesome. It's actually Sichuan pepper. So strong, having Sichuan pepper means we have another spice, haha. In the wild realm. Suhan gazed at the Sichuan pepper tree standing proudly in the wind, feeling extremely excited. This was a great find. Not only could it be used as a spice, but it could also be made into pickles. However, for pickling, it had to be the green Sichuan pepper, the fully ripened ones wouldn't work. The uses of Sichuan pepper were far from simple. Besides pickling, it could also remove fishy smells and enhance flavors, and the oil prepared from it is great for cold dishes. For example, the fresh fungus collected today could be mixed with Sichuan pepper oil and mushrooms for a cold salad. Even without soy sauce or vinegar, the taste would still be excellent. Aside from being tasty, Sichuan pepper could also be used to repel insects. This was also very important in the wild. However, although Sichuan pepper was great, the thorns on it were very bothersome. So harvesting it required extra caution. Suhan let Air go to the Sichuan pepper tree, tied it up, and then set his basket on the ground. Collecting Sichuan pepper was a labor-intensive task. He couldn't bear to let Air go carry the dragon snake fruit the whole time. After settling his pet, Suhan finally went up with his bamboo basket to collect the pepper. The Sichuan pepper in October had completely ripened, with only a few spots not exposed to sunlight still retaining a bit of green. The ripe Sichuan pepper on the edges was very easy to collect, a gentle squeeze was all it took to easily pick the entire flower of Sichuan pepper. For higher places, a ladder was required. Or he could make a wooden hook to pull the branches down, which was too much trouble. Much easier than making a ladder. An hour later, he finished picking the Sichuan pepper from the edges. But the bamboo basket was only half full, which was obviously not enough. Suhan picked up the axe, found a nearby tree, and began to chop it down to make something. About half an hour passed. A 3-meter-tall ladder was completed. Now I can pick more pepper. Suhan climbed up the ladder and continued to pick. No. To be precise, it should be called a sweep. Whether it was green pepper or fully ripe red pepper, as long as it was found, it would all be picked and placed into the bamboo basket. Unknowingly, it was noon. The bamboo basket was filled with pepper. For now, this will have to do. I'll come back in a few days. Don't be fooled by how much pepper Suhan picked, in reality, not much had been taken off the trees. By his estimation, at least 3 more baskets of pepper needed to be harvested before the areas reachable by the ladder would be empty. But this trip was meant for exploration. If he filled the baskets with pepper, he wouldn't have the means to carry back whatever else he found later. So he would have to wait for the next time. And Longwo would benefit this time. Just from the pepper harvest, the gains were astronomical. Now, many foreigners were sending messages, asking if they could trade goods for a batch of fresh peppers. They needed this spice as well. In the valley, Suhan sat on the grass, munching on delicious roasted duck. And Ergo was eating grass while staring at a nearby dragon fruit. Compared to the dry, stale grass, that thing was much tastier. Lunch ended. Suhan let Air go deeper into the valley, feeling curious about the depths after seeing the dragon fruit and pepper. Surely the outer area was rich in resources, but the inside had nothing at all. But in reality, there were still quite a few useful resources along the way. For instance, after walking for a short while, Suhan found poison used for capturing goats. This time he found a full 10 plants. What a great harvest! If he encountered a herd of goats again, he could capture them using the same method. Suhan could hardly imagine how much material he could bring back if he led 10 goats out. Placing the herbs into the basket, he continued forward. The scenery in the valley was very nice, the temperature much higher than outside. So, there were many precious herbs and plants here. There are even some wild fruits here. As Suhan walked, he discovered a row of short fruit trees. Some of them were toxic, while others could be eaten without worry. For example, a fruit that looked a lot like an apricot actually contained special toxins. Eating it would cause hallucinations. He picked the edible fruits. Although these fruits didn't taste great, drying them into slices for vitamin supplementation was still very good. Unknowingly, Suhan had reached the end of the valley. The temperature here was extremely high, and there were dense trees on both sides, thus home to many birds. Could it be no more resources? Suhan felt a bit unwilling, so he delved deeper into the woods to search more carefully. And indeed, he found something useful. Guess what? Suhan actually discovered small mountain radishes under a tree. They resembled red radishes but tasted even better. These mountain radishes had already bloomed, and many seeds had fallen to the ground. Suhan was heartbroken, those seeds that fell on the ground could all grow into radishes. What a pity! He carefully wrapped the remaining seeds in fallen leaves. This way, by next August, he could plant them at home. Then, Suhan used the axe to dig out the mountain radishes. They were entirely snow-white, each about the thickness of a wrist, and could reach up to 20 centimeters in length. These radishes would be incredible food if dried. Especially added when stewing meat, they would enhance the flavor. As for the leaves of the radishes, Suhan didn't throw it away either. The vibrant green can be used for cooking, while the yellowing ones can be given to Ergo and Air Gray to eat. This is the benefit of having pets, basically, nothing goes to waste. The sky gradually darkened. Unknowingly, it was evening. Suhan pulled Ergo and returned home, loaded with supplies. When leaving the valley, he deliberately climbed to the top of the mountain and took out his binoculars to look around. As a result, the valley he came to was just a branch. And to the south, there was a broader valley, where he could even see rivers and tracks of numerous birds and beasts. I knew something was off about this valley compared to the one I saw before. I must have gone to the wrong place. But it's okay. This trip, finding Sichuan pepper and mountain radish has already made me very satisfied. When he got home, Suhan couldn't wait to stir-fry a Sichuan pepper rabbit. The fresh Sichuan pepper released a more intense aroma in the hot oil. Just smelling it makes your mouth water. When the pepper changed color and the fragrance was fully released, now it was time to add the rabbit meat for stir-frying. After frying for a moment, he added wild onions, mushrooms, and clean water. 3 minutes later, a plate of aromatic Sichuan pepper rabbit was ready. Family, I can't hold back any longer. Let me taste it. Suhan picked up chopsticks and took a small bite, his eyes lighting up. So delicious. It was simply too delicious. Although he had made stir-fried rabbit before, the difference between adding Sichuan pepper and not adding it was like heaven and earth. This Sichuan pepper rabbit not only had a strong numbing flavor but also carried a rich aroma. One bite, and the flavor lingered on his lips and teeth. Suhan felt as if he had entered a restaurant. After eating and drinking his fill, he got busy again. The red Sichuan pepper picked today needed to be sorted quickly, washed, and dried, otherwise, it would spoil if kept too long. And the green Sichuan pepper also needed to be washed, dried, and then marinated with clean drinking water and salt. Once everything was done, it was already 9 o'clock at night. But Suhan still had no intention of resting. Instead, he turned his head and started to prepare fishing hooks. Tomorrow morning, he planned to fish for the huge creature in the lake. So today, he had to make the fishing hooks. Chapter 84, The Terrifying Giant That Could Drag People into the Lake. In the 4th week, Monday, Suhan got up early as usual to clock in. Since he put on the new shoes and wolfskin pants, it wasn't so cold in the morning anymore. After clocking in, he cleaned the sheep pen. Next was to enjoy breakfast and feed Erha and Dehui. Once everything was done, Suhan finally got ready to go fishing. Because he didn't have a fishing rod, he planned to use a fishing method that imitated a lure rod. He didn't use a lure reel but replaced it with a birch stick. After all, it was for fishing a giant. Even making a fishing rod could easily break, it was more convenient to use a wooden stick directly. He threaded the fishing line through the hook, added a ceramic sinker, and then cut a 25-meter fishing line to tie to the stick. With that, the fishing tool was ready. Suhan took the backpack and stool, walking towards the lake. He first took out a fish basket, hung a small fish on the hook, and then threw it forcefully towards the lake surface. Splash! The fishing line flew out for more than 10 meters and quickly submerged into the water. The system's prompt tone followed closely. Ding! Detected that the host is fishing. Congratulations! You have learned a new skill, fishing. Tip: the higher the fishing skill, the easier it is to catch fish. Beyond level 5, it can reduce the probability of fish coming off the hook. Beyond level 8, it can shorten the time of playing a fish. Beyond level 12, it can reduce gear wear. Tip: the higher the level, the stronger the skill effect. Tip: each fish caught will significantly increase skill experience. After the fishing line hung in the water for a while, Suhan began to slowly reel it in. The fishing method with a lure rod imitates weak creatures to provoke fish to attack. So, after casting the line, waiting a moment allowed him to start reeling it in. During this time, do not pull the fishing line back at once. Instead, use a few tugs, then reel it in slowly. In the eyes of the fish, the bait becomes a living thing, making it easier to catch their attention. The first rod, empty reel. Suhan remained silent, releasing the line and continuing to cast. With a throwing skill of level 20 and below, he could easily cast the bait to where he wanted it to go. Splosh! The bait sank into the water's surface. Next, it was a repeat of the previous process. In the live stream, the audience watched Suhan fishing by the lake and began to discuss among themselves. Why isn't he out gathering supplies today? I remember there was still a valley, and really, can such a simple fishing method actually catch fish? Probably because it's getting colder, he wants to store up some giant fish in advance. After all, Sushin's fish pond is doing quite well. If he can raise the big fish he catches there, he won't have to worry about starving in the winter. Is it really that easy to catch giant fish? You know, a gang is a fishing expert, and his highest record is just a 7-pound fish. In the wild world, there aren't many kinds of bait. So, how big a fish you can catch really depends on luck. Therefore, most viewers feel that instead of fishing for big fish, it would be better to weave a net to catch fish upstream. An hour quickly passed. Suhan had nothing to show for it. But his fishing skill had reached level 5, triggering a new effect, reducing the chance of fish getting off the hook. 2 hours passed. Suhan still had no catch, and the bait on the hook had already been changed over a dozen times. In the broadcast studio. Even though Bing Bing did not understand fishing, she felt something was off. Professor Lee, if nothing is biting, shouldn't we try a different spot? Or is there something wrong with the bait? Normally, that's how it should be. Li Cheng agreed, then shifted the conversation, saying, but I believe Sushin has his own reasons for doing this. First of all, he doesn't have a decent fishing rod. This makes it hard to fish in places with a lot of weeds. After all, Sushin's fishing line is only 50 meters long. If this line gets stuck, it would be a huge loss. Secondly, if he really catches a giant fish, he also needs enough space to reel it in. The whole lakeside area, except for right in front of his house, doesn't have many suitable spots for reeling in fish. However, if nothing keeps biting, I actually suggest Sushin try upstream. This area where he is resembles the Maple Leaf Kingdom. At this time of year, there should be quite a few fish coming back to spawn. As Li Cheng finished speaking. On the screen, Suhan's hand suddenly sunk heavily. A fish was biting. Not bad, after just 2 hours, he's got a fish. And looking at the weight, it's quite a big one. Suhan pulled the line with the wooden stick. Meanwhile, the fish in the water kept struggling. Both sides were in a constant tug-of-war. Whenever the fish on the line struggled fiercely, Suhan would let out some fishing line. Conversely, when it calmed down, he would pull back hard. Although he didn't have a rod to ease the tension. Suhan's physique far exceeded that of an average person. After a 10-minute tug-of-war, a massive trout weighing 10 pounds was pulled onto the shore. The national fortune notification sound rang out. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player Suhan for catching a 10-pound trout, triggering a 20,000 times return, and the Dragon Kingdom will receive 20,000 lively trout. From a gang's perspective as a player. Upon hearing the national fortune notification, he could hardly believe his ears. Ha! 10 pounds. What the? Sushin, you are amazing, even fishing you can do it. A gang was thoroughly impressed today. In nearly a month's time, he had never seen Suhan catch a big fish. He originally thought he couldn't do it. In reality, he just wasn't fishing at all, he had been busy with other things. 10 pounds. If he could catch a fish that big, it would probably feed him for 3 days. A gang's eyes were filled with envy. After catching a 10-pound trout, Suhan was extremely happy. As the saying goes, to stew fish, you need to stew the big ones. Big fish stewed is the most fragrant. Suhan ran all the way home with the trout in his arms. He planned to stew the fish first, then go back to fishing. This way, he could save the trouble of cooking fresh for lunch. Back home, he took an axe and knocked the fish's head twice. The once lively trout instantly quieted down. He scaled it. He cleaned out the insides. He lit the fire. He added chicken fat and Sichuan pepper to heat the pot. Once the fragrance wafted out, he added ginger and cinnamon, followed by a piece of fatty cougar rib. Trout has little fat, so adding some fatty meat makes it taste better. Especially with Suhan's clay pot and wood stove, it was simply amazing. As the fatty meat gradually released its grease, he added the prepared trout and water into the pot. To enhance the flavor, Suhan specially added some mushrooms and caramel water, which made it fresher. He covered the wooden pot lid and let it simmer on low heat. Then, Suhan returned to the lakeside to continue fishing. With the trout he just caught, he felt confident, ready to catch an even bigger fish. If the pond couldn't hold it, he would just go all out and dig a bigger pond for raising fish tomorrow. While Suhan was thinking this, as soon as the bait was dropped, his hands suddenly felt heavy again. Damn, got another fish? Wait, what is going on with this fish? It's pulling me towards the lake. You stop right there. Suhan exclaimed, as his body was being pulled towards the water. Such a terrifying beast made the audience gasp in shock. Chapter 85, The Huge 50-Pound Rainbow Trout. What kind of power does this fish have? It can actually pull Suhan along. 20 pounds? No, maybe 30 pounds. Without a fishing rod to reduce the force, and still able to face the fish's struggles, Suhan is truly amazing. Too bad this is in the wild. Otherwise, if Suhan pulled this stunt, Emperor He Chang would probably rush over in the night. Rush over at night? Do you believe that if you post a video in the morning, the lakeside would be crowded with anglers in the afternoon? Upstairs, are you underestimating the bond between anglers and giant fish? Silly joke. In the scene, the tug-of-war between Soo-han and the giant fish was reaching a boiling point. He didn't pull hard but chose to reel the fish in rhythmically. After 10 minutes, the fishing line had only been pulled back 5 meters. The ongoing battle made sweat bead on Soo-han's forehead. He began to worry that the fishing line wouldn't hold. He was sure he could handle it, and the hook should hold too. The only thing he feared was the line snapping. Soo-han thought for a moment and looked around. A birch tree by the lake caught his eye. Since this fish is so strong, don't blame me for not playing fair. Soo-han walked over, tied the fishing line to the tree trunk, and quickly stripped off his clothes, diving directly into the lake. This unexpected scene shocked the viewers completely. Ha! You can play like this? Fish, who is playing unfairly? Just fishing, why jump into the lake? Fish suddenly feels a chill on the back. Oh no. 666, I truly didn't expect this move. Soo-han always manages to surprise us with something different. Did you all think he would jump in the lake to catch a fish? Entering the water, Soo-han quickly followed the fishing line to find the giant beast. Upon seeing him, the giant fish struggled even harder. But unfortunately, Soo-han grabbed the fish by the gills. Sorry, the game is over. Soo-han sneered inwardly. He raised his fist, channeling his energy, and punched down. Boom! The once struggling giant fish suddenly quieted down. Moments later, Soo-han pulled the giant fish to the surface. When he walked ashore holding the big fish, everyone gasped in shock. This fish measured a full 1.1 meters. Such a terrifying rainbow trout was conservatively estimated to weigh between 40 to 50 pounds. Even the lower estimate of 40 pounds was frightening. In the live stream, the foreigners couldn't believe their eyes. Oh my god, what is this terrifying monster? This definitely weighs over 45 pounds, I can guarantee. My family used to run a fishing club, and such a big fish, oh my, it's truly amazing. No wonder the war god of the dragon country goes into the lake to catch fish, it's really worth it. I can hardly imagine how delicious such a big fish must be. With such a big fish, I remember that pond wouldn't be able to raise it, right? When Soo-han brought the fish ashore, the national fortune notification sound rang again. This time, there were even random rewards. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Soo-han for catching a 50-pound rainbow trout, triggering a 20,000 times return. Dragon Country will receive 20,000 lively rainbow trout. Given the excellent performance of the Dragon Country contestant, he is specially rewarded with a random reward. Please note, any contestant who performs excellently in the wilderness realm will trigger a random reward. The contestants, who had just quieted down, were once again stunned. This time, they were even frozen in place. At this moment, from Beiya's perspective, he was setting up a rabbit trap, his eyes filled with disbelief. 50 pounds? Is this something a human can achieve? I remember he didn't even have a fishing rod, how on earth did he catch the fish? Yi felt the same way. He was also very incredulous. 50 pounds. This is no joke. To know that a common 4-pound trout is already considered not small. But the idol actually caught a 50-pound giant, no wonder the National Fortune Survival would give rewards. Ordinary people can't even do this by just listening. 50-pound giants are no longer just a matter of fishing, it also involves aspects like playing the fish, netting the fish, and even luck. As Soo-han brought the fish ashore and heard he received a random reward, he couldn't help but laugh. Wow, what a pleasant surprise. Today is indeed a great day. But first, let me put the fish in the pond to temporarily keep it alive until I dig a new pond to move it. He placed the fish on the ground. Soo-han swiftly wiped his body and then put the unconscious rainbow trout into the pond. Although rainbow trout are carnivorous fish. But even if all the fish in the pond are eaten, he can still use the fish basket to continue catching them. If this rainbow trout dies, that would be a big loss. A 50-pound giant. This could keep him fed for at least 4 to 5 days in winter. Even in heavy snow, he wouldn't have to worry about starving. After putting the rainbow trout into the pond, Soo-han hurried back to the lakeside to continue fishing. Today, his luck is good, who knows, there may still be other giants ahead. He untangled the fishing line. Reloaded the bait. At this moment, Soo-han noticed that the fishhook was showing signs of wear. However, having caught a 50-pound rainbow trout, he wouldn't be bothered even if the hook broke. After replacing it with a new fishhook, Soo-han continued fishing. But this time, he waited for an hour without any other fish biting. Checking the time, it was already time for lunch. Soo-han packed up his fishing gear and walked toward the shelter. Opening the door, a strong aroma rushed to his face. There were still some embers in the stove, so the fish had been simmering until now without stopping. Lifting the lid of the pot, a richer aroma filled the air. Suhan took a deep breath and said with a smile, so fragrant. He sat down and picked up a large piece of trout with his chopsticks to start enjoying it. The soup in the pot had been cooked to a gelatinous state, now clinging to the fish, and with a bite, it was so delicious he couldn't even speak. This was much better than grass carp. Not only are the bones fewer, but the meat is also particularly fragrant. The only downside is that it doesn't keep you full for long. After eating his fill, Suhan immediately headed back to the lakeside to continue his fishing endeavor. He finally understood the joy of being a fisherman. At 1:30 p.m., the third fish bit the hook. This time it was a largemouth bass, weighing about 5 pounds. It was also a very delicious fish. However, due to a minor reason, he was temporarily kept in the fish basket. Slowly, as his fishing level continued to rise, Suhan caught more and more fish. But most of them were bass. They are aggressive and love the lure rod fishing method. In just one afternoon, Suhan caught 6 big-mouth bass. The rest were 2 salmon and 1 grass carp. Arriving at the fish pond, the giant caught in the morning had now adapted to the environment here. Although it was still a bit uncomfortable, as long as it persevered slightly, in a couple of days, he could change its residence. Suhan had already decided to dig a few more ponds this time. He wanted to catch more fish to raise before winter came. After all, it's better to be prepared than not. As night fell, Suhan sat in front of the stove, eating dinner while receiving the rewards from the day. His luck was pretty good, this time it was an intelligence reward. Let me see, what resources are there this time? Chapter 86, the resource is actually chili. A mysterious giant fish far exceeding 50 pounds of rainbow trout. Third update. Opening the map, the resource point was shown in a distant valley. But it was not the valley he had been to, but near the top of another valley. The mountain top? Suhan frowned slightly. What resources could be up there? When he saw the icon clearly, he gasped. No way, there are actually chili peppers in the valley. Wait, it seems there are several types of chili peppers that can grow in frigid zones in the encyclopedia. Sure enough, it's the Zhuang Tianhong. This time the intelligence is a big score. Suhan was extremely excited. Who would have thought that in that small valley, there would be high-quality Zhuang Tianhong? In the wilderness, finding chili peppers is something worth celebrating. Especially in the current shortage of spices, chili pepper is known as the MVP of spices. Moreover, chili can even be used to pickle vegetables. If it weren't for the urgent need to expand the fish pond, Suhan really wished he could rush over to pick them first thing in the morning. In the Dragon Kingdom live stream room, the audience from Sichuan and Chongqing became extremely excited upon hearing about the chili peppers. Su God, you are just too great. I haven't had chili peppers for a whole year, I've lost my appetite for meals. Woo woo woo, I really want to eat Sichuan spicy rabbit, now that there's pepper, and there's chili, thank you, Su God. Will there be chili peppers to eat in the future? Awesome, Su God. Thank you. But, isn't this a bit wasteful? After all, Su God was originally going to explore the valley. Brother upstairs, you are thinking too much, didn't you see the intelligence showing that the chili is near the mountaintop? Who would go climbing just for a little thing? The benefit of the intelligence is to give you a specific coordinate, otherwise, even if it's at your doorstep, you might overlook it. That's true. In the next 2 days, Suhan made pottery while also expanding the fish pond. Among them, the largest rainbow trout had its own pond. The other fish were categorized by type. There were a total of 6 fish ponds. The largest fish pond was 8 meters by 8 meters. The remaining smaller fish ponds were 6 meters by 6 meters. Suhan began to dig the first fish pond, arranged in a straight line. This way, it was not only easy to manage, but it also saved the process of diverting water. When the water in the fish pond became clear, Suhan started to transfer the fish one by one. This was the most tedious process because he had to go in without clothes and catch them barehanded. Actually, he could make a dip net. But that would waste fishing line, which Suhan naturally couldn't bear to do, so he had to catch them by hand. The small fish in the pond had already been eaten nearly clean. So, he would have to release some fish fry again. As for how to fish in winter, that was actually very simple. Suhan could make a bamboo dip net, those fish weighing less than 10 pounds could be easily scooped up. As for the giant fish, of course, he wouldn't touch it unless absolutely necessary. On the morning of the 3rd day, all the fish had been settled. Suhan not only added aquatic plants to each pond but also released many small fish and some grass as feed. Although he caught quite a few fish that day, being divided into 7 fish ponds made it feel a bit lonely. What about fishing a bit more in the afternoon? Suhan couldn't help but think. Now that the fish ponds were all dug, leaving them empty felt like a waste. So, after eating and drinking enough, Suhan transformed back into the fishing man and began his battle at the lake. His fishing level had now reached level 15, and breaking through to level 20 would trigger a brand new effect. That is, while fishing, there was a chance to catch other species. Suhan looked at the skill description and murmured, "Other species? Could it be that I can catch big crabs? Forget it, let's not worry about that." He cast the fishing line and began to slowly reel it in while sitting on the stool. The temperature was high today, and he estimated he could catch a lot of fish. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the first fish was hooked. A 5-pound bass. Suhan then tossed it into the fish basket. Since catching the 50-pound giant, this kind of small carp was no longer interesting to him. Even if he threw it away, he wouldn't feel bad. 20 minutes later, another fish was hooked. This time it was a 10-pound salmon. It seemed like he could pan-fry it for dinner. Perhaps some people didn't know that salmon is actually a general term for salmon fish. This fish is rich in oil. Simply stewing it is far from as good as pan-frying it. As for eating it raw, Suhan never had that preference. 10 minutes later, another fish was hooked. This made the fishing man in the live stream anxious. "No way, Sugod, why is your fishing so different from ours? We agreed to all have empty catches together. Damn, my hands are itchy. I can't help but want to go over and cast a few lines, my 13 fishing rods at home are almost rusting. Such simple fishing, such amazing catches, really silences me. Ha, if our dragon country restores the fishing situation in the future, I have an excuse to not come home late at night. My wife is asking me why Sugod can frequently catch fish with a stick, while I come home with an empty bucket every time. If I weren't watching the live stream, I would really think someone was hanging fish for Sugod in the lake." Just as he was speaking, Suhan unexpectedly had a consecutive catch. This time the fish's struggle was a bit strong. When he pulled it up, he found it was a 15-pound trout. "Hey, this is more like it." Suhan carried the fish and released them into the fish pond, then continued fishing. Unknowingly, the time reached 4 in the afternoon. His fishing level finally broke through the level 20 barrier. The experience required for further upgrade greatly increased, making it hard to level up even once a day. At this point, the temperature gradually dropped, and the frequency of catching fish was also slowly decreasing. Suhan planned to reel in his last line and call it a day. Because he still had to move back the pottery he fired yesterday. Additionally, it was time to take out the smoked fish. Just when Suhan was thinking this, the stick in his hand suddenly sank, and the fishing line almost tightened instantly. His face changed, and he quickly stabilized his lower body to avoid being pulled directly into the lake. But the giant thing in the water was far more terrifying than he imagined. It actually pulled Suhan forward relentlessly. Even the ground slid out a shallow ditch. Oh no, another big catch? But this strength feels even scarier than the 50-pound rainbow trout yesterday. Is this really a fish? Suhan tightened his hands, gritting his teeth, constantly battling with the giant in the water. But the opponent's strength was surprisingly strong, and even using all his strength just barely stabilized his body. What was going on? Was he reeling in the Loch Ness monster? That seemed unlikely. It should be a giant fish far beyond the rainbow trout. 80 pounds. No, it felt like it could be 90 pounds. The more Suhan thought, the more excited he became. If he could catch a giant of this level, he wouldn't raise it, he would kill it directly for smoking. The two sides tugged for a full 20 minutes before the strength of the giant in the water gradually weakened. Good opportunity. Seeing that the giant's strength was declining, Suhan quickly tied the fishing line to a tree. Quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the water. He did not dare to hesitate. Otherwise, if the fishing line broke, he would have nowhere to cry. Countless spectators widened their eyes. They were guessing just how big this fish was. Unexpectedly, when Suhan entered the water and followed the fishing line to find the giant, he was completely stunned. After all that, the catch was not a fish, but another kind of giant in the lake. Chapter 87, a terrifying alligator snapping turtle weighing 74 pounds, the vegetables have sprouted. It had extremely strong limbs, and its shell on the back looked like a black mountain, with a huge head tightly pulled by the fishing line. No matter how hard this giant struggled, it could not break free. Alligator turtle. One of the largest freshwater turtles on Blue Star. No wonder it's harder to catch than rainbow trout, it's actually a turtle. After Suhan saw what was in the water, he immediately kicked his legs and swam over, then grabbed the sides of the turtle shell and swam straight to the surface. During this time, the alligator turtle sensed danger coming and started to struggle violently. But no matter how it flailed its 4 claws, it couldn't stop its body from rising. Splash! Suhan held onto the giant turtle as it surfaced. The entire livestream room erupted in excitement. Wow! It's actually a big turtle, no wonder it was so hard to pull. What turtle? This damn thing is called an alligator turtle, do you understand? Damn, this alligator turtle must be over 90 centimeters long, hissing, conservatively estimating over 70. Still, watching Sushan's livestream is thrilling, he even managed to catch such a giant. It's simply too exciting. If it's a 70-pound alligator turtle, then that's a huge profit, this thing is really delicious. Ah? You can eat it? Now that sounds really great. Why can't you eat it? In maple leaf country and beautiful country, this is a top quality ingredient. Suhan hugged the alligator turtle and walked step by step onto the shore. The whole process was like lifting a giant. Mainly because this thing was too heavy, and it kept shaking, making walking particularly strenuous. When he reached the shore, Suhan flipped the alligator turtle onto the ground. At this moment, the national survival announcement sound rang out. Congratulations to the Long Country contestant for catching a 74-pound alligator turtle, successfully triggering a 20,000-fold return. Long Country will receive 20,000 live alligator turtles. At this time, all contestants around the world were frozen in shock. A 74-pound alligator turtle. How was it caught? Bare-handed? Suhan ignored the announcement and reached for a dagger from beside the stool, stabbing it at the turtle's neck. Thud. Warm blood immediately splattered out. Feeling pain in its neck, the alligator turtle wanted to find a target to bite, but Suhan had already pulled the dagger back, giving it no chance to retaliate. With the artery cut, blood kept flowing uncontrollably. In less than 5 minutes, the alligator turtle gradually stopped struggling. Suhan continued to hold it down, having no intention of getting up. Then after another 7 minutes, the alligator turtle finally died completely. Such a quick killing process stunned countless viewers. They originally thought there would be mutual competition, but it ended with just one knife. I initially planned to eat pan-seared salmon tonight, but looking at this, I guess I'll have to change to alligator turtle. Suhan took the fish hook out of the alligator turtle's mouth. When he saw the fishing line nearly broken, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, I jumped in quickly just now, otherwise, if I let it struggle for a while longer, it really might have broken. Suhan used the dagger to cut the line, then carefully placed the fishing gear into his backpack. Then, he raised the alligator turtle and walked home. Whether it's a soft-shelled turtle or a hard-shelled turtle, killing it is always the most time-consuming. So he had to carry it back, otherwise, just relying on a dagger wouldn't be enough. But to be fair, the nutritional value of the alligator turtle is very high. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, it can nourish and replenish blood, greatly benefiting himself during martial arts training. And from a nutritional science perspective, it contains various elements and is a high-protein, low-fat quality food. Back home, the husky that was playing in the yard. Seeing the giant creature that Suhan brought, everyone immediately began to scream in fright. In contrast, Big Gray looked completely calm. After placing the alligator turtle on the ground, Suhan took the axe and clay pot. To kill an alligator turtle, the first step is to remove its shell. Under normal circumstances, one should heat water to take off the mucus from the turtle's body. But clearly, this does not apply to this alligator turtle because it is simply too large. Suhan used a dagger to cut the connecting part, and when he reached the limbs, he switched to the axe and chopped down with force. Just this step cost him 30 minutes. When the shell and body were finally separated, the next step was to remove the internal organs and the fat inside. The internal organs of the turtle are not suitable for eating and must be completely thrown away. Not only are they stinky, but they are also full of various parasites and toxins. And the fat, let's not even mention it, is the main source of the fishy smell. After cleaning out the internal organs and fat, Suhan began to get the meat, including the skirt, limbs, neck, and so on, all edible parts. Although the alligator turtle looked enormous, after removing the shell and internal organs, there were only about 20 pounds of meat that could be eaten. He placed the meat in the clay pot, washed it repeatedly, then blanched it in hot water to quickly remove the mucus from the surface. Once the alligator turtle was cleaned, it could be placed in the pot to start stewing. Wild onions, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper. The spices were that simple, not even needing sugar color. An hour later, when Suhan lifted the lid of the pot, the soup inside had become incredibly thick, and just smelling it made one's mouth water. The only regret was the lack of chile, otherwise, it would definitely taste better. Of course, it was still delicious now. Suhan was eating with grease dripping from his mouth. Meanwhile, in the various shelters, the soldiers had just caught all the alligator turtles crawling around. These creatures, although passive attackers, were large in size and numerous, making them quite a hassle to catch. After dinner, Suhan washed a green snake fruit and brewed a pot of rose ginseng tea. This little life was summed up in 2 words: moist and nourishing. No worries about eating and drinking, plus fruits and rose ginseng tea. Probably no one on Blue Star was as happy. After resting for a while, Suhan went out to move the cooked clay pots to the storage room. Of course, the smoked fish needed to be stored well. Otherwise, if Big Head Brother found it, he would probably eat it all. After finishing these tasks, Suhan picked up the remaining deer skin and began to make gloves. Recently, the weather had turned cold, and hands felt chilly without gloves. Later, when the remaining skins could be used, he would make a scarf and a hat, so he wouldn't have to fear the cold anymore. The next morning, Suhan stepped outside and found a layer of white frost on the ground. His eyes squinted, and he murmured, "Looks like frost has fallen." While he spoke, a layer of white mist slowly rose. It was clear how cold it was outside. Suhan was a bit worried that the crops he planted might have problems, so he walked towards the vegetable bed. To his surprise, in such cold weather, the white beans had actually sprouted. Indeed, they were the pioneers against the cold. Although there were only tiny sprouts, it meant he would have beans to eat in the future. Looking at the frost-covered ground, Suhan decided to spread some hay over it at night to effectively resist the drop in temperature. But during the day, when the sun was out, it wasn't necessary. And over by the coriander, there were also signs of sprouting. Seeing the large patches of tender sprouts breaking through the soil, the early rising viewers cheered loudly. This was good news. Both types of vegetables had sprouted. As long as they were nurtured well, there would be a continuous supply of vegetables to eat in the future. Just thinking about it made one excited. Meanwhile, the foreigners in the livestream room fell into silence. Their contestants were struggling for even basic 3 meals a day. Over here in Long Nation, the vegetables had already sprouted. Isn't the gap a bit too big? They really wanted to ask what their country's contestants were doing every day. Are they pigs? Clearly, they all entered the wilderness world on the same day. But these idiots couldn't even guarantee 3 meals a day. Chapter 88, The Helpless Squirrel and the Scared Ergo. Sprouting vegetables is a good thing, but Suhan was worried about birds coming to steal them. There are walls around the house, so small animals naturally find it hard to get in. But the birds in the sky are a different story. Thinking about this, Suhan decided to make a scarecrow and have Dehui patrol the house. As for Erha, other than causing trouble, he was temporarily useless. So he could just be let out to play with the lambs in the sheep pen. Without further ado, Suhan took his dagger and backpack outside, gathering a large amount of dried grass in no time. He found 2 wooden sticks, burying the longer one in the ground and tying the shorter one to make arms using hemp rope. Next, he simply tied the dried grass to the wooden stick little by little with the hemp rope. In less than 20 minutes, a simple scarecrow was complete. Suhan looked it over and felt it was not bad, a bit handsome. After finishing this, he went to wash up and exercise. Currently, he had been working out for almost a month. His martial arts practice was nearing 2 weeks, and the progress was quite good. He was curious about what changes would occur after his physical strength significantly increased. Having completed his check-in and finished his meal, Suhan took Ergo out. This time, his goal was another valley and the spicy peppers near the mountaintop. Walking along the road, the sun gradually rose. The white frost clinging to the dried grass slowly disappeared. As he passed the spot where he had once gathered blueberries, the bushes had completely lost their life, and the reeds, not gathered for a long time, were blown sideways by the wind. The audience sighed upon seeing this. When entering the wilderness, it was actually the easiest time to gather resources. Now, many contestants had a hard time, because they paid for their lazy mornings. By the time they realized they needed to gather resources, the golden period had already passed. As he walked, Suhan suddenly spotted a wolf not far ahead. And for some reason, it felt strangely familiar. Wait, could it be the wolf that escaped by jumping into the river a few days ago? Suhan blinked. The wolf was looking at him, holding a rabbit in its mouth. They exchanged glances, but before Suhan could react, the wolf ran away. Wait a minute, buddy, why are you running? I have a sheep right next to me, isn't it better than that rabbit? Faced with Suhan's complaints, the wolf ran even faster. In a short while, it vanished from sight. The audience laughed out loud upon seeing this. They had never seen such a cowardly wolf before. Wolf, you think I'm stupid? If I don't run, I'll end up as a leather jacket. Wolf, I admit mutton is delicious, but my life is more important. Wolf, you may hide your aura, but you can't fool me about what your pants are made of. Not running? If I don't run, I'll become pants. Watching the wolf flee, Suhan could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it. After all, he was here to gather resources today, so he would let it go. Suhan continued to walk forward, pulling Ergo alone. After over an hour, they finally arrived at the valley. Looking around, this valley was more than twice the size of the one next door, and because a river passed through, there were many birds and beasts in the valley. Nearby, there were beavers, while in the distance, there were goats and deer. Suhan even spotted a lynx. This is truly a prime hunting ground. I guess I need to visit here more often. Suhan officially began to explore the valley with Ergo. Compared to the cold outside, the temperature inside the valley was about 5 degrees warmer. At least here, the trees were dense, the mountains on both sides blocked the wind, making it hard for the breeze to blow in. After walking for a while, Suhan stumbled upon a patch of forest. When he saw a plump squirrel standing on each tree, his lips couldn't help but curl up. They are all so fat? They must have stored a lot of food for winter. On the treetops, the squirrels curiously watched the unfamiliar visitor. In the next second, this visitor swung his axe and started chopping down trees. Chirp, chirp. The squirrels were so scared that they scattered in all directions. Unbeknownst to them, Suhan's target wasn't them, but the nuts inside the tree holes. With so many squirrels, there must be plenty of food stored in the trees. As the trees fell, countless nuts dropped out from the tree holes. It was clear that this squirrel had hoarded a lot of things. Unfortunately, now all of it belonged to Suhan. After a round of scouring, he collected a total of 5 pounds of nuts, and each one was plump, saving him the trouble of picking. Nuts are very filling, 5 pounds is enough for 2 meals. Suhan happily placed the nuts into Ergo's backpack and turned to continue chopping trees. In just 3 to 5 minutes, he could harvest 5 pounds of nuts. This was much better than planting vegetables. No wonder the ancient saying goes, killing and setting fire brings golden belts. Robbing is faster than picking for oneself. With each tree that fell, the nuts in Ergo's backpack kept increasing. But in the distance, the squirrels were jumping with anger, yet they had no way to deal with the fruit-stealing thief. Commonly known as powerless squirrels. However, Suhan did not completely wipe them out. He collected just over 50 pounds of nuts and stopped chopping trees. After all, he still needed to come here often. If he cut down all the trees, it could be a problem if the squirrels ran away. Additionally, Ergo's build could only carry so many nuts. Out of the 50 pounds of nuts, half of them were being carried by him. Leaving the woods where the squirrels lived, Suhan ventured deeper. He walked slowly, examining every place carefully, afraid of missing out on useful resources. In such a valley, resources were definitely abundant. So, when searching, one must be confident, otherwise, it is easy to overlook some resources. As he walked, a patch of dark purple caught his eye. There are blueberries here. Suhan didn't expect to find fresh blueberries in the valley. But soon, he thought of the reason. The temperature here was high, so naturally, the decay rate was slow. What a wonderful surprise! Suhan approached to pick them. He never disliked having more fruits. This patch of bushes, though not large, yielded about 3 pounds of blueberries, which counted as a good harvest. After that, he found many fresh mushrooms at the edge of the woods. Although they had a mediocre taste when stir-fried, they were very sweet when made into soup. After collecting everything, Suhan was about to continue when he suddenly felt a chill creeping from behind. Interesting, looks like something is eyeing me. But, it could also be eyeing Ergo. Suhan turned his eyes and stopped, placing Ergo's backpack on the ground, tying it beside him, and walking towards the distance. Ergo didn't think much. Seeing he didn't have to walk, he decisively lowered his head to eat grass. He also relieved himself a lot. Howl. While happily doing his business, Ergo was startled by a sudden howl. He lifted his head and saw a robust lynx stepping out from the shadows of the forest. Bah! Bah! Ergo was so frightened by the lynx that he peed himself and frantically called for his master. But he got no response. The lynx, with its brown fur, was thrilled to see its prey unable to move. This was basically food delivered to its door. Whoosh! The lynx dashed out from the woods, racing towards its tied-up prey. In the blink of an eye, it covered 30 meters. Bah! Ergo let out the most heartbreaking scream of his life. At this moment, he probably even imagined writing a will. But just as the lynx pounced, a cluster of cold arrows suddenly flew in from the side. Chapter 89 Suhan, I'm truly sorry, but we struck gold again today. Third update. Whoosh! The arrow accurately struck the lynx's ear, blood splattering quickly, the powerful force piercing through its eardrum. The lynx let out a painful scream. The attack also came to a halt. Such precise moving target shooting left the audience dumbfounded. This archery is simply otherworldly. The wounded lynx gazed at its prey so close, feeling an immense reluctance inside. But who would have thought that the second arrow would fly right after it? Whoosh! The arrow struck its thigh, causing pain. This made the lynx both shocked and furious. Enduring the pain, it looked up to search for the trace of its enemy, but no matter how hard it looked, it couldn't see any shadow of the enemy. Moreover, there wasn't even a trace of scent. How strange! Suddenly, a fierce wind whistled from the right side. The lynx's heart skipped a beat, and it turned to flee. But this time, what flew in wasn't an arrow, but a large rock the size of a palm. Bang! The stone smashed onto the lynx's head, the huge force made its vision black out, and it fell to the ground. What a great opportunity! In the woods, Suhan rushed out quickly, taking advantage of the lynx still not reacting, swiftly using a wooden spear to pierce through its skull. Looking at the lynx's fur, he smiled and said, "Such good fur, it would make a warm scarf for sure." Put. Suhan pulled out the wooden spear and turned to look at Ergo, then burst into laughter. This stubborn goat, who often contradicted him, was now so frightened it was reduced to a quivering mess on the ground, almost wetting its pants. "Ergo, are you scared?" "Bah!" Ergo let out a plaintive cry and hurriedly got up, rubbing its face against its owner's leg. Its appearance truly showed it was scared to death. Suhan patted Ergo on the head, comforting it for a while, before pulling it up the mountain. As for the lynx, he covered it with leaves and dry grass. He would take it away when he returned. Leaving the woods, Suhan and Ergo sped straight to the mountain top. Along the way, he picked many mushrooms and even found a large patch of dragon beard vegetables halfway up the mountain. Although some showed signs of having been eaten by animals, many dragon beard vegetables remained intact. Today's luck was decent, he managed to find so many wild vegetables. Looking at the vast patch of dragon beard vegetables before him, Suhan thought about whether he could take some back to plant. Wild vegetables like dragon beard typically grow best when planted in October or November, and they are very cold resistant, able to thrive even at -35 degrees. Coincidentally, there's a dirt slope right at his doorstep, perfect for planting dragon beard vegetables. Why not give it a try? But then again, he wouldn't be able to gather other supplies. After all, there was an adult lynx down the mountain, weighing at least 40 pounds. Never mind, growing vegetables is more important. Collecting supplies can be done anytime, but if I miss this planting season, it would be too late to plant vegetables. Suhan took out his axe and began digging. The planting method for dragon beard vegetables, such ferns, is very simple. You just need to dig up the soil, take the roots back, and then cut them into sections for planting. The planting method is very similar to that of potatoes and sweet potatoes. But the dragon beard vegetables need to nurture their roots in the first year. Normally, they can be harvested and eaten in the second year. Suhan dug up a total of 16 root segments, during which he did not harm the main stem, but chose branches that had new buds and dormant buds. In this way, even if he couldn't grow them at home, he could at least return here for a second transplantation. He wrapped all the root segments in soil. Suhan continued upward towards the mountain top. The higher he climbed, the harder the path became. Fortunately, he dropped his backpack, tied Ergo to a tree, and went up the mountain alone. Without the burden, his speed indeed increased a lot. Suhan checked the coordinates while climbing up. The road halfway up the mountain was very steep, he almost went around for a long time before slowly arriving near the mountaintop. After climbing over a high slope, a vast forest came into view. Here, finally, there was a path to walk on. Suhan glanced at the coordinates, the bright red pepper was right ahead. He walked deeper into the forest, and when he turned a corner, a large patch of bright red peppers caught his eye. Hiss, so many bright red peppers. Suhan quickly stepped forward, barely believing his eyes. There were just too many chili peppers. They were densely growing on the hillside, each chili pepper plant loaded with bright red peppers. Conservatively estimated, there were at least more than 30 chili plants here. If each chili plant produces an average of 15 peppers, then 30 chili plants would yield at least 450 peppers. Wow, what kind of day is it today? First nuts, then dragon beard vegetables, and now so many chili peppers. How are the other competitors supposed to survive? But there's nothing I can do, the heavens are treating us well, sending resources right to our mouths. I can't just not pick them. So, I'm really sorry, but we're getting rich again today. Suhan playfully complained, then quickly took off his clothes to start harvesting. He couldn't wait to take the chilies back and make a spicy stir-fried meat dish. Little did he know, the foreigners were turning red with anger. You say you're getting rich, but stop stabbing us in the heart. Woo-woo. The audience from Longwa smiled but said nothing. Half an hour later, all the chilies were harvested. After removing some spoiled peppers, Suhan collected a total of 418 peppers. Among them, he returned 280,000 fresh peppers to Longwa. The entire live streaming room turned into an ocean of joy. Of course, only the people from Longwa were happy. Those foreigners who came to watch had faces green with envy. Once the business was done, Suhan didn't head down the mountain right away, instead, he wandered around nearby. After all, since he was here, a little exploration wouldn't hurt. What if he found some other precious resources? That would be a big win. As for the dog, Ergo. Before going up the mountain, Suhan had specially looked around carefully. At that time, he didn't find any traces of wild beasts, so there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. The forest at the mountain top was dense, with many precious herbs. After just a short while of wandering, Suhan found a cluster of Ganoderma and a mountain ginseng. Although not as big as what he found last time, he was already very satisfied. Half an hour later. Suhan carried his chilies and had herbs in his pocket as he walked down the mountain. When he reached Ergo's side, he found the guy was actually lying on the ground sleeping soundly. What a carefree fellow. Get up, it's time to go home. Suhan gave him a kick. Ergo woke up in pain, and upon seeing his master back, quickly stood up. Then, the man and the sheep set off on the way home. After coming down the mountain, it was already noon. His stomach had been growling with hunger for a while. Suhan took out the roasted fish from his backpack and sat on a rock to chow down. After he was full and satisfied, he continued his journey. Arriving at the place where the lynx was buried, he found that it hadn't been bothered by thieves. His luck seemed to be good. Suhan placed the chili peppers on Ergo's back, while he carried the nuts and the lynx himself. He had to say, having a livestock help transport things did make searching for supplies much easier. If it were before, he would have returned with at most a backpack and a lynx. Going back and forth like this would waste a lot of time. Back home, Suhan placed the lynx in the yard, then brought a tray to dry the ripe chili peppers and nuts. The chilies were easy to handle, they didn't take up much space. But 50 pounds of nuts took 4 trays to hold. As for the fresh chilies, he would wash them and pickle them right away. He happened to have burned quite a few clay pots yesterday. Pickling chilies is actually very simple, you just need cooled boiled water, salt, and a little bit of Sichuan pepper. You can eat them as soon as the next day. But if you don't like spicy flavors, you can pickle them for a few more days. Chapter 90, Planting Dragon Beard Vegetables, Fooled by the She-Wolf. Suhan arranged the nuts and chilies on the roof, then picked up a hoe to start planting vegetables. At the dirt slope in front of his house, he chose the sunny side to plant under a tree. Dragon beard vegetables like partial shade. If the sunlight is too strong, burning the leaves, but complete darkness is not good either. Therefore, the soil under the tree, rich with decayed leaves, is the most suitable. Before planting, the soil needs to be turned over. Although there is sheep dung at home, unfermented dung cannot be used directly. Although Suhan has been collecting it, normal fermentation of sheep dung takes 2 to 3 weeks. This means that at the earliest, it can only be used in 2 weeks. After turning the soil, the next step is to dig a trench. A depth of about 10 centimeters will do. At this point, planting can begin. Suhan took the roots of the dragon beard vegetable and gently placed them in the trench, each piece 45 centimeters apart, then covered with 8 centimeters of loose soil. Once all the roots are planted, he can start watering, making sure to do it all at once. The water should not be too much, but also not too little, considering that there was frost just yesterday. After planting, Suhan took some straw from the side to cover the soil. This helps to keep the temperature in the soil from getting too low. Normally, ferns like dragon beard vegetables need to go dormant all winter after being planted in autumn before they sprout. So, it's autumn planting, spring sprouting. However, the ferns in the savage world are somewhat different from those on Blue Star. As long as there is enough warmth, they will sprout new shoots. Thus, keeping warm is quite necessary. At this moment, the system notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations, your skill planting has leveled up to LV8, and the planting interface has been unlocked. Tip: you can observe the status of all planted crops in the planting interface and make timely adjustments. Tip: if the planting skill level exceeds LV10, the hatching rate of seeds will increase. If it exceeds LV15, it will lower the risk of pests. If it reaches LV20, plants will grow in a healthier state. The planting panel has unlocked? Suhan opened the system to check. Currently, the planting panel is divided into 3 areas: coriander, white lentils, and the newly planted dragon beard vegetable. Among them, the first 2 have already sprouted. And the dragon beard vegetable is still in incubation. Seeing that everything was fine, Suhan closed the panel and went home to pickle peppers. But before that, he decided to make some mashed pepper sauce. This stuff is really delicious, whether as a pickle or dipped with meat, it's very satisfying. However, what Suhan likes the most is mashed pepper century egg. That taste is simply delightful. But as for century eggs, forget it, traditional methods easily cause poisoning, and modern methods cannot achieve it. So it's much better to pickle duck eggs instead. The duck eggs he picked up a few days ago, 80% of them have been salted and preserved. Now, whenever he wants to eat, he just boils them in water. Simple and quick. Back at home, Suhan washed the green peppers and drained them, then placed them in a clay pot to slowly roast over low heat. When the surface started to blister and got slightly charred, it was time to take them out. He placed the roasted peppers into a jar, added wild onions and salt. Finally, he drizzled a bit of chicken fat on top. This simple mashed pepper sauce was now ready. Suhan dipped some with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The spiciness was strong but not overwhelming, and the aftertaste was very fragrant. Not bad, it's delicious. Hiss, ha. Having peppers really feels great. One bite in, it directly whetted Suhan's appetite. So, he heated up the leftover alligator meat from yesterday. The turtle meat was already delicious, but dipped in the mashed pepper sauce, it was simply heavenly. This meal truly delighted Suhan. By the time he finished eating and drinking, it was just 4:30 in the afternoon. Suhan washed the remaining peppers clean with water and then laid them out to dry in the winnowing basket. Once dried, he could start the pickling process. But during this time, he needed to prepare and boil the pickling brine in advance for better flavor absorption. Suhan added a few ladles of water to the pot, then tossed in a small handful of Sichuan pepper and a handful of salt. Once the salt in the water was fully dissolved, and the clear water was filled with the aroma of Sichuan pepper, it's time to serve it up. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Suhan started boiling water for personal cleaning, and could also wash his clothes at the same time. This is the favorite show of rich women. Although there are mosaics, they still enjoy it without restraint. Compared to Suhan's leisurely life, the other contestants dared not rest. Because a new round of weekly tasks was about to arrive. At this moment, on the side of Uncle De, he was ambushing an adult female wolf. The continuous drop in temperature made this survival master sense danger. If he did not hunt and skin now, once winter fully arrived, it would undoubtedly be a nightmare. Counting today, Uncle De had been hunting for 4 whole days. He had captured 2 wolves so far, and now was after the third. At this moment, a female wolf was walking from a distance, her eyes sparkling at the sight of rabbit meat near the bushes. Such a rich smell of blood must be from a recent kill. But the female wolf was very cunning, she did not approach directly but started wandering around nearby. When she found there were no other creatures around, only then did she slowly walk over. Uncle De, hiding in the trees, kept praying. "Come on, go in, baby. There's your favorite rabbit meat ahead, look. It's so fresh, so delicious. Wait. What is it doing?" In front of the trap in the distance, the female wolf was just a step away from falling in, but she suddenly stopped. The smell nearby seemed a bit strange. She felt a sense of conspiracy in the air. The female wolf scratched the ground with her paw, and the seemingly flat ground immediately collapsed. Seeing this, she turned around and ran away. And Uncle De in the tree suddenly cursed. "Fuck! You cunning thing, come back!" An entire afternoon of observation and ambushing went to waste in this moment. Uncle De simply couldn't understand how this female wolf could be so smart. It was as if she had become a spirit. Then, he changed his position to continue digging the trap, placing an entire plump rabbit on it. Uncle De didn't believe that this time the female wolf could resist the temptation. An hour later, the female wolf, who had run far away, was indeed attracted back by the smell. Looking at the prey right in front of her, her eyes were full of greed. But this female wolf was very cautious, she circled around the rabbit several times without choosing to rush in and grab it, instead finding a nearby spot to lay down. And she laid there for a full 2 hours. Uncle De squatted in the tree, enduring numb legs, but saw no movement from the female wolf. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, many viewers from the Dragon Country rushed over upon hearing the news. They all mocked Uncle De, who was blowing in the cold wind in the tree. "I thought only the wolf on Sushan's side was crafty, turns out the wolves of the wilderness have their tricks too. Goodness, the sun has set, and Uncle De is still hanging in the tree? No, wait, it seems he has changed trees, sigh. If I were him, I would just rush over, head on, or he might catch a cold from blowing this cold wind until tomorrow. I'm about to die laughing at this female wolf. It's the first time I've seen such a cautious wolf. The rabbit is right in front, but it won't go for it, it's just playing." The coward Suhan encountered this morning was the same way, ran away as soon as he saw a person. Just as everyone was happily chatting, an unexpected event suddenly happened. Uncle De couldn't help but sneeze. This was bad, the already alert female wolf decisively turned and ran away after hearing that sound. The British audience saw this and cursed the female wolf for lacking martial ethics. But audiences from other countries were laughing until tears streamed down their faces. Chapter 91, The First Erased Country, The Necessity of Digging a Cellar. Seeing the female wolf escape again, Uncle De also dared not stay in the tree any longer and hurriedly climbed down. Just as he landed, another sneeze came. This time, snot had come out. "Oh no, could I be getting a cold?" The face of De Yi was extremely ugly. In this world suffering from illness, especially on the eve of mission release, this was definitely not good news for him. Because it meant he likely wouldn't be able to complete the mission. Thinking about this, De Yi hurried back to the shelter, wanting to use a bowl of hot soup to drive away the chill in his body. But during the soup cooking process, De Yi's head started to feel heavy and dazed. Any observant person could see that he had a fever. Oh, God. This feeling is too terrible, ha. De Yi wiped his nose while unable to resist complaining. He would never dare to hide in a tree to hunt again. Though it was safe, this season was just asking for trouble. De Yi originally wanted to tough it out, but by midnight, he was burning with fever, starting to mumble incoherently. The British officials had no choice but to use national luck for assistance. This helped De Yi get through the tough time. However, the other contestants who caught a cold were not so lucky. At this moment, the contestant from Siam was also hit by a cold, and it lasted a full 4 days. The lack of food and water made him wish for death. Today he intended to push himself out to gather some resources, but unexpectedly encountered Brother Wolf and got bitten instead. Now this contestant, due to massive bleeding, had reached the brink of death. If there's a next life, I want to be a woman. With his last breath, Siam became the first country in the world to have all 3 contestants eliminated. A cold alert rang out globally. Detected that all 3 contestants from Siam have been eliminated, the current national luck for the country is down to 10 points. Warning, if it falls below 10 points of national luck, the country of Siam and its civilization will be erased, and the entire nation will become wilderness. Notice, randomly selecting new contestants. Notice, contestant selection completed, deploying now. At this time, everyone who had not rested heard the alert sound. But before anyone could react, a line of crimson text flashed across the big screen in all the live broadcast rooms. Notice, Siam contestant Amir fell into a valley due to a misstep, resulting in Siam losing 20 points of national luck. Important notice, Siam's national luck is minus 10 points, which does not meet the conditions for civilization to survive. Its country and civilization will be erased. At this moment, someone saw users with the IP from Siam disappearing all at once from the live broadcast room. The live broadcast channel of Siam also closed as a result. In a moment, all live broadcast rooms focused their cameras on the map of Siam. A black light flashed by. Tall buildings disappeared one after another, replaced by wilderness and woods. Siam was gone. Buildings, humans, civilization. Everything has been erased. From high up in the sky, Siam had vanished. This scene deeply shocked everyone. And far away in the survival world, the contestants also saw this scene. With the disappearance of Siam, the remaining 2 contestants from Siam also vanished. Clearly, they had also been erased. This event sounded the alarm for all contestants. If the nation perished, they would perish too. At this moment, De Yi, who had just regained his senses, made up his mind. This is the last time, I absolutely cannot be careless from now on. Also, tomorrow I will continue to hunt. For the country and family I love deeply, I cannot fall here, and should I learn about the wondrous traditional Chinese medicine? I have heard that in the ancient dragon country, various herbs are used to treat illnesses. If I can learn some simple medical skills, I surely won't have to worry about headaches and fevers in the future. Actually, De Yi was not the only one thinking like this. Other contestants were also contemplating learning. As long as they worked hard to complete tasks or took on difficult challenges, they wouldn't be lacking in national luck. And with national luck, they could continue learning. Although 30 seconds is a short time, having it is better than nothing. Su Han's perspective. He was originally twisting hemp rope, which was his routine after dinner. Generally speaking, at this time Su Han would do some handicrafts. Twisting hemp rope. Making pottery. Weaving bamboo baskets. In short, every evening, Su Han was trying to find something to do. Looking at the disappearing Siam nation, Su Han couldn't help but shake his head. Survival of the fittest. This was stated from the beginning of the nation's fate, so those who do not work hard will be unlucky. The destruction of Siam was just a beginning. When the winter arrives, perhaps every few days, a batch of people will die. If those contestants were a little smarter, they should work hard to collect supplies before the snow falls. Otherwise, they absolutely cannot withstand the long winter. At 10 o'clock at night, Su Han blew out the oil lamp and went to bed on time. Early the next morning, the temperature outside was still frighteningly cold. Su Han got up to slaughter the lynx first, then went about his usual routine. After having breakfast, he went to the north shore to check the rabbit traps. Not coming all day yesterday resulted in 2 of the captured rabbits being eaten by other animals. Only one left, hanging alone in mid-air. But that's okay, having one is better than none. Su Han placed the big rabbit down into his backpack, then began to check the nearby grass. As expected, the wild ducks had completely left. If he wanted to see them again, he would have to wait until spring next year. Back at home, Su Han intended to grab a green snake fruit, then head out to continue searching for supplies. As soon as he picked it up, he found that the fruit was a bit withered. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the fruit spoiled. It's over, the storeroom is not ventilated and is too close to the shelter, the temperature is simply too high. This is bad. Looks like I need to expand, no, I should dig a cellar. Suddenly, Suhan remembered that in the northern countryside, there was a custom of digging cellars to store fruits and vegetables. Unlike being on the ground, a cellar provides a stable, low-temperature environment that can preserve fruits and vegetables long-term. Most importantly, it can retain moisture. He remembered from childhood that adults would store potatoes, carrots, cabbage, and sweet potatoes inside, eating them throughout the entire winter. In the wilderness world without a refrigerator, it was indeed time to dig a cellar to store resources. He couldn't just dry all the fruits he found in the future. Not to mention how hard it would be to eat, it was too much trouble. Thinking of this, Suhan picked up a wooden shovel and went outside to start planning. Since he was going to dig a cellar, why not dig a bigger one? This way, if he could harvest carrots and cabbage in the future, it would save the trouble of digging again. In his memory, rural cellars were very simple. Basically, it was just a square pit dug several meters deep, with logs for beams on top, covered with reeds and waterproof oilcloth, then topped with a layer of soil. Meanwhile, there should be a small slope for drainage and snow removal. And also a ventilation pipe and a ladder. With this in mind, Suhan felt he could build one like that. He could even make it a little more luxurious if needed. Chapter 92, New Task Forest Wolf Snow Ridge Adventure. Digging a cellar is actually not difficult, but there are a few things to pay attention to. First, stay away from water sources. Prevent seepage. Second, choose dry or clayey soil and stay away from buildings and trees. Otherwise, tree roots would damage the structure and easily cause collapse. Considering the future expansion of the shelter, Suhan decided to place the cellar 30 meters away. This distance is not too far, and certainly not too close. If later on his shelter expands that way, he could just take down the cellar and turn it into a basement. But for now, the cellar would be enough. Suhan didn't want to waste extra energy because soon he would have weekly tasks coming up. After confirming the location, he immediately started digging. The total area of the cellar was 8 meters by 8 meters, with a depth of 3 meters. Not big, but enough. Suhan swung his arms, using the wooden shovel to dig down. Incredibly fast. The method he used was a uniform digging technique. First, he dug out an outline, and then he slowly progressed step by step. The place where the cellar was located was a sticky land, the geology was very hard. Therefore, there was no need for wooden boards and stakes for support. But the walls still needed to be compacted to prevent them from collapsing. Holding a wooden shovel, Suhan worked tirelessly, and within 2 hours, he had dug out the cellar. In the live stream, the foreigners were envious. What a terrifying strength! He didn't stop for a moment. No wonder everyone calls him the war god of the dragon country, he's incredibly strong. For such a big project, the wilderness war god only took 1 hour and 40 minutes, it's simply incredible. No wonder the people of the dragon country jokingly call our country's contestants soft-footed shrimp, it really doesn't sound exaggerated now. Yeah, if our contestants had half the effort of the war god of the dragon country, they wouldn't have to suffer from hunger and cold. As time passed, the sarcastic foreigners gradually turned into feelings of admiration and respect. It was just like the celebrity effect. They had long been conquered by Suhan's abilities. If it weren't for the immigration restrictions of the dragon country, probably millions of people would want to come over every day. After finishing the outline, it was time to install the roof and waterproofing. Suhan walked into the woods, choosing birch trees about 20 centimeters in diameter to serve as beams. If the beams were too thin and encountered heavy snow, they could easily collapse. For someone like Suhan, who liked stability, these unexpected factors had to be eliminated. Carrying the chopped trees one by one to the side of the cellar, the next step was to build a waterproof layer around the cellar while making the roof take on an arch shape. This way, whether it rained or snowed, draining and cleaning would be easy. At the same time, raising the edges also effectively prevented water from entering. Suhan took the wooden shovel, mixed the excavated soil with dead grass, and then began to pile it up. Slowly, the 4 edges gradually formed slopes. Only then did he place the beams on top. Since there were no plastic sheets, he had to use thick wooden boards to cover the top. As the roof was gradually covered with wooden boards, he still had to lay a layer of reeds to fill the gaps between the boards. This way, it could effectively prevent the floating soil above the roof from leaking down through the gaps when the wooden boards expanded and contracted with temperature changes. Just the other day, he had collected a lot of reeds on the north bank of the lake, and now they were useful. Suhan sat on the ground, weaving the reeds together into sheets, and then laid them over the wooden boards. Next, he added a layer of dry grass, and finally covered it with floating soil. This was the insulation layer, at least half a meter thick. Otherwise, if heavy rain came, he would be in trouble. Half an hour later, the roof was finished. Suhan returned to the shelter and took 2 of the fired clay pipes to use as ventilation openings. One end was placed on the sunny side, while the other end was buried in the opposite corner. Both pipes needed to have rain protection. To Su-han, this was not difficult. He quickly made a rain cap to cover the ventilation opening with materials at hand. Once he secured it, the ventilation problem was solved. Next, he needed to install some shelves for storing fruits and vegetables. But these things were not urgent. After digging out the cellar, it still needed to ventilate for more than 3 days. So, he would have enough time to assemble the shelves after the ventilation was over. With the cellar finished, Su-han began preparing supplies for the winter. Taking advantage of the clear weather, he had many things to do. First, to store a large amount of charcoal and firewood. This was of utmost importance. Once heavy snow sealed off the mountains, it would be very difficult to obtain a large amount of fuel. So, while he had no urgent matters at hand, he had to collect a large amount of firewood and produce enough charcoal. Secondly, he needed to gather plenty of salt. Recently, there is both smoked meat and pickled vegetables, and the amount of salt used is truly scary. Last time's rock salt, now only a tiny bit remains. So, Su-han took Ergo with him to go fetch some. To avoid running out of salt when the cold wind comes howling. In the end, it was about gathering all usable supplies. On the last day of the weekend, Su-han took Ergo back to the valley, where he found many fungi and wild fruits. He even discovered some rose hips. This was his favorite treat. Before he knew it, the time had finally struck midnight. All participants were waiting for the mission to begin, so they could prepare in advance. Dong. 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 When the clock struck 12, the notification for the National Fortune Survival Game appeared right on time. Ding. A new week has arrived, and this week's task is Forest Wolf Snow Ridge Adventure. All participants will be teleported to a special map called Forest Wolf Snow Ridge at 8 in the morning for trials. Reminder, each participant will exist in a separate dimension. Reminder, participants need to collect 7 coordinate stones in Forest Wolf Snow Ridge to complete this week's task. Please note, there are a total of 25 coordinate stones scattered across the Forest Wolf Snow Ridge. Some areas are extremely dangerous, while others are occupied by fierce beasts, so participants must decide which 7 coordinate stones to collect. Reminder, Forest Wolf Snow Ridge is a winter climate map, with temperatures dropping to as low as -25 degrees. Reminder, there are packs of beasts in Forest Wolf Snow Ridge, so be cautious when venturing out, or you might become wolf food. Reminder, the coordinate stones have 3 levels of difficulty, with higher difficulty stones granting higher points. Reminder, this week's task lasts for 5 days, and the top 15 participants in points will receive random rewards. If points are tied, the one who finishes first ranks higher, and the champion will receive a special reward. Reminder, after this week's task, the number of large beasts will increase, and small packs of wolves will gradually appear. Finally, wishing all participants a safe return to the wild realm. The mission release ended, leaving some happy and others worried. Su-han naturally didn't care much, but those participants from the rainforest areas were in a panic. They originally planned to wait for the weather to cool down a bit before hunting to make clothes. Who knew this week's task would directly teleport them to a winter climate map? Isn't this forcing them into a death trap? Chapter 93, Entering the Forest Wolf Snow Ridge, starting with cliff jumping? Bearded Grandpa, German Grandpa, and Odibio quickly started preparing resources when they saw this week's task was in the snowy region. Among them, Bearded Grandpa and German Grandpa prepared a lot of high-calorie food. They even brought all the unprocessed furs with them. Otherwise, temperatures of -25 degrees could be deadly. As for Odibio, he packed a roasted golden giant rat into his backpack. The snowy area has no shortage of drinking water, so food is crucial. As for warm clothing, he only had a half-dry wolf skin, which should suffice. Next, he needed fire-starting materials and weapons. Although Odibio had never been to the freezing cold regions, it does not mean he was clueless. Just by looking at the publicly available information from the National Fortune Survival Game, he knew that there were many beasts in this area. On Su-han's side, he didn't prepare as many things. He only did 2 things. Making a snowboard and making ice skates. The first allows him to quickly reach the foot of the mountain when coming down. The latter lets him move quickly on hard snow. In the live broadcast room, viewers were confused. For an adventure in the snow, shouldn't he be sewing a down jacket all night and making a bearskin sleeping bag? What is Su-han doing? I guess the bear skin was too heavy, so he wants to make a sled for easier movement. The guy upstairs. What are you thinking about? This is Su-god, a superman who can cover 100 kilometers in just 1 day. Do you think he will dawdle with you? Based on my understanding of Su-god, he's probably going to pull off something amazing again. Don't, please don't. The task in the Forest Wolf Snow Ridge, just looking at the name tells you it's extremely difficult. To finish the task in 1 day is pushing it too far. If it were someone else, I would agree it's risky, but with Su-god, all I can say is that anything is possible. Everyone knows that Su-god has always been creating miracles. In the first week, he defeated a grizzly bear and won the championship. In the second week, he walked 100 kilometers in one day and won again. He not only has extraordinary physical strength, but his mind is incredibly sharp too. Especially for the second week's task. While others were burdened with pots and pans on the road, Sugod chose to travel light, completing the challenge with his unique understanding and amazing stamina. Therefore, many people believe that Sugod's preparations are bound to have some purpose. Under the dim light, Suhan is polishing the wooden ice skates in his hands. They are made from thick wooden planks, with 6 strands of hemp rope on both sides and 2 wooden blades at the bottom. After a moment, the polishing is finished. Suhan stepped on the skates and then tied the hemp ropes, trying to walk around the room. When he noticed any flaws, he quickly took them off and made improvements. Half an hour later, a pair of ice skates was completed. Making the skis is actually even simpler. You just need to find 2 hard wooden planks and smooth the bottom. But speaking of simplicity, by the time Suhan finished, it was already 3 in the morning. I need to hurry and lie down to sleep, or I won't be able to handle tomorrow's task. Suhan took off his clothes and snuggled into the furry bear skin, quickly falling into a deep sleep. This is the power of the high-level sleep skill. No matter when or where, as long as he wants to sleep, he can fall asleep immediately. At 7:50 the next morning, Suhan got up on time. Today he didn't check in. Time was too tight, so if he completed the task smoothly, he could check in when he returned at night. With a bit of time left before the task began, Suhan quickly had breakfast. At the same time, he carried 5 pounds of cougar meat and 2 bags of water with him. In addition, Suhan only carried an axe, a pair of ice skates, and a set of skis. No backpack, no other weapons, and no bearskin sleeping bag. There's only one thing Suhan needs to do. That is, complete the task within 1 day. But is that really possible? In the official broadcasting hall, Bing Bing asked with a trembling voice, "Professor, can this really work?" Last night, the announcement for the national survival game clearly stated that there are wolf packs roaming. Is carrying just an axe a bit too risky? What if something unexpected happens? The margin for error is too low. Li Cheng frowned and replied in a low voice, "It depends on the specific situation. If the Forest Wolf Snow Domain map isn't large, with Sugod's incredible physical strength, he can indeed complete the task easily, but if the map is huge, then it will be a bit difficult." Last week's task was simply a matter of traveling, so the difficulty wasn't high. But this week's task is clearly different. If he wants to complete the task with the highest score, encountering wild beasts is almost unavoidable. Both traveling and fighting. Is 1 day really enough? Li Cheng's eyes were filled with worry. Of course, he wasn't the only one thinking this way, many viewers also felt that this approach was too reckless. Because with Sugod's strength, even if he extended the time a bit, he could easily win the championship. They don't understand why he wants to push himself so hard. Little do they know, Suhan's thought is very simple. Time can be squeezed out. Since he can complete the task ahead of time, why waste precious time? Although during the task, the contestants' pets and crops would not be harmed, and could still develop normally. But who will fill the time that passes? There are only 21 days left before winter. Suhan must seize every day to develop, because only in this way can he weather the harsh winter. Time blinked, and it was already 8 in the morning. All contestants were enveloped by a white light, then transported to the mysterious Forest Wolf Snow Ridge. As soon as Suhan steadied himself, a biting chill hit him head-on. He glanced at the system panel. -5 degrees. If it was below freezing during the day, how cold would it be at night? At this moment, the national survival prompt sounded. Ding. All contestants please note, the prey killed within the instance map can be temporarily stored in the system space, and can be collected after completing the task. Tip, once stored, it cannot be retrieved. There's such a good thing. Suhan's eyes lit up. This feature is really great. He originally thought that the killed prey could not be taken away, but didn't expect there was a storage function. However, for now, he should check the task situation first. Suhan opened the map to check his position and the coordinate stone situation. Swish. The map opened. Suhan quickly found his location. He was currently on a mountain, and 200 meters away, there was a level 3 coordinate stone. But the position was very awkward, it was located at the top of another peak. Between the two mountains, there was a 12-meter wide chasm. Climbing up from the other side, not to mention how much time it would waste, the key was that small hill was very steep. From the map, one side was a straight-down valley. And on the other side, there was a 45-degree slope covered in snow. How can one climb in such a situation? Simply unimaginable. It seems I still have to go over from this side. Suhan walked over to the edge of the cliff to take a look. Sure enough, the situation was as shown on the map. There was a 12-meter wide rift between the two mountains, but this distance seemed like he could jump over. Suhan turned to look behind him, and due to being on the sunlit side, there wasn't much snow nearby. If he ran fast and jumped, it should be fine. Thinking this, Suhan threw the axe in his hand across, then retreated 40 meters. He closed his eyes. Pushing the luck from his dantian to his lower limbs, he began to run. Since he wasn't wearing heavy clothes, running was particularly easy. When Suhan reached the edge of the cliff, his body burst forth with even greater power, then he became a shadow and flew out fiercely. The viewers in the live broadcast room were so nervous they dared not breathe. Just having entered the task map, he began to play cliff jumping. It was truly terrifying. Chapter 94, Challenge the Forest Wolf's Nest. The 1v8 battle is about to begin. Currently, the highest record for human long jump athletes is 8.39 meters. And today, Suhan easily broke this record. His body soared across the chasm, then landed heavily on the ground. Whoosh! Suhan slid more than a meter on the ground before finally steadying his body. It seems it's not as difficult as I imagined. Suhan grinned and picked up the axe along with the coordinate stone. At this moment, the national survival prompt sounded again. You have picked up a level 3 coordinate stone, gaining 3 activity points. In the instant Suhan picked up the coordinate stone, it turned into a flash of light and disappeared. However, within the National Survival System interface, a puzzle piece for a teleportation portal appeared. As long as 6 more pieces were collected, he could leave this cursed place. With the task completed, the next step was to head down the mountain. Suhan approached the slope, where the snow directly in front had melted in many places due to ample sunlight. But the western slope still had a lot of accumulated snow. What if I slide down? Using the 45-degree slope to walk seemed too risky. If he slipped, accidents could happen. But if he used a snowboard, it should be fine if careful. Suhan decisively crouched down. He strapped on his snowboard, holding a wooden stick for support, and walked towards the west slope. Along the way, the system's notification sound rang out. He learned a new skill, snowboarding. The skill effect is, the higher the level, the better the snowboarding technique, while reducing the risk of falling and handling accidents. Suhan arrived at the place to go downhill and activated the focus skill. Then, he took a deep breath and slowly glided down. Unexpectedly, as soon as he started downhill, his body uncontrollably rushed down. At first, he always felt like he was about to fall, but after sliding for a little while, he gradually steadied himself and quickly mastered the snowboarding technique. The foreigners in the live stream were full of questions. Wait, wasn't it said that people from the Dragon Country can't snowboard? He seemed a bit flustered just now. How did he stabilize so quickly? Is this the power of a genius? From a beginner to mastery, he only took 1 minute? It turns out that sometimes the gap between humans is even greater than the gap between humans and pigs. Meanwhile, the audience from the Dragon Country was also stunned. The recent jump from a 12-meter cliff, plus the current sprint down the mountain, was enough to make one's heart race. No joke, if Su God participates in the sports meet, he will probably win gold medals effortlessly. Gold medal? Dude, you forgot about the purple sweet potato incident. This is making me laugh. I really forgot about it. If he really goes to the sports meet, he might get tested for urine 300 times in a day. Foreigners can be so shameless. If they can't beat you, they mess with your mind. What sportsmanship? It's all business. This reminds me of those guys who love to blow the whistle in the green field. Foreigners are all the same. From the top of the mountain to the foot, Suhan took only 5 minutes. And surprisingly, his snowboarding skill had already reached level 5, truly astonishing speed. After standing firm, he could finally take off his snowboard. Then, Suhan opened the map and began looking for the coordinate stone nearest to him. Soon, his attention was drawn to the western part of the map. There were actually 2 coordinate stones here. One was located about a kilometer away, atop a tree about 10 meters high. The other one was farther away, inside a wolf pack's den. TSK. No wonder the National Survival urged everyone to know their limits. The coordinates for the 3-star stones are all in tough spots. Joking aside, Suhan definitely wouldn't give up. He walked along the shaded path towards the giant tree's location. Along the way, there were large patches of snow, but there were no decent paths nearby, so the skates were totally unusable. However, with the enhancement of his high-level hiking skill, Suhan actually found it not laborious at all, even managing to avoid slipping much. But other competitors were not the same. At that moment, in Adobe's perspective, he had just come down from a small hill, and the cold air made him shiver all over. The worst part was that just as he was about to reach the bottom, his feet slipped, and he fell flat on the ground. This made Adobe feel immense pain. Hiss. F***CK. That hurts. Adobe tried to stand up, but he didn't notice that the ground beneath him was hard ice and snow. As he stood up, he fell again. This time, he even knocked out his front teeth. After this lesson, Atabi became much more careful while walking, fearing he would fall again. On the other hand, the Han's country competitor was in worse shape. Although he didn't fall or get teleported to the mountain top, he had accidentally entered the territory of the forest wolves. When he emerged from the woods, he was confronted by 8 wolves. This scene was simply too despairing. No. How could this happen? The map didn't show a wolf pack here. The Han's country competitor wanted to turn and leave, but the wolf pack had already caught his scent and quickly charged over. In less than a minute, only 2 Han's competitors were left. In contrast, another competitor from the dragon country, a gang, was much luckier. The place where he randomly landed was a plain. There wasn't much wildlife nearby. But even so, a gang was very careful. He held a simple torch in one hand and dragged his luggage with the other. This way, if he encountered wild animals, he could use fire to drive them away. A gang didn't set high demands on himself. As long as he could complete the task and return safely, that was enough. After all, the Dragon Nation has a super god. He just needed to make sure he didn't hold them back. Meanwhile, the star player De Yi was holding a long gun and also dragging his luggage on the road. With the help of animal skins, he didn't feel cold at all, and he even had the mood to chat with the audience. Friends, the animal skins are really warm. This makes me so glad for my efforts a few days ago. If I hadn't done that back then, I'd definitely be shivering with cold now, but right now, I feel nothing. I wouldn't even hesitate to fight a wolf. However, I really hope I don't encounter forest wolves. They come in packs. I definitely can't handle so many by myself. The British audience burst into laughter. But the competitors from the rainforest country couldn't laugh at all. They were all wearing straw shoes, and some were even barefoot. Facing such low temperatures, forget about going out to explore, just standing still was freezing them to death. Those without shoes could only gather dry grass on the spot to make shoes. Although it wouldn't be of much use, it was certainly better than stepping on snow. However, these competitors understood very clearly that they had already walked down a dead end. In such low temperatures, if they couldn't create a campfire, they would basically freeze to death alive at night. On Suhan's side, after half an hour of traveling, he finally obtained the second coordinate stone and also robbed a squirrel's nest, taking away 3 pounds of nuts. Such robbing behavior made the squirrel stomp its feet in anger. But it couldn't do anything about it. After obtaining the second coordinate stone, Suhan hardly paused and headed straight for the territory of the forest wolves. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the wolf pack's den. Looking at the forest wolves basking in the sun, Suhan placed his belongings at his feet and then raised his hand to put his finger to his lips, letting out a loud whistle. Hey, stupid dogs! Your doom is coming. The sudden sound attracted the attention of the wolf pack. Their eyes were filled with confusion. What was going on? A biped actually dared to come to their den for provocation. At this moment, the Wolf King came out, glanced at Suhan, and raised its head to let out a roar to signal an attack. Swoosh! 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 7 forest wolves received the signal, quickly standing up from the ground and surrounding Suhan. Chapter 95, Difficulty increases, the 4th coordinate stone can actually fly. 3rd update. Woo! 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 The forest wolves kept howling, trying to disturb Suhan's thoughts. Among them, the Wolf King and its deputy slowly approached from the front. This was the most classic encirclement strategy of the wolf pack. The lead wolf and the main force attacked from the front to draw the prey's attention, while other weaker wolves ambushed from the sides and behind. As long as the target showed any weakness, the wolf pack would rush in all at once. The player from the Han's country had just been pursued by 8 forest wolves and couldn't hold out for even a minute. And now, Suhan was challenging the wolf pack head-on. In the live broadcast room, the audience was extremely tense. This battle was no less difficult than when Suhan had faced the gray bear some time ago. The gray bear was a powerful individual, whereas the forest wolves formed a well-ordered pack. Both were dominant beings in the forest. However, compared to the audience's tension, Suhan felt no pressure at all, even wearing a faint smile on his face. 8 forest wolves might be many, but to him, they were merely 8 pairs of pants. At that moment, the deputy of the lead wolf moved. It observed the target for a while. The attack was launched. Finally ready to strike? That's fine, I'll use you as my first target. The smile in Suhan's eyes was quickly replaced by a fierce brutality. At the same time, a bloody and murderous aura erupted from within him, far surpassing that of a grizzly bear. The vice-captain of the forest wolf sensed the change in his target and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. What was happening? Why did the prey before him possess a more terrifying aura than that of a grizzly bear? But he had already charged forward, with no way to retreat. Hint: the vice-captain of the forest wolf is under pressure from your aura, causing a significant decrease in battle intent. Die, you pants! Suhan roared, launching himself like a sharp arrow towards the forest wolf. He exerted 9/10 of his strength, landing a heavy punch on the wolf's eye socket. This punch was earth-shattering. The terrifying force sent the forest wolf flying. The spectators, witnessing this scene, were shocked by this monstrous power. What kind of human monster is this? A full-grown forest wolf must weigh at least 100 pounds, yet it was sent flying by Su God with a single punch. A pure human Tyrannosaurus. Now I finally believe that Wu Song can fight a tiger. Forest wolf, so it turns out I was the soft persimmon. Su God, I thought it was a speed bump. The vice-captain of the forest wolf slid on the snow for a while, then peacefully fell asleep. But the other forest wolves were not affected. Instead, 3 wolves took the opportunity to attack from Su Han's left rear as he was attacking. At this moment, the Wolf King launched an attack. They flanked him, and the situation became extremely dangerous. If Su Han dodged the 3 wolves from behind, the Wolf King would pounce on him from the front. If he blocked the Wolf King in front, the 3 wolves behind would bite his limbs. In this split-second moment, Su Han made a decision. He ignored the 3 wolves behind and charged directly at the Wolf King, dodging its pounce while landing a punch that knocked it to the ground. Ah whoa! The Wolf King howled in pain, feeling like its head was about to be shattered. But Su Han didn't let it go. Instead, he grabbed its hind leg and swung it towards the 3 wolves chasing from behind. Bang! The 3 wolves were sent flying. And the Wolf King let out a painful scream. Su Han stepped closer to the Wolf King, which attempted to get up, but its head was spinning. Good, don't be afraid, you are the Wolf King. Dizziness is normal, it will pass soon. Swoosh! Blood splattered. The Wolf King died. But this was only the beginning. After killing the Wolf King, Su Han quickly ran towards the other forest wolves, easily taking down 3 under his monstrous strength. Seeing that both the Wolf King and its companions were dead, the remaining forest wolves tucked in their tails and tried to flee. Damn, don't run away. You are my pants. Su Han noticed the forest wolves trying to escape, hurriedly picked up his axe, and threw it. Whoosh! A whooshing sound echoed through the air. The axe accurately hit the slowest fleeing wolf. But the remaining 3 wolves were completely out of reach. Su Han was instantly speechless. Where's the promised teamwork? Where's the promised pack? Turns out it was a bunch of useless beings. After retrieving the axe, all the prey at the scene was stored in the system space. The battle had come to an end. Then, Su Han received a 3rd-level coordinate stone. This was the 3rd one he had acquired. Only 4 more to complete this week's tasks. Su Han did not dare waste any time. After confirming the location of the next coordinate stone, he quickly set off. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the audience had already fallen into a stupor. The entire battle lasted only 2 minutes. Su Han had actually killed 5 wolves. This was too exaggerated. Strength, speed, reaction ability. Without exception, all surpassed the pinnacle of humanity. The most frightening thing was that after such an intense battle, Su Han showed no signs of fatigue. This was the most terrifying aspect. This indicated that the battle just now was not even his limit. I truly can't imagine what other extraordinary feats he would display in the future. Leaving the den of the forest wolves, Su Han hurried southward. Here there is a relatively flat road, and the snow on the ground has turned into a layer of ice. Looks like it's time to try out the ice skates. Su Han changed into the skates and then began to glide forward. At that moment, a prompt from the system appeared. He learned a new skill, ice skating. Indeed, after changing shoes, traveling became much easier, especially on downhill paths, where he could glide a very long distance with little effort. An hour later, Su Han arrived at the location of the 4th coordinate stone. At this time, the audience was dumbfounded. Because the coordinate stone was actually on the back of a large black bird. Huh? No way, buddy. Is this 3-star coordinate stone so outrageous? Can't we have one that's a bit simpler? The first stone took a long climb up a high mountain, the second stone hung high in a tree over 10 meters, the third stone was guarded by a pack of forest wolves, and now you're telling me the 4th stone can fly? This is bad. Su God didn't bring a bow and arrow. Damn, what should we do? The estimated flying height of this bird is over 30 meters, even Su God's throwing skill would be hard to hit accurately. We're doomed, we came for nothing. If it were a snow leopard or another large animal, there would actually be ways to take it down. But facing a flying blackbird, Su Han, without a bow and arrow, truly had no way out. But is this really the case? Su Han gazed at the large blackbird circling in the sky, observed it for a while, and then began to dig around on the ground. After a moment, he unearthed a stone about the size of a fist from the soil. The audience looked puzzled. Surely this height wouldn't hit the target. After all, the bird wouldn't stay in one place, it would fly away after a while. But Su Han didn't think about hunting directly with the stone. Instead, he took an axe and chiseled out a foothold in the tree, then began to climb to the treetop. When he reached the top of the tree, the blackbird had already flown away and settled on another tree. From the estimate, it was about 50 meters away from Su-han. This meant that climbing the tree was also in vain. But on Su-han's face, there was a confident expression. He murmured to himself, "Do the viewers want to bet with me? I'll take down that guy within 10 minutes. Everyone was stunned to hear this. To take it down in 10 minutes? Why was Su-god so confident? In the broadcasting room, Bing Bing asked curiously, "Professor, what do you think? I really can't figure out how Su-god can kill this big bird in 10 minutes. Well." Li Cheng pondered for a moment and said his speculation, "Without a bow and arrow, to hunt this big bird with a stone, the first step is to lure it over. Otherwise, being too far away is pointless. Since Su-god is so confident, he must have absolute certainty that he can lure the bird over. So, let's wait and see." The audience in the livestream also thought similarly. After all, that big bird was very agile, it was absolutely impossible to take it down without luring it in. But the question was, what method should they use? At this moment, Su-han on the screen began to take action. He covered his mouth with his right hand and then actually emitted a sound, mimicking a bird call. Cuckoo cuckoo. All the audience was dumbfounded. The large bird in the distance was so startled that it shuddered, thinking it had encountered a wild ghost. Only Su-han remained unfazed. "The pitch is a bit too high, I need to lower it a bit. I need to adjust my throat too." At this moment, the system's prompt sound rang out. Su-han learned a new passive skill, vocal mimicry. He could use sound to imitate the calls of animals and birds, and the higher the skill proficiency, the stronger the mimicking effect. After triggering the skill, Su-han decisively entered focus mode. Just as he was on the ground, he noticed that the bird carrying the third-level coordinate stone was a special black-feathered cold sparrow. It was twice the size of a crow, and its speed was comparable to that of an eagle. Trying to catch this bird, even with a bow in hand, was incredibly difficult. However, the black-feathered cold sparrow had a huge weakness. The male bird was extremely lecherous, and when it encountered a beautiful female bird, it would fly over to flaunt and lick. Therefore, in the encyclopedia, it was also called one of the most lecherous creatures in the world. Cuckoo cuckoo. Su-han kept mimicking the call of the female black-feathered cold sparrow. At first, the sound was rough and unpleasant. The distant male bird did not even look over. But as Su-han continued to call, its gaze gradually shifted from disdain to curiosity. At this moment, the audience noticed that the sound had become ethereal and crisp. Closing their eyes, they truly felt like they were listening to a bird's call. And this had barely passed 2 minutes. By the 5th minute, the skill quickly broke through to level 5. Su-han felt enlightened, and his voice became increasingly ethereal, as if an innocent female bird was curiously observing this world. Flap, flap. In the distance, the male bird gradually became excited, its eyes constantly glancing this way. It was clear it had become interested. Su-han frowned slightly. This guy still hadn't come over. Could it be that the sound was wrong? No. The female bird's call was supposed to sound like this, the encyclopedia had a clear record of it. Unless, the sound wasn't flirtatious enough. Just like human males like beautiful women, that black-feathered cold sparrow, attracted by sound, should prefer a flirty voice. But this was just too embarrassing. Damn. When Su-han scrolled through videos before, the most disgusting thing was that kind of flirty voice. Especially that one line, "I can only feel sorry for Gege." It was enough to drive anyone crazy. Now he actually had to pretend to be flirty to attract a male bird. It was a nightmare. But to get home sooner, Su-han decided to endure it. If I have to be flirty, then so be it, let's finish the task first. Su-han took a deep breath and made an effort to adjust his throat. After a moment, the sound he produced became even more lively and delicate. The male bird in the treetop, upon hearing this sound, shivered all over. Its dark green eyes stared intently at the source of the sound. In its mind, there was a beautiful female bird, offering up the most beautiful song for it. It was so beautiful, the voice was so graceful. This was simply its perfect partner. Cuckoo. The black-feathered cold sparrow could no longer resist, it spread its wings and flew towards Su-han's position. It flapped its wings wildly, eager to immediately show off its magnificent form before the female bird. In the live stream, the audience erupted in exclamations. Wow, Su-god, you can do this too. It moved, that bird is coming over. Beijing is good at vocal skills, my gosh, it really can attract a bird. 666. At this moment, on the tree, Su-han was both attracting the male bird and getting more and more into character. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. The excited male bird didn't notice there was a person hanging on the tree. In its mind, it only wanted to do one thing. That was to find the female bird and have a good time to reproduce. But when the black-feathered cold sparrow was just 5 meters away, a blast of wind rushed towards it. Buzz. What is this? The black-feathered cold sparrow's mind finally cleared up, but it was already too late. Smack. A palm-sized stone, with terrifying force, smashed down on the black-feathered cold sparrow's head. In almost an instant, it lost consciousness. Whoosh. Smack. The black-feathered cold sparrow fell to the ground, undeniably dead. Yay! Squatting on the tree, Suhan let out a triumphant laugh. Damn it, he finally lured it over. Keeping up that flirty voice really was unbearable. Suhan quickly jumped down from the tree, then picked up the coordinate stone from the black-feathered cold sparrow, and took a couple of gulps from a water bag. At this moment, the discomfort in the throat gradually eased. Next, it's time for the 5th coordinate stone. Suhan stored away the black-feathered cold sparrow, then glanced at the map and hurriedly headed towards the 5th coordinate point. At this time, it was just 12:20 in the afternoon. On the road, Suhan munched on some meat while observing his surroundings. Unfortunately, there were no usable resources to be found nearby. The midday sun was very bright, and the temperature warmed up, relieving many contestants. But for the contestants from the rainforest country, it was still very painful. They wore shorts and went barefoot, and even though the temperature rose, they were shivering from the cold. In fact, many people's feet had long since lost feeling, and frostbite would soon set in. Once frostbite occurred, subsequent adventures would basically come to an end. Because frostbite is very hard to heal. In severe cases, amputation might even be required. At this time, another contestant from the Dragon Country, a gang, after a morning of running around, finally found 2 coordinate stones. He chose the easiest difficulties, so the acquisition process was very simple. One stone was buried 3 meters underground, the other was on the fork of a tree at the top of a hillside. Compared to the level 3 stones, it was unbelievably easy. After picking up the coordinate stones, a gang returned to the temporary campsite. A campfire was already rising here, with his luggage set aside. Carrying luggage while on the road was simply too cumbersome, so he established a temporary camp. Next, the level 1 coordinate stone is a bit far away. Dragging luggage along will definitely be tiring, so I need to make a simple sled to pull. The next coordinate he chose was 30 kilometers away. It would probably be tough to reach today. However, he was not in a hurry. Finding 2 in the morning on the first day was already sufficient and satisfying for a gang. Chapter 97, Deep into the Ice-Cold Pool, the last coordinate stone's location. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Suhan, using ice skates and a snowboard, successfully arrived at the coordinate point 17 kilometers away. This was a waterfall. The coordinate stone was in the pool at the bottom of the waterfall. Compared to the previous coordinate stones, this one was actually the easiest. Although ice mist rose around the pool. In reality, as long as he used the National Luck Support mechanism, he could easily get the coordinate stone without worrying about losing warmth. You should know that Suhan had never used the support mechanism since entering the wilderness realm. But this time, he had to make an exception. However, the little National Luck spent could easily be compensated back once the task was completed, so there was no need to panic. Attention, staff! I will soon jump into the pool to search for the 5th coordinate stone. Once I come ashore, please immediately use National Luck Support to dispel the cold and moisture on me. Suhan said, looking up at the sky. In the tactical research room of Dragon Country. The staff had already been authorized, and there were people monitoring the large screen 24 hours a day. As long as Suhan needed, they would meet immediately. 5 minutes later, Suhan began to warm up, preparing to move every part of his body. This was preparation before entering the water. Even with National Luck Support, all necessary preparations could not be neglected. After warming up, Suhan took off his clothes, approached the pool, and splashed cold water on his body. This would help his body initially adapt to the cold water, preventing cold shock reactions upon entering the water quickly. The cold water splashing against his body surprisingly felt fine. Why was that? Suhan thought for a moment and suddenly realized. He wore the title of the King of Wild Hunting, which had the effect of increasing all resistances by 3 points. And cold, naturally, fell under negative effects. That's why he felt fine. It seems that diving is not difficult at all. Suhan instantly relaxed, then slowly walked towards the water. Now he needed to swim above the coordinate point and then quickly dive down. After swimming a little, his body gradually adapted to the water temperature. Suhan swam vigorously and soon arrived above the coordinate point. He took a deep breath and then quickly dived down. His whole body moved like a nimble fish, quickly swimming towards the bottom. 1 meter. 3 meters. 5 meters. For an ordinary person, this depth would already be the limit. Because diving without equipment not only requires enough lung capacity but also a lot of physical strength. And Su-han lacked neither of these. He continued to dive. 6 meters. 8 meters. 10 meters. A feeling of discomfort began to appear in his lungs. But for Su-han, it was still acceptable and not too much pressure. One could only say that the tidal effect of the king of wilderness hunters was too amazing. It even worked against water pressure. 12 meters. 15 meters. 18 meters. Finally, Su-han found the 5th level 3 coordinate stone. Alright, the next step is to ascend. Su-han unleashed powerful strength and quickly rose. Moments later, he broke through the water's surface. Ha! Ha! After a brief moment of steadying his breath, Su-han immediately returned to the shore. At this moment, a white light accurately arrived. The previously uncomfortable cold and the lack of physical strength all returned. Su-han put on his clothes, not daring to linger, then headed towards the next coordinate point. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, the audience felt very puzzled about what just happened. I have a question. With Su-god's current points, even picking up a few level 1 coordinate stones would allow an easy exit, right? Why insist on level 3 stones? It's just painful to watch. The one above is showing off again. Did you forget the increased rewards from the last weekly task? The original title became the King of Wilderness Hunters because of Su-god's dazzling performance. Otherwise, why do you think Su-god is trying so hard? Doesn't he know that with his current points, it would be very hard for other competitors to surpass him? In fact, he just wants to see if there are special rewards. Su-god has his own thoughts, we just need to coordinate and not hold him back. It's just like playing a game. If the Wild King is leading, what else do you want? Just hold tight to the big leg and it's enough. Amidst the chatter, Su-han arrived at a downhill path again. This time, his skiing skills were much stronger than at the beginning. Not only could he easily turn, but he could even perform some fancy tricks. At 3:10 p.m. Su-han glided along, finally reaching the middle of the forest wolf snow ridge. This time, the coordinate stone was on a snow marten. It moved quickly, making it very hard to catch. But among all the level 3 coordinate stones, this one was undoubtedly the easiest this time. As long as the competitor has enough patience. By setting traps around the snow marten, it would eventually be successfully caught. However, Su-han didn't have that much time. He had to capture this guy quickly and then find the last coordinate stone before dark. Even though he had night vision ability. But the temperature at night was cold, and there could also be strong winds. Unless necessary, he didn't want to drag the task into the night. Su-han observed the surrounding environment and quickly made a decision. He set up a camouflage outer layer on the path that the snow marten walked, merging it with the snow. To lure the snow marten, Su-han even cut off a piece of food. Then he hid inside the camouflage and used vocal mimicry to imitate sounds similar to the snow marten's calls. As expected. Right after Su-han called out for a short while, it attracted the attention of the snow marten. It was born curious and playful, naturally itching to move when it heard the sound of its kind. It quickly ran over from the distant snow. When the snow marten approached, it first observed for a while, and when it saw the food on the snow, suddenly, the eyes lit up. Besides curiosity, it was also a gluttonous little guy. Now seeing food, it has completely forgotten its partner. As a result, at the moment the weasel picked up the food, a big stone flew in from the side. Boom! The lovely weasel peacefully fell asleep. Good, the 6th coordinate stone is in hand. This little guy's fur is so smooth, it seems it would make very nice earmuffs. Su-han stroked the weasel's fur, his words full of praise. Compared to wolf skin, the weasel's fur was extremely finely soft. Making a pair of shorts wouldn't even irritate the skin. Of course, this kind of skin can't be used to make pants, as it isn't durable. After temporarily storing the weasel, Su-han set off on his journey to find the last level 3 coordinate stone. This was also the farthest coordinate. On the way, Su-han ate all the remaining food without leaving a single crumb, so no matter what challenge he faced, he could confront it in peak condition. After crossing 5 hills and passing through 2 forests. Finally, before the sunset, Su-han arrived near the coordinate point. But this time, the enemy he was about to face was an extremely dangerous creature. The entire live broadcast room fell into silence. In the official studio, Bing Bing trembled as she said, the last coordinate stone, how could it be on it? Professor, Su-god should not be able to defeat this thing, right? Li Chang, who usually mindlessly praised Su-han, was also flustered this time. I think giving up might be a good choice. Facing this dangerous creature, no one would think they have a winning chance, even if you have a weapon in hand. Chapter 98, Despicable and Shameless Two-Legged Beast, I Will Bite You to Death. Added chapter. At this moment, the sky was dark. A cool wind brought with it some snowflakes that drifted down. In front of the cave entrance, a white beast was gnawing on a goat it had just caught. It was 2 meters 70 long, with extraordinarily strong claws. Just with a light bite, it easily crushed the prey's bones. Its pure white fur was mixed with black stripes. This beast was none other than the king of beasts in the forest, the tiger. To be precise, it was scientifically named frost snow tiger. In terms of size, it was slightly smaller than the normal tigers in other areas. But the frost snow tiger's attack power was by no means weaker than any tiger, as its excellent cold-resistant attributes meant they only remained active in snowy regions year-round. In the wind and snow. Suhan looked at the distant white tiger, his mind racing on how to hunt it down. Running away was absolutely not an option. Even if there were no coordinate stones on this tiger, since he had run into it today, he had to figure out a way to kill it. The frost snow tiger was like the 5th-generation flower venom snake. Both were extremely precious restorative materials. In terms of value, 10 5th-generation flower venom snakes were far less valuable than the frost snow tiger. First, the blood of the frost snow tiger has special effects. Bathing in its heated blood can increase the body's cold resistance. According to encyclopedic records, as long as the blood is placed in a container and the body is soaked for 3 hours, the essence of the blood can be absorbed. Secondly, the frost snow tiger's tail has tremendous restorative properties. Whether used to make a medicinal wine or cooked directly, it is incredibly effective. Lastly, the meat of the frost snow tiger is also a restorative substance. Eating it often can enhance one's physique, especially beneficial for martial artists. If paired with ginseng, the effects would be even greater. For someone like him, who had just entered the martial arts world but was rapidly improving. Although he appeared strong on the surface, his inner body had been worn down. Now was just the right time to use this tiger meat to replenish himself. In addition, such beautiful and soft fur, if used to make a quilt, would surely be more comfortable than a heavy bear skin. But how should I kill it? Right now, I only have an axe in my hand. Even if I make a few wooden spears, I fear I won't be able to kill this beast. Suhan murmured to himself. The frost snow tiger weighs over 400 pounds. Ordinary wooden spears are unlikely to cause any effective harm. If I had a bow and arrow, I could kite it and then engage in close combat. But unfortunately, I didn't bring any. The wind and snow in the sky are gradually growing stronger, and Suhan has little time left. If I am to fight, it's best to do it now. Otherwise, once the wind and snow become heavier, it will be very unfavorable for me. Suhan was silent for a moment before turning to leave. The audience let out a sigh of relief upon seeing him give up. It's not shameful to back down in the face of the king of beasts. But little did they know, Suhan hadn't given up. Instead, after retreating a safe distance, he began to chop wood to make tools. Since wooden spears can't cause effective attacks, I might as well do the opposite. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. When unable to deliver a one-hit kill or severely wound a large beast, a spear becomes a burden. So Suhan thought of a solution: to adopt close-quarters short attacks. Using the advantage of speed, constantly deal damage. Thus, he was making sharp wooden spikes. As for why not use an axe? It's not that he didn't want to, but the strategy was different. The wooden spikes are meant to weaken the frost snow tiger's fighting ability, while the axe is for killing. After a few minutes, Suhan made 8 sharp wooden spikes and then walked toward the frost snow tiger's cave. Arriving at the edge of the forest, he removed his coat, stretching his body a bit, and picked up some fine dirt from the ground. This will be very useful later. Alright, let's prepare for the final battle of today. Suhan adjusted his breathing, took a wooden spike from his waist, and headed straight for the frost snow tiger. Rustle! Rustle! The sound of his footsteps, which had not activated the stealth ability, was very obvious, soon capturing the frost snow tiger's attention. It had just finished eating and was napping in the snow. Unexpectedly, something was approaching it at this moment. The frost snow tiger turned and sat up, its gaze quickly locking onto the bipedal creature approaching. The unhidden sharp killing intent immediately angered the king of beasts. It stood up, and a thunderous roar resounded throughout the mountains and forests. Roar! Countless birds flew away in panic, and some small wild animals fled in all directions, frightened by this roar. The viewers in the live broadcast were shocked as well. What does it mean to be the king of beasts? Today, they finally witnessed it. Have you found me? Good, let's have a fair duel. Suhan didn't want to give the frost snow tiger a chance to strike first and charged forward with increased speed. Roar! The frost snow tiger wouldn't take it easy on this intruder. Since it dared to provoke the king of beasts, it should be ready for death. The two surged forward almost simultaneously. The only difference was that Suhan's speed was a bit faster. At the moment they were about to collide, the frost snow tiger activated its hunting mode, hoping to use its body advantage to pounce on Suhan and lock onto his throat. As long as it hit, it would definitely be a one-hit kill. This is the advantage of size. At this moment, Suhan, who had activated the focus mode, made a surprising move. As the tiger pounced toward him, he hurled a handful of fine dirt into its eyes. Fair duel? That was absolutely impossible. As long as I can win, it doesn't matter how despicable. Because in the wilderness, only the victor can survive. Roar! Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the frost snow tiger was stunned. It never expected that an enemy who talked about a fair duel would act so despicably. With its vision briefly obscured by the dirt, it resulted in a momentary loss of sight. Suhan seized this opportunity. A swift dodge avoided the attack, while the wooden spike in hand accurately struck the tiger's eye. This blow used all 10 parts of strength. When it hit the tiger's eye, the 3-centimeter wooden stick almost instantly shattered. Roar! In the first round of confrontation, the frost snow tiger lost one eye. This completely enraged it. As it landed, the frost snow tiger crazily charged forward. Suhan infused 70% of his energy into his lower body, enhancing his reaction speed. Dodge. Dodge. After dodging 2 close-range attacks in succession, Suhan seized the opportunity to thrust a wooden spike upward, precisely hitting the magical core of this tiger. Blood splattered. With its fatal weakness severely injured, the frost snow tiger immediately let out a deafening scream of agony. Pain. It hurt too much. Even if it was the king of beasts, it could not withstand the agony of its magical core shattering. The frost snow tiger turned its head, its blood-red eyes glaring fiercely at the 2-legged beast behind. Thinking of never being able to play happily with the mother tiger again. Its heart was weeping. It swore, no matter what. Today, it would definitely bite this despicable and shameless creature to death. Thank you to all the big bosses for the rewards, love you. On behalf of my efforts to add more, I humbly ask for a 5-star review. Chapter 99, Successfully Killed a Frost Snow Tiger, Dragon Country gains special rewards. Blood dripped continuously, quickly soaking the soil beneath. The frost snow tiger wanted to pull out the wooden spike from its lower limb, but Suhan gave it no chance to breathe, directly charging in with a 3rd wooden spike in hand. Roar! As the ruler of the snowy realm, how could it tolerate other creatures trampling its dignity? The frost snow tiger endured the excruciating pain, trying to stand and pounce on the enemy. At that moment, the wind and snow intensified. Visibility gradually decreased. Seeing the tiger preparing to pounce, Suhan immediately stopped and swiftly retreated. The frost snow tiger thus leaped into empty air. Man and tiger locked eyes from a distance. They both wanted to kill each other. But now, whoever was anxious would easily reveal a flaw. But with one eye gouged out and the magical core severely injured, the frost snow tiger naturally did not want to prolong the fight. Its blood-red tiger eye turned, immediately enduring the pain and circling around Suhan. Roar! When it reached the 3rd loop, the frost snow tiger let out a roar and initiated an attack. Suhan reacted quickly and effortlessly dodged the attack. Who knew, although he avoided the frost snow tiger's pounce, a rushing wind suddenly came from the side. Slap! A sharp pain shot through his back. Suhan groaned, cursing, "You beast actually used your tail to attack. I really underestimated you, but did you underestimate me too?" Using the tail to attack was something he never thought of. However, since it used its tail, that meant its backside exposed a weakness. Suhan's left hand quickly grasped the frost snow tiger's tail, pulling it fiercely, while his right hand gripped the wooden spike and stabbed hard into the center of its rear. Roar! The strike on the frost snow tiger's weak point caused it to yelp in pain and flee forward. While Suhan swiftly pulled out the next wooden spike, preparing for the follow-up battle. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. But the battle was heating up. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the audience stared intently at the big screen, not daring to miss a single moment. This level of close combat was truly thrilling. If it weren't for the live broadcast, who would believe that a human could single-handedly challenge an adult male tiger? The 2nd round ended. This time, it was once again a victory for himself. But his back was burning with pain, the tail strike earlier felt just like a steel whip. Fortunately, I'm not a righteous person, otherwise facing such a creature, I would definitely lose. Suhan gritted his teeth, regulating his breath, yet his eyes remained fixed on the frost snow tiger not far away. The more it was like this, the more he had to stay calm. Now this tiger has been severely injured 3 times, as long as he maintains this advantage, he can win in less than half an hour. At this moment, he suddenly saw some fallen rocks on the ground. Suhan's eyes lit up, and he smiled, maybe now I can switch to long-range attacks. Roar! Roar! The frost snow tiger desperately shook its hindquarters. It wanted to shake out the 2 wooden spikes trapped inside its body, but the spikes were stuck too deep and couldn't be shaken out at all. Buzz! Suddenly, a gust of wind howled through. The frost snow tiger immediately bared its teeth, but it was a stone the size of a bull that flew in. Bang! The stone hit its head, and everything went dark before its eyes. This added to the already painful suffering of the frost snow tiger. Then, another stone flew in. This time it learned and dodged to the side. Unbeknownst to it, this stone was just a decoy. Catch! Seeing the frost snow tiger about to escape to the left, Suhan immediately threw the large stone in his hand. Buzz! Smack! The stone once again hit the frost snow tiger's head. Even though it had the title of King of Beasts, facing Suhan's abnormal strength, it couldn't help but let out a series of painful cries. Seeing the long-range attacks were effective, Suhan naturally didn't dare to be slow, quickly picked up 2 more stones and continued the assault. The continuous stones made the frost snow tiger suffer greatly. It was already trying very hard to dodge. But these stones seemed to be supernatural. No matter how it dodged, it was useless. In just a short moment, the frost snow tiger was beaten to a head full of blood, and everything before its eyes went dark. Finally, it couldn't hold back any longer. If this continued, it would face the possibility of death. So, the frost snow tiger let out the strongest howl since the battle began. Roar! But unexpectedly, a larger rock came flying in. Smack! The sound immediately stopped. The frost snow tiger was furious. It had been building up momentum but was directly interrupted. But it had no time to be angry because Suhan had already activated stealth and charged forward. Puff! The wooden spike hit the frost snow tiger's right paw directly. The intense pain made it suddenly wake up. When did the enemy come over? The frost snow tiger raised its left paw and swept towards Suhan with a powerful gust. If it were at full strength, it could easily dodge at such a close distance. But unfortunately, it was now severely injured. Its one uninjured eye was also beaten nearly shut from the continuous stone attacks just now. Therefore, the seemingly fierce strike was merely a random flail. Suhan gracefully stepped back, then picked up the axe he had prepared for a long time and struck fiercely at its eye. The sharp axe blade was no match for mere wooden spikes, easily blinding its last eye. Now the frost snow tiger completely lost its vision. At this point, the fight had lost all suspense. Suhan, holding the axe, activated the stealth skill and continued to attack this king of beasts like a ghost. In the wind and snow, the frost snow tiger repeatedly waved its claws. But it couldn't touch that despicable enemy at all. 10 minutes later. The frost snow tiger was gasping for breath, its strength severely depleted, with spikes all over its limbs. 15 minutes later. This giant beast finally couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. Suhan seized the opportunity, quickly rode on top, one hand grabbing the frost snow tiger's neck, the other hand preparing to smash. In the icy world beneath the snow. With each hammering of his iron fists, the frost snow tiger's roar grew weaker. After another 5 minutes. When Suhan's fists began to feel numb, he finally heard the notification sound of national survival. Congratulations, you have killed the king of beasts in the snow wolf forest, frost snow tiger. Notice, you have obtained the last piece of the coordinate stone. Do you wish to leave? Notice, you have killed the frost snow tiger, successfully triggering a 20,000 times return. The dragon nation will receive 20,000 frost snow tiger corpses. Do you wish to leave now? No. Suhan decisively refused. His clothes were still left in the forest, how could he leave now? The down jacket hadn't even been made yet. If he lost his coat, he would really have nothing to wear. So before leaving, he must get his coat back. After temporarily storing the frost snow tiger in the system space, Suhan went to the forest to pick up his clothes. After a moment, a survival prompt echoed in the ears of all the contestants. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country contestant Suhan for completing this week's task with a perfect score of 21 points. Reminder, Dragon Country contestant Suhan has locked in the championship early, and will directly receive the championship reward. Hint, given that Dragon Country contestant Suhan has displayed a perfect level of performance, the special reward originally meant for the champion has now been upgraded to a luxury special reward. Hint, congratulations to contestant Suhan for bravely capturing the championship with a perfect level of performance. His country receives 15 points of national luck value, and the Dragon Country is awarded a special benefit buff favorable winds and rain for an entire year. Chapter 100, Incredibly Rich Luxury Rewards. At this moment, all the contestants were startled by the prompt sound. They could hardly believe their ears. That legendary contestant from Dragon Country had completed the task again within a single day, and with a terrifying perfect score. How did he do it? Everyone knew that many contestants had faced difficulties obtaining the level 3 coordinate stone today. But this contestant still managed to succeed. At this moment, in Uncle Bay's perspective, he sat by the campfire, his mouth agape, eyes filled with shock. 21 points? Wait, this can't be true. I remember that there was a coordinate stone guarded by a pack of forest wolves. How did he kill a pack of them? Uncle Bay skeptically opened the recorded video. His expression shifted from surprise to shock, then from shock to disbelief. Forest wolves? That was just an appetizer for the contestant from Dragon Country. What was truly terrifying was that he had taken down a tiger. After finishing the video quickly, Uncle Bay felt convinced by the loss. Whether it was strength or courage, he was far from being on par with this elite from Dragon Country. Meanwhile, the contestants in the rainforest area were now freezing like kids. When they heard that the contestant from Dragon Country had completed the task again in one day, their faces were filled with frustration. If possible, they didn't want to take risks anymore. Even working for a farmer would be better. This place was simply unbearable. But unfortunately, what awaited them was only death. In all the global livestreams, the special benefit buff favorable winds and rain obtained by Dragon Country was now being broadcasted. Its specific effects were as follows. Special benefit, favorable winds and rain. Coverage area, entire Dragon Country territory. Duration, 1 year. Benefit effect, it can make the climate of a region warm and pleasant. Plants and crops will have a bountiful harvest. During this period, no disasters will occur, including but not limited to earthquakes, floods, heavy rain, typhoons, and other severe weather. After watching the benefit effects, all countries around the world revealed envious expressions. Since entering the catastrophe era, the global environment had become extremely harsh. Various catastrophic weather conditions kept appearing, such as frozen land, droughts, large typhoons, and so on. Now, Dragon Country had the benefit buff of favorable winds and rain, which meant they could develop safely for the next year without any disasters. Who wouldn't envy that? At this moment, within Dragon Country, when the citizens saw this buff, they all rushed outside to set off firecrackers in celebration. Originally, Suhan had already returned many resources, and now with such a great benefit, it was an incredibly joyous event. Meanwhile, in the tactical research room, the staff also cheered excitedly. Wonderful! We have a year to develop. This is really great. With the resources provided by Suhan, plus sufficient time, Dragon Country is about to enter a phase of rapid growth. Awesome! Favorable winds and rain, this is exactly what we needed. Strong, Su God. If it weren't for Su God's hard work, where would this outrageous boost come from? This covers the entire nation. In the live broadcast room, many people are apologizing. After all, if Suhan pulls out, the Dragon Country will miss an excellent opportunity to grow. Back at the shelter, it was already past 7 in the evening. Suhan hung his coat on the wall and slowly took off the inner layer, gasping in pain the entire time. He had been fighting just now, so he didn't pay much attention. Now that he moved, he realized that the place where a tail had whipped him really hurt. At this moment, he didn't know that a black-purple mark had appeared on his back. This mark stretched from his shoulder blade down to his waist. When the viewers in the live room saw Suhan's injury, they finally understood how dangerous the battle had been. Just from being struck by a tail, he received such a heavy injury. If he had taken a slap directly to the face, he would likely have broken bones. It can be seen that Suhan has always been dancing on the tip of a knife. One misstep, and it would be irretrievable. In the official broadcast studio, seeing the injury on Suhan's back, Bing Bing felt a lump in her throat and silently shed tears. Other fans felt the same way. Although everyone always jokingly calls Suhan a god of the wild, but everyone understands that he is just an ordinary person. He can cry when sad. He can laugh when happy. He will naturally feel pain when injured. Yet Suhan has never complained along this journey. He even often joked with everyone to lighten the mood. Now, seeing him hurt, no one could smile. Inside the shelter, Suhan took the medicine for his injury, mixed it with clean water, and laid on the bed, applying it to the wound bit by bit. Dahui noticed his master was acting strange and quickly jumped to the pillow. As he rubbed his head against Suhan's face, he emitted a low whimper. "You little guy do care about your dad. It's okay, go and play with the husky." Suhan patted Dahui, wanting him not to worry. But Dahui stayed still, lying beside him to guard. This warm scene truly touched many people. After applying all the medicine, Suhan took the prepared meat and began to devour it. It had been a day filled with skiing, cold water, and fierce battles with the woodland wolves and frost tigers, and his stomach had long been growling. After eating and drinking his fill, Suhan wiped his mouth and opened the National Fortune Survival app to take a look. He was very curious about what this so-called luxurious special reward was. He had received many good things from special rewards before. Salt. The title of the King of Wild Hunts. These two things had a huge impact on daily life. He wondered what this time it would be. Suhan claimed the luxurious special reward, and the cold prompt sound immediately rang out. Prompt, congratulations, you have received the luxurious special reward. The weather forecast function has been activated. Prompt: you can observe the weather conditions for the next 2 days through the map. You have received item rewards: 1 bottle of top quality liquor, 52 degrees 3 jean pack. You have received item rewards: 1 roll of tough fishing line, 80 meters. You have received item rewards: 1 bag of soy sauce, 2 jean pack. Reward collection complete. Suhan was dumbfounded, unable to restrain his exclamation, "Ah! There is such a reward. Weather forecast? Wow! I can actually observe the weather conditions for the next 2 days. This is too useful." Modern people can check the weather anytime, so of course, they don't feel much about it. However, it's different living in the wilderness. If he could know the weather in advance, it could help avoid various losses. For example, if heavy rain is approaching, he could stay indoors and protect his crops in advance. Or, if tomorrow there would be strong winds, then he wouldn't be able to dry things outside, or else they would be blown away. Suhan opened the map. Now, a new frame appeared on the right, marking the weather conditions for tomorrow and the day after. Tomorrow will be overcast turning cloudy, with the lowest temperature at -5 degrees Celsius. The day after tomorrow will have rain, with a lowest temperature of -8 degrees Celsius, and the rain will stop at 7 p.m. Moreover, the range of the rain has special markings. Indeed, the luxurious reward is truly practical based on its effect. With it, I will no longer worry about encountering bad weather when going out. Furthermore, the item rewards are also quite good, unexpectedly 3 types. Suhan is very satisfied with this week's task rewards. He doesn't drink much liquor, but the 52 degrees liquor is excellent for soaking medicinal wine. And the fishing line complements the previous wear and tear. Due to fishing for big catches, that fishing line had already worn down significantly, and it would not be long before it needed replacement. Now, getting 80 meters again, once the lake surface freezes, he can completely consider building a wooden hut for ice fishing. By then, he can set up a stove inside, make a spicy hot pot, and enjoy fishing while eating. Just thinking about it is so relaxing. As for yellow soybean soy sauce, this stuff is the essence of Dragon Country cuisine. Stir fry, steaming, boiling. Basically, over 80% of dishes cannot be separated from yellow soybean soy sauce. But getting only 2 kilograms is somewhat insufficient. Therefore, he has to eat it sparingly. If he can find yellow soybeans later, he can eat with peace of mind. Because Suhan will brew soy sauce himself, and with the system's support, it absolutely won't taste worse than what's in the supermarket. Chapter 101, Many contestants are eliminated, the miraculous blood of the frost snow tiger. Outside, the cold wind howls, while inside the house it is warm as spring. Although his body is tired, Suhan still held on and completed his daily check-in. Then he lay on the heated brick bed, his eyelids kept sinking, and soon fell asleep. That night, Suhan slept soundly. He even had a beautiful dream. Meanwhile, the contestants in the forest Wolf Snow Ridge faced unimaginable blizzards. The heavy snow felt like it was torturing them in a hellish manner. At this time, the clever contestants had already found refuges. For example, Dagu, now hiding in a simple hut made of tree branches and snow. In the evening, he had noticed it was snowing. So, he early on found a place with thick snow and built a temporary hut using snow and branches. Listening to the howling cold wind outside, Dagu couldn't help but sigh. I really envy the idle who can leave immediately. This kind of weather is truly terrifying. I even can't help but wonder, is winter in the wilderness realm just as frightening? If so, then after returning, I must prepare for the winter right away, or it will definitely be a nightmare. Moreover, my shelter isn't warm enough. The dry firewood is also not enough. Oh my, just thinking about it is a headache. The British audience originally thought DGE's life was good. Although he couldn't compare to that freak from Dragon Country, he was still among the top. But hearing him ramble on, they realized that the accumulated supplies were not enough to survive the winter. Once facing continuous heavy snow, there would be a risk of a shortage of supplies. In contrast, the war god from Dragon Country didn't have to worry about this at all. Not only did he have plenty of dried fruits, but also enough meat, and even managed to dig a fish pond. The gap is simply like heaven and earth. On the other side, a gang was hiding in a cave at the foot of the mountain. He piled a 2-meter-high simple door of snow and branches at the cave entrance to block most of the wind and snow while effectively keeping wild beasts out. Inside the cave, a bonfire was burning. A gang's sleeping bag was at the innermost part. Although the storm raged outside, it didn't affect him much. At least he could sleep steadily for a while. Meanwhile, the contestants from the Rainforest Kingdom were completely in chaos. The violent wind and snow pushed them into an abyss. Having already frozen for a day, now without a place to warm up, many contestants collapsed in the snowstorm. 8:10. 2 competitors from the Iron Fruit Country in the rainforest area were eliminated one after another. 8:30. The competitor from Eleftheria country died of hypothermia. 837. A female competitor from the oil country ultimately lost her way in the woods and died due to long-term malnutrition, compounded by her inability to find shelter from the wind and snow. Such reports appeared every once in a while. And those countries with weak competitors hurriedly made their citizens learn more survival skills. In fact, from the very first day of the survival lottery, nations worldwide began forcefully teaching their citizens survival skills. Unfortunately, the luck of Siam was too poor, and they faded away without showing any excellent performance. The next day, at 8 in the morning, the sun shone brightly over the forest wolf snow ridge. The wind and snow had long ceased. Countless competitors who survived quickly had a simple breakfast and hurried off to search for the coordinate stone. They did not dare to delay. If another storm came today, more people would likely perish here. As for Su-han, he only got out of bed at 8:30 in the morning. Ha! This sleep was really comfortable. Ha! My back doesn't hurt as much anymore. Looks like the medicine I made myself is quite effective. Su-han got out of bed and tried to move his body. Aside from a slight discomfort, there was no more pain. After having a simple breakfast, it was time for his daily check-in. Then, Su-han moved the 8 immortals table outside and took the frost snow tiger out from the storage space. The 2 little wolf cubs following him were startled upon seeing the tiger's corpse. The husky directly shrank beside Su-han's feet, barking wildly at the corpse, while the big gray stood bravely in front of Su-han, showing a fierce expression. Alright, this is food. There's no threat, go play somewhere else. Su-han pushed the 2 little ones aside and then carried the water tank from the storage room, planning to use it to collect the tiger's blood. When Su-han held the dagger, preparing to drain the tiger's blood, he was surprised to find that the tiger he killed last night was still warm. I didn't realize the survival lottery had this kind of function. How thoughtful. He stuffed Frost Snow's head into the water tank. Su-han picked up the dagger and quickly cut the carotid artery. Pushed. Hot blood immediately gushed out. Su-han stood by and observed. He discovered that the Frost Snow tiger's blood was not simply red but carried a hint of purple. No wonder it's a rare beast, even its blood is so unique. The bleeding lasted for a full 8 minutes, yielding around 16 liters of tiger blood. That's about 32 gene. Aside from the initial spurt, the flow gradually slowed down until it completely stopped. In fact, there was still some blood left inside the Frost Snow tiger, but it could not be extracted through bleeding, because that blood remained in the flesh and internal organs. After the blood collection ended, Su-han moved the water tank into the shelter. Then he added scalding hot water to the tiger blood. Otherwise, such a small amount of blood would not be enough for a bath. Additionally, hot water could expand the pores, making it easier for the body to absorb the nutrients from the tiger blood. Su-han tested the water temperature and found it slightly too hot to touch. This was the perfect temperature for soaking. Thus, he took off his clothes and slowly entered the crimson water tank. Su-han's body gradually submerged in the tiger blood, leaving only his head above the surface. This scene gave a somewhat mystical sense, as if a powerful dark cultivator was practicing evil techniques in a cave. Su-han had just soaked for 10 seconds when he felt a tingling and itching sensation in his body, followed by a slight burning feeling. This was the normal process of the essence in the tiger blood being absorbed by the body. Next, the burning sensation would become more pronounced. It would continue until this feeling completely dissipated, and the effects of the tiger blood would be lost. While soaking, Su-han suddenly had an idea. What would happen if he practiced martial arts now? In those martial arts novels, it's not often that there are similar scenes where encountering a great supplement can enhance one's power. Why don't I give it a try too? Su-han closed his eyes, following the technique of the thunder palm to stimulate the energy in his dantian. Again and again. At first, he didn't feel anything. But with the flow of energy, the tiger blood in the water tank began to gradually lighten in color. Such a magical scene left the audience in awe. Hey, did you notice that the tiger blood in the water tank seems to have lightened quite a bit? I remember it was a bit purple at first. Could it be that hot water diluted it? No, I just compared it to the recording, and it has indeed lightened a lot. Could it be that Su-God is absorbing this tiger blood? No way, could it be that martial arts novels are not just made up? Can humans really cultivate with heavenly materials? I guess it could be, otherwise there's no way to explain this situation. On screen, Su-han's body was covered in beads of sweat, and a large amount of steam was rising from his head. How could such a phenomenon occur simply from taking a bath? 20 minutes later, the tiger blood in the water tank became dull and lifeless, as if diluted countless times. At this moment, Su-han opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This tiger blood is really amazing?" Originally, the encyclopedia only recorded that bathing in the Frost Snow tiger's blood could resist the cold. But now he discovered that things were far from that simple. Chapter 102, Enhancing Power Further, Making Tiger Bone Wine. At this moment, Su-Han felt his body burning like an oven, and his spirit was incredibly high. Right now, even if he had to run another 100 kilometers, he wouldn't feel exhausted. This feeling was truly fantastic. As for the slight discomfort on his back, it had completely dissipated. Su-Han felt that he could punch and kill a small calf right now. To verify his guess, he dried himself off, wearing only an undershirt, and ran outside. Su-Han arrived at the woods and casually found a small tree about the thickness of his wrist, then gathered his energy and threw a punch. Crack! The small tree instantly broke, and half of the trunk flew away. Such exaggerated destructive power left all the viewers in the live stream dumbfounded. Wow, what a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Could it be that Su-God absorbed the tiger blood and greatly increased his strength? 666. It seems that in the future, if a wolf pack encounters Su-God, it would be like sending a dish, right? One punch for each. The power of this punch is truly terrifying. Oh my gosh, Su-God is getting stronger and stronger. Looking at his unscathed fist and the broken tree trunk, Su-Han confirmed one thing. The blood of the frost snow tiger is very nourishing to the body. Its effects are not at all weaker than that of the 5 generations flower snake gallbladder. In that case, I can't miss any rare beasts I encounter in the future. Since the frost snow tiger can enhance the physique, who knows if other rare beasts can too. In this dangerous wilderness, Su-Han dared not miss any chance to strengthen himself. Because he once saw countless extremely powerful beasts in the latter half of the encyclopedia. Without a sufficiently strong body, how could he compete with those monsters? Returning to the shelter, Su-Han started to process the frost snow tiger. Slaughter. Extracting meat. Cutting bones. The frost snow tiger is a treasure from head to tail. Su-Han didn't dare to waste anything. Tiger bones can be soaked in wine to make tiger bone wine that invigorates blood and removes stasis. The meat is nourishing, and he'll start eating it at noon today. And the internal organs are also good stuff. That night, Su-Han even thought about roasting some kidneys. Such a fierce tiger, the kidneys must be very flavorful. As for the tail, let's set it aside for now. Too much nourishment can easily cause heat, and he'll stew it in a couple of days. Su-Han was quick and nimble, and it took just over an hour to clean up the over 400 pounds of frost snow tiger. He took out the rib meat and directly tossed it into the pot with spices to start cooking. Then, he began to extract the tiger's fat to tan the tiger skin. At this point, the advantages of having many pots became clear. While cooking, he was also heating the oil. The two sides did not interfere with each other. At 11 in the morning, Su-Han carried the cooled grease and started to tan the tiger skin. This time the method was the same as tanning bear skin, both done by hanging them on a tree for processing. It saves time and effort. But it must be said that the fur of big cats feels much better than that of bears. Su-Han began to imagine how comfortable it would be to wear the leather once it was finished. As for the bear skin, let it serve as a quilt for now. Though warm, it is too heavy to cover oneself with. Su-Han hung the tan tiger skin on the beam of the storage room. After a busy morning, the tiger meat was also stewing nicely. Su-Han washed his hands clean, eager to taste the flavor of the tiger meat. This was quite a rare thing. He had seen it seldom in TV dramas before. Lifting the pot lid, a strong smell of meat rushed to his face. Su-Han scooped up a piece of meat with a wooden spatula and placed it in a bowl, then casually brought over some spicy sauce. As a child, he had heard his great-grandfather say that tiger meat actually doesn't taste good. Not only is the meat tough and chewy, but it also gets stuck in the teeth. As for taste, it has a very strong fishy smell. Su-Han picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The texture was somewhat like beef, but the fibers were coarser. As for the taste, although there was a bit of a fishy flavor, it was not as hard to accept as he had imagined. Then, Su-Han dipped a piece in the spicy sauce, and sure enough, the fishy taste was suppressed by a large part. What if he added a bit of fresh Sichuan pepper powder? He had just roasted some last night. Su-Han put a pinch of Sichuan pepper powder into the bowl and stirred it well with chopsticks. The taste this time was indeed different from before. The tiger meat was numbing and spicy, it was very enjoyable to eat. Delicious. Really delicious. Su-Han was very happy while eating. After the meal, he got busy again. Cleaning the sheep pen. Adding grass and water. Of course, he also had to give a good thump to the itchy ergo. Su-Han instinctively jabbed ergo, but it unexpectedly rolled its eyes and fell straight to the ground. It was only then that he remembered, after absorbing the frost snow tiger's blood, his strength had increased a lot. So that punch just now was almost like a full-powered strike from a while back. Bah! Ergo got up from the ground, looking very wronged. Wasn't the daily care supposed to be loving? Why did it feel like the master was beating him to death today? Is this right? Looking at Ergo's pitiful expression, Suhan felt embarrassed. He squatted down and petted Ergo's head, comforting him. Cough cough. Ergo, don't mind it. I didn't mean it, I know you can understand. Bah. It took 5 whole minutes of comfort for Ergo to regain his energy. Suhan opened the breeding panel and took a moment to check the taming progress, and then his eyes went dark. Yesterday, Ergo's taming progress was 68%. But now it had jumped directly to 75%. Just now, Suhan thought the force was too much, it turned out to be just right. Damn. This sheep is too cheap. In the afternoon, Suhan was busy making smoked meat and tiger bone broth. After all, this is a life, one must always be prepared with some remedies for injuries. And the tiger bone wine is unique for activating blood and reducing bruising. But making tiger bone wine is not as simple as soaking the bones in white wine. Instead, the bones must be processed a bit first to make the medicinal wine. First, select the tiger's tibia. This is the part with the strongest medicinal power. All the meat on the bone must be shaved off and then cleaned with hot water. Next, it needs processing. Raw bones cannot be used directly for medicine, they must be fried in sesame oil until crispy, or stir-fried with sand until the tiger bones turn golden and crispy, then they can be crushed to soak in the wine. Naturally, there is no sesame oil at home, so he can only use clean river sand for frying. River sand is abundantly available by the riverside. After bringing back the river sand, Suhan first put the sand into a clay pot over a high fire to heat it up, while constantly stirring. Slowly, the sand gradually became dry. And the color slowly darkened. Seeing that the temperature met the standard, Suhan quickly placed the chopped tiger bones into the pot, keeping the heat high while stirring. 20 minutes later, the surface of the tiger bones turned a crispy yellow and emitted a fragrant aroma. Seeing this, Suhan immediately used chopsticks to take the tiger bones out of the pot. After they cooled down, he smashed the tiger bones and soaked them with ginseng and white liquor. This way, a jar of tiger bone wine was completed. Next was the soaking. The longer it soaked, the stronger the medicinal effect. For such a magical species as the frost snow tiger, Suhan estimated that in at most half a month, the tiger bones would release their medicinal effects. Chapter 103, The Husky That Fell into the Water Tank. Suhan prepared to make a spinning wheel. The whole afternoon, Suhan was busy with no time to spare, and even though he didn't stop for a moment, he didn't feel tired at all. He didn't even feel cold without a coat. This shows how powerful the blood of the frost snow tiger is. In the evening, Suhan finished processing all the tiger meat. Counting the edible organs, there was a total of 107 pounds of tiger meat. Among them, 30 pounds were used for smoking to preserve them for a long time. The remaining 70 pounds were all boiled in water. According to his current appetite, over 70 pounds of meat could last him a delicious week. Beside him, Gray and the husky were gnawing on the leftovers of the frost snow tiger. Although intestines are stinky and foul for humans, animals don't really care. As long as they can get full, that's enough. After dinner, Suhan remembered it would rain tomorrow, so he hastily collected the nuts and peppers drying on the roof. Then, he spread straw over the coriander and white beans, and covered it with a layer of tough waterskin, so that rain would not fall near the seedlings but be directed toward the drainage ditch. If it were just plain rain, it wouldn't be so troublesome. But if it was accompanied by a drop in temperature, more caution was needed. Tomorrow's lowest temperature would be -8 degrees. If not well protected, the seedlings would likely get frostbite. Although coriander and white beans are not afraid of frost, Suhan didn't dare to take the risk. After he managed the vegetable beds at home, he quickly went out to the dirt slope because he needed to do some protection there as well. Here, the same method was used. First spread straw for insulation, then cover it with bark to prevent rainwater from seeping through. At this moment, Suhan discovered a problem. Last time during planting, he actually forgot to leave a drainage ditch. He nearly made a big mistake. Suhan squatted down and touched the soil, which had already frozen hard as a rock. He couldn't dig into the ground with a shovel and had to use an axe. So, he hurried home to get the axe. Then, he dug a drainage ditch at both ends of the water ditch. This way, even if the rainwater was heavy, it wouldn't flood his vegetables. After that, Suhan spread straw and bark he picked up nearby. This work for warmth was done. Before going home, Suhan deliberately went to the fish pond to observe the situation. The several fish ponds seemed to be fine. Except for the big rainbow trout, which had a good appetite, the fish in the other ponds had clearly reduced their feeding frequency. Estimating, feeding them once every 5 days would be enough. They couldn't eat too much anyway. When he got home, Suhan hadn't even opened the door when he heard the husky inside screaming. This guy probably got into trouble again. Opening the door and looking inside, Suhan was immediately amused. Goodness. This silly husky had actually fallen into the water tank and was now desperately trying to climb the edge of the tank but couldn't get up. Don't you feel restless unless you cause some trouble for a day? Suhan lifted the husky out and tossed it onto the ground. The little guy was shivering from the cold, whining in grievance. You, are you all right now? We'll see if you dare to run around in the future. Just as Suhan was scolding the little guy, the big gray wolf slowly walked over. First, it sniffed the smell on the younger brother, then its eyes lit up, and surprisingly, it began to lick the younger brother's husky wildly with its tongue. What is going on? Suhan watched for a while and suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the husky wants to drink tiger blood? That's why it fell into the water tank. To verify his guess, he scooped a bowl of bathwater with a ladle and poured it into the basin. Sure enough. Upon sniffing the water in the basin that smelled like tiger blood, the big gray wolf directly abandoned the husky and happily ran to the basin to lick it. So you guys know this is good stuff, fine. I'll leave some of this water for you. Suhan had originally planned to pour the bathwater away at some time. Since the two little wolf cubs liked to drink, he decided to leave some for them. Seeing that there was nothing else going on, Suhan began to prepare dinner for tonight. Tonight, he planned to eat roasted kidneys, along with boiled tiger hearts. The kidneys had been marinated with white wine and chili peppers since noon, so they could be grilled directly now. The kidneys of the frost snow tiger were large, resembling big oval potatoes. Suhan skewered the kidneys with twigs and placed them over the charcoal fire. As the temperature rose, some fat dripped from the kidneys. At this time, he put some dried chili peppers into a clay pot for grinding. Needless to say, he was making chili powder. In the live broadcast room, the viewers from Kimchi Country were extremely envious. Ever since they lost a magic pill, they had been struggling more and more in that aspect. Even the blue little pill had little effect. But if they could eat a bite of something nourishing, perhaps they could regain their confidence. However, sadly, this prey belonged to Dragon Country, and they wouldn't share it with them at all. Suhan kept grinding the chili powder while flipping the kidneys at any moment. He cut them very thin, so they would be fully cooked in 5 minutes at most. After a while, the kidneys gradually emanated a rich charred aroma. Suhan took down a skewer, sprinkled it with salt and chili powder, and then took a big bite. Sizzle. Juice splattered. The fragrance of wine. The fragrance of meat. The fragrance of chile. The three flavors echoed each other. Although there was still a subtle gamey taste from the kidneys, it could mostly be ignored. Delicious. Brothers, this taste is just perfect. It's a pity there's no cumin, but it's still very tasty. A large skewer of kidneys. Suhan only took 3 bites to finish it. One can imagine how delicious it was. While roasting and eating, the 2 large kidneys were quickly consumed. Actually, he could have marinated more meat. But considering the preciousness of white wine and chile, he ultimately gave up on that temptation. After all, a little indulgence was enough, it was not yet time to go all out. After dinner, the wind began to pick up outside. Suhan went out to shut the door of the sheep pen and then returned to start doing handcrafts. As long as he wasn't tired, he would find something to do for himself every night. For example, the simple oil lamp at home was made from wolf oil. The hemp rope and bamboo baskets he used daily were also woven whenever he had time. There were too many things to do during the day, so scattered tasks could only be done at night. This was also where Suhan was better than other competitors, he never wasted time. Tonight, he planned to make a wooden spinning wheel. That way, when heavy snow sealed the mountains and he couldn't go out, he could spin wool yarn and make some clothes for spring. At the same time, the spinning wheel could be used not only for spinning wool yarn. Cotton and linen could actually be spun into yarn as well. As for silk, forget about it, the weather here was too cold for silkworms to survive. Of course, Suhan wasn't planning to shave the fur from the 2 dogs, his target was the other goats. In the next few days, Suhan would take time to go to the northern bank by the lake a few more times. While it hadn't snowed yet, he wanted to catch more prey. If he could find the batch of escaped goats, there is naturally no need to worry about the wool problem. Suhan took the prepared wooden planks and started making the spinning wheel. Thank you to the big guys for the donations, I got stuck in writing today, sorry QAQ. But don't worry, there will be 3 updates a day. Chapter 104, Making a Foot-Powered Spinning Wheel, Entering the Era of Hand Weaving. The spinning wheel Suhan was going to make was not the oldest hand-crank spinning wheel. Instead, it was a foot-powered spinning wheel. There is a big difference between the two. The hand-crank spinning wheel is easy to make but requires one hand to turn the wheel while only one hand can weave. This not only results in low efficiency but also cannot guarantee quality. The foot-powered spinning wheel is quite different. Its working principle is to use both feet to free the hands to drive the spinning wheel. Not only does it have high spinning efficiency, but both hands can also operate at the same time. Also, because the foot-powered spinning wheel uses both feet, the force is continuous and even, so the spun yarn will be of excellent quality. Suhan moved a large amount of wood into the shelter for preparation. The foot-powered spinning wheel consists of 6 parts. They are the wooden wheel, the main shaft, the spinning wheel, the pedal, the crank, and the supporting frame. Among these, the pedal is the simplest and can be directly replaced with old, hard bamboo. This kind of bamboo requires little processing, just make a hole in the middle and slightly decorate the edges to use it. In ancient times, the people of the Dragon Kingdom often used bamboo as pedals. As for other materials, they can all be made from hard birch wood. Suhan took a birchwood log with a diameter of 14 centimeters and used an axe to split it into a long section with a width of 7 centimeters. This will be the main shaft of the spinning wheel. Because there is no metal shaft, the main shaft cannot be too wide, so this thickness is just right. He peeled off the bark and cleaned the rough edges with a dagger. Then, Suhan used a measuring tape to find the center of the main shaft. It must be said that the workers of the Dragon Kingdom are very efficient. With a standard measuring tape, woodworking is much easier now. Suhan took a sharp piece of charcoal and marked 6 incisions on the surface of the main shaft. These marks help locate the center and also serve as the installation points for the spokes. Once the positions are confirmed, he can start drilling. This is the hardest part and also the most labor-intensive. Suhan slowly chiseled a small pit with the axe, then gradually drilled a hole with the dagger. The entire process should not be rushed and should not require too much force. Otherwise, the main shaft runs the risk of breaking. In the live broadcast room, the audience was very curious but did not know what Suhan was doing, so they began to discuss. What tool is Su-God making? A wooden mallet? It doesn't look like it. It might be a sewing tool since it will be needed when spring comes next year. Sewing isn't that complicated. My family is from the countryside, and a funnel is just made with wooden boards and bamboo. I guess it should be something else. After more than half an hour, the hole in the main shaft was finally drilled. Suhan picked up a hard wooden stick from beside him and placed it into the main shaft to test its rotation. If the main shaft shook violently, it would indicate insufficient polishing of the center, requiring careful and precise sanding. As a result, it turned out well. Although it shook a bit, it was only slight. This situation is already fully usable. It seems my skills are getting better and better. Next, it's time to make the spokes. Suhan put down the main shaft and took 6 wooden planks from the side. The size of the spokes is crucial. One end needs to connect to the main shaft, and the other end must bear the wheel to drive the spinning wheel above. Thus, the size must be consistent. At the same time, one must be left to connect to the pedal. However, the simple processing is as easy as drinking water for Suhan, a level 27 master carpenter. In less than 20 minutes, the 6 wooden planks and the hollowing of the main shaft were easily completed. At this time, the audience finally figured out what Suhan was going to make. He is making a foot-powered spinning wheel. In the official broadcast room, Bing Bing exclaimed in surprise, "Professor Lee, is Godsu making a spinning wheel?" "Yes. It is a spinning wheel." Li Cheng said excitedly, "If we can make the spinning wheel, the next step will be to weave cloth, and then we can be self-sufficient." He never expected that his idol was actually making a spinning wheel. Could it be that Godsu is already considering spinning yarn? What strong initiative! Bing Bing was delighted to hear this, but then frowned. But just having a spinning wheel isn't enough without materials, right? Are we really going to shear the wool from the sheep at home? Winter is coming soon, and shearing the wool directly would surely freeze ergo to death. Li Cheng joked as he heard this. Who said anything about shearing the wool at home? Aren't there plenty of goats outside? Moreover, Godsu has no tasks this week. With the remaining 5 days, he can totally go out to hunt and explore. If he catches enough goats, the spinning wheel will come in handy. Besides, apart from wool, there are also flax and cotton. These 2 hardy plants can also be used to spin yarn. Even if we can't use it in winter, when spring comes next year, we can shear ergo's fur for weaving. So making the spinning wheel now is being prepared for any situation. Not to mention, the winter in the wild world is bitterly cold. If a heavy snowfall occurs, staying at home would be boring, right? But if Godsu has a spinning wheel, it would be completely different. As long as he can weave wool and other materials into yarn, he can weave the yarn into cloth. This is an epoch-making invention. Just think about it. While other contestants are starving and exposed, Godsu has already entered the era of hand-weaving. What a remarkable gap. Furthermore, you must understand one thing, Miss Bing Bing. All contestants have no backup clothing. If their clothes get damaged, a small hole can be mended with hemp thread, but if they accidentally ruin their clothes, it will be a disaster in the wild world. But Godsu is different. With his talent, making a piece of clothing is surely not a simple task. The audience felt their blood boiling upon hearing Li Cheng's words. Not long ago, God Su mastered pottery techniques. The quality of life has greatly improved. Now, he is about to enter the era of hand weaving. As long as he can create the spinning wheel, he will never have to worry about clothes again. What an uplifting thought. It should be noted that due to a lack of clothing, yesterday, a total of 48 contestants in the rainforest and tropical regions were frozen to death. Among them, only Odibio was living relatively well. The production of spokes has been completed. The next step is to create the basic frame of the spinning wheel. This isn't difficult. In simple terms, it means installing the pedal on the left side and the place for assembling the wheel on the right side. That makes it very easy to understand. Suhan brought over a heavy wooden board and first created a mortise and tenon structure on one piece, which will support the rotation of the main shaft. Next, he took 3 other wooden boards and assembled them into a rectangle. In this structure, a hard rectangular wood needs to be installed. It will serve as the backboard supporting the main shaft. Suhan placed the main shaft on top for comparison. After confirming the height, he then drilled a hole. Once this step is finished, he could start attempting assembly. First, install the backboard on the ground, and then insert the middle shaft and the main shaft. The middle shaft shouldn't be too thin, it's best to be the thickness of a thumb, so it can bear the entire shaft's weight. At this point, the basic frame is complete. Suhan checked it over, felt there were no major issues, and then lowered his head to make the wheel rim and hub. The rim he chose is made of deer hide. Strong and durable. The hub is made from long hard wood, with a square hole dug in the middle to hold the ceramic spinning wheel. Suhan inserted the spinning wheel into a sturdy wooden stick the size of chopsticks and then installed it onto the hub. Then, the trimmed deer skin was compared for size, ensuring that it would be tight enough when wrapped. Next, a dagger cut it open, and it was stitched together with hemp thread, installed onto the spokes. Thus, a sturdy and durable wheel rim was completed. Finally, it was time to assemble the pedal. Suhan split a hard bamboo into sections, taking a length of 70 centimeters, and then drilled a hole in the center. One end was tied to the groove on the spokes with hemp rope. The part with the hole in the middle was installed on the edge of the frame, resting on the pre-prepared hardwood bulge. Thus, a pedal-operated spinning wheel was crafted successfully. Huff. Finally finished. Let me see how it spins. If the trial run went well, it could be put to full use. Suhan moved a chair over and stepped barefoot onto the pedal. First, he rotated with his left foot, then followed with his right foot. Soon, the spinning wheel began to creak and squeak. Suhan kept pressing the pedal, his movements like riding a bicycle. As the pedaling speed increased, the speed of the pottery wheel also quickened. Overall, there were no major issues, just that it was too noisy. Suhan got off the spinning wheel and applied some grease to the spindle. This time, the noise indeed decreased significantly. The only regret was that he had no materials in hand, otherwise, he could spin yarn right now. It seems I really need to find some goats. Such a good spinning wheel shouldn't go to waste. Suhan muttered to himself. At that moment, a notification sound from the system rang. Ding. Detected that the host is spinning. Congratulations, you have learned a new skill spinning. Skill effect: the higher the spinning level, the faster the spinning speed, and the better the quality. Chapter 105: Making a raincoat and forcing my way out. It turns out the goats haven't gone far at all. After experiencing the spinning wheel he crafted, Suhan felt incredibly excited. He was almost eager to grab some goats for a trial run. But unfortunately, it was going to rain tomorrow. So if he wanted to go out, he would have to wait until the day after. Looking up at the time, he realized it was already 11 at night. Damn, time flies so fast. Suhan hurriedly moved the spinning wheel to the storage room, then snuggled into bed to sleep. Although he wasn't sleepy yet, he knew he absolutely must not delay sleep. Otherwise, staying up late would be bad for his health. He valued his life very much. The next day, Suhan was awakened by the heavy rain outside the door. Opening his eyes, it was exactly 7 in the morning. He had slept for a full 8 hours, feeling refreshed all over. He pushed open the door. A chilling wind blew in his face. Whoosh. This rain is heavy, but the temperature isn't as cold as I imagined. Though he wore just a coat, Suhan surprisingly didn't feel cold. No. Not right. Suhan immediately realized. It wasn't that it wasn't cold outside, but rather that his body had absorbed the blood of the frost snow tiger, giving him cold resistance, so he felt warm. If -8 degrees felt warm with just a coat, then at -25 degrees, he should just need a down jacket to endure. This was really a bit monstrous. Suhan closed the door and began to enjoy breakfast. After finishing breakfast, he proceeded with his daily routine inside the shelter. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Suhan had some free time. He sat at the door, gazing at the falling raindrops outside, pondering on one matter. Shouldn't he go out in this weather? Low temperatures combined with rain. Any living being would feel annoyed. Would the goats on the north bank find somewhere to take shelter? Suhan's eyes lit up. He suddenly stood up. If I go out now to catch them, they definitely have nowhere to run, right? His smile grew increasingly wicked. Since he had the spinning wheel in hand, it would be such a waste not to do something. He felt restless. But how to get out? Suhan looked around the room. An umbrella simply wouldn't do. Although there was bamboo and tree bark. But it would be too troublesome to make. By the time he finished an umbrella, it would probably be dark. So could he use animal skins and tree bark to make a simple version of a raincoat? Suhan thought for a moment and felt it should be fine. Mainly, he considered one issue. Whether to go out today is not that important. But in summer rain season, would he really stay in just because of a little rain? If he had a raincoat, as long as it wasn't heavy rain, it wouldn't affect him much. Anyway, there are plenty of wolf skins at home, so why worry? If the raincoat leaks, he could always improve it. Without hesitation, he got to work. Suhan brought over some wolf skin from next door. Next, he took the stored bark and flattened it out, then cut it into small pieces. The wild world doesn't have that good conditions. So to keep dry, he had to use a tiled sewing method, with the wolf skin as the lining and pieces of bark on the outside. The bark needed to overlap, so it could also help block the rain. Although what he made definitely wouldn't look good. But as long as it was practical, Suhan didn't care about any so-called appearance. Cutting the bark also had its rules. It couldn't be too short, or rainwater would easily seep through the gaps. Thus, each piece of bark was best sized at 8 centimeters wide and 12 centimeters long. The cutting of the animal skin also had its rules. It couldn't be cut directly into the shape of clothes but needed to be made into a doll's shape. There was no need for a collar, he would just poke his head through. This way, he could hang bark all around to obstruct the rain as much as possible. After finishing the cutting, Suhan began processing it. He first made holes in the bark, then fixed them with hemp rope, covering layer by layer until it was above his knees. Because below the knees were his boots, which could also effectively keep out water. But just this wasn't enough. Merely covering it with bark still left a lot of gaps, so he needed a second and third layer of coverage. In less than an hour, the simple raincoat was finished. Now, all he needed was a rain hat to go outside. This was even simpler than the clothes. He just needed to weave bamboo strips into a conical hat and then wrap the outer layer with bark. Worried it might be uncomfortable, Suhan even added 2 pieces of rabbit skin to the inner layer. Now, it was truly comfortable. Done. Suhan put on the raincoat and tried to step out of the house. The rain had lessened a lot now, and the wind was much weaker than in the morning. It was indeed a good time to go out. Suhan walked into the rain curtain. The cold rainwater hit his body and was quickly bounced away by the bark. Looks like the raincoat is usable. After closing the door, Suhan set off towards the north bank with his bow and arrow. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. They had said he would take a day off, but now, not even heavy rain could stop him. As the foreigners watched the scene, they began to praise him. No wonder he is the war god of Dragon Kingdom. Even in rainy weather, he can make a raincoat and go out. I think if it were another player, they would definitely stay at home doing nothing. This is the secret to the war god of Dragon Kingdom being so far ahead of other players. He never makes excuses. As long as there is a chance to go out, he will try every way. The gap is too stark. While the other players haven't completed their tasks, this gentleman has already made a spinning wheel and a raincoat. It's a pity, the immigration conditions of Dragon Kingdom are too strict. Otherwise, I would have run over immediately. I heard that Dragon Kingdom seems to have the idea of recruiting laborers, 3 meals a day, and if you work for 10 years, you can also upgrade from a laborer to an ordinary resident. Ah? Really? Then I want to go. I can work hard, even if I just go to clean toilets, I'm willing. I also want to go to Dragon Kingdom. It's safe and rich there, but I remember that even slaves have to undergo background checks, and any bad behavior cannot pass the audit. Moreover, if a lowly laborer commits a crime, they will be directly executed. Countless foreigners were discussing excitedly. Now the world has changed completely. Only by holding onto the leg of Dragon Kingdom can one live safely. Even if they become slaves, they are willing to fight for it. But whether the Dragon Kingdom accepts them is still up for debate. As for Suhan, he had already arrived at the north bank of the lake from the shelter. He walked for 20 minutes along the way. Aside from his boots feeling a bit cold, he was very warm, and there were no signs of rainwater seeping in. Suhan headed straight to the place where he first discovered the goats. Due to the rain, the footprints on the ground had long become unclear. But he still noticed the goats had come back from the remaining droppings on the ground. Interesting. These droppings are very fresh, they must have been here at least yesterday. That means the goats should be nearby. Suhan searched the area and quickly found some signs of where the goats had left using his tracking skill. He took out the binoculars from his pocket and looked into the distance. The left path seems unlikely. Over there is a flatland, completely unable to shelter from the wind and rain. It seems they should have gone to the mountains on the right. Suhan put away the binoculars and walked quickly into the forest. 10 minutes later. Indeed, he found fresh goat droppings on the ground again. This suggested they should be nearby. Suddenly, Suhan thought of something. Could it be that in the past there were cougars in the mountains, so these goats did not dare to approach? Now that the cougars are dead, there is no longer a threat in the mountains. So, they didn't run away before but were hiding in the mountains ahead. The more Suhan thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. So he hurriedly quickened his pace. As he passed through the forest, a low cave came into view. Suhan immediately saw 2 goats lying on the ground inside the cave, and he quickly walked over, letting out an evil laugh. He. You naughty goats, you are really easy to find. Chapter 106, A Day Full of Harvests, with Unexpected Joy. Inside the cave. 2 stray goats were hiding from the rain here. Originally, they were together with the larger group. But because the ram ate a few extra bites of grass by the river, he turned back and found the group had already left. Later, encountering heavy rain, they temporarily took shelter here. At this moment, the kid was nestled in the ram's arms, sleeping very peacefully, completely unaware that danger was about to arrive. On the contrary, the ram, although lying on the ground, was pricking his ears to listen to the sounds outside. Suddenly, a black shadow blocked the entrance of the cave. The ram, who was pretending to doze, suddenly woke up. He looked outside and quickly stood up to protect the kid behind him. Have you discovered it? But it's already too late. You will never be able to protect that little lamb behind you. He. Suhan walked in with a heartless stride. The ram bleated and stomped his front hooves on the ground, charging towards him. But this level of strength was simply not enough to see. Suhan grabbed the ram firmly with just one hand. You've got some spirit, but it's useless to me. Bang! A heavy punch landed. The ram rolled its eyes and peacefully fell asleep. TCH. Useless, not even as good as ergo. Suhan turned to look at the kid, only to find it was scared and wanted to run away. He reached out to grab it, easily catching it. Sure enough, rainy days are the best for catching goats. Suhan stored the bow and arrows in the cave and carried the 2 goats back home. As soon as he stepped outside, he caught a big fat sheep. This raincoat was really worth it. Back at the shelter, Suhan threw the ram into the sheep pen, then untied the ropes on its legs. Once the ram regained its freedom, it fearfully retreated continuously. And the kid closely followed behind. Suhan said to Ergo, keep an eye on this guy and let him settle down. Goats and wolves are similar, both are groups with strict social hierarchies. The head goat can dominate all the other goats under its control. So, handing this over to Ergo is fine. After Suhan finished speaking, he closed the door and turned to leave. Today, he wanted to catch as many goats from the mountains as possible, so he couldn't spend too much time at home. When the big door closed, Ergo walked straight up to the new member. Although it was a punching bag in front of its owner, among the sheep, it was a real big bully. Bah! Ergo lowered its head, aiming its horns at the new member. This is a behavior to confirm status within the flock. If the other side backed down directly, there would be no fight. But if the other ram did not back down, it meant they had to fight. The new ram was still a bit startled, and when it noticed that its fellow was about to settle the size king with it, it gradually became alert. In terms of size, it was not as big as the ram in front of it. In terms of... Before the new ram could figure it out, Ergo charged forward with all its strength. Surprise attack. This was a move it had learned from its owner. No matter if you back down or not, let me hit you first. The immense force sent the new ram's head crashing, leaving it bleeding. Bah! Bah! The new ram quickly lowered its head to concede. Ergo disdainfully exhaled. If it could talk, it would definitely say Suhan's catchphrase. Trash. You should know that what just happened had no effect at all on the owner. It was clear that the fellow in front was too weak. At this moment, in the mountains and forests, Suhan slowly searched along the mountain path and soon discovered new traces along the way. Some plants had been gnawed on. Although most plants in the cold belt had already withered, some evergreen species still maintained their green. Looking at the plants with their leaves eaten down to nothing, Suhan knew the goats were just ahead. After simply adjusting the brim of his hat, he began to speed up his search. When he climbed over the next hillside, he made a new discovery. A large patch of sparse goat droppings. From the amount, there were definitely no fewer than 6 goats. Suhan followed the goat droppings, chasing for a full 15 minutes before he found the goats' resting place. They were unexpectedly hiding in a gap between a large rock and the mountain. The previous cave was very narrow and could not accommodate these goats at all. But this place was different. As long as the goats hid in the gap, it would be enough to shelter them from the wind and rain. But capturing them here would not be easy. If they were hiding in a cave, he could block the entrance and catch them one by one. But hiding in the rock crevice, they could run away from either side. So cunning! Su-han secretly cursed in his heart. Since he could not catch them all, he could only take them down one by one, preferably capturing the leader first. Finding such a good place to shelter from the rain meant the leader was very smart. Only by catching it first could he make it easier to capture the other goats. Su-han took out his binoculars and observed. There were a total of 8 goats, and the one farthest inside was not a ram, but an old ewe. By the looks of it, she should be the leader. Su-han took out an arrow smeared with poison, aiming at the ewe. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air, hitting the ewe's body accurately. Bah! The ewe let out a miserable cry. The entire flock instantly erupted, and the goats on both sides basically ran off without hesitation. Then another ewe was hit. But by this time, the flock had already run far, chasing them would be a bit difficult. However, being able to catch 2 ewes, Su-han was already very satisfied. Suddenly, a goat's miserable cry came from afar. Su-han looked ahead and saw a ram, during its escape, getting pushed away by other goats, actually falling directly off the mountain path. Although this mountain was not high, it still had to be at least dozens of meters. Falling from such a height, it was basically 9 parts dead. Su-han walked to the roadside, looking at the goat at the bottom of the mountain that was no longer moving. He clicked his tongue in amazement. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Not only can we eat goat meat, but we also have goat wool now. In the live streaming room, the audience congratulated one after another. Today really wasn't a waste of coming out. So many caught in one go, and there's an unexpected surprise. Hee hee, that's just luck. Just now, we returned 20,000 goats. If we can return a few more, it won't be long before we can enjoy freedom with lamb. So refreshing, there's even delivery. Ah, this is just too great. Su-han walked in front of the poisoned ewe and retrieved the arrows inside her. As for the goats that fell, there was no need to rush to collect them. The poisoned ewe had to be sent home first. The poison was fierce, but the effect wore off quickly. If he didn't carry her home first, they would run away later, and he would have nowhere to cry. Su-han picked up the ewe, and the national luck prompt soon appeared. This time, he returned 20,000. The luck was really good. By the time Su-han carried all the goats back home, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. The rainy weather had this downside. The mountain roads were slippery, making it impossible to walk quickly. Fortunately, the wind had gradually stopped on the return trip, otherwise, he would have been soaked all over. But even so, Su-han's boots and pants were all soaked. There was no way around it. Lunch was still tiger meat with chili sauce. Oddly enough, Su-han ate spicy food 3 times a day, yet had no issues when going to the toilet. He remembered back in college, after eating spicy food a couple of times, he would have a sore backside. He wondered if it was due to his physical condition or the benefits from the title's attributes. Chapter 107, Making the Famous Snack of the Capital, Exploding Trike 3rd Update. By the time he finished eating and drinking, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Su-han went into the sheep pen to check on them. Ergo rushed over with a wagging tail, trying to act cute. Su-han patted its head and playfully punched it. This was Su-han's way of communicating with his beloved pet. Then, he looked inside. The ram that was caught first was lying in the corner but stood up alertly upon seeing him. Strangely, the little lamb showed no reaction at all. Huh, why does it have injuries on its face? Ergo, did you bully it? Faced with his owner's question, Ergo looked guiltily at the wall, wearing an expression that said it had nothing to do with him. Who told the fool not to admit defeat? Could it be blamed on it? Su-han chuckled, not blaming Ergo. After all, he would still need it to manage the flock in the future. As for the 2 ewes he just brought back, they gradually started to come to their senses and slowly stood up from the ground. They were very afraid of Su-han, shrinking into a corner and trembling. Seeing no big issue, Su-han added some hay in the sheep pen for warmth and stopped disturbing them. After all, with Ergo around, these goats would eventually obey. He went to the storage room. Su-han took out a dagger and an axe, preparing to butcher the goat that had fallen to its death. It was quite large, weighing about 90 kilograms, a standard adult male goat. Bleeding. Skinning. Eviscerating. The goat is a treasure all over. Unlike carnivorous animals, its internal organs are completely edible. Goat intestines are delicious and can be used for hot pot or stew. Goat blood can be made into tofu. Goat stomach, naturally, need not be mentioned, as it is the best part to eat. In the famous snacks of the capital, exploding tripe includes 9 varieties that come from the goat. Looking at the fresh goat's stomach, Suhan thought he could have exploding tripe for dinner. In this cold weather, a bowl of goat soup and a serving of exploding tripe would be so comforting. As for goat hooves and heads, they are also hard to find delicacies. Suhan quickly dismantled the goat, crushing the ribs and leg bones and putting them into a large pot to boil. Not much seasoning was needed. Just Sichuan pepper and wild scallions would be enough. Fresh goat meat is meant to be enjoyed for its original flavor, adding too many spices would only affect its freshness. The goat leg meat was wrapped in leaves and mud, placed in a roasting pit to smoke. The remaining tender goat meat, Suhan planned to use for hot pot tonight. As for goat tail fat, although most people think its smell is strong, in the oil-poor wilderness, this is a rare good thing, useful for cooking and meal preparation. After processing the lamb, Suhan began to handle the sheep's wool. Normally, scissors are used to shear the sheep. But for a dead sheep, that effort isn't necessary. Suhan laid the sheep skin on the 8 immortals table and used wooden nails to hold down 2 corners. Then, he pressed a dagger tightly against the skin, shaving off the wool bit by bit. With his high-level butchering skill boost, his work was incredibly efficient. In just 30 minutes, he completely shaved off all the wool from the sheepskin. He weighed it in his hands, even one sheep's wool was not light. It was estimated to be around 15 kilograms. Not bad at all. In the official broadcast hall, Li Cheng explained to the audience why this goat had so much wool. Actually, this is a regional and ecological issue. The area where Suhan is located is extremely cold in winter, and without dense and thick wool, they absolutely cannot survive the winter safely. Like in our country, merino sheep can produce over 15 kilograms of wool each. Upon hearing this, the audience felt they had learned a lot of knowledge. After shearing the wool, the next step is to remove the grease on it. This process is similar to handling duck down. It requires soaking in warm water, without rubbing, only pressing, to prevent the wool from felting together. Just so happens, I've recently boiled several large basins, didn't expect them to come in handy today. Suhan poured hot water from the kettle into the large basin, then mixed in cool water, and finally added rose soap. As he pressed the wool down, the clear warm water visibly turned dark. Damn, so dirty. Ugh. And it smells like sheep dung. So stinky. As the warm water soaked the wool, the odors attached to it also began to release. Suhan was almost gagging from the smell. The audience erupted in laughter. This reminds me of my childhood neighbor who raised sheep. The smell of their pen was simply my childhood nightmare. Suhan, come on, plug your nose with something. I've heard that in ancient times, the brave warrior Zhang Fei would always stick green onions in his nose when visiting a pigsty. No kidding, the smell from the shepherd is quite similar. After repeatedly changing the water, the wool finally became white. Its smell dissipated along with it. Suhan couldn't help but complain. Luckily, I didn't soak it where I live, otherwise, I wouldn't sleep tonight. It could really stink me to death. After washing the wool clean, the next step was dehydration. Normally, a towel is used to wrap it in layers, then squeeze out the water. But since there were no towels at home, Suhan chose to use an inner lining instead. At worst, after drying, he could wash it with soap. Suhan cleaned and disinfected the 8 immortals table with soapy water, otherwise, after some time, it would be unusable. Then he took 2 wooden boards and placed them on top. Next, he could begin to drain the water. Suhan took off his inner lining, laid it flat on the wooden board, then placed the wool on the lining, rolling it bit by bit to squeeze it out. A large amount of water flowed out from the lining. Once the clothing no longer dripped, he placed the wool in a bamboo sieve and moved it next to the Kong in the main bedroom to dry. Normally, it would be completely dry by the night of the day after tomorrow at the latest. Suhan had spent a full hour processing over 35 pounds of wool. When the last batch of wool was moved to the main bedroom, he began preparing for the next step. Combing the wool. The goal is to arrange the messy wool fibers uniformly after drying. Without combing, it is impossible to roll it into strands and spin yarn. There are 2 methods for combing. First, make a bow to pluck. Using the vibration of the bowstring, quickly spread and comb the wool. In ancient times, Dragon Country had a group of people specializing in plucking cotton. They traveled through the streets, providing services to those who couldn't handle cotton or didn't have time to process it. This method is very efficient, but the wool combed out is slightly coarse, so it is not suitable for spinning long threads. But Suhan needs to use the wool to weave clothes, so naturally, this method is not suitable for him. Therefore, he needs to use the second tool. A wool comb. He made 2 sharp wooden combs, one fixed to the workbench, with the teeth facing upward. The other comb is held in hand, with the teeth facing downward. Next, he only needs to place the wool on the comb fixed on the workbench and use the comb in hand to comb it repeatedly to get very fine wool. This is very simple to do. Just grab 2 pieces of wood, carve and assemble them a little, and it can be completed. It even takes less than 15 minutes. When everything was finished, the sky gradually darkened. Suhan glanced at the time and realized it was already 7 in the evening. Time really flies. Suhan straightened up and said with a smile, "Alright, let's stop working for today." Just in time, the lamb soup inside is also ready. Brothers, I'm sorry. Today, I want to eat boiled tripe, although there's no sesame sauce, no fermented tofu, and no chives. But we have cilantro and chile. Today, there will be plenty of boiled tripe. However, we have to agree first, the barrage restricts the local war, there simply aren't enough supplies, so let's make do. As he said this, Suhan happily picked up the lamb tripe and began to prepare this delicacy. Chapter 108, Enjoying Boiled Tripe, Recent Situations of Other Contestants in the Snowy Wolf Domain. The preparation of boiled tripe in the capital city is actually very simple. You just need to clean the lamb tripe, blanch it in hot water for a while, and then it's ready to serve. What you eat is the tenderness of the ingredients. Of course, a large part of it is also about the dipping sauce. The dipping sauces in the capital, you can say they're tasty even if dipped with choux sauce. However, the seemingly simple boiled tripe actually scares off countless people at the first step. However, cleaning boiled tripe isn't as difficult as imagined. Suhan used a dagger to open the lamb tripe, then turned it inside out, and washed it several times with warm water. When the water became clear, he could drain it. At this time, add salt and white wine, and rub it hard to remove all the odors and impurities from the inner wall. Then, rinse it several times with water again. Next, it can be cut into strips for eating. Suhan placed a stainless steel pot on the fire, added a large amount of lamb soup, and as soon as it reached the point of being almost boiling, he could eat the boiled tripe. He took 2 small bowls. In the first small bowl, he placed chopped chili sauce, ginger, cilantro, and salt. In the second small bowl, he added fried chili, cilantro, pepper powder, and salt. Brothers, I'm eating first. Suhan picked up a chopstick of boiled tripe, dipped it in the lamb soup a few times, and once it curled slightly and changed color, he immediately picked it out. He dipped it in the first bowl of sauce. The aroma of chili and the flavor of cilantro perfectly fused. Hiss. Delicious. Although a bit lacking in ingredients, it is really tasty. Suhan quickly took another chopstick. The flavor of the lamb soup, the spiciness of the sauce. It really made him appetite. Next, let me try the dipping sauce in the second bowl. Suhan picked up another chopstick of boiled tripe. Blanching it in water. Dipping it in the sauce. While both sauces have chili and cilantro. But this one added pepper powder and fried chili. The taste was both numbing and spicy. The aftertaste was incredibly delightful. Suhan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "This is good, wow, this is delicious. I strongly recommend everyone to try it when it's time to distribute the lamb tripe. Don't be fooled by the few seasonings, the flavor is really top-notch." A large plate of boiled tripe was quickly devoured by him. The audience saw their idol eating so deliciously, and they began to tease. "Why is there no marinated shrimp oil, Sugad? That's not authentic, you won't pay after eating. Don't imitate the traitor upstairs, he has already made a fortune. This live broadcast room restricts local war. Ha, look at how happy Sugad is eating when it's time to distribute the lamb tripe, I also want to try this recipe." The boiled tripe was finished, and next were the other parts of the lamb tripe. The most tender part. When it comes to belly innards, the texture is very crispy, and eating it is super comfortable. Things like tripe and mushroom heads need to be stewed a bit longer. Suhan is devouring this dish, his appetite wide open, with sweat all over his forehead. In the live stream, foreigners watch Suhan flaunting his offals and express their feelings. Only people from the Dragon Kingdom know how to eat. They waste no parts at all. If it were old German, they would have thrown away the sheep's stomach long ago. People from the Dragon Kingdom always think we are barbarians. Do they think this is an insult? No, it's actually the truth. Because our development of food is far behind the Dragon Kingdom, the so-called delicacies are just self-deception. Take animal innards for example, how many countries can develop them perfectly? And what about the use of soybeans and starch? America claims to be the beacon of human civilization, but their food is all canned and junk food. In contrast, the Dragon Kingdom has fresh vegetables at every meal. The variety of food is also endless. Yes, I am British. Our country has absolutely no good food, just fries, fried fish, fried chicken, salads, oh, and hard bread. Are there any other good foods? Hello, I am Gallic, our bread can be used as bricks. When going out to fight, there's no need for weapons, just bring along baguette. As everyone's complaints grow more, the foreigners gradually become speechless about their own culture. In contrast, they increasingly admire the Dragon Kingdom. In order to immigrate as soon as possible, countless foreigners start staying up late to learn the dragon language. They strive to ensure that when they finally immigrate, they can communicate without barriers. Suhan ate some offals for a while, then turned to eat boiled lamb. Eating offals occasionally satisfies cravings, but to feel full, it's gotta be pure meat. 2 kilograms of lamb went down. Suhan let out a satisfied burp, finally feeling full. With the night being quiet, he took out a wolf from the space he had stored it in. Today he used a lot of leather to make a raincoat. If he didn't tan some wolfskin soon, he'd have no inventory left at home. At this time, inside the snowy forest, Old German successfully obtained the 7th 2-star coordinate stone from a squirrel. Huff. Oh my, it took me 3 whole days to get 7 stones. Now I can finally go back. He was not the first to return. This afternoon, quite a few contestants had returned to the wildlands. But these people's points are not high, only passing with the minimum score. Old German, however, is different. Among the 7 coordinates, 4 are 2-star coordinate stones. That's why he was delayed for so long. Swish. Accompanied by a white light, Old German successfully returned to the shelter. Feeling his body temperature rising quickly, a smile visibly spread across his bearded face. Hey. I'm back. Viewers, I've escaped that icy hell, and luckily I'm unscathed and have hunted a stag. Next, I absolutely cannot rest, because the snowy forest may very likely be the future of the wildlands. I need to fortify the shelter and gather more supplies. But now, I need to take a break. At this time, a viewer from the Dragon Kingdom noticed Old German's missing front teeth. So, they inquired in the live stream. Then they learned that Old German accidentally fell while hurrying yesterday. No wonder he's talking with a whistle now. So it was like this. Meanwhile, a gang was also marching with a torch. He also didn't want to stay in the snowy forest any longer. The first night, a snowstorm. The second night, strong winds. Today is the calmest day, with a bright moon overhead. So, a gang wanted to travel at night and leave this place as soon as possible. So far, he has gathered 6 coordinate stones. Among them are 2 2-star coordinate stones. For the last one, a gang still opted for a 2-star coordinate stone. Leaving with 3 2-star coordinate stones, he believed his ranking shouldn't be too bad. As he walked, a gang finally arrived at the location of the last coordinate stone. A completely frozen small river. And the coordinate stone is in the mud by the riverbank. A gang had no mood to complain. He simply stuck the torch aside, and then picked up a big stone from the side and smashed it hard against the ice surface. Let's just say it's good that he was by the riverbank. If he were a bit further in, he would have had to give up. Crack. Some cracks appeared on the ice surface, but they weren't big enough to break through. A gang raised the stone again and continued to smash the ice surface. After smashing dozens of times, he finally broke a hole the size of a palm in the ice. Not bad, that's enough. A gang reached his hand into the water and quickly retrieved the coordinate stone. Without a hint of hesitation, he left the forest wolf snow domain. The final score was fixed at 10 points. Currently, he ranked 9th. But since many people hadn't left yet, this ranking was only temporary. The Dragon Kingdom audience saw a gang safe and finally sighed in relief. No one expected him to have a dazzling performance, just staying alive was a success. As for the ranking issue, in fact, no one really cared. Then, someone went to other live rooms to gather information. When they arrived at the next door's live room in Pickle Country, countless Dragon Kingdom viewers were stunned. They never expected that Park Dwayne, that useless pretty boy, was not only alive but had used a very strange method to keep warm. Let's just say, normal people would find it hard to think of this. Chapter 109, The Pickle Competitor Shows a Traitor, Problems with the Mother Sheep at Home. At this moment, in the picture, a big brown long-haired cow was lying on a hillside sleeping. Its body shape was like that of a yak, but its color was quite different. The Dragon Kingdom audience watched for a long time but still couldn't find Park Dwayne. Where is he? Did the pickle competitor turn into a cow? No, brother, look closely. Is there a head near that cow's butt? What the hell, is he hiding in the cow's butt? 666, no wonder he's a pickle competitor, he's really clever. He didn't hide in that spot, but almost did. This guy is quite smart. Seeing that this cow has no aggression, he basically hides behind it every night to sleep. Though it's stinky, it's definitely warm. Speaking of which, Park Dwayne is also quite a quirky person. Although he brought a lot of supplies, he didn't have enough means to keep warm. When the snowstorm came, this competitor felt like he was doomed. But things turned out to be so coincidental. When Park Dwayne was about to freeze and lose consciousness, he unexpectedly stumbled into the resting place of the long-haired frosty cow. These cows live in the snow domain year-round and are passive retaliatory animals. As long as they're not harmed, they generally won't attack. At that time, Park Dwayne was almost frozen to the point of losing consciousness. When he crawled into the cow's tail, he thought he was dreaming. It wasn't until the next morning that Park Dwayne realized that the cow had saved him. Though the cow's behind smelled bad, it was warm enough. So during the day, he worked hard to collect the coordinate stones, and at night, when those cows fell asleep, he sneaked into their territory and crawled under their behinds. After hearing the pickled competitor's experience, the audience exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of luck is this? Surviving a snowstorm. Actually, it wasn't so comfortable. Though these cows were warm, they had one bad aspect: they liked to unconsciously fart and poop at midnight. Last night, Park Dwayne was woken up 8 times, and once he even dreamed with his mouth open, and a lot went straight in. TSK, that scene is truly unforgettable. And this happened? 666. I can only say that the competitors from the third country are extremely jealous. Just when everyone was chatting happily, a huge fart sound suddenly erupted in the live room. Boom. Everyone quickly turned to look at the pickled competitor, then their eyes filled with regret. This guy solidly endured a stinky fart and didn't react at all. How boring. Park Dwayne had long been used to this kind of life. As long as he could survive, he would do anything. Seeing there was nothing entertaining to watch, the number of people in the livestream quickly decreased. The next morning, taking advantage of the long-haired frost cow still sleeping, Park Dwayne left early. In the next 2 days, contestants continued to complete their tasks. And Park Dwayne was no exception. His score was the lowest at 7 points, but no one blamed him, as surviving was what mattered. Back at home, Park Dwayne scrubbed his body vigorously with water, but for some reason, that strange awful smell just wouldn't go away. Why is this happening? Why can't it be washed away? Could it be that this cow's fart has pickled me? Park Dwayne was stunned for a moment, then broke down and cried. He was a big star. How could he live with a constant bad smell? So, Park Dwayne continued to wash his body. But no matter how hard he tried, the smell remained stubbornly present. Seeing the first contestant successfully leave, the pickled cabbage crowd turned their attention to another contestant. Unexpectedly, when this contestant had only 1 coordinate stone left, he didn't collect it. He stood up, a strange smile on his face, and looked up at the sky. Pickled cabbage crowd, do you think I'm about to complete my task and leave? But don't dream. I don't want to complete the task because I am from the north. With this statement, the pickled cabbage citizens were all shocked. The north? Isn't that the enemy? Wait, calm down. What does this guy mean? The north, could he be a spy? Damn, why would a spy be chosen as a contestant? I said he was always talking with his family, wasting our country's fortune. Damn, if he doesn't complete the task, we will be punished again. Whoa, no. I have only 1 magic pill left. If I get punished again, I won't be able to survive. While joking, this contestant threw away all his coordinate stones and actively gave up the task for this week. The sound of National Fortune survival prompt rang out immediately. Do you want to abandon the task halfway? Warning, abandoning the task early will incur severe penalties on the country as well. I am willing to give up. Boom. Red light enveloped the contestant. The cold prompt sound immediately echoed in all the live streams. Notice, due to the pickled contestant's active abandonment of the task, the situation is very severe, deducting 5 points of national fortune and receiving 2 random penalties as a warning. Warning, all citizens of the pickled cabbage nation have their height reduced by 10 centimeters. Warning, all males in the pickled cabbage nation lose 1 magic pill. Warning, accumulating 15 points of national fortune will randomly exempt 1 penalty. No more than once per month. At this moment, a golden light enveloped the pickled cabbage nation. Countless citizens watched helplessly as their bodies shrank, their faces filled with despair. And those male citizens were even more unfortunate. The last magic pill was also gone. Now they weren't even men anymore. Although accumulating 15 points of national fortune could exempt 1 penalty, the remaining contestant was a useless wimp and couldn't earn any national fortune points. Unless he died, everyone would have to remain eunuchs. But if he really died, the nation would be in grave danger. So, Park Dwayne could not die just yet. After much thought, the pickled cabbage citizens could only accept the situation of being eunuchs for now. At this moment, the citizens of other countries were stunned. They never imagined that there would be a spy among the contestants. It was truly terrifying. At this moment, Suhan, who was checking the use, was slightly stunned. There is actually a spy among the pickled cabbage contestants. 666. I never expected that the pickled cabbage people would be so unlucky. So many citizens and they randomly picked a spy as a contestant. This luck was simply unbelievable. But Suhan wasn't in the mood to mock those fools right now. He was checking why the ewes at home were refusing to stay inside the sheepfold. Ever since the new goats arrived, the 2 ewes that were captured first have shown great resistance. At first, they refused to stay in the sheepfold during the day, and later, they even refused to go back at night. They wouldn't even be pulled back. This left Su-han a bit puzzled. Usually, these 2 ewes loved lying down and sleeping inside, so if they refused to return, there must be something wrong. Was it bullying? Su-han didn't think so. If they were being bullied by the new goats, there would definitely be some scars on their bodies. Just like the male goat, every time it was bullied by Ergo, its face would always be bruised. But these 2 ewes had no such marks. If they're not being bullied, could it be that they think the sheepfold is crowded? Su-han thought for a moment, but felt that wasn't likely. The sheepfold he built could easily accommodate these few goats. So what could it be? Just when Su-han was feeling helpless, a message came through from the National Survival System. The country you're in wants to video call you. Would you like to accept? Su-han's eyes lit up, knowing that help had arrived. If his guess was right, Longwo must have sent livestock experts over. If not, they would have at least compiled professional knowledge about breeding livestock. But if it was knowledge, Su-han felt it would be useful to add some veterinary knowledge. That way, if the goats at home fell ill, he could treat them himself, avoiding the hassle of a second connection. Chapter 110, The Ewes Are Pregnant. A way to improve transport efficiency. Third update. Please wait for a moment on the call. Besides the goat issue, please prepare some veterinary knowledge for me. Su-han rejected the call and conveyed his thoughts to the Longwei authorities. Sure enough, the call was quickly cut off. In the Longwei Tactical Research Room, experts were sorting through information. For example, common problems with goats. For example, some diseases that wolves might encounter. Additionally, there was information about the domestication of yaks and their common problems and diseases. This was new information the experts had recently received. Since there were yak-like creatures in the cold forest wolf snowfields, it was likely that similar creatures also existed in the savage world. As for transportability, cattle were far superior to goats. To put it bluntly, if Su-han could tame a batch of cattle, he would be able to frequently go on long trips to search for supplies. 20 minutes later, the information was compiled. Su-han received another call request. When he answered, a detailed report on goats appeared before him. This time, it was still PTT. The first part talked about the goat's body structure and some common problems it might encounter. The second part focused on veterinary knowledge, including diseases common to goats, wolves, and cows, as well as issues with herbs and surgery. This part was the most detailed. Especially the application of Chinese herbs, where even the exact dosage was specified. It even provided many alternative herbs and where they could be found. If herbs weren't available, it explained how to alleviate the pain. It was clear how dedicated the officials were. Su-han nodded repeatedly, praising the staff for their expertise. The final part was about nutrition. This section went into detail about the food composition for goats, wolves, and cows. Especially for goats and cows. If they ate alfalfa regularly, it not only helped their bodies but was also rich in various vitamins. Without artificial feed, alfalfa was the best feed. After 30 seconds, the call ended. Su-han stood still, processing the knowledge he had just learned. They don't fit in. They hate noisy environments. They won't even return to the sheepfold at night. This is obviously a sign of pregnancy. Su-han was overjoyed in his heart, turning to look at the ewes beside him, gasping, "You are pregnant?" The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned for a moment, then fell into wild joy. The ewes are pregnant. This is fantastic news. Generally speaking, ewes can give birth to 1 to 3 lambs. Calculating with an average of 2, these 2 ewes can give birth to 4 lambs. Once the production increases, not only will there be plenty of sheep, but there will also be milk to drink. This is so exciting. However, to ensure there are no blunders, Su-han still personally checked the ewes. Finally, after his careful confirmation, he discovered that both ewes were indeed pregnant. The time was about a month or so. It seems it's time to give you a luxurious single room. Su-han patted the ewe's head, preparing to expand their living quarters into a more spacious sheep pen. Pregnant ewes always deserve some special treatment. After all, the ewes need to be comfortable to give birth to healthy lambs. Rolling up his sleeves, he was ready to get started. Su-han planned to build the new sheep pen next to the old one. This way, he wouldn't have to build an extra wall, and cleaning would be much easier. The ground, which had just been rained on and frozen for 2 days, was hard as bricks. Normal digging would take a lot of time and effort. So he could first make a fire to soften the topsoil, then digging would be much easier. Of course, burning for a short time wouldn't work, it needed to burn for at least 4 hours. Thus, after lighting the bonfire, Su-han took an axe and went outside. On the way, two little wolf cubs were on his left and right, like two little guardians. But after walking for a distance, the husky left the group and started playing by itself. Today's weather was clear, perfect for working. The whole morning, Suhan was chopping wood, and the sound of thumping in the live room hardly stopped. In the afternoon, he began to dig the foundation for construction. After burning, the ground was indeed no longer hard, and it was very easy to dig. Once the foundation was excavated, construction could begin. The new sheep pen was going to be twice as spacious as the one next door and divided into 2 single rooms. If other ewes became pregnant later, they could be directly transferred, thus avoiding further expansions. The outer walls were still 3 layers thick. Inside, after laying tiles on the ground, he spread a lot of hay in the corners. Then, it was time to install wooden doors and ventilation openings. After a flurry of busy work, he unexpectedly found that it was already evening. Suhan arranged feed and clean water for the ewes, then took Ergo out. Previously, he used to casually collect fodder. Basically, the goats ate whatever they found. But after looking at the official information provided by Long Country, he learned that goats need to eat alfalfa. And this grass was abundant on the northern shore of the lake. Upon reaching the northern shore, Suhan found that the alfalfa leaves had turned deep green. After a while, they would turn yellow and even fall off. Fortunately, I learned a lot today, otherwise, these alfalfa would be wasted. Suhan took out his dagger and began harvesting. The most nutritious part of alfalfa is its leaves. So, when the leaves haven't dropped yet, it's the most valuable time for alfalfa. Although it was a bit late to harvest now, it wasn't too late. Swish. Swish. Suhan harvested alfalfa handful by handful. Once one basket was full, he switched to another basket. In less than 10 minutes, the baskets on Ergo and the one Suhan brought were all filled. Ha, da hui. Let's go home. With a shout from Suhan, the 2 little creatures scampered out from the distant grass. They had grown more than double their size from before. Now, when they run, they are so energetic. Back at home, Suhan handed the alfalfa to the ewes. Unlike the usual feeding of fodder, this time they just sniffed it. He began to eat heartily. It was clear that the goat really enjoyed the alfalfa. Since this was the case, he needed to stock up more. Otherwise, when the weather turned cold, the leaves of the alfalfa would wither, and harvesting would be far less nutritious than it was now. But with this, he also needed to build a storage place for the hay, to prevent strong winds and rain from affecting the grass. Suhan patted the 2 ewes, turned around, and continued cutting grass with Ergo. He was busy until 8 o'clock in the evening before returning. However, the harvested hay was far from satisfactory, only more than 30 baskets. For others, this might already be quite good. But Suhan felt unsatisfied. He couldn't waste large amounts of time collecting fodder. So, was there a way to improve efficiency? For gathering, he could use a dagger to make a simple sickle, which would speed things up a bit. But it wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. So, the first thing that should be addressed was transportation. If he took Ergo out, he could only bring back at most 5 baskets of fodder. But going back and forth took half an hour. If he could shorten this time, it would greatly improve efficiency. For example, making a wooden cart. This cart was a common human-powered transport tool in the rural areas of Long Country, also known as a handcart and a pull cart. If he could make it, he could transport a lot of fodder in one trip. Thanks to the big bosses for the gifts, love you all. By the way, please encourage more updates and support, thank you. Chapter 111, successfully made the cart. Foreigners want to imitate Suhan's development path. It seems it's time to make a cargo vehicle. Suhan murmured to himself. If he had a cart, it would not only facilitate transporting fodder. Going out to gather resources would also be much easier. For example, transporting wood. He could easily bring back a full cart. For example, transporting high-quality clay. Bringing back a cart would allow for a long burn. This does not even account for going out to collect resources. Although the paths in the wilderness were difficult, as long as he went out with a wooden shovel and wood, he could repair the road while traveling. Sooner or later, the road would become smooth. Thinking of this, Suhan became more determined to make a cart. But the most important thing now was to eat. He would think about the construction after he was full. For dinner today, they changed the flavor and ate frost snow tiger meat. Although it was not as fragrant and tender as lamb, the meat of the frost snow tiger could enhance the physique, so no matter how bad it tasted, it had to be eaten. After dinner, Suhan began to think about how to make the cart. In his memory, this type of cart consisted of 2 wheels, an axle, a flatbed for carrying goods, and 2 handles. Among these, the wheels were the hardest to make. If the wheels were too small, they would easily get stuck in mud and be more easily obstructed by debris. so the diameter of the wheels was best around 50 centimeters. Tomorrow, his first task was to find such trees. As long as he solved the wheel problem, the rest would be easy. The wheels could be made directly from large trees. So now, it was time to make the other parts. First was the cart bed. This was the simplest part. He chose birchwood with a diameter of 30 centimeters and directly joined it with mortise and tenon structures. The length of the cart bed was 2.5 meters, and the width was about 1.5 meters. A space of 20 centimeters should be left at the back of the cart bed for tying down cargo, and the front yoke was 2 meters long. The sidewalls of the cart were 60 centimeters high. The bottom of the cart had a U-shaped area for securing the axle. And at the front of the cart bed, there was also a place to secure the pulling rope. Having determined the dimensions, Suhan began to pick up an axe and got busy. It took about an hour, and the beautiful birch cart bed was completed. Next came the axle. This was relatively easy as well. He just needed to choose a straight birch log with a thickness of 7 centimeters. There are plenty of this kind of wood at home. Suhan picked for a while and then found a very suitable axle. It's about 2 meters long, with a diameter of more than 7 centimeters. Just you. Suhan jumped out with the wooden stick, stripped its outer skin, and then roasted it over charcoal. Although the stick was already quite dry, it still needed anti-corrosion treatment. Birch is tough, but its anti-corrosion ability is too poor. As long as the anti-corrosion process is done well, birch axles will be no worse than other hardwoods. At 10:30 at night. After finishing his work, Suhan quickly went to bed to rest. The next day. In the morning. As dawn broke, Suhan went out alone to the mountain to search for big trees suitable for making wheels. The trees near the shelter are not thick enough, so he had to go to the mountain where the hunting of grizzly bears took place to try his luck. After wandering around, finally, at 9:30 in the morning, Suhan found the right tree. This is a giant oak, with a diameter of about 60 centimeters, very suitable for making wheels. Just you. Suhan took a deep breath, and the axe in his hand swung without stopping. With each strike, it landed precisely in the same spot. After more than 10 minutes, with a strong push from Suhan, the giant oak went crack and fell down the mountain. Chirp chirp. Squirrels in the distance were gnashing their teeth in anger. Their warm and beautiful home was lost just like that. It's truly frustrating. Suhan came to the oak, gestured with his hands, and began to cut. The wheels only need to be 5 to 6 centimeters. So, the excess wood could only be kept as a backup. Thud. 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 This time when swinging the axe, Suhan's strength was noticeably restrained. He was afraid that too much force would damage the wheels. 20 minutes later. The first wheel hit the ground. But its surface was very rough, it still needed to be polished before it could be used. Next was the second wheel. In total, Suhan made 4 wheels before leaving happily. As he passed under the tree crown, he suddenly noticed many nuts had fallen to the ground. Oh! What a pleasant surprise! Not bad at all. Suhan squatted down and quickly collected all the nuts on the ground and from the tree holes until everything was cleared away, then he floated away with the wheels. By the time the squirrel ran over, its home had been completely emptied. At that moment, it even felt like it wanted to die. The belongings collected for so long had suddenly disappeared. Who could understand this feeling? Back at the shelter, Suhan placed the wheels on the ground and began to strip the bark using the axe. Then he took 2 ropes and marked the center of the wheels on the cut surface of the oak. This step is crucial, affecting the future stability of the cart. Once the positioning was done, drilling could commence. This task was already familiar to Suhan. In less than 40 minutes, the 2 axle holes were completed. Next, it's time to assemble. Suhan took the main axle, threaded it through the 2 wheels, and then processed the 4 sides of the wheels for fastening. It needed to ensure the wheels would not run around and stay fixed. Finally, the U-shaped board was placed onto the axle. Suhan pushed the axle to the board, supported the yoke, lifted the board, and then placed it into the U-shaped groove. Thus, a cart was completed. But just like this, it couldn't be used. In places with more friction, it had to be lubricated. At the same time, every time it was used, oil needed to be added to extend the axle's life. After a moment, the lubrication was finished. Suhan held 1 yoke in each hand and walked forward. The overall feel was quite good, the only drawback was that it was a bit heavy, so it was far less convenient than rural rubber tires. Okay, it's time to go out now. Suhan placed the supplies onto the cart. Because it was his first time going out, he prepared a lot of things. For example, the axe and wooden shovel for flat ground. For example, lunch and drinking water. Also, ropes to secure the alfalfa and a simple sickle made last night with a dagger and wood. Leaving the shelter, Suhan rushed straight to the north shore of the lake. Along the way, whenever he encountered an uneven path, he would stop to smooth it out and fill it in, so he moved very slowly. And in the live stream, fans once again marveled at Su-han's craftsmanship. This cart is really not bad, just like the one sold at the rural markets before, except the wheels are a bit lacking, otherwise there's no difference. Su-god is really amazing. If he can tame a cow, he won't even have to walk when he goes out in the future. Just thinking about it feels great. I guess the foreigners must be incredibly envious. But this shows the importance of mastering a skill. Don't say that, carpentry is indeed impressive. From small jewelry boxes to furniture, even houses can be built. I heard that foreigners are starting to learn carpentry skills. They probably want the new contestants to imitate Su-god's development path. Imitate? Brother, don't joke with me. Not everyone can be a carpenter, especially in a primitive world lacking tools. To become an expert like Su-god in a short time is simply a dream. A normal carpenter takes about 5 years to go from starting out to becoming a master. These foreigners are really making me laugh. Chapter 112. This isn't just gathering materials, it's clearly a goods procurement. In fact, the foreigners know it's hard to learn, but they have no choice. If all 3 contestants from their country are eliminated, then the newcomers are their last hope. How can they not learn more skills? This is a matter of life and death. Arriving at the north shore of the lake, Su-han parked the cart, picked up a sickle, and started harvesting. This time, his speed was indeed much faster than using a dagger directly. One hand grasping grass, the other hand harvesting. He easily got a large handful of alfalfa. Su-han placed the alfalfa aside. While he walked forward, the whole process was like harvesting wheat. As the harvested alfalfa increased, he then used hemp rope to bind the grass and placed it on the cart. He repeated this many times. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Su-han pulled an entire cart full of alfalfa back home. Yesterday, he spent nearly 4 hours gathering over 30 baskets. And today, it only took half the time to gather hundreds of pounds of alfalfa. This is not just gathering materials, it's clearly going to stock up. And this shows the importance of transportation tools. After unloading the alfalfa, Su-han did not rest, turned around and left again to continue cutting grass. Today, he aimed to cut as much grass as possible from the north shore. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about forage later. Su-han spent the whole day busy gathering grass for the goats and finally stocked up a full 4 tons of alfalfa, which should be enough to last the entire winter. In the live stream, the foreigners witnessed the power of the cart and all exclaimed in awe. Oh my gosh, is this the importance of transportation tools? A simple wooden cart can bring such a significant boost to the contestants. This is just crazy. I think we should let our country's contestants learn it. With this cart, searching for resources becomes incredibly convenient. I think it should be included as a necessary course for everyone. It would be best to arrange carpentry teachers to teach right now. In a wilderness world, having one of these carts would save a lot of time. In fact, the staff from various countries had already noticed the situation on Su-han's side. Some small countries had even arranged for teachers to conduct lessons. This shows how important it is to make a cart. After unloading the forage, Su-han took a hot shower. He casually ate something and went to bed to rest. Although the cart helped, he still suffered plenty. At 9 o'clock in the evening, with the last contestant returning, the weekly task surprisingly ended early. Tip: this week's event Forest Wolf Snow Ridge Adventure has now ended, and the champion is Dragon Country contestant Su-han. At this moment, a gang found it hard to believe. He originally thought he had nothing to do with the rewards, but unexpectedly ended up being the last one. This was simply a delightful surprise. I am the last one. Cool. Brothers, we have successfully survived. A gang shouted excitedly. Last time, he got a red pineapple from the random reward. He wondered what he could get this time. In a moment, the reward arrived. This time a gang did not receive information but got an axe instead. For a gang who only had a scythe, the axe was much more important than information. With an axe, he could chop wood and get a lot of firewood. Thus, he no longer had to waste a lot of time picking up branches every day. Moreover, with the axe, a gang would have some fighting power against wolves. These were all things the scythe could not do. After the task announcement disappeared, a new announcement appeared. Notice, many countries have experienced team wipeouts. Therefore, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, new contestants will be drawn to join the adventure. Upon hearing this news, countless countries began to take action. They distributed warm clothing so that every contestant could dress warmly. Even in the rainforest and tropical areas, there were no exceptions. Everyone knew that the wild world was about to enter winter. At this time, letting contestants wear heavy cotton clothes into the wild was a natural advantage. At least they wouldn't have to worry about keeping warm. They could directly collect resources and build shelters. At this moment, Yi felt a bit gloomy. He originally thought he could secure his second place position, but unexpectedly he was overtaken by the contestant from the White Bear country. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Ivanov was born in the Arctic Circle. In terms of experience in snowy adventures, he was far behind. However, this loss was nothing. He could just work harder to catch up next time. Yi adjusted his mindset and opened his own reward. His luck was quite good, he actually received a huge fishing net. Look, look, look. Audience, do you see what I have obtained? A huge fishing net. Ha, I can catch fish now. I was originally worried about food for the winter, but with this fishing net, I can relieve the pressure on food. This is really great news. Tomorrow morning, I will go fishing. That means you will also have fish to eat. The people in the British region cheered enthusiastically. Meanwhile, those slaves living in shanties were washing these white masters' underwear and polishing their shoes. The next day, in the morning, Suhan continued to check in as usual. After the radio exercises were over, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the exercise check-in activity, and your physical fitness has greatly improved. Suddenly, a warm current burst forth from his body. Strength surged up, and a certain area grew, while his hearing and vision were enhanced. Suhan tried to throw a punch. The air actually whistled with a fierce wind. One could imagine how terrifying the strength was. The key was that this was not the most outrageous part. The most outrageous part was that this substantial increase in physical fitness not only improved vision and hearing. Even the weapons below received enhancements. This made Suhan feel a bit speechless. But that's fine. Strengthening is better than not strengthening at all. Recently, I watched the survival broadcast of our nation, and all the magic balls of the males from the pickle country are gone. If they didn't pixelate it and took a shower, wouldn't it just make those little sticks explode with anger? Suhan showed a mischievous smile. Then he turned around and went to eat. Today, he planned to take the cart and continue to go out to stock up, hoping that the valley he hadn't fully explored would not let him down. Chapter 113, The Husky Proves Itself Again, Suhan Finds the Nation's Vegetable, Leek. Third update. At 9 in the morning. The weather was clear, with a slight breeze. Suhan, satisfied after eating, scratched his beard, then pulled the cart out with the husky and the big gray. He walked westward, heading straight for the distant valley. Although he had walked this road countless times, it was his first time pulling a cart. Compared to the bumpy north bank by the lake, the road to the west was much harder and easier to walk on. Basically, he had been out for 20 minutes without stopping to fix the road. This made Suhan very happy. Along the way, the big gray stayed by the cart, while the husky kept running back and forth. Worried that the little guy might be attacked by other wild beasts, he often called out whenever the husky ran too far. Husky, come back. At this call, the little pup would come running back happily. But within 10 minutes, he would uncontrollably run off again. Suhan shook his head helplessly. This fellow had too much energy. If he built a mill in the future, he felt that there would be no need for a donkey to pull it, he could just lock the husky inside. After a while, Suhan arrived at the valley again. Although it was cold outside, it was very warm here. Also, because it had just rained not long ago, many edible fungi had grown in the entrance woods. Suhan stopped the cart and picked up the basket to start working. Fallen leaf mushrooms. Picked. Chicken leg mushrooms. Picked. In less than 10 minutes, the basket was filled with mushrooms. But this wasn't enough, he had come to stock up, and a single basket of mushrooms wouldn't be enough to eat. At least, he needed to fill 4 baskets. 30 minutes later. The mushrooms in the woods had been mostly picked. Only then did Suhan pull the cart and walk towards the distance. In the valley, the birds chirped happily. Nearby, fish jumped out of the water from time to time. If it weren't for the resource issues, actually settling down here would be a good choice. As Suhan walked for a while, he suddenly saw the husky playing with a cluster of flat plants in its mouth. What is this? Husky, come here quickly. Hearing the owner's call, the little pup quickly ran over and obediently put the thing it had in its mouth on the ground. Suhan picked up the plant, sniffed it, and his eyes flashed with excitement. It really smells like leek. Husky, where did you find this? Is this guy a treasure-hunting dog? No. Is it a treasure-hunting wolf? Why can he always find good things? Facing his owner's inquiry, the husky looked utterly confused. On the contrary, the big gray recalled the last time, it stepped forward and sniffed the peculiar-smelling grass, then turned and started running into the distance. Seeing this, Suhan quickly followed. Leeks are great, they can enhance vitality. Phew. No, that's not it. This thing can not only be eaten as a vegetable, most importantly, it grows well. If he could find leeks, he could plant a patch right at his doorstep and even eat leek flowers later. The big gray walked along the road, constantly sniffing the scent of its brother. But the husky was too mischievous, running left and right, making the big gray lose the path for a long time before it located the leeks. So it's here, hidden so deep. Suhan put down the cart, picked up the basket, and began to collect the leeks. They grew on the hillside of the valley, with the woods in front blocking them, so they were easily missed. These leeks are growing very lush, but compared to those grown by humans, they are a bit smaller. However, I won't be picky, as long as I can eat them, that's enough. I cut most of the leeks down and put them into the backpack. Suhan didn't rush to leave, but took out his axe and wooden shovel to dig up the leeks that weren't harvested, roots and all. Compared to sowing seeds for planting, directly dividing and reproducing is undoubtedly much faster. Great! With these leeks, I'll have another kind of vegetable to eat in winter. Suhan smiled as he wrapped the leek roots in fallen leaves and kept them safe. Once I get home, I can dig a hole and directly bury them in the vegetable bed for planting. Leeks are very frost resistant, they can survive even at -40 degrees. They are known as the legendary survivors in the vegetable world. As for the remaining leeks, Suhan didn't dig them all up, but let them grow freely here. At this moment, in the live streaming room, the Dragon Kingdom's viewers began to celebrate. You must know, leeks are a national level dish. Dumplings. The most important thing is that leeks are hardy and have high yields. Suhan just triggered a total of 6 returns. Among them, 60,000 leeks with roots. The remaining leeks are 120,000 bunches. Yes, you read that right. They were returned by the bunch. That's a considerable amount of resources, a lot of leeks. The Dragon Kingdom officials responded very quickly, starting to arrange experts for planting as soon as they received the leeks. It won't be long before leeks can quickly spread among the people. After cutting the leeks, Suhan carefully explored the nearby area. However, he didn't find anything useful. So, he pulled the cart and walked towards the depths of the valley. Walking and stopping along the way, Suhan soon discovered 2 fruit trees in the woods ahead. The trees were hanging with many orange little fruits, looking extremely tempting. They are called mei fruits. They taste sour and sweet, are rich in vitamins, and are very easy to store. Their texture is somewhat like a hard apricot. I didn't expect there to be mei fruits here, brothers, this valley is truly rich. Suhan quickly picked mei fruits with his backpack. The 2 fruit trees provided a full 5 baskets of fruits. This shows how high-yielding mei fruits are. After picking the fruits, Suhan didn't rush to leave. Instead, he took out a piece of hemp rope and collected a lot of dry grass nearby to make insulation for these 2 fruit trees. This way, even if winter sets in, the mei trees can safely survive the winter. In the live streaming room, watching Suhan insulate the fruit trees, the audience began to praise him. God Su is as attentive as ever. If it were other contestants, they would probably just pick the fruit and run. They wouldn't bother with these things. That's why God Su has such a good life, you think. The trees can be here, but one must be cautious. If this winter is particularly cold, these 2 trees might risk freezing to death. If the fruit trees freeze to death, where are you going to find other mei fruits? Yeah, taking better care of the environment now means that next year we can continue to harvest fruits, but if left unattended, who knows if we can still eat them next year. This reminds me of a joke. Foreign devils keep talking about environmental protection, but there's been no change abroad. Instead, our Dragon Kingdom is really planting trees. That's where you don't understand. What is environmental protection? It's all business, a joke. Ha, those who understand get it. After completing the insulation, Suhan pulled the cart to continue his journey to gather supplies. Unconsciously, it was already noon, 12 o'clock. His stomach started growling with hunger. Suhan parked the cart by the river, ready to wash his hands and eat. Who would have thought that just when he reached the river, he discovered a large number of treasures in the water? Ha, there are actually a lot of river clams here. And they seem to be cold moon clams. Wow, am I really this lucky? Suhan picked up a river clam and quickly recognized its name. This river clam is scientifically named cold moon clam, a type of highly valuable river clam. It is as big as a persimmon, with pale patterns on its shell, and the whole body is moonlight white. Usually, it grows in areas with excellent water quality, and its breeding ability is moderate to high. Typically, cold moon clams hide in crevices between rocks or lie on stones by the riverbank, and they are edible clams. It has a slightly sweet taste and a chewy texture. Although it has a hard shell, it can be directly consumed after boiling in hot water for a bit and removing the filtering organs. It can be said that eating these clams is even simpler than eating shrimp. Moreover, cold moon clams can be used for more than just eating. If the shell is crushed and ground into powder, mixed into animal feed, it can supplement calcium for poultry and livestock. If chickens or ducks eat it, it will be better for egg production. And for cattle and sheep, their bones will strengthen. This is the second use. The third use is to crush the shell and mix it into the top layer of soil as a simple fertilizer. The shell of the cold moon clam contains many trace elements. After being exposed to wind and sun for a long time, it releases various trace elements, which can help plants grow. The fourth use is to burn the shell to make lime. The shell of the cold moon clam contains a very high calcium content, making it very suitable for burning lime. As for the fifth use, the cold moon clam has subtle body nourishing effects. Eating it regularly can significantly improve health. The last use is to dig out the adductor muscle from the clam meat, dry it, and make something like dried scallops. This serves as seasoning. Though it's a river delicacy, its taste holds up to dried scallops. With such a widely useful clam, Suhan found a large area in front of him. It was as if food was being served right at his mouth. Hey, brothers, I changed my mind today. We're not eating meat, we're eating river delicacies. These cold moon clams are treasures. Eating them regularly improves health, and you only need 2 clam meats a day. Men will have enhanced muscle lines after eating. It won't be as hard and dry as protein powder. Women will have a perkier figure, helping your second development. I suggest we start breeding them as soon as we receive them officially. Cold moon clams prefer cool temperatures and dislike heat. If the water temperature exceeds 15 degrees, they will enter dormancy, while below 8 degrees, they will grow rapidly. As Suhan spoke, he took off his wolfskin pants. The water here is shallow, reaching only his knees, perfect for directly wading in to catch clams. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, the audience went crazy upon hearing the benefits of the cold moon clam. What? No way, Sugad, this clam has such effects? Wow, then I should eat 2 every time in the future. Sugad, how did you know I was as skinny as a bone? Woe is me, you are my reborn parents. Wow, it can even enhance my figure? This is too amazing. Oh man. Cold moon clam, my god. I need this so badly. Idol is indeed an idol. To have found such things for us, what incredible luck. I'm pondering something. Could Sugad's incredible luck be related to the rise of national fortune? As Sugad becomes stronger, the national fortune increases, and this enhancement in fortune may boost individual luck? For example, the naughty puppy always surprises everyone. Whoa! The person upstairs makes sense. It does seem quite plausible. For example, the fallen Siam, their contestants encountered disastrous fates right after entering the wild realm. Ha, everyone, just chatting. I just received notice from above. I need to urgently transport cold moon clams now. 88. While the people of the dragon country were discussing furiously. Inside various shelters, the teams responsible for transporting aquatic products were urgently gathering. Since Suhan displayed such amazing strength, the dragon country began to hasten the reconstruction of the aquaculture industry. With a shortage of personnel, they started recruitment and training. Poultry, livestock, aquatic products. Even various vegetable greenhouses are always ready. And the one who just received the notification is one of them. On normal days, everyone can watch the live broadcast, but as soon as orders come, they must work wholeheartedly. After all, the dragon country cannot rely on Suhan alone. Everyone must work hard together to make the nation stronger. Suhan continually picked cold moon clams in the icy river water. Every so often, he would trigger a 20,000-fold return. He collected a lot, filling 2 baskets to the brim before standing up to go ashore. Hiss. So cold. Suhan shivered as he shook the water off his legs, then wiped them with dry grass before putting on his wolfskin pants. If it weren't for the blessing of frost snow tiger blood, he probably could barely pick a basket full. After placing the cold moon clams on the cart, the previously empty cart was now nearly full. Suhan planned to eat his fill and then wander around nearby before heading home. As for the cold moon clams on the cart, he didn't plan to eat them all. Instead, he wanted to scatter some in the fish pond. If they could breed, it would save him from having to come here to catch them in the future. Lunch consisted of frost snow tiger meat, 2 duck eggs, and half a pound of nuts. Nutritionally, it was very balanced. As for Big Gray and Second Dog, they were fed crushed fish meat along with some sheep entrails. Full in content, after resting for a while, Suhan began to wander around nearby. The cart was nearly fully loaded, and it was clearly not suitable to roam around with it. In the river of the valley, there were not only cold moon clams but also many rich aquatic products. For example, salmon. For example, big river shrimp. He even spotted small crayfish. Wait, are there small crayfish here? Suhan suddenly remembered a dish from his hometown, spicy crayfish. This dish was simply his favorite. Unfortunately, he hadn't eaten it for a long time. Looks like next time, I can weave a scoop net with bamboo to try. Suhan opened the map and marked the nearby resource points on it. Since the aquatic products here are so rich, he definitely needs to come a few more times before the freeze. Unknowingly, he followed the riverside to the end of the valley. Suhan stopped, his gaze drawn to the scenery in the distance. Directly in front of him was an endless grassland. To the north, towering mountains stood, with a majestic peak reaching into the clouds, vast snow clearly visible. This mountain was incredibly grand and spectacular. It was not at all inferior to Mount Everest on Blue Star. To the south, however, the scenery was even stranger, as there was a region shrouded in thick white mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. Could it be that the area over there hasn't been opened yet? Suhan suddenly recalled the setting of a certain game. But this thought was quickly dismissed by him. The wasteland is an ecological world, how could such a thing exist? It should be a region with peculiar geography. The real situation would have to be explored personally to find out. Chapter 115, Night Falls, the Pack of Wolves Attacks. In the live streaming room. The grandeur of the snow-capped mountains and the existence of the misty region sparked a lot of discussion among the viewers. What's going on? Why is there an area in the south covered in fog? Is there something special about it? It should be a special landform. It doesn't really feel like a level set in the wasteland world. After all, this is a survival world, not an adventure game. It seems that Sugod probably won't explore it anytime soon. There are only 2 weeks left until winter. Even if he's curious, he'll have to hold it in. Yeah, but I guess it has something to do with geothermal activity, or maybe there's a volcanic group. Anyway, it's fascinating. Suhan did not stay long, he simply observed the situation nearby before turning back. Next, he had many things to do. Since there weren't many rich resources on the other side of the valley, he would need to explore in other directions in the future. Returning to the riverside. He lifted the cart and started the journey home. Compared to when he came, the loaded cart was obviously much heavier. For someone like Suhan, a person who could be described as a human dragon, this was just a light drizzle, merely a way to exercise his body. At 2:30 in the afternoon. He arrived home right on time. Suhan parked his vehicle at the entrance and began to unload. He kept part of the cold moon clams for dinner and intended to take the rest to raise later. The leeks were put directly into the storage room, also to be stir-fried for dinner. The leek seedlings that needed to be planted had to go immediately into the soil, or they would wilt quickly if left too long. As for the mushrooms, there was no rush, he could sort them out later when everything else was done. The fruit, however, needed to be moved to the cellar for storage right away. Now, the cellar was ready for use, but each time it was opened, he had to let the air circulate for a while first, otherwise, there was a risk of poisoning. After storing the fruit in the cellar, Suhan rushed to start organizing the vegetable beds. Yesterday, he mixed in some fermented sheep manure, thinking it should be better than the previous vegetable beds. He dug a trench and buried the leeks one by one in it. He buried 3 to 5 stalks together, leaving 7 centimeters of the roots. This would help stimulate the growth of new roots. The leaves on the stems could not be left too long, leaving about half was enough. After burying them, he watered the plants. Now, all that was left was to patiently wait. Leeks grow quickly, with enough fertilizer, they can be harvested in a month. Once that was done, Suhan headed straight to the fish pond with the cold moon clams on his back. Raising cold moon clams is not difficult. They have very simple environmental needs. First, flowing water and sufficient temperature, preferably with shallow water. Second, they need rocks or hard bricks to hide in. These 2 requirements were completely met by the fish pond. The shallow water area is similar to the riverbank. After placing the cold moon clams into the fish pond, Suhan returned to the refuge to organize the goods. If he had spare time, he planned to go out and fetch some wood. Recently, he had been busy making pottery and bricks, resulting in a shortage of charcoal at home. Now that he had a wheelbarrow, he needed to produce more charcoal for storage. Before he knew it, the world had turned dark. Suhan slowly returned from afar, pulling a large cart of wood. From 4 in the afternoon until 6 in the evening. In 2 hours, he brought back 4 carts of wood. This efficiency was many times faster than before. But just this wood was not enough. Burning charcoal. Expanding his dwelling. Making furniture. Every task required a large amount of wood, so Suhan might be busy for the next few days. Moreover, he also wanted to continue exploring the valley. So far, he had explored the southern part of the valley, that is, the south bank of the river. But he had never been to the north bank of the river. Since the southern area had such rich resources, it was impossible that the north bank lacked resources, right? It was merely a matter of building a bridge. With Suhan's carpentry skills, making a simple wooden bridge would be a piece of cake. If that doesn't work, even a simple log bridge would suffice. At worst, he could leave the wheelbarrow on the south bank and just carry a backpack to gather supplies, which would only mean a few extra trips. As long as he could find one or two useful resources, it would be worth it. If he waited until the river froze over to explore, it would be too late. He unloaded the wood and left the cart in the courtyard. After working hard all day, he could finally rest. Suhan washed his hands, hung his clothes on the wall, and then began to prepare dinner for the day. Today, he planned to make 3 dishes. One was steamed cold moon clams. One was stir-fried cold moon clams. And the last was slow-cooked in plain water. Since he had no garlic, he could only replace it with chopped chili sauce. Steaming was the simplest method. First, wash the cold moon clams, then boil the shells in hot water. Once the cold moon clams opened, he added chili sauce and steamed it for 15 minutes. Finally, he sprinkled a little bit of leeks on top. Hot oil can be splashed on and eaten. And stir-frying is even simpler. First, wash it and then boil it in water, and when the shell opens, take it out and drain the water. After all, it's river fresh, and the cleaning and boiling process cannot be missed. Then, put duck fat, chile, ginger, and Sichuan pepper into the pot to heat it up. When the aroma is released, pour in the cold moon clam and stir-fry over high heat, and at the end sprinkle a little chives. As for boiling, there's no technique involved, just wash it and boil it directly. 30 minutes later. 3 dishes were served one after another. Suhan first picked up a chopstick of steamed cold moon clam. The intense aroma of chives and chili echoed each other. It was so fragrant it was almost overwhelming. So delicious. Hiss a bit spicy, but refreshing. Clam meat is chewy and delicious, with just a hint of sweetness. Refreshing. Brothers, you must try it later. The cold moon clam is really tasty. A whole large plate of cold moon clam was wiped out by Suhan in just 5 minutes. This shows how tasty it is. Next comes the stir-fry. This goes without saying, just that strong aroma from the pot is no less than those in restaurants. Suhan didn't even bother to rate it, only buried his head in eating. Finally, it's the boiled one. Eating it by itself is a bit like eating oysters. Smooth and cute charming, it falls apart with a gentle chew. Suhan feels that the cold moon clam will become a best-selling seafood in the country in the future. It tastes good and has a high yield. The key is that it also nourishes the body. Who wouldn't like it? But just eating cold moon clam, Suhan definitely wouldn't be full. He practices martial arts twice a day and does a lot of heavy work, consuming a lot of energy. So he needs to supplement with 2 pounds of frost snow tiger meat. After dinner, Suhan brewed a pot of ginseng rose tea, sat by the dim light, and started flipping through the encyclopedia. He had been busy for a while and hadn't read for a long time. Today he decided to relax. By the way, he wanted to study which plants and animals can be collected in winter. This way, when he goes out, he won't miss any resources he encounters. He didn't know how long it had been, when suddenly wolf howls echoed outside. A-woo. A-woo-woo-woo. A-woo-woo-woo. Suhan was slightly startled. Even at this hour, someone came to deliver pants. Just when he needed more wolf skin. Chapter 116, Easily annihilate the wolf pack. Clever cowardly wolves will act cute. Suhan picked up a wooden spear from the wall and rushed out to gather the pants. At that moment, amidst the frenzied wolf howls outside, there came some tragic wails. What's going on? Could it be that these wolves are attacking their prey? A flicker of curiosity crossed Suhan's eyes. He opened the door. As soon as he stepped outside, De Hui and Erha rushed out from behind. Especially De Hui, its back fur was standing on end, and it kept growling. It was clear that it was ready for battle. Erha also changed from its usual silly self, showing its fangs as well. Hey, you guys also want to join the fight? Alright, just keep up, don't fall behind. Suhan initially wanted to drive the wolf cubs back. After all, they were just a few wolves. He could knock one down with a punch, it was like hitting a sandbag. But then he thought about it and realized that they were acting to protect this home, and they were already the size of young wolves. It was time for some practical training. Moreover, with him watching, there should be no accidents. The bright moon shone in the sky. Although it was night, it allowed people to clearly see what was happening in the distance. Suhan led 2 wolf cubs to the edge of the wall, and he discovered that a wolf pack was chasing 2 wolves. They were already covered in wounds, and the mother wolf was limping on one leg, lying on the ground gasping for breath. And that male wolf looked increasingly familiar. Wait a minute. Suhan suddenly remembered. Wasn't it that cowardly wolf that had escaped from his hands multiple times? He never expected this wolf would end up here. So it's you, and that next to you is your wife? The cowardly wolf stood in front of the pack, protecting his wife behind him. This was his last hope. If he and his mate died, these hateful creatures would not survive either. But their little cubs could live safely. This way, it wouldn't be a loss. Nearby, the wolf pack saw Suhan appear and immediately let out excited low growls. With just the two of their kind in front of them, it was still not enough to satisfy their hunger. Now with an extra prey, who wouldn't be happy? At the same time, they also caught the scent of other prey around. As long as they took down the biped in front of them, all that food would surely be theirs. Creak. The wooden door opened. Su-han walked out from inside. As he passed by the cowardly wolf, the creature quickly shrank its neck. Though it had long prepared for death, what if the human showed mercy? At that moment, the she-wolf lying on the ground still didn't know what was about to happen. Su-han scanned the area and found that this pack of wolves was not small, with a total of 6 wolves. Though not as large as the pack in the snowy woods, it was still a huge challenge for the current contestant. TSK. 6 wolves, huh? That means plenty of furs later. Creak. Creak. Su-han moved his wrists and flashed a devilish smile at the wolf pack. So, are you ready to die? Little guys. The Wolf King saw him step forward and immediately issued an attack signal. Awu. Awu. The other wolves responded in unison. Meanwhile, the big gray wolf and the second husky stood ready, fully prepared for battle. Whoosh. The first wolf quickly launched an attack. It was a male adult wolf, very muscular. Under the moonlight, it ran like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Su-han. Roar. Awu. The first wolf prepared to use its throat-locking skill. Suddenly, it found itself in a blur. The target had vanished. In the next moment, a violent impact hit its head, sending its whole body flying. When it landed, the wolf peacefully slipped into sleep. Behind, the cowardly wolf's eyes widened in shock. Its legs trembled uncontrollably. It knew this would happen. It knew. If it hadn't run the last 2 times, it would have been taken down by the evil biped. TSK. One punch and down, little brother isn't very strong. Su-han said while walking towards the wolf pack. The Wolf King felt provoked and issued a command to concentrate their attacks. This time, 5 wolves attacked in unison. Soon, the wolf pack spread out and launched their attack at the same time. Su-han snorted coldly, locking onto the Wolf King's position and charging directly at it. At that moment, he heard a wind sound from the side. Other wolves came to support. But he didn't dodge at all, just a quick sidestep allowed him to easily evade the ambush. The Wolf King seized the opening, trying to rush in for a bite. But unexpectedly, a sharp pain shot through its body. The Wolf King looked down and saw a wolf cub biting its weak spot. What a cunning little thing. Nice takedown, second husky. Su-han laughed heartily. He didn't expect this foolish wolf would know how to perform a sneak attack. It was certainly not in vain to raise. Taking advantage of the Wolf King's distraction, he threw a punch. With full power, even the frost tiger would feel pain, let alone this wolf. A loud howl echoed as the Wolf King fell instantly to the ground. Now, only 4 wolves remained. Looking at the fallen Wolf King, the other wolves immediately wanted to flee. But how could Su-han let these creatures escape? Want to run? Too late. Su-han unleashed his intimidation skill. A ferocious beast-like aura burst forth from his body. The wolves that were about to flee had never encountered such a thing and were immediately scared stiff, limbs turning weak and heads going blank. Currently, the effects of the intimidation skill were as follows. Intimidation, level LV28, your aura resembles a fierce beast. Once released, it can intimidate enemies, making them lose fighting spirit and lowering their combat effectiveness. Tip, this skill will continue to strengthen based on the types of beasts you kill. You once killed gray bears and frost tigers, thus your battle spirit is at the beast level. With just your momentum, you can briefly crush the wolves' fighting spirit and scare away gray bears and tigers. Special effect, Leader's Aura, pets under your aura will experience a dramatic increase in combat power. Seeing the enemy motionless, the big gray wolf let out a roar and immediately launched an attack. It was responsible for locking the throat, while the husky focused on attacking the magic pill. The 2 young wolves quickly took down an adult wolf. The pincer attack made the enemy howl in agony. Although the tactic was despicable, it was extremely effective. Su-han of course was not idle. Seeing the wolf pack pressured by the intimidating aura and temporarily losing their ability to act, he directly launched an attack with a wooden spear. In just a few minutes, the wolf pack was completely annihilated. But the matter was not over yet, there were still 2 wolves left. Su-han was about to see what was up with that cowardly wolf. But the husky ran over, lying on the ground and rolling around to take credit. You rascal, what are you being so cute for? However, since you did well today, I will reward you with some meat. Su-han affectionately patted the husky and then approached the cowardly wolf. To be honest, he hesitated to kill such a clever wolf. After all, he had no lack of skins or food at the moment. He just wanted to see how this wolf would react next. Unexpectedly, the cowardly wolf glanced at the husky and decisively laid down, exposing its tongue and rolling around. Though it was shameful to act cute, as long as it could live, it had no dignity to worry about. Su-han couldn't help but laugh. You clever little guy. You learned the essence of the husky so quickly. Chapter 117, A Noble Quality Wolf Mother, Asan faces the wolf pack. Woo woo. The cowardly wolf acted cute for a while before quickly running to the wolf mother, making a low whimpering sound. It knew that this extraordinary person would definitely have a way. In response to the cowardly wolf's plea, Su-han squatted down in front of the wolf mother. If it dared to snarl, he would definitely not spare it. But miraculously, the wolf mother did not resist. She merely glanced at Su-han and quietly lay down. What a clever creature. Su-han smiled slightly and began to examine her. Soon, he frowned. After the examination, it was discovered that the wolf mother was severely injured. Not only were her front limbs heavily injured, but her hind legs also had multiple bite wounds. It was evident how brutal that pack of wolves had been. In addition, the wolf mother had many scars on her body. If he didn't stop the bleeding, she might not survive the night. Fortunately, the internal organs are fine, otherwise, your wife would be done for. Su-han patted the cowardly wolf's head and turned around to get the medicine. Recently, he had picked a lot of precious herbs, and now was the perfect time to use them. After a moment, Su-han returned with a wooden board, needles, thread, and herbs. While applying the medicine, the wolf mother was moaning in pain. Meanwhile, the cowardly wolf kept licking her face to comfort her. For small wounds, he could apply the herbs directly, but for larger wounds, he had to stitch them up, or it would be difficult to stop the bleeding. Just as Su-han was busy, the cowardly wolf suddenly let out a miserable scream. He looked up to find that the wolf mother had bitten the cowardly wolf's tail. Su-han blinked. What a method of pain transfer. He was truly gaining knowledge. But he couldn't help but admire the cowardly wolf's courage. Even though its tail was bitten, it showed no desire to leave. Su-han looked down and quickened the stitching. In less than a few minutes, all the wounds on the wolf mother had been treated. All right, you should rest here for a while. Su-han stood up and smiled at the couple of wolves. The wolf mother released the tail from her mouth and let out a low whine. The cowardly wolf quickly stood up, nudging Su-han's pant leg with its head to show gratitude. Afterward, Su-han built a nest for the wolf mother with wooden boards and straw. Then he went to collect the spoils. These 6 wolves were quite large. The biggest one weighed around 110 pounds. The smallest one weighs at least 75 jeans. Counting the wolves that are still in the Sinlang snowy region and the leftovers at home, there are a total of 11 wolves. Now, there's no shortage of wolf skins at all. Su-han carried the wolves one by one into the yard. Originally, he planned to take a rest for the night, but who would have thought such good fortune would come? It seems he can only skin and tan these wolves before he can sleep. In the yard, one wolf after another was skinned and butchered by Su-han. Outside the yard, the cowardly wolf huddled close to its mate. Today, surviving the attack of the wolf pack was truly incredible luck. This kindness, it will never forget in its lifetime. The next day, at 7 a.m., Su-han got up to check on the mother wolf outside the door. The condition of the mother wolf was quite good, all the bleeding had stopped, and there was no further seepage of blood. However, the cowardly wolf was nowhere to be found. At this moment, a sound of running came from a distance. Su-han followed the sound and discovered that it was the cowardly wolf returning. It had a plump rabbit in its mouth and ran straight to Su-han, dropping the rabbit on the ground and nudging it with its nose. The meaning was very clear. It was a gift for Su-han. For me? Surprise flashed in Su-han's eyes, and then he smiled. What a loyal and affectionate wolf. The cowardly wolf let out a low whimper and quickly ran off. It was likely going hunting for the mother wolf. But it didn't know that, in the mother wolf's current state, even if it caught something, it would be hard for her to stand up and eat. Su-han looked at the rabbit on the ground and felt that saving these 2 wolves was not in vain. At least they understood gratitude. Why not let them guard the door in the future? With a flock of sheep at home, it was necessary to have a bodyguard to watch over them. This way, he could feel a bit more at ease when going far away. Su-han took the rabbit to the yard and then took some stewed innards from the clay pot to feed the mother wolf. When he held out the wooden spoon, the mother wolf obediently opened its mouth and slowly took it. It neither bit the spoon nor let the food fall to the ground. It was polite, almost like an elegant noblewoman. Su-han was greatly surprised. The cowardly wolf was understanding enough, but this mother wolf seemed even smarter. Looks like I really hit the jackpot this time. With these 2 intelligent wolves guarding the house, he couldn't imagine how much more relaxed he would feel in the future. After the feeding was over, Su-han brought some water. Then, he began to process the wolf meat. The wolves that were dealt with yesterday had to be processed completely. Some should be smoked, others should be stewed. In short, nothing could be wasted. The audience in the live stream watched the clever and polite mother wolf, filled with envy. Oh my, this mother wolf is so well behaved, it's even better than my golden retriever. Su-han, keep these two, they are too obedient. In the future, let them guard the house and take the husky and the gray wolf out hunting. These two wolves can catch food themselves, and won't waste much food. Mei-ling, not only do we have sheep at home, but we also grow vegetables. With these two watching the door, we have nothing to fear from wild animals coming to cause trouble. Strongly support. Su-han was busy over here, while the other contestants were also working hard. De-gu and Bi-gu were making charcoal. At the same time, they were strengthening their shelters. Meanwhile, the star contestants from the White Bear Country were chopping down trees and seizing squirrels' nuts. He learned this information through the National Luck Communication. Since he learned to snatch food from squirrels, Ivanov's food reserves had skyrocketed. And the new batch of contestants who entered the wilderness yesterday were crazily building shelters. They had already watched the live streams of all global contestants. Among them, only Su-han's development path was the most reasonable. So after these contestants arrived, the first thing they did was look for suitable places to build shelters. And today, many people had already begun working hard. They all chose bunker-style shelters. Build a simple earthen kong inside. That is, dig an L-shaped flue, cover it with branches and mud. Although this fire kong is crude, it can still provide some heat, preventing people from freezing and unable to sleep at night. With this trend of development, as long as no accidents happen, they can easily surpass the previous batch of competitors. But the arrival of wolf packs and ferocious beasts brought many inconveniences to the participants. For example, contestant Sand, from the A3 team, discovered traces of a wolf pack near the shelter. This made him very troubled. If there was just one wolf, he could think of a way to hunt it down. But a pack of wolves was another story. Do I really have to move away? Sand looked at the shelter beside him, resembling a spiraled heap of dung, and felt an immense reluctance in his heart. This was the home he had worked hard to build for many days. If he moved away from here and built a second shelter, not to mention the issue of location, just the construction alone would consume a great deal of time and energy. No, I can't leave. I must protect my home. But how do I drive away those wolves? Sand fell into deep thought. Fighting? He definitely couldn't win that way. But what about intimidation? If he spread a lot of bear dung all over the shelter, would it have a deterring effect? But just as Sand was preparing to take action, a wolf happened to wander over from a distance and encountered him face to face. Oh no. I'm in big trouble. I've been found. I hope it doesn't call for its companions. This was the inner monologue of Sand. But of course, what you fear the most is what happens. The wolf, seeking prey, didn't care about any of this. Seeing a target, it immediately raised its head to call for its companions. Awo. Awo, awo, awo. Wolf language, brothers, I've found a big meal. Come quickly to feast. Chapter 118, The Cowardly Wolf Really Wants to Improve. Su-han has spun wool thread. Whoosh. Whoosh. One wolf after another appeared in Sand's sight. Upon seeing the wolf pack, he almost without any hesitation, turned and fled into the shelter. Hopefully, he could escape this disaster this way. But Sand liked to be lazy. During the construction of the shelter, he basically did everything in the easiest way possible. This led to his door being able to block the wind and rain, but incapable of stopping the invasion of beasts. Boom! When the first wolf crashed into the door, Sand thought of this fact. No! He rushed forward, attempting to use his body to block the entrance of the wolf pack. But the door wasn't built with joinery, it was woven from tree trunks and vines, and could not withstand such a violent impact. Boom! 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 Crash! Accompanied by the splintering of the wooden door, the wolf pack surged in. Buddha, save me! With Sand's desperate scream, soon the shelter was filled only with the sounds of wolves gnawing. Then, the live stream turned into darkness, leaving only a line of bloody text. Contestant Sand from A3 has been killed by the wolf pack. At this moment, the people from A3 were cursing loudly. This scoundrel, why didn't he build a sturdier door? And when the wolf pack came, why didn't he grab a torch to fight back? He clearly noticed the tracks of the wolf pack early on, yet he couldn't bear to part with a single shelter. How could this person be so stupid? Damn it, now we're left with only the last contestant. Yeah, if Barrett dies too, we'll have to send in a newcomer. Damn it, if it weren't for that you, how could Sand possibly become so distracted? At 3 in the afternoon. Su-han finally finished processing all the wolf meat. He took a moment to step outside and looked at the female wolf, finding that she had become much more spirited, while the cowardly wolf had disappeared without a trace, not knowing what it was doing. Seeing that there was still some time before the sun set, Suhan planned to expand 2 spacious storage rooms. Otherwise, there would be no place to store the wolf hides at home. The ground had already been baked in the morning, so digging is not difficult. The storage room to be expanded this time is twice the usual size, and the floor is completely paved with clay bricks, which counts as a small upgrade. Digging the foundation. Compacting the foundation. Burying the wood. This process Suhan was already extremely skilled at. In just 2 hours, the first storage room was completed. Suhan moved the baked clay bricks inside and laid them out on the ground one by one, then hung the wolf skin he had tanned last night from the ceiling. Once everything was finished, outside had already turned into darkness. Ah whoa. At that moment, a wolf howl echoed from outside the door. Suhan knew that the timid wolf had returned. He walked towards the door but found 2 plump rabbits already placed at the entrance. Most ridiculous of all, the timid wolf had actually brought home one of his wolf cubs. Now, this little guy was snuggled next to the mother wolf, staring blankly at him. So you brought your whole family? Suhan was amused by the timid wolf's antics and gave it a playful slap. Unexpectedly, the timid wolf fell over, lying on the ground with its tongue out, showing its cuteness. It really wanted to improve. As long as it could move its family over, it wouldn't mind taking a slap. It wouldn't even blink if it got beaten up. Suhan originally wanted to take these 2 in to guard the house, so he naturally didn't mind having a little cub. Thus, he reached out and took the cub from the nest, gently stroking its head. In the wolf pack, getting the leader's scent means acknowledging the little guy. The timid wolf watched all of this, feeling very happy inside. Suhan stroked the wolf cub for a while and then brought out the mother wolf and its dinner. A plate of unprocessed sheep offal. As for the timid wolf, it was rewarded with some bones with meat still on them. After settling this family of 3, Suhan returned to the shelter to prepare his dinner. Tonight's meal was stir-fried chives with duck eggs, boiled frost snow tiger meat, and a pot of delicious fish soup. Time passed, and the night deepened. After eating and drinking enough, Suhan got busy again. Today the sheep wool was completely dry. He had originally planned to sort it during the day, but it had been delayed until now because of last night's events. He picked up a clump of wool, placed it on the comb, and then used another comb to repeatedly comb it. Slowly, the messy wool began to become fluffy and straight. Repeatedly, he did this many times. The amount of wool on both combs gradually increased. Suhan merged the wool he took from the table with the wool in his hands and set it aside. This well-sorted wool only needed a spinning wheel to be turned into yarn. As time passed, he gradually became skilled at this work, and his speed began to quicken. Originally it took 10 minutes to sort a bundle, now it only took 5 minutes to complete. Before he knew it, more than half of the wool had been sorted. Suhan glanced at the time and found it was already 11 o'clock at night. So, after taking a sip of ginseng tea, he climbed up to rest. The remaining wool could wait until tomorrow. The next day. The weather was clear. The morning temperature was not high, only -1 degree. Suhan got up and released the goats, while also feeding them some fodder, then went out to practice martial arts. When he returned, there were already 2 plump rabbits waiting at the door. Though the timid wolf was timid, it was actually quite sensible. Even though the family of 3 depended on him, they would still bring him the prey they caught every day. However, Suhan was very curious about one thing. Why did the timid wolf only bring rabbits? Could it be that it could only catch rabbits and was afraid to hunt other animals? Suhan really felt that this was a possibility. He brought the rabbits into the house and made a warm breakfast for the mother wolf and the cub. A new day began just like that. In the morning, Suhan was still sorting wool. He was busy until 11:30 before finishing sorting all the wool. Alright, next I should try weaving. If this step succeeds, we will make wolf fur down jackets in the afternoon. Suhan moved the foot-powered spinning wheel under the sun. Then, he took a strand of wool and hung it on a wooden stick. He gently drove the spinning wheel, and the wool in his hand was pulled, quickly spinning into a yarn hanging on the wooden stick. At first, Suhan didn't dare to go too fast. Basically, he was spinning the yarn little by little. But after more than 10 minutes, as his spinning skills improved, his speed began to increase. Left foot pushed hard, right foot lifted. Right foot pushed hard, left foot lifted. After Suhan mastered the rhythm, his 2 feet moved like pedaling a bicycle, spinning madly. And the yarn on the wooden stick rapidly increased. Half an hour later, a fluffy ball of yarn was completed. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room erupted into cheers from the audience. Wow! It worked! Sugod really did it. He made fine wool yarn. Strawn officially entered the textile era. Sugod, my forever idol. Awesome, next is to weave it into clothes, right? Sugod can probably make a loom, right? If not, it's okay. With Sugod's ability, learning to make a loom will be a piece of cake. Chapter 119, The Smart Timid Wolf, spending 9 hours making a down jacket, third update. After the first ball of yarn was made, Suhan gradually adapted to the rhythm of weaving. Soon, the second ball, third ball of yarn were gradually woven. He was busy weaving all morning. His nimble hands left the audience in awe. Clearly just starting to touch weaving, yet faster than the strongest craftsman of ancient times. The scariest part was, Suhan's feet never stopped the whole time. Even when joining new yarn, he didn't waste any time. This was the key to his speed. By noon, after a quick bite, Suhan went to feed the mother wolf and the wolf cubs at the door. Lunch was a stew of soft little fish. When the timid wolf returned, Suhan purposely took a rope to lead it into the sheep pen. This was to make the timid wolf understand its duty. At the same time, it was to let the flock get familiar with the presence of the bodyguard. If the timid wolf dared to show any signs of offense, then it shouldn't blame Suhan for being rude. As soon as he entered the sheep pen, the goats were scared and huddled together to retreat. Only Ergo fearlessly charged over to initiate friendly communication. Suhan smiled and punched forward. Bah! Ergo let out a happy sound and immediately fell to the ground. At this moment, the rope in Suhan's hand vibrated. He thought the timid wolf would take some action upon seeing the goats, but unexpectedly, this guy lay down on the ground and started to act cute. No. Not right. Suhan quickly noticed the timid wolf's flaw. It wasn't acting cute, it was scared of being hit, forcing itself to look adorable. Because the timid wolf's hind legs were trembling constantly. Damn, what a useless guy. Forget it, timid is better than wild. But you better remember, these goats are my possessions, not your food. You not only can't eat them but also better keep an eye on them, understand? Suhan pointed at the goats, then at himself. Then, he clenched his fist. He struck the ground hard. Watching the dirt fly, the only two words in the timid wolf's mind were loyalty. To be precise, the leader wants us to do what we must do. The timid wolf understood this meaning. Then, Suhan took it for a walk around the yard, and finally untied the rope outside. Released, the timid wolf immediately started running around the yard until it saw nothing suspicious, then it returned to Suhan's side. Good job. In the future, besides hunting, your task is to watch over my home. Suhan patted the timid wolf, praising it endlessly. Then, he took out a cooked rabbit from the house as a reward. This way, the timid wolf would remember that patrolling would lead to rewards. In the afternoon, Suhan continued to weave yarn balls. Even if I don't make a loom for now, I can actually use balls of yarn to weave various wool products. 4 hours later, the yarn has gradually accumulated to more than a dozen. Alright, next, it's time to make the down jacket. Suhan took 2 wolf skins and all the remaining deer skins from the next room. The size of the clothes has already been provided by the authorities. So I just need to cut and sew according to the size. First, it's cutting. Suhan took out a ruler and outlined the down jacket on the wolf skin. There are 5 parts, the front and back main body, 2 sleeves, and a hood. The inner lining will just exclude the hood. Finally, it's 2 large pockets for carrying things. Once the design is complete, Suhan took out a dagger for cutting. This part of the outer clothing is temporarily finished. Next, it's the cutting and sewing of the down compartments. The down compartments are the pockets for holding duck down, so they need to be made into pocket shapes and then sewn to the wolfskin outer layer. If sewn directly, it could easily leak duck down through the seams. Also, if it encounters harsh weather like rain or snow, having an extra layer of wolfskin can help block it and provide waterproofing. Suhan divided the deer skin and wolfskin into small pockets of 10 square centimeters, then filled them with duck down and sewed them with wool thread, leaving extra margin for sewing the outer and inner layers together. Sewing the small pockets is a detailed job. The stitches must be tight, and there cannot be any gaps. At the same time, when filling the duck down, there must be no wind on sight, otherwise, it might be blown away. Suhan held a bone needle and sewed little by little. Then he took the duck down and put it inside. Finally, it's sealing the opening. This is how a down compartment is completed. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers are watching Suhan make the down jacket. Let's not mention anything else, just this complicated process, ordinary contestants can't do it. Plus the process, other contestants can't catch this many wild ducks, haha. If other contestants saw Sugod make this down jacket, they would probably be so mad. I can't even imagine how warm this jacket must feel when worn. Under the dim light, Suhan is focused on sewing the down compartments. His expression is incredibly concentrated, and his hands are fast and steady. In just a few minutes, another down compartment is completed. 2 hours later, the down compartments have accumulated into dozens, and next is the final sewing. Suhan laid the wolf skin on the table, with the hairy side facing inward to add an insulation layer. Then he placed the second layer of skin on top of the wolf skin. Finally, it's the down compartments and the inner lining. This down jacket has a total of 3 layers, just looking at it gives an infinite sense of security. After laying it out, Su-han began to sew. Here, he needs to use stronger hemp rope instead of wool thread. The sleeves. The shoulders. The overall coat. Just the sewing alone took Su-han 2.5 hours. By the time he finished sewing the fluffy hood and pockets, it was already 9:30 at night. To make a down jacket, Su-han spent a full 9 hours. Alright, finally done. Ha! I'm really tired, but let me see how this jacket feels. Su-han took off his jacket and put on the down jacket. The weight is somewhat similar to the fur coat from before. Overall, it feels very comfortable when worn. Next, it's to see if it's warm. Su-han opened the door and walked into the yard. At this time, the cold wind was blowing outside. The temperature was -7 degrees. But he felt nothing at all. Awesome! Brothers, this down jacket is really warm. Su-han walked around the yard in the jacket. The cold wind blew directly at him. Except for a bit of coolness on his face, he truly felt no cold at all. This is truly invincible. With this jacket, we can freely go out in winter. We can even camp outside without bringing a sleeping bag, just dig a pit. Just cover yourself with the jacket. Not bad, really not bad. It's a pity the weather isn't cold enough to show the power of our down jacket. It'd be best if it dropped another 10 degrees. Su-han kept showing off his down jacket, with a big smile on his face like Wang Yushen. Thank you all for your generous gifts. I went out for a banquet during the day, so I came back a bit late, sorry QAQ. Chapter 120, The Cowardly Wolf Relying on Power, Abundant Resources on the North Bank of the Lake. In the official broadcasting room. Bing Bing looked at the finished leather down jacket, almost jumping with excitement. Yay! Finally completed. Next to her, Li Cheng made a fist with one hand, his expression also full of excitement. They could actually make a down jacket. Winter was really secured now. Suddenly, Bing Bing remembered something and asked him, Professor Li, you said, is this down jacket enough? Are you worried about the lower body? Li Cheng didn't wait for Bing Bing's answer and smiled while waving his hand. You underestimate Su Xin. Although he only has enough duck down for one jacket, he has other means to stay warm for the lower body besides the down jacket. Look, Su Xin has a lot of wool now. He could completely knit a pair of thermal pants. Of course, if he thinks that's not warm enough. Actually, the filling doesn't have to be ducked down. Plant fibers or even pulled apart wool can also be used as filling to block the cold air. Although these materials have poor durability, they can still be used if changed frequently. Don't forget, Su Xin has absorbed the essence from the blood of the frost snow tiger. He is already more resistant to freezing than normal people. So there's no need to worry about the temperature. Bing Bing nodded repeatedly, and the audience also relaxed their hearts. In the courtyard, Su-han flaunted for a while, then went outside to check on the mother wolf. Recently, the wind was strong, and the temperature was close to -10. So, he had to check if the mother wolf needed help. Arriving at the wolf den, Su-han immediately saw the mother wolf shivering, clearly very uncomfortable due to the cold. It seemed he really needed to reinforce her shelter, and the warmth had to be addressed too. Su-han turned around and left. A moment later, he returned with animal skins, reeds, and a lot of dry grass. The animal skins were laid under the mother wolf and at the entrance. The reeds and dry grass were used to block the cold wind. After some arranging, the temperature inside the wolf den instantly rose quite a bit. Su-han patted the puppy, turned around, and left. That night he went to bed very early. Basically, he ate his fill, soaked his feet, and then went to sleep. The next day, Su-han still got up early. Cleaning the sheep pen. Feeding the goats. Feeding the cowardly wolf family of 3. Next, it was time for martial arts practice, washing up, and having breakfast. When everything was finished, it was just around 8 a.m. He opened the courtyard door. Prepared his things. Su-han pulled the cart, ready to go to the north bank of the valley to see what resources were there. But when he saw the cowardly wolf wanting to go out to hunt, a thought crossed his mind. Since this fellow was going out, why not just take him along? As for guarding the door, he could train later on. Thinking of this, Su-han quickly called the cowardly wolf. Hey, old coward, come over, let's go. Hearing the master's call, the cowardly wolf immediately stopped and ran over eagerly, rubbing against Su-han's pants with an extremely flattering expression. In the past, people used to scold those who were followers as sycophants. Now, seeing the cowardly wolf, Su-han finally understood what it meant. You could say it was a bit disgusting to look at. But as the master, it felt pretty good. No wonder rich second-generation kids raise sycophants. On the way. The old coward walked in front, standing tall, eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, exemplifying what it means to rely on power. In the past, when it went out, it would keep its head down the entire time, afraid of provoking something it shouldn't. Now, it raised its head high. Even if a tiger came, it would still dare to roar a few times. This is the confidence gained after having a master. The large gray dog following Su-Han had a face full of disdain. This kind of sycophantic creature, he could easily defeat it when he grew up. Arriving at the valley, Su-Han began to search for a suitable place to build a bridge. First, he had to avoid bends and areas with rushing water. Secondly, he needed to choose a spot where the river was narrow and shallow. After searching for a moment, he quickly found a suitable location. This was a stretch of river located in the center of the valley. The river was only about 10 meters wide, and in the center, there were even stones exposed above the water. Good, I'll choose here. Su-Han picked up his axe and started chopping wood. The bridge he wanted to build was very simple, it just needed to support a person, and the cart would temporarily stay on the shore. In fact, building an arch bridge wouldn't be difficult. But the problem was that the river water was too cold, and he really didn't want to get in. So, Su-Han decided to build a simple single-person wooden bridge. That is, 2 columns driven into the riverbed, with wooden pieces fitted together in the middle, and finally planks laid on top to form the bridge. The biggest advantage of this type of bridge is that planks can be laid down while being constructed, and there is basically no need to get into the water. At the same time, once built, traps could be set up here to catch fish, so it was a 2-for-1 deal. Thud. 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 In the live stream, the audience heard the familiar sound of chopping wood. For an entire morning, Su-Han was chopping down trees. He wasn't worried about chopping too much. If a lot of wood was left over, he would just build a small house here later. In the summer, he could come here to vacation and rest. In the afternoon, the bridge construction officially began. Su-Han used the axe to sharpen one end of the wood and carved a groove on the other end. Then, he went to the bank. He cleared away the nearby stones and hammered the wooden stakes into the ground with a mallet. Next, he installed the crossbeam and repeated the first step. Until 4 wooden stakes were buried in the mud, he could lay the first plank. Each plank was 30 centimeters wide and 50 centimeters long. The first section of the bridge was completed, and the next steps were to repeat the earlier process. Drive in the wooden stakes. Install the crossbeam. Lay down the planks. In less than 2 hours, the wooden bridge had already reached the opposite bank. Alright, next is to start searching for resources. Su-Han walked back and collected all the baskets. Then he walked into the forest. As for the bank, there was no rush, he would search it when he returned. Just stepping into the woods, Su-Han discovered a dense thicket, which, due to the lack of small animals, was filled with rose hips. Wow, what a surprise right after coming here. Not bad, not bad. Su-Han put down the basket and bent down to start picking. Due to the outside temperature, the rose hips had long withered. He didn't expect there would be so many on the north bank. After this harvesting, he estimated he wouldn't run out of rose hips for the entire winter. Half an hour later, Su-Han continued forward with an empty basket, while leaving the rose hips behind to take with him when he left. Just a few steps later, a familiar resource came into view. Jerusalem artichokes. Ha, awesome. I told you, the wooden bridge was worth it, just finding rose hips and Jerusalem artichokes is already a profit. Su-Han hurried forward and picked up the wooden shovel to start digging. In no time, a large amount of Jerusalem artichokes was unearthed. Perhaps because the land was fertile, this time the yield of Jerusalem artichokes was double compared to the first time. And the quality was particularly good. Su-Han dug for a full 20 minutes before packing all the Jerusalem artichokes. And this was just the beginning of exploring the North Bank. There were still more abundant resources waiting ahead. Chapter 121, Discovering National Class Pickled Vegetables, Mustard Roots. Compared to the southern shore of the valley, the north side felt more like a solitary island. Though there were wild beasts, their numbers were very scarce. For instance, squirrels were extremely rare. This is also the main reason why resources were abundant. There were no wild beasts to cause destruction. Su-Han carried the basket, continuously collecting usable materials. Herbs, mushrooms, berries. Before finishing exploring the first grove, the backpack was already filled with 2 more. Damn. Can't pick them all, it's simply endless. Family, there are just too many berries. Let's put them aside for now and collect other materials. Although supplementing vitamins is very important. But Su-Han had already picked a lot of rose hips and blueberries. So their priority wasn't as high as he had imagined. If all the berries in the grove were picked, he wouldn't be able to leave for the whole afternoon. Leaving the grove. Ahead was a lush meadow. Although it was already late autumn, many alfalfa plants were still growing here, remaining vibrant green. Oh. From this angle, the northern shore of the valley is very suitable for grazing. Flowing river water, lush meadows. The key is that the river blocks the way, ordinary wild beasts won't come over easily. I feel that in spring, we can totally move the goats at home here for grazing. Suhan looked around, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Mainly, goats can't be kept in confinement all the time. They are naturally lively and active. Winter is manageable, but if the weather is warm and they aren't allowed to go out for walks, it will really affect their health. But if grazing is really to happen here, one thing must be done. That is to completely clear out all the wild beasts nearby. Otherwise, if a wild beast comes swimming over out of hunger, the goats would be in danger. So, grazing can happen. But safety risks must be thoroughly cleared. Suhan continued to explore forward. Climbing over the soil slope, a piece of greenery came into view. He focused and was instantly stunned in place. Ha! No way. There is this on the northern shore of the valley. Suhan could hardly believe his eyes. If he had known about this in the northern valley, he would have swum over on the first day. And in the live stream, all the viewers who recognized this plant went wild. Wow! There are actually such good things. Getting rich, getting rich. God. No way, I'm not mistaken. I haven't had this vegetable in a long time. 666. I didn't expect there to be mustard tubers in the valley. This is really outrageous, God. At this moment, Suhan was also quite shocked. He never expected there to be a small patch of mustard tubers in the northern valley. It felt like a dream. Mustard tubers are full of treasures. First, they are very frost resistant. Planted in autumn, they can be harvested by late autumn. They only need 80 to 100 days to grow. Of course, if one wants to have another harvest, they can also choose to plant in spring and harvest at the end of spring. If it's in a particularly hot climate, it's best not to try, but in the wild world, there's no such concern, they can be planted twice a year. Second, both the leaves and roots of the mustard tubers can be eaten. Leaves can be cooked as vegetables, and they can also be cleaned, wilted, and pickled. The roots can be pickled as salty vegetables. Of course, they can also be shredded and stir-fried directly. The main point is that mustard tubers are easy to grow and particularly well kept. They are a national-level pickled vegetable. People from the north and south love to eat them. Suhan came to the mustard tubers and found that most of them were mature, with only a few being slightly small. So, he would first pick the larger ones. As for the smaller ones, he could let them continue to grow for a while. Mustard tubers are not afraid of the cold. If they face a light frost, it can actually enhance their taste. Although it's cold outside, the valley can still support them for a while longer. During the digging process, Suhan was particularly careful. Because he wanted to keep seeds for planting in the spring next year. Though the tubers can be eaten in winter, they essentially have no seeds. Seeds will only form in late spring or early summer of the next year. Thus, when digging, he must leave a few with good appearances and store them with the roots in a container in the cellar. During this period, the container must have moist soil. And the temperature must not be too low. This way, the mustard gourd can sleep through the winter. When spring arrives and the earth officially thaws, it can be replanted in the soil. Of course, when digging, remember to break off the leaves, leaving only a small point at the center. Suhan just dug out the first mustard gourd. The prompt for the nation's survival immediately sounded. Detected that the Dragon Kingdom player Suhan has obtained a mustard gourd, successfully triggering a 30,000 times amplification. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for obtaining 30,000 fresh mustard gourds. Suhan kept digging and ultimately harvested 24 mustard gourds. Among them, 4 were kept for seeds. The others can be eaten directly. And there are 6 smaller ones in the ground, which have not been dug up yet. This wave is simply a huge profit. Awesome, brothers. When we get back, we will start pickling vegetables. With so many gourds, we'll finally have something to eat. Looking at the 4 big baskets full of mustard gourds and leaves, Suhan couldn't stop smiling. With these mustard gourds, he can pickle a lot of vegetables. Conservatively estimated, he can pickle at least 2 jars of gourd in 2 jars of leaves. That's really fantastic. Seeing the sky gradually darken, Suhan had no intention of continuing his exploration. After all, he still needs to come back tomorrow, so that's it for today. On the way back, Suhan suddenly remembered something. Where did Devhui, Erha, and Old Meng go? He was slightly taken aback. In his memory, these 3 wolves were following him, running back and forth while building the bridge. Later, it seemed they went into the woods. They couldn't have gotten lost, right? Suhan quickened his pace, placed the mustard on the cart, and called toward the woods in the south. Da hui. Er ha. Old Meng. Getting ready to go home. After a moment, 3 dark figures ran out from the distant woods. Leading the way was Old Meng. It was running fast with a rabbit in its mouth. While it couldn't catch a sheep, catching a rabbit was truly a skill. Following behind were Da Hui and Er Ha. These 2 little guys actually each had a rabbit in their mouths. Suhan was stunned. What's going on? Did Old Meng teach them how to catch rabbits? After a few breaths, the 3 wolves came to Suhan one after another and placed the rabbits on the ground. Old Meng squatted down, with a face full of flattery and fawning. Woo! Da Hui and Er Ha followed suit. Suhan couldn't help but laugh at the sight of these 3. Alright, knowing how to hunt is a good thing, even if it's just catching rabbits. Actually, just seeing them return safely was enough. As for what they catch, Suhan wasn't picky. He loaded the other goods onto the cart and harvested a large batch of reeds. Only then did Suhan pull the cart and set off on the way home. On the road, Old Meng still walked in the front. The 2 little ones were on either side, just like when they came. As they passed a tall wooded area, a robust gray wolf stepped out from inside. The 2 wolves bumped into each other. Old Meng was startled and immediately tucked its tail and tried to run away. But as soon as it turned around, it saw Suhan. No, wait. I have an owner. Damn it, why be afraid of anything? Suddenly, Old Meng grew bold and opened its mouth to howl at the blocking gray wolf. Chapter 122, Almost kicked a gray wolf to death, preparations before the task. At this moment, the gray wolf was also stunned. What's going on today? The most cowardly among wolves, who only catches rabbits, actually dares to openly provoke itself. Have they lost their minds? Immediately, the gray wolf bared its fangs. When they were young, they often met around here. But every time, the gray wolf drove away the cowardly wolf. Later, they both grew up. The gray wolf wanted to get rid of this useless wolf to establish its status as the strongest. However, every time it saw the coward, this coward fled quickly, never giving it a chance to fight. Today looks like a chance to deal with this idiot. Arrow woo. The gray wolf howled and then charged forward. As for the young wolves beside the coward and the 2-legged beasts behind, it didn't pay them any attention at all. Just a bunch of weak and sickly creatures. The advantage is mine. The gray wolf charged over with a fierce gaze. The cowardly wolf also bared its fangs, ready to fight. But neither of them noticed that Suhan had already brought the cart over. The cart creaked and groaned. In a moment, it passed by the cowardly wolf. Seeing someone backing up the cowardly wolf, the gray wolf immediately changed its target, soaring into the air to pounce on the biped. In midair, the gray wolf opened its bloody mouth. This strike aimed for the biped's throat. As long as it hit, it could definitely take down the opponent. In the next moment, the gray wolf suddenly flew back uncontrollably. Its whole body was as if hit by a speeding train, nearly shattering its bones. Bang! The gray wolf flew back, sliding along the ground for 7 or 8 meters before slowly coming to a stop. Throughout the whole event, Suhan did not say a word, nor did he stop his steps. Even the audience didn't see what just happened. At this moment, something even more ridiculous appeared. Ha! What just happened? Suhan returned to his senses and looked forward in confusion. Then, he suddenly realized with a face full of understanding. So it was a wolf. I thought it was some debris blown over. He had been thinking about farming and hadn't noticed the wolf's appearance at all. When the wolf pounced, he thought it was just blown debris or something. In the live broadcast room, the audience was all dumbfounded. Wow! Is this the true power of Su God? Grey Wolf, so what am I? Su God, huh? What just happened? Using the most nonchalant words to act tough. I thought Su God was going to support the cowardly wolf, but in the end, wow, Su God was daydreaming the whole time, wolf? Is this thing strong? I feel like Suhan kicking a wolf to death is easier than playing soccer. Su God, what happened? Oh, it was just a wolf, I thought it was some grass blown over. Cowardly wolf, thinking back to my first meeting with the master, that was a very clever situation. The slow-motion replay at 20 times speed showed me that Su God suddenly lifted his leg and kicked out. It was really too fierce. I can only say Su God's speed is difficult to see with the naked eye, let alone that wolf. Meanwhile, the foreigners were stunned by Su Han's amazing strength. Oh my god, he's simply a superhero. No wonder he is recognized as the #1 in the world, his combat power is just too strong. No wonder everyone wants to immigrate to Dragon Country. With such a contestant, the sense of security is off the charts. Dragon Country's war god, may I ask what just happened? A wolf? Sorry, I was just thinking, and other contestants, what wolf? Help, help, mommy, yes, this is the difference. Some contestants were eaten by wolves, while others are tired of eating wolves. Oh my god, I want to be a pet for this contestant, I don't mind living in a doghouse. At the scene, the cowardly wolf, seeing its dead enemy severely injured, immediately rushed up to bite its throat. The big gray and the husky were not to be outdone. One bit the gray wolf's paw, the other headed straight for the magic ball. The three-way siege made the gray wolf howl in agony. In just a short moment, it met its end. At this time, Suhan walked over and tossed the gray wolf onto the cart, then headed home. The cowardly wolf, having defeated its fatal enemy, was now incredibly excited, even feeling light on its feet. It couldn't help but think. My combination with the master is truly amazing. Simply invincible in the world. Back at home, Suhan unloaded the goods onto the ground one by one. He stored the ginger, mustard sprouts, and berries in the cellar for preservation. As for the mushrooms, they would be dried tomorrow. The rose hips could just go straight into the storage room. After a busy session, Suhan glanced at the time and realized it was already 7 in the evening without him noticing. Well, let's see how the mustard leaves taste today. Wash the pot. Boil water. Once the water boiled, he added the cleaned leaves to blanch. This would remove the astringency and bitterness of the mustard leaves. After blanching for about 2 minutes, only then can you take it out and stir-fry it. Pour out the water. Add oil to the pot. Put in lamb, Sichuan peppercorns, and chili to stir-fry. When the meat slightly changes color, immediately add mustard greens and begin to stir-fry quickly. During this time, when the meat slightly curls, it's time to season it. Add a little salt. Add a little mushroom powder. Then, continue to stir-fry. After 10 seconds, the stir-fried lamb with mustard greens is ready to be served. Suhan took a bite. The lamb was tender, and the vegetables were fragrant. The taste was unbelievably delicious. Awesome. So satisfying. In just 5 minutes, Suhan finished a whole big plate of stir-fry. He even felt a bit unsatisfied. He turned to look at the leaves in the backpack. Suhan thought for a moment and finally resisted the temptation to stir-fry another plate. Although this dish was delicious, the leftovers needed to be saved for winter, so just a little taste was enough. After dinner, Suhan fetched a basin of water and began cleaning the mustard greens and mustard lumps. To pickle these vegetables, he had to wash off any impurities carefully, leaving no residue. The leaves were easy to clean, just a few rinses with warm water were enough. But the mustard roots and stems were different. There was a lot of dirt on them, making them very troublesome to wash, so Suhan specially made a brush out of bamboo. This way, the cleaning became much more efficient. When both items were completely washed, Suhan hung the leaves on a rack to drain water, while placing the mustard lumps on a bamboo sieve to drain. Then, he took a dagger and an axe outside. He planned to skin the wolf first. Although the house didn't lack animal skins, who would refuse something that came to their door? Bleeding, skinning, butchering, tanning. Before he knew it, he was busy until late at night again. When Suhan hung the animal skin on the beam, it was already 11 o'clock at night. After a quick shower, he happily lay down in bed and fell asleep. The next morning, the weather was still sunny and there was no strong wind. Such weather was perfect for drying things. Suhan took out everything from the storage room one by one. Among them, things like leaves needed to be weighted down. Otherwise, if the wind came, they risked being blown away. As for mushrooms, it wasn't so troublesome, they could just be placed directly on the roof. In the morning, Suhan was busy without a moment to spare. After drying the vegetables, he needed to remove the dry grass covering the vegetables, to let them see the sunlight. Next, he dealt with the rabbit from yesterday while turning the rabbit skins into socks and earmuffs. With this, no matter what the next task was, he could give it his all. As for the afternoon, Suhan did not go out to explore, but stayed at home to prepare to knit a pair of woolen pants. After all, a new round of tasks would start tomorrow. Who knows where they would venture to? Anyway, preparing some warm clothing is always a good idea. Chapter 123, Upgrading the Communication System. Suhan begins to knit woolen pants. Knitting woolen pants is very simple. You only need a pair of hands and some knitting needles. Among them, there are several types of needles. For example, a straight needle is a straight needle, and a hook needle is the common needle for knitting sweaters. As for circular needles, they consist of 2 short needles and a length of rope. This type of needle is used specifically for knitting parts like necklines. Although I understand the principles and have seen the tools in the countryside, I have even held them before. But when it comes to how to knit, Suhan knew very little. So he had to seek help from the official staff. Don't underestimate the weaving of wool, it is a profound skill. A skilled worker can knit a sweater that is on par with one made by machines. Secondly, if he didn't consider aesthetics in time, Suhan could indeed take his time to explore step by step. But the problem was that the task would be released at midnight tonight, and there wasn't enough time. Moreover, hand knitting wool involves many techniques. For example, how many stitches to leave in a certain position. For example, which stitching technique to use in what place, and how to close it up. These are all knowledge. Thinking of this, Suhan spoke to the ceiling. Official staff, please pay attention. I am going to learn about knitting techniques later, please prepare all the hand weaving methods and the processes for each part. In the Dragon Kingdom's tactical research room. As for knitting technology, the officials were already well prepared. Not only that, they also prepared the process of making and installing a wooden loom. However, when they were connecting communication, a notice popped up from the national survival game. Notice, detected that Dragon Kingdom contestant Suhan has performed excellently recently, specially rewarding a free communication opportunity, and from now on the communication time will be increased from 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Notice, do you want to connect? The staff were all stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Wow, is this real? They actually give it for free. Sugod is really too strong, so rewarding us is only right. Awesome. The communication time has been extended to 2 minutes, this is so powerful. Woohoo, when we connect later, won't the foreign devils be so mad? Haha, they should be jealous. Who told their contestants are not strong enough? That's true. Alright, stop chatting, quickly organize the materials for Sugod, and think about what other technologies he may need besides the wooden loom? Yes. The originally noisy office quieted down in just 1 second. Meanwhile, the staff quickly conducted research, thinking about what technology Suhan still needed. Someone suggested preparing a tutorial on glazing. Just in time, the Dragon Kingdom has the best porcelain teaching. But it was soon rejected. At this stage, Suhan is not really short on pottery, so this technology won't be useful for now. Then, someone else suggested. How about adding technology related to soybean products? For example, brewing soy sauce, drying bean paste, even making tofu. All of these can be included. This suggestion quickly received approval from the upper management. Thus, the staff added the soybean product materials in. 10 minutes later, Suhan received a communication request, and upon seeing the national survival game announcement, he was a bit surprised. Ah, it's free this time. They actually extended the communication time. This is good, this is really good. The audience in the live stream was also incredibly shocked. The difference between 30 seconds and 2 minutes is no small matter. It's like one communication now equals 4 before. This is so great. Meanwhile, the foreigners exclaimed unfairness. Because their country's contestants still have only 30 seconds of communication time. A moment later, the communication started. Suhan quickly entered learning mode. In the first screen, it explained the types and uses of knitting needles. Among them, there are various knitting methods and which part requires which technique. Of course, the official staff also kindly provided his size. Therefore, as long as he followed the blueprint, he could knit a very well-fitting garment. After reading the materials, Suhan suddenly understood. He also knew what to do later. The second screen was a detailed explanation of the various parts and techniques. Which size to decrease and wear, and how to reinforce and finish the sweater. This part was straightforward and even included images. Basically, it's easy to learn at a glance. The third screen explained the wooden loom. How to make the parts. What effect each piece has. In the end, there was a demonstration of how the loom operates. After watching, Suhan repeatedly gave a thumbs up to the air. The officials really understood him. Since the spinning wheel has been made, then the next step must be weaving. After watching, Suhan gained a lot and also understood how to make a loom. When it's useful later, he can slowly make one. Anyway, in winter, there are many times he can't go out, so it's perfect to make a loom at home. After finishing this part, suddenly, the scene revealed the brewing of soy products. This surprised Suhan a bit. But it must be said, brewing soy products is something he really needs. Once he finds soybeans, he absolutely won't just use them to make tofu and soy milk. Brewing soy sauce. Making bean paste. Also, making dried tofu, tofu skin, and fermented tofu. All these must be arranged. The information is very detailed. It even provides substitutes for some materials when they are lacking. Suhan memorized all this knowledge. 2 minutes quickly ended. But compared to the previous 30 seconds, this time he learned much more. Moreover, from the national survival announcement, it can be seen. The more hard-working contestants are, the more rewards they naturally receive. The national survival competition never skimped on rewards, but whether one can get them depends on the efforts of contestants from each country. After the communication ended, Suhan immediately got busy. There are no issues with the yarn, the thread he spun is definitely fine enough. So, next is to create enough fine needles for weaving. This isn't difficult, there are still leftover wooden skewers from the last barbecue, and he just needs to smooth the surface to put them to use. But just straight needles aren't enough. He also needs to make some crochet hooks and circular needles. The more complete the tools, the prettier the clothes will turn out. After making the straight needles, he proceeded to make the crochet hooks. This is the simplest, he just takes 2 more wooden skewers and carves a small hook at one end. As for the circular needles, they are made by stringing 2 short straight needles together with hemp rope. With this, the tools are complete. Suhan finally began to knit the wool pants. Just as he started, the system's prompt sound immediately rang out. Ding! Detected that the host is hand knitting, congratulations, you have learned a new skill knitting. Tip, the higher the proficiency of this skill, the stronger your craftsmanship will be, and the faster you will knit. Note, hand knitting and machine knitting are 2 different skills. Ignoring the system's prompt sound, he activated the focus skill. Suhan picked up the circular needle, made a slip knot with the yarn, and then slipped it onto the left needle. Here, he needs to pull it a bit tight but ensure that the thread can move freely on the needle. Next, in a pencil holding position, he took the other end in his right hand. His right ring finger hooked the yarn and began to knit. At first, Suhan's movements were slow and clumsy. But after a little adaptation, he showed amazing speed and efficiency. Chapter 124, New Week's Task Release Snow Domain All-Around Speed Competition. Suhan's speed gradually increased, his hands moving like a weaving machine. In a short while, the waistband was completed. Except for the ugly starting point, the lines afterward were tightly arranged, as if woven by a machine. Next, he continued to knit downwards. An hour passed. The pants were already 1/10 complete. And the hand knitting skill had risen to LV5. But this wasn't Suhan's limit, his speed would be even faster later. As his skill improved, Suhan's speed kept increasing. Layer by layer. Soon the area above the pants crotch was finished, and he began to knit the legs. One stitch after another. Suhan sat at the table, his hands never stopping. The fine wool yarn turned into tight wool pants in his hands, as fine as those sold in stores. At 6:30 p.m., Suhan moved his stiff and sore wrists and started to close the pants' legs. This not only keeps warm but also prevents wind from creeping up from below. 20 minutes later, the closing was completed. A pair of wool pants was officially done. Suhan shook them in the air, then took off the outer leather pants and put on the wool ones. Overall it fits very snugly. It's also very convenient to move in. Hee, brothers. Now we really won't fear the cold. Wait until I knit a sweater later. We dare to venture out even in a snowstorm. After putting on his pants, Suhan made a special trip outside for a walk. The temperature was -7 degrees. His lower body was very warm. This made Suhan incredibly satisfied. Now I just need shoes. After I eat and drink enough, I'll knit a woolen sock and add a pad to my shoes. I think that should be no problem. Returning to the shelter, he hurried to have a meal. Half an hour later, Suhan was busy again. This time, he aimed to knit a pair of socks and make insoles from rabbit fur. With this, he could wait peacefully for the task to be assigned. Having the experience of knitting wool pants, knitting socks was naturally not difficult. Suhan only took 40 minutes to knit a thick and warm pair of cotton socks. As for the original socks, they had already formed 2 holes half a month ago. But with some sewing and patching, he had managed to use them until now. However, they could finally be retired now. Then, Suhan cut a pair of rabbit fur insoles. At this point, he had completely updated all his gear. After changing the socks and insoles, his feet indeed felt much warmer. Even when going out to practice martial arts, his feet were no longer cold. At 9:30 in the evening, Suhan finished practicing martial arts and returned to the shelter for the final preparations before the task. First was food. High-calorie nuts and beast meat were essential. Secondly, was drinking water. Just bringing 2 cans would be enough. With his strength, he estimated he could finish in 2 days at most. As for weapons, Suhan felt it depended on what kind of task it was. If it was hunting, he must bring a bow and arrow. Having no ranged weapon could indeed be problematic if he encountered a bear. But if it was a simple task like the previous 2, bringing an axe would be sufficient. Meanwhile, other contestants were also busy preparing for battle. After experiencing the last task, the contestants understood one important thing. If you don't work hard on ordinary days, facing problems is like waiting to die. So, in these past few days, they had been hunting like crazy. Wolves, sheep, deer, all suffered calamity. There's a saying that goes well. As they say, you can't survive without being a little crazy. Being timid means waiting to die. Perhaps fighting hard could lead to a way out. For instance, Park Dwan-kyu, a contestant from Pickled Vegetable Country. Since losing the magic orb, his personality had changed completely. In the past, he was timid, just wanting to survive. Now, he was completely crazy, only wanting to regain the lost magic orb. The day before yesterday, he even took down a wolf. Although Park Dwan-kyu was bitten in many places, he feared nothing. Other contestants were largely the same. They didn't want to die, but to live in this world, some changes had to be made. Before long, midnight struck at 12 o'clock. The National Destiny Survival announced this week's task as the bell rang. Ding! A new week has arrived, and this week's task is Universal Speed Competition in the Snowy region. All contestants will be teleported to the special map Howling Wind Bay at 8 o'clock in the morning for the trial. Notice, each contestant will be in a separate dimension. Notice, all contestants will descend at the same location, and only upon reaching the finish line will this week's task be considered complete. Notice, Howling Wind Bay is divided into multiple areas, and only by crossing 4 areas can one reach the finish station. Some areas are shrouded in mist all day, some are in a polar night state, and some are full of wild beasts. How to reach the finish line depends on the contestants' choices. Notice, Howling Wind Bay is a winter climate map, with daytime temperatures at -13 degrees, and nighttime at -27 degrees, with occasional snowstorms and auroras, but their duration is only 2 hours. Notice, beasts in Howling Wind Bay will enter a frenzy state under the aurora, greatly increasing their combat power, and once they enter battle, they will fight to the death. Notice, the first area of Howling Wind Bay defaults to the ocean. Therefore, the contestants must personally take a boat across the sea to start the true adventure. Hint, in areas 2 to 4, contestants can freely choose sections for their adventure, where the higher the difficulty, the shorter the distance, while the easier areas require a longer journey. Hint, this week's task will last for 4 days, and the contestant with the shortest time will become the champion. The top 15 contestants will receive random rewards and a chance for a free national communication. Please note, the champion will receive a generous special reward in 2 opportunities for free national communication. Hint, only 2 weeks remain until the true winter, and next week will be the last development time. All contestants, please do not waste this precious development time. Finally, I wish all contestants a safe return to the wilderness world. The task release is complete. Compared to the last Forest Wolf Snow Ridge, this time's task can only be said to be more difficult. First, there is one less day of time. Contestants will no longer be able to bring a lot of supplies and leisurely do tasks as before. Basically, they must complete an area each day to safely pass. Second, snowstorms may occur at any time. This means that if contestants don't have a strategy for coping with snowstorms, they can basically just wait for bad luck. Actually, these 2 points are still manageable. The key is that the first area requires rowing. This is hell for contestants who are seasick or can't row. After reviewing the task, Soo-han went to bed peacefully. During the day, it was only -13 degrees. For him, it was not difficult at all. Chapter 125, Treasures in the Supply Box, an area to earn points, 3rd update. When a gang saw the task, he also revealed a happy smile. Rowing? I am good at this. Family, feels pretty good. The first task is our comfort zone. A mature fisherman must master various skills. And rowing is a necessary skill. Otherwise, how to reach some quality fishing spots? The next day. At 6 in the morning, before dawn. The surrounding area is filled with thick white fog. But Soo-han had already gotten up to cook breakfast, practicing martial arts in the storage room. In the room, the sound of wind howling continued. This was the sound of him throwing punches. Although he was only wearing a single shirt, sweat kept pouring down. An hour later, the sky gradually brightened. Soo-han completed his practice and finished for the day. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly withdrew his hands. Next, it was time to eat. Returning to the bedroom, Soo-han washed up briefly with clean water and began to eat. Breakfast was stew made from frost snow tiger meat and nuts, totaling 3.5 pounds. The drink was a cup of rose hip tea with added white sugar. After eating and drinking enough, Soo-han glanced at the time, with 30 minutes left until the task started. So, he got up for a final check. For food, he prepared 2 pounds of cooked beast meat and nuts. For drinking water, he reduced it from 2 cans to 1. As for weapons, Suhan thought for a moment and decided to go light. Although there were many beasts in certain areas of Howling Wind Bay, he could easily use stealth to bypass them. In this icy world, carrying more would naturally slow down travel. So one axe was enough. Instead, the ice skates and skis from last time could still be used. As for clothing, naturally, he was fully armed. At 8 in the morning, all contestants were teleported to an island at the outer edge of Howling Wind Bay. At this moment, snowflakes were falling from the sky. The air temperature was -13 degrees. Just after landing, the prompt sound for national survival immediately rang. Ding! All contestants, please note, in the Howling Wind Bay dungeon, there is a supply box in each area, with random items inside. You can get daily tools, seasonings, food, and some strange little gadgets. Tip: in regions 2 to 4, the grade of supply boxes is linked to the difficulty of the area. Tip: if you don't need items temporarily, you can store them in the system space and retrieve them after the adventure. There are supply boxes, and their grade is linked to the difficulty. It seems I have no choice but to challenge the highest difficulty this time. Although the items in the supply boxes are random. But having something is better than having nothing. Suhan decided to choose the highest difficulty for the next 3 areas, aiming to complete the challenge in one day. He opened the map. At this time, he was on a small island. And the mainland was 30 kilometers away. As for the supply box, it was 15 kilometers away. As long as he rowed his boat over, everyone could get the first supply box. It seems the first area is a welfare zone. Suhan smiled, closed the map, and walked to the shore. As expected. The vehicle was a single-person wooden boat, with 2 wooden paddles provided. Suhan pushed the boat into the water, then steadied himself and began to paddle. A journey of 30 kilometers. In normal sea conditions without headwinds, an average person could likely reach their destination before dark. But to save time, Suhan couldn't delay too long. After sitting down, Suhan adjusted his position and began to paddle. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. He had learned the new skill rowing. The skill effect was that the higher the level, the faster the speed and the lower the stamina consumed. He activated the focus skill. Suhan took a deep breath and began to row. Rowing requires skill. It's not just about using your arms to exert force, but using core muscles and your back together to apply power. But Suhan was different. After simply learning the technique of rowing, he directed his energy throughout his body. Although it was a small wooden boat, he paddled faster than professional racers. Swish! 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 On the sea. The wooden boat surged forward as if it had an engine, charging straight ahead at an astonishing speed. Such speed left the viewers in the live stream in awe. Wow, this speed is terrifying. As expected of Su God, his physical ability is incredible. Wearing such heavy clothing, yet rowing so fast, I think he'll reach the shore in no more than 2 hours. Mainly because Su God has little weight and his clothes are downfilled. I just saw the Gaul competitor, who couldn't move his boat due to too much gear. It was hilarious. Unlike the player from the Sakura country, Luma, who doesn't know how to row at all and is just spinning in place. The White Bear country player, Ivankov, also joined, but he gets seasick. He vomited as soon as he got on. Ha 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 ha. The live stream was full of laughter. But besides Suhan, many players displayed amazing skills. Currently ranked 2nd is Bai Yi. He is a special soldier and has received targeted training in this area, so he is second only to Suhan. And surprisingly, ranking 3rd is not Dai Yi, but the competitor from Outa Biao. His country is very impoverished, and he usually rows a shabby boat across rivers, so with a new wooden boat, his speed is very fast. Naturally, the 4th place is Dai Yi. He also knows how to row this kind of wooden boat, but he hadn't rowed in a long time, so he was a bit rusty at first. He slowly caught up with the speed later on. As for the 5th place, it is the fisherman, a gang. He often had to row his boat to fish, so he quickly displayed amazing efficiency once he got started. But since he carried more gear than Dai Yi, his speed was naturally slower. At this moment, as Suhan adapted to the rhythm of rowing, he further increased his speed. Originally, according to calculations, he could advance 12 kilometers per hour. This speed had already surpassed professional competitors. But now, in 1 hour, he broke through 15 kilometers. At 9 a.m. Suhan was the first to arrive at the supply box. It was a glowing orb floating on the sea. As soon as the player approached, they would automatically receive it. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened a bottle of aged vinegar, 3 liters, from the supply box. Tip: would you like to temporarily store it in the system space? Vinegar? Wow, this thing is great. With this, making vinegar becomes much easier. Not bad. Suhan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stored the aged vinegar in the system space. Next, as long as he could find the materials for vinegar brewing, he could use the aged vinegar to quickly make vinegar. What good luck he had! After receiving the reward, Suhan continued to sprint towards the shore. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Suhan officially arrived at the shore. At this moment, 3 signposts appeared in front of him. Left side, leading to the snowy forest. Difficulty, low. Right side, leading to the Songlong Mountains. Difficulty, medium. There are many lone wolves in this area, be sure to be safe while walking. Middle, leading to the extreme night valley. Difficulty, high. This area is dark all the time, strong firelight will attract beasts to attack you. Suhan looked at the signposts and laughed loudly. Isn't this giving points? Then, he headed straight for the extreme night valley. For other contestants, the extreme night valley, where they couldn't light torches, was definitely the most dangerous. But Suhan had night vision skill and could move freely without lighting. This area was just a freebie for him. Chapter 126, Little Red Hand Strikes, Advanced Supply Box delivers again, first update. Woo! Woo! As soon as he stepped into the extreme night area, the surrounding light vanished instantly, and a bone-chilling cold wind followed from behind. At that moment, Suhan suddenly realized. The temperature here was not the daytime minus 13 degrees, but the nighttime minus 27 degrees. Hiss! This temperature. No wonder it's a high difficulty area, it starts with low temperatures. But I have a full set of warm gear, I'm not afraid. Suhan tightened his clothes and activated his stealth skill, quickly moving forward. Even though he had a down jacket. If he encountered a snowstorm, it would still be very uncomfortable. On the way, Suhan checked the location of the supply box. This time, it was in a forest, requiring some detours. The extreme night area was very cold. During this time, the howling cold wind never stopped. However, Suhan didn't feel much at all. He wore a hat, his ears were covered, and his hands were gloved. His lower body was also warm and cozy. This made him secretly thankful. It was good he had made warm clothes in advance, otherwise, if he had come in ordinary beast-skin clothes, he would definitely have been frozen badly. Leaving the valley entrance, Suhan quickly entered a forest. Passing through here would lead directly to the location of the supply box. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes rose from the darkness. The viewers in the live broadcast room were startled. What the hell? What is this thing? Is it haunted? This is a survival live broadcast room, not a paranormal show, thank you. By the way, what is this thing? It looks so scary. Since Suhan entered the extreme night area, the entire live broadcast room had been pitch dark. Suddenly showing this out, who wouldn't be scared? Little did they know, the owner of these crimson eyes was called the bloodthirsty rabbit. They were a special creature living in snowy regions. Although they looked like rabbits, they were actually carnivores and extremely sensitive to light sources. Once there was light, the bloodthirsty rabbits hidden in the snow would attack wildly. Although they were a special species, bloodthirsty rabbits had no advantages. Firstly, their meat was very sour, and their internal organs were toxic. Secondly, once their fur was detached, it would easily rot and could not be preserved at all. And one more thing, bloodthirsty rabbits were social animals. Though only one could be seen on the surface. In reality, there were at least 40 nearby. Generally speaking, even wolves would have headaches encountering these creatures. Suhan took a distant glance and quickly quickened his pace to leave. 35 minutes later, he arrived in front of the supply box and claimed his reward. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened a steel blade handheld planer from the advanced supply box. Tip, would you like to temporarily store it in the system space? Hiss. It's actually a plane. Suhan couldn't help but sigh, his hands were so red. He actually drew a carpenter tool. A hand plane, a tool that can smooth, shave, and polish wood and other materials. With it, he would try to make some exquisite furniture in the future. At the same time, he could easily handle the uneven parts and prickly splinters of the wood. Awesome! The high-level supply box is truly impressive. Suhan put the plane into the system space and hurried to the next area. He couldn't wait to see what treasures the next area would hold. As he walked, the wind in the sky grew stronger. Suddenly, countless tiny bits slapped against his hat. Suhan looked up and realized a snowstorm was coming. His face darkened as he muttered softly. That came fast. In just a few minutes, the extreme night valley was already covered by wind and snow. According to the information released by the National Survival Organization, this snowstorm would last for a whole 2 hours. Normally, it was best to find a place to hide at this time. But Suhan chose to step boldly towards the exit against the wind. Though the snowstorm obstructed his view, the wind blowing from behind made his journey much easier. At 11:40 a.m., Suhan reached the exit of the valley. The moment he stepped out of the passage, the surrounding darkness and snowstorm quickly retreated. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were dumbfounded. Ha! The snowstorm is actually staying inside, oh my gosh. No wonder Sushin wouldn't stop, hiding inside would be a complete waste of 2 hours. It should be the effect of the rules, every area in the Howling Wind Fjord is independent. So even though the extreme night valley encountered a snowstorm, the neutral area wouldn't be affected. That's amazing, it can actually be played this way. According to probability, the next time Sushin encounters a snowstorm, it should be a long interval. At this moment, Suhan arrived at a path where snowflakes were drifting down. Both sides were shrouded in thick fog. Ahead was a small wooden booth resembling a newsstand. Here, he wouldn't be attacked by beasts, nor would he face a snowstorm, it was like a safe zone. But each contestant could only stay for 2 hours. If the time was up and no route was chosen, contestants would be forcibly sent away. Suhan checked the time and decided to take a lunch break here. Meanwhile, other contestants faced some grim situations. For example, the contestant from Sakura Nation, Ryo Masato, didn't know how to row a boat. So, for the first 2 hours, he had been trying hard to learn. After a morning of hard work, he had only covered 10 kilometers. But before Ryo Masato could feel happy for a while, a fierce snowstorm rushed in. Though he rowed with all his might, the wooden boat swiftly drifted backward. No. Dame. Don't treat me like this. Despite Ryo Masato's efforts to resist the snowstorm, he was still sent back to the starting point. It was like a morning wasted in vain. Meanwhile, the kimchi contestant Park Dwanjayam had made some effort and successfully arrived in front of a supply box. Damn, I'm exhausted. I wonder what will be inside. Since losing the magic pill, this contestant's voice had become increasingly feminine, and now even their self-reference had unknowingly changed. When Park Dwanjayam opened the supply box, the prompt from National Survival rang out. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a set of pure cotton sexy goddess lingerie from the supply box. Notice, this includes a bra, thang, socks, and tail. Please note that if you wear all of them, it will additionally increase the warmth sensation by 2 points. Park Dwanjayam could understand the other items. But what did the last item mean? However, he quickly realized, and his face turned red. Damn, I don't want this ridiculous thing. Just as Park Dwanjayam was about to throw the items into the sea, a sudden cold wind blew in, leaving him shivering and shaking. The hand that was originally stretched out quickly shrank back. Remembering the lost magic pill. Thinking of the vow once made. Pu Duan Diao suddenly felt that this clothing was not so bad after all, since it could raise body temperature. Everything is for the magic pill. In the end, he gritted his teeth and put it on. Although the item was disgusting, after wearing it, his temperature did indeed rise significantly. On the other side, Old Bay and Old Da, along with others, each had their gains. Among them, Old Bay got a 500 g can of herring. And Old Da received a large bag of plums. As for a gang, his luck was quite good, he found a pair of warm pants in the supply box. At 12:10 in the afternoon, Suhan was full and had used the restroom before continuing his journey. When he reached the end of the path, 3 different signposts came into view. To the left, it led to the frozen path. Difficulty, low. To the right, it led to the snowy valley. Difficulty, medium. The area is covered in perpetual snow, visibility may be obstructed, and temperatures can drop to 20 degrees. In the middle, it led to the misty mountains. Difficulty, high. This area is shrouded in thick fog all day, visibility is less than 3 meters, and wild beasts may appear, but useful resources may occasionally be found. Chapter 127, Easily Passing Through the Misty Mountains, the last area is actually a freebie? Having tasted sweetness, Suhan naturally chose the path with the highest difficulty. As he moved forward following the signpost, the surrounding light quickly dimmed, and a fog-covered mountain path appeared before him. Suhan looked back and found that the safe zone had vanished. It seemed that once a choice was made, there was no turning back. After walking for a while, he gradually realized. Even though this place was enveloped in fog, there was no snow accumulation on the ground. This was good news for him. Otherwise, a snow-covered mountain path would be too difficult to climb. At this moment, Suhan checked the location of the supply box and found it was hidden in a tree about 10 meters high on the west side of the mountain. Climbing the tree wasn't hard. But finding it was the key. The mountain was wrapped in fog, and the map did not show real-time positions, so he relied solely on his instincts for navigation. If it was only like this, exploring slowly wouldn't be a problem. But the issue was the persistent fog and the appearance of wild beasts. Once a battle broke out, it was easy to lose direction. Suhan stood still for a moment, thinking he should first head west, then climb up. This way the probability of finding the supply box would be greater. As for encountering a beast, just stand firm and not move. With the plan set, he began to calculate his position. Suhan opened the map and started to calculate in his mind. Currently, he was at the starting point. Coordinate positioning 0, 0. The supply box was at x2476, y302. On the map, one coordinate point equals 2 meters. So, he should first walk 4,952 meters west, then move forward 302 meters. With the distance calculated, Suhan set off. He activated focus mode and began to count in his mind. He tried to ensure that each step was 1 meter. So when he reached 4,952 steps, he could start to climb up. Step by step, Suhan continued to move forward through the fog. Occasionally, he would encounter bushes and slopes in the way. At these times, he would calculate the detour and extended distance in his mind, then count again. Unknowingly, he had already walked over 4,000 meters. Just as he was about to stop counting, a snow-white wolf suddenly launched an attack from the side. 4712. Suhan mumbled, never stopping his steps. As the white wolf pounced, he lightly sidestepped to dodge the attack, then kicked it away. If it were any other beast, it would surely back down at this point. But this white wolf was stubborn. After getting up from the ground, it charged again. While counting, Suhan shot a cold glare at the creature. Suddenly sensing an unprecedented pressure, the aggressively charging white wolf found its once fierce eyes filled with clarity. It stopped rapidly in its place. Intuition told it that advancing further would likely lead to death. The white wolf ultimately chose to follow its heart. Meanwhile, Suhan continued on his journey. After a moment, he arrived at the designated location. Next, it's time to go up. Suhan turned 90 degrees and walked towards the mountain. During the climb, he tried his best to stick to the principle of not taking detours. Although this made his speed slower, it maximized the chances of not getting lost. The slope of this mountain was not steep. So even though Suhan was advancing straight, the highest ledge was only 2 meters high, making it very easy to climb. To avoid unnecessary troubles, he kept his momentum skill active throughout the climb. This way, if beasts sensed Suhan's presence, they would tactfully steer clear, preventing situations like the recent one. 40 minutes later, Suhan finally reached his destination. But nearby, there were no tall trees. He had anticipated this. After all, footsteps could have errors, and climbing could also have errors. As long as he approached the supply box, he could slowly search after that. Suhan roamed around for a few minutes and quickly found the big tree that hung the supply box in his left front. Alright, let's see what I can get this time. He took off his down jacket. Suhan picked up the axe, rolled up his sleeves, and began to climb. In a moment, the supply box was retrieved. The national survival prompt sound also rang out. Ding! Congratulations! You have opened 4 canned yellow peaches from the high-level supply box. Tip, would you like to temporarily store it in the system space? So it's canned yellow peaches. This is quite good. Suhan was not greedy, as long as the resources were useful, he was satisfied. He dropped down from the tree, opened the map and began to look for the exit. The same calculation of positions. As for the resources mentioned on the signposts, Suhan did not expect much. If he stumbled upon them, he would pick them up, if not, he wouldn't be lacking. After all, getting to the destination was what mattered. Upon reaching the mountain summit, the mist showed no signs of thinning but rather grew thicker. As the saying goes, going up the mountain is easy, coming down is hard. This saying was very fitting here. Although Suhan could climb directly on the way up, he had to be more cautious when coming down. Especially on a mountain where visibility was only 2 meters, it was easy to miss a step and fall. Because no one knew how deep the slope was beneath. So every time Suhan came across a spot that required jumping down, he would first toss some stones to test the path. If it was safe, he would jump down; if it was deep, he would choose to take the longer route. Although this wasted some time. For safety's sake, Suhan had no choice but to do so. Unknowingly, the time reached 4:30 in the evening. Suhan finally arrived at the edge of this area. On the way, he found some herbs. He even discovered a radish. Aside from that, there were no other findings. After leaving the misty mountain ridge, Suhan reappeared in the safety zone. But this time, he didn't choose to rest; instead, he headed straight for the last area. Upon reaching the end, the choice reappeared at the roadside. This time, there were 5 options. First path, Frost River Bank. Difficulty, medium. It continues snowing in this area, and the temperature is between -20 degrees to 27 degrees. Second path, cross the snow forest. Difficulty, medium, wild beasts patrol in this area, and the snow thickness is approximately 30 centimeters. Third path, barren land. Difficulty, high, the environment in this region is complex, with snow, swamps, crevasses, and biting rivers. Without solid survival skills, please do not challenge, or easily face accidental death. And this area will continue to snow, but there are no blizzards. Fourth path, wind and snow whaling land. Difficulty, high, there is a continuous blizzard for 24 hours, no contestant would want to challenge this, but there are no wild beasts in this area, and it's the shortest path. Fifth path, Beast King Valley. Difficulty, high, a gathering place for ferocious beasts, gray bears. In the wolf pack, moose, snow leopards, frosthorn cattle, and tigers, here you can find treasure, but you might also become prey for fierce beasts. Without enough strength, it is not advisable to challenge. Extra tip, there is no wind or snow in this area. The first 3 areas are actually not too bad. As long as there are no problems with supplies or health, you can slowly reach the finish line. But the difficulty suddenly increases in the last area. After looking around, Suhan suddenly smiled. Brothers, this time it's another point-giving round. The national luck survival is really good to us. Chapter 128, Little Red Hand strikes again, will there be a surprise before departure? Third update. Point-giving round? The audience looked puzzled. These 3 high-difficulty areas don't look like they're giving points at all, do they? The first area is a wasteland. This is a very complex terrain area, likely requiring crossing canyons and icy, bone-chilling rivers. One careless step could lead to life-threatening danger. As for the second area, the land of howling wind and snow. A snowstorm that never stops. Whoever goes there is unlucky. It looks challenging to pass through. And then there's the last Beast King Valley. All kinds of fierce beasts gather together, and night is about to fall. If they encounter the shining aurora, the strength of these wild animals will increase even more. Analyzing this way, only the first area is slightly simpler. But just when the audience thought Suhan would head toward the wasteland, he instead went straight to the Beast King Valley. The live broadcast room exploded in a frenzy. Ah! No way, Su God. I know you're amazing, but this place is full of beasts. Oh my, is Su God really planning to fight his way through? I knew it, Su God's thoughts are indeed different from ordinary people. If you think seriously, the Beast King Valley is actually simple. Think about it, Su God isn't afraid of ordinary wild animals, he can knock them out with one punch. If he encounters tigers and bears, just keep a safe distance. Also, if he can find moose and frosthorn cattle, he can take down some meat. I have to say, this audience's analysis is very reasonable. Because Suhan thought the same way. Although the Beast King Valley is more dangerous than the other 2 areas, there is no wind or snow here, making traveling easier. Moreover, having many beasts does not necessarily mean fighting. He can completely go stealth and quickly pass through. Isn't this a point-giving round? Stepping into the Beast King Valley. A hint of twilight casts light on Suhan's face. This is the first time he saw the sun today, although it is about to set. Looking around, the whole valley is a beautiful scene. Tall waterfalls. Winding rivers. Golden trees. If you ignore the wild beasts fighting everywhere, this is indeed a great vacation spot. In the left side forest. A terrifying gray bear is fighting a completely snow-white frost-horned cattle. Their battle creates a huge commotion. Countless birds are frightened and fly away. Near the river on the right, a wolf pack is fighting with 2 ferocious tigers. If the view is zoomed out a bit more, you can still see traces of battles from other animals. TSK. No wonder it's called Beast King Valley, it seems they fight if they don't accept it. Alright, you guys keep fighting. I'll continue on my way. Suhan opened the map to check the location of the supply box. He discovered that it was actually near the end point. This really saved a lot of effort. However, before leaving, he needed to do some camouflage. Suhan began to collect fallen leaves nearby and used the hemp rope he brought to layer them over himself. This way, even if wild beasts see him, they would mistake him for a plant. Half an hour later, the camouflage was completed. His hat, down jacket, and even his legs were covered with yellowed fallen leaves. Next, he activated the stealth and camouflage skills and walked toward the end of the valley. Along the way, Suhan encountered many wild beasts, but they all ignored him. Gradually, the sky darkened. The temperature dropped as well. Wild beasts without night vision. Many chose to return to their nests to rest. This made Suhan walk more easily. In less than an hour, he arrived at the center of the Beast King Valley. Here, there is a river that divides the valley in 2. But the river is not deep, only 3 meters wide. If it were someone else, they would probably build a simple log bridge. But Suhan just took a glance, then slowly stepped back, and ran with power to accelerate. With a light leap over the 3-meter river, he reached the opposite shore. Good, next is to find the supply box. Under the nightfall of the Beast King Valley, it was still not very peaceful. Although the beasts in the first half of the road had already rested, the latter half was filled with blood. Just after crossing a jungle, Suhan saw a group of red-eyed badgers battling with a group of wolves. The grass was already covered in corpses. But none of them was willing to back down, still fiercely biting each other. At this moment, Suhan felt something was wrong. Why was the night's light so bright? Could it be? Suhan looked up at the sky. He saw beams of light twisting in the sky. Indeed, it was the aurora. No wonder these creatures were so crazy. It's really scary. By the way, does the wilderness realm also have this phenomenon in winter? Suhan felt curious. But he thought it was unlikely. The beasts stimulated by the aurora were too insane, they had no rationality at all. If such a situation occurred in the wilderness realm, it was likely that everyone except himself would be eliminated. Suhan watched for a while, then quietly withdrew. He swiftly moved like a ghost through the Beast King Valley. Half an hour later, Suhan found the supply box. The national survival prompt sounded as well. Ding! Congratulations! You have opened a high-level supply box and obtained 6 high-quality fresh onions. Prompt: would you like to temporarily store it in the system space? What? It's actually onions. Suhan stared at the reward, completely stunned. His luck was too great. He actually drew such a high-quality vegetable. You must know that having onions is equivalent to having countless onions. They can be directly planted. Suhan was truly impressed with himself. With onions, next year's vegetables would have one more variety. Moreover, whether used for stir-frying or cooking, onions are top-notch delicious. Great. This dungeon trip was really worth it, he felt he had hit the jackpot. Suhan chuckled and saved the onions, then charged toward the finish line. In a good mood, even his steps became lighter. Before he knew it, he had reached the vicinity of the finish line. Just as Suhan was preparing to leave the dungeon, a deep and muffled roar came from the nearby woods. Moo! Immediately after, came another beast sound. Roar! Suhan heard the sound, his face filled with surprise. Is there actually a cow here? This was truly a pleasant surprise. Originally, he had not planned to hunt here. Mainly, the Beast King Valley was very chaotic. If he accidentally stirred up other animals during a fight, it could easily turn into a melee. Furthermore, the night was too cold. It was nearly -30 degrees, and hunting for just one beast was hardly worth it. But if the target was a cow, then Suhan felt it was still worth moving his body a bit. Because he loved to eat beef. Moving carefully, Suhan quickly sneaked into the woods. He saw in the distance on the grass, a large musk ox was fighting with a gray bear. Both had blood-red eyes, neither was willing to give in. Though the gray bear was strong in combat, it was unable to handle the equally berserk musk ox. In fact, the musk ox's belly had already been cut open by a horn, creating a terrifying wound. Bang! Bang! The two giant beasts continued to clash on the grass. The musk ox was covered in wounds, while the gray bear was panting heavily. Unknowingly, half an hour passed. The musk ox's momentum gradually dropped, the gray bear seized the opportunity to pounce on it and began to bite. Suhan hid in the shadows, watching with great interest. Now he just needed a handful of sunflower seeds. Hit hard, hit violently. It would be best if they both went down, so I can pick up the leftovers. After a while, the musk ox couldn't take it anymore, it shook its body and suddenly fell to the ground. The victorious gray bear, however, did not let go of its target, fiercely biting its neck until the musk ox breathed its last, before finally getting up and leaving. Leaving? Hee hee, then I'll gladly take this ox. Thanks for the reward, brother bear. Suhan smiled as he crawled out from the bushes. For such a big ox, it was absolutely impossible to take it away directly, so it had to be disassembled. The hoof was unnecessary. Too heavy, and the meat was tough. The head was also unnecessary. It was extremely heavy. Suhan picked up his axe and began to dismantle the musk ox. Although he couldn't take everything, he could definitely take as much of the good parts as possible. Chapter 129, Shocking Quarterly Competition Rewards. Longwa actually gets a small inland sea. When it comes to the tastiest parts of the cow, of course, it is the tenderloin, eye meat, brain, external spine, and so on. These cuts are both tender and fragrant, frying them is the best way to enjoy them. Next is the ribeye. This part has a good mix of fat and lean meat, and stewing it is the most satisfying. Suhan was quickly dismantling the parts with his axe. He peeled off the cowhide and placed it on the ground, then put the beef on top, so he could directly pack it up later. After processing the ribeye, the next step was the beef tallow. Compared to the meat, Su-Han preferred the lard from the cow. Because the meat cannot be preserved for long, but the fat can last a long time. And cow fat is fragrant. In the ranking of animal fats, cow fat is only second to pig fat. In the darkness, piece after piece of beef fat was taken out and placed on the cowhide. Su-Han was constantly busy. The chopped beef was still bouncing, showing how fresh it was. It was a pity there was no rice at home. Otherwise, when he got home, cutting some fresh meat into the porridge and cooking it would be absolutely delicious. 10 minutes later, the cowhide was completely filled with meat. A total of 120 pounds. If it weren't for the extreme hunger, Su-Han would have wanted to take a bit more meat. But in fact, there wasn't much meat left anyway. So returning home now was fine. When Su-Han arrived at the destination, holding the meat, the prompt sound for the National Fortune Survival echoed in all the live broadcast rooms. Prompt, Longway contestant Su-Han has successfully completed this week's task, and took the shortest time. Let's congratulate the birth of the champion. Prompt, due to Longway contestant Su-Han completing this task at the highest difficulty, the original reward will be upgraded. Prompt, congratulations, Longway has earned 15 National Fortune points, current National Fortune points, 165. Prompt, congratulations, Longway's citizens have received special rewards, Physique +1, Agility +1, Comprehension +1. Prompt, congratulations, Longway contestant Su-Han has received 3 free National Fortune communication opportunities. Prompt, congratulations, Longway contestant Su-Han, becoming the autumn competition champion, his country will receive 2 generous rewards. Prompt, every quarter has special rewards, calculated based on weekly rankings. Prompt, the water sources within Longwa have been purified, whether polluted or affected by disasters, they will now return to their best state. Prompt, in the grassland area of Longwa, a small inland sea of 300,000 square kilometers will be created, containing ecological resources like salmon, lobster, kelp, and cuttlefish. In the Longwa live broadcast room, the audience had already completely boiled over. There's also an autumn competition. Wow, this champion reward is too rich. Awesome. All the polluted water sources are purified. As long as the officials throw in some fish fry, I can go fishing. Fishing enthusiasts rejoice and thank you, God Su. Wow, the grassland area has directly given birth to a sea. Incredible, this means we can farm seafood domestically in the future? Brothers, today truly feels like New Year. Not only do we have attribute point rewards, but we also gained a sea, a full 300,000 square kilometers. I can hardly imagine how great it is. As we all know, because of the disaster, seafood has been cut off from everyone. But now there is an inland sea in the country, which even has a complete ecological chain. This means that as long as this sea is well managed, it can radiate to the domestic sea areas. Because it was mentioned that within the territory, that sea area also counts as national borders, so the seawater has naturally been purified. It's just that there are no organisms in it right now. With an inland sea, it will eventually allow the sea areas to return to normal. At this moment, the little devils from Sakura country are so jealous that they could almost bite their teeth off. They were once a major seafood exporting country. Now, they have to look at others with envy. The key question is whether Dragon Country will sell or not, it's a different matter. At this time, in the grassland area of Dragon Country, a vast blue inland sea is rapidly forming. It appears in the center of the desert. This place is very desolate, with not even a shepherd around. With the appearance of seawater, countless creatures have also been consistently appearing. Seaweed, sea turtles, coral, crabs, various fish. The viewers watching the live broadcast began to cheer. This resource is simply too rich. As long as it's cultivated for a period, seafood freedom can be achieved soon. The actions from the Dragon Country officials are also quick. Basically, after seeing the news about the inland sea, they immediately posted recruitment notices online. The birth of the inland sea not only provides resources, it also brings a large number of jobs. Right now, what is most important for Dragon Country is to form an inspection team to quickly explore the creatures of the inland sea. Then, catch some fast-breeding sea fish for rapid breeding. As expected, the officials plan to build a new city around the inland sea. Therefore, they urgently need various kinds of manpower. Even construction workers are in short supply. In the wild world, inside the shelter, Su-Han feels happy for the richness of his hometown. I never expected that the National Fortune Survival would actually reward an inland sea. Looks like I haven't been working hard for nothing these past 2 months, hee. The recent increase in attribute points has also had an effect on Su-Han. Though it's only 1 point of attributes, The effect isn't too obvious. But the comprehension is different. This attribute, even 1 point, greatly improves oneself. For example, high comprehension individuals can learn anything with just a little guidance. While those with low comprehension, even if you feed them experience, they still won't learn. And that just enhanced 1 point of comprehension made Su-Han think of improvements and modifications to his boxing and martial arts. This is the influence of comprehension on a person. After a busy day, it's time to wash up and make dinner. Su-Han glanced at the time. Unknowingly, it was already 8:30. After simply washing his face, Su-Han began to prepare dinner. Today he would have fried beef and boiled frost snow tiger meat. Before frying the beef, it must be marinated a little with salt and spices, or else it won't taste good once cooked. Su-Han took out a dagger, sliced a few pieces of tenderloin and eye meat. Next, he crushed the dried Sichuan pepper into powder and mixed it with salt to rub on the steak. After kneading it for about 2 to 3 minutes, it could be fried. He sprinkled some duck fat. Put the steak on. Before long, the pan began to sizzle. After frying it to about medium rare, when the surface is golden brown, it can be taken out to eat. As for what rare, Su-Han doesn't appreciate at all. But beef can't be cooked fully. Because fully cooked, it's truly tough to chew. Taking a bite, juices splashing everywhere. The aroma of fat and the fragrance of beef burst forth at that moment. Beef is still the best. Su-Han swallowed the beef and couldn't help but exclaim. Though the meat of the cougar is already very delicious. But compared to beef, it's still lacking a little bit. Excited, Su-Han even picked up bamboo skewers and started grilling the beef. Under the charcoal fire, the small beef skewers emit an enticing aroma. Sprinkle chili powder and salt. Take a bite. It's 10 times more enjoyable than steak. Although steak is delicious. But I still prefer skewers. I wonder if there are brothers who think the same. This meal made Su-Han very happy. After the meal, he suddenly remembered he hadn't received his reward yet. He wondered what the champion reward would be this time. The next chapter will be posted in the morning. I'm going to sleep. By the way, thanks to the big bosses for their gifts QAQ. Chapter 130, Continuous Surprises, Su-Han obtains quality wild soybeans. Su-Han claimed his reward. As expected, he received a piece of precious information. He opened the map. The resource point was 30 kilometers away. Su-Han frowned slightly. So far? But soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because this time, the resource he obtained was actually quality wild soybeans. Wow, brothers, we struck gold. I found soybeans, can you believe it? Su-Han was extremely excited. Soybeans. Finally, he found them himself. With soybeans, Su-Han could make tofu. He could also make various delicious dishes. And even brew soy sauce himself. He had already lost hope. After all, there were only 13 days left until winter. And soybeans were a crop harvested in late autumn. If not found in the right season, even if found later, the beans would have fallen to the ground. Who would have thought, in this last moment of late autumn, he found them himself? In the live stream room. The audience was also startled. There are actually surprises. Su-God is so lucky today, incredible. Wow, I can't be dreaming, can I? It's actually soybeans. 666 Finally, we can eat tofu. Su-God is awesome. At this moment, the bullet screen went completely crazy. Today's surprises came wave after wave. It felt like a dream. Although the resource point was a bit far. But if it was soybeans, even if it was further, it would be worth the trip. After the happiness, Su-Han opened the system panel to check the recent weather. If it rains tomorrow, then he would go out tonight to collect the soybeans, to avoid any unexpected situations. In the end, his luck was quite good. The next 2 days would be sunny. It would only start raining Thursday morning and continue until Friday evening. In that case, I'll rest early today and head out tomorrow morning. Su-Han made a plan. He washed up early and went to bed. As for the beef, it was left in the storage room. At the current temperature, it could last a week without any issues. That night was a sleepless night for the Dragon Country people. Because surprises kept coming. And for the foreigners, it was also a sleepless night. But they were purely angry. The next day, morning, Su-Han opened the door to the sheep pen, so the goats could play freely when the sun came out. Then, he checked the status of the mother wolf. After several days of treatment, she seemed much better. Not only could she get up to eat, but she could also discipline the cowardly wolf. At this rate, she would fully recover soon. Su-Han opened the taming panel to check. The mother wolf's taming progress was at 78%. The taming progress of the little wolf was at 46%. And the cowardly wolf's taming progress was a terrifying 95%, far surpassing the 88% of the big gray and the second dog. It was clear how loyal this guy was. Suhan chuckled at the cowardly wolf's stats. Who would have thought, you little guy is cowardly but really loyal to me. Woo. The cowardly wolf noticed its master's gaze and quickly lay on the ground, rolling around to act cute. It didn't have the tricks that humans had. Its master was the one who saved its whole family, so it wouldn't hesitate to give its life. Suhan patted the cowardly wolf's head and said to it, "Alright, stop messing around, eat well, remember to go out with me later." Woo. Hearing this, the cowardly wolf quickly sat up and responded. It was now gradually able to understand some commands. Come back. That is to return to the owner's side. And to attack is to kill the target. Go out. Naturally, it is hunting. Because the journey is quite long, Suhan did not pull the cart this time. Instead, he brought Ergo and 3 wolves to act together. On the way. Old Song took the lead, walking in the front. But Ergo always looked at him unfavorably, trying several times to charge out and give this fool a goat smash. If it weren't for Suhan's quick hands and eyes to stop him, Old Song would probably have been knocked down. At this moment, inside the Heoan Fjord dungeon. The second stage. All players, without exception, chose the simplest area. Although the journey would be longer, it is sufficiently safe. Just this point is enough. At 10 in the morning. The American player was the first to find the supply box. He opened it with an excited face. Unexpectedly, after seeing the reward, this player's face turned green. Hint, you have received 300 precious quality tumbleweed seeds from the supply box. What kind of crap is this? The American player couldn't help but curse. Tumbleweed is a nightmare in their country, yet he received seeds. This is hardly a reward, it is a curse. But something even more ridiculous happened. The tumbleweed seeds he obtained actually triggered a 10,000-fold return mechanism. Thus, America received 3 million tumbleweed seeds. Immediately, the viewers in the live broadcast began to curse. F***CK. Hurry up and burn these seeds, or our homeland will be occupied by these demon plants. Yes, quick, get the flamethrowers. *T, what kind of garbage luck is this? Why can't we learn from the Dragon Country players? Oh my god, what a hellish reward. At this time, in the square of the American shelter, the soldiers were preparing to use flamethrowers to eliminate the tumbleweed seeds. Unexpectedly, a fierce wind blew in. Countless seeds were quickly swept into the sky. Oh no! Oh my god, those seeds are flying away. Seeing this scene, the shelter commander turned pale. So many seeds were swept away, God knows how many tumbleweeds they would breed. Originally, the shelter's gate was closed. Because the recent weather was good, he ordered the gate to be opened. As a result, he encountered this incident. It's over. His official career is over. In less than half an hour, this matter was reported to higher-ups. And predictably, the shelter commander was dismissed. Other country viewers saw such a dramatic scene and couldn't help but laugh like pigs. Who told them to always want to attack others? This is retribution. Subsequently, other players also picked up supply boxes one after another. Because it was the lowest difficulty, the quality of the supply boxes was naturally variable. Some players received a box of matches. Some players got a bottle of vodka. Others, lucky enough, managed to obtain some warm clothes. Like another player from Dragon Country, a gang, who received a windbreaker in this stage, it was a stroke of luck. However, some players received items that were quite funny. For example, a player from a San country received a fat rat. And the Kimchi country player Park Dwandiao got a pack of sanitary napkins. Seeing the reward, his face turned green. What are these things? Isn't there a way to let people live? As for the 2-star players, Durgu and Begu, they each received very useful items. Durgu got a 12-meter-long rope. And Begu got a kitchen knife. After the official statistics, Dragon Country gradually discovered the reward mechanism for supply boxes. In fact, it is not related to the luck of the players, but is linked to the national fortune value of the country. Players with lower national fortune values generally have worse luck. And players with high national fortune values can often obtain good items. At this moment, in the Dragon Country Tactical Research Room, an expert couldn't help but sigh. This is the meaning of survival under the national fortune. To gain quality rewards, one must keep working hard. On the contrary, those who slack off will face misfortune. Chapter 131, Cotton, Pagoda Vegetable, and a massive amount of soybeans. Third update. Looking at Suhan's side. He climbed over hills, heading east. The grass and trees along the way had turned a withered yellow, making it hard to find useful supplies. Meanwhile, the old coward and the big gray brothers were having a blast. They would dive into the forest one moment and dash into the grass the next. In less than half an hour, they unexpectedly caught 2 grouse in succession. Old coward, not bad. So besides catching rabbits, you also catch chickens. With the master's praise facing him, the cowardly wolf was very excited, turning around to lead the 2 younger brothers to continue hunting. As for Su-han, he was jogging behind while holding ergo. Otherwise, with a 30-kilometer trip going back and forth, he might not make it home before dark. On the road, Su-han walked and stopped, occasionally pulling out binoculars to look for usable supplies. Although it was already hard to find in this season. But it's worthwhile to take a look just in case something useful is found. He would occasionally encounter some tall trees, and he would climb up to survey the nearby situation. 10 kilometers east of the lakeshore, there's a herd of deer in the southern woods. In the northern woods, there's a waterfall. And farther away, there are rolling mountains. At the treetops, Su-han used binoculars to patrol the distant area. After all, winter is coming soon. If he could find a coal mine, he wouldn't have to worry about heating. But unfortunately, after scanning around, he didn't discover any black-striped rock formations. As he shifted his view forward, he suddenly spotted something white on a soil slope. Could this be cotton? Hiss, this is interesting. Su-han quickly climbed down the tree, pulling ergo as he hurried towards the slope. 20 minutes later, he finally arrived at his destination. It was a sunny slope with a river nearby. And what he had just seen was indeed cotton. But there were very few of them, only about 20 plants. Wow, it really is cotton. Tsk tisk. Indeed, wandering around is worthwhile. Look, we have cotton now. Su-han grinned as he placed his backpack down and began to harvest the cotton. At this moment, the cotton bolls were fully opened, revealing white and soft cotton fibers. This was the best time for harvesting. If it rained again, the cotton would become damp and moldy. He truly arrived at the right time. If he were to come 2 days later, even if he found cotton, it wouldn't be usable. Su-han picked the bolls completely. This way, the white cotton fibers would not easily get dirty. During the picking process, the alert sound of survival under the national fortune kept ringing. 28 cotton plants returned 3 times, totaling 6,000 cotton fibers. After finishing the picking, Su-han especially made a round nearby, until confirming there were no other cotton fields before turning to leave. On the road, the old coward caught 2 more rabbits. Seeing its hard work, Su-han rewarded it with all the captured rabbits. As for the big gray and the second dog, they feasted on the sausages brought along. During the noon break, Su-han held food, wandering around the forest, wanting to see if there was anything edible nearby. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew in. Countless fallen leaves drifted down from the trees in large swathes. As he walked, a patch of yellowing plants caught his eye. Su-han's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached. He dug the soil with an axe, pulling out the plant's roots. Swish! A string of white objects appeared before him. It resembled a pagoda, or a string of beads. I was right. It really is pagoda vegetable. Su-han stuffed the meat he had in his mouth and began to dig out these little things rapidly. Pagoda vegetable. Also known as ganluzi, spiral vegetable. It is a very famous little pickled vegetable in the dragon country. Its texture is crisp and refreshing, loved by both men and women, young and old. I really didn't expect to find such a large area here. It seems I can grow one more thing now. Towering vegetables have no seeds, they reproduce through their stems. Although the above-ground parts wilt in winter, the stems remain unaffected, and they are a very cold-resistant plant. In the live broadcast room, the viewers cheered loudly. Ha! What day is it today? Not only did we find cotton, but also towering vegetables. Awesome! We can eat pickled vegetables again. I love to eat a bit of towering vegetable with my porridge. By the way, I saw this vegetable just a few days ago in Maple Leaf Country, but the contestant didn't recognize it. It was hilarious. Hee hee, some contestants starved, they totally deserved it. Who told them not to study food? There are towering vegetables over in Gaul too, right at the shelter's entrance. But the contestants there didn't recognize it. In the end, the staff recorded the edible things, only to know that there was food at their doorstep. At first, that contestant thought it was a weed. On the importance of developing food. This place had a lot of towering vegetables. Su-han collected a whole half basket before stopping. Among them, some smaller ones can be pickled directly when he gets back, while some of the higher quality ones will be planted in the open space above the riverside. There, the soil is fertile, and there are trees providing shade. It is very suitable for the growth of towering vegetables. If planted now, he can harvest them in the fall next year. The key is that towering vegetables have strong vitality. As long as the environment suits them, they basically require little maintenance. After harvesting, Suhan wandered in the woods for a while before leaving with Ergo and the others. At 1 p.m. Finally, they arrived at the location of the yellow beans. Looking around, ahead was a golden sea. Suhan felt his mouth involuntarily lift into a smile. Initially, he thought there wouldn't be too many yellow beans, and just 3 baskets would be enough. But unexpectedly, there was such a vast area of yellow beans. Conservatively estimating, this yellow bean field must be around 200 square meters. Suhan walked over, picked a pod, and crushed it. He saw a bunch of plump yellow beans fall out. The quality is really good. Awesome. So great. Attention all staff at various shelters, we are about to harvest yellow beans. In 10 minutes, I will start picking. Don't say I didn't remind you. What does 200 square meters of yellow beans mean? If converted to moo output, that would be about 100 pounds of yellow beans. If 100 pounds of yellow beans are divided and returned dozens of times, that would be an astronomical number. That's why Suhan didn't pick immediately, but first informed the authorities to prepare personnel to receive the yellow beans. Otherwise, if such a large amount of yellow beans flooded into the shelter, it would definitely cause chaos. 10 minutes later, Suhan picked up a basket and began harvesting. In the past, he would harvest them by the roots, but now he didn't have that much time, nor any transportation tools. So he could only pick the pods and wait until he got back to extract the yellow beans. Suhan's hands were quick, he finished picking a stalk of yellow beans in just a few breaths. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Country shelter, dozens of loaders were already ready. After a few breaths, a large number of pods appeared out of thin air. Number 1, number 2, number 3, begin transportation. Yes. 3 loaders moved in from different angles, transferring a large amount of yellow beans into the trucks. As they turned around, another batch of yellow beans descended. Following this trend, the civilians could eat fresh tofu by tonight. Chapter 132, Planting Towering Vegetables, Treading on Pods to Harvest Yellow Beans. One pod after another quickly filled the first basket. Suhan carried the basket back to the field edge, then picked up a second basket to continue filling. Due to the pods, in less than 40 minutes, the basket he just brought back was also filled. Now it was awkward. The third basket was already holding cotton and towering vegetables, leaving no room for yellow beans. Now he had no more containers. Suhan thought for a moment and quickly came up with a plan. Although he didn't have a basket anymore, he still had clothes. So, he decisively took off his thermal pants and tied the cuffs with hemp rope. Thus, a brand new container was born. If this isn't enough to carry, then I'll take off my thermal shirt too. Suhan mumbled. He looked down and transferred the picked bean pods into his thermal pants, then picked up the basket and continued to work hard. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with his high-level gathering skill, all the soybeans were quickly picked. In the end, his thermal underwear couldn't be saved, because there were just too many soybeans. After packing the pods, Suhan didn't hurry to leave but squatted down to pick up the fallen soybean seeds. He searched very carefully, even prying open cracked ground to take a look. Because missing one soybean meant losing the chance to eat one soybean. At the same time, it also meant reducing the likelihood of getting a return. Suhan searched the ground for a full hour. In the end, he gathered 2 big handfuls of soybean seeds. And the Dragon Kingdom returned 160,000 soybean seeds. Good, perfect wrap-up. Suhan stuffed the soybeans into his down jacket pocket and placed the basket on Ergo's back. As for the thermal pants, they were carried by the dumb wolf. He himself carried the fragile tower vegetables, cotton, and the pods of soybeans inside his thermal top. At first, the old dumb was very unaccustomed to carrying something on its back. Until Suhan kicked it, this creature finally quieted down and obediently became a cargo wolf. The road in late autumn was very quiet. The chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects had greatly decreased. What filled the air was the whistling of the wind. As the sun set, Suhan returned home with his pets fully loaded. This journey took a full 4 hours. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Suhan finally arrived home. The moment he stepped through the door, Ergo and the old dumb immediately flopped down on the ground. Even if he whipped them now, they wouldn't want to move. What a tiring journey it has been. A round trip of 60 kilometers, and on the way back, they were carrying things. They had never thought a single day could feel so long. Initially, Suhan was exhausted as well. But seeing Ergo and the old dumb already collapsed on the ground made him smile. You guys really worked hard today, I'll give you extra food. Ergo let out a disgruntled bleat. As if to say, "Master, I don't want extra food, I want to be a pet goat." While the old dumb was panting with its tongue out. It didn't even have the strength to respond. Suhan stroked their faces, stood up, and moved the goods to the storage room, then started cooking dinner. As promised, he gave his pets extra food. The old dumb got a small bowl of stewed wolf meat, along with a wolf whip, while Ergo received 2 pieces of fruit, along with alfalfa. It must be said that the power of food was indeed very strong. Although Ergo and the old dumb were already too tired to move. Once they caught a whiff of the food, they immediately stood up. "Here, eat. From now on, work hard for me, and there will be plenty to eat." Although they couldn't understand what their master was saying, the dumb wolf still responded with a howl. And Ergo, upon tasting its favorite fruit, completely forgot about the day's events. That's just how it is. Aside from eating and getting beaten, it remembers nothing else. Commonly referred to as goldfish memory. After settling everything, Suhan simply ate a little, took a hot shower, and then went to rest early. He was also quite tired that day. The next day, morning, Suhan opened the door and found Ergo and the old dumb curled up together sleeping. "Wait, what's this about, Ergo? You directly turned your head to the mother wolf, didn't you? We don't play like this. And you, old dumb, your partner is right outside the yard, can you bear it?" Faced with Suhan's teasing, both pets had a bewildered expression. What the heck was this about? They were just unable to go out because the door was closed, and it was too cold at night. Only then did they come together to warm up each other. Why does it taste different in the master's mouth? Of course, Suhan also knew the reason. However, he was too bored alone and it was really uncomfortable not to chat a bit. Seeing the master arrive, the timid one stood up and rubbed against his pants, then ran towards the door. Don't look at it as timid, this fellow truly cannot let go of his wife. And Ergo also stood up wanting to go back to the sheepfold to rest. Suhan let them go, then began practicing his martial arts. An hour later, the training was over. He was slightly sweaty, and his sleepiness was completely gone. Breakfast was boiled rabbit meat, 2 duck eggs, and a small bowl of mushroom soup. I have to say, the mushrooms in the wilds are really fresh. Just boiling some soup makes it unbelievably fragrant. After eating and drinking enough, Suhan picked up an axe and a wooden shovel to plant vegetables. Towering vegetables, while hardy, still have requirements for the growing environment. First, both half-day and full-day sun locations are fine. But places with all-day sunlight must be watered frequently, otherwise, lack of water will affect the growth of the towering vegetables. Secondly, the planting area should be elevated to avoid water accumulation. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to the growth of the towering vegetables. Based on these 2 points, Suhan decided to plant the towering vegetables on the sunny side of the soil slope by the riverbank. The soil here is fertile, and irrigation is relatively simple. As usual, before planting, he removed the weeds. Suhan picked up the axe and broke up the hardened ground, removing the roots of the grass inside. Then, he mixed the decomposed sheep dung with the soil to turn it over. This greatly increases the yield of the towering vegetables. Finally, he planted the roots in the ditch. The towering vegetables don't need to be buried too deep, about 5 to 8 centimeters is enough. In a moment, the planting was completed. Suhan watered the towering vegetables with a jug, then pressed them with dry grass and wooden boards. This way, the upcoming rain won't affect the growth of the towering vegetables. Returning home, Suhan began to process the soybeans. There are actually many ways to take soybeans out of their pods. The most common method is to beat them. Next is to crush them with heavy objects or stomp on them by foot. But the method that suits him best is the third choice. Beating the pods is the fastest, but you need a container like a sack. Otherwise, you can use clothes to catch them. But doing this might damage the clothes, which is not worth it. Crushing with heavy objects is not suitable for the soybeans meant for seeds. Because soybeans that undergo heavy crushing will have a reduced germination rate, or even lose it completely. So, stomping is not only safe but also very convenient. Suhan poured the soybeans on the ground and then stomped on them. Crack! Crack! The already dried pods made a crisp sound as they were trampled. In a moment, plump soybeans fell from the broken pods. Suhan took a broom made of reeds to gently sweep the pod shells aside, then collected the soybeans. Next, he repeated what he just did. At 11 in the morning, all the collected pods were processed. Suhan collected the soybeans and placed them in a backpack for storage. All in all, he collected about 85 pounds of soybeans. By the way, with so many soybeans, shouldn't I make some tofu to eat? Generally speaking, 1 pound of soybeans can make about 2 to 3 pounds of tofu. And he also knows how to make brine. Why not give it a try? After all, over 80 pounds of soybeans is definitely too much for him alone to eat. Chapter 133, Pickling Towering Vegetables, Update on Other Contestants. If planting, he wouldn't actually need this many soybeans. Suhan thought for a moment and decided to try making some tofu. He took out 2 pounds of soybeans, picked out the shriveled and bad beans, then washed them and soaked them in water. Normally, they should soak for 8 to 12 hours. In summer, the high temperatures reduce this time significantly. In winter, the low temperatures may extend the time quite a bit. But if placed inside a shelter, there's no need to worry about extending the time. Soak the yellow beans. Next, a tool must be made to turn the beans into bean paste. Traditionally, a stone mill is the best. But the problem is, after so many trips out, I haven't found a suitable stone. And making a stone mill from scratch would take too much time. In the end, Suhan chose the method of grinding. After soaking the beans, he put them in a clay pot with water and used a long, smooth stone to grind. Although the efficiency was low, the effect was the same. After soaking the yellow beans, Suhan began to pickle the tower vegetables. He planned to make 2 flavors of pickles. One is sour and spicy. The other is salty. Take water. Wash it. Sprinkle in some salt to draw out excess moisture. During the pickling process, Suhan took 2 clay pots and washed them clean, drying off the water. Any pickled item must be dried to avoid contamination risks. Next, it's time to wash the chili peppers and cook the seasoning liquid. That is, boiling salt water. Put Sichuan peppercorns and salt into the water and bring it to a boil. Once the water boils and the salt is completely dissolved, it can cool down. If there is soy sauce, actually, it can be added to the water, then some vegetables to enhance the flavor. But if not, that's also fine. An hour later, the tower vegetables have released a lot of water. Suhan rinsed them again, then placed them in the sun to dry. As long as the moisture is controlled, they can be pickled. With plenty of time on hand, Suhan picked up some wood and made 2 clay pot lids. Then he took apart some cotton. The cotton seeds must be preserved for next year's planting. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the moisture on the tower vegetables had dried. Suhan packed them into 2 jars. One with a lot of chili peppers, the other just salt and Sichuan peppercorns. Alright, we can eat this in a few days. Suhan smiled as he placed the jars in a cool spot. Seeing that the yellow beans still needed to soak for a while longer, he took the cart and went out to chop wood. The charcoal and walls at home urgently needed expansion. So, as long as there were no big matters, Suhan would go out to collect wood. Meanwhile, the howl of the wind in the bay was bustling. Today is the 3rd day of the competition. The competitors' rivalry has grown intense. Although Ivankov delayed for a long time due to seasickness in the first stage, he later sped up and rushed into the top 10. Before long, this competitor arrived at the supply box. Excitedly, he opened the supply box, only to find a packet of tissues inside. Could it be that I opened it the wrong way? Ivankov couldn't understand. Why was his luck so bad? But now, he had no time to think more. Other competitors were about to enter the 4th stage, he absolutely could not waste time here. So, Ivankov hurriedly dashed forward. Meanwhile, Dragon Country competitor Agang was pushing through the snowstorm. 5 minutes later, Agang also arrived at the supply box. Swish! The supply box opened. A generous amount of supplies appeared before him. Tip: you have received 5 pounds of prairie cake from the supply box. Previously cold and hungry, seeing the reward was cake made Agang suddenly joyful. This was just too timely. Prairie cake. Commonly known as a slice that will take your life. But jokes aside, prairie cake was very important to Agang. It is made from sugar and a lot of nuts. Its calorie content is frighteningly high. Agang directly claimed the reward and started eating it heartily. What he used to find too sweet now felt like a delight. Full and satisfied, Agang then walked towards the coastal finish line. In the first 2 stages, he focused on being steady. But from the 3rd stage onward, he directly entered the medium difficulty area. Although this action is a bit risky. But the medium difficulty area not only shortened the distance between himself and other competitors, but also increased the rewards from the supply boxes. If nothing unexpected happens, this time, Agang can break into the top 10. On the other side, the contestant from the Cherry Blossom Country, Ryubu 2UE, also arrived at the supply box. Although he was blown back to the starting point by a snowstorm on the first day. With continuous effort, he actually crawled into the 3rd area. It must be said, this is a miracle. Yusher, let me see what treasures I can find in the supply box. Ryubu 2UE excitedly opened the supply box. As a result, a pair of pink panties floated out from inside. If it were any other contestant, they probably would have already started cursing. But for some reason, Ryubu Yue regarded it as a precious treasure. He placed the panties on his face, smelling them repeatedly, and finally excitedly put them on his head. Such an indecent action left countless spectators dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the leader of the Cherry Blossom Country turned red with anger, constantly cursing. Baka, this damn perverted guy, he has completely embarrassed our Cherry Blossom Country. Since he likes women's panties, he should just secretly stuff them in his mouth. Why wear them on his head for everyone to see? The staff member beside him was dumbfounded. Ha? Stuff them in his mouth? Leader, how do you know this so clearly? Everyone dared not speak, only lowered their heads and pretended to be dead. After all, this is heavy black material. If it spreads, they would have no face to see anyone. On Beiyu's side, he obtained a can of precious honey from the supply box. He dipped a little with his finger and put it in his mouth, his expression filled with enjoyment. Oh. So sweet. It has truly been a long time since I tasted honey. However, this precious honey cannot be wasted like this, it must be saved to drink with water in winter. Beiyu reluctantly put the honey into his backpack. Although he really wanted another taste. But thinking about how winter is approaching, he could only force himself to hold back this desire. This canned honey can be stored for a very long time. So as long as it's not an emergency, Beiyu would not touch it again. At 3 in the afternoon. Dago, after a long journey, finally arrived at the safe zone. He walked in front of the sign to check, and ultimately chose a relatively simple area, stepping into the final sprint. Give. Dear audience, I am the second. But I shouldn't be overtaken, after all, it's almost minus 30 degrees at night. So I must find a place to rest before dark. Although it's warm and safe in the third area. But to maintain progress, I must abandon the warm places, only then can I closely follow my idol's footsteps. The area Dagu chose is the Frost River bank. It has been snowing all the time, and even during the day the temperature is minus 20 degrees. However, Dagu is not afraid of this. Because he has prepared very well this time. Not only does he have a warm wolf for a sleeping bag, but he also drew a rubber hot water bottle, the kind that you fill with hot water. Although it is simple, it can raise the temperature quite a bit in such a dreadful place. Seeking some free gifts QAQ. Seeking a 5-star review. Chapter 134, Expand the Courtyard Again, Old Song achieves great merit, third update. In the wildlands. Suhan started to burn charcoal and began to expand the walls. He plans to double the size of the yard. One reason is for easier vegetable planting. The second reason is for easier house expansion. And the third reason is to build a wolf den for Old Song and his family of 3. Now Suhan has 1 master bedroom and 4 storage rooms. Although it's enough for now. But with the continuous increase of resources, expansion is always necessary. However, this time Suhan is not in a hurry, he can take his time with the expansion. After confirming the edges of the walls, burning the dry grass on the ground, the next step is to dig the foundation. The weather has been nice these days, so the ground is not very hard. Digging out a section of distance. Suhan buried the wood in, this time with the cart, the wall rose to 2.5 meters high. Ordinary beasts will likely find it hard to come in now. While digging, he buried in wooden stakes. Unknowingly, it expanded out 6 meters. At this moment, the wood he had brought was gone. Suhan glanced at the time, it was only 4:30 in the afternoon. Considering that it would rain in the next couple of days, he decided to get more wood back. That way, when it rains, he can stay at home and make some practical furniture. He pulled the cart and headed straight for the woods. Suhan took off his jacket, swung his arms, and prepared to immerse himself in logging. Bang! 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 Crack! A tree fell to the ground easily. From 4:30 in the afternoon to 7:30 at night. In 3 hours, Suhan brought back 6 carts of wood. If he weren't a bit hungry, he could probably keep chopping. After unloading the last cart of wood and putting the cart away, Suhan dashed to the wolf den at the door. Before he could get close, the mother wolf limped out, affectionately rubbing her head against his sleeve. Very lively. Looks like you're recovering well. Suhan patted the mother wolf's head, and just as he was heading back to cook, he saw her turn and call back to the wolf den. After a moment, a little wolf cub peeked out from inside. It timidly looked at its mother, then came to Suhan and obediently squatted down. Oh, quite polite. Suhan also patted the little wolf cub. At this moment, he noticed that the little one had a tuft of silly fur on its head, simply adorable. Alright, I will feed you shortly. By the way, why haven't I seen Oldso today? A look of helplessness flashed in the mother wolf's eyes. As if it needed saying. It must be out catching rabbits. If it doesn't come back, of course, it didn't catch anything. She has gotten used to it. Su-han quickly guessed the answer too. But he didn't really hope Old So was out now. Mainly because he would often be going out, and the mother wolf was injured, the big gray ones weren't reliable. He still needed her to guard the house. Su-han thought for a moment and felt he needed to lecture Old So later. He should let it go out less in the future. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su-han brought hot dinner to the wolf den. But Old So still had not returned. This made him a bit worried. Could this guy be in trouble? Watching the mother and cub eat ravenously, Su-han thought if Old So didn't come back by 9:30, he would go out to look for it. Not to mention, there aren't many obedient little sidekicks like this around. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Su-han was full and satisfied, but Old So still had no news. Forget it, I'll go out and look for it. Big Gray, let's go, find out where that idiot has gone. Just as he opened the door, sharp and strange cries came from the yard. Su-han frowned. Why did this sound seem so familiar? He grabbed the wooden spear and rushed outside. He reached the entrance. Old So was covered in wounds but was proudly holding a black animal, showing off to Su-han. The earlier terrible cries had come from this creature. Su-han focused and was startled in his heart. What was wrong with Old So today, not catching rabbits but instead a wild boar? And it was a very healthy little black wild boar. Ah! My goodness, Old So, where did you steal this wild boar from? Seeing the owner come, Old So finally let go of the little wild boar in its mouth. This little guy wasn't big. It looked to be only about 2 to 3 months old. As soon as it hit the ground, it tried to escape. Su-han hurriedly pressed it down to the ground. The little black wild boar emitted sharp screams, which were incredibly piercing. Damn it, it's not small and its voice is quite loud. Be quiet, will you? Bang. With a punch from Su-han, the little wild boar lay quietly on the ground. But how to settle this guy? Wild boars are different from goats. They have inherent destructive power and love to root around in the dirt. It absolutely wouldn't work to keep it in the yard. It is not possible to raise them in the sheepfold. The two ewes are pregnant, and if wild boars are constantly howling nearby, it will definitely affect their rest. Forget it, let's keep them in the storage room for now. In a few days, I'll build a pig pen. This lively little piglet is definitely not meant for slaughter. Su-han is counting on having more pigs for meat in the future. Although wild boars are not as tasty as domesticated pigs. But the problem is, in the barbaric realm, there are no domesticated pigs to eat, only a bit at a time for domestication. When there are plenty of pigs later, he will select some to castrate and raise for meat. Su-han went to the storage room, cleaned out the stuff inside, and then laid some straw on the ground. Next, he placed a water trough and leftover food. Wild boars are omnivores. They basically eat anything. In ancient times, humans even built houses on top of pig pens. This way, during toilet time, pigs could also eat a bit more. But Su-han wouldn't do that. Although it saves food, he can't help but feel disgusted when thinking about eating meat later. After being tossed into the room, the little wild boar appeared very agitated. It kept crashing around inside. It tried to escape from this place. At that moment, Su-han walked in. He released a terrifying aura from his body. The little wild boar, which was previously running around, was instantly scared stiff, trembling in fear. It couldn't even make a sound or move. This is instinct. Although it was small, it understood that the creature before it could easily crush it. Now keep your pig mouth in check, or I will cut your tongue out. Su-han approached the little wild boar and slapped it away. He didn't use much force, enough to not hurt the little guy. But taming works like this. Even with skills, he must first defeat the target. Sure enough, the progress bar that was originally motionless now rose to 5%. Su-han turned and left. This time, the room was much quieter. The little wild boar no longer caused a stir. Opening the system panel, his taming skill had now reached level 29. Skill, Taming. Level, LV 29. Effect, can efficiently tame animals, but must defeat the target first. If combined with aura, the taming effect will be significantly enhanced. Special Effect 1, the wild animals you tame will calm down in a very short time and adapt to your presence. The time varies depending on the species of wild animal. Special Effect 2, the wild animals you tame will gradually view you as a leader, thus lowering the chances of escape. Special Effect 3, the animals you tame will have a physique far superior to regular wild animals and have a certain chance of increasing their intelligence. Under normal circumstances, this wild little piglet would take a few days to calm down. But with the high-level taming skill, this time was greatly shortened. After settling the little wild boar, Su-han returned to the door, ready to check on the old wolf. To see how its injuries were. After all, it had done a great job today. Chapter 135. Suhan wanted to wipe out the whole wild boar nest. Fresh tofu just came out. At the door, the mother wolf was licking the old wolf's wounds. Upon seeing the master approaching, the old wolf quickly stood up from the ground, panting, and started to howl for praise. Its expression seemed to say, "Master, look. I caught a big haul today." Suhan patted the old wolf on the head, signaling it to be quiet for a moment. After a thorough check, the old wolf hadn't been attacked. These wounds seemed more like scratches from brushing against bushes. Since it was nothing serious, he felt relieved. To reward this guy, Suhan specially gave it a small basin of beef and an extra basin of stewed fish. The old wolf had never eaten such good food. It immediately lowered its head and began to gulp it down. "So delicious, eat more. If the rain is light tomorrow, remember to take me to find the wild boars. Let's wipe out the entire nest." The old wolf howled in response. "Keep working hard." In the live streaming room, the audience began to discuss the wild boars. In the official studio, Li Chang was also talking about wild boars. "Everyone, I believe you must be wondering, can these all-natural wild boars really be domesticated? My answer is, absolutely yes. Even if this generation of wild boars is hard to tame, as long as they breed, we can step in later to interfere, stopping the sows from raising piglets. This way, their wild nature will gradually fade. The big gray and the husky are just the best examples, aren't they? Once a certain scale is reached, I can't even imagine how happy Sue will be. There are many benefits to raising pigs. First, they are not picky eaters, they won't leave anything behind. Second, pig manure can be used for compost." Listening to Li Chang's explanation, the audience finally understood. It turns out that domestication shouldn't be rushed. If this generation of wild boars is unruly, we can totally domesticate the next generation. Select the more docile wild boars for mass breeding. And the unruly wild boars? Just castrate them and use them for meat. Back in the house, Suhan washed his hands, ready to grind soybean milk. After a day of soaking, the yellow beans had swelled 3 times in size. He drained the water from the surface of the yellow beans, placed them into a clay pot, and added some clean water. Next, it was time to mash them up. Without a stone mill or a blender, to grind the yellow beans thoroughly, he first had to crush them. Get them as crushed as possible. Then came the real grinding. Bang 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 bang. Under the force of the stone stick, the yellow beans quickly turned into crushed pieces. Once all the yellow beans were shattered, Suhan took the stone stick and ground them in a clockwise direction. Round and round. Only when the yellow beans turned from pieces into a smooth bean paste was it considered complete. Suhan scooped out the bean paste, put it in a clay basin, and then poured the remaining yellow beans in as well, as if repeating the steps he just did. Slowly, the soaked yellow beans all turned into bean paste. He then added clean water to the basin to dilute the bean paste into a slurry. Next was filtering the bean dregs. Without cloth on hand, Suhan could only use the autumn shirt he had washed and dried a couple of days ago for filtering. He placed the clean, dried autumn shirt over another large basin. Slowly, he poured the raw soybean milk into it, pressing hard to squeeze it out. Repeating this several times, a basin of rich, white raw soybean milk was filtered successfully. Next, Suhan put the bean dregs into a large basin, added a small amount of water, and continued to grind them. The process was the same as before. Doing it this way would make the tofu finer. At the same time, there would be a bit more soybean milk too. Suhan straightened up and smiled, saying, "Alright, next up is to make the salt brine." The so-called salt brine is actually the mother liquid left over when refining salt. He had saved this long ago for this very moment. Generally speaking, the home ratio for making tofu is: for every 100 grams of dry beans, 2 to 3 grams of solid salt brine is needed. So, for 2 pounds, that would be 20 to 30 grams. Suhan used a stick to knock off a little salt brine, put it in a clay bowl, and then added 5 times that amount of warm water to dissolve it. Now, a portion of salt brine was complete. He poured the raw soybean milk into a pot. Light the fire. Heat it up. This process is called boiling soybean milk. Raw soybean milk is toxic, so it must be boiled thoroughly before consumption. As Suhan added firewood, he observed the changes in the soybean milk. With the rising water temperature, the soybean milk gradually began to bubble, then produced a lot of foam. Although it looked like it was boiling. But in reality, this was just the false boiling phenomenon of the soybean milk. At this point, Suhan removed some firewood and gently stirred the soybean milk with a wooden spoon to prevent it from burning on the bottom. Slowly, a rich bean aroma wafted through the air. Wow! So fragrant, brothers. This boiled soybean milk is really too fragrant. While stirring with the wooden spoon, Suhan gave his thoughts. Before he points to the tofu, he must first have a big bowl of soybean milk to taste. After boiling, don't turn off the fire. You must keep boiling for 10 minutes to finish. In a moment, the soy milk is ready. Suhan poured the soy milk from the pot into a large basin and then poured a cup to taste. The rich aroma of soybeans filled his mouth. However, drinking it directly felt like it was missing something. Oh right, I forgot to add sugar. Suhan suddenly remembered that when he used to drink soy milk, he always added a spoonful of sugar. So, he quickly added a spoonful into it. This time, the taste was indeed right. It was even better than some brand's soy milk. Pure natural soybeans, plus freshly ground soy milk. Isn't this better than foreign coffee? Gulp. Gulp. With a big bowl of soy milk, Suhan finished it off in just 3 sips. I'm feeling a bit tipsy, folks. This fragrant soy milk makes me reluctant to make tofu. But the coagulant is ready, so let's go ahead. Once our beans are grown more, we can drink fresh soy milk every day. While Suhan drank a bowl of soy milk, a thin layer of soy film formed on top of the soy milk in the basin. This shows how rich the soy milk is. Suhan peeled off the film, stirred the prepared salt brine thoroughly, and then slowly added it to the soy milk. Throughout the process, he had to keep stirring with a spoon. This allowed the salt brine to fully blend with the soy milk. At this moment, one must not rush. Adding brine to make tofu is not something that can succeed in one go. It must be done in 3 to 4 times. Otherwise, it's easy to fail. Especially for Suhan, who has no scale in hand and can only rely on feel, he must be extra careful. 3 minutes later, some fluffy-looking stuff appeared in the soy milk. This means the brine has blended well. So, Suhan took out the brine and performed a second brine addition. This time, he had to stir more slowly than the first time, using the back of the spoon to push, otherwise, it would easily damage the structure of the tofu. As the brine was added a second time, the tofu began to slowly form. Then, a large amount of white began to coagulate together. At this point, he could stop adding brine. At this moment, Suhan saw the soy milk turn into clear yellow water. This is the tofu's sour way. It's something that can be used for pickling vegetables and can also coagulatively produce sour tofu. But they have too few vegetables at home, and most have already been turned into pickles, so it won't be used this time. 20 minutes later. Suhan uncovered the board. The tofu had already coagulated into large blocks. He took a wooden mold, lined it with a top, poured the tofu into it, and then placed a board in stone on top to press it tightly. Half an hour later. When Suhan opened the board, a large block of white tofu appeared in front of everyone. Hee, brothers. Sorry for posting this late-night temptation. Fresh tofu is out. Chapter 136, Making New Furniture, Boiling Beef Fat, Craving Hot Pot. Wow, so much tofu. I never knew 2 pounds of yellow beans could make so much tofu. This should be about 7 pounds, right? Ha! So much. Yeah, if it were softer tofu, it could even yield 10 pounds. But Sugod made the northern old tofu, 7 pounds is about right. Learning something new. This is my first time knowing so much tofu could come from it. This year is just the beginning. Next year when Sugod grows his own yellow beans, we will have tofu freedom. By then we might have tofu freedom too. In the live broadcast room. The audience was amazed. After all, not everyone has made tofu before. And after Suhan pressed the tofu, he couldn't wait to taste it. He cut a piece of tofu with a bamboo slice and dipped it in chili sauce before putting it in his mouth. Warm tofu, paired with fragrant chili. One bite, and his mouth was filled with flavor. Hiss. Ha! Brothers, it's delicious. All this hard work was worth it. Fresh tofu was fragrant. Warm tofu, paired with chili sauce. This feeling could be summed up in one word: awesome. After finishing the tofu, Suhan finally contentedly got onto the Kong. He is now looking forward to the arrival of spring. When spring comes, he might spend every day in the fields. The next day, morning. He pushed open the door of the shelter. A cold wind blew in his face, while heavy rain fell from the sky. An autumn rain brings a chilling chill. This damn weather, the wind is strong and the rain is heavy. It seems like it's hard to go outside. Suhan observed for a while and felt that even wearing a raincoat, he still couldn't go out today. The wind was strange. At times it blew to the left, at times to the right. If he forced himself to go out, his clothes would probably get completely soaked. Since he couldn't go out, he might as well stay home today and make some furniture. However, before that, he had to bring the cowardly wolf family into the storage room. With such heavy rain, the wolf den outside surely wouldn't hold up. Suhan, wearing a raincoat, came to the door and brought the cowardly wolf family into the storage room. The mother wolf lay down as soon as she entered, feeling unwell. But the old coward and little gray looked around curiously. All right, you 3 stay here for the next couple of days. Remember to go out to relieve yourselves. Suhan set down their food and water, then turned to go to the sheep pen next door. The downside of raising goats is that he had to clean up every day. He swept the floor, added hay and water, and gave the 2 nearby dogs a couple of punches. With that, the entire morning's work was done. He returned to the shelter. Suhan began to process the beef tallow he brought back. Refining beef tallow and refining pork fat are no different. He just cuts the fat into small pieces, blanches them to remove impurities, and then puts them into a pot with water to simmer slowly. He hadn't done it the past 2 days because refining beef tallow took too much time. One pot was used for blanching, while another pot began to cook. Today's breakfast was very simple. There were 3 dishes in total. The first dish, wild onion mixed with tofu. The second dish, small roasted beef. The third dish, boiled duck eggs. In less than 20 minutes, the 3 dishes were ready. And the beef tallow had also finished blanching. Suhan cleaned the blanched beef tallow, then cut it into thumb-sized pieces and put them into the pot for refining. During this process, he added wild onions and Sichuan pepper. This step was to remove the smell and add fragrance. In fact, if he wanted it to taste better, he could also add the onion skin, but he was a bit reluctant, so he didn't add it. The beef tallow started to simmer. At this moment, he finally had time to eat. He picked up a pair of chopsticks with wild onion mixed with tofu. The rich onion aroma wrapped around the bean fragrance. With one bite, Suhan felt as if he had returned to his childhood. This taste was really good. After eating and drinking enough, Suhan stirred the beef tallow a couple of times, then went out to work on the wood. Today, he had a lot of furniture to make. A new 8 immortals table. A large wardrobe. 3 wooden boxes for storing grains. And a drying rack. If he worked quickly, he could wrap up by around 4 in the afternoon. Before making the furniture. First, he had to determine the dimensions of the wood he needed. The 8 immortals table mostly required some short wood pieces. The 4 table legs only needed to be stripped before they could be used directly. Only the tabletop needed to be polished with a planer. Next was the wardrobe and the wooden boxes. Suhan made a note of the quantity and size of the wood he needed and started processing it. First, he stripped the bark. Then, using the planer, he smoothed one end of the wood. This way, processing the other side became much simpler. Shwa! Shwa! Suhan fixed a thick piece of wood to the workbench and began working on the tabletop. He pushed the planer forward with all his strength, holding it with both hands. Countless wood shavings fell from above. In a short while, the round wood had one smooth flat side added to it. Next was the other side. Suhan picked up the planer to continue processing. The tabletop only needed 3 smooth sides, so it wasn't too labor-intensive. 1 hour later, 6 pieces of wood had been processed. Suhan picked up an axe to make grooves. Then he assembled them together. In this way, a square tabletop was completed. He gently stroked it with his hand. The tabletop was incredibly smooth, not knowing how many times smoother than the previous table. In the live broadcast room, the audience looked at the beautiful table and gasped in surprise. Wow, if you don't look at the back, it really looks stunning. I feel like it could be sold. Just with an extra planer, the level has improved so much. I can't even imagine if God Su had a whole set of carpenter tools. Could he create a windmill? It's possible. Wow, such a beautiful table. Without realizing it, God Su's standard of living has improved again. These hands are too skillful. Once the tabletop was done, the remaining table legs were much simpler. Grooving. Splicing. In less than 20 minutes. The new 8 immortals table was already completed. Suhan shook it with his hand, and the table was very steady, not making a sound at all. He moved the table to the shelter. Then he stirred the beef tallow a few times to prevent it from burning. Suhan then returned to make a wardrobe. The wardrobe was actually simpler than the table, especially if the doors were not considered. A few pieces of wood were pieced together to make the wardrobe body, then a hard wooden rod was used as a clothes hanger. The whole process only took 30 minutes. A wardrobe was completed. But since it was all solid wood, Suhan moved the wood into the bedroom to assemble it. Otherwise, once it was done, it would be impossible to move. This wardrobe is 2.5 meters high and 3 meters wide. Even a wolf fur coat can be easily placed inside. He placed the wardrobe against the wall. Suhan then hung up some unused items. Hats. Earmuffs. Gloves. Shoes. After some tidying up, the room suddenly felt much more spacious. At this moment, the beef tallow was almost cooked enough. Suhan washed his hands, took a ceramic jar, and started to pour the oil. The extracted beef tallow was clear and had a unique fragrance. It deserved to be the second-ranked animal fat. Looking at the fragrant beef tallow, Suhan suddenly had an idea. Family, how about we have a spicy hot pot for lunch? We have tofu, lamb offal, and beef. Let's catch a fish later from the pond. I can't imagine how enjoyable it will be. No, we're definitely having hot pot for lunch. Damn. Just this thought makes my mouth water. In the live broadcast room, the audience started teasing. Godsu, please stop talking, we can't eat that hot pot. Beef tallow, chile. Sichuan pepper, just thinking about it. I can't imagine how delicious that broth would be. Godsu, I have some rabbit meat reserved here, can I take a taste of the broth? Haha, I also have some fish meat reserved, begging for a taste. Chapter 137, other contestants besides Suhan are the same, the psychological shift of the kimchi contestant. The making of the wooden box is actually similar to the 80 Mortals table. Its bottom and sides are both oval-shaped, while the inner side needs to be polished smoothly, without any gaps. Otherwise, when storing grains, it can easily get stuck and can't be taken out. Moving the wooden box to the storage room, Suhan poured the soybeans into it. Dozens of pounds of soybeans just filled up a wooden box. Alright, this is how we'll store grain from now on, Suhan said with a smile. Although a bamboo sieve could also hold soybeans, that thing takes up too much space, far less practical than a wooden box. Finishing work, he glanced at the time. It was just 11:30. It seemed that it was time to head out to catch fish. Suhan put on a raincoat, picked up a bamboo net, and headed straight for the pond. Swish. Swish. The rainwater came in waves from the sky with the wind. At this time, the ground was slippery and wet, very difficult to walk on. Suhan thought as he walked. Once the weather clears up, should he repair a few roads? Currently, there are a few roads that are really worth fixing. First, the road from the shelter to the fish pond. Not only is there a fish pond here, but there are also vegetables planted on the hillside. Once the road is fixed, it will be much more convenient to come here on rainy days. Secondly, the road from the shelter to the southern forest. If this road is fixed, it will also be possible to go out for logging during rainy days. As for the third road, it is the road from home to the valley. This is the farthest road, but definitely worth repairing. The valley has rich resources. Warm in winter and cool in summer. Not only is it suitable for grazing, but it is also very good for farming. In the future, when the weather warms up, opening a second shelter over there is a very good choice. However, this means a large brick kiln must be built. This is definitely a very time-consuming project. But once the road is repaired, it will be much easier to go out in the future. Crossing the dirt slope, I arrived in front of the fish pond. Suhan dipped the net into the water and easily caught a 7-pound salmon. Good, it's you. The fish struggled in the net until its head was hit with a stick, then it quickly went quiet. Back at home. First, I prepared the pot base. 4 scoops of beef fat, 20 Sichuan peppercorns, and chopped spicy red chili peppers. After frying them on low heat until fragrant, I added wild onions and salt. This fiery hot and spicy pot base is complete. Good, still making it. Suhan picked up a piece of beef and dipped it in for a while. Once it slightly changed color, it could be taken out. Taking a bite. Spicy, fragrant, and delicious. Refreshing to the point of breaking a sweat. Hiss. Pooh. Unfortunately, I forgot to save some soy milk. If I had a cup of iced soy milk right now, it would be perfect. As Suhan spoke, he placed the tofu in. In the meantime, he also added the sliced lamb. Even without dipping sauce, the flavor of the pot base alone was extremely satisfying. After all, this is in the wilderness world. At this moment, at Howling Wind Bay, 90% of the contestants are rushing toward the final finish line. Among them, a gang successfully shortened the gap with other contestants through the adventures in Area 3. He is currently ranked 7th. In the heavy snow, a gang finally arrived in front of the supply box. When his hand touched the supply box, the survival prompt quickly sounded. Prompt, you have received 10 pounds of premium edible salt from the intermediate supply box. Seeing the reward, a gang was incredibly excited. His edible salt was slowly running out. With this wave of supplies, it would last for a long time again. Great. After saving the reward, a gang rushed boldly into the distance. Thanks to the cake, his caloric intake is much higher than other contestants. In the end, a gang's ranking settled at 5th place. Returning to the shelter. The rewards from the competition were issued. A gang received a set of facial cleaning tools. This included a mirror, a razor, and a small bar of soap. Ha! Why do I look like a wild man? After receiving the reward, a gang looked in the mirror. He could hardly believe his eyes. In the mirror, a gang had messy hair, a chin and sideburns full of beard. His originally handsome face now looked a decade older. In the live broadcast room, the viewers gasped. In fact, it wasn't just a gang who looked like this, other contestants looked much the same. Except for Su-han, all other contestants were similar in appearance. A gang filled a basin with hot water and quickly started washing up. After some grooming, he turned back into the handsome young man he used to be. Only his skin had become a bit darker. Now it looks much better. A gang looked at his handsome reflection and couldn't help but laugh. At this time, other contestants also successively received their own rewards. Like tropical star contestant Ao Debiao. He received a reward of 2 fresh bunches of bananas from the 4th area, totaling 6 pounds. Among them, one bunch triggered a 10,000-fold return. Immediately, thunderous applause erupted in Ao Debiao's country. 10,000 bananas. This is a rich resource. And for pickled vegetable contestant Park Dwan Diao, he came to the supply box as well. He received a reward, a set of pink cotton pajamas for women, including a hat. If it were before, Park Dwan Diao would definitely have cursed. But now he had gotten used to it. After getting the pajamas, Park Dwan Diao eagerly put them on. The temperature sensation immediately increased a bit. Good, keep going and I can reach the finish line soon. In the end, Park Dwan Diao ranked 14th. Not only gaining national fortune, and received a random reward. Originally lifeless, the Kimchi Kingdom finally stood tall for once. Appa! I knew you could do it. Park Dwan Gyo Appa, I want to give you a monkey. I knew you could do it Appa, my brother loves you so much, can you be my sister-in-law? Returning to the shelter. Park Dwan Gyo's tears of excitement. Though he had been tricked many times, today he finally proved himself. But soon, he couldn't smile anymore. Because the random reward turned out to be a set of expensive feminine cosmetics. It included lipstick, foundation, colored contact lenses, and even perfume. Meanwhile, in the Kimchi Kingdom's livestream, viewers from other countries couldn't stop laughing. Siam's specialty is gone, so now little sticks want to replace it? Funny dog heads. Anyway, no more magic pills, might as well just be a woman. Don't say, this little stick has fair skin and actually has some looks, I'd love to pick up soap with him, comment from a bearded uncle from the beautiful country. On site. Park Dwan-gyo stared at the reward for a long time, and then he suddenly realized. His beard had completely fallen off. Damn. He was about to complain. But then he suddenly realized why his voice had become so delicate, almost like a eunuch. Park Dwan-gyo suddenly realized. It was the hormones. But, for some reason, Park Dwan-gyo looked at himself in the mirror and, to his surprise, his hand reached toward the cosmetics. Although he couldn't be a man, this face still had some charm. Why not try some lipstick? It would be a pity to waste it. A voice kept urging in Park Dwan-gyo's mind. After applying the lipstick, he was surprised to find that he seemed to have regained a bit of his former star-like appearance. This made Park Dwan-gyo very happy. Little did he know. The change in his mind caused him to stray further and further, until he completely forgot about restoring the magic pill. Chapter 138, Making Practical Furniture and Going Out to Find Tameable Wild Buffaloes. In the afternoon, the rain gradually became lighter. And Su-han continued to make furniture in the storage room. This time, he planned to make a batch of practical furniture. For example, a spice rack. Things like salt, Sichuan pepper, and cinnamon. Although there weren't many spices, having them always on the stove gave a cluttered feeling. But with a spice rack, they could be placed on top and taken whenever needed. For example, making a medicine cabinet. This was the most practical. All the medicinal herbs he collected in the future could be placed in small boxes according to their names. When needed, he could just take them directly. It saved space and was extremely convenient. The spice rack Su-han made was a meter tall. The top layer was for commonly used spices and tea-making supplies, and the bottom layer was for pickles. The medicine cabinet, however, was more complicated. The external outline could be lazy, but the small boxes inside needed a lot of wood boards. But with the help of the planer and his exceptional craftsmanship, the process was still quick. At 3:30 p.m., the medicine cabinet was assembled. It was 2.5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and only 40 centimeters deep. It was made from countless half-meter-long wood boards. Basically, it was a small version of a traditional Chinese medicine doctor's cabinet. After finishing, Su-han engraved the names of the Chinese medicines on it. For example, ginseng. For example, dwarf elderberry, a herb that grows in shrubs. For example, high mountain mouse ear grass. For example, hemostatic herbs. Su-han carved the names, then placed the herbs inside. This saved a lot of space. Afterwards, he made several rows of shelves to store various resources. He even added 2 small cabinets next to the bed to place water cups and other items. Su-han was getting more and more into it. He later made himself a chair. He even made some practical farming tools. For example, a wooden hoe. For example, a wooden shovel. Though these 2 items were already at home, but now, it has long worn down to an unrecognizable state. Besides that, Su-han used bamboo and wood to make a simple sewing tool. In the countryside, it is called a seed drill. It consists of a frame, a seed box, seed tubes, a plowshare, and a soil cover board. Among them, the frame is the overall structure. The seed box is where the seeds are stored, usually a square container. The seed tubes are the channels that deliver seeds into the ground. The plowshare is the tool that breaks the soil. And the soil cover board is the tool hung at the back, responsible for leveling the plowed soil. These things are not difficult to make, what's hard is the operation. A seed drill is generally operated by 2 people. One pulls, and the other pushes. Although Su-han was alone, he suddenly had an idea. Since wolves can be tamed, wild boars can be tamed, and goats can also be tamed. Then why not catch a cow to tame? If musk oxen cannot be caught, he can catch a yak himself. They live in the cold snowy mountains, and conveniently, to the north of the shelter are the continuous mountains. There must be yaks there. As long as he catches one, not only will he have a cow cart when he goes out. In spring farming, there will also be a cow to help. If he can't catch a big cow, then he will catch a calf. In short, before winter comes, Su-han vowed to get a cow. However, there was still one thing to do before catching it. That is to build a cattle pen. Otherwise, if he catches one but has no place to raise it, it won't work. The next day, the rain gradually decreased but had not stopped. Su-han had nothing to do, so he picked up a ball of yarn and started knitting a sweater. With experience from knitting pants, making a sweater was still very simple. The next 2 days were all sunny. After expanding the wall, Su-han began to build a storage room, then continued to expand next to the sheep shed. Generally speaking, musk oxen do not need a house, because they have thick fur. But wild musk oxen will look for stones to shield from the wind and rain. However, if they are raised in captivity, a room must be built for them. Otherwise, once they encounter continuous snowstorms or other extreme weather, even musk oxen will not survive. Secondly, when female musk oxen give birth, they also need a windproof and warm delivery room. So no matter what, a spacious cattle shed must be built, even if they are initially unwilling to go inside. The internal structure of the cattle shed is similar to that of the sheep shed. It emphasizes warmth, cleanliness, and protection from wind and rain. Su-han spent the whole day finishing the cattle shed and the surrounding wall. By the time he took a break, it was already 10:30 at night. Phew! Shower and sleep, I will wake up early tomorrow. Although he was tired after working all day, Su-han still chose to take a shower. This way, he could sleep more easily at night. The next morning at 7. Su-han prepared 4 days' worth of water and food for his pets, then took his backpack and went out. This time he didn't take any pets. The old dog stayed to guard the gate. The big gray dog and the husky were responsible for guarding the vegetable patches in the yard. And the goats were left to be managed by the second dog. As for the wild boar, Su-han also provided enough food. He hoped that when he returned, it wouldn't make the house smell bad. Leaving the shelter, he headed north. Although the sun was shining brightly in the sky, the air was frighteningly cold. The current temperature was -8 degrees. However, this did not affect Su-han, who wore a down jacket. In fact, after walking for a while, he started to sweat a little. Crossing the lakeside, he arrived at a vast plain. This was the place where he had collected alfalfa grass some time ago. Now, due to the constant drop in temperature, the alfalfa grass here had completely withered. While it could still be eaten, its nutritional value had greatly decreased. If he raised a cow, the forage at home would definitely not be enough. But Su-han was not worried about this. Although the forage here was no good, there was still plenty of alfalfa grass in the valley. He could go gather some after catching the cow. On the plain, wild beasts were few. Su-han held a telescope and looked around. Besides scattered goats and deer, he actually couldn't find any trace of cows. Damn! Could it really be going into the snow mountain? From the shelter to the snow mountain, it has to be at least over 50 kilometers. If he went deeper, the distance would be even further. So, Su-han preferred to raise and capture a musk ox rather than a yak. Although musk oxen are hard to tame and like to confront enemies head-on. But would he be afraid of this? In the end, it would just be a test of whose fists are harder. But in terms of value and taming potential, yaks are better. Yaks have a leader recognition similar to wolves and highly respect their leaders. At the same time, yaks can produce a lot of milk and have a gentler temperament. But the downside is that yaks have a hard time adapting to low-altitude environments. In addition, Su-han had one last choice. That is to look for Menglas snow cattle. This kind of cattle is similar to yaks but lives on the plains. They also move in groups. However, outside of the breeding season, bulls and cows usually act separately. Among them, the bulls form a bachelor alliance. And the cows take care of the calves. Compared to the scale of dozens for yaks and musk oxen, Menglas snow cattle are much smaller in scale, usually only a dozen or so, and generally do not exceed 15. Although Menglas snow cattle have good temperaments, they also show amazing fighting power when encountering enemies. Their most common attack method is to charge with their horns. Chapter 139, Special Area Hint, Capture Menglas snow cattle. Therefore, regarding the best choice, Menglas snow cattle are naturally the most suitable for him. But whether he could find them would depend on luck. Menglas snow cattle have thick fur. If they are active in summer, they often suffer from heatstroke. So, they migrate north in spring and return to the land only at the end of autumn. In simple terms, they don't come out when it's not cold. The easiest time to find Menglas snow cattle is actually during the first snowfall. At this time, they will gather in groups on the grasslands eating roots. At other times, it's all about luck. However, maybe I can find some Menglas snow cattle at the foot of the snow mountain. Su-han murmured. The temperature at the foot of the snow mountain is extremely low, and if there are open salt mines nearby, there will definitely be some Menglas snow cattle hiding. They love salt very much. Even if they can't eat it, it will greatly affect their mood. But if not, he can only rely on luck. He quickened his pace and finally arrived at the foot of the mountain at 1:30 in the afternoon. Su-han took out his telescope and looked at the distant main peak. He saw countless dark clouds constantly swirling and rolling on the snow-covered mountain. Such a spectacle is not even seen on Mount Everest. Looking down, countless snowflakes were falling. At this moment, a hint from the National Survival Game sounded. Hint, congratulations. You have discovered the special area Tianyujohan Peak. Hint, explore this area to earn random rewards. Hint, rewards are distributed based on exploration level. Hint, Tianyujohan Peak is a 7-star difficulty area. It is not recommended for contestants to explore without sufficient preparation. It's actually a special area. Moreover, there are rewards for exploration. In that case, the area to the south shrouded in thick fog must also be a special area, right? Su-han suddenly realized. The primitive world actually has many ways to play, and exploration is one of them. But even with rewards, he was not prepared to explore in the short term. The answer was very simple: the environment is too harsh. This peak is basically similar to Mount Everest. The danger level is naturally similar. To explore here, sufficient preparation must be made. Although Su-han has a monstrous physique and a title that enhances his resistance, at this stage, he still cannot take on the challenge. Instead, the foggy place to the south might be worth exploring when he has the time. He withdrew his gaze. Su-han began to patrol the mountains below. Before long, he discovered some small black dots. He was instantly overjoyed and exclaimed, "It's the yaks! I really found them!" In the distance, a group of yaks was leisurely strolling. There were about 20 of them. But the distance was quite far. Su-han decided to not rush over but to look around for other cattle nearby. If there were other cattle, it would make sense to catch the closer ones first. As a result of this round of searching, he indeed found a second type of cattle. That was a group of brown and white cattle, and they were active at the foot of the mountain to the east. Among them, the bulls were far away. Closer to him, there were the cows and calves. Good. Forget about the yaks. I'll catch you first today. Su-han put down his binoculars and quickly rushed towards the east. He moved swiftly, reaching the vicinity of the Menglas snow cattle in less than 20 minutes. At this point, Su-han began to slow down his pace, carefully observing the group formed by cows and calves. In this group, there were 6 cows, 4 calves, and 3 half-grown bulls. Should he steal a calf or catch a cow? Su-han fell into deep thought. Calves are very easy to tame, just cut off their salt, and in 2 days, they start itching all over. So, it's completely possible to use salt to tame the calves. As for the cows, Su-han looked at them. Their weight was truly astonishing, about 350 kilograms. These guys, even if knocked out, couldn't be carried away. 700 pounds. Not even Wu Song could do it. But what if he forcefully took one away? For example, if he caught a calf first as bait? Menglas snow cattle are animals that value family bonds greatly. Once they notice that their young are killed, cows will fall into a state of absolute madness, crazily chasing the enemy, not stopping until they have killed them. It seems that to safely catch the cattle, he must first steal a calf and then use the young one to attract the cows over. But just this alone wouldn't work. If he simply took away the young, the other cows would immediately launch an attack, uniting against the enemy. So, he had to think of a way to block the other cows. Suhan looked around and quickly set his sights on a distant grove of dead trees. Humph, got it. Suhan quietly left and headed straight for the dead trees. Here, he gathered a large amount of firewood and built a big bonfire pile. Mengla snow cattle are creatures that prefer cold and dislike heat. So, he could use the bonfire to drive away the other cows later. With preparations complete, Suhan took out some kindling and began to ignite the bonfire piles. Once they started to smoke, he decisively ran toward the Mengla snow cattle's gathering place. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Suhan was getting closer and closer to the Mengla snow cattle, then activated stealth and used the bushes to swiftly get close to a 2-month-old calf. The smoke in the distance was slowly rising. Time was running out for him. Suhan tied a stone with hemp rope and threw it near the calf, then made a sound mimicking a calf's bleat. Moo moo. The Mengla snow cattle curiously looked over, then their attention was drawn to the stone on the ground. Curiously, it started to walk towards the stone, but the stone suddenly ran away. The calf immediately followed, and the stone ran away again. At this moment, the cow that was grazing suddenly realized her child was missing. When it raised its head, it saw a figure suddenly emerge from the bushes, actually running away with its child. Oh no! A cow thief! Moo! The cow was instantly furious and rushed crazily towards the bushes. The other cows, although they didn't know what was happening, but they were already familiar with this signal. This is the sound of the enemy stealing young. And so, a group of cows quickly followed. Ahead, Suhan was running wildly with the calf in his arms. Behind him, the cows were stamping in fury, chasing him down. Occasionally, they let out angry sounds filled with rage. In a forest, a cow suddenly discovered a sea of fire blocking her path. She hesitated for a second, then rushed forward recklessly. The other cows did not dare to go forward. After all, it was not their calf. The scorching flames were the things that the Mengla snow cows feared the most, so unless absolutely necessary, no cow wanted to charge through. Suhan held the calf and ran forward through the pile of bonfires. Behind him was the angry mother cow. He ran for a full 1,000 meters. Only then did Suhan suddenly stop moving. He took out a rope, quickly tied up the calf's hooves, and then tossed it aside. Next, he took off his backpack and down jacket. Suhan clenched his fists, revealing a fierce expression. Next, it's time to deal with you. At that moment, the mother cow was less than 15 meters away from him. A great battle was about to break out between them. Moo! The angry mother cow charged at Suhan like a heavy truck. If it were against a beast, such a charge would certainly intimidate greatly. But for a nimble human like Suhan, it was of no use at all. He just lightly sidestepped to avoid the cow's charge. Moo! Seeing that she missed the charge, the mother cow immediately braked. Then, she turned and charged again at the thief who stole her calf. But this time, Suhan not only dodged but also punched the mother cow on the head while dodging. Moo! The mother cow cried out in a tragic voice due to the pain. Suhan seized her neck and directly mounted the mother cow, unleashing a flurry of punches like raindrops. Ora, 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 ora. One punch after another. These forceful attacks made the mother cow feel like her head was about to explode. She wildly shook her body, trying to throw Suhan off. But the more the mother cow struggled, the fiercer the attacks from above became. On the contrary, if she did not struggle, the attacks from above would lessen. Back and forth. The mother cow stopped resisting. And Suhan also stopped punching. It was not that he was tired of hitting, but he was taming the mother cow. This was the most basic method of carrot and stick training. Resisting gets you hit. But if you don't resist, you won't get hit, and might even be rewarded. The mother cow calmed her breathing until her awareness returned, and then she tried to shake off the thing on her back again. But as soon as she moved, she was instantly hit by a punch to the head. Suhan grinned fiercely. Still not convinced? Ora, ora, ora. A series of punches followed. The mother cow not only regained her senses but also understood a lesson. The guy sitting on her back is a supervillain. If she ever resisted, she would be beaten up fiercely. On the contrary, if she obeyed, she would not be hit. But the mother cow turned her head to look at her calf in the distance, her eyes filled with reluctance. She hesitated for a moment, then cautiously took a step forward. She was not hit on the head. So it seemed she was allowed to approach her calf. The mother cow slowly approached the calf. Looking at her calf with its limbs tied up, she leaned down wanting to bite the ropes off. Little did she know, as soon as she moved, a cold grunt came from above. Stop. The mother cow naturally did not understand what that voice meant. But all she wanted now was to free her calf, so she chose to ignore it. As a result, Suhan taught her another lesson. This time, he only hit her 5 times. But the mother cow was in so much pain, she nearly knelt on the ground. At this moment, Suhan got off her back and said to the mother cow, "You can have your calf, but you must listen to me, or you'll get beaten." After saying that, he squatted down and untied the ropes from the calf's hooves. Once the calf was free, it immediately wanted to rush into its mother's embrace. But Suhan did not give it that opportunity, and directly tied a rope around its neck. Moo! The calf pulled on the rope, wanting to return to its mother's embrace. But it was interrupted by a punch from Suhan. With that punch, the calf immediately cried out in pain. The cow saw her child being hit, naturally feeling incredibly anxious. She lowered her head, wanting to use her horns to push the bad man away, but as a result, she was also beaten hard by Suhan. Want to attack me? Then be ready to be beaten. 5 minutes later. Both the cow and the calf were obedient. At this moment, Suhan picked up the rope and pulled the calf to move forward. The calf hesitated for a moment, ultimately unwillingly following along. The cow followed closely behind. The initial taming is showing some results. Suhan led the calf all the way to the shelter. After walking for a distance, he took out the salt he brought and sprinkled it in his palm to feed the calf. At first, the calf didn't know what it was, but once it tasted the salt, its eyes instantly lit up. Moo! The calf let out a joyful sound. It wanted more salt. But Suhan patted the calf's head and did not continue to give it salt. Wanting salt is fine, but you must be obedient. However, after feeding it salt, the calf clearly became much more obedient. On the way home, they walked and stopped intermittently. The cow was full of energy, which was not a problem. But the calf couldn't bear the long journey. So every hour, Suhan would stop to rest for a while. During these breaks, he would feed the calf and cow a little salt. He would even dig up some hay to feed them. Slowly, the calf began to realize the benefits of being obedient. Now, wherever Suhan went, it obediently followed. The cow did the same. In the live stream, the audience was full of shock. Ha! He just caught 2 cows, wow, it seems a bit too easy. Easy? The guy upstairs must be dreaming. If it weren't for Suhan using a lot of bonfires to block the mother cows, he would be faced with a stampede of cows. Just think about how dangerous that would be. That's right, although it looks simple to us, if it were other contestants, the outcome wouldn't be so certain. You know that while the number of mother cows is not high, there's a whole bunch of strong bulls next door. If that group of bulls noticed, TSK. I can't even imagine how thrilling that scene would be. Only Suhan is still too strong. Every step was calculated perfectly, from trapping to breaking up the herd, and then to the subsequent one-on-one, it was seamlessly connected. Awesome, we just got 20,000 calves, ha ha ha. If Suhan can catch more mother cows later, we can start breeding. Yeah, Mengla snow cows, this is a wild species that the blue planet has never seen. Thanks to Suhan, we'll be able to eat alien beef in the future, our lives won't be in vain, ha ha. In the scene, the sky gradually darkened. Seeing that the calf was too tired to walk, Suhan directly held it in his arms. During this time, the calf did not resist, instead, it closed its eyes and fell asleep. Without the calf's hind legs, the speed of traveling increased significantly. Although he was the one getting tired. But getting home earlier was still quite good. At 8:30 in the evening, Suhan finally arrived home. He took the calf and the cow into the barn and provided them with clean drinking water and alfalfa. Of course, there was also a little bit of salt. Upon entering this unfamiliar environment, the cow seemed a bit nervous. But the calf didn't feel anything. On the contrary, after tasting salt again, it would even nuzzle against Suhan with its head. This is the way Mengla snow cows show affection. Clearly, it has grown fond of this person who repeatedly fed it salt. Suhan patted the calf's head, smiling, "Is the salt tasty? You will have it every day, but you must be obedient and eat more grass to grow stronger. In the future, the land at home will depend on you too." Moo! The calf let out a cheerful sound. It didn't know what plowing was, but it liked having its head patted. The palm was warm, and having its head patted was really super comfortable. Build a pig pen for the little wild boars. After settling 2 cows, Suhan went to cook. Although his body was exhausted, dinner must be eaten. At 9 in the evening. Full and satisfied, Suhan soaked his feet and then turned to go to bed. He slept deeply and sweetly. After all, he had walked 100 kilometers. Among them, 20 kilometers were spent carrying a cow. Just think about how tired that must be. The next day, early morning. At 8 in the morning. While cooking breakfast, Suhan took a cup of hot tea and went outside. He arrived at the cow pen. The mother cow and the calf were munching on feed. Seeing Suhan, the calf's eyes lit up, and it hurried over, nudging his hand with its head. "You little guy, wanting snacks so early in the morning?" Moo moo. The lively and cute calf didn't care about health. It just wanted delicious salt. Looking at the calf that kept acting cute, Suhan smiled and went into the house to get a small pinch of salt. "Here, open your mouth." Moo. The calf obediently opened its mouth. In a moment, a familiar taste flooded its mouth. That wonderful salty flavor was simply too addictive. Watching this mother and baby gradually adapt to their surroundings, Suhan felt that it wouldn't be long before he could have the mother cow pull a cart outside. Just thinking about sitting in the cart felt pleasant. Leaving the cow pen, Suhan headed straight to where the little wild boars were kept. But as soon as he opened the door, a stench of urine and filth rushed at him. His face changed, and he quickly retreated. Wow! This is too smelly. If winter smells this bad, how can summer not suffocate people? No, the pig pen cannot be built near the shelter, it must be some distance away. Suhan thought for a while and decided to build the pig pen on the hillside. Firstly, there are bugs, roots, and tree bark on the hillside, which the wild boars can eat and greatly reduce the feed pressure. Secondly, wild boars like to dig in the dirt, promoting the ecology in the forest. If he built a pig pen in the yard, it might not be an issue in winter. But when summer comes, the yard would surely be full of flies and bugs, and that would be extremely annoying. The more Suhan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Well, after eating, I'll go out and find a good spot. The pig pen couldn't be too far from the shelter. After all, there were cowardly wolves guarding the area. Generally, wild beasts wouldn't dare come close. But if it was too far, there was a risk that the second brother could become someone else's dish while raising him. Suhan was a man of action. Once he was sure about what to do, there would be no delay. After finishing his daily martial arts training, he took the cart out to gather wood. At 10 in the morning, Suhan arrived at the hillside with a cart full of wood for an on-site inspection. He walked around the whole area and finally found a suitable place to build the pig pen. It was located on the east side of the hillside. This place was densely vegetated and had a natural depression perfect for building a pig house. This is a really good place. The more Suhan looked, the more satisfied he became, and then he got to work building the walls. At this moment, in the official broadcast studio, Ding Ding frowned and asked, "Professor, I remember wooden walls probably can't contain wild boars, right?" "That's right, normally, they can't be contained. You should know that wild boars are very intelligent, they are called the excavators of nature. If wooden walls are used, they can easily dig a hole to escape. Or chew holes through the wood. But that applies to adult wild boars. If it's a small wild boar, using wooden walls is fine. After all, it has very little strength." "Then, what about the wild boars when they grow up?" Bing Bing asked again. Hearing this, Li Cheng laughed and said, "It's simple. If they keep causing trouble and trying to escape, once they're ready to mate, just neuter them and leave the obedient wild boars. That's how domesticated animals are selected over generations. Stubborn pigs are directly killed for meat, while docile ones are cultivated and bred. Over time, their wildness naturally fades away." Digging a pig pen in the woods. It's not an easy task. Every aspect must be considered. First, there is the issue of pig manure. The drainage ditches must be well made, allowing standing water to flow to the flatland in the north. Otherwise, once heavy rain falls, it will easily wash the manure into the river to the south. Next is the depth of the surrounding wall. Suhan's idea is to use wood at first, and later switch to bricks. At present, he plans to build a pig pen of 20 square meters. Although the area is not large, it is definitely enough to raise a few wild boars. In the next 2 days, Suhan was busy building the pig pen. From reinforcing the walls, to constructing the pig house, to arranging the drainage ditches. When everything was finished, it was already the evening of the second day. Suhan caught the wild boar and tossed it inside. As soon as it landed, the little guy ran into the pig house and didn't dare to come out. Among all the animals raised, this wild boar's taming progress is the lowest, only 21%. It's worth noting that the Menglas snow cattle caught 2 days ago have a taming progress of 32%. This shows how difficult it is to tame wild boars. However, Suhan is not anxious. Anyway, if it can be raised, raise it, if it can't, then eat meat. Half an hour later, Suhan brought a small basin of pig feed. It consists of alfalfa, fish meat paste, and some evergreen wild grass. "Second brother, it's time to eat." Suhan poured the feed into the trough and then tapped it with a wooden stick. Without waiting for the wild boar to come over, he turned and closed the door to leave. About 10 minutes later, the wild boar carefully ran out from the pig house. It had been hungry all day, and now smelling such delicious food, how could it resist? It immediately started gobbling it down. Back at home, Suhan began to arrange his dinner. The meat of the frost snow tiger had already been eaten, and now he was eating beef. Once this batch of beef was finished, he would start butchering the wolves captured in the dungeon. After all, as long as it is not taken out, the things in the system space remain fresh forever. Dinner was a large pot of braised pork, plus a piece of smoked fish. After the meal, Suhan went to the workbench in the storage room. At this moment, the pig pen had been built. But raising wild boars and Manglas snow cattle, the fodder at home would definitely not last through this winter. So, Suhan planned to make a towing rope. Starting tomorrow, he would let the cow slowly adapt to pulling a cart. Otherwise, once the severe winter arrives, it's hard to ensure that the alfalfa in the valley will still be green. The towing rope is not difficult to make, it just needs to be strong and not uncomfortable for the cow. Here, there are two choices. First, use cowhide. Fortunately, Suhan has a piece on hand. Second, use hemp rope. This is simpler, there's plenty at home. Suhan thought for a bit and ultimately chose cowhide. Its advantage is durability, and it becomes more flexible with use. The disadvantage is that it is afraid of moisture and needs regular oiling for maintenance. Otherwise, over time, the cowhide will become hard and easily crack. Chapter 142, Madam, you don't want this child to suffer, right? Suhan cut the cowhide into strips 2 centimeters wide, needing a total of 3 strips. Then, he braided the cowhide into a rope. Finally, 2 sections were secured with hemp rope to the handrails of the cart. The inside of the cowhide needed to be wrapped with soft rabbit fur to prevent injuring the cow in the beginning. Once completed, Suhan took the rope to the cart for testing. The width is fine, and the flexibility is also fine. Next is to make the harness. To be precise, a complete set of connections for a cow cart consists of 4 parts. That is, the harness, the towing rope, the breast strap, and the reins. The towing rope that just made is used to connect to the harness. The harness, a tool that rests on the cow's neck and shoulder bulge, usually a curved wooden bar. But to make it easier for the cow, Suhan planned to create a groove-style harness. This way, the towing rope can hang on the harness. To reduce the area of friction. The making of the harness is very simple. It can be easily completed using 2 pieces of high-quality hardwood. Among them, the edges and the inner sides of the harness were polished by Suhan several times with a planer, until they felt incredibly smooth before he stopped. Thus, the first part was completed. Next, it was the strap. It is the rope that wraps around the cow's back and rear, linking to the pulling rope on the harness. The main function is to provide stability and balance. There was no need to use cowhide here, using hemp rope wrapped in rabbit fur would suffice. As for the last rein, it is the rope tied to the cow's nose or on top of its head. It is mainly used to control the livestock. After some hustle and bustle, all the parts were ready. Suhan looked at the items on the cart and couldn't help but smile. Looks like I can try it out tomorrow. If something seems off then, I can adjust it on the spot. The next day, Suhan pulled the cart into the cow pen. The calf saw him and ran over to demand some salt. Good boy, wait a moment for your treat. Suhan patted the calf's head, glancing toward the cow in the distance. The grazing cow suddenly shivered. It quickly turned around. When it saw the 2-legged creature eyeing it, the cow suddenly felt something was amiss. At that moment, Suhan pulled the cart and approached it. Oh. Looks like you're enjoying your meal, madam. Moo. The cow fearfully stepped back. Clearly, it did not want to pull that strange thing. Suhan, however, remained calm, one hand stroked the calf while the other fist struck the ground hard. Madam, you wouldn't want this child to suffer, would you? The cow looked at the deep pit in the ground, its eyes filled with terror. It understood the meaning of the 2-legged creature. If it didn't obey, the child would be beaten. And possibly, it too would be struck. Recalling the throbbing pain in its head, the cow finally yielded. It walked over to Suhan, lowered its head to lick the child in his hands, and then closed its eyes. For the sake of the child, it could endure whatever this person would do to it. Seeing the cow fully resigned, Suhan smiled wickedly. That's right, as long as you obediently listen, I will treat you and your child kindly, ha 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 ha. In the live stream room, the audience was dumbfounded. Can domestication really be done like this? Why is it a bit different from the information I found? Is this correct? Inside the cow pen, Suhan pulled the cart behind the cow, hanging the harness on its shoulder, followed by the pulling rope and the strap. Wherever it touched the cow's skin, it was all wrapped in rabbit fur. Finally, the rein was put on. Normally, it goes on the nose, But Suhan felt such a method was a bit cruel, so he simply hung it around the cow's neck. Installation complete. Suhan held the rein and smiled at the cow. Come, let's take a few steps to try it out. The cow glanced at him and slowly walked forward. The man and the cow made a circle in the yard. The overall feeling was very good. The cow wasn't tired pulling, and the parts fit well. Looks completely usable. Next is to go out and haul goods. Suhan was very satisfied with this attempt. Then he pulled the cow towards the outside. But this time, the cow stood still. Suhan instantly understood and quickly took out a hemp rope to lead the calf out as well. Only then did the cow start to move. Considering it was their first time pulling a cart, they didn't go too far, they just wandered around the lakeside. Meanwhile, letting the cow get accustomed to the commands. For example, go. That means to move forward. And stop means to halt. Pulling the left rope means to turn left. Pulling the right rope means to turn right. The cow learned quickly, usually just 4 to 5 times of repetition was enough for it to grasp the command's meaning. Good, stop. Suhan pulled the reins. The cow immediately stopped in its place. At that moment, he took out a piece of fruit from his pocket. Stuffed in the cow's mouth. Although it threatened with words, the rewards that should be given cannot be less. After eating the sweet fruit, the cow's mood instantly improved a lot. Alright, next we should take our tools and go to a farther place. Suhan pulled the cow and the calf back home. After gathering all the tools, he set off to the valley. Since it was the first time hauling goods, he didn't bring Ergo and Dehui with him. Otherwise, it would be bad if the cow got scared. The road was very quiet, not to mention wolves, even a rabbit couldn't be seen. After more than half an hour, Suhan arrived at the valley with the cow and the calf. This time, his target was alfalfa, so he temporarily let the squirrels in the trees go. He walked to the middle of the valley. A large area of alfalfa came into view. Suhan tied the cow in place and took the calf to cut the grass. When he filled a cart with grass, he sat on the cart driving the cow home. It felt different not to walk with his legs for the first time. So refreshing, brothers. Finally, I don't have to pull the cart myself anymore. The only pity is that the road is not good, otherwise, we could go out even on rainy days. With the cow pulling the cart, Suhan saved a lot of energy. The most important thing is, if he wants to improve efficiency, he could completely build another cart. At that time, if he could haul 2 carts of goods in one go, that efficiency would be terrifying. Meanwhile, other contestants were also collecting supplies. But they could only use backpacks and baskets. Among them, 2 contestants had their backpacks worn out and broken. Now they could only use their clothes as containers. The gap was not just a little bit. It was the difference between ancient civilization and wild men. For a whole day, Suhan was pulling hay with the cow. One cart after another. Until evening, he finally stopped. At this time, the calf had fallen asleep from exhaustion. But the cow was only a bit tired, which showed that pulling hay was not hard for it. You did well today, I'll give you extra food tonight. Suhan patted the cow's head and praised it. But the cow said nothing, only focused on eating grass. What could it say? Does it really like pulling the cart? It's not because of the calf. But on the other hand, Line knew the fine salt and delicious alfalfa were still very tasty, which was one of the reasons the cow obeyed. Although it was a bit tired, being well fed and watered was still very nice. Especially being able to sleep in the cow shed at night. This made the cow like it even more. The first trip ended like this. The cow performed very well overall, the only drawback was that it could not let go of the calf. I guess it will get used to it in the future. During dinner, Suhan couldn't help but think of one thing. The west and north had been explored quite a bit, but the east and south had not been explored much. At the moment, he had nothing to do. Speaking of which, should he explore the foggy area? Chapter 143, Heading to the Mysterious Foggy Area. The foggy area is located in the southwest direction of the shelter. This place is exactly where he had not explored yet. First, let's check the weather. Suhan opened the map and checked the weather for the next few days. Tomorrow there would be a gentle breeze, with a temperature ranging from -8 degrees to 3 degrees. The day after tomorrow morning would have heavy fog, with temperatures from -5 degrees to 5 degrees. It seems the weather is pretty good. In that case, it seems like I have no choice but to go. Even if I can't explore the foggy area, collecting some supplies on the way wouldn't be bad. Suhan decided to make some tools later. He wouldn't take the cow out tomorrow. He hadn't patrolled the southern area, and there was a high probability of wild beasts there. What if something happened to the cow while he was exploring? After eating and drinking enough, Suhan began preparing for the exploration. First, some rope. After all, it was an exploration of unknown areas. A rope would be very helpful in case of climbing something. However, the rope he made was very short. Currently only 10 meters. If I encounter a place that is too high, I can only choose to give up. Next, there is the ladder. It is best to have a connectable long ladder. This way, when I face some difficult to climb fruit trees, I can go up to pick the fruits. At the same time, a sturdy ladder can also be used as a temporary bridge. Next are the self-defense tools. I know nothing about what is in the foggy area. Therefore, I need to bring various weapons. Axe. Long spear. Bow and arrows. None of them can be missing. Finally, there is the dry food. Suhan planned what he needed and then began to get busy. The dry food is selected from smoked wolf meat. Water source naturally has to be prepared for 2 days' worth, to avoid not being able to return in case something happens. Next, I need to make a sturdy removable ladder. For me, this is already a tool I can easily make, with no difficulty at all. In the end, Suhan made a folding ladder. The total length is 7 meters too. No matter how it's folded, it has a face. Everything is ready. Suhan then went to rest early. The next day, in the morning, Suhan got up at 6:30 to tidy up the house. He first cleaned the sheepfold and cowshed, then added 2 days' worth of feed inside. Then, he settled Big Gray and Second Dog down. They are getting stronger and stronger now, even very eager to go out. But this time it's not very convenient, so I'll let it be for now. Suhan patted the heads of the 2 little guys, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, there will be plenty of chances to take you out later. For now, just stay home with Old Coward. By the way, it's okay to play with Little Gray." After several days of training, Old Coward's son Little Gray has now blended in well with Second Dog in them. This little guy has a steady personality and doesn't cause trouble, but he is not as calm and wise as Big Gray. He is a combination of Big Gray and Second Dog. After the mother wolf healed from her injury, she began to patrol the surroundings of the shelter. Occasionally seeing Old Coward slacking off, she would run over to teach him a lesson, showing just how clever she is. As for the sheepfold, even with the door open, the mother wolf would not go in but would lie at the door waiting for Suhan to come out. Once the household chores were finished, Suhan went to the dirt slope to feed some food to the little wild boar. This little guy is in pretty good shape. When Suhan arrived, it was rooting around with its nose in the dirt. Upon seeing him, the little wild boar no longer avoided him, and even came rushing over immediately to eat after food was given. Suhan looked at the second brother wolfing down the food and couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, no matter who it is, no one can refuse a meal. After settling everything down, Suhan finally took the cart and went out. To the south of the shelter, there are rolling dirt slopes. There are many trees along the way. But water is very scarce. After walking for an hour, I still did not see any streams. Because I was in a hurry to get to my destination, I didn't pick any mushrooms I saw along the way, but marked them on the map instead. That way, when I have time, I can come and gather them all at once. Mushrooms are very abundant here. There are common wood ear mushrooms. There are delicious chicken oil mushrooms. There are richly flavored porcini mushrooms. If I weren't in a hurry, Suhan felt he could stay in these woods all day. In addition, there are very many squirrels here. This also means a large harvest of nuts. Now that winter is about to arrive, they must be working very hard. Suhan couldn't help but smile. He really loves the squirrels the most. After crossing vast woods, there is a wide plain, and a winding river flows from the distant mountains. In the distance, countless birds fly in flocks. At the foot of the mountain, one can even see a bear mother taking her cubs for a walk. It is truly a beautiful place. Suhan stood on the dirt slope, looking towards the foggy area. I feel like I still need to walk for another 2 hours to reach it. Since that's the case, there is nothing to hesitate about. Suhan walked towards the area of thick fog. He stopped and went along the way. When he encountered a tough ground, he would first break the surface with an axe, then use a wooden shovel to smooth it out. This would make it much easier to return in the future. Half an hour later, Suhan was blocked by a river. Fortunately, this river was very shallow and narrow. Therefore, as long as he cut down some trees, he could easily build a simple bridge to get across. Crossing the riverbank and walking for another half an hour, he entered the forest again. Compared to the quiet lakeside area, this place was very lively. Grouse, rabbits, foxes, even traces of moose could be easily found. It seemed to be another suitable hunting ground. The woods were very dense, so sometimes Suhan had to stop until he chopped down the trees blocking his way to continue forward. Along the way, he found many small berries. Although frosted, they still survived fiercely. Furthermore, after the frost's baptism, the originally sour and sweet berries now tasted exceptionally sweet, with particularly juicy pulp. Suhan took a bite and immediately felt delighted. So, he packed all the berries, filling an entire backpack before leaving. These berries taste amazing. Especially after the frost, if my brothers could try them, I feel they are much better than cherries. Of course, if you don't like fruits that are too sweet, just forget I said anything. Suhan ate as he walked, feeling very joyful. This forest, rich with resources. When he returned, he would definitely bring the cow for a careful search. After all, there was still a week before winter, plenty of time. At 10:40 in the morning, Suhan finally reached the edge of the foggy area. The prompt sound from the National Survival Game followed. Tip: congratulations! You have discovered the special area of Malaya Small Basin in the thick fog. Tip: explore this area to earn random rewards. Tip: rewards are distributed based on exploration level. Tip: the Malaya Small Basin in the thick fog is a 3-star difficulty area, home to many fierce beasts and poisonous insects, so be careful while exploring. Looking at the National Survival Games prompt, Suhan was taken aback. He did not expect that inside the fog lay a basin. But soon, he revealed a wild joy. In the cold climate of the tundra, if there was a basin wrapped in thick fog, it would definitely be rich in resources. And things that do not exist in the tundra. Brothers, we are really going to get rich this time. Suhan laughed as he walked towards the thick fog. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a rich moisture hitting him. Chapter 144, The Magical Malaya Basin, infested with poisonous insects and beasts. The moisture was fresh and had no strange smell. But the area covered by the fog was so vast that after walking over 100 meters, he still had not seen the edge. Could it be that this Malaya Small Basin needed to be explored within the fog? That would not be good. He did not possess the ability of vision, and had no way to face the fog. Suhan couldn't help but think. At that moment, a faint sound of wind reached his ears. Where was this wind from? Suhan frowned slightly. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Why was this thick fog lingering near the Malaya Small Basin without moving? If there was a natural wind trapping it, then everything made sense. After walking about 500 meters, the fog became even denser than outside, but the wind was howling stronger. Suhan even felt a thrill in his heart. Next, he needed to be cautious. Otherwise, he might encounter an accident. His walking speed slowed down again. 50 meters later. The fog, which was originally spreading, changed into bursts erupting with the wind howling. This discovery surprised Suhan greatly. Could it be that the fog was spraying out from somewhere? He had to be careful. Otherwise, being blown by such a strong wind would surely spell disaster. Suhan pulled the cart and moved forward slowly. After a moment, he unexpectedly traversed the thick fog and arrived inside the Malaya Small Basin. At that moment, a sudden sound of whistling wind erupted. Suhan turned to look, and he saw a huge white steam being propelled into the sky by the fierce wind. Such a spectacle truly left one dumbfounded. Wow, so this is how the thick fog is formed. Suhan suddenly understood the reason why the Malaya Small Basin was shrouded in thick fog. There might be active magma underground here. Thus, such a special environment is created. Suhan withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance, where patches of lush green forest greeted his eyes. The outside was nearing severe winter, with almost all the leaves falling. Yet here, it was spring throughout the year, filled with the sounds of birds and blooming flowers. Nature is truly amazing. A cold region actually hides a paradise. If one didn't come in, who would have thought so? At this moment, in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, countless viewers were astonished. They never expected that there was a big surprise in the fog zone. Ha! The Malaya Small Basin actually has spring. Damn! I built my shelter too early. If I had built it here, we would have one without effort. Amazing! It's about to enter winter outside, yet here looks like spring. So absurd. A region where spring rains all year, doesn't that mean we can collect a lot of resources here? God, let's move our home here. We could farm all year round in the basin. Meanwhile, the foreigners were all calling their country's tactical departments. This special area was too important. If they could move to this place, they would no longer have to race against time every day, nor would they fear being frozen awake in the middle of the night. But they did not know that the special departments of various countries had been keeping an eye on Suhan's live broadcast. When they saw the Malaya Small Basin where spring rains, these people thought about moving there. But there's a problem. All players worldwide, except Suhan, had never seen the fog zone at all. This might be due to two reasons. The first reason, the wilderness realm is too vast. The players were also highly dispersed, making it naturally hard to find the fog zone. For example, there are more than 190 countries in the world, and counting 200, there are only 600 players. If all players were thrown into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, It's estimated that they would hardly meet each other in a lifetime. The second reason, players are in different planes. Of course, this statement has not been confirmed for now. However, given the current situation, both reasons are possible. Although they are very envious of the Milaya small basin, the problem is they can't find it. Suhan picked up his binoculars and began to observe this basin. Its area is very small. The overall area should only be equivalent to 5 lakeside regions. Through the binoculars, he could see that although the ecological environment here is spring-like all year round, it leans towards being humid and hot. Just standing on the rock now, he already began to sweat. Suhan glanced at the system panel and then cursed. Damn, it's actually 18 degrees. No wonder he was sweating. It's -8 degrees outside, and here it's 18 degrees, that's a difference of 20 degrees. Suhan hurriedly took off his down jacket and thermal pants and rolled up his sleeves. Now he finally felt much more comfortable. Then, he continued to observe. There were many animals within the Milaya small basin. Among them, the number of wild chickens was very high. Basically, he could see a small group every few distances. There were also quite a few other types of wild beasts. Wolves. Lynxes. Snakes. In addition, Suhan also saw a large number of poisonous insects. Snakes. Spiders. Giant centipedes. Even poisonous bees. Among them, the most numerous were the poisonous snakes. They were practically competing with the wild chickens. Hanging on trees. Lurking in the grass. Swimming in the river. And that's not counting those tiny poisonous insects. If someone built a house in such a cursed place, if they encountered poisonous insects at midnight, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. No wonder it's rated as 3-star difficulty, it really is a bit dangerous. But aside from the poisonous insects and wild beasts, the resources here are truly abundant. The environment outside is just not comparable. Originally, Suhan was still pondering whether to embark on a journey in the future. After all, the flora in the cold regions is limited. If he wanted to survive for a long time, he had to find staple foods that could be cultivated. With meat, staple food, and vegetables, life could continue for a long time. But now, with this basin, perhaps he could find some useful staple foods inside. Suhan wasn't greedy. Sweet potatoes, corn, rice, wheat, millet, and potatoes. Any of these staple foods would do. But even if he couldn't find them, this basin shouldn't let him down. It's like spring all year round here, plus there are many birds nesting. He would definitely find a lot of useful things. Suhan looked around and decided to leave the cart in place, venturing into the basin on his own. Ahead was a downhill path, though the slope wasn't steep. However, it would be difficult to pull cargo back up. Therefore, Suhan planned to take a backpack down first. But before heading to the bottom of the basin, he had to prepare well in advance. Considering the many poisonous insects inside, a full-body hat was definitely necessary. Secondly, protecting his ankles and wrists was also crucial. Though it would be very hot like this. For safety's sake, protective measures couldn't be lacking. Suhan put on the leather gloves, then tightened them with hemp rope, and did the same for his ankles. Once the protective procedures were complete, he grabbed the backpack and walked down the mountain. The path down was not difficult to navigate, and he could even jog a little. Along the way, Suhan even spotted some goats. Their white fur looked delicious. He dashed down and soon reached the interior of the basin. Just as he landed, Suhan grabbed his spear and thrust it sharply at the leaves in front of him. Puff! Blood splattered. A poisonous snake, the same color as the leaves, was thrashing its body. Chapter 145, The Resource-Rich Milaya Basin. What a big spicy strip, trying to sneak attack me. Suhan waved his hand and sent the poisonous snake flying away. He was already no longer lacking in food, so he didn't need to eat snake meat. It was very hot in the basin, and just running down made him sweat a lot. It seemed he had to hurry up and search for resources, or his clothes would be soaked. Suhan walked into the forest on the left side. He planned to explore gradually, first investigating the outer areas before slowly moving deeper. The forest was bustling with the sounds of insects and birds. To reduce unnecessary troubles, Suhan activated his stealth skill all the way. After walking for a while, he found a dozen clusters of aromatic shrubs. Among them, the tallest one was even 1.5 meters high. This was a very famous spice, rosemary. Oh, there's actually rosemary here, looks like a good start. I once heard a friend say this can be cultivated indoors. I wonder if it can survive when I bring it back. No matter if it could survive or not. Suhan was determined to give it a try. Rosemary has certain cold resistance but needs plenty of sunlight and a dry environment. Although there are no glass windows at home, opening a window occasionally shouldn't be a problem. After all, this is a plant that grows in the cold basin. If successful, he would have a plant for long-term harvesting of spices. Rosemary has a rich and unique aroma. Su-han put down the backpack, selected 2 tender rosemary plants that had not yet lignified for transplanting. The others were just for picking the leaves. Moments later, the first backpack was filled up. Su-han took his dagger and divided some rosemary nearby. This way, even if the plants at home don't survive, he can still bring them back for planting. Half an hour later, 20 rosemary plants had been split off. Su-han clapped his hands and smiled. Good, now I can go look for other resources. He walked into the forest, leaving the backpack behind. In the basin, it was spring all year round, but autumn still seemed a bit dry. This could be seen from the ground. If it were a place that rained often, it would definitely be very damp. But here, it was quite the opposite. Although the temperature was high, it was extremely dry. On his way through the forest, Su-han saw many poisonous insects. Among them was a super spider, as big as a bull. Its web could cover an entire tree. The black mantis spider. A large spider that loves to eat moths and its own eggs. It was also a species unique to the wild world. Don't be fooled by its size, its venom is terrifyingly potent. Just one bite could kill a bull in about 30 seconds. However, this spider, despite being scary, would remain motionless like a fool if you didn't touch its web. Su-han avoided the web and walked forward. After a short while, he suddenly discovered a large black centipede slowly crawling in the grass ahead. Brother, I found a good thing. I hope it can trigger a return. Su-han took out 2 wooden sticks from the backpack and carefully picked up the 20-centimeter long centipede, placing it into the bamboo tube he brought. Looking at the fearsome centipede, the audience was filled with goosebumps, and some female viewers even screamed in fright. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Su-han began to explain the miraculous uses of the large centipede. Everyone, don't be scared, it will suffocate soon. This black centipede is called Wulong Jinyang, and it's a medicine with very high medicinal value. Especially for lack of energy, pain during a girl's period, and it even has excellent effects for men. By the way, if you dry it and grind it into powder, just a little bit can remove wrinkles and beautify the skin. Instantly, the female viewers in front of the screen widened their eyes. Not only can it relieve period pain, but it can also remove wrinkles? What kind of magical centipede is this? At once, the entire barrage became excited. Su-god, I want to have your baby. Su-god, you are simply my reborn parents. Oh my, does anyone know how I feel during my period? It's like a knife in my belly. Sister, I understand. Su-god, I'm so touched. My husband has been doing heavy labor for a long time, so that aspect has not been ideal for a long time. I hope the centipede I get can help him regain his confidence as a man. As expected, this special centipede really triggered a return. It returned a full 30,000. Seeing the message pop up, Su-han smiled happily. Then, he spoke to the sky. Staff, please pay attention. Since the situation was sudden just now, I chose to kill it directly. But in the future, if I encounter useful poisonous insects, I may catch them alive, so please quickly prepare a special team to be on standby. After saying this, Su-han continued to search in the forest. Meanwhile, people in Dragon Country quickly packed up the poisonous insects and sent them away while preparing to welcome the next wave of supplies. In the following half an hour, Su-han successively caught 2 types of poisonous insects. They were the blue-spotted leech, a specialty of the wild world. When dried and used as medicine, it has remarkable effects on clearing blood clots. Its medicinal value is 10 times stronger than that of the leeches in Blue Star. The giant black celestial scorpion, a specialty of the wild world, has remarkable effects for pain relief, especially for stubborn headaches. These 2 types of poisonous insects are very easy to raise, so Su-han chose to catch them alive. This way, if he encounters them again in the future, he can breed them artificially. At this time, the staff of Dragon Country were hurrying to transport them. Busy without end. They simply couldn't keep up. Just finished dealing with the centipede, and here came the leech, then the scorpion. Although the quantity was not large, they had to catch them alive. This was quite time-consuming. However, after leaving the forest, Su-han chose to rest and eat. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Su-god is indeed considerate of us. In the wilderness world. After Su-han was full and had enough to drink, he crossed the river to continue searching. The river here is very shallow, and there are even stones exposed at the riverbank, so it's easy to cross without a bridge. Reaching the opposite bank of the river, Su-han picked a lot of mint and wild vegetables. These are all good things. Mint can be used to freshen the mouth and can also be used as medicine. And wild vegetables, besides eating, can also be collected for seeds to plant. This time, he collected seeds of 4 different types. By the next spring, Su-han can plant the wild vegetables in the ground. walking and stopping all the way. The supplies kept increasing. At 3 in the afternoon, Suhan arrived at the third forest, where the trees are relatively shorter and there are many edible wild fruits in the bushes. He never feels there are too many of these things. After a round of picking, he unknowingly entered deep into the forest. At this moment, Suhan suddenly saw a shadow of a rare spice on a tree. He straightened up, not quite believing that he found such a spice. This is... Suhan stepped forward. He saw a huge vine climbing all over the tree. The vine was hanging with many tiny red fruits, each cluster as long as a finger. The fruits are granule-sized, about the size of Sichuan pepper. That's right. It is pepper. Once the most expensive spice in ancient times, even more than gold. Suhan plucked a cluster of pepper fruits and brought it close to his nose to smell. The aroma is rich, truly a world-famous spice. He took a peppercorn and put it in his mouth. A wave of lime-like sourness surged onto his tongue, followed by a faint sweetness, and finally, a hint of spiciness. Indeed, it's pepper. Suhan rejoiced in his heart. Pepper is a great thing for removing fishy smells and enhancing flavor. Grilling meat. Making spicy soup. Stewing meat. Whatever you cook, you can add some to enhance the taste. And before him, the entire tree was covered in it. Suhan took out his dagger and started harvesting the pepper. The national luck prompt sounded immediately. This time, not only were resources returned, but there was also an extra bonus. Tip: congratulations to Dragon Nation contestant Suhan for picking a cluster of pepper, triggering a 30,000 times return. Congratulations to Dragon Nation for receiving 30,000 fresh peppers. Extra tip: since Dragon Nation contestant Suhan harvested materials from a special area, an additional 20,000 times resource reward is granted. Tip: congratulations to Dragon Nation for receiving 50,000 peppers. At this moment, Uncle De, who was collecting supplies in the wild, was stunned. Wait, what's going on? Pepper. Am I dreaming? How could there be something like pepper in such a cold, scary place? Don't take me for someone who doesn't know common sense. Then, Uncle De grasped the key point. Special area. Could it be that in the so-called special area, there are plants other than those in the cold climate? At this moment, Uncle De recalled the gigantic cave he had randomly seen while searching for supplies yesterday. Maybe that place is also a special area. Although the special area is rich in resources, the environment inside is likely very dangerous. Uncle De is no longer the inexperienced newbie he once was. He knows well that the richer the resources, the more dangerous the environment. So, if he wants to explore the special area, he must be very well prepared. In the live broadcast room of Dragon Nation, the audience was exclaiming in surprise. Ah! These clusters are actually pepper. Damn! I thought pepper, like Sichuan pepper, grew on trees. 50,000 peppers. Amazing. We can have spicy soup in the future, thank you, Su God. I also learned for the first time that pepper actually grows on vines. What an eye-opener. In the basin, Suhan was quickly harvesting peppers. Now the sky is getting late. Before dark, he must harvest more resources. After all, coming here is quite a waste of time. Swish. 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 A string of pepper was picked and placed into the backpack. In a short while, the backpack was filled to the brim. Then, Suhan used a dagger to cut suitable vines from the mother plant and transplanted them near the roots of nearby trees. This way, there would be more peppers to eat in the future. In the end, he transplanted 12 vines. Okay, next I will gather resources for a while longer and then head back. Suhan picked up the backpack and walked forward. Afterward, he collected quite a few herbs before starting his return journey. At this time, the 6 backpacks he brought were all filled to capacity. Yet, the basin had only been explored at a mere surface level. Before leaving, Suhan noticed there was still some empty space in the cart, so he collected a large amount of fodder from the basin. Since he was already there, he might as well bring back more things. Even if it was fodder, it could still be fed to cattle and sheep, right? At 5:30 in the evening, the world had fallen into darkness. Suhan pulled the cart out of the mist and finally stepped onto the road home. This walk lasted a full 2.5 hours. However, before he could return home, a shadow rushed over from the front, howling. Suhan focused his gaze and realized it was Old Sorrow. You little rascal, did you come out to find me? Ah whoa. Old Sorrow excitedly circled around Suhan. It had been patrolling nearby, and upon hearing its master's footsteps, it came rushing over immediately. Suhan stopped the cart, patted Old Sorrow's head, and took it home with him. Just as they reached the door, the mother wolf also ran over. Come here, let me pet you. Suhan patted the mother wolf's head before pulling the cart into the yard. He stored the fodder properly. While simmering dinner, he processed the collected resources. First, he dealt with the peppers. Since he had picked mature peppers, he could only make white pepper. To eat black pepper, he would have to wait until next year when the fruit was still green. To get white pepper, he had to remove its outer skin. Simply put, white pepper is the seed of the pepper that we eat. However, the outer skin of the pepper is hard, making it very difficult to remove directly. It must be soaked first. Suhan poured the peppers from the backpack into a basin, washed the dust off with his hands, and then placed them into a clay jar to soak. About 7 to 10 days later, the skin of the pepper can be easily rubbed off, and then drying it will yield edible white pepper. Alright, next is the waiting. Suhan set the clay jar aside and started processing the rosemary. This herb was the simplest, just pick it and it could be eaten directly. Since that's the case, why not grill a steak today? Suhan suddenly remembered he had a lot of beef at home that needed eating. So, he went outside to the storage room and brought back the beef. Recently, the weather had been cold, so the meat could be stored for a long time without spoiling. He cut the beef into slices, then sprinkled salt and rosemary over it and rubbed it well. After marinating for 20 minutes, it could be grilled directly. While grilling the meat, Suhan washed some wild vegetables. Tender and juicy rosemary beef, paired with fresh wild vegetables. One bite, and he couldn't find words to express the flavor. The only regret was not having any pepper powder. Even white pepper would elevate the flavor to another level. However, Suhan was already very satisfied. After all, just the rosemary was something others couldn't easily obtain. Full and content. Suhan took a hot shower and hurried to bed to sleep. Tomorrow, he planned to go out again. This time he would bring more backpacks to gather more resources. But the mother cow couldn't go with him for now. Although the basin was rich in resources, there were simply too many poisonous insects inside. If the mother cow got hurt, how would he plow the land next year? Suhan definitely didn't want to lose big over a small issue. So, the cart would just have to pull itself. The next morning, Suhan packed a full 12 backpacks before heading out. Today, he had only one purpose, which was to go into the basin to stock up. No matter if it was fruit, spices, or other things. As long as it was useful to him, Suhan wouldn't miss any of it. After yesterday's experience, this trip was faster. Basically, he arrived at the edge of the basin by 10:30 in the morning. Stopping the cart, he carried the backpack downhill. Yesterday he explored the left side, so today he chose the right side. Suhan held the backpack and walked briskly into the woods. According to the survival tips from the National Fortune, today's exploration of the Malaya Basin should exceed 10%. He didn't know what rewards awaited him. Chapter 147, Encounter Rare Creatures, Crimson Blood Toad. Discovered a group of tycoon chickens. Goo-wah. Goo-wah. As soon as he stepped into the forest, Suhan heard a series of strange calls. The sound resembled a drum, very loud. He was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Could it be that there was that thing here? Suhan hurried forward and soon found the source of the sound in a stream. It was a super large frog. It was entirely red like a gem, squatting on the ground and standing 20 centimeters tall, swallowing a giant centipede. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were shocked. What the heck? What is this thing? The Frog King? Its head is bigger than my flower pot. It's simply the frog ancestor. Just now, I thought it was going to thunder. It turns out this thing is making noise. How absurd. Indeed, one thing overcomes another. Look at the centipede in the frog's mouth, almost 25 centimeters long, yet it can't compete with this frog ancestor. Frog, guess why I grew so big? At this moment, Suhan started to educate the viewers about the super frog's background. Brothers, today is a lucky day. I didn't expect to encounter such a large crimson blood toad here. This thing is a super nourishing item. Its meat is incredibly delicious and has the effect of clearing heat and detoxifying. If it is a crimson blood toad over 10 years old, it may even harbor a rare detox pearl inside, which can greatly enhance toxin resistance and also serve as a super antidote. But capturing it is not easy. The saliva of the crimson blood toad is poisonous and has high corrosiveness. Once it is sprayed on you, in less than 20 minutes, you will start to rot. So, it's hard to catch alive. If there was protective clothing, capturing it would be easy. But right now, that was definitely impossible. Thus, he could only catch it dead. Suhan took out the arrow from his back, aiming at the finished eating crimson blood toad. Whoosh! A sound of wind howled through the air. Before the crimson blood toad could even react, it was shot in the head. The arrow destroyed its central nervous system. Instantly killed. Suhan walked out from behind the big tree, smiling as he transferred the crimson blood toad into the backpack. At that moment, the National Fortune prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country contestant Suhan for successfully killing the rare creature, the King of Poisons, the Crimson Blood Toad, and receiving a random reward. Note, congratulations to the Dragon Country contestant Suhan for successfully hunting the rare creature, the King of Poisons, the Crimson Blood Toad, triggering a 30,000 times reward, and the Dragon Country will receive 30,000 fresh Crimson Blood Toads. Note, the oral cavity of the Crimson Blood Toad is highly poisonous, so please be careful when handling it. What? There's even a random reward, haha. Now, it's really a double happiness. Killing a rare creature will definitely trigger a reward. But what can be obtained purely depends on luck. Sometimes it might be the national fortune value. Sometimes it could be random items. Sometimes it could just be item rewards. And his luck was good, surprisingly granting him a random reward. Suhan moved the Crimson Blood Toad back up the hillside, otherwise, leaving it there felt uneasy, and carrying it was too heavy. So, it was better to put it on the cart. Starting off with a good encounter made Suhan very excited. He wondered what precious resources would come next. Return to the forest. Suhan tried to find other blood red jade toads. But unfortunately, there was no second blood red jade toad around. However, catching one was already very satisfying. So, Suhan began to search for supplies normally. I must say, the area near the blood red jade toad's territory is very clean. Within a radius of 500 meters, one rarely saw the shadow of poisonous insects. This forms a stark contrast to the forest on the left. After walking for a while, a tree full of fruit came into view. Suhan looked up and found that it was actually a wild apple tree. It was about 7 meters tall, with a very lush crown, and many yellow and red fruits hanging from its branches. Unlike the apples commonly found in supermarkets, the apples here are only 4 centimeters in diameter. Among them, some of the fruits on the upper part of the crown had been mostly pecked by birds and had rotted away. But the fruits below were just fine. Suhan walked over, picked a fruit, wiped it with his lining, and took a bite. Crunch! Juice splattered. The taste was slightly sour, and the texture was crisp. The sweetness was decent. It was a fruit with a very nice appearance. Generally speaking, wild apples are usually very sour, so this one was quite good. It's a pity I don't have glass jars at home, otherwise, I would definitely make some apple jam. Suhan put down his backpack and started collecting. Considering that the fruits could not be bruised, he specially brought some straw from home today. He didn't expect to use it so soon. For a full 2 hours, Suhan picked all the apples he could reach. Even the apples pecked by birds, as long as they weren't spoiled, he didn't leave any behind. After all, if he didn't eat them, he could still feed his second senior brother. Then, Suhan took 6 full baskets of apples back to the hillside. He also had lunch while leaning against the cart. In the afternoon, he started to explore again. The resources on the right side of the woods were overall quite good. From time to time, he could find some wild vegetables and medicinal herbs. But he didn't find any spices. Unknowingly, he had ventured a kilometer into the woods. During this time, Suhan saw giant spiders catching birds and witnessed flocks of birds attacking poisonous insects. But as long as they didn't interfere with his exploration, he usually wouldn't take action. After all, it would waste exploration time. As he walked, Suhan suddenly discovered the traces of a wild chicken flock on a hillside. There were about 30 of them, their feathers black and shiny, with a white stripe on each side. The funniest part was that the feathers on the heads of these wild chickens were actually split gray. This appearance unexpectedly reminded Suhan of a deceased person from his hometown. After coming back to his senses, Suhan quickly remembered the name of this type of chicken. It was called Taikuan chicken. It's a very unique breed that survives by swallowing poisonous insects and is immune to most toxins. Taikuan chickens can lay eggs all year round, but the quantity is much less than that of ordinary wild chickens. Basically, they only lay about 10 eggs each month. At the same time, these chickens have very high requirements for their environment and temperature. Basically, Suhan couldn't raise them. However, after catching them, they could be cultivated in Dragon Country. Thinking about how the duck eggs at home are running low, these chicken eggs would be just right as a supplement. But I can't just go over and steal the eggs, I have to draw these Taikuan chickens away first. Suhan murmured. Taikuan chicken eggs are very nutritious. But they don't have much courage. If they get frightened, they are very likely to change their nests. So he must think of a way to attract the attention of these chickens. How about using a basketball? Suhan suddenly had an idea. But this kind of thing could only be thought of. Taikuan chickens don't like playing with balls, they are more into poisonous insects. At this moment, Suhan remembered his stealth skill and suddenly smiled. That's right, I can use stealth to catch some poisonous insects over. Then wouldn't this draw those foolish chickens away? Chapter 148, Stealing a Large Number of Eggs, Discovering Wild Water Chestnuts by the River. Having set the plan, Suhan returned to the woods with a basket. He carved 2 long sticks from branches. This way, he could easily collect poisonous insects. Half an hour later, Suhan came back with many poisonous insects and sprinkled them from the woods all the way to the hillside. Next, he just needed to wait for the first tycoon chicken to come over. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. In the distance, the tycoon chickens were still scratching the ground, with no signs of moving down the slope. Suhan's eyes turned, and he placed his hands near his mouth. Goo 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 goo. Goo 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 goo. This was the sound of the tycoon chickens discovering tasty food. Sure enough, the few closest tycoon chickens all looked up at once. Meanwhile, Suhan hid in the bushes, continuing to make the same sounds as before. The leading chicken showed a puzzled expression. At that moment, a black centipede flew out from the bushes, landing not far from it. This made the leading chicken extremely excited. Goo 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 goo. The nearby tycoon chickens also raised their heads and quickly spotted the poisonous insects down the slope. Thus, this group of chickens flapped their wings, crazily rushing down the hillside. And Suhan, holding the basket, revealed a sly smile. He headed straight for the chicken coop from another direction. Eat a lot, and you will forget the pain of losing your eggs. Upon reaching the hillside, Suhan followed the footprints and quickly found the first chicken nest. This was a nest hidden among the grass. Inside, there was a lot of dry grass and feathers. It didn't look very noticeable from the outside. But pulling aside the grass revealed round and plump eggs. Well done, there are actually 8 eggs. Suhan stole 7 eggs from inside, leaving 1 egg to comfort the mother hen. Otherwise, if he took them all, the mother hen would abandon the nest. At the same time, he left 3 recently dead large centipedes to provide nutrition for the mother hen. This showed just how considerate he was. Down the hill, the tycoon chickens were happily eating the poisonous insects. And up on the hill, Suhan was quickly stealing eggs. In total, there were 7 chicken nests, from which he collected 52 eggs. This was a great profit. Seeing that the tycoon chickens were about to return, Suhan quietly left from the back. A moment later, when the mother hen returned to the nest, she was stunned. Was she seeing things? Where are all my eggs? The mother hen was just about to get angry when a large centipede caught her attention. Goo 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 goo. With food in sight, the mother hen quickly forgot about what had just happened. In the live stream room, the audience was discussing chicken farming. I really think it's unnecessary to bring them back. The environment just isn't right, it's so cold outside. Where can Sushin find that many insects? Yeah, I also think it's better to let them roam here. As long as we take care of the large wild animals in the basin, wouldn't that be like our own chicken coop? Damn, the guy above has a point. I also think it's better not to bring them back. After all, the tycoon chickens lay many eggs every month. As long as we eliminate the potential threats, we can come regularly to collect the eggs without worrying about them. And if we take care of the large animals, we could even farm here. Although it's not suitable for building houses, farming should be fine, right? Indeed, +1 to the guy above. Inside the basin. After getting the eggs, Suhan hid them in a safe place and continued exploring. Even if he couldn't find useful resources next, today's gains already made him very satisfied. After that, Suhan explored many places. During this time, he found some poisonous plants and discovered more herbs. At 3:30 in the afternoon, when Suhan arrived at a cave deep in the dense forest, the survival prompt finally sounded. Ding. Congratulations on completing the preliminary exploration of the Malaya Small Basin. Current exploration progress is 10%. Reward, a shovel. Ah. What? Shovel. The moment Suhan saw the reward, his voice instantly soared. This time, he really drew a powerful artifact. Heaven knows how many wooden shovels he wore out while digging the foundation. Now, replacing a bird gun with a cannon, it would be much easier to excavate foundations in the future. In the live broadcast room, the audience congratulated him one after another. With convenient tools, he would save a lot of time and effort in the future. This was truly a joyous occasion. A few minutes later, Suhan regained his composure. He then began to carefully examine the cave in front of him. The cave was very narrow, the interior twisted and winding, and strange noises could be heard from time to time. Exploring such a place was not advised, because there was a high chance of encountering danger inside. Suhan thought for a moment and ultimately decided against exploring. It was already getting late, and rather than taking risks inside, it was much better to continue wandering in the basin. Who knows, he might find some useful resources. Leaving the cave. Crossing the jungle. Suhan was stopped by a river about 12 meters wide. If he wanted to continue exploring, he would either build a bridge, take a detour, or swim. Looks like today's exploration can only go this far. Suhan shook his head and began looking for supplies along the riverbank. Although he couldn't move forward, lateral exploration was still fine. After walking for a while, he suddenly felt the urge. Suhan picked some grass by the riverbank, preparing to go to the bathroom. At this moment, he spotted patches of floating water leaves on the river's surface. Their shape was very unique, developing multiple diamond-shaped leaves from a single stem. No way, can I really find resources just by taking a dump? Suhan held back his urge and used a stick to pull one stem up. When he saw several small black things that resembled cow horns hanging beneath the floating leaves, he immediately began to laugh. Family, we are rich again. Look. Does anyone recognize this thing? This is wild water chestnut. Although it's smaller than the cultivated variety, it is still edible. Water chestnuts, known as nuts of the water. The starch content in their fruit is as high as 45%, providing quality plant protein. At the same time, they are rich in vitamin B and vitamin C. They can be eaten raw. They can also be cooked and eaten. The only downside is that picking them is not very convenient, you have to get in the water. In a place like the basin, which has a spring-like climate all year round, pulling the entire root will prevent future growth. The normal way to pick them is to gently pull them from the water without disturbing the root. But that can wait. Suhan had reached his limits of patience. He must take care of this matter now. 10 minutes later. Suhan walked out of the woods with a relaxed face. Alright, now let's start picking water chestnuts. But we won't pick them all, we'll leave some for breeding and find a place to scatter the rest. Most of the water chestnuts are already mature at this stage. As long as they are hidden for a while, they can be directly planted when sprouted, and next year there will be more water chestnuts. After saying that, Suhan took off his clothes and grabbed a basket to start getting in the water. The water by the river was very clear. The water level was about 1.5 meters. There were neither leeches nor strange poisonous bugs, which was very suitable for harvesting. Suhan lifted the floating leaves, then picked the water chestnuts on top and put the leaves back in the water. Unfortunately, he hadn't brought a large wooden basin. Otherwise, he could have sat in the basin to pick. That would have made it much easier. Chapter 149, Cultivation Before Planting Water Chestnuts, Claiming Random Rewards. Suhan harvested quickly, filling a basket in a short time. But he didn't pick them all, he left some for breeding. At the same time, he also needed to plant some water chestnuts in other areas. This basin, although full of poisonous insects and unsuitable for living, was a holy land for planting, as it was spring all year round. Alright, I've finished picking. Next, it's time to store the water chestnuts in water. Suhan placed one basket of water chestnuts on the shore while the other basket waited to be stored in water. What is known as water storage? This is the post-ripening treatment for water chestnuts. In simple terms, it's about using clean water to preserve the vitality of the water chestnut sprout, waiting for it to grow from dormancy to sprouting. This method has a much higher germination rate than just throwing it directly into water. Because there is no container, I can only dig a pit to store it simply for now. Next time when I come by, I will replace it with a ceramic jar. Fortunately, I got a shovel today, otherwise, digging a pit would have been quite effortful. Suhan received a reward. It is a pointed iron shovel, perfect for digging. Choosing clean sandy soil, I dug a pit 40 centimeters deep, compressing the bottom and sides with the shovel. This simple water storage pool is now complete. Next, I need to pour water and soak the water chestnuts in it. After a bit of hustle, I have almost dried off the water on my body. Suhan put on his clothes and set off home with the remaining water chestnuts. Returning to the hillside. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel like today's wind seems a bit closer than yesterday's. Why is that? Suhan looked towards the wind direction with confusion. Can this thing really move? To verify my thoughts, I specifically recorded the position where the wind bursts forth, then pulled the cart home. There were a lot of goods on the cart today, so Suhan moved slowly. At 7 o'clock in the evening, he arrived home on time. Old Song was as warm as ever, even bringing over its captured prey. Today, it didn't catch a rabbit, but instead caught a yellow weasel. Suhan laughed at it, unable to help but tease. You guy really can catch everything except sheep, huh? Ayo woo. Old Song responded. There's really no mistake in that. In spring, it catches some ducks, in summer it's frogs. As for autumn and winter, it's rabbits and weasels. Upon entering the yard, Suhan began to unload the goods. First were the apples, these need to be stored in the cellar for preservation. So, he must first open the cellar and ventilate it. Next were the eggs. Over 50 eggs, which should last more than a month. So, Suhan thought to pickle some, leaving the rest for regular eating. Unloading the goods one by one. The fodder is to be stored away. At this time, Big Gray and the second husky eagerly ran over. Having not taken them out for 2 consecutive days, they were especially clingy now. Suhan squatted down and patted their heads, then went to cook. Tonight's dinner is boiled red-blooded toad and boiled water chestnuts. Upon reaching the bedroom. First, wash my hands, then take out the red-blooded toad and place it on the table. This thing is highly toxic while alive. But once it dies, the toxicity inside decreases rapidly. So as long as you don't damage its venom gland, this is an edible super bullfrog. Suhan used a dagger to first skin it, planning to make a spicy flavor later. The skin of the red-blooded toad is very red, but in fact, it is a delicacy. It can be eaten cold. Of course, it can also be stewed. This thing is just like beef. Either quickly blanch it or stew it for a long time. If it exceeds 5 minutes, the skin of the red-blooded toad will quickly harden, then it will become as tough as shoe soles, and you won't be able to bite through it. Removing the skin, blanch it in hot water. After getting rid of the slimy surface, add pepper, chile, and cinnamon to start stewing. If you want it to be soft and chewy, it has to be at least 40 minutes or more. After stewing the skin of the red-blooded toad, Suhan began to dissect its meat. The internal organs are absolutely inedible. The internal organs of the red-blooded toad contain a lot of toxins. Nobody dares to eat it except Koengu. So, all of it has to be removed. While handling the internal organs, Suhan happily found the most precious thing inside the red-blooded toad detox pearls. It is about the size of a quail egg and is red as blood. After peeling the membrane off, Suhan swallowed it in one bite. There was no taste and no special feeling at all. Was this it? Suhan frowned slightly, then opened his personal panel. At that moment, he discovered that the toxin resistance had increased by a full 5 points. Increased by so much? Suhan was somewhat shocked. You know, the title of King of Wild Hunts only increased toxin resistance by 3 points. And the scarlet blood toad actually increased it by 5 points. As expected, precious beasts are different. After taking the detox pearl, Suhan immediately began to process the meat of the scarlet blood toad. Since the skin was used for stewing, he chose to stir-fry this part. Preparing the ingredients. Chopping into pieces. With the oil pot heating on one side, he started boiling the water chestnuts on the other. Compared to the troublesome scarlet blood toad, boiling water chestnuts was undoubtedly the simplest. It only needed to be washed clean with fresh water, and then salt could be added directly for cooking. In just 20 minutes, it could be fished out and eaten directly. Seeing the oil pot emitting a bit of smoke, Suhan quickly poured the ingredients into the pot to stir-fry. Sichuan pepper, cinnamon leaves, chili. These 3 ingredients quickly released an aromatic fragrance, then he added the meat of the scarlet blood toad and stir-fried quickly. When the meat shrank slightly, he quickly added water and salt and covered the pot. 5 minutes later, Suhan poured the meat of the scarlet blood toad onto a plate, topped it with chopped chives, and poured sizzling Sichuan pepper oil over it to further enhance the aroma. Sizzle. Hot oil splashed onto the plate, and a rich fragrance instantly wafted out. Suhan picked up a piece with chopsticks, exclaiming, "So fragrant, so tender, this is way better than bullfrog." The meat of the scarlet blood toad had no earthy taste at all. On the contrary, it faintly exuded a hint of sweetness. After just one bite, Suhan couldn't stop himself. 10 minutes later, the water chestnuts were also ready. Suhan used a bamboo sieve to rinse the water chestnuts and cool them down, then bit into them to taste. They were sweet and had a tender texture. It was somewhat like eating chestnuts, but much softer than the hard ones. The taste was really good. After dinner, Suhan went outside to check on the 2 ewes. Their bellies had been getting bigger and bigger lately. Their temperaments were also getting gentler. "Here, try this freshly picked apple." Suhan patted the ewe's head and handed over the fruit. Before the ewe could taste it, Ergo unexpectedly tried to snatch it from the side. "Hey, that's too much, didn't I just give you one?" Bang! Suhan swung a fist and knocked Ergo to the ground. The ewes had long gotten used to the scene and weren't scared at all. In contrast, Ergo, even after being beaten to the point of seeing stars, he showed no intention of letting go. If there was a fight, so be it. He would never give up on the snacks in front of him. "Damn you! Get lost!" Suhan shoved Ergo away and locked the door. Otherwise, who knows if he would come back to steal fruit later. After feeding the ewes, Suhan returned to rest, lying on the Kong. At that moment, he remembered that he seemed to have a random reward that he hadn't claimed, and he didn't know what he would get. As long as it's not junk, anything will do. Suhan claimed the reward. With the sound of the national fortune prompt ringing, he unexpectedly drew a very unique reward. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a lightweight and sturdy climbing rope, length 50 meters. Huh? I can draw something like this? Suhan sat up in surprise. Climbing ropes are very different from ordinary ropes. They can better absorb impact during a fall, and are also much tougher. He never expected to get something so good. Although it was shorter than a normal climbing rope. But getting it was already very nice. 50 meters would generally be enough to descend most cliffs. In a pleasant mood, Suhan quickly closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day. Tuesday. Only 6 days remained until the arrival of winter. In the morning, thick fog enveloped the area. After getting up, Suhan cleaned the livestock room as usual. During this time, he also checked on the little wild boar. He threw the rotten fruit to second senior brother. Honestly, it seemed he quite liked it. After finishing his tasks at hand, Suhan pulled the cart and headed back to the Malaya Small Basin. But when he arrived at the destination, he found he couldn't get in. A terrifying whirlwind blocked his way. What's going on? Did yesterday's wind move? Suhan felt increasingly puzzled. So, he pulled the cart out and began to investigate what was happening inside the basin. He hadn't finished exploring this place yet, and now the door was shut against him. How frustrating. Suhan walked around the wind wall, but after several thousand meters, the wind wall still hadn't disappeared. Now he was stunned. He couldn't get in. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have gone home 2 days ago, he would have stayed inside to search thoroughly. But Suhan also felt something was slightly off. Since the National Luck Quest had exploration progress, this place shouldn't be impossible to explore. Unless, the wind wall of the basin weakens periodically. Suhan's eyes lit up, feeling he had grasped the key point. Thinking carefully. When he came here on the first day, those fierce winds erupting from underground were actually very far from him. But when he left yesterday evening, the distance had suddenly closed a lot. And today, he couldn't even get in. If that's the case, the wind in the west should be weaker. To verify his guess, Suhan began to return to the previous spot and then walked west along the wind wall. Sure enough, after walking just 500 meters, the wind had weakened. Walking another 500 meters, the wind blowing in was even strong enough to charge through. Alright, let's see what's going on inside. Suhan charged into the mist. Within just a few minutes, he plunged into the basin. At this moment, Suhan looked to the left. He saw that the place where he had come down the slope the day before was already shrouded by winds blowing from the side. And soon, the spot where he stood would also be occupied by that strange wind. What about the right side? Suhan looked to the west, and his heart sank. The wind on the right side was alarmingly close to him. It was about 3,000 meters away. But the place where he stood couldn't be reached, below was a cliff. Even if he brought climbing ropes, he couldn't reach the ground. It was too high here, at least several hundred meters. And even if he could explore, Suhan couldn't guarantee he could escape before the wind wall closed. It seems today I can only turn back. Suhan shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. Though he couldn't explore the basin. But there were still plenty of resources along the way. For example, the mushrooms in the forest. And those lively, cute squirrels. Since he was out, Suhan decided not to return empty-handed. As for the basin, he decided to come take a look every day in the future. At least, he should first understand the rules here. Just when Suhan was about to leave, the prompt sound of the National Luck Quest suddenly rang out. Congratulations on discovering the secret of the Malaya Small Basin, exploration progress increased by 10%, current exploration progress is 20%, congratulations on receiving 3 points of National Luck Value Reward. Oh wow. Looks like I guessed right. Suhan smiled faintly. Since he found the reason, then all he needed to do next was to find the rules of the basin. He would be able to come and go freely. On the way back, Suhan picked a lot of mushrooms. Among them, he filled a whole basket just with chicken fat mushrooms. And there were equally many porcini mushrooms in mushrooms. Around noon, Suhan ate some water chestnuts and boiled eggs, then picked up his axe to hunt squirrels. After all, since he couldn't get into the basin, he could only make the squirrels compensate him. Thud, thud, thud. Crack. With the fall of a tree, the cute squirrel lost its home. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the distance, on a tree, the squirrel's fur stood on end. It desperately searched for its food for an entire autumn, but it was all gone. Winter was just around the corner. How can I live like this? But down below, that two-legged beast has to say something. Thank you, nature's gift, for having 10 pounds. If only the squirrel understood human language, it would probably die of anger. But luckily, I, the little squirrel, have several nests. Even if one nest is raided, I can still manage to survive. Who knew? The devil down there suddenly looked at me, with an evil grin, whispering to itself. I remember, squirrels seem to have more than one nest. For some reason, the squirrel suddenly had a bad feeling. Wait a minute. This guy wouldn't intend to. Suhan ran to the tree where the squirrel was, raising the axe high, and then swung it down again in the despairing gaze of the squirrel. Thud. 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 No. Damn two-legged beast. Though the squirrel cursed endlessly in its heart, it still couldn't stop the tree from falling. Moments later, Suhan indeed found a large number of nuts. Ha, I knew this guy was standing at the door. Bro, this time we hit the jackpot. Feeling around the hole with his hand, it was indeed filled to the brim with nuts. So satisfying. Thank you, nature's gift. Though I can't explore the basin today, finding so many nuts feels pretty good. And the squirrel had been infuriated to the point of fainting. Gone. All gone. Its life has already come to an end. Of course, the misfortune didn't stop with just this one squirrel. After Suhan raided the nuts in the tree hole, he went to search for the next unlucky one. Only after he left did the squirrel slowly wake up. Looking at the figure fading away, it felt angrier and thus quietly followed him. Afterwards, Suhan cut down many more trees. The nuts he gathered filled 3 baskets to the brim. But he didn't notice that a little guy was secretly following his cart. At 4 in the afternoon. Nearby squirrels had already been raided once. Suhan saw that his cart was almost full and left satisfied. When passing that high-quality clay spot, he also loaded 2 baskets of clay back and even gathered a lot of dry grass. Mainly focused on not wasting space. Inside the cart, the little red squirrel was hugging the stored food of other squirrels, carefully nibbling away. The feeling of raiding others' belongings really was different, huh? Chapter 151, Finally Understanding the Basin's Rules, Strange Snake Gathering Place. Back home, starting to unload the goods. Suhan placed the mushrooms on a bamboo sieve to dry, while laying out the nuts to sun-dry. Just as he was moving things, suddenly a red little creature fell out from the gaps of the bamboo basket. Oh, when did this squirrel come along? Suhan recognized this little guy. It was the first unlucky one he had raided. Its fur was fiery red, but its head was a bit bald, though that big tail was truly beautiful. The problem is, does it not fear for its life by coming here? Suhan poked the squirrel's head with his finger. As a result, it actually rolled over, pushing his finger away. Goodness. Sleeping so soundly. Suhan laughed, then picked it up by the neck and placed it on some dry grass. He continued to unload the supplies. Until the whole cart was unloaded, the little squirrel still hadn't woken up. Suhan squatted down and flicked its nose with his finger. Only then did the little one groggily open its eyes. Chirp. Chirp. The little red squirrel looked at the 2-legged beast looming so close, suddenly waking up. It let out a sharp scream and quickly hid behind the cart, cautiously peeking out with just its head to observe the human in front of it. Suhan smiled, taking out a few nuts and placing them on the ground. Want to eat? The squirrel showed a longing expression, but its body dared not move. Suhan tossed the nuts in front of the squirrel. But before the little guy could scurry over to collect them, a huge creature suddenly lunged towards him. The little squirrel's face paled, and it immediately ran up to the rooftop in fright. This place is just too terrifying. Not only are there 2-legged beasts, but there are also scary gray wolves. Help me. Oh, what kind of hell am I in? Watching the squirrel darting up to the rooftop, Suhan chuckled and tossed a few nuts up. He wasn't lacking food now. So, if this squirrel didn't leave, it could be tamed. In the future, when going out, he could send it to find other squirrels' homes, instead of opening blind boxes one by one himself. The little squirrel saw the food flying up and hurriedly rushed to it. After all, they were all its lifelines. In the evening, Suhan came out of the storage room and fixed a small wooden box on the roof. Since he wanted to recruit some staff, he naturally couldn't shortchange them. Basic facilities had to be provided. The little squirrel stood aside, its eyes still alert. Only after Suhan left did it slowly crawl in front of the wooden box. Upon seeing it stuffed with nuts, the squirrel's eyes immediately lit up. Yay! Food is back. And this new nest is so comfy. The little squirrel likes it. The little squirrel comfortably lay in the soft hay and quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, inside the house, he was stewing water caltrops and beef. Once full and satisfied, Suhan started to twist hemp rope again. Although he drew climbing rope, the most frequently used was still hemp rope. This kind of thing consumed regularly, so whenever he had time, Suhan would always twist some. Little by little, when he needed it in the future, he could just take it and use it. In the following days, Suhan would always wake up early to investigate the basin. Since he couldn't enter for now, he didn't pull the cart, but simply jogged over. He treated it purely as exercise. On Wednesday, the entire basin was completely shut down. By Friday morning, when Suhan went over, he was amazed to find the wind wall was weakening. Following this trend, the entrance would open on Saturday. That night, he prepared the climbing rope, bamboo basket, and other tools in advance. The next day, morning, 5:30. Stars were still hanging in the sky as Suhan pulled the cart out early. When he arrived at the misty area, only 2 hours had passed. And the sky was already bright. Entering the mist, Suhan headed straight for the initial entrance. The wind wall that had originally blocked his way had disappeared. Indeed, my judgment was correct. The basin opens every Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and cannot be entered at other times. On Monday, I would mostly go do tasks, so generally speaking, I can only search on the weekends. Arriving inside the basin, Suhan saw that the wind wall on the left side was constantly weakening. This also confirmed his suspicion. Around evening, the wind wall should retreat a kilometer. And tomorrow would resemble last week when he came here. However, there's no time to think more now. I must explore this place as thoroughly as possible while the basin is being developed. Otherwise, I'll have to participate in tasks again on Monday. Suhan parked the cart on the hillside as usual, grabbing the basket and tools to head down. Descending the hillside, he headed straight for the right riverbank. This time, he planned to build a bridge over. After all, he would need to come here often. If there are good things on the other side, wouldn't it be much more convenient to have a bridge? The method of building the bridge was the same as in the valley. But there was no rapids here, so he could just choose the narrowest part of the river. At 11 in the morning, the bridge made from a single log was completed. Crossing the riverbank, the poisonous insects in the forest were slightly reduced, and the resources were not many. Could it be that my bridge was built in vain? Suhan felt puzzled. After walking for about 20 minutes, the spicy strips in the woods gradually increased, and the types were very diverse. Green bamboo leaves, pythons, black tarantulas. Even as he walked, a snake could fall from a tree. Oh no! I just fell into a snake pit. Where did so many spicy strips come from? Suhan frowned, continually using a wooden stick to throw the obstructing snakes far away. This place feels a bit off. Although there are many poisonous insects in the basin, the number of snakes in this forest is overwhelmingly high. What a pity, I didn't encounter the 5th-generation flower poison snake. Otherwise, it could further enhance my physique. After crossing the woods, a mountain peak dozens of meters high lay ahead. While the number of snakes had decreased, their size had obviously increased significantly. In the live broadcast room, the viewers gasped in astonishment. What the hell is going on? Has Sugod entered a snake den? Oh no! So many snakes, I'm feeling itchy all over. I don't like reptiles. There can't be this many snakes in a snake den. Sugod, why don't we stop searching? It's too dangerous here. No wonder there aren't any other creatures in the forest, they must have all been bitten to death by the snakes. Suhan reached halfway up the mountain. He looked around. He noticed that the temperature here was very high, and a wide river surrounded the area. Basically, the bridge he had just crossed was in vain. But since he was already here, he might as well climb to the top of the mountain. Just as he was walking, a loud hissing sound from a large number of snakes suddenly reached his ears. What's going on? Are there even more snakes? Suhan climbed to the top of the mountain and looked ahead, his eyes narrowing sharply. Below the mountain, there was a huge shallow water pit, and thousands of snakes were fighting fiercely in it. They were biting and devouring each other, all striving to reach the center by eliminating their opponents. Weak snakes were only fit to be food, only the strong could advance. What on earth are they doing? Is there something attracting these snakes? At this moment, mist was constantly wafting above the water pit, preventing Suhan from seeing the specific situation inside. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze blew by. The original mist dispersed accordingly. And Suhan finally saw what drove the snake swarm completely crazy. Chapter 152, The Extremely Rare Medicine, Blue Dragon's Blood Orchid. It was countless light blue flower stamens. Their stems were crystal clear, and the petals were an enchanting blue. It's actually the blue dragon's blood orchid, Suhan exclaimed. The encyclopedia recorded. The blue dragon's blood orchid is an extremely rare and precious medicine. Its growth environment is very extreme. It needs continuous high heat and a large amount of blood for irrigation. The data recorded that this plant blooms only once every 2 years, and after consumption, it can activate the potential within an organism and even cure certain congenital diseases. looking at the poisonous snakes constantly fighting for the blue dragon's blood orchid. A hint of greed flashed in Su-han's eyes. Such a precious treasure, he must find a way to get some. But with so many poisonous snakes below, what should he do? Although he has the stealth skill, this does not mean invisibility, it only reduces presence. If he directly approached to pick it, he would definitely be surrounded and attacked by all the poisonous snakes. After all, they also want to consume the blue dragon's blood orchid. The only way is to create chaos, then take it from above. At this time, Su-han thought of the climbing rope he had just acquired. But just having this thing is not enough. He needs to distract the attention of these poisonous snakes from the blue dragon's blood orchid to somewhere else. For example, using thick smoke as a diversion. Su-han seriously observed his surroundings and found that a strong wind was constantly blowing from the left. If he set up a large bonfire there, maybe he could drive away these snakes. No matter what, I'll give it a try. If I wait any longer, the blue dragon's blood orchid will probably be devoured clean by these spicy strips. Su-han turned and entered the forest, starting to gather a large amount of firewood. To create thick smoke, he needed to get some half-dry, half-wet branches and fresh leaves. His movements were quick. In less than 20 minutes, he set up a whole row of firewood at the windward side. But this is not enough to drive the poisonous snakes away. There must be 2 more bonfires down the slope. When everything was busy done, Su-han then lit the bonfire one by one. Alright, let's see if this smoke does its job. Su-han quickly returned to the mountaintop and tied the climbing rope to a 20-meter-high tree. After confirming that the rope was secure, Su-han went back to the cliff to observe. Next, he just had to wait for the smoke to spread. Woo-woo! The wind blew from the distance. This made the pile of firewood catch fire violently. Buzz! Buzz! The flames were covered by leaves, bursting out large amounts of thick smoke. Following the wind, it continued to blow towards the water pool below. At this moment, some snakes sensed the smoke and hurriedly tried to escape into the woods. Unfortunately, the entrance to the woods was also billowing with thick smoke. This made the venomous snakes very uncomfortable, so they could only flee towards the distant river. Their respiratory systems were extremely fragile. If covered with thick smoke, they would easily suffocate and die. And in the center of the puddle, the venomous snakes that had managed to squeeze in naturally did not want to leave so soon. But when large amounts of smoke were blown in by the wind, they finally couldn't sit still anymore. Although the blue dragon blood orchid was extremely precious, life was the most important thing. The snakes frantically rushed towards the riverbank, completely unaware that a person was slowly descending above them. 1 flower. 2 flowers. 3 flowers. Only 8 flowers left, huh? There were still over 60 just now. These beasts really deserve to die. They actually consumed so many of my things. Su-han cursed softly, but his hands kept moving. He put all the blue dragon blood orchids into his arms. Then he quickly climbed up the rope. The reason he didn't wipe out all the snakes was that he still needed them to cultivate blue dragon blood orchids in the future. If he killed them all, where would he get so much snake blood to feed them? Back at the mountaintop, Su-han packed up the rope and quickly left. Since the treasure was in hand, there was no need to stay in this ghostly place any longer. Leaving the venomous snake forest, Su-han hurried back to the hillside. He took out 3 blue dragon blood orchids and started to chew them. The flowers smelled very fragrant, but the juice had a rich bloody taste. It felt like swallowing blood. As for why he didn't swallow all the dragon blood orchids, it was actually very simple. Humans could only eat 3 flowers in their lifetime. Eating more than that would be useless. Animals needed to reduce the dosage, about 1/6 of humans. If it were a particularly small animal, it only needed a little bit of juice. After consuming the blue dragon blood orchids, his body showed no changes. This was a normal phenomenon. Basically, the effects of the blue dragon blood orchids would gradually take place after more than 6 hours. If the body was soaked in hot water, the absorption of the medicine would be faster. However, Su-han was not in a hurry to go back. He wanted to gather some supplies and return for a bath in the evening. Otherwise, after tomorrow, he would have to go on a mission again. If he wanted to come back again, he would have to wait until next week. Su-han did not want to waste such precious time. In the afternoon, Su-han kept searching for supplies in the woods. During this time, he picked a large amount of mint, found many wild vegetables. He even dug up a big handful of wild coriander. Although his vegetable patch at home was already planted, who would complain about having more food? Besides that, Su-han also planted the Jerusalem artichokes he brought to a piece of land at the foot of the hillside. At home, the cold weather made everything grow slowly. But here it was different. The Malaya Basin was spring-like all year round, very suitable for the growth of Jerusalem artichokes. In the evening, Suhan loaded a full cart of goods to leave. In addition to wild vegetables, he also collected many fungi, caught 2 Tican chickens, and picked many wild fruits. Back home, after unloading the goods, Suhan started boiling water for a bath. At first, he didn't feel much. After about 5 minutes, the lower abdomen gradually became hot, countless sweat beads emerged from all over his body. Suhan calmed his breathing, but the heat continued to be released. Strangely, his hearing suddenly became heightened. Clearly staying inside the shelter, yet he could hear the sound of a cow licking a calf in the distant cow shed. Suhan suddenly woke up, his eyes filled with shock. To know, the place where he soaked was almost 20 meters away from the cow's room. I can hear this? Damn, the effect of the blue dragon blood orchid is too exaggerated. Suhan muttered to himself. He closed his eyes, trying to see if the sound he heard was an illusion. As a result, the sound became even clearer. At that moment, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang out. Detected that the host is focusing on listening to the cow next door. Congratulations, you have learned a new passive skill, listening. Tip: the higher the skill level, the more developed the hearing. Note, if the host does not want to be disturbed by excessive sounds, the shielding function can be turned on, and all useless sounds will be automatically blocked, but threatening creatures and sounds you actively want to hear will not be missed. Suhan was slightly taken aback, suddenly feeling that he had been a bit slack lately. Although collecting materials is very important, developing passive skills more is the root of his existence. This is not good, it must be changed. Starting tomorrow, Suhan decided to learn a new skill every 3 days. Whether it's from himself or from the outside, learning cannot be stopped. But it must be said, the power of the blue dragon blood orchid is indeed very strong. In addition to enhancing hearing, Suhan's night vision and sense of smell were also strengthened. But he felt that the effect of this medicine should be more than just this. Chapter 153, Herbal Medicine? This is clearly a potential development potion. Found wild lamb's quarters. With the gradual release of the medicinal power in his body, Suhan's body became hotter and hotter. The whole process lasted half an hour before his body temperature returned to normal. Drying off the water on his body, putting on his clothes, Suhan went outside, wanting to test the changes in his body. Just as he opened the door, the smell of countless animal droppings rushed into his nostrils with the wind. At that moment, it almost made him vomit. Ugh! Cough! Suhan quickly covered his nose. This enhanced sense of smell feels like it's not a good thing. Previously, when he hadn't taken the blue dragon blood orchid, the smell in the house was bearable. But now it choked him to the point of nearly blacking out. But at this moment, Suhan discovered the third change that the blue dragon blood orchid brought him. The first was hearing. The second was smell. The third was dynamic vision. Those small objects lifted by the wind, Suhan could now clearly see all the flying trajectories. Besides that, in the subsequent tests, Suhan found that his response speed and jumping ability had also improved. This shows how powerful the effects of the blue dragon blood orchid are. But this is just the beginning. To completely digest the medicinal effect, it will take more than 3 months. Back in the room, Suhan cooked while educating the experts from Long Nation about the knowledge of the blue dragon blood orchid. This morning, he picked 8 flowers, which were returned 2 times in total. Long Nation obtained 40,000 blue dragon blood orchids. Although currently, resources are scarce, it may not be possible to cultivate them. But in the future, there will definitely be no problem. To cultivate blue dragon blood orchids, the temperature cannot be lower than 32 degrees, or else the leaves will wither. Secondly, this flower must live in water and needs to be watered with a large amount of fresh blood every 3 days. If conditions allow, it's best to water with fresh blood every day. This can shorten the maturation period. As for the effects of the blue dragon blood orchid, after my testing, it can strengthen the body's 5 senses, enhance dynamic vision and response speed, but the specific effects may vary from person to person. At this moment, inside the Dragon Country Tactical Research Room, experts listened to Suhan's introduction, their mouths agape. Is this thing a herbal medicine? If you say it is a material for potential development potions, I would believe it. However, everyone shares a consensus. If the blue dragon blood orchid can be artificially cultivated, the physical fitness of the residents of Dragon Country will far surpass that of all other countries. Just thinking about it is exciting. After the introduction, the audience in the live broadcast room was completely stirred up. Wow, this thing can't be the raw material for the potential development potion from novels, right? It's very possible. Everyone thinks about those venomous snakes in the forest during the day, they look obviously stronger than others. No wonder Su God is always so excited. This thing is indeed powerful, a national treasure. And as long as it can be successfully cultivated, it can enhance the physique of all residents of Dragon Country. In the future, we'll enter an era where everyone is a sharpshooter. Let's see if the foreign devils are scared. If they don't believe it, let's pull them out and give it a try. I'm just afraid they won't have a chance to get to us, lol. After the explanation, Su-han's meal was also ready. After eating and drinking enough, he began the daily maintenance of the cart. Recently, he had been pulling it out every day. If he didn't maintain it well, it would probably break down soon. Checking. Oiling. After finding no issues, Su-han then happily returned to the house. He came to the table. Poured a cup of rose ginseng tea. Su-han then picked up the encyclopedia and began to read. He increasingly felt the importance of this book. If he had not drawn it at the beginning, he would probably be afraid to eat many fruits and vegetables, let alone recognize the 5-generation flower venomous snake and the blue dragon blood orchid. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. After finishing reading the encyclopedia, Su-han went to sleep on the Kong. The next day, it was the weekend. The day before the task was released. In the morning, before dawn, Su-han pulled the cart and continued towards the Malaya Basin. However, this time the exploration direction changed to the east. He spent the whole morning exploring the basin as much as possible to increase the exploration progress. Entering the depths of the basin, wild grass and venomous insects grew more abundant. Su-han was almost using a shovel to forcefully create a path. Thanks to the enhancement of his 5 senses. No matter where the venomous insects were hiding in the grass, he could always easily perceive them and deal with them in advance. Unknowingly, the exploration progress reached 30%. The National Fortune Survival awarded 1 point to the speed attribute. This surprised Su-han. He never expected there would also be attribute point rewards. He truly struck it rich. Close to noon, Su-han finally broke through the dense forest and arrived at a wide grassy area. At this time, a patch of green plants ahead caught his eye. They were about a meter tall, with red, barrel-shaped flowers blooming at the top, and the leaf edges were jagged. Oh, there's actually wild mugwort here? Brothers, it seems we have a wild vegetable we can eat often in the future. Su-han observed it and confirmed that this was the lifesaver spoken of by the older generation. This wild vegetable is very delicious. Its texture is smooth and tender, with a fragrant taste mixed with a hint of bitterness. It is one of the most delicious wild vegetables. Key point: wild mugwort is very resilient. In the south, it can be sown year-round, and within a month, it can be continuously harvested. Basically, you can grow one batch and eat for several months. And in front of Su-han, this patch of wild mugwort had about 10 plants altogether. Some were just sprouting, not yet 30 centimeters tall, while others had fully matured and bloomed. This hardy wild vegetable is undoubtedly the most suitable for the people of Dragon Country. Hopefully, it can be returned multiple times later. Su-han moved forward to harvest. To trigger multiple returns, he deliberately used his nails to pick the seeds one by one. After a moment, the prompts from National Fortune Survival kept sounding. Dragon Country contestant Su-han collected a wild mugwort seed, triggering a 20,000-fold return. Congratulations to Dragon Country for obtaining 20,000 wild mugwort seeds. Dragon Country contestant Su-han collected a wild mugwort seed. Trigger a 30,000 times return. Congratulations to Dragon Country for obtaining 30,000 wild arugula seeds. Dragon Country contestant Su-han collected a wild arugula seed, triggering a 20,000 times return. Congratulations to Dragon Country for obtaining 20,000 wild arugula seeds. At that moment, the audience was stunned. Huh? Isn't this exploiting a bug? Bro, what bug? This is called a reasonable use of mechanics. You understand nothing. God-Su is truly amazing. To use such a method to increase the return rate, I am really in awe. God-Su, I am indeed harvesting. Is there a problem? National Fortune Survival. Oh no, guys, we have encountered a wool-pulling player. National Fortune Survival. This is the first time I have met such a shameless contestant, but he hasn't broken any rules. On site. The seed harvesting ended. Su-han shamelessly said. Sigh, it's a pity, it only triggered a return 4 times. But, I'm not a greedy person, I am very content. After finishing the seed collection, next is to harvest the leaves. Although wild arugula is hard to eat after it flowers. But it's still fine to take back to feed pigs. As for the tender ones, they are taken back to stir-fry and eat. As for the wild arugula seeds, Su-han plans to take them out and plant them by the river at the entrance. This way, future harvesting will be much easier. Chapter 154, Discovering Wild Onions in Purslane, the kangaroo contestant that died as soon as entering the special area. After placing the wild arugula in the backpack, Su-han did not conduct a thorough search of the grassland. Instead, he climbed to the treetops, using binoculars for long-distance observation. As expected, this grassy area has no exploration value at all. Besides wild weeds and poisonous insects, there are no edible resources. Though there are some herbs. But it is not worth making a trip for. It seems like I can only change direction. Suhan turned to look along the stream and the grassland, gazing into the distance. This time he found something good. Parilla. Indeed, resources are more abundant by the water. Suhan continued to look into the distance. Then he unexpectedly discovered wild onions and a patch of purslane. These two are indeed good things. Wild onions are, needless to say, the most commonly used spice in daily cooking, not enough to eat. And purslane is not bad either. It reproduces quickly, can be eaten as a vegetable. It can be blanched and eaten cold. It can be used in soups. In the north, it is often used as filling for dishes. Dried, it has a unique flavor. Did not expect to get a surprise before leaving. Suhan smiled, quickly climbed down the tree, and headed straight for the wild onions and purslane. There's no need to leave any wild onions behind, just take them all. As for purslane, he needs to collect seeds, then gather its roots, leaving the roots to continue growing. In the spring-like basin, it can be harvested repeatedly like chives. 5 minutes later, Suhan arrived in front of the wild onions. Their quantity is very small, only a dozen combined. But there is much more purslane, there's a whole patch, estimated to be about 3 square meters. Suhan squatted down, starting to collect purslane seeds. His movements were very careful. Because purslane seeds are wrapped in a thin white shell. As long as he applies slight pressure with his fingers, this layer of shell will crack, and the seeds will scatter on the ground. Therefore, Suhan would save the collected seeds in a bamboo jar. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the shell cracking. After dealing with the seeds, it was time to harvest purslane. To allow it to continue growing and reproducing, Suhan made sure to leave 2 branches on the root when picking. In this way, new side buds will sprout after 2 weeks. The return notification sound from National Fortune Survival kept ringing. Other contestants were envious. Among them, the Kangaroo Country contestant Pinkman. Seeing Suhan's large returns, he also developed an interest in exploring the special area. The special area found by Pinkman was called Forest Bug Valley. Difficulty index 2.5 stars. In fact, he had found this special area 2 days ago. But at that time, Pinkman was reinforcing his shelter, so he didn't go in to explore. Now he couldn't hold back any longer. If it's dangerous, then I will just run away. If there is no danger, I can also have constant supplies in the future. Pinkman didn't believe he could survive the long winter. He had chopped a lot of firewood. But food and clothes were far fewer than other contestants. So, he urgently needed a place that could provide abundant resources. With a backpack and a torch, Pinkman came to a huge tree hole. This was a place he had discovered by chance. Once inside the tree hole, there was a long tunnel. And its endpoint was the entrance to the insect valley of Senyuan. He crawled into the tunnel. Inside, the sound of wind occasionally came through. But due to the approaching winter, it was still very dry inside. After walking for about an hour and a half, Pinkman finally reached the end. Pushing aside the fallen leaves above, a lush green meadow appeared before him. The air was stuffy and hot. But it was still better than freezing outside. Ha, in such a hot place, I definitely will not go out even if I die. Pinkman crawled out and said excitedly. But he didn't notice that a 40-centimeter giant spider was resting above his head. Looking around. This special area was at the bottom of a rift valley, with mountain walls on both sides, about 1,000 meters wide. Among them, the upper mountain walls were leaning inward. This made it difficult for the cold wind to enter here. Looking at the large area of green plants and trees, Pinkman decided to spend the night here. But just after taking a few steps, he felt an unbearable itch on his neck. He reached out to scratch gently but didn't touch his skin, instead, he felt a fleshy thing. Pinkman trembled all over, suddenly feeling something was wrong. What is this thing? He tried to grab it with his hand but found it was oval-shaped, about the size of an egg. Fuck! Pinkman yanked the thing off his neck with all his strength. As a result, he only pulled off half of it. One half was still tightly biting his neck. At this moment, he discovered that this thing was similar to a mountain leech. Commonly known as dry leech. Damn it, when did it crawl onto my neck? Pinkman scratched hard and used a lot of effort to get it off. But at this time, something even more terrifying happened. He felt an itchy sensation on his legs and back. Could it be? Pinkman quickly took off his pants and saw that both his hairy legs were crawling with the black dry leeches from before. Could it be the fallen leaves at the entrance just now? He turned to look behind him and saw that the ground was indeed crawling with dry leeches. But Pinkman was too excited earlier, so he didn't pay attention to the situation on the ground. This scene scared the viewers in kangaroo country to death. At the same time, it made viewers from other countries understand one thing. The special area was very dangerous. Even exploration had to be done with caution. Otherwise, one would end up like Pinkman now. Fuck. Die for me. Fuck. Pinkman took out his dagger and began to clean the bugs off him. Each time he pulled out a dry leech, there would be another wound on his leg. By the time he cleaned his legs, he was already covered in injuries. And there were still dry leeches on his back, continuously sucking blood. Just as Pinkman was about to take off his clothes to deal with the bugs on his back, a spider the size of a bull dropped right in front of his eyes. At this moment, he was dumbfounded. No. Don't do this. I want to leave this place, I want to leave. Pinkman didn't want to stay for even a second now. But before he could turn around to leave, this pure white spider lunged at him. As the toxin entered his body, the other spiders resting in the tree began to fall down one after another. And the biggest one was leisurely descending. They were the indigenous people of the wilderness, known as white wilderness bird-eating spider, a terrifying spider that survives by preying on birds. With a terrible scream, Pinkman was soon surrounded by countless spiders. 5 minutes later, the survival prompt for National Fortune sounded. The contestant from kangaroo country, Pinkman, has been eliminated. This event sounded the alarm for all contestants. Although there are abundant resources in the special area, without enough strength, going there is simply a death wish. On Suhan's side, he was pulling a cart back home. When he heard the prompt sound, he couldn't help but shake his head. Another unlucky soul attracted by resources, wanting to explore the special area. Everyone only saw themselves collecting a lot of resources, but had no idea how dangerous the special area was. Originally, as long as one worked hard, they could survive, yet they chose to challenge the special area instead. So tragic. Back home. It was exactly 7 o'clock in the evening. Unloading. Cooking. Feeding pets. By the time everything was done, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Next came the wait for the task to be released. Suhan brought out the spinning wheel, ready to do some work. Anyway, being idle is still idle, so might as well spin some yarn. Midnight. The task was released. The National Fortune survival prompt sounded on time. Chapter 155, The Ice-Cold Winter Beast Challenge begins. Ding. A new week has arrived, and this week's task is the Ice-Cold Winter Beast Challenge. Starting from 8 in the morning, it will immediately snow in all contestants' areas and various beasts will be released. Notice, after entering the competition, all plants in the area will enter a special protection state and will not be harmed or destroyed by the cold. Notice, pets raised by contestants can choose to be temporarily stored. After the task ends, the pets will automatically return and will not affect their development and growth. Please note, the temperature and weather will gradually worsen over the task period, peaking on the last day and night. Notice, the minimum temperature for this task is minus 30 degrees. Notice, the disasters caused by this task will disappear after the task ends. Notice, at the start of this task, contestants can choose the difficulty level, but once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Notice, the higher the difficulty, the colder the temperature, the more beasts released, and the more points earned. At the highest difficulty, points are 3 times that of the normal situation. Notice, for each day survived, points increase by 10. Notice, before the end of the task, all contestants must earn no less than 120 points, otherwise it will be considered a task failure. Notice, failing the task will result in a random penalty. Notice, this week's task will last for 6 days, and the top 20 contestants will receive random rewards and National Fortune rewards, while the champion will receive a generous reward and a chance to spin the lucky wheel. Notice, this week's task will feature beast invasions. All contestants should be prepared to fight against the beasts at any time. Lucky Wheel, a lottery event where you are guaranteed to win precious rewards. Notice, the wilderness world has officially entered winter climate, temperatures will continue to drop, and fog and snowfall will increase, causing water sources in various places to slowly freeze. Finally, I wish all contestants to survive safely. The task announcement ended. Unexpectedly, this time, there was no dungeon map for the task. Instead, the adventure would take place right at their doorstep. After reading the announcement, Suhan's eyes couldn't help but light up. This week's task was purely a welfare handout. Although it looked somewhat difficult, it was actually giving all contestants fur and beast meat. Only useless and lazy contestants would fail to complete it. Looking at it this way, National Fortune survival was still very considerate. Since there's no difficulty, then I'll sleep. Suhan blew out the candle and quickly fell asleep. But other contestants showed distress on their faces. If it were just simple beast hunting, there wouldn't be much pressure. But with the severe cold and beast invasions, it became a bit challenging. During this time, although they had reinforced their shelters, none had built walls like Su-Han did. Now, whenever wild beasts invade, one can only hide inside the shelter. If it were just a lone wolf, it would be fine. But if they encounter a pack of wolves or a grizzly bear, their shelter is basically made of paper. Thus, all the contestants dare not sleep and reinforce the door multiple times overnight. The next day, at 6:30 in the morning, Su-Han woke up early as usual to practice martial arts. With the completion of his practice, the system's notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in for a month. Your martial arts talent has been enhanced. Finally enough. Su-Han smiled slightly. The enhancement of martial arts talent is crucial for him. It concerns a person's limit. The higher the martial arts talent, the more breakthroughs one can make. One can even easily accomplish what ordinary people cannot. With a full stomach, Su-Han sent the fish from the pond, the cow, and the goat to the temporary space for safekeeping. Of course, the wild boar, squirrel, and the wolves at home were treated the same way. But when it was time for Gray, Erha, and Old Song, an unexpected thing happened. They actually chose to refuse. Huh? What do you mean? Su-Han gathered the three wolves and looked at them in confusion. It was fine even when he wasn't home before. What happened today? At this moment, a dialogue box from the National Fortune survival game popped up. Detected that your pets want to stay and fight alongside you. Do you agree? Note, if you disagree, the pets will be forcibly sent away. You want to stay to do tasks with me? Well, that's fine, but don't regret it. I'm going to challenge the highest difficulty. Su-Han said seriously. The National Fortune survival game conveyed his meaning to the three pets. The three wolves had determined looks. If they could speak, they would only say two words. Loyalty. Seeing his pets so loyal, Su-Han decided to give them a surprise. He crushed a half-dragon blood orchid and presented it to the three wolves. Here, eat this. Although I don't know what effect it will have on you, your strength will definitely increase. The three wolves sniffed, then quickly licked the small bowl clean. The preparations were ready, now they just waited for the task to begin. 15 minutes later. At 8 sharp. The task officially began. The originally clear sky suddenly turned dark with clouds. Countless snowflakes fell from the sky. And the temperature quickly dropped to -10 degrees. At this time, a dialogue box popped up. Please choose the adventure difficulty you wish to challenge. Tip: killing small animals will earn 2 points, killing large animals will earn 5 points, and killing large ferocious beasts will earn 20 points. Choice 1, Adventurer difficulty. In this mode, beasts will not actively attack in the first 3 days, and snowstorms will not occur. Point multiplier is normal, starting from the 4th day, beasts will enter a frenzy state. Choice 2, Invader difficulty. In this mode, beasts are extremely irritable and will actively attack contestants, and snowstorms will occur randomly, but each time will not exceed 2 hours. Point multiplier is 1.5 times. Tip: at Invader difficulty, you will face 2 beast attacks. Choice 3, Reaver difficulty. In this mode, the number of beasts will increase significantly, and they will be bloodthirsty throughout. Snowfall and temperature drops will be more frequent, and there will definitely be all-night snowstorms at night. Point multiplier is 3 times. Tip: at Reaver difficulty, you will face 3 beast attacks, and there will definitely be an encounter with a large ferocious beast. Please note, contestants will receive a supply box every 2 days of persistence, rewards depending on the difficulty. Task introduction finished. Su-Han unhesitatingly chose Reaver difficulty. The next moment, the snowflakes falling from the sky began to increase dramatically. What was originally just a few flakes of snow suddenly became a heavy snowfall. And the temperature plummeted to -15 degrees. On the distant mountain, countless wolf howls echoed back and forth. And on the grass of the north bank by the lake, many red-eyed rabbits appeared. In the further northern area, there appeared a group of long-haired goats with large horns and very violent tempers. Near the valley, a hefty white bear roared towards the sky. Su-Han looked at the dense red dots on the map and burst into hearty laughter. Supplies are here, supplies are here. Wow, there are even goats. Brothers, we were worried about not having enough wool, and now it's delivered right to us. Old dog, big gray, coward. Let's go, we're heading out for supplies. Chapter 156, Coward gets bitten by a rabbit, training the cooperation between the three wolves. Fluffy snowflakes fell from the sky endlessly. In that wind and snow, Su-Han pulled the cart directly to the north bank of the lake. The snowfall was minimal on the first day. Therefore, he wanted to take down all the goats. After all, the wool from these sheep was a much-needed resource right now. Unexpectedly, not long after he set out, a rabbit suddenly charged out from the grass. Big Gray immediately assumed an attack stance, while Coward rushed straight out. Dealing with a rabbit meant just pouncing on it. What was there to think so much about? However, just as it got in front of the rabbit, it was bitten right on the magic orb. Excruciating pain shot through its lower body, letting out a piercing scream. Ooh! Swish! At this moment, an arrow flew by, precisely hitting the rabbit's head, thus saving Coward's magic orb. Otherwise, it would have been crushed. After being saved, Coward immediately retreated behind its master. Its eyes were filled with terror. What's going on? Has the rabbit become a spirit? Usually, these rabbits could be easily caught. Why were they so fast today? Step back. Suhan stopped the cart and quietly ordered with his long spear. Coward and the two dogs quickly retreated. At this time, a rustling sound came from the grass. In just a moment, 12 blood-red-eyed rabbits rushed out from the grass. Needless to say, they were definitely attracted by the sounds of battle. Suhan raised his spear and walked forward. The leading rabbit suddenly charged at him with a whoosh. Its speed was more than twice that of Coward. But in Suhan's eyes, its movements seemed to be in slow motion. He gently lifted his arm, and the wooden spear easily pierced through the rabbit's neck. Blood splattered, killing it in one strike. Hint: you killed a berserk bloodthirsty rabbit and gained 6 points. The national power prompt echoed. But Suhan had no time to check, because the remaining rabbits, scenting the blood, swarmed him. Come on! Suhan shouted loudly, and the spear in his hand even danced out shadows. In an instant, he took down all the rabbits. Counting the first one, he gained a total of 78 points. Don't think it's exaggerated. Consider that Coward almost got seriously injured by a single wolf. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have already been killed. Suhan tossed the bloodthirsty rabbits into the backpack. He continued pulling the cart forward. Meanwhile, Coward, having faced a setback, was feeling somewhat downcast. It thought it would be able to help its master by staying back, but unexpectedly, it couldn't even handle a single rabbit. How embarrassing. However, Coward was a rabbit-catching expert after all. Soon, it absorbed the recent experience and devised a new strategy. 20 minutes later. Deep in the plains, Suhan encountered the second wave of bloodthirsty rabbits. This time there were 8 of them. Since the number was small, he didn't choose to act, but handed it over to Coward and the 2 wolves. If they couldn't handle it, he would step in later. Coward shouted to Big Gray and Old Dog before charging out first. This time, it chose not to attack head-on but to flank them instead. By doing so, it could quickly dodge any attacks. Sure enough, as soon as Coward got close, 3 bloodthirsty rabbits launched attacks. It accelerated and effortlessly shook off those rabbits in front of it. Then, it made a feint towards the other rabbits. When most of the rabbits were distracted by Coward's antics, Big Gray and Second Dog quickly targeted a rabbit on the edge and launched an attack. The 2 brothers moved with incredible speed, giving the prey no time to react before pinning it to the ground. One bit the head, while the other bit the butt. Easily, they took down the first bloodthirsty rabbit. When the other bloodthirsty rabbits discovered that enemies were behind them, they immediately turned to counterattack. As a result, it gave the old Coward an opportunity for a sneak attack. The 3 wolves quickly used guerrilla tactics to take down all 8 rabbits. Among them, the old Coward got a bite mark on his face. And Big Gray and Second Dog also received 2 deep wounds on their backs. Well done. Suhan treated the wolves' wounds and was very satisfied with the outcome. Although the battle process wasted a lot of time, it did help sharpen their cooperation, which was quite good. He tossed the bloodthirsty rabbits into the cart and pulled the cart to set off again. At present, his score reached 126 points, already far ahead of other competitors. But this was just the beginning of today. Crossing the long plain, Suhan finally arrived at today's destination, the Black Goat Forest. He took out his binoculars and looked into the woods. He saw several large black goats clashing their horns together. They were powerful, and each collision made a deafening sound. Beside him, the old Coward's mouth was wide open, and his eyes were round. God! Are these still sheep? They are clearly monsters disguised in sheep's clothing. Suhan took a look around and finally confirmed that there were 4 goats in the woods. Although the number was not large, it would likely take some effort to deal with them all at once. Unless someone drew away 2 of them. Suhan turned to the stunned old Coward and suddenly had an idea. Hey, wake up! The old Coward came to his senses and looked at him in confusion. Suhan pointed at the goats in the distance and then pointed at the plain, saying to it, "You rush in later and draw away too. No need to fight, just distract them. Understand?" In order to make the old Coward understand his meaning, Suhan deliberately placed Big Gray and Second Dog together, then separated one and threw it not far away. The meaning was quite clear. The old coward howled, clearly understanding his master's intention. Suhan patted its head and smiled, "Remember to run fast later, don't let these goats catch up, or you will suffer. Remember, once this job is done, I will give you a special meal at noon. Go." Hearing the master's command, the old coward dashed into the forest without hesitation. It was very cunning, using the bushes to conceal its body. When it got close to the black goats, it suddenly jumped out and bit one in the rear. Just now, the old coward was bitten by the rabbits, and now it changed to bite others. This was also a vent for its frustration. With one bite, it instantly drew blood. The black goat was in so much pain that it almost cried. Who was that shameless bastard attacking this place? What a disgrace! When it turned around, it found the shameless attacker running away with its tail tucked. Trying to run? No way. The black goat angrily chased after it. At this moment, the black goat that was fighting with it got upset. It originally wanted to settle things, but what was the point if the opponent ran away? So, it also chased after them. On the grass, the old coward was showing off, leading two raging goats in circles. Meanwhile, Suhan took off his down jacket, holding a dagger and sneaking into the forest. His steps were light, almost soundless. Inside the forest, one black goat was sleeping while another was butting a tree with its horn. Suhan quietly approached the sleeping goat and silently pounced on it. One hand was gripping its neck, while the other held the dagger aimed at the goat's heart. Poof! The dagger plunged into the heart. The black goat suddenly woke up. It tried to make a sound, but its neck was being tightly choked. Be good, don't call. Dizziness is very normal. Suhan pressed down on the goat tightly, while his right hand continuously stabbed into its heart. In just a few breaths, the goat peacefully fell asleep. 30 points easily in hand. Next, it was the goat that was bumping against the tree. Suhan gently placed the dead goat on the ground, then quietly took out his spear and crept closer from behind the tree. Chapter 157, The Horrors of the Highest Difficulty Mode, the Method of Grabbing Points at the Doorway. Thud. Thud. The black goat, with red eyes, continuously struck the trees with its horn, only switching to another tree after knocking one down. At that moment, a wooden spear silently struck the goat's neck. Its immense power not only pierced through flesh and blood, but also nailed the goat to the tree. Bah! The black goat suffered a severe blow and let out a heart-wrenching cry. Before the prey could struggle, Suhan took out his dagger and stabbed it into the goat's heart. The second goat easily taken down. Alright, next it's time to call the old coward back. Suhan put his finger to his lips and let out a loud whistle. In the wind and snow, the old coward was already running out of breath. It never dreamed that a creature like a goat could be so terrifying. Just now. The old coward tried to use nearby trees to slow down the enemy's speed. But the goat actually shattered trees as thick as its wrist. Whoosh! A familiar whistle came from afar. The old coward brightened up and quickly turned to run over. And the two goats behind followed closely. Moments later, the old coward entered the forest. When the first black goat entered, a wooden spear pierced through its head from the side. TSK, the ferocious beast may have fierce combat power, but its intelligence is truly concerning. Next, only the last one remains. Suhan stepped out from behind the tree, his gaze clashing with the surviving black goat. He raised his left hand and made a provocative middle finger gesture to the goat. This gesture is universally understood. Although I know you lack reason, come on. As the last goat to die, I can give you a chance for a fair duel. The black goat let out a low roar, charging at the human in front of it with a gust of wind. It wanted to destroy everything. But those who knew Suhan understood. When he faced the enemy, not a single word from him was true. Fair? Duel? Sorry, it doesn't exist at all. The goat rushed forward in an instant. Suhan quickly dodged its charge, then struck the stone hidden in his right hand hard against the goat's side face. This blow completely dazed the goat. It instantly fell to the ground. Suhan shouted to the three wolves. What are you waiting for? Get in here. This goat wants to duel all four of us. The big gray wolf hiding in the bushes leaped straight up to bite the goat's neck. The old coward was unwilling to show weakness, charging straight at its vital part. I'll make you pay for chasing me for so long. The second husky, seeing the familiar attack position occupied by its teammate, could only bite the goat's front leg. The black goat screamed endlessly. At this moment, Suhan approached holding the blood-stained wooden spear, ready to deliver the finishing blow. With the wooden spear piercing its heart, the battle came to an end. Glancing at the time, it was just 10:30. To be honest, with the old coward attracting vitality, hunting was much easier. Good, next it's time to transport the prey back. Su-han moved the goat onto the cart. At this moment, he noticed a problem. His cart was too small. So, at most, he could only transport back 2 at a time. Even if he crammed them all on, it could barely fit. But the wooden wheels definitely couldn't take it. Especially in the freshly fallen snow weather. The ground was very slippery and easily muddy. Su-han thought for a moment and decided to leave the old coward, second wolf, and big gray wolf in the forest to guard the prey. He would go back first. Otherwise, if a wild beast comes along to snatch it, that would be in vain. After arranging the tasks, Su-han pulled the prey and headed home. On the road, he encountered 2 attacks. One was from the frost crow in the sky. The other was from the bloodthirsty rabbit. In the live broadcast room, the audience gasped in surprise. Oh my gosh, there are too many beasts at the highest difficulty, encountering so many attacks in just one morning. Why not? You think tripled points are easy to earn? I actually feel that the 2 waves of attacks just now seem to be influenced by the smell of blood. Earlier this morning, I looked at Sue's map marking, and at the corner by the lakeside, there were 2 groups of bloodthirsty rabbits. All the other rabbits are far away. But Sue encountered a 3rd wave of rabbits. What does this mean? Frenzied beasts are very sensitive to the smell of blood, even their sense of smell is enhanced. If that's the case, Sue needs to move faster, otherwise, he might run into danger with the 3 wolves in the woods. Wow, you're right. At the entrance of the lakeside, there really are only 2 groups of rabbits. The 3rd group is clearly on the mountain, over 200 meters from the lakeside. How could their sense of smell be so keen? Very likely. In the wild realm. What the audience was thinking, Su-han naturally thought about too. His expression changed slightly as he whispered. Not good, Lao Song and the others might be in danger. If the frenzied beasts are very sensitive to the smell of blood, then the woods naturally become the most dangerous place. Su-han quickened his pace. After putting the goat in the yard, he immediately turned back with the cart. All the way, he didn't dare to stop and was jogging the entire time. What was originally a journey of over half an hour, he completed in just 10 minutes. Su-han arrived just in time. Although Lao Song and the others encountered a beast attack, they were not injured. The 3 wolves were very clever, knowing they couldn't beat the enemy, so they kept circling and kiting. When they saw their master return, the 3 wolves hurried over. They were panting heavily, clearly exhausted. At this moment, a beast chased up from behind. Su-han focused and realized this was a wolf with pure white fur. Although he didn't lack meat himself, this pelt would be great for making clothing. What perfect timing. Hey, do you have any siblings? Call them over. If only there were more of such beautiful fur. As Su-han was speaking, the frenzied white wolf charged forward. Its eyes were filled with only slaughter, and the 2-legged creature full of blood was naturally its best hunting target. To ordinary people, the white wolf was incredibly fast. But in Su-han's eyes, it was as slow as a snail. He stepped back, dodged to the side, took out his axe and struck its neck. This series of actions was seamless. The white wolf's nerve center was severed, and its body slid out of control. Su-han stepped forward and brought his axe down again. This time, the head fell off. While other beasts haven't arrived, let's quickly skin it and run. Su-han crouched down, took out a dagger, and skillfully began to skin it. He took only 5 minutes to perfectly remove the wolf skin. Let's go, home. Su-han waved at Lao Song and the others, quickly running away with a beautiful wolf skin and 2 black goats. Less than 10 minutes after they left, a large number of beasts surged into this forest, fighting each other until nightfall. Back home, Su-han glanced at the leaderboard points. First place, undoubtedly, was himself. Currently, he had 248 points. While the second place, Ivankov, only had a mere 68 points. Looking at the 4 black goats on the ground, Su-han had a dark thought. Since beasts are attracted by the smell of blood, if he dug a deep pit at the door, could he not trap many beasts? After all, he had already caught the goats he wanted. He could totally camp at the door and farm points. At that time, eating hot pot while singing, just thinking about that lifestyle makes him feel great. Chapter 158, Earning Points While Eating Hot Pot. One night of freeloading earns 60 points. But to swipe points at the entrance, there are 2 important points to note. First, the biting cold makes the ground hard as stone. Even with a shovel, it's very hard to dig. So to dig a large trap, you must first soften the ground with charcoal fire. Second, the trap must be big. Otherwise, once a pack of wolves shows up, it can easily get filled up quickly. These 2 points are not difficult for Su-han, because he has already prepared a large amount of charcoal. Alright, let's set up the bonfire. He moved the charcoal over. Set up 6 bonfires. Then he lit the flames. Even though snowflakes were falling from the sky, it did not affect lighting the fire. In a moment, accompanied by rising smoke, the bonfires quickly burned brightly. Next, let's shave the wool off the sheep. Suhan brought out a table and placed the sheep on it for shearing. Otherwise, when he bleeds it later, it would easily get the wool dirty. Whoosh! 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 Countless strands of wool were skillfully shaved off by Suhan. After finishing with one sheep, he immediately moved on to the next. An hour and a half later, the wool from 4 sheep was completely shaved off. Suhan stepped outside to check the bonfire. The charcoal was still burning, but because of the snowfall, the heat was dissipating very quickly. He had to add more charcoal. Otherwise, it would easily go out. From the looks of it, I can start digging around 8 o'clock tonight. In that case, I might as well clean the wool. After a simple lunch, Suhan began washing the wool. The total harvest from 4 sheep was 98 pounds of wool. Although the amount was a bit small. But dealing with this weight is no easy task. He fetched a clay basin, added warm water and soap. Suhan then placed the wool in to wash it. Compared to the last time, this wool didn't have much of a strange smell, possibly because of the way it was collected. So he only changed the water 3 times, and it was ready to be drained and dried. This time he still used the inner lining. After a round of operation, the black wool was spread out on a bamboo sieve to dry. At that moment, outside, the sound of an old beast's roar echoed. Suhan raised his eyebrows slightly and opened the door to look afar. He saw that near the bonfire outside, a wolverine was crouched down. Clearly, it was attracted by the scent of the sheep. However, there were 2 large bonfires at the entrance. So, even though the wolverine was drooling over the mountain goat, it couldn't come near. Suhan closed the door and continued working. All afternoon, Suhan was busy washing wool. He went outside a few times to add charcoal and found that the head of the wolverine was gone. It probably couldn't come in, so it left. This is a good thing. Otherwise, if he killed it, it would attract even more wild beasts. By 8:30 in the evening, the bonfire outside was still blazing while the surrounding snow had increased. Suhan took a shovel and poked the ground. The originally hard soil was now easy to break open. This meant it was time to dig the trap. Alright, let's get started. Suhan rolled up his sleeves and began to dig. His movements were quick, and in just a little while, he had dug out the outline of a 5 square meter pit. If he finished digging this pit, even if a bear came, it would fall in. Next, it was time for the deep digging. 2 hours later, a pit trap finally finished, reaching a depth of 4 meters. Suhan wiped the sweat from his forehead, brought over some wood, and began building a camouflage layer. There were 4 wooden boards above the pit, distributed in a crisscross pattern. The empty spots were covered with branches and thin boards. The outermost layer was dry grass. After finishing the camouflage, Suhan began to slaughter. If it were before, the sheep's blood would definitely be used to make blood tofu, but this time he poured the blood into the big pit. This way, the crazed beasts would be attracted by the strong smell of blood above the pit, causing them to fall in quickly. As for the sheep's entrails, except for the liver and heart, all other parts, Suhan cut the meat into thin slices and hung them on the wood with hemp rope. Alright, it's my turn to eat. I've been busy for so long and still haven't had dinner. Suhan set up a grill and placed a pottery pot beside it. That's right. He was preparing to eat lamb skewers and hot pot. Outside, the weather was freezing with snow and wind howling. But inside, it was as warm as spring. The leg of lamb was sizzling and oozing fat. Taking a bite was simply mouth-watering. Nearby, Old Song and Erha, the 3-headed wolf, also got their share of delicious lamb. Suhan was a man of his word. Since he promised them extra food, he would absolutely keep that promise. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a sudden sound came from outside. Thud. Followed by the sounds of animals. Upon hearing this, Suhan clapped his hands and laughed. Brothers, did you see that? We earned points while enjoying hot pot. But in this kind of crazy weather, I'm not going out to check, I'll wait for tomorrow morning. In the highest difficulty, there would be a night-long blizzard. Going out now would mean freezing himself. He wasn't that foolish. Full and satisfied, he went to bed. Today, Old Song was also allowed to sleep in the room. At this moment, the other contestants had also chosen to rest early. Most of them picked the adventurer difficulty. So, the first 3 days were quite easy. The next day, in the morning, the snow finally stopped. Suhan used a lot of strength to open the door. The yard was already piled high with snow. The temperature was frighteningly cold. It's a good thing I went out early yesterday, otherwise, it would be hard to go out now. Suhan stepped on the snow and headed straight for the door. He wanted to see how many wild beasts had fallen into the traps overnight. Arriving at the door, the ground's disguise only had 4 wooden sticks left, everything else must have fallen into the big pit. Suhan took a few steps and then burst out laughing. The big pit was bustling with activity. Wolverine, gray wolf, bloodthirsty rabbit, and even a deer. Most of them were already dead, only the wolverine and a limping wolf were still alive. TSK. Not bad, we earned 60 points overnight. Suhan returned to the yard and took out a brand new long gun. In just 2 shots, he instantaneously took down the last 2 wild beasts. Then, he grabbed a ladder to start collecting his spoils. The wolverine wasn't good to eat, so he hung it on the wood as bait. For the wolf, he wanted the skin. As for the rabbit, it would be a reward for old song in them. As for the deer, this thing was too precious. Its blood could boost vitality. Suhan naturally couldn't bear to waste the blood. Instead, he found a pottery jar to store the blood after letting it out outside the door. While collecting the spoils, both the deer and rabbit triggered a return. One returned 2,000 points, the other 3,000 points. Actually, the goat from yesterday also triggered it. But it only triggered once, and it was already dead. After all, these were feral beasts that couldn't be caught alive for breeding. Clearing the snow and wild beasts from the big pit. Then, he had to reapply the disguise. Although it sounded simple, Suhan spent a whole hour getting it done. After all, there was just too much snow. At 8:30 in the morning, Suhan sat in the room drinking lamb soup when suddenly a familiar scream came from outside again. No need to say, another wild beast must have fallen into the big pit. In this case, there was no need to go out. Just let that beast struggle. After all, there would be even more wild beasts accompanying it later. Once a second type of beast appeared in the big pit, they would start to fight each other. So Suhan just had to stay inside and wait to collect points.